Chapter 1. Registration for the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Peach Blossom Island. In the expansive meadow at the heart of the island, a gentle breeze caressed the grass, causing the blades to sway gracefully. A young man, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, stood amidst it all, his arms crossed before him, his legs slightly bent, as still as a rock. Suddenly, his ebony eyes slowly opened, their depths as tranquil as a serene lake. He inhaled deeply, and his hands began to move in circular motions, his body swaying in unison. The air currents and the leaves around him seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, swirling and gathering between his palms to form a small, whirling sphere of energy. Whoosh! Bang! With a sudden thrust of his hands, the sphere shot forward, crashing violently against a large stone ahead. With a resounding explosion, the stone shattered into countless fragments, reduced to dust. I have been in this world for 5 years, and I have already cultivated the 8 extremes fist to the stage of dark energy. I wonder if my strength can measure up to that of son Wukong and the others, he murmured, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Originally an ordinary young man from Earth, he awoke to find himself transported to this unfamiliar realm. Fortuitously, there was a small village nearby, where he learned from the villagers that this was Peach Blossom Island, part of the world of Dragon Ball. This year marked the commencement of the 20th Martial Arts Tournament, and the villagers were all eager to attend. Having nowhere else to go, he constructed a modest dwelling on a nearby hill. In the world of Dragon Ball, even ordinary individuals could live normal lives, for even if they fell victim to formidable foes, son Wukong and his companions would use the Dragon Balls to revive them. Having practiced martial arts in his previous life, he was adept in the 8 extremes fist, yet he had never achieved remarkable results. Upon arriving in this world, he discovered that he could cultivate energy, igniting his desire to transcend mediocrity. Even if he could not reach the heights of Super Saiyan, he was determined to master the 8 extremes fist to its fullest potential. With only a month remaining until the opening of the 21st Martial Arts Tournament, he resolved to journey on foot to South Island, which was not far from Peach Blossom Island. Uncle Marlowe, will you be attending the martial arts tournament this year? He inquired while packing his belongings. Uncle Marlowe, who had introduced him to the island upon his arrival and had cared for him over the past 5 years, chuckled as he scratched the back of his head. Wumuhaha, I won't be going this year. The tournament lacks any truly formidable competitors, making it rather dull to watch. Wumu smiled slyly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Ha, your words only make me want to attend even more. Perhaps my participation will make this year's tournament less tedious. Uncle Marlowe's eyes lit up, clearly intrigued by Wumu's proposal. Oh, you plan to participate in the martial arts tournament? Wumu nodded with determination. Yes, Uncle Marlowe. I have trained in the 8 extremes fist for 5 years. Though I am unsure of how far I have come, I wish to test the limits of my abilities. Uncle Marlowe patted Wumu on the shoulder, a look of earnest expectation gracing his face. Good lad, you have ambition. Make sure to prepare well. The opponents at the tournament are no simple foes. However, I believe in you. You will undoubtedly astonish everyone. Wumu nodded, his heart brimming with resolve. He understood that while he might never become a super warrior like son Wukong, he could still leave his mark in this world through his own efforts. In the days that followed, Wumu trained diligently in the 8 extremes fist while also learning the fundamental skills of this world, such as the Kamehameha wave. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the day of the tournament had arrived. Dressed in a simple martial arts uniform and carrying a small backpack, he set off on his journey to the martial arts tournament. South Island, venue of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Is there no one else wishing to register? The deadline is noon today, shouted a staff member at the entrance, brandishing a megaphone. Wumu, hurry and register. We'll be waiting for you here, Uncle Marlowe encouraged, giving him an encouraging smile as he patted his shoulder. All right, Uncle Marlowe, Wumu replied, nodding as he approached the registration desk. He stood in line, and before long, it was his turn. Name? Wumu. All right, next. After completing his registration, Wumu turned to rejoin Uncle Marlowe. At that moment, a car slowly pulled up outside the venue, and 3 individuals stepped out. Wow, I didn't expect there to be so many people in the world. Hmm. What's wrong, Wukong? Krillin asked, looking at son Wukong with curiosity. Ah, it's nothing. It's just that the aura from that person feels incredibly strong, son Wukong replied, his brow relaxing as an excited smile spread across his face. How impressive! The world's greatest martial arts tournament. Wumu sensed someone staring at him and turned to find a spiky-haired individual and a bald man. Instantly recognizing them as Sun, Wukong, and Krillin, he felt a jolt of surprise, but quickly regained his composure, smiling at them before continuing towards Uncle Marlow. Seeing Wumu smile, Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement and walked toward the registration desk. Hey, what a peculiar person, Krillin remarked, squinting his eyes and scratching the back of his head in confusion as he followed Sun Wukong. Hey, wait for me, Wukong. Master Roshi stood nearby, his eyes gleaming from behind his glasses. One extraordinary young man, he muttered to himself, also making his way to the registration desk. With Wumu's arrival, the course of the tournament was destined to change. What would the outcome be? At the registration desk, we wish to register. May I have your names, please? It's not me who wishes to participate, it's those two, Master Roshi said, pointing at Sun Wukong and Krillin. These two children want to participate? The staff member looked at Sun Wukong and Krillin in astonishment, but quickly recorded their names. Hey, Wukong. After completing the registration, Sun Wukong heard someone calling his name and looked around, but did not recognize anyone familiar. He turned to Krillin and asked, "Was it you calling me?" Krillin awkwardly smiled and shook his head. At that moment, a person approached them. Hey, Wukong, long time no see. Who are you? Sun Wukong blinked his large eyes, his small head filled with confusion. Wolfang Fist. The individual struck a pose. Yamcha, Sun Wukong exclaimed in delight. You finally recognized me, Yamcha replied. Wow, it's been ages. How did you change so much? Your hairstyle is unrecognizable. Oh, that's because someone said that long hair in the city is too outdated, Yamcha admitted, blushing as he scratched the back of his head, recalling his recent encounter with Bulma and the others. Noticing this interaction, Krillin tugged on Sun Wukong's sleeve. Hey, who is he? He's my friend, Yamcha, Sun Wukong introduced. This guy trained with me under the old man. The two exchanged greetings just as Master Roshi arrived, along with Bulma and the others. Bulma gasped in surprise. Wukong. Bulma. Oolong. Puar. Sun Wukong joyfully rushed over upon seeing them. Oolong opened his arms wide, joyfully leaping up to clasp hands with Sun Wukong. Wukong, it's been too long. He laughed heartily. Indeed. How is everyone? Sun Wukong eagerly inquired. Chapter 2. The Joy of Reunion. Preliminary rounds begin. The reunion with old friends brought indescribable joy to Wukong, Bulma, and the others. Wukong, how did you end up at this martial arts tournament? Bulma asked, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she held an ice cream cone. At that moment, Master Roshi unexpectedly appeared beside Bulma. Hello there. Master Roshi. Startled, Bulma stepped back, nearly dropping her ice cream. Regaining her composure, she frowned and questioned, where exactly are you living now? I went to that small island to find Wukong, only to discover it was completely deserted. Master Roshi, wearing sunglasses and a black suit, chuckled as he clasped his hands behind his back. That place was a bit too small for Wukong and the others to train, so we moved. Suddenly, he raised his hands, his face flushed with embarrassment. By the way, it's been so long since we last met. Wouldn't you like to play some games with me again? You remember, right? Just like this. Touching and touching. Bulma's face turned pale, and unable to contain herself any longer, she pulled out a large hammer and sent Master Roshi flying. Idiot. Witnessing this scene, Oolong shook his head in resignation, remarking, Master Roshi hasn't changed a bit. Yet, just the thought of Wukong entering the ring makes it hard for me to feel excited, Yamcha said, self-deprecatingly, with a hint of resignation in his tone. Starting tomorrow, we will be adversaries in the arena. Wait, tomorrow? Aren't the matches supposed to be today? Bulma facepalmed in disbelief. What are you talking about? Today is for determining the dormitories. The matches begin tomorrow morning. What? How disappointing. Wukong, with his head hung low, spoke with a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. With no competition to occupy them, Wukong and Krillin retired to the accommodations provided by the martial arts tournament after their conversation. The crowd gradually dispersed, each person preparing for the impending matches of the following day. Within the dormitory, Wukong and Krillin tidied up and, after refreshing themselves, found themselves enveloped in the joy of reunion and anticipation for the morrow's competition. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed, and soon they succumbed to slumber. On the other hand, Umu slept alone, with Uncle Marlo's family residing next door. Lying in bed, he incessantly analyzed the participants for the upcoming contest in his mind. If all goes as expected, much like in the original tale, I only need to be wary of 4 individuals. He silently repeated this to himself, furrowing his brow. If the tournament structure holds, I will only face a maximum of 2 opponents. However, to seize the championship, I will inevitably encounter either Sun Wukong or Chun Long, the alias of Master Roshi. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Yumi's eyelids began to grow heavy, and ultimately, he drifted into a deep sleep. The next day marked the grand commencement of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Who would have thought it would be so crowded? Bulma exclaimed, standing at the entrance of the tournament, her eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld the throng of people. Are there many competitors inside? Sun Wukong gazed at the crowd with excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Krillin wore a furrowed brow, uncertainly responding, I imagine there must be quite a few. All right, let us proceed to the preliminary venue. Master Roshi urged the group onward. Make sure not to lose your way. Participants in the tournament must pass through the preliminaries. Please head to the contest hall. In the center of the plaza within the tournament grounds, a person wielded a loudspeaker, their voice resonating throughout the entire area. Upon hearing these words, all contestants began to move toward the contest hall. At the entrance of the contest hall, Master Roshi halted, turning to face Sun Wukong and Krillin. I can only accompany you thus far. The rest is up to your own efforts. Yes, both Sun Wukong and Krillin replied in unison. Oh, I nearly forgot your current attire is not suitable for combat. Here, take these. Master Roshi suddenly recalled something, turning to open his suitcase and retrieving 2 sets of martial arts uniforms. The uniforms, a vibrant shade of red, bore a circular emblem on the left chest, inscribed with the character for turtle, signifying the turtle school. Sun Wukong and Krillin accepted the uniforms and immediately changed into them. Admiring his new attire, Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully, Wow, I look so cool. Krillin, however, appeared somewhat embarrassed, glancing from side to side. Isn't this a bit too flashy? As the others beheld the duo in their new garb, Oolong could not help but exclaim, Wukong, it suits you perfectly. Master Roshi approached the two, imparting earnest words of advice. The 8 individuals who advance from the preliminaries will duel before the audience. I shall be in the stands, hoping to witness your performance. That is all I wish to convey. Understood. We will give it our all. Bulma encouraged Yamcha, saying, Be sure to win, Yamcha. Indeed, I have trained tirelessly for this day. I shall not yield easily. With that, they set off to compete, leaving the others in the stands to await the matches. Meanwhile, Uncle Marlo's family was also cheering for Umu. Umu, you must give it your all. Uncle Marlo clapped Umu on the shoulder, his tone brimming with encouragement. Go for it, brother Umu. Alia waved her small hand, shouting excitedly. She was Uncle Marlo's daughter, having inherited her mother Mariah's crimson hair, lively and adorable. When Umu first arrived in this world, she was but a newborn now. She had grown significantly and often sought him out to play. Aunt Maria smiled gently, silently rooting for Umu. Uncle Marlo's family was truly wonderful, possessing their own farmland, ensuring they were never in want. In the 5 years since his arrival in this world, they had continually supported him in his daily life, and Umu felt a deep gratitude for their unwavering assistance. Aunt Maria was a kind and gentle woman, her presence akin to a ray of sunshine within the household. She dedicated herself to managing the domestic affairs for Uncle Marlo, never allowing him to fret over trivial matters. Uncle Marlo took charge of outside affairs, and together they formed a perfect complement to one another. This harmonious dynamic infused their lives with warmth and tranquility. In the Dragon Ball world, aside from Sun Wukong and Shishi, most couples encountered were remarkably harmonious. All right, I will give my all. Inside the contest hall, the air was thick with noise as competitors flexed their muscles, creating a tense and electrifying atmosphere. Upon entering, Umu spotted Sun Wukong and his companions, feeling a surge of excitement at the prospect of greeting the main characters. Sun Wukong and Krillin navigated through the bustling crowd, various competitors weaving between them. Some were warming up, while others engaged in friendly sparring, the atmosphere imbued with tension and anticipation. Sun Wukong glanced around, his eyes alight with curiosity and exhilaration. Are all these people competitors? Krillin appeared somewhat unsettled, his brow furrowed and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I feel my confidence waning, he murmured to himself, a flicker of concern evident in his gaze. Oh, greetings to you all. At this moment, Yuwood approached them to extend his salutations. Ah, you are the one from yesterday, Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at Yuwood. Krillin, feeling a bit awkward, tugged at him and then greeted Yuwood. Hello. My name is Krillin. It was only then that Sun Wukong realized. Placing his hands together and bowing slightly, he said, Hello. I am Sun Wukong. What is your name? I am Yuwood. Yuwood? What a peculiar name, Sun Wukong murmured, appearing somewhat puzzled. Hey, Wukong, Krillin called out, concerned that Wukong might offend Yuwood. Yuwood, unperturbed, smiled and replied, No worries, names are merely labels for remembrance. Their peculiarity is subjective. Just then, a voice rang out from within the hall. Let the preliminaries of the world's martial arts tournament commence. With a resounding gong, the entire competition arena erupted with excitement. The tournament had finally begun. Wukong, we are not in the same bracket. I shall see you in the top 8. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with anticipation. And you too, Krillin, good luck. Bidding them farewell, Yuwood walked to his designated platform while the two found their own, gazing at the ongoing matches above, awaiting the results. Chapter 3. The preliminaries conclude. The preliminaries of the world's martial arts tournament were in full swing. With a staggering 138 contestants, the arena was divided into 4 sections, each selecting 2 individuals to advance to the top 8. Yuwood was placed in Zone A, Sun Wukong in Zone B, Krillin in Zone C, while Yamcha and Chen Long occupied Zone D. Each platform could yield 2 winners, provided Yamcha did not encounter Chen Long. Contestant number 12 wins. Now, contestants 13 and 14, please take the stage. The referee's voice boomed through the loudspeaker, and Yuwood understood it was his turn. Taking a deep breath and loosening his body slightly, he approached the platform. His opponent, flamboyant and brash, somersaulted onto the stage, clad in a tight outfit and sporting a wild hairstyle. Upon entering, he shouted boastfully, Ha ha ha, my opponent is just a pale little brat. Hurry up and leave, or I'll send you home crying to your mother. Contestant 13 was indeed fortunate to face such a child. Unfazed by the taunts, Yuwood maintained a stoic expression, knowing that it would take but a moment to silence him, and thus refraining from wasting breath. Whoosh! Bang! In an instant, a thunderous noise erupted as contestant 13 was sent flying out of the ring by Yuwood's punch, crashing heavily to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The spectators were left bewildered, having barely comprehended Yuwood's swift action. Yuwood turned and descended the platform, casually informing the referee, it is time to declare the results. The referee, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained composure. Oh. Contestant 14 wins. The next group of contestants, please come to the stage. What just happened? The audience murmured in confusion, astonished at how swiftly the match had concluded. Yuwood stepped off the stage and found a quiet corner to sit cross-legged, closing his eyes to recuperate. Such opponents posed no challenge to him, as they were merely on the level of ordinary individuals. Unlike Sun Wukong, who would cautiously probe his opponents, Yuwood preferred to expedite the selection of the top 8 to gauge his own strength. At this stage, without a subsequent combat power system, the assessment of strength relied solely on intuition. Yuwood possessed a clear understanding of his own capabilities. His mastery of national martial arts does not conflict with the essence of this world. The essence serves as a foundation, while the mastery enhances the total amount of essence. With each breakthrough in mastery, one's strength multiplies exponentially. The levels of mastery include bright strength, hidden strength, transformative strength, elixir strength, external vitality, internal vitality, breaking the void to witness the undying divine. Upon breaking through hidden strength, one strength doubles. Each subsequent breakthrough continues to double the existing level. Transformative strength yields a 4-fold increase, elixir strength an 8-fold increase, external vitality a 16-fold increase, internal vitality a 32-fold increase, breaking the void a 64-fold increase, and witnessing the divine grants a 128-fold increase. If we consider the initial combat power during the bright strength phase to be around 60. Then with the breakthrough into hidden strength, Wu Mu's combat power reaches approximately 120 to 130. Of course, this is merely an estimation. The true combat prowess can only be determined through a contest with Sun Wukong and others. At this juncture, Sun Wukong's combat power has been roughly estimated by individuals during his previous life in online forums, suggesting it hovers around 137, while Sun Wukong himself is estimated to be around 120. Wu Mu possesses no external aids in the early stages. He can still keep pace with Sun Wukong through his martial arts, but once the Namek saga commences and Sun Wukong transforms into a Super Saiyan, the disparity will widen significantly. A breakthrough in martial arts mastery will result in a doubling of strength as long as he diligently cultivates his foundational power. He should not veer off course when that doubling occurs. Alas, contemplating this, Wu Mu feels a profound sense of frustration. Unlike other transmigrators who benefit from systems that enable them to kick divine officials and punch the Omni King within 2.5 years, he must adhere to earnest cultivation. At this stage, there are no swift methods to bolster his strength, save for the anticipated spirit tree fruits and the activation by the Elder of Namek. As for whether the Elder will assist Wu Mu in activation, he harbors no concerns, as long as he cultivates a good relationship with Sun Wukong. He can join him in adventures on Namek when the time comes. Keep it up, Krillin. This familiar voice abruptly interrupted Wu Mu's thoughts. He followed the sound and saw Sun Wukong standing beneath the arena in Zone C, cupping his hands to form a megaphone, loudly cheering for Kellen. On the stage, Kellen was locked in a standoff with his opponent, a senior from his temple who had once tormented him relentlessly. Confronted by this adversary, who had haunted his nightmares countless times, Kellen felt a surge of fear and trepidation. Those fellows are not that formidable. Kellen, take him down with a single punch. Upon hearing these words, Kellen's body trembled involuntarily, and his legs began to quiver. He was aware that Sun Wukong was cheering for him. Yet the fear within him proved difficult to dissipate. Observing Krillin's reaction, his senior brother wore a mocking smile, cackling, "Oh, are you not fleeing like before? Your courage has indeed progressed, which is commendable. Ha ha ha, I shall not hold back." With that, he assumed a fighting stance and swiftly charged at Krillin, unleashing a punch. Instinctively, Krillin leaped into the air upon seeing the fist approach. To his astonishment, he realized he could evade his senior's attack. A realization that underscored the fruits of his training under Master Roshi. In an instant, he landed and, utilizing the ground's rebound, propelled himself toward his senior brother, delivering a kick to his chest. Within moments, his senior was sent flying off the stage, while the other brothers who had bullied Krillin in the temple looked on in terror. 93 wins, the referee exclaimed in astonishment. Krillin jumped off the stage, and and Sun Wukong immediately rushed to greet him. "See, I told you we were getting stronger without even realizing it after training with the old man." Sun Wukong flexed his muscles, beaming with pride. Seeing this, smiled slightly and remarked, "Congratulations, Krillin, you have shattered your nightmare." Krillin gazed at his hands, and upon hearing words, he replied with a thank you, still somewhat incredulous as he stared at his own hands. Chuckled, turning to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, my turn is about to begin, so I shall head over now. You all cheer me on." Without waiting for a response, made his way to the A section of the arena. Subsequently, the preliminary rounds unfolded one after another, with achieving victory after victory. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and the others on their respective stages also overcame their opponents, ultimately securing their places in the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament. The 8 qualified contestants were Sun Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, Shenlong, Mr. Nam, the troubled monster Kira, and the purple-haired beauty Miss Lan Fang. After the preliminaries concluded, the 8 finalists gathered at the official tournament venue, awaiting the commencement. Soon, the diligent blonde referee, who had been present throughout the series, announced, "All right. All contestants preparing to enter, please gather here." As the crowd assembled, he continued, "Now we will draw lots to determine your opponents in the order of matches." The results of the draw were as follows. Match 1, Shenlong versus Lan Fang. Match 2, Sun Wukong versus Kira. Match 3, versus Mr. Nam. Match 4, Yamcha versus Krillin. Due to involvement, the order of matches shifted, causing Sun Wukong and Master Roshi to face each other earlier in the semifinals. While Ub's fate rested on whether Krillin or Yamcha could advance. This bald guy is not simple at all, Yamcha thought, casting a glance at Krillin. It's settled. The list is final, the referee informed the contestants. The matches were unrestricted, continuing until a victor emerged, which essentially meant that a contestant lost if they fell off the stage or surrendered. The referee explained, adding that attacking the eyes or groin constituted a foul, demonstrating as he spoke. This prompted Sun Wukong, in a manner akin to the original story, to innocently inquire about what a groin was, inciting laughter among the audience. The referee then announced that the matches were about to commence, instructing everyone to prepare for their appearances. Feeling hungry, Sun Wukong approached the referee to inquire about food, before dashing off to eat. Meanwhile, the referee prepared the arena, leaving the others in the waiting room to meditate or practice martial arts, patiently awaiting the start of the competition. Chapter 4. The quarterfinals begin. The essence of martial arts. After a series of intricate preparations, the audience gradually settled into their seats, and the venue fell into a hushed silence. Dong. A resounding gong echoed as the referee, microphone in hand, confidently approached the center of the stage. The World Martial Arts Tournament now officially begins. Let us commence with the first match. The contestants please prepare to enter. Qianlong versus Lan Fang. As the referee's voice faded, Lan Fang and Qianlong emerged from opposite sides of the stage. Upon entering, Lan Fang immediately flashed a flirtatious wink at the audience, eliciting a chorus of cheers. In stark contrast, Qianlong wore an infatuated grin, his gaze fixated on Lan Fang as he emitted a series of peculiar chuckles. Ha ha ha, Miss Lan Fang, hee hee hee. Noticing this, Lan Fang smirked slightly, a hint of derision flashing in her mind. You lecherous old man. You shall become my stepping stone to victory. As the signal for the match sounded, Lan Fang dashed towards Qianlong, her fist raining down like a torrential downpour. However, Qianlong adeptly dodged each blow with agile footwork, narrowly escaping her attacks time and again. In the waiting room, the others climbed atop the walls to observe, astonished. What an impressive old man, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. This tournament is truly teeming with skilled fighters, Krillin stammered, his voice quivering. In his earlier days, Krillin often relied on cunning tricks, but his timid nature made him prone to retreat, and now he appeared particularly unsettled. Could this elderly gentleman be Master Mateto? Yamcha pondered, glancing at the stage before turning to Sun Wukong and Krillin, deep in thought. Mr. Nam leaned against the wall, eyes closed in meditation, silently vowing to secure the championship to save his village. Ub cast a sympathetic glance at Mr. Nam, who bore the weight of the village's burdens, enveloped in a stifling atmosphere. Though he felt compassion for him, he was powerless to assist, hoping that Master Roshi would, as in the original tale, discern Mr. Nam's inner struggles and offer help. Ub was unconcerned with the ongoing match, for he already knew the outcome. Instead, he was immersed in contemplating the essence of Bagwazang, seeking a path to break through his limitations. Bagwazang is renowned for its vigor, yet at advanced levels, it balances strength with softness. No martial arts school can solely embody rigidity. Rigidity is prone to fracture, and the principles of the world revolve around the duality of yin and yang, the interplay of hardness and softness. Where hardness represents yang and softness represents yin, forms the core of martial arts philosophy, embodying the principles of yin and yang. Regardless of whether one begins their training with a focus on yang or yin, the ultimate goal is to achieve a harmonious balance between the two, where yin does not stray from yang and vice versa, integrating strength and softness into a state of equilibrium. Without this, one cannot truly claim mastery of martial arts or genuine skill. This is what the esteemed Sun Lutong referred to as the path of moderation. To break through limitations, one must harmonize yin and yang. If Bagwazang cannot reach its full potential, Ub would indeed have to consider switching to Tai Chi. Tai Chi emphasizes the principles of softness and rigidity, distinguishing it from Bagwazang, which transforms rigidity into softness, and differing from Xingyi Quan, which transitions softness into rigidity. However, one cannot be overambitious. Ub resolved to first refine his Bagwazang to its limits before contemplating a transition to Tai Chi on the stage. Lan Fang, frustrated by her inability to gain the upper hand, glared at Qianlong, gritting her teeth and declaring, "Old man, someone of your age should step down and leave the opportunity for me." As she spoke, she deliberately tugged at the fabric of her shoulder, revealing a patch of fair skin, and cast a flirtatious glance at Qianlong. He chuckled foolishly for a moment, but soon adopted a serious demeanor, placing his hands together in front of his chest, focusing his energy. His gaze sharpened, as if he had regained decades of youth. Little girl. One must summon true strength in a competition. Relying on underhanded tactics is futile. I too possess reasons for which I cannot afford to lose. Allow me to present you with a refreshing breeze, as a gift. He took a deep breath, channeling all his energy into his right hand. And then with a swift motion directed it towards Lan Fang. Before she could react, a powerful gust swept her out of the arena. Having accomplished this, Chen Long stood with his hands clasped behind his back. A profound silence enveloped the scene, leaving the audience in a state of astonishment. Moments later, a wave of cheers erupted. Wow, what just happened? That was incredible. Truly spectacular. It was an eye-opener. That old man, from such a distance, with a mere gesture sent that woman flying out of the ring. At this juncture, the referee finally regained composure and announced the results. Mr. Chen Long is victorious. The second match features Sun Wukong against La Ji. You have 5 minutes to prepare. Chen Long descended from the stage, casting a glance over Nan Wu and Wu Mu before continuing onward. Yamu Cha observed Chen Long's retreating figure and, filled with curiosity, inquired of Sun Wukong and Clin. Wukong, could you enlighten me as to where Mr. Wu Tian has gone? The old man has likely ventured elsewhere, Sun Wukong replied, scratching his head. Oh, to another place? Yamu Cha pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, he departed before our match commenced, Clin added. Yamu Cha reflected. I see. That confirms it. It is indeed that old gentleman. He scrutinized Chen Long's silhouette, realizing that the identity of the turtle sage had already been called into question. But solid evidence was still lacking. During the 5-minute intermission, Sun Wukong, needing to replenish his energy, requested food from the staff. La Ji, seated nearby, was indulging in a large platter of meat skewers, devouring them one after another, which made Wukong's mouth water. Unable to contain himself, Wukong dashed over to join in the feast. La Ji cast a glance his way, but paid him no mind. As time swiftly passed, the referee's voice resonated once more. Ladies and gentlemen, we now commence the second match, featuring contestant Sun Wukong against contestant La Ji. Upon hearing the referee's announcement, La Ji rose, his massive frame toppling the table in his wake. He is a pterosaurian, an imposing figure whose every step reverberates through the ground. Sun Wukong swallowed the last morsel of food and immediately sprang to his feet, dashing towards the arena. Upon ascending the stage, Riki bellowed to the heavens. Roar! That is a monster, exclaimed Oolong from the sidelines. After stepping onto the platform, Sun Wukong faced the audience, smiling and waving. Good afternoon. I am Sun Wukong. Go Wukong! Cheered Bulma and Oolong in unison. The referee announced, the second match begins now. In an instant, Sun Wukong assumed his stance, while Riki looked down at the diminutive figure before him, emitting a series of sinister chuckles. You ignorant little brat. Watch as I beat you half to death. He then extended his hand towards Sun Wukong, taunting. What do you see here? Sun Wukong leaned in, curiosity piqued, and exclaimed. Nanny? What is that? Before he could process the situation, Riki swiftly lashed out with his tail, sending Sun Wukong crashing into the wall. Riki's unexpected strike was indeed formidable. Sun Wukong was knocked down almost instantly, mere moments into the match. I win. Yamcha remarked in astonishment. That was a direct hit. Wukong. Krillin anxiously gazed at the fallen figure of Sun Wukong. However, it was not long before Sun Wukong flipped over and stood up. I can hardly believe it. The wall, composed of bricks, had cracked, and Sun Wukong now seemed dazed, unable to retaliate. I'm not out of it. Just a bit sore, Sun Wukong retorted softly, covering his face. Of course. Wukong wouldn't fall from a mere attack, Krillin exclaimed excitedly from the wall. I truly wonder who was worried just now, It couldn't possibly be due to affection for Sun Wukong, Yoshi. Recovering quickly, Sun Wukong charged at Riki, throwing a punch while Riki attempted to block and counter with his own, failing to land a hit. Sun Wukong deftly dodged Riki's fist and targeted his abdomen. Riki groaned in pain, clutching his belly, while Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to leap behind him, grasping his tail and spinning him around before launching him into the air outside the ring. Such formidable strength. Sun Wukong, with his petite frame, had hurled the much larger Riki out of the arena. This was Sun Wukong's spectacular counterattack. Chapter 5, The Drama Intensifies. The entry of Ubu Riki lost momentum midair, his form plummeting rapidly. Panic gripped him, but then he remembered that he was a pterosaurian. He quickly steadied himself, unfurling his wings and soaring back towards the arena. I will absolutely not be thrown out, so rest assured. Riki boasted triumphantly as his laughter echoed above the arena. The referee's voice followed suit, declaring, Riki has risen again. Like a phoenix. Indeed, according to the rules of the match, one only loses if they fall out of the ring, so he was not defeated. Sun Wukong appeared bewildered. Is there such a twisted logic? He furrowed his brow, then assumed a combat stance. However, it mattered not. I shall strike until you plead for mercy. Riki returned to the arena, his eyes glinting with a cunning light. He did not wish to engage in a physical confrontation with Sun Wukong. Instead, he unleashed a wave of light that swiftly ensnared Sun Wukong, forming a substance reminiscent of chewing gum. What is this? Sun Wukong exclaimed, struggling with all his might. Yet he found himself utterly unable to break free. He was immobilized. You have been ensnared by my rubber band, so stop wasting your energy. Surrender. The pterosaur man, Riki declared with a triumphant grin. No one can escape my rubber band. Now you are as helpless as a rag doll, he added, pressing his fingers to create a cracking sound in his joints. The audience, along with Yamcha and others, wore expressions of terror and despair, as if victory had been firmly grasped by Riki. Seizing the moment, Riki delivered a punch to Sun Wukong's head, causing him considerable pain. He then seized Sun Wukong and hoisted him high above his head. What are you going to do? Sun Wukong shouted in panic. What else? I intend to repay you in kind for what you just did. Please, not like this. We are engaged in a proper duel. Hearing this, Riki paid no heed. Oh no, this is bad. The situation for Sun Wukong had truly become dire. If he were thrown out of the ring, he would be declared the loser, and hope for victory was slipping away. The audience was filled with concern and anticipation, worry stemming from Sun Wukong's childlike appearance. While hope lingered for a miraculous turn of events, you are destined to lose, little brat, Riki proclaimed confidently before launching Sun Wukong into the air. Sun Wukong, rendered immobile, soared rapidly through the sky. Oh no, Wukong, this is it. Krillin and Yamcha cried as they watched him fly out of the ring. As Sun Wukong saw himself plummeting to the ground, he shouted, Kintown, please, come quickly. In an instant, a yellow streak darted across the sky, swiftly arriving beneath Sun Wukong to catch him. I'm saved. Thank you, Kintown. Sun Wukong exhaled in relief. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, he soared back onto the arena, leaving Riki in a state of shock, stammering, what? Krillin and Yamcha shouted in excitement, He has saved. He has saved. Kintown landed on the stage, and Sun Wukong jumped down. I'm here. Yet, Sun Wukong remained unable to move, indicating that his peril was far from over. Hey, is this even allowed? Using props is against the rules. Riki pointed at Sun Wukong, directing his accusation at the referee. Sun Wukong retorted softly, but you flew back down from the sky, didn't you? And what about that rubber band? Riki roared in anger. I flew using my own strength, and that rubber band was expelled from my mouth. The referee cleared his throat and announced, ahem, after a discussion among the judges and the director. We have decided to make an exception. Sun Wukong's use of the cloud is not a violation of the rules. What? Seriously? Is this some sort of conspiracy against me, King Riki? However, the referee added, but this exception can only be made once. If you use that cloud again, it will count as a loss. Do you understand, Sun Wukong? Ha 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 ha. King Riki still has a chance. You're doomed, little brat. Let us see how you survive this time, Riki gloated, casting a triumphant gaze at Sun Wukong. The audience's emotions fluctuated with the referee's words, their hearts filled with anxiety and tension. If Sun Wukong were thrown out again, he would lose. Everyone was holding their breath for him. Despite the temporary reprieve, the inevitable loss still loomed. King Riki sneered, rapidly charging toward the still struggling Sun Wukong ensnared in the rubber band. His movements resembled a tiger descending from the mountains, exuding an overwhelming might. You shall have no chance. I shall deliver you a mighty punch. He bellowed, launching a fierce strike towards Sun Wukong, his fist slicing through the air with a whistling sound, aimed directly at Sun Wukong's face. It was over. Sun Wukong, startled, tightly shut his eyes. However, at the very moment the fist was about to make contact, his form abruptly vanished from sight. The spectators below were left in a state of bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Had he been struck away? Riki scanned the surroundings in an attempt to locate Sun Wukong's figure. Where could he have disappeared to? Just then, he felt an unusual sensation on his arm. Looking down, he discovered Sun Wukong hanging upside down from his arm with his tail. It turned out that at the instant Riki's fist approached, Sun Wukong had instinctively sensed the impending danger and swiftly evaded, wrapping his tail around Riki's arm. Due to the disparity in their sizes and the blind spot in Riki's field of vision, He was momentarily oblivious to Sun Wukong's presence. "Ah, my tail. It has returned," Sun Wukong exclaimed with exuberance, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The sight of Sun Wukong's tail re-emerging struck Yamcha, Oolong, and Bulma in the audience with terror, as if they had witnessed something utterly astonishing. Regaining his composure, Sun Wukong gently leaped back to the ground. "Ah, I am saved," he sighed in relief, his heart brimming with gratitude. Yet, if he did not free himself from this grasp, victory would remain elusive. Sun Wukong gazed down at the rubber band encircling him, his brow furrowed in concentration. He made another attempt to break free from the rubber band, emitting a series of loud roars. "Ah, ah," Son Goku gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he exerted all his strength to pull at the rubber band. Finally, through his relentless efforts, the band was released. Supporting his body with his tail, he felt a surge of long-lost power. "How powerful it is when my tail is still with me," he mused, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Upon seeing Son Goku's tail, King Laki's hands fell limply to his sides, his neck craning forward in disbelief as he stammered. "Aren't you a human?" Ignoring Laki's astonishment, Son Goku, brimming with excitement, used his tail to prop himself up, drawing his legs back into a peculiar attacking posture. Then, leveraging the elasticity of his tail, he unleashed a powerful kick against the wall beside the arena. Boom! The wall crumbled instantly, reduced to a pile of rubble. "Excellent! I feel so much better now." Son Goku admired his handiwork, then turned to face Laki, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of battle. "All right, it's time for my counterattack." At that moment, Laki, thoroughly intimidated by Son Goku's displays, quickly raised a small white flag, exclaiming, "I concede. I give up." Upon hearing this, Son Goku stumbled backward, utterly speechless. "Oh yes." The audience erupted in cheers, their applause echoing throughout the arena. "Son Goku is the winner," declared the referee, his face betraying astonishment. The revelation of Goku's tail was simply too astonishing. Uninformed spectators remained curious and amazed, while those in the know, like Bulma and Oolong, wore expressions of sheer terror. Meanwhile, Bulma ceased his meditation, realizing it was his turn to compete. "Finally, it's my turn. Though I feel sympathy for Nam, I will not hold back." As for Son Goku's tail, Bulma harbored no concerns. In the original story, Master Roshi had controlled Son Goku with the wand Wichitian palm during the finals, and by then, it was already evening, with the moon's appearance causing Son Goku to transform into a gorilla. The current scenario was entirely different. It was still early, and Son Goku was competing against Master Roshi in the semifinals. As Omu pondered these thoughts, the intermission came to an end. Ladies and gentlemen, we now commence the third match, featuring contestant Omu against contestant Nam. Chapter 6, The Thrilling Contest, Nam's Worries. Ladies and gentlemen, the third match is about to begin, with contestant Omu facing off against contestant Nam. As Omu and Nam stood on the arena, the referee officially announced the start of the match. Omu adopted the initial stance of Bajiquin, his gaze firmly locked on Nam. Nam, a formidable opponent in the early stages, instilled a sense of caution in Omu. He dared not show any sign of complacency. Bajiquin possesses its unique strengths and weaknesses. Before reaching full mastery, its fierce intensity is abundant, yet its endurance is lacking, making prolonged combat challenging. The hallmark of Bajiquin lies in its grinding steps, characterized by the approach of closing in on the opponent quickly and executing a sequence of movements to take them down. It emphasizes overall explosive power, targeting three key areas: hands to open the door, feet to control the entrance, and body to push in. In simpler terms, it involves hands pushing the door open, feet stepping in, and the body as the final point of attack. Nam, on the opposite side, furrowed his brow, recalling the village chief's words before departing. The drought persists. We can no longer cultivate crops. The village is doomed. Nam thought to himself. We have no money left to buy water. With this in mind, Nam resolved to secure victory. Only the champion would receive a prize, and the reward of 500,000 could procure essential water supplies, alleviating the urgent crisis. Mother, little brother, and all the villagers, I will win the championship and bring back an abundance of water for you. The match officially commenced. The sound of the gong interrupted Nam's thoughts, prompting him to gather his focus and assume his stance. Observing this, Uma stepped forward. Executing the Yan Wang San Diao Shui technique, he advanced with a right lunge, delivering a right straight punch aimed at Nameless' chest. Nameless, with his left foot forward, defended by using his left forearm to block outward. Subsequently, Nameless seized the opportunity to grasp Yuwu's right forearm with his left hand while stepping forward with his right foot, launching a right back fist towards Yuwu's face. Yu would swiftly lean back to evade, quickly retreating with his left foot, retracting his right fist, and using both hands to intercept Nameless' right forearm, successfully halting his onslaught. Unyielding, Nameless responded with a left palm push aimed at Yu Wood's face. Yu Wood immediately countered, pushing outward with both palms to deflect Nameless' left elbow defense. Nameless swiftly pivoted to his left, adopting a horse stance, and executed a right chopping punch aimed at Yu Wood's head, shoulder, or neck. Yu Wood tilted his head sideways to dodge and struck down Nameless' right chop with his right elbow. As both fighters found themselves in a stalemate, they instinctively leaped back. The spectators were left astonished by the intensity of the bout. The arena fell silent until one exclaimed, This is incredible. The speed is extraordinary." This remark reignited the crowd's enthusiasm, with cheers erupting for both Nameless and Yu Wood. Uncle Marlowe joined in the encouragement as well. Sun Wukong, from the audience, expressed his amazement, proclaiming, "One for the 10 nations." Meanwhile, Clin watched the two fighters on stage, feeling a twinge of anxiety. "I won't have to fight him, will I?" he thought. "Don't fret. You must first surpass my challenge," Yumucha remarked nonchalantly, arms crossed. Clin squinted at him, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. On the arena, Nameless focused intently on Yu Wood, searching for any flaw. Yu Wood understood he could not remain stagnant and decided to feign a weakness, shifting his stance. An opportunity. Nameless' eyes gleamed as he charged at Yu Wood, stepping left and throwing a left straight punch at his head. Yu Wood executed a feint step, using his left arm to block outward. In the next moment, Yu Wood swiftly turned left, stepping on Nameless' left shin with his right foot, while simultaneously delivering a right chop to Nameless' neck. Nameless instantly withdrew his left hand, stepping back to evade. Yu Wood's right foot quickly advanced, turning right and inserting his left leg from the outside of Nameless' right leg to trip him, attacking Nameless' solar plexus with a horse stance left elbow strike. Without pause, Yu Wood rapidly pivoted left, thrusting his right knee into Nameless' abdomen while delivering a right hook to his jaw. Nameless was sent flying, sliding along the ground until he crashed heavily at the edge of the arena, stirring up a cloud of dust. Panting heavily, Yu Wood wiped the sweat from his forehead, reflecting, "Truly formidable, he nearly defeated Sun Wukong in the early rounds. The pressure is immense, not a moment can be wasted, one misstep could lead to defeat." Nameless, wincing in pain, managed to rise, adjusting himself and assuming his fighting stance once more, his eyes radiating determination. The referee continued his commentary, while the audience held their breath in anticipation. Standing tall, Nameless stared solemnly at Yu Wood, silently vowing, "I will not fall so easily." With a powerful push from his legs, Nameless leaped into the air, prompting Yu Wood to brace for his signature move. The spectators' gazes followed Nameless' ascent until he vanished from sight. After a considerable pause, a dark figure plummeted from the heights. As he neared the ground, Nameless, head first, crossed his arms beneath him and shouted, "Receive this blow, Sky." 10. Character. Fist. I must win. The entire village awaits my return. Yu Wood's eyes remained fixed on Nameless, calculating his landing and searching for a means to evade. Judging the trajectory of such a rapid descent was nearly impossible, the vastness of the sky disorienting. However, dodging this strike was essential, akin to a jest. Engaging directly was unthinkable unless one were reckless. Yu Wood concentrated, gradually discerning the speed of Nameless' descent. Just as Nameless was about to crash, Yu Wood leaped to the left. With a thunderous impact, a massive crater formed in the ground, dust and debris swirling. What has happened? The audience craned their necks, attempting to peer through the haze to grasp the situation. As the dust began to settle, Nameless emerged, hands pressed together, his attire tattered and disheveled. "Ah, Mr. Yu Wood, you are remarkably strong. Even if I were to attempt that move again, it would yield no results." Yu Wood smiled slightly, replying, "Mr. Nameless, the match is not yet concluded. You surely have one more move left." Though framed as a question, his tone conveyed certainty. Nameless shook his head, sighing, "It's futile. My final move, the Super Sky 10 character fist, is not dissimilar. I apologize, my villagers. I concede. Mr. Yu Wood, I accept my defeat graciously." Nameless forced a smile as he turned to exit the arena. Observing his departing figure, Yu Wood felt a surge of sympathy, yet he was powerless to change the outcome. He himself was still finding his footing in this world, reliant on Uncle Marlowe's support, intending to use his winnings to repay him. With the announcement of Nameless' concession, Yu Wood emerged victorious. The referee declared the outcome, acknowledging the match's brilliance. As Yu Wood stepped down from the arena, he began to contemplate his next opponent. If Clin could harness the Kamehameha wave, he might stand a chance against Yumucha. Mastery of martial arts alone might not suffice. For Yamcha was far from the inept fighter he had once been. His martial spirit was robust, and his battle experience surpassed that of Clint. Meanwhile, Nameless, entering the resting area, began to gather his belongings. At that moment, Master Roshi approached him. Having sensed his inner turmoil, Master Roshi employed a bit of telepathy. Perhaps moved by compassion, to offer assistance. Nameless, are you returning home? Yes, he replied. Will you not stay to witness the conclusion of the tournament? I have no time to watch anymore. Nameless bowed his head, images of his village and the faces of his fellow villagers flashing through his mind. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. I am truly sorry, dear villagers. I have failed to fulfill your hopes. I am unable to bring back water for you to drink. Take this back, Mr. Namu. The turtle sage retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket and tossed it towards Namu. Chapter 7. The resolution of Wu Tian and the choice of Ebony. Take this back. Mr. Namu. The turtle sage produced a universal capsule and threw it towards Namu. Standing before the turtle sage, Namu furrowed his brow, receiving the small capsule with a sense of perplexity. Isn't this a universal capsule? Why? Namu scrutinized the capsule in his hand, his eyes filled with doubt. The turtle sage smiled faintly, interrupting Namu's musings. It is nothing. There is absolutely nothing inside. He spoke lightly, mentioning that the capsule could hold ample water, making it easy to bring back. Namu's expression suddenly shifted to one of astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief as he questioned, How do you know about the water? I am Master Wu-Tian. After all, I can discern such matters, he replied in a hushed tone, shrouded in mystery. Namu's face instantly brightened with delight as he nearly leaped in excitement, exclaiming, You truly are Master Wu-Tian. Shoo, you fool. The turtle sage quickly interjected, anxiously scanning their surroundings. Once he confirmed that no one was paying attention to their conversation, he let out a sigh of relief. To avoid detection, the turtle sage then pulled Namu outside. Why did you change your name and come to the tournament? Namu inquired, a hint of curiosity and confusion in his voice. You must know that my two disciples, Krillin and Goku, are also participating in this martial arts tournament. Under my tutelage, their growth has surpassed my expectations, particularly Goku, whose innate ferocity lends him incredible strength. The turtle sage explained earnestly. That is why I allowed him to compete, to test his abilities. However, those two are exceedingly powerful. I fear he might even secure the championship. You see, they are still immature children. If they were to win the championship now, they would become overly proud. And how would they face future trials? I wish for them to become more accomplished and great martial artists. Thus, after much contemplation, I decided to enter the arena myself, disguised as another, to teach them that there are always greater beings beyond themselves. So, your hair is indeed a wig. Upon hearing the turtle sage's explanation, Namu innocently pointed at his hair. Yes, I feared the wig would fall off, so I secured it with an exceptionally strong adhesive, and now my head itches terribly. The turtle sage admitted, scratching his head. Namu couldn't help but chuckle, his admiration for the turtle sage deepening. It is an honor to converse with you, Master, he said, bowing deeply, his eyes filled with gratitude and respect. Speaking of which, I wish to return the universal capsule you gifted me. Oh, I truly apologize. I have no money to buy water, so I have no need for it, Namu replied. Oh, ha ha ha. Mr. Namu, please follow me. The turtle sage guided Namu to a well, pointing at its opening. Look, the water source in this area is abundant. You can use as much as you like for free. If you were to buy from someone else, you would only be ridiculed. Namu's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart brimming with gratitude and surprise. Is this truly the case? He clasped his hands together and solemnly bowed to Master Roshi. I am truly grateful to you, Mr. Shenlong. Your immense kindness shall remain etched in my memory for all eternity. It is perfectly fine to forget. Farewell. Master Roshi waved his hand dismissively, not turning back. Nam, watching the retreating figure of Master Roshi, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and admiration. He then joyfully fetched water from the well, filling his universal capsule. In the fourth match, Klein faced off against Yamcha, marking the final contest for a place in the top 8. Who would emerge victorious? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. The break passed in the blink of an eye. Klein and Yamcha ascended the stage, locking eyes as the tension in the air became palpable. Let me see just how formidable Master Roshi's disciple truly is, Yamcha declared, assuming his fighting stance, his eyes glinting with determination. Klein mirrored his stance, bracing himself for the encounter. With a sharp command from the referee, both fighters became mere shadows, swiftly charging at one another. The audience held their breath, fixated on every movement in the arena. The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed through the venue as they exchanged dozens of blows, their speed dazzling to behold. Bulma and Par cheered fervently for Yamcha, while Goku clenched his fists, rallying support for Klein. Wolf-Fang Fist. After a series of exploratory exchanges, Yamcha resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. With hands shaped like claws, he launched a rapid flurry of strikes toward Klein. Alas, Klein, unable to evade, endured the impact and was sent crashing to the ground. At that moment, Klein lacked any martial techniques. His strength relied solely on physical conditioning, which proved insufficient against Yamcha's prowess. Shakily, Klein rose to his feet. Now at the end of his tether. Why do you persist? It would have been better to simply fall, he thought with a wry smile. Yet, he was already on his feet, and surrender was not an option. With a staggering charge, Klein lunged at Yamcha, throwing a punch. Yamcha observed Klein's advance with calm composure. As Klein's fist swung toward him, he deftly sidestepped, delivering a strike to Klein's abdomen. Ugh! Klein gasped, his eyes wide with shock before he collapsed. In that instant, Yamcha caught him and gently laid him on the ground. Yamcha is the victor. He advances to the semifinals. All right, everyone. Take a 10-minute break while we prepare for the semifinals. Goku rushed onto the stage to check on Klein, relieved to find him unharmed. He breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Yamcha with a smile. You've become incredibly strong. I really wish to spar with you. The old man in the next match is quite formidable as well. I would love to duel with you again, Goku, but that Ubu and Shenlong are no trifles. Yamcha replied gravely, fully aware that Shenlong was the alias of Master Roshi. He did not believe that Sun Wukong could defeat Master Wutian. Having previously observed the match between Namu and Wumu, he found it exceedingly challenging. Upon returning to the waiting room, Sun Wukong laid Krillin on the bench. At that moment, Yamcha's gaze shifted towards Wumu, who was meditating with his eyes closed. Sensing the scrutiny, Wumu opened his eyes and, upon recognizing Yamcha, nodded slightly with a faint smile. He thought to himself, indeed, Yamcha has emerged victorious. Should he win this match, and assuming no issues arise with Master Roshi, I should face him. Master Roshi possesses a multitude of energy techniques and excels in martial arts. Wumu's 8 Extremes Fist focuses solely on physical prowess. Although he has cultivated energy, he has not mastered any techniques. Moreover, in the world of his past life, which was devoid of magic, the 8 Extremes Fist was merely superior to that of an ordinary person. Contemplating this, Wumu resolved to employ the prince's battle method. The only technique that requires minimal technical skill, releasing all the energy within him in a single surge. Observing Wumu's smile, Yamcha furrowed his brow and then turned to Wukong, saying, Wukong, you must give it your all. After saying this, he headed towards Master Roshi. It would be quite embarrassing to lose to a disciple. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi felt a jolt and exclaimed, Huh? What disciple? Yamcha smiled silently as he walked away, while Master Roshi wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Thinking to himself, what a perceptive young man. This martial arts tournament is truly exhilarating. Haha. Wumu is indeed formidable. I wonder if he can claim the championship. Uncle Marlowe chuckled foolishly. Wumu brother, you will definitely win, shouted Aliga, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Yes, you will win, ha. Marlowe laughed heartily, his eyes filled with affection. Maria covered her mouth and laughed, happily watching the exchange between the father and daughter, her heart brimming with warmth. The intermission swiftly passed, and the host, microphone in hand, walked onto the stage, announcing in a booming voice, the semifinals are about to commence, with the first match featuring contestant Sun Wukong against contestant Shenlong. Upon hearing this, everyone in the waiting room exited, with Shenlong and Sun Wukong stepping onto the arena. This time, aside from Krillin, who remained unconscious, even Wumu came to observe the match. Chapter 8, Sun Wukong vs. Master Roshi. On the stage, Sun Wukong and Shenlong faced each other, their eyes ablaze with determination. Sun Wukong donned his iconic orange martial arts uniform, exuding vitality as if each strand of his hair danced with energy. In contrast, Shenlong wore a simple gray martial arts outfit, topped with a gray-white wig. Though his attire was modest, the sharpness of his gaze betrayed his true strength. The venue for the match was the martial arts tournament arena, surrounded by thousands of spectators. The audience's expressions varied. Some clenched their fists in nervousness, others nearly leaped in excitement, while many wore faces of anticipation, eager to witness this spectacular duel. The air was thick with tension and exhilaration, as everyone held their breath in anticipation of the contest's commencement. Bulma, Oolong, and Puru gathered together, their faces reflecting a mix of anxiety and eagerness. Bulma clenched her fists, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on the stage, seemingly offering silent encouragement to Sun Wukong. Oolong and Puru exchanged worried glances, their expressions a mirror of concern. This match would determine who advanced to the finals. With the referee's signal, the match officially began. Sun Wukong showcased his astonishing agility and skill, each punch accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Qianlong, drawing from his extensive experience and strategy, continually tested Sun Wukong, with each defense and counterattack appearing resolute and precise. Every exchange of blows elicited gasps and applause from the audience. As the match progressed, Bulma and her companions' expressions grew increasingly tense, alternating between cheers and sighs, completely entranced by this riveting contest. As the duel intensified, the confrontation between Sun Wukong and Qianlong became more fierce. Each strike on the stage was met with awe from the spectators. Sun Wukong's every leap seemed to defy gravity, his movements as swift as lightning, dazzling the onlookers. Meanwhile, Qianlong stood firm as an immovable mountain. His defenses were unwavering, and each counter was imbued with power and wisdom. In a sudden clash, Sun Wukong launched a ferocious assault on Qianlong with blinding speed. His fist wind stirred up a cloud of dust, as if the entire arena trembled in response to his assault. However, at that moment, Qianlong showcased his unfathomable prowess. He clasped his hands together, and under the surge of his energy, an invisible force field materialized, completely neutralizing Sun Wukong's attack. This spectacle left the audience in awe, marveling at Qianlong's profound martial skills. Bulma, Oolong, and Puar were equally astonished, their anxious expressions transforming into shock and admiration. As the match progressed, both Sun Wukong and Qianlong displayed their unique characteristics. Sun Wukong's speed and agility rendered him as fluid as a fish in water upon the stage, while Qianlong's steadiness and depth imbued each of his strikes with composure and strength. Their clash resembled a contest of speed against might, as well as a collision of youth and experience. After a particularly thrilling exchange, both combatants retreated a few paces, locking eyes with one another. In Sun Wukong's gaze sparkled respect for a formidable opponent and the thrill of challenge. Conversely, Qianlong's eyes were calm and profound, as if conveying to Sun Wukong that this contest was far from over. The atmosphere in the audience reached a fever pitch as they animatedly discussed each enthralling encounter, lavishing praise upon the performances of both fighters. Bulma, Oolong, and their companions experienced a roller coaster of emotions, cheering for Sun Wukong while expressing admiration for Qianlong's martial artistry. As the match entered its final phase, both competitors were drenched in sweat, yet their eyes remained resolute, epitomizing the indomitable spirit and perseverance of warriors. This contest was not merely a battle of martial skills, but also a confrontation of wills, regardless of the ultimate outcome. Both Sun Wukong and Qianlong had already earned the respect and applause of all present through their remarkable displays. Now, I shall unleash the Turtle School's Kamehameha, Sun Wukong declared, assuming a stance with his hands forming a lotus shape to gather energy. Observing this posture, Qianlong, unwilling to be outdone, mirrored it and murmured, "The power of the Kamehameha that I have spent years perfecting is not so easily surpassed." Strange, wasn't he the Kamehameha created by Master Roshi? Sun Wukong questioned, his brow furrowing in confusion, evidently baffled by Qianlong's words. "Why, you do have a point. That indeed is Master Roshi's signature move," Qianlong replied sheepishly, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. "But just moments ago, didn't you claim it was your creation after years of dedication? Why are you asking so many questions? With your personality, you'll never make friends," Qianlong retorted, irritation flaring on his face, though it was overshadowed by a sense of resignation. With that, both gathered their energy and directed it towards one another. "Kamehameha," they shouted in unison, thrusting their hands forward. Two waves of blue energy collided at the center of the arena, illuminating every face with its brilliance. After a brief standoff, the dispersing energy knocked both combatants to the ground. Dust swirled around the arena, and the air was thick with the scent of singed particles. "How could this happen? No, it's impossible," Qianlong exclaimed in disbelief, his face pale and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong chuckled foolishly. "Kamehameha against Kamehameha, how I did it. His smile was brimming with pride and excitement, as if he had just accomplished something remarkable. It was hard to believe. He had managed to suppress my Kamehameha with his own. Rising to his feet, Master Roshi gazed at Sun Wukong, murmuring softly, his eyes shimmering with a complex blend of astonishment and satisfaction. The audience was astounded, witnessing such a spectacular duel. They erupted in cheers, their applause reverberating like thunder across the arena. How astonishing! It is said that only Master Mutian can wield the Kamehameha, yet there is another, aside from contestant Qianlong, who possesses this skill. The host exclaimed in disbelief. Phantom Fist. Qianlong realized that Sun Wukong's energy wave was on par with his own and decided to alter his strategy, employing another technique. What is this? Sun Wukong murmured, his eyes darting around, scanning the surrounding illusions. The real body is. Suddenly, he swung his fist violently behind him, but once again struck only an illusion. Another illusion. At that moment, Qianlong had silently appeared behind Sun Wukong, delivering a fierce kick. Haraha! Double Phantom Fist. Do you concede? Sun Wukong rose from the ground, wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Yoshi, let me give it a try too. Damn it. Always copying others' techniques. Qianlong thought in frustration as he observed Sun Wukong's illusion. This must be the double phantom. He swiftly turned to attack the side illusion, but struck nothing but air. What? In the instant Qianlong was momentarily dazed, Sun Wukong suddenly descended upon him from above. It's the triple phantom. Doesn't it look familiar? Qianlong stood up, clutching his head, gritting his teeth as he spoke. You little brat. How dare you strike your master's head, you unfilial disciple. He had never found Sun Wukong so insufferable. With an innocent expression, Sun Wukong exclaimed, why would my master be an old grandpa? My master is the turtle sage. Indeed, it was a slip of the tongue. Ahaha. Qianlong's face flushed crimson as he chuckled awkwardly. You truly are peculiar, old grandpa, Sun Wukong scoffed. Qianlong's countenance darkened, and he bellowed, enough with the prattle. At this point, receive my attack. With that, he swayed unsteadily, as if intoxicated. The audience gasped in astonishment. Is Qianlong truly inebriated? Could last night's revelry be affecting him today? As Sun Wukong pondered this perplexity, Qianlong took the opportunity to close in and strike, catching Sun Wukong off guard and landing several blows. What are you doing? Sun Wukong demanded. Qianlong maintained his drunken facade, offering no explanation. To the side, Yamcha interjected. That's a drunken boxing technique. Be cautious, Wukong. A fighting style reminiscent of my late grandfather. How vexing. Sun Wukong murmured, scratching the back of his head. Suddenly, he emitted a strange cry and crawled toward Qianlong. The latter was forced to retreat from the unexpected assault. What a peculiar punch, akin to a wild monkey. Hee. This is Monkey Fist, Sun Wukong declared. The tide of the match shifted dramatically as he began to overpower Qianlong, who had to summon all his strength to defend himself. Meanwhile, Bulma and the others were elated, unable to contain their joy, while Yamcha watched Qianlong with a sense of schadenfreude. Observing the scene, Ubu realized that the turtle sage had yet to unveil his ultimate technique. As anticipated, the moment had come. Chapter 9. The stubborn Wukong, Ubu advances. Reluctantly, he had to resort to his secret move. Although it was perilous, Wukong ought not to perish. Universal. Earth-shattering. Palm. Qianlong, now at a disadvantage, was resolute in finishing the fight. Understanding the extent of Sun Wukong's growth, he intended to use this technique to defeat him, imparting the lesson that there are always greater forces at play. Qianlong gathered golden electric energy in his hands and launched it towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong cried out in agony, the golden electricity enveloping his entire body. Just admit defeat, Qianlong urged. I will not. Sun Wukong retorted defiantly. Hurry and yield, or you will perish. Qianlong implored anxiously. I refuse to lose to you. Qianlong shouted, you stubborn fool, you truly will die. Bulma and the others watched with concern, urging him to relent. The audience held their breath, as if they could hear each other's heartbeats. Don't be so headstrong, Wukong. Surrender. You've done splendidly, Wukong. Hearing the encouragement from his friends, Sun Wukong contemplated conceding, but just as he was about to speak, he fainted from exhaustion. Wukong. Qianlong hastily withdrew his energy and rushed to check on him, administering CPR. Moments later, Sun Wukong opened his eyes and weakly remarked, Old Grandpa, your technique is truly formidable. Relieved to see son Wukong safe, Qianlong turned his gaze to the announcer without uttering a word. Congratulations to Qianlong for advancing to the finals. The next match will be Yamcha versus Ubu. As Qianlong carried son Wukong off the stage, Ubu and Yamcha stepped forward. In the vast arena, Ubu and Yamcha stood facing each other. The audience held their breath, feeling the palpable tension in the air. Ubu clenched his fists, determination in his eyes. He thought to himself that victory here would lead him to the finals. His body leaned slightly forward, legs taut, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Yamcha regarded him intently. Let me see just how strong you are. He stood on the arena like a steadfast mountain, his hands poised like claws of a wolf. The battle was on the brink of eruption, as Ebony's figure flickered and surged towards Yamcha like a wraith. His footsteps were light and agile, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, stirring up a cloud of dust, akin to a golden whirlwind. Yamcha remained unhurried, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Like a wolf, he deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the onslaught of the Ebony. In the blink of an eye, he skillfully employed the principle of yielding to overcome strength, dissipating the force of the Ebony's attack into nothingness. Observing this, the Ebony furrowed his brow slightly and promptly altered his approach. He took a deep breath, and with a sudden thrust of his right hand, unleashed the mountain splitter palm. The gust of his palm howled like a tempest, carrying an overwhelming force that seemed poised to obliterate everything in its path. Yamcha, not daring to hesitate for a moment, nimbly leapt backward, evading the ferocious strike. In an instant, he soared into the air, executing a kick that traced a graceful yet fierce arc. The wind generated whistling and causing the surrounding leaves to rustle violently. Wumu retreated a few steps, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Behold my technique. The tiger's subduing stance. His voice thundered, resonating throughout the arena. Yamcha narrowed his eyes slightly, crossing his arms over his chest, preparing to withstand this formidable attack. He stepped back a few paces, sensing the formidable strength of his opponent. His gaze was intense, fixed firmly upon the ebony figure. He took a deep breath, harmonizing his breath and rhythm. Then, his legs began to bend slightly, poised for action. Super Wolf Fong Wind Fist. In an instant, Yamcha's body propelled forward like an arrow released from a bow. His leg muscles were taut, and strength surged forth in an instant. As he charged forward, his body leaned slightly, as if merging with the wind itself. His legs whirled with the speed of a tempest, generating a powerful gust of wind. Wherever he passed, dust swirled up, creating a magnificent spectacle, as if a colossal dragon was soaring through the air, roaring toward the ebony wood. Upon witnessing the whirlwind-like approach of Yamcha, Ebony Wood's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, yet he remained composed and unflustered. He swiftly shifted his stance, attempting to sidestep the fierce blow. However, Yamcha's speed was astonishing, leaving Ubyuma no choice but to hurriedly extend his arms in defense. Yamcha's movements were fluid and instinctive, each swipe of his claws and kick of his legs imbued with both power and grace. His speed increased exponentially, his legs and claws weaving together in the air to form a dense, intricate web that dazzled the onlookers. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to be stirred by the force of his punches, emitting a sharp, piercing howl. This howl resonated like the beating of war drums, urging Yamcha to unleash even greater power. The audience remained transfixed, their eyes glued to the two combatants, fearful of missing any breathtaking moments. The might of the Super Wolf Fong Fist was astonishing, its momentum akin to an unstoppable tide, demolishing all in its path. Despite Ebony's utmost effort to withstand the assault, he could still feel the overwhelming impact, his feet sliding backwards on the ground, leaving deep grooves in their wake. In the face of such an immense onslaught, Ebony's expression grew increasingly grave. He clenched his jaw tightly, focusing intently on countering Yamcha's aggression. Ebony reflected internally, truly, Yamcha of the earlier stages is remarkable, possessing extraordinary martial talent. Meanwhile, Yamcha did not revel in his fleeting advantage but instead regarded Ebony with a serious demeanor. Ebony prepared to launch his own offensive. Yamcha, be wary. The next move, if you cannot counter, could be fatal. Ebony's form was agile as he stepped forward, his right arm sweeping out in a powerful motion, executing a fierce chop from the Eight Extremes fist, akin to a colossal axe aimed at his opponent. Yet, Yamcha remained unperturbed, slightly shifting his body to effortlessly evade the ferocious strike. He quickly retaliated, employing his deft leg techniques to neutralize Ebony's assault. Undeterred, Ebony swiftly adjusted his stance. unleashing a flurry of punches like a tempest. Each strike was imbued with formidable strength, accompanied by the whistling of the wind. Yamcha adeptly countered each attack, skillfully maneuvering through the flurry of punches. He occasionally sidestepped, at times extending his hand to block, skillfully neutralizing the attacks of Ebony. Suddenly, Ebony unleashed a technique known as the mountain-crushing palm, its force akin to a thunderbolt, aimed directly at his opponent's chest. However, Yamcha had anticipated this move. He swiftly retreated a step while simultaneously drawing an arc with both hands, employing softness to overcome rigidity, thereby dissipating the palm's power. The two engaged in a dynamic exchange, their moves unpredictable and fluid. Each strike resonated with a clash of strength and technique, leaving the spectators in awe. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Yamate's breathing grew increasingly labored. Yet his gaze remained resolute. He was acutely aware that a moment's inattention could lead to his downfall. Ultimately, after a series of intense exchanges, Ebony seized upon a flaw in Yamate's defense, delivering a decisive Iron Mountain lean that sent Yamate flying out of the ring. Ebony, however, did not revel in arrogance. Instead, he smiled, commending Yamate's performance. This spectacular duel not only showcased the appropriate application of Baji-Quan in this realm, but also revealed Yamate's profound foundational skills. Oh! The audience erupted in a cacophony of applause, their cheers resounding like thunder, echoing endlessly. Uncle Marlowe's family could not contain their excitement, rising to cheer for Ebony. Congratulations to Ebony for advancing to the finals. After a brief intermission of half an hour, the final match will feature Ebony against Chun-Long. Chapter 10. The Final. The rest period swiftly elapsed, and the referee in the center of the ring raised the microphone, announcing in a robust voice, "The match commences. Ebony versus Chun-Long. Please step onto the stage." As Ebony and Chun-Long entered the arena, Uncle Marlowe's family cheered passionately from the crowd, their voices distinctly resonating amidst the excited throng. "Go, Ebony. You are the best." Uncle Marlowe waved his arms, his voice imbued with vigor. Ebony acknowledged them with a nod, a confident smile gracing his face. Before turning his attention to Chun-Long, he understood that he was facing Master Roshi. The referee stood in the center of the ring, proclaiming loudly, "The match begins." Wu Mu and Chun-Long ascended the platform slowly, exchanging smiles, as a tense atmosphere enveloped them. "Wu Mu, your performance has been commendable. Yet I hope you do not underestimate an old man like me," Master Roshi remarked calmly, a hint of anticipation evident in his voice. Wu Mu nodded, responding earnestly, "Master Wu Tian, I have always admired your prowess. It is an honor to battle with you." Upon hearing Wu Mu's address, Master Roshi chose not to counter, anticipating this moment. Realizing that apart from son Wukong, most had likely discerned his identity. At the referee's command, the finals officially commenced. Wu Mu knew that, in the face of Master Roshi, he must take the initiative. He focused his mind and dashed forward with remarkable speed, attempting to breach the Turtle Sage's defenses with lightning swiftness. The Turtle Sage smiled faintly, gracefully retreating and effortlessly evading the strike from the ebony figure. His movements were graceful and composed, as if everything were within his control. "Wu Mu, your speed is impressive. Yet mere velocity is insufficient," the Turtle Hermit gently remarked, promptly launching a counterattack. Although his motions were not swift, each strike was remarkably precise and imbued with astonishing power. Wu Mu gritted his teeth, striving to evade, while simultaneously seeking an opportunity for retaliation. He understood profoundly that each of his attacks must be executed with precision if he were to unsettle this master. The intensity of their battle escalated, with every strike from the Ebony Warrior deftly countered by the Turtle Sage, while the Sage's counterattacks thrust the Ebony Warrior into a dire struggle. "Ebony, you are still young on the path of martial arts. It is not achieved in a day." The Turtle Sage imparted wisdom amidst the fray. "To attain true strength, it is not merely about technique and might. The state of one's mind is paramount. A relentless pursuit of power leads one astray." In the heat of combat, the Ebony Warrior gradually began to grasp the profound meaning behind the Sage's words. He began to adjust his breathing and rhythm, no longer attacking blindly, but instead seeking the most opportune moment. As time passed, the onslaught of Ebony became increasingly steady. Although he still could not gain the upper hand, he was now better equipped to counter Master Roshi's attacks. "Well done, Ebony, you are beginning to understand," Master Roshi commended, simultaneously intensifying his assault, clearly aiming to further test Ebony's mettle. The two moved across the arena like dancers, their strikes landing with palpable force. The audience was captivated by this splendid confrontation, erupting into waves of gasps and applause. At that moment, Ebony discerned a slight opening in Master Roshi's defense. He did not hesitate to launch the Iron Mountain Press. Master Roshi, seemingly anticipating this move, smiled faintly, pivoted his body, and deftly evaded Ebony's strike, swiftly countering with a blow aimed directly at Ebony's vital points. Ebony dodged in haste, but still felt the brush of Master Roshi's attack, leaving a faint mark. Steadying himself, he inhaled deeply. In the face of Master Roshi's nearly impeccable offensive, he understood that he could no longer afford to attack blindly as before. He needed to find the perfect moment, one that would catch Master Roshi off guard. Wumu, your progress is astonishing, but the key lies in whether you can breach my defenses, Master Roshi remarked with a smile. As if admiring a raw gem, Wumu clenched his fists, his determination intensifying. Mr. Wutian, I am ready. No sooner had he spoken than Wumu surged forward, his form akin to a bolt of lightning, charging at Master Roshi. This time, his attack was no longer a mere straightforward assault. He employed all the techniques and skills he had mastered, seeking to uncover the slightest opening in Master Roshi's defenses. For the first time, a hint of seriousness appeared on Master Roshi's countenance, his hands moving with the grace of fish gliding through water, deftly parrying Wumu's strikes. Yet, Wumu's assault was evidently distinct this time, utilizing a different application of the 8 Extremes fist, rendering his movements unpredictable, compelling Master Roshi to concentrate more intently. Well done, Wumu. It seems I must reveal my true prowess. Suddenly, Master Roshi's aura shifted, and an invisible current seemed to envelop his body. Wumu sensed an unprecedented pressure. Yet he did not falter. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit further. Come, Master Wutian, let me witness your true strength. The two engaged once more, their clash growing ever more intense. Each of Wumu's strikes radiated power and speed, while Master Roshi deftly countered and evaded with his unfathomable martial arts. In the midst of this fierce confrontation, Wumu suddenly perceived an opportunity. In a fleeting moment, a subtle movement from Master Roshi revealed a glimmer of hope. Without a moment's hesitation, Wumu concentrated all his strength and unleashed the Tuyin Peak. This time, he did not merely rely on force, but infused his very essence into the punch, merging his understanding of martial arts with his yearning for victory. A flicker of surprise crossed Master Roshi's eyes, evidently. He had not anticipated that Wumu could unleash such power and speed. He attempted to evade, but this time, the speed of Ebony's attack was too swift. He could only strive to defend himself. The clash of their powers reverberated through the air, producing a deafening sound. The entire arena seemed to tremble in that instant, as the audience held their breath, anxiously observing the two combatants on the stage. Both Ebony and Master Roshi were momentarily pushed back by the force of one another. Yet they quickly regained their footing, standing face to face, their gazes filled with mutual respect. Ebony, you have succeeded. You have made me feel the pressure, Master Roshi remarked with a smile, his voice brimming with admiration. Though Ebony was panting, a spark of determination glimmered in his eyes. Master Wukong, to earn your recognition is my greatest honor. Master Roshi stood firm, his gaze piercing as he took a deep breath, then clasped his hands together, slowly pulling them apart as if he were gathering an invisible energy from the air. Ebony, watch closely. This is the Kamehameha. A tone of solemnity tinged Master Roshi's voice. Ebony anxiously adjusted his stance, aware that a true trial awaited him. This was the moment to formally engage with the power dynamics of this world. He took a deep breath, focusing his mind, preparing to confront the onslaught of Master Roshi. With a resounding shout from Master Roshi, a formidable wave of energy erupted from his hands, hurtling towards Yumo. This wave of energy surged with astonishing speed, accompanied by a searing gust, seemingly capable of penetrating anything in its path. As Yumo witnessed the energy wave rapidly approaching, a sense of urgency gripped him, prompting him to activate the prince's combat strategy. His hands moved swiftly, unleashing countless waves of energy that burst forth like scattered bullets, attempting to counter the Kame Sennin's energy wave. Chapter 11. Breakthrough in Martial Arts. Becoming the champion. The two forces clashed violently in the air, producing a thunderous roar. Although the Prince of Ebony's combat technique successfully deflected a portion of the energy waves, a small fraction penetrated his defenses, striking him back several steps. Ha, young man, it seems you still have much to learn, the Kame Sennin remarked with a smile. his eyes glimmering with appreciation. Ebony steadied himself, a resolute expression gracing his features. Master Wu Tian, your Kamehameha is indeed formidable, but I shall not concede so easily. Very well, let us continue. The Kame Sinan's voice brimmed with fighting spirit as he prepared to launch another attack. The two engaged once more, with Ebony now more cautious and observant, striving to discern the patterns in the Kame Sinan's assaults and seeking opportunities for counterattacks. Meanwhile, the Kame Sinan continuously varied his attack methods, keeping Ebony on his toes. As time progressed, the match reached an intense climax. Each encounter between Ebony and the Kame Sinan was charged with tension, the audience holding their breath, captivated by the duel unfolding in the arena. Ebony, your strength is commendable, but let us see how you handle this. The Kame Sinan suddenly accelerated, launching a fierce barrage upon Ebony. Gritting his teeth, Ebony evaded with all his might while searching for a chance to strike back. In that moment, he detected a minuscule opening in the Kame Sinan's defense, too fleeting for him to adjust his technique. Without hesitation, Ebony unleashed a full-force attack. This time, both his speed and power reached their zenith, delivering a direct blow to the Kame Sinan, causing him to stagger back several steps. The Kame Sinan regained his footing, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Well done, Ebony. Your progress is truly impressive. Though gasping for breath, Ebony's eyes sparkled with indomitable spirit. Master Wu Tian, I have yet to reach my limits. The duel continued, each exchange leaving the audience in awe. Ebony's every strike was infused with determination and strength, while the Kame Sinan deftly countered with his profound martial arts prowess. As the match progressed, Ebony gradually sensed the burgeoning power within him, each attack growing mightier than the last. Observing Ebony's performance, the Kame Sinan's admiration deepened. At that moment, Ebony initiated a fierce assault, channeling nearly all his energy into his fist. Although the Kame Sinan attempted to evade, the speed was overwhelming, forcing him to defend with all his might. The forces collided once more in a thunderous clash, and this time, Ebony's attack clearly gained the upper hand, pushing the Kame Sinan back several steps until he finally stabilized at the edge of the arena. The Kame Sinan steadied himself, gazing at Ebony with eyes reflecting acknowledgement and admiration. Ebony, you have performed admirably. I underestimated you. Your potential far exceeds my expectations. Breathless yet resolute, Ebony felt an overwhelming sense of pride at the Kame Sinan's recognition. Master Wu Tian, it is an unforgettable experience to spar with a master of your caliber. Once again, they stood in the center of the arena, and though the match was not yet concluded, everyone present could feel the shock and inspiration stemming from this confrontation. The battle between the Kame Sinan and Ebony was not merely a test of strength, but a testament to the essence of martial arts. The Kame Sinan prepared to launch another attack, this time gathering even more energy, evidently aiming to employ his ultimate technique to determine the victor. Ebony readied himself, aware that the final confrontation was imminent. He must exert every ounce of strength to have a chance at victory. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense once more, the audience holding their breath in anticipation of this ultimate clash. The Kame Sinan's form flickered across the stage, his speed dazzling. Ebony focused intently, striving to catch a glimpse of his movements. Ebony, are you ready? This will be the strongest attack you have ever witnessed. The Kame Sinan's deep voice resonated throughout the arena as his hands began to gather brilliant light. Ebony took a deep breath, adjusting his stance. Master Wu Tian, I am prepared. Please guide me. His voice resonated with unwavering resolve, and a glimmer of challenge sparkled in his gaze. Are you ready? Kamehameha. With a thunderous shout, Master Roshi unleashed the amassed energy towards Yuwood. A colossal sphere of light surged forth at an astonishing speed, hurtling towards him. Yuwood did not evade. He understood that this was a test set forth by Master Roshi, one he must confront head-on. Abandoning the princely tactics, he clasped his hands together. Channeling his energy as a wave of azure aura erupted from his palms, meeting the immense light sphere. This technique shall be called the Divine Wind Wave. The two forces clashed violently in midair, producing a deafening roar. The light sphere began to dissipate under the weight of Yuwood's power, until it ultimately vanished. The audience gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom that Yuwood could withstand Master Roshi's formidable strike. A faint smile graced Master Roshi's lips as he regarded Yuwood with approval. Indeed, Yuwood, your prowess has surpassed my expectations. However, the contest is far from over. You must remain vigilant for the next assault. Yuwood nodded, his expression growing more grave. Master Wu Tian, Please proceed. He realized that the preceding encounters were entirely designed to familiarize him with martial combat. His previous experience in a martial arts academy differed vastly from the training in this realm. As the subsequent rounds of attacks unfolded, the speed and strength of Master Roshi continuously escalated. Although Omu managed to withstand the blows, each encounter proved to be exceedingly strenuous. At that moment, a spark of inspiration struck Yumo. He recalled Master Roshi's earlier teachings, which emphasized that true strength emanates not solely from the body, but also from the spirit. Yumo closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and endeavored to forge a connection between his mind and body. He felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body. When he opened his eyes once more, his gaze had transformed into one of extraordinary resolve. He addressed the turtle sage, saying, "Master Mateto, I am profoundly grateful for your guidance. I believe I have discovered the key to my breakthrough." The turtle sage smiled and nodded. "Then let me witness your achievement." With a mighty roar, Yuwood unleashed his full power, propelling himself towards the turtle sage like a cannonball. The turtle sage, undaunted, met him head-on. In the air, they clashed, each collision resonating with tremendous sound. Yuwood's speed and strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. Even the turtle sage felt the pressure mounting. As the battle progressed, Yuwood sensed his power escalating, each strike growing more formidable than the last. Ultimately, in a decisive encounter, Yuwood successfully identified the turtle sage's vulnerability, landing a blow to a critical point. The turtle sage staggered back a few steps, yet he bore no anger. Instead, a satisfied smile graced his face. "Yuwood, congratulations. You have transcended. Forge your own path. Your future knows no bounds." "I concede." With a smile directed at Yuwood, the turtle sage invited, "You are welcome to visit my little island." His objective has been accomplished. The title of champion holds little significance now. Initially, he merely wished for his disciples to comprehend that there are always individuals beyond their kin and realms beyond their reach. To his surprise, he encountered a martial artist unlike any they had seen before, and in a moment of exhilaration, he felt compelled to offer guidance. "Very well, Master Wutian. I shall seek your counsel." Wu Mu would never belittle the turtle hermit. Despite his lecherous tendencies and waning combat prowess, he remains a venerable master of his craft. The turtle hermit nodded and descended the arena. Congratulations to contestant Wu Mu for his victory. He is crowned champion and awarded a prize of 500,000. In the audience, Uncle Marlowe rose in excitement, cheering, while the other spectators celebrated the emergence of the champion. Wu Mu, panting, wore a smile upon his face. Chapter 12. The Quest for Karen Tower. Upon receiving his prize, Wu Mu hurried to Uncle Marlowe and presented the entire sum to him. "Wu Mu, what is the meaning of this?" Uncle Marlowe exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at the money in his hands, bewildered. Wu Mu took a deep breath, his eyes shimmering with a fervent desire and resolve to grow stronger. At this juncture, he realized that to master the learning methods of the Dragon Ball world, he must ascend Karen Tower. "Uncle Marlowe, I am deeply grateful for your care over these past 5 years. I do not intend to return. I now understand my current level of strength. I require further experience and aim to seek out the legendary immortal." Uncle Marlowe accepted the prize, his expression a mixture of emotions. He recognized that Wu Mu was an ambitious individual, yet he was taken aback by the latter's decision to embark on a quest for the legendary immortals. This choice signified that Wu Mu was about to embark on a journey fraught with uncertainty and peril. "Wu Mu, the path to seek the immortals is fraught with dangers. Are you truly prepared?" Uncle Marlowe inquired with a furrowed brow. Wu Mu resolutely nodded. "I am ready. No matter the challenges that lie ahead, I shall not waver. For years, I have been training for this moment, and I believe it is time to pursue my dreams." Uncle Marlowe fell silent for a moment, ultimately exhaling a heavy sigh. "Since you have made your decision, I shall not impede you further. However, you should keep this reward. The journey is long, and you will need these funds to ensure a smooth passage." Wu Mu shook his head. "Uncle Marlowe, this money is not essential for me. I hope you will use it to take good care of yourself. As for me, I shall earn everything I need through my own efforts." Seeing the determination in Wu Mu's eyes, Uncle Marlowe realized he could no longer voice any objections. He cast a deep glance at Yuwood, ultimately letting out a sigh. "Well, since you have made up your mind, I can only wish you smooth sailing. Remember, no matter the difficulties you encounter, do not give up. Hold steadfast to your dreams. If one day you wish to return, remember, this will always be your home." Tears glistened in Alaga's eyes as she gazed at Yuwood. Thank you, uncle, for your care over the years. I will remember your words and will not give up easily. Yuwu nodded, then looked at Alaga. Alaga, I will remember. You must listen to Uncle Marlowe. After bidding farewell to Uncle Marlowe and his family, Yuwu walked towards Sun Wukong. At that moment, Master Roshi had removed his disguise and joined Sun Wukong and the others. Under their scrutiny, he concocted a flimsy excuse to deflect their questions. Yuwu approached Sun Wukong, who appeared as confident and optimistic as ever. Wukong, now that the martial arts tournament has concluded, what are your plans? Yuwu inquired tentatively. Sun Wukong turned his head, revealing his signature grin. Hee, I plan to search for my grandfather's relics, and then I think I will continue my training. After all, there are still many formidable opponents in the outside world. I cannot afford to stagnate. Yuwu nodded, fully understanding Sun Wukong's insatiable fighting spirit. Just then, Master Roshi approached, his gaze seemingly harboring deeper significance. Oh, what are you two discussing? He inquired casually. Sun Wukong immediately replied, Master Roshi, I was contemplating my training plan following the martial arts tournament. Master Roshi stroked his beard and spoke earnestly. Training is indeed important. However, there are many things in this world that are worth learning. But, Wukong, don't you think it is also essential to occasionally relax and enjoy life? Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. I just find training incredibly enjoyable. Yuwu listened from the side, feeling a sense of admiration. Sun Wukong's passion and dedication to training were truly commendable, and a part of his desire to attend martial arts school in his previous life stemmed from this very inspiration. Suddenly, he posed a question, Master Wu Tian, do you know the whereabouts of the revered Karen? It was said that you had received guidance from Karen in your youth. The turtle hermit gestured towards a direction. Karen resides atop the towering Karen Tower, which is guarded by vigilant sentinels. To meet Karen, one must personally ascend the tower. Proceed in this direction, and you shall behold the edifice. Wumu gazed towards the direction indicated by the turtle hermit and bid him farewell. Thank you, Master Wu Tian, for your guidance during the tournament. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to let me know. Farewell, Wukong. I look forward to our next encounter. Wumu glanced at Wukong, then nodded toward Yamucha and the others. After departing from the martial arts arena, Wumu embarked on his journey to Karen Tower. Along the way, he reflected on his personal growth. He had experienced breakthroughs during his match with the Turtle Hermit and anticipated further advancement under Karen's mentorship. Furthermore, he planned to continue his quest for the Dragon Balls to fulfill his desires. As Wumu set forth toward Karen Tower, his heart brimmed with hope for the future and contemplation of the past. He contemplated that although the martial arts tournament had concluded, it marked a new beginning for him. He eagerly anticipated that under the guidance of Master Karen, he would be able to adapt the martial arts to this world. Just then, Ebony suddenly heard a faint cry for help. He instantly became alert, scanning his surroundings in search of the source of the sound. Not far away, he spotted a little boy who appeared to have climbed a tree in pursuit of a flying bird, but now seemed too frightened to descend. Wumu approached gently and inquired, Little one, what is your name? Why did you climb the tree? The boy looked at Wumu with trepidation, stammering. I am Shaojia. I saw a beautiful bird perched on the tree, and I wanted to climb up to take a look. But now I can't get down. Wumu smiled reassuringly, saying, Do not be afraid, Shaojia. I will help you down. With that, Wumu effortlessly leaped into the tree, carefully cradling Shaojia in his arms before jumping down to the ground. Safely on solid ground, Shaojia exclaimed with excitement, Thank you, big brother. You are truly amazing. Wumu gently patted Shaojia's head, smiling as he advised, Shaojia, refrain from climbing trees carelessly in the future. If you find yourself in danger, always seek help from an adult first. Shaojia nodded, his eyes gleaming with admiration for Wumu. Big brother, where are you headed? Wumu gazed into the distance, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. I am bound for Corinta to seek the guidance of Master Karina and continue my path of cultivation. Curiosity piqued, Shaojia asked, What is Corinta? Who is Master Karina? Wumu smiled and explained, Corinta is a tower that pierces the clouds, and Master Karina is a formidable martial artist. I aspire to receive his instruction to become stronger. Shaojia listened in awe, never having heard of such wondrous places and figures. Big brother, you must persevere. I believe you can become even stronger. Wumu smiled gently and nodded. Thank you, Shaojia. I will. Now, I must continue on my journey. And you should return home and refrain from climbing trees. After bidding farewell to Shaojia, Wumu resumed his journey toward Corinta, his heart brimming with aspirations for the future and a fervent desire for cultivation. He understood that although the road ahead was fraught with challenges, with steadfast perseverance, there would come a day when he would realize his dreams. Chapter 13. Ascending Kalinta. In the heart of the southwestern Indian Plains Great Forest, Kalinta stood before him. After racing through the woods for 3 days, he encountered a village where he paused to rest and inquire about Kalinta. The elderly man before him, having once attempted to scale Kalinta in his youth, had met with failure. After expressing his gratitude to the elder, he resumed his rapid journey toward Kalinta. Days later, the vast forest loomed ahead. Without hesitation, he plunged deeper into the woods. As he emerged from the trees, the twilight had settled over the forest's center. This must be Kalinta. He lifted his gaze to behold the towering white pillar, reminiscent of the original animation. His heart swelled with emotion. Indeed, it was only by confronting it directly that one could truly grasp its awe-inspiring presence, a sensation utterly absent from the screen. Who are you? Have you come here to challenge Kalinta? At that moment, a robust man emerged from the tent beneath Kalinta, exuding a fierce aura. Accompanied by a child clad in traditional Indian attire, their dark skin adorned with body paint, and their hair decorated with what appeared to be wild feathers. Observing their attire, he immediately recognized them as the guardians of the Tower of Corinne, the father and son duo known as UPA. In the original narrative, UPA's father, Bora, was exceptionally powerful and had aided son Wukong. Tragically, he perished while protecting UPA during the Red Ribbon Army's quest for the Dragon Balls. Contemplating this, Omu resolved to lend assistance if he possessed the capability, and he intended to climb the Tower of Corinne first. "My name is Omu," he said gently. "I have heard tales of the residents of the Immortals and wish to learn." Bora, accustomed to such encounters, replied, "Why not rest for the night? We have spare tents available." Omu, reflecting on the exhausting days of relentless travel, agreed, realizing the necessity of recuperation. After tidying up, Bora and his son invited Omu to step outside the tent. "Omu, my brother," Bora called, "I have just roasted some meat. Please join me and replenish your energy." Omu nodded and seated himself opposite Bora, the warmth of the fire illuminating the surroundings. A skewer of succulent pork sizzled over the flames, and upon seeing the juicy morsels, Omu swallowed hard. Noticing Omu's eager expression, Bora chuckled, "It's ready. Don't be shy, dig in." Unable to contain himself any longer, Omu tore off a piece of meat and savored it with gusto. "Delicious," he exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. "I have been on the road for so long without a decent meal. It's truly heart-wrenching." "Do not take offense, dear brother Omu," Bora continued. "Our clan has guarded the Tower of Corinne for generations and encountered numerous challengers. Only Mr. Mateto succeeded 300 years ago." Bora gazed up at the towering structure, shaking his head with a sigh. "Those who failed were fortunate to return alive. The unfortunate ones met a grim fate, shattered upon the ground below. I have attempted to ascend myself, yet the tower seems endless. Omu, I urge you, should you feel unable to continue, do not hesitate to descend." Omu swallowed the last of his food, aware that with his current prowess, comparable to that of Master Rashi, he could indeed make the climb. But he chose to remain humble. "Thank you for your counsel, Brother Bora. I will descend if I sense my strength waning." Bora smiled at Omu's response, nodding in approval. "Very well, finish your meal and rest. I shall watch from below tomorrow." After his meal, feeling satisfied, Omu stretched his neck and limbs before heading to the river to wash up. Once refreshed, he called out to Bora, "Brother Bora, I shall retire for the night." "All right." The following day, Omu rose early, practicing a few sets of Bajiquan by the river before settling down in meditation to attune himself to the energy within. During the climactic battle with Master Mateto, he had unexpectedly broken through, and now he assessed his state to be at the mid-level of dark energy. He had never categorized martial arts into distinct levels, and this was merely his personal evaluation. A prolonged stay at a certain level naturally led to breakthroughs. Moreover, he was uncertain how the energy from the Dragon Balls was classified into levels. His breakthrough was solely due to the sudden expansion of his physical capacity, allowing for a greater flow of energy. By the standards of combat power assessment, he believed he possessed a fighting strength of around 145 to 150. Once he ascended the tower and honed his skills, he intended to explore the cosmos. "Omu, are you ready?" Bora approached and inquired. Omu nodded affirmatively. "Brother Bora, I am prepared." Bora placed a reassuring hand on Omu's shoulder. "Remember, if you sense danger, descend immediately." though the Tower of Corinne is shrouded in mystery. Life is far more precious. Omu smiled in response. Rest assured, I shall proceed with caution. They walked together to the base of Calinta, where Ebony gazed upward at the tower's cloud-piercing summit, a surge of resolute challenge blossoming within his heart. He began to ascend, employing both hands and feet, steadily making his way upward, one step at a time. Brave child, may the divine protect you. Bra whispered a silent prayer, his gaze unwavering from the silhouette of Wumu. Initially, Calinta's surface proved to be smoother than Wumu had anticipated, requiring more time to locate suitable handholds and footholds. Wumu quietly recited Bra's words in his mind, striving to remain calm as he gradually found his rhythm. With the increase in altitude, the wind grew stronger, and Wumu sensed an unprecedented challenge ahead. He could sense the energy flowing within him, as if responding to Carinta's call. With each ascent, Wumu would pause to regulate his breathing and attune himself to the flow of energy inside, which gradually calmed his heart. Time seemed to lose its significance amidst this climb. Wumu was unaware of how long he had been scaling the heights. His fingers began to tingle, and his muscles protested against the relentless exertion. Yet he pressed on, for he understood that this endeavor was not merely a test of physical stamina, but also an opportunity to fortify his willpower. After several hours of climbing, Wumu felt his strength waning, and every pull upward became increasingly arduous. He paused, leaning against a protrusion of the Calinta to rest, closing his eyes to take deep breaths in an attempt to restore his strength. At that moment, he heard a faint voice. Omu, do not give up. You are so close to the summit. Omu opened his eyes, scanning the surroundings for the source of the sound, yet saw nothing. He realized that this might be the voice of his inner self, or perhaps the celestial cat of Carinta was encouraging him. He could go on. Ebony rallied his spirits and continued his ascent. Finally, when he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to reach the summit of Carinta, he collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the boundless scenery around him, his heart brimming with an unprecedented sense of accomplishment and awe. For a moment, standing atop the tower, Ebony surveyed the expanse, observing the clouds ebbing gently beneath him, as if the entire world lay at his feet. In that instant, he felt an unparalleled sense of freedom and achievement. Is this the sensation of transcending one's limits? Ebony murmured to himself, feeling an invigorating power swell within. Subsequently, he settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. He wished to immortalize the sensation of this moment, an experience that transcended his limits, believing it would bestow upon him boundless strength in his future endeavors. As he sensed the energy coursing through him, it felt as though he had become one with the universe. At that instant, a gentle voice resonated in his ear. Welcome to Calinta, young one. Turning around, he beheld a cat, leaning on a cane, slowly approaching him. He recognized him as the Sage of Calinta. Chapter 14. The guidance of the Sage. Omu stood and took a few steps forward, bowing respectfully. The Sage nodded, acknowledging, I am aware of your purpose here. However, merely arriving at this place has already demonstrated your resolve and strength. What would you like to learn? After a moment of contemplation, Omu earnestly replied, I wish to learn how to better control my energy and to apply it more adeptly in combat. The Sage smiled and nodded. That is something I can certainly teach you, though your energy is indeed quite formidable. Oh dear, cover your eyes and try to catch me, the Sage said, attaching a bell to his cane and tossing a strip of cloth to Omu. Carefully, Omu blindfolded himself, gripping the cloth tightly, feeling a mix of tension and excitement. Shall I begin? He inquired tentatively, groping for direction as he moved towards the sound of the bell. Yes, let us commence, the Sage's voice echoed softly, seemingly emanating from all directions, making it difficult for Omu to discern its exact location. Omu slowly turned in place, attempting to detect the Sage's position through the gentle breeze. The sound of the bell fluctuated, sometimes distant, at other times near, leaving him thoroughly perplexed. How are you faring? Do you perceive my location? The Sage's voice seemed to whisper right beside him. Omu bent forward, nodding, and dashed towards him. Very good, but your movements remain too slow. The Sage remarked from a short distance away, the bell's sound shifting its position. What must I do to move faster? Omu inquired, his voice tinged with a yearning to enhance his abilities. The Sage chuckled softly. First, you must learn to feel the currents of energy around you. Close your eyes, not merely to obscure your vision, but to truly feel with your heart. Omu calmed himself, following the Sage's guidance, attempting to sense the gentle breeze and the ripples in the air. Excellent. You are beginning to grasp it, The sage approached Omo and gently directed him. Now, give it another try. Taking a deep breath, Omo felt his senses sharpen. This time, when the bell rang again, he instinctively pivoted swiftly and seized the sage's wrist. Haha. Well done, Omo. Your progress is remarkable. The sage praised. It is your teaching that is exceptional, Omu humbly replied, removing the blindfold. In the days that followed, Omu's life with the sage was filled with rigorous training. Each morning, he would accompany the sage to learn the intricacies of controlling and perceiving energy. After lunch, they would engage in discussions about strategies and techniques in combat. By night, Omu practiced alone, integrating the knowledge he had acquired during the day. Sage, how do you assess my current control? One evening, after practicing, Omo asked with curiosity. The sage smiled and responded, you have made significant strides. Yet controlling energy is not solely about technique. It is predominantly about mindset. You must remain calm and focused, even amidst the fiercest battles. I understand. Thank you, sage. Omu replied solemnly. In the ensuing days, the sage imparted numerous techniques for controlling energy, teaching Omu how to swiftly manipulate its flow during combat and how to harness its power to augment his speed and strength. As time passed, under the sage's tutelage, Omu not only learned to control his energy more effectively, but also to apply it flexibly in battle. With each passing day, he continued to advance, gradually sensing a deeper connection with his energy. This period of training, though fraught with challenges, left Omu feeling profoundly fulfilled and content. He understands that all these efforts are aimed at making himself stronger. After a morning training session, Yuwood sits on the ground, regulating his breath, while Master Karen observes nearby. Master Karen, I feel that every time I use my energy, it is exceedingly tumultuous, and I cannot control it properly. Yuwood expresses, a hint of confusion in his voice. Master Karen chuckles softly. That is because you have yet to fully merge your consciousness with your energy. Imagine that the energy is an extension of yourself, a tool, rather than an adversary. How can I achieve that? Yuwood inquires earnestly. Guide it with your heart, not merely your will, Master Karen replies, rising to demonstrate. Look, just like this. He gently waved his hand, and a gentle breeze soon stirred within the room, softly caressing the face of Ebony. Ebony's eyes widened in realization. So this is how it is. Indeed, one cannot truly grasp the essence solely through animation. Chi is not merely energy. It is not only a force for destruction. Now, give it a try, encouraged Master Karen. Ebony closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and attempted to follow Master Karen's guidance. At first, he felt only a faint current swirling around his fingertips, but soon, with his focus in the direction of his heart, the current grew increasingly stronger. Excellent, you have succeeded. Master Karen's voice brimmed with approval. Ebony opened his eyes, astonished to see that he was indeed manipulating a breeze, a look of disbelief and joy illuminating his face. In the afternoon, they deliberated on the artful application of Chi in battle. Remember, the use of Chi is not solely for direct attack and defense, Master Karen advised, but is a reflection of one's inner self. Ebony nodded, silently committing these words to memory. By nightfall, he practiced alone under the cool moonlight. He endeavored to integrate the knowledge acquired during the day, not merely focusing on the mastery of energy, but also on its application in motion. I shall attempt the art of aerial dance, he pondered. Now that he had grasped the flow of energy, he resolved to try the aerial technique. He took a deep breath, concentrating all his attention and strength, and then attempted to harness the power of Chi to lift himself into the air. At first, only the tips of his toes gently departed from the ground, but soon, as his mastery over Chi grew more adept, his entire body began to ascend slowly. Wumu felt an unprecedented exhilaration as he rolled and spun in the air, entirely guided by his command over the energy. When he finally descended gracefully back to the earth, Wumu realized that he had acquired a new ability. He sat on the ground, reflecting on the day's training and his accomplishments, his heart brimming with gratitude and determination. After mastering the art of flight, Wumu felt a profound transformation in his strength. With this thought in mind, he resolved to pose a request to Master Karen. Master Karen, I seek your counsel on a matter, Wumu declared, standing before the sage with a hint of caution in his tone. Master Karen regarded him with a smile, inquiring, What is your question, Wumu? Chapter 15, Summoning the Divine Dragon. Throughout the recent days of training, I have subsisted on the mystical beans and have noticed a significant enhancement in my physical vitality. I wonder if it would be possible to receive some additional beans. as I believe they not only restore energy swiftly, but also possess healing properties. As I prepare for my departure, I hope to acquire a few, understanding their immense value. However, I feel they could greatly assist me on my forthcoming journey, Wumu articulated. Master Karen paused thoughtfully before nodding in understanding. Wumu, your request is reasonable. Your journey indeed warrants such assistance. However, the mystical beans are exceedingly rare. Each one is of unparalleled worth. From behind him, Master Karen produced a pouch containing nearly 100 green beans. Wumu accepted the beans with a deep bow. Thank you, Master Karen. I shall use them judiciously. Remember, while the beans are beneficial, true strength must be cultivated from within, Master Karen advised. Wumu took the small cloth pouch, his excitement evident as he nodded resolutely. Thank you, Master Karen. I will heed your wisdom. His voice resonated with determination and confidence. Subsequently, Wumu rose to his feet and bowed deeply to Master Karen, expressing his utmost respect and gratitude. Master Karen returned the gesture with a smile, gesturing for Wumu to dispense with further formalities. After bidding farewell, Wumu approached the edge of Karen Tower, gazing down at the expansive azure sky and the vast earth below. He understood that his journey was far from over, and many challenges awaited him. He took a deep breath, channeling all his energy, and then closed his eyes, attuning himself to the currents of air beneath his feet. Karen, I am departing, he proclaimed. Go forth, you wooed. I have faith that you shall become an exceptional martial artist, came Karen's voice, imbued with encouragement. Yuwood inhaled deeply, sharpening his focus, and then employed the technique of sky dance, gradually descending from Karen Tower. As he descended, the surrounding scenery began to crystallize, and his heartbeat quickened in tandem. Ultimately, Yuwood landed gracefully on the ground, surveying his surroundings to find that the Bra family awaited him. They beheld the Ebony Wood descending from the heavens, their mouths agape in astonishment. Brother Ebony, how did you accomplish this? Exclaimed Bra. Ebony smiled, gently touching his head. This is the art of aerial flight, made possible through the teachings of Master Karen. Brother Ebony, I never imagined you would succeed in ascending, Bra declared with excitement. Ha. It was merely a stroke of luck, Ebony replied, his heart brimming with gratitude for Master Karen. After bidding farewell to Bra and his son, Ebony was filled with boundless aspirations for the future. He is aware that the road ahead will be fraught with greater challenges. Yet he is even more resolute in his belief that he can triumph over all adversities. He traversed the winding mountain path, seeking a sanctuary conducive to his cultivation. After several days of searching, Wumu stumbled upon a secluded yet picturesque peak. Though not particularly lofty, the mountain was steep and formidable, enveloped by dense foliage. Resembling a secluded paradise untouched by the outside world, Wumu resolved to settle here and embark on his journey of self-cultivation. While the mountain was not exceedingly perilous, the tranquil surroundings and the absence of formidable beasts rendered it an ideal refuge for his pursuits. He discovered a level patch on the mountainside, clearing a space and constructing a simple hut using the surrounding trees and bamboo. Each day, he diligently practiced the art of bagwazang, tirelessly repeating fundamental movements and combinations from dawn until dusk. He understands that only through relentless practice can he refine and strengthen his martial arts techniques. Every day, Wumu runs in the mountains to fortify his physique, and with unwavering determination, he strives for perfection in every move and posture of Baji Quan. Under the rigorous demands of such intense training, his physique has become increasingly robust, and his breath has grown deeper. While mastering the 8th level fist, Wumu has also begun to experiment with the invention of his own unique energy wave technique. He was acutely aware that relying solely on the kamikaze technique would not suffice. In the battles to come, he needed to possess a unique skill of his own, which would enable him to face adversaries with greater poise and composure. Wumu immersed himself in the exploration of the chi wave technique. After countless attempts and failures, one fateful night, under a moonless sky and howling winds, Wumu successfully unleashed his first chi wave. It manifested as a pure, white wave imbued with formidable power, tracing a long trajectory through the air and inflicting tremendous devastation upon impact. Overwhelmed with excitement, Wumu realized he had finally discovered a skill that belonged to him. After repeated practice and refinement, he bestowed upon this chi wave technique the name Stellar Shatter Wave. He chose this name because every time he unleashed a wave of energy, it seemed as though countless stars shattered in the sky, radiating brilliance, beautiful yet powerful. Life for Wumu became simple yet fulfilling. Each day, besides training in the 8 extremes fist and various techniques like the star-shattering wave, he would descend to the small town below to stay informed about the events of the outside world. A year swiftly passed, and Wumu's training yielded remarkable results. He not only mastered the 8 extremes fist, but also significantly increased the potency of the star-shattering wave. During this year, Sun Wukong was also in search of the Dragon Balls and had several confrontations with the Red Satin Legion. In his spare time from training, Wumu visited the Bra family multiple times. Throughout this year of cultivation, Wumu sensed the changes in the outside world, especially the growing threat posed by the Red Satin Legion. On one occasion, while descending the mountain, Wumu fortuitously encountered the Red Satin Legion attacking the Bra family home. The Bra family was in peril, and without hesitation, Wumu joined the fray, employing his exquisite martial skills and the star-shattering wave to successfully repel the Red Satin Legion, thereby rescuing the Bra family, who expressed their heartfelt gratitude. "Wumu, you are truly our great benefactor," Bra exclaimed, his eyes brimming with appreciation. As time passed, Wumu learned that Sun Wukong had defeated the Red Satin Legion, signifying that he had gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Wumu resolved to seek out Sun Wukong to make a wish using the Dragon Balls. Through the Bra family, he discovered Sun Wukong's whereabouts and promptly set off. After several days of flying with the sky dance technique, Wumu finally found Sun Wukong. "Wukong, I've heard you have collected all 7 Dragon Balls," Wumu stated directly. Sun Wukong glanced at Wumu, offering a friendly smile. "Indeed, Wumu, I have gathered the Dragon Balls. What brings you to me?" Feeling somewhat bashful, Wumu replied, "I wish to borrow the Dragon Balls to make a wish. Over the past year, I have been training diligently in hopes of becoming stronger. I have heard that the Dragon Balls can grant any wish, and I would like to seize this opportunity to enhance my power." Sun Wukong listened intently, then nodded thoughtfully. "Wumu, I can sense your determination and kindness. If the Dragon Balls can assist you, I am more than willing to help. However, do remember that you must carefully consider your wish, as the Dragon Balls can only grant 1 wish per year." Wumu expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Wukong. I will contemplate my wish thoroughly. Dragon, please fulfill my wish." As Sun Wukong recited the incantation to summon the dragon, the sky suddenly darkened, and a palpable sense of pressure enveloped everyone present. Soon after, a colossal dragon descended from the heavens, its arrival accompanied by a deafening thunder. "State your wishes." The dragon's voice resonated with authority, echoing in their hearts. "Dragon, I wish to attain the instantaneous movement akin to that of the Kaioshin," Wumu said, awed by the dragon's immense form and the overwhelming aura it exuded. "I'm afraid that is not possible." "Then, Dragon, I desire an opportunity to teleport to Namek." Wumu pondered for a moment before speaking. The dragon's eyes glowed red as its voice echoed through the air. "Your wish is quite simple. It shall soon be fulfilled." In a flash of light, Wumu felt himself transcending space, with the coordinates of Namek imprinted in his mind. Yet, this ability was a one-time gift. The dragon's capabilities were limited to either impossible or very simple wishes. The Earth Dragon, created by the deities of Earth, indeed lacked the authority to grant the instantaneous movement of the Kaioshin, as that technique was reserved for divine beings. Observing Wumu after his wish was granted, Sun Wukong looked on with curiosity. "This journey to Namek will lead to a long sojourn in the cosmos. I wonder when I shall return." At this moment, Sun Wukong was 13, with a combat power of around 170, while Wumu, now 18, had achieved over 1,200 in combat power during this year. His martial arts realm was tentatively estimated at the pinnacle of dark strength, having reached a bottleneck in the 8 extremes fist to break through to transformation strength. He needed to practice Tai Chi. Noticing Sun Wukong's inquisitive expression, Wumu chuckled. "I simply wished for a training ground. After that, I cannot say when I will return. You must continue your training, and please extend my regards to Master Wu Tian." "Ah, a training ground. I wish to go as well," Wukong exclaimed. "Ha ha. I will take you when I come back. I must take my leave now, and remember to greet Master Wu Tian for me." With that, Wumu waved goodbye, his body glowing. In an instant, Wumu vanished. Namek. Wumu's figure flickered across the expanse of Namek's sky, his purpose clear, to seek out the Grand Elder, hoping to enhance his cultivation through the Elder's wisdom and power. The environment of Namek was starkly different from Earth, adorned with lush green vegetation and towering, peculiar trees that obscured the sun. Occasionally, one could glimpse bizarre creatures traversing the forest. Wumu took a deep breath. Feeling the air here was distinctly different from that of Earth, infused with a refreshing purity that invigorated the spirit. He swiftly located a settlement of Namekians based on the coordinates in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he approached the heart of the settlement. The Namekians, upon seeing this unfamiliar human, displayed a sense of caution as a group of them encircled him. Their figures were tall and slender, their skin radiating a tranquil shade of green, adorned with a pair of unique antennae atop their heads, and their eyes sparkled with the light of wisdom. Outsider, from whence do you hail? Inquired the leader of the Namekians in fluent earthly language. At this point, Omu couldn't help but scoff. In the original narrative, the Namekians possessed their own language, yet every being encountered in the universe could converse with son Wukong effortlessly. Was this a universal tongue? I am Omu, hailing from the distant planet Earth. I seek an audience with your esteemed elder, Omu stated directly. An elderly Namekian emerged, his gaze revealing a hint of curiosity. Earth? A distant planet. What is your purpose in wishing to meet our great elder? I have encountered a bottleneck on my path of cultivation, and I have heard that your elder possesses profound wisdom and extensive mastery. Perhaps he may offer me guidance, Omu replied earnestly. The aged Namekian regarded Omu in silence for a moment, then closed his eyes, seemingly attuning to the energy within Omu. After a brief pause, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of acknowledgement illuminating his gaze. He nodded slightly. Follow me. The energy within you is both pure and potent. It seems your cultivation is far from superficial. Indeed, our grand elder possesses the wisdom you seek. A wave of joy surged through Wu Mu, and he hastily expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, he trailed behind the elder Namekian, traversing lush green woodlands, until they arrived before a dwelling that exuded an aura of ancient reverence. This was the residence of the Grand Elder of Namek, enveloped in a solemn and sacred atmosphere. This is the Grand Elder's abode. Are you prepared? Inquired the elder Namekian. Wu Mu nodded, his heart swelling with anticipation and reverence. He understood that he was about to confront a true sage, capable of perceiving fragments of the future. The leader of the Mexian gently tapped on the door. Great Elder, a practitioner from Earth seeks an audience with you. The door slowly creaked open, and a powerful yet gentle aura enveloped him as Yuwud inhaled deeply and stepped inside. Upon entering the dwelling, Yuwud beheld the Great Elder seated at the center. Though the Great Elder's body appeared frail, his gaze possessed an incisive clarity that seemed to penetrate all. I have heard of your purpose, the Great Elder spoke, his voice weak yet distinct. Your energy is pure and remarkably potent. Such a quality is rare. Great Elder, I have encountered a bottleneck on my path of cultivation and have come seeking your guidance, Yuwud said respectfully. Standing before the Great Elder, Yuwud felt both anxious and filled with anticipation. He was acutely aware that the sage before him possessed the remarkable ability to awaken his latent potential. Taking a deep breath, Omu resolved to candidly share his intentions and confusions with the Grand Elder. Esteemed Grand Elder, he began. It is no secret that my arrival on Namek was prompted by the knowledge that the deities of our Earth also hail from your esteemed planet. Their wisdom and power have safeguarded our world countless times. As he spoke, his eyes shimmered with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. The Grand Elder's gaze revealed a flicker of astonishment, which soon deepened into contemplation. Oh, Earth is home to Namekians? Omu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is said that long ago, a deity arrived on Earth via spacecraft, becoming a martial artist, only to later pursue a higher realm and succeed the previous deity. However, what he refrained from disclosing to the Grand Elder was that this deity on Earth was, in fact, a duality. His sinister thoughts manifested into the formidable Big Demon King, once bringing immense calamity to the Earth. The Grand Elder fell into a brief silence before slowly uttering, Ah, it is the child of Katas. How astonishing that the young one has safely reached our planet. Omo bowed deeply. Great Elder, I seek your guidance to help me awaken my latent powers. The Grand Elder nodded, gesturing for Omu to approach his side. He extended his palm and gently placed it atop Omo's head. Young one, are you prepared? Now, I shall assist you in unlocking a portion of the potential that resides within you. But remember, true strength emanates from your heart. As the Grand Elder's words resonated, Omo felt a gentle yet formidable force surging into his being from above. This energy was warm and profound, akin to sunlight illuminating the earth, instilling in his soul an unprecedented tranquility and fulfillment. Omu closed his eyes, immersing himself entirely in this powerful essence. He sensed that both his body and spirit were gradually becoming stronger and more resolute. After a brief moment, the Grand Elder withdrew his hand, and Wumu opened his eyes, which now sparkled with a newfound brilliance. I am grateful to the Grand Elder. I can feel the transformation within me. I shall remember your teachings and continue to advance along the path of cultivation. The Grand Elder smiled gently. Go forth, young one. Remember, no matter where you journey, your spirit is your most formidable strength. Wumu bowed deeply once more before turning to depart from the Grand Elder's abode. He stepped outside, inhaling the crisp air of Namek, his heart brimming with newfound hope and determination. Chapter 17, The Surge of Power. He turned to the elder Namekian who had guided him earlier. I seek a place to reside while also engaging in my training. Could you assist me in finding a suitable location? Ubu requested of the elder Namekian. The elder Namekian pondered for a moment, then replied, there exists a place that is exceptionally conducive to training. Follow me. He traversed the verdant woodlands with ebony in hand, arriving at a tranquil valley. Within the valley stood a modest hill, atop which lay a cave, and before the cave stretched an expansive flatland, perfectly suited for cultivation. This shall be your place of training, declared the elder Namekian. Ebony cast his gaze around. The serene environment was imbued with a rich essence of nature, making it an ideal setting for his practice. I am deeply grateful, he expressed his appreciation to the elder Namekian. Once the elder departed, Ebony entered the cave to rest, subsequently harnessing the power that surged from his potential. His combat prowess now hovered around 15,000. A breakthrough into the next level at this juncture could prove counterproductive, as even a quadrupling of his strength would yield merely 70,000. Meanwhile, Dale's combat strength was estimated to be in the low thousands, alleviating concerns about seizing the fruits of his labor. Nonetheless, based on the timeline suggested by the films, Goku's battle with him occurred prior to their time on Namek. Yet, such inferences lack precision as the films diverge from the canonical narrative, Ebony mused. Ebony resolved to first acclimate himself to his newfound strength on Namek before continuing his training, simultaneously beginning to practice Tai Chi as preparation for an eventual breakthrough. He would then wish upon the Dragon Balls for a spaceship and the whereabouts of Dales, aiming to locate him and procure seeds from his spirit fruit tree. From the following day onwards, Ebony commenced his regimen of cultivation. Each morning, he practiced martial arts on the flatland within the valley, employing the techniques of Bajiquan, each movement imbued with strength and elegance. As the sun ascended, his silhouette appeared particularly resolute in the sunlight. In the afternoon, he would sit before the cave, eyes closed in meditation, attuning himself to the flow of energy within his body, endeavoring to grasp the profound principles of Tai Chi. The surroundings seemed to freeze in time, with only Ebony's breath gently flowing. Tai Chi encompasses a practice step known as showdown, which is both a vital method and an essential process. In ancient times, this practice was referred to as regulating the mind, focusing the spirit, and preserving the essence, positing that nurturing energy is intrinsically linked to the preservation of spirit, thereby directly influencing the efficacy of cultivation. As evening descended, Ebony stood atop the hill, gazing at the distant horizon, his heart brimming with anticipation for the martial path that lay ahead. He would then begin his Tai Chi practice, the movements slow and fluid, each gesture seemingly resonating with the laws of nature. When night fell, he would return to the cave. Thus, day by day, Ebony's strength steadily flourished. He felt increasingly close to a breakthrough in Tai Chi, his heart brimming with anticipation. One day, while meditating, he suddenly sensed a powerful surge of energy, filling his soul with radiance, as if he glimpsed an entirely new path for cultivation. He opened his eyes, a brilliant light shimmering within. His practice of Tai Chi had reached a modest level of accomplishment. From that day forth, Wu Mu's cultivation embarked upon an entirely new phase, wherein he began to place greater emphasis on internal refinement, each session imbued with profound insights into the laws of nature. Subsequently, he engaged in a series of physical training exercises to fortify his body. Within the unique environment of Namek, Wu Mu discovered, almost unconsciously, a significant enhancement in his physical prowess. During his cultivation, he gradually perceived a qualitative leap in his strength. Realizing that relying solely on his own training was insufficient to fully harness this surging power, he required a sparring partner to better comprehend and control this newfound force. Thus, he resolved to seek out the Grand Elder of Namek, requesting that Neru serve as his training companion. Upon arriving at the Grand Elder's abode, Wu Mu addressed him. "Great Elder, I have sensed a tremendous surge in my strength during my training. Yet I find it challenging to fully master this power on my own. I wish to have a sparring partner to assist me in understanding and controlling this force. I would like to request the assistance of your guard, Neru." The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement to Wu Mu's request. Neru is indeed one of the few Namekians on our planet with a combat prowess exceeding 10,000. His experience and strength align perfectly with your needs. I shall instruct Neru to seek you out, and I hope that you both may inspire and elevate one another. Grateful, Wu Mu then met with Neru. Neru, a tall Namekian, exuded a formidable aura, reminiscent of the second-generation demon king Piccolo. From the following day onward, Neru and Wu Mu commenced their daily sparring sessions. In their initial bout, Wu Mu exerted himself fully, attempting to overwhelm Neru with the strength he had cultivated, only to swiftly realize that Neru's combat skills and experience far surpassed his own. Neru not only deftly neutralized Wu Mu's attacks, but also exploited Wu Mu's vulnerabilities during his counterattacks, leaving Wu Mu feeling considerable pressure. After the match, Neru remarked, "Though your strength is formidable, there remains ample room for improvement in control and technique. A surge in power does not exempt you from the necessity of honing your skills." In the days that followed, Wu Mu humbly accepted Neru's counsel. Their sparring evolved beyond mere displays of strength. It became a journey toward enhancing technique and combat awareness. Wu Mu began to learn how to better control his power, identify his opponent's weaknesses during battle, and maintain composure in the face of adversity. As time passed, Wu Mu's control over his strength grew increasingly precise, and his performance in combat became ever more impressive. Neru, too, sensed Wu Mu's progress, stating, "You have mastered the application of your strength. Now what you require is more combat experience to enrich the diversity of your fighting style." Wu Mu understood the profound implications behind Neru's words. He recognized that, despite his qualitative leap in strength, he held no significant advantage against opponents of equal caliber and needed to continually accumulate wisdom and experience in the art of combat. After each sparring session, Neru would meticulously analyze Wu Mu's performance, highlighting areas for improvement and offering constructive suggestions. Wu Mu would also seek Neru's insights regarding his uncertainties in battle, and their relationship gradually transformed from that of mere training partners to one of mutual respect as comrades. In the subsequent period, Wu Mu experienced remarkable enhancements in both his power control and combat experience. He not only wields his power with greater ease, but also adapts the most effective strategies in battle according to his opponent's strengths. On one occasion, during a sparring session with Neru, Wu Mu successfully exploited his precise control over his abilities, identifying a flaw in Neru's defense and clinching victory. Neru commended Wu Mu's progress, saying, "Wu Mu, you have performed admirably. Achieving such advancement in such a short span is a testament to your potential and dedication." He expressed profound gratitude to Neru, saying, "Neru, I am immensely thankful for your companionship during this period of training, which has significantly enhanced my abilities." In Chapter 18, titled Wishing Upon the Universe, Wu Mu achieved remarkable progress through his sparring sessions with Neru, experiencing a qualitative leap in both his combat skills and control over his strength. During this period of training, Wu Mu gained a deeper understanding of the essence of Tai Chi, beginning to integrate its philosophies into his fighting style. As his practice deepened, Wu Mu discovered that his combat power had astonishingly reached a level of 21,000. In the original narrative, Vegeta's initial battle power was 18,000, and during the early phases, aside from Frisia, there were scarcely any beings with power exceeding 100,000. Should he consume the fruits of the Tree of Might, and subsequently break through to the next level, his power could potentially soar to 1,000,000, at which point he would only need to exercise caution around Frisia. This elevation in strength further enriched his comprehension of Tai Chi during a late-night meditation. A flash of insight led Wu Mu to grasp Tai Chi energy, upon which he established a novel technique named Hunyuan Wave. The name of this skill is derived from the philosophical tenets of Tai Chi, signifying the primordial chaotic energy. Wu Mu discovered that through inner tranquility and a profound understanding of Tai Chi principles, he could harness the surrounding vital energies of nature, generating a formidable energy wave. This energy wave embodies the gentle and restrained characteristics of Tai Chi, while also harboring immense explosive power, capable of inflicting significant damage upon his adversaries in battle. Within the Dragon Ball universe, The soul energy technique is King Kai's spirit bomb, which draws upon the energy of nature and living beings. However, due to his mastery of Tai Chi, Omu too could summon this vital energy. Subsequently, Omu dedicated himself to deepening his understanding and application of the Hunyuan wave. Each morning, amidst the mountains of Namek, he practiced channeling the celestial energy to produce the Hunyuan wave. Each time he unleashed the Hunyuan wave, it would invoke substantial changes in the air currents within the valley, occasionally even triggering small-scale cyclones. Omu realized that with each practice of the Hunyuan wave, his comprehension of Tai Chi continued to deepen. He began to adeptly wield the push hands techniques of Tai Chi, skillfully applying the principles of yin and yang transformation in combat, thereby enhancing his prowess in battle. To assess his progress, Wumu once again sought out Nailu for a sparring session. In this encounter, Wumu refrained from hastily launching an attack. Instead, he engaged Nailu using the footwork and movements of Tai Chi, patiently searching for the opportune moment. When the moment was ripe, Wumu unleashed the Hunyuan wave towards Nailu, who retaliated with his own energy wave. Historically, the left side had been the weaker position, and at that moment, Nailu found himself on the left. The two energies clashed for several breaths, resulting in Nailu being propelled several meters away. Once steady, Nailu gazed at Wumu with astonishment, unable to fathom how Wumu had developed such formidable skills in such a short span of time. "Wumu, your progress is truly remarkable," Nailu exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Wumu smiled subtly, his heart brimming with gratitude and pride. He recognized that without the assistance of the Grand Elder and the companionship of Nailu, he could not have mastered his abilities so swiftly or advanced further. Now, he was not merely a warrior of extraordinary combat strength, but also a martial artist with a profound understanding of martial philosophy. In the days that followed, Wumu continued his training on Namek, dedicating each day not only to the practice of Tai Chi and the Hunyuan wave, but also to an in-depth exploration of Tai Chi philosophy. Seeking the deeper truths of martial arts, his combat prowess and understanding of martial arts are continually advancing. As time passes, the reputation of Wumu begins to spread across Namek. Many warriors from Namek aspire to engage in combat with him, and Omu willingly accepts these challenges. Each encounter brings him new insights, further enhancing his combat skills and comprehension of Tai Chi. The following day, Wumu intends to depart from Namek, heading towards the residence of the Grand Elder with the desire to utilize the Dragon Balls of Namek. Upon arriving at the Grand Elder's abode, Wumu notices that Nail is also present. He greets Nail, who responds with a nod and remains still. Wumu then respectfully bows to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder appears increasingly aged, yet his eyes still radiate sharpness and wisdom. Wumu articulates their purpose, expressing the wish to use the 7 Dragon Balls. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder slowly replies, "The Dragon Balls of Namek are safeguarded by different villages. What do you intend to do with them?" Omu responds, "I feel that my strength has matured sufficiently. I wish to leave Namek and venture into the cosmos. So I seek to obtain a spaceship and the location of an acquaintance through the Dragon Balls." After pondering Yumo's request for a moment, the Grand Elder ultimately nods in agreement. He dispatched messengers to inform the village chiefs, and soon after, the 7 Dragon Balls were gradually brought to the residence of the Grand Elder. Once the 7 Dragon Balls were assembled, the Grand Elder commanded Neru to summon the divine dragon Purunga using the Namekian language. "Arise, divine dragon." The summoned Purunga exuded an indescribable aura of oppression, casting the sky into darkness. Unlike the earthly dragon, Purunga bore no resemblance to the Eastern dragon. Instead, it resembled the genie from Aladdin, boasting an immense size that dwarfed the mountains of Namek. Purunga's voice resounded like thunder. "State your wishes. I can grant you 3. Ub took a deep breath and articulated his first wish. "I desire to possess the most advanced spaceship, equipped with an artificial intelligence for navigation, complete with a gravity chamber capable of exerting up to 100 times Earth's gravity." He is not a Saiyan. Gravity training is nearly sufficient. This world is not lacking in techniques, and Bagwazang holds no particular uniqueness. The only distinction lies in the fact that both Bagwazang and Taijiquan are rooted in the Taoist scriptures. As long as he can comprehend something profound, he will undoubtedly surpass Sun Wukong, who embodies both the martial artist and the warrior. Neru, employing the language of Namek, reiterated my words to Bogalin. A flicker of light danced in Bogalin's eyes before he acquiesced to this desire. "Your wish is quite simple." A colossal spacecraft materialized not far from Momo. For his second wish, Omu requested the current location of Dales and any potential future destinations. The final wish was to acquire the instantaneous teleportation ability of the Yardrat people. Once the three wishes were fulfilled, Bogalin bid farewell to Umu and Neru, swiftly vanishing into the ether. After realizing his aspirations, Umu turned to Neru and said with a smile, "Thank you for your companionship during this time." Neru responded with a gentle smile, remaining silent. Subsequently, Umu approached the Grand Elder. "Grand Elder, I am grateful for your care over these past months." The Grand Elder smiled faintly, a mysterious glint in his eyes. "Omo, you are a remarkably promising young man. I believe you will venture far along the path of martial arts. Should a calamity befall Namek in the future, will you be able to protect some Namekians to the best of your ability?" Omu solemnly nodded. "When the time comes, I will be there to partake in that event. And in the meantime, I shall grow stronger." He was acutely aware that the Grand Elder had surely foreseen the impending invasion of Frisia a decade hence. Yet by that time, the extent of his own strength remained an enigma. After bidding farewell to Neru and the Grand Elder, Omo made his way towards the spacecraft that awaited him. He understood that this was merely the inception of his journey towards greater strength, and that a vast array of opportunities awaited him ahead. As he ascended aboard the spacecraft, he activated its engine, and the vessel gradually lifted off into the cosmos. Through the porthole, he gazed at the diminishing figure of Namek, silently vowing to himself, regardless of the hardships that lay ahead, he would remain true to his original aspirations and relentlessly pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. Ultimately, he vanished beyond the horizon of Namek. In Yuwu's eyes sparkled a profound curiosity and yearning for the unknown world. He anticipated that after resolving the challenges posed by Dales, he would leave behind traces of his cultivation in the vast universe and uncover the essence of martial arts. Chapter 19. Planetary resupply and troubles in the boundless and enigmatic expanse of the universe. A miniature spacecraft drifted like a lost star, traversing the interstellar void in solitude. Yuwu, a young man clad in simple martial attire, sat serenely within the training chamber of the ship, surrounded by a training environment crafted through virtual technology. Activate the 8 extremities fist training mode. Yuwu's voice was calm, yet resonant with power. At his command, the entire training room transformed instantaneously, revealing a virtual opponent. Yuwu rose slowly, his gaze fixated intently on the simulated adversary. In an instant, his body unleashed astonishing speed and strength. Each punch and kick was accompanied by the fierce rush of wind, the quintessence of the 8 extremities fist manifesting vividly in his movements. The chamber reverberated with the sound of fists slicing through the air, as Yuwu found himself in a realm detached from the world, engaged in a fierce contest with his virtual foe amidst the limitless expanse of this digital universe. As the training session came to an end, Yuwu stood drenched in sweat, gradually regulating his breathing. Next, he would practice Tai Chi. He spoke softly as the training environment transformed once more, revealing a formidable virtual adversary. In contrast to the ferocity of Bagwazang, Tai Chi emphasizes a harmonious blend of softness and strength, balancing movement and stillness. Every motion of Wumu flowed gracefully, imbued with power, and each posture exuded an aesthetic quality. As his training progressed, he sensed the energy within him steadily intensifying, as if his breath synchronized with the rhythmic pulse of the universe. Amidst his training, Wumu also devoted time to unraveling the mysteries of the spacecraft. Despite its modest size, the vessel was equipped with an advanced artificial intelligence system capable of autonomous navigation, allowing Wumu to dedicate more time and energy to his cultivation. He frequently engaged in conversations with the spacecraft's artificial intelligence, from which he acquired knowledge of the cosmos, thereby broadening his horizons. One day, after the training concluded, Ebony returned to the observation window and gazed quietly at the vast sea of stars outside. He understood that his journey had only just begun, and the true challenges awaited him in the distance. Yet, his heart brimmed with confidence and anticipation, for he firmly believed that with relentless cultivation, he would one day ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, delve into the depths of the cosmos, and discover his own path. Display the current cosmic star map. A voice resonated in the control room. Instantly, a vast celestial chart unfurled before him, with each galaxy and planet distinctly visible. His gaze traversed the star map as he sought the trace of Darius. In this boundless universe, locating a single individual was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. However, he felt no inclination to retreat, for he recognized that this was his only opportunity, the key to his ascendance and strength. "Darius, once I find you, it shall mark my new beginning," he murmured, a resolute glimmer igniting in his eyes. The spacecraft continued its voyage through the cosmos, heading toward the unknown, leaving behind a shimmering trail reminiscent of starlight. Time flowed slowly in the universe, and Wu Mu's training never ceased. Whether in the advancement of the Eight Extremes fist, the comprehension of Tai Chi, or the enhancement of his hidden strength, he consistently surpassed his own limits. Amidst this sea of stars, Wu Mu's spirit grew more resilient. As his martial arts journey gradually unfolded within the vastness of the cosmos. During the lengthy interstellar odyssey, Wu Mu finally discovered a planet capable of sustaining life. Known as Carlos. The surface of Carlos was adorned with dense forests and expansive rivers, boasting a temperate climate suitable for human habitation. The planet was rich in natural resources and sparsely populated, yet one could still sense a whisper of vitality. Wu Mu resolved to pause here for a respite, granting both himself and the spacecraft a brief reprieve. Upon landing in a tranquil town, Wu Mu felt a long-lost sense of peace and serenity. The townsfolk, clad in simple attire, wore warm smiles, and their leisurely pace of life stood in stark contrast to the tumultuous universe beyond. Here, there were no signs of conflict or strife. Everything appeared harmonious. Wu Mu meandered along a winding path toward the nearest marketplace. The market bustled with activity, vibrant and lively. Vendors hawked an array of goods, from fresh produce to handcrafted items, offering a dazzling array of treasures that captured his attention. He effortlessly procured the necessities of life, while savoring the uncomplicated exchanges with the local merchants. Throughout this experience, he was enveloped by the warmth and friendliness of the townsfolk. However, Omu had little desire to delve deeply into the matters of this planet. He merely sought a place to rest and replenish his essential supplies. In a corner of the market, he discovered a quaint inn. Though modest in size, it was impeccably clean and tidy, and the proprietor, a genial middle-aged man, warmly welcomed Omu as an outsider. After renting a room, Omu refreshed himself briefly before reclining on the bed, gazing out at the twinkling stars in the night sky, which instilled in him an ineffable sense of tranquility, leading him swiftly into slumber. The following morning, Omu was roused by a cacophony of sounds. He swiftly donned his attire and exited the room, only to find a throng of individuals gathered outside the inn, their faces etched with terror and unease. A band of cosmic pirates had invaded the quaint town, brazenly scouring the streets for plunderable treasures. Within, Yumo silently lamented the predicament. He had merely sought a tranquil respite, yet fate had thrust him into such chaos. However, as he intended to slip away to avoid trouble, a few pirates spotted him and obstructed his path. One of them, equipped with a combat power detector, scanned Yumo, exclaiming, this fellow possesses a mere combat strength of 5. What a weakling." The pirates erupted in derisive laughter. "I thought this wretched planet had formidable travelers. Turns out, we have a pitiful creature with a combat power of only 5. The pirate captain guffawed. "You there? Quickly surrender any valuables you possess. Do you grasp the magnitude of our strength? Mine stands at an impressive 5,005. And each of my crew boasts at least 4,000. If you know what's good for you, we might just allow you to leave unscathed." Yumo chuckled inwardly. During his months traversing the cosmos, his combat power had long since soared to 27,000. Upon arriving at this planet, he had deliberately concealed his true prowess, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. In response to the pirates' mockery, he merely smiled faintly, thinking, let them revel in their laughter for a while. "Oh, you claim to be warriors of 4 to 5,000 combat strength? How utterly terrifying." Yumo feigned trepidation, while secretly concocting his counterattack. The pirates, sensing his apparent fright, grew increasingly arrogant, encircling him as they prepared to strike. Yet, at that moment, Yumo unleashed a formidable aura, launching a key blast at the nearest pirate. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind the pirate captain, delivering a powerful punch to his back. The captain cried out in agony, propelled away by the sudden onslaught. The other pirates stood aghast, but swiftly regained their composure, retaliating with key blasts aimed at Yumo. Nevertheless, he moved with spectral grace, weaving through the band of pirates, each strike landing with precision, rendering them unable to react. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly subdued one of the leaders, prompting the others to flee in terror. Yumo chose not to pursue them, but could not simply let them escape. He remained rooted, gathering his energy, palms converging. Kamikaze. Wave. A cerulean shockwave surged forth towards the fleeing pirates. None were spared. They all disintegrated into ashes. Chapter 20. The Spirit Fruit. A million combat power. The innkeeper and the townsfolk stood agape, astonished by the spectacle unfolding before them. They had never anticipated that this foreign youth possessed such astonishing strength, effortlessly dispatching a group of formidable space pirates. "Thank you, young man. You have saved our town," the innkeeper exclaimed, stepping forward with palpable excitement and grasping Ebony's hand firmly. The other townsfolk gathered around, expressing their gratitude to Ebony. With a gentle smile, he waved his hand dismissively. "It was merely a trivial act. There is no need for excessive thanks," he replied. He then led the pirate captain away from the crowd to an open area. "Now, explain how you unexpectedly arrived on this planet. I find it hard to believe that it was mere coincidence. Trouble seems to follow me wherever I go," Ebony inquired sternly. "My lord, one of my subordinates happened to see you at yesterday's market. Seeing you alone with such a large spaceship, he thought you might be an easy target. But who would have guessed you possessed such strength, able to evade even the combat power detector?" The pirate captain knelt on the ground, tears welling in his eyes as he explained. Upon hearing this, Ebony grasped the situation. As it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, he continued questioning. "What is the maximum limit of your detector? Bring it to me. By the way, do you have any other comrades?" "My lord, this detector was newly developed by Lord Frisia's Legion, with a maximum limit of 100,000 combat power. As for my comrades, apart from those you have dispatched, I only have a brother remaining in Frisia's army." The pirate captain offered the detector with trembling hands, tears glistening in his eyes. "Very well." I glanced at him and raised my hand, gathering an energy wave. "Spare me, my lord." With a resounding explosion, a crater formed where he had stood, his body obliterated. Frisia's Legion would eventually cross paths with me. If it were any other force, that would be troublesome, as I dreaded the complications that might arise. I then returned to the inn to rest. After a brief sojourn of several days, he reignited his spaceship, continuing his journey of exploration. The vast expanse of the universe, teeming with the unknown and challenges, was precisely the path he sought. The ship once again traversed the stars, leaving trails of light in its wake. Ebony sat in the cockpit, his eyes shimmering with determination and anticipation. He understood that no matter what awaited him ahead, he would forge ahead, continually surpassing himself, unraveling the mysteries of the cosmos, and seeking the traces of Dales until he found his own path. A Torbiter star. After months of interstellar travel, Ebony's spaceship gently descended upon this planet. Stepping off the vessel, he beheld the desolation before him. Corpses littered the ground, and the flora lay withered in a profound silence. This devastation was undoubtedly the work of Dales. He needed to act swiftly, for the mental fruits might have ripened. Ebony closed his eyes, attuning himself to Dales's aura. "There," he thought, quickly using instantaneous movement to teleport to the location. Beneath the great mental fruit tree, Dales and his entourage were gathered, their eyes gleaming with greed and excitement. "In just a few days, this mental fruit will ripen, and our power will surge," Dales proclaimed enthusiastically. "Indeed, Lord Dales, this mental fruit tree is our lucky star." One subordinate chimed in, although his gaze inadvertently fell upon the corpses scattered on the ground, eliciting a hearty laugh. "I wonder how many fruits we will yield this time. Last time, only 4 ripened, which was far too few. This planet seems promising. It should produce a substantial bounty," Dales remarked nonchalantly. As a lower-tier Saiyan warrior, Dales's combat power ranged between 1,000 and 2,000 at adulthood. Fortunately, he had stumbled upon mental fruits, which had elevated his power to 7,500. Dales intended to enhance his strength through the mental fruit tree's bounty, aspiring to dominate the universe. He turned slowly to his subordinates, grinning slyly. "If there are plenty of fruits, everyone might get several." "Yes, Lord Dales," they responded eagerly. "You shall have no such opportunity." "Who dares?" Dales snarled. At that moment, Ebony arrived, casually unleashing an energy wave. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted. As the dust settled, Dales coldly questioned, "Who are you to intrude upon our territory?" Ebony approached steadily, his gaze icy. "Dales, what have you done?" His voice was frigid, laden with displeasure. Upon seeing Ebony, Dales froze momentarily. "A Saiyan? No. You lack a tail." Beep, beep, beep. Dales then glanced at the detector displaying combat power, his expression shifting to disbelief. "Could you be one of those with hidden energy?" Dales laughed heartily. But can you truly contend with us alone? Ebony, uninterested in banter, was eager to augment his strength. Enough with the chatter. He swiftly launched an attack. His speed so rapid that Dales and his crew barely registered the assault as they were decimated. Realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, Dales nevertheless refused to concede. Darting around the tree while shouting, "You may not realize that once the mental fruit ripens, even you cannot stop us." Ebony glanced at the nearly ripened mental fruit, acutely aware of the urgency to conclude the battle swiftly. Thus, he unleashed his full power, rapidly closing the distance, and struck Dales down. Following up with several energy blasts, he finally unleashed the divine wind wave, obliterating Dales. As Dales lay defeated, Ebony advanced toward the mental fruit tree. He understood that by consuming these spiritual fruits, he could enhance his own strength and subsequently transcend to a higher level of power. This was the path of self-improvement that belonged solely to him. Standing quietly beneath the tree of spiritual fruits, Wumu fixed his gaze intently upon the few fruits that were on the verge of ripening. As time passed, the fruits gradually transformed from green to a vivid red, resembling the most resplendent stars in the night sky, exuding an irresistible allure. At last, on a tranquil evening, the spiritual fruits reached full maturity. Wumu gazed at the fruits radiating with a crimson glow, feeling an inexplicable surge of excitement within his heart. He was acutely aware that these fruits would be the key to his extraordinary leap in power. 1, 2, 4, 7, 9 fruits, huh? Omu gazed at the treasures with delight. He extended his hand and gently plucked a spiritual fruit. As it rested in his palm, he felt a wave of warm energy surging throughout his entire being, an unprecedented sensation. Without a moment's hesitation, Omu swallowed the spiritual fruit whole. In an instant, he felt a tremendous energy erupting within him, as if countless currents of electricity coursed through every nerve and muscle. Omu closed his eyes, immersing himself in the baptism of this newfound power. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. When Omu opened his eyes once more, he sensed a profound transformation within his body. His combat power has surged to 150,000. Continuing on, Wumu felt the tremendous force coursing through his body, and a satisfied smile involuntarily crept across his lips. He consumed the remaining spirit fruits one by one, feeling his strength intensifying. A whirlwind began to swirl around him, and as he devoured the last fruit, his chaotic energy subsided. His battle power surged to 620,000. Although the enhancement from the fruits diminished significantly thereafter, this breakthrough into the transformation realm still granted him a formidable battle power of 248,000. Reflecting on the diminishing increments of strength from the fruits, he sighed, then seated himself cross-legged, preparing to advance further into the transformation realm. Chapter 21, Saiyan, Ataribita Star. Having broken through to the transformation realm, his current battle power stood at 248,000. Except for Frisia, he could easily dominate his opponents. Rising to his feet, he reveled in his newfound strength. It had been about 2.5 years since the last martial arts tournament, and in 6 months, the 22nd tournament would commence. Due to the 21st tournament where Sun Wukong did not transform into a gorilla and destroy the arena, the 22nd event might still be held every 5 years. However, he leaned towards the notion of narrative correction, believing there would be other reasons for it to occur every 3 years instead. Now possessing a battle power exceeding 100,000, he had no intention of returning to Earth. Unlike other transmigrators equipped with systems and quests, his sole focus was on becoming stronger, aspiring to transcend into a realm where he could shatter the void and encounter the divine. He now intended to journey to Adrat Star in search of alternative cultivation methods, as the King Kai's planet was unreachable in this dimension, and the God of Destruction's planet was equally elusive. Thus, he prepared for departure, embarking on his spaceship towards Adrat Star, while keeping an eye out for uninhabited planets to plant seeds of spirit fruit trees. As his spaceship traversed the vast cosmos, stars flickered past like blurred scenery along the roadside. His heart brimmed with curiosity for the unknown and a thirst for power. This time, he would seek new cultivation methods on Adrat Star to enhance his abilities. During his voyage, his ship unexpectedly detected an uninhabited planet, densely covered in lush forests. Teeming with life, he resolved to land and explore. Strolling through the forest, he absorbed the unique vitality of this planet and found a clearing where he decided to plant the seeds of the spirit fruit trees. The seeds quickly took root, but soon after, the surrounding flora withered, transforming the land into a desolate wasteland. Observing this scene, he lamented, "Alas, these spirit fruit trees are truly tyrannical. Thankfully, I chose an uninhabited planet. Without any extraordinary means to strengthen oneself, I had no choice but to resort to such methods." Although not a virtuous person, he maintained his own principles, treating the kind with respect while adopting a different demeanor towards foes. To weaker adversaries, he remarked, "I can't be bothered to converse with you. You are unworthy of my words." To stronger foes, he preferred to avoid confrontation, seeking revenge only after he had grown stronger. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Who are you? What has happened here?" A tall Saiyan appeared before him, clearly shocked by the scene. Turning to face the Saiyan, he felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated encountering a fellow Saiyan on such a remote planet. The Saiyan pointed at him in astonishment. "Saiyan? You are also a Saiyan?" Ganas inquired excitedly. Calmly, he replied, "I am not a Saiyan. I am from Earth." The other appeared skeptical. Assuming he was sent by King Vegeta, he had no desire to elaborate, knowing that planet Vegeta had been destroyed and the Saiyans nearly exterminated. But he was too weary to explain everything to this individual. "I don't believe it. Are you sent by King Vegeta to retrieve me?" Ganas pressed on. "Planet Vegeta has been obliterated. There are no Saiyans left." His expression remained impassive. He was aware that a few Saiyans survived, yet he had no intention of elaborating. "Impossible. We are a warrior race. How did planet Vegeta meet its demise? Tell me," Ganas exclaimed, incredulity and disbelief evident in his voice. With a cold gaze, he focused on Ganas, gathering a shimmering energy blast in his hand, his tone stern and unwavering. "Be silent. Do not disturb me, or I shall ensure the extinction of your kind." Ganas, feeling a surge of trepidation as he glanced at his scouter, recognized the power level displayed, igniting a sense of unknown fear within him. He understood that this being's strength far surpassed his own. Swallowing hard, he attempted to calm himself. "I apologize for my earlier outburst. May I follow you, my lord? My battle power is merely 12,000, but I am willing to serve you." After a moment of contemplation, a hint of a smile crept onto his face. "I do not require subordinates. However, considering your lack of malevolence, I may allow you to remain by my side." He then motioned for Ganas to sit with him as they awaited the fruit's maturation. "Ki?" Ganas inquired curiously. "Indeed. The so-called ki is the energy you refer to. Those of my kind can perceive the strength of one's ki," he explained. Subsequently, he revealed to Ganas the truth behind the destruction of planet Vegeta and the surviving Saiyans, Son Goku, Vegeta, Broly, and their respective kin, along with Vegeta's trio. He also learned about Ganas' past. He had been sent to govern another planet in his youth, but had crash-landed here due to a meteorite, surviving on wild fruits and beasts ever since. Contemplating this, he felt a mixture of incredulity and admiration. Ganas had managed to survive alone on this planet, boasting a battle power of 12,000, reminiscent of Broly's situation. Now that we know there are surviving Saiyans, what is Prince Vegeta's current power level? Ganas asked, intrigued. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, Vegeta's battle power should be around 18,000. He is likely serving Frieza at present, he replied. 18,000. The prince is indeed remarkable. Does he know that Frieza was responsible for the destruction of planet Vegeta? Ganas pondered, his thoughts trailing off. He glanced at Ganas, interrupting his musings. Whether he endures humiliation or bears it in silence, I cannot say. But with a mere 18,000 battle power, even multiplied 100-fold, it would not suffice to defeat Frieza. Remember, Frieza's power exceeds an astounding 120 million. Even I feel a tinge of despair at this thought. In the upcoming 8 years, leading up to the events on Namek, he must elevate his battle power to the tens of millions and achieve an 8-fold enhancement through mastering the Dan realm. Do not dwell on it. There is no Saiyan King anymore, and now you follow me. I shall not treat you poorly. However, I must clarify that Frieza, the universe's apparent strongest, has a power level of 120 million, while I possess 248,000. Beyond that, I have not heard of any other individuals with battle powers exceeding 100,000, at least, not publicly. 120 million? And you, my lord, you possess over 200,000 battle power? Ganas exclaimed in shock, his jaw dropping. He sighed, that is still far from sufficient. More formidable warriors will emerge in the future. You have immense potential. If you can reach 300,000 battle power within these few years, I can teach you how to become a Super Saiyan. At that point, you will wield a power level of 150 million. He gazed at Ganas enviously. The latter possessed decent talent and lacked excessive malevolence, suggesting he could quickly grow stronger through his Saiyan lineage. Super Saiyan, does it truly exist? My lord, you possess such extensive knowledge. Ganas was filled with admiration, a sentiment he discovered by chance. The Super Saiyan transformation occurs when a Saiyant's battle power reaches 3 million, allowing for a 50-fold increase under specific conditions. Omu explained, and then he fell silent, quietly gazing at the spirit fruit tree, his heart brimming with anticipation. Chapter 22. Planet Adrat. After several days of prolonged waiting, the precious fruits finally ripened. During this time, Omu diligently trained Ganas, pushing him to the brink of death, only to revive him with the Senza beans, resulting in Ganas' battle power soaring to 700,000. Although they attempted to enhance their strength through passive skills, this method evidently proved unsustainable. When Omu carefully plucked the ripe fruits, he discovered only 6 of them. While a tinge of regret lingered in his heart, he accepted this reality. Ganas, this fruit is for you, Omu said, tossing a spirit fruit to Ganas. Omu had initially contemplated enjoying the fruits alone, as he had no other means to rely upon, unlike Ganas, who possessed infinitely reusable passive skills. However, ultimately considering Ganas' loyalty and companionship, he decided to share one. Ganas swallowed the fruit without hesitation, already aware of its miraculous effects for Omu. He understood that Omu's journey to this planet was for these very fruits. Boom. The moment he consumed the fruit, Ganas' internal energy erupted like a wild stallion, a powerful wave of strength radiating outward. My battle power now exceeds 900,000. Just days ago, it was only 12,000. This is simply unbelievable. Ganas stared in astonishment at his own hands, unable to comprehend it all. This is your first consumption, and given your innate talent, the effects are particularly pronounced. However, subsequent results may not be as remarkable, Omu explained with a smile. Then he consumed the remaining 5 fruits, his own battle power leaping to 3 million. He sensed he had touched a certain limit, feeling that further breakthroughs would be challenging in the short term. While a battle power of 3 million was formidable, it still fell short of his expectations. If he could now break through to the Dan level, his power might reach 24 million, but that was still far from his goal. Omu decided to leave the planet with Ganas, continuing their training on planet Adrat. As Ganas observed Omu's newfound strength, he nodded, and together they boarded their spacecraft. After months of cosmic travel, they finally arrived at planet Adrat. During their journey, they explored 2 uninhabited planets, acquiring 16 precious fruits. Omu tried to consume one, only to find no increase in his power. Consequently, he gifted 3 of them to Ganas, reserving the remaining 12 for future breakthroughs. Upon the spacecraft's landing, as Omu and Ganas disembarked, a blue-skinned Adratian approached them. Greetings, esteemed guests from afar. I am Pibra, an elder of planet Adrat. What brings you here? Pibra's appearance resembled that of a catfish from the deep sea, his eyes filled with curiosity. The original text noted that the Adratians were very friendly. I am Omu, from Earth, and this is Ganas. We have come here to seek knowledge and cultivate our skills. Omu replied politely. Oh, so you are here for training. We Adratians advocate peace and are eager to share our learning and development techniques. Please follow me, Pibra said, leading them toward the Adratian settlement. Upon entering a spacious hall and taking their seats, Elder Pibra spoke. The use of energy requires touching the depths of the soul. Merely pursuing explosive power will not unveil the greater mysteries of energy. I sense that your spirit has undergone training, yet it has yet to fully harmonize with your inner energy. As for your companion, there flows a hint of violent energy within him, stemming from an unrefined spirit. You must first temper your hearts before addressing other forms of training. Upon hearing this, Omu and Ganas exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, responding, Understood, Elder Pibra. Thus, in the following days, they followed Elder Pibra, immersing themselves in the cultivation of mental strength. Omu knew well that many in the world of Dragon Ball undervalued the importance of mental cultivation. However, for him, the breakthrough in martial arts was intricately tied to the power of the spirit. The rapid growth of his strength in this period had nearly made him forget this aspect. Just as the original text emphasized, Son Goku never abandoned the cultivation of his spirit, with each of his mentors highlighting its significance. Under Elder Pibra's guidance, Omu and Ganas began to value and practice the power of the mind. The serene and harmonious environment of planet Adrat, surrounded by lush forests and permeated with the delicate fragrance of flowers, felt like an ideal place for cultivation. as if it were isolated from the world. The elder led them to a secluded valley, a secret site for the Adratian's cultivation of mental strength. In the center of the valley lay a crystal-clear lake, its waters transparent, with a large platform at its center, intricately carved and emitting a gentle glow. This is our sacred ground for cultivating mental strength, known as the Lake of Spirit and Heart, Elder Pibra explained. Here, you can cleanse your spirit and gain insights into deeper powers. Omu and Ganas complied, sitting on the platform with closed eyes, attempting to attune themselves to their surroundings. Initially, they could only sense their inner energy, but as time passed, they gradually became aware of the subtle changes in the natural world around them, including the sounds of the flowing water, the rustling leaves in the wind, and even the distant breaths of animals. Omu realized that through mental cultivation, he could delve deeper into the flow of energy within himself and even sense the delicate shifts in the natural world. This unprecedented feeling led him to understand that the enhancement of power was not solely about increased battle strength, but was more importantly about the harmonious resonance between the spirit and nature. As their training deepened, Omu's mindset began to transform. The worries that once plagued him gradually faded, replaced by an unparalleled tranquility and peace. He felt as though his spirit had been cleansed, becoming purer. Ganas' transformation was even more pronounced. The violent energy that once resided within him was gradually worn away during this period of training, supplanted by a gentle yet resolute strength. His gaze grew deeper, as if he could see into the hearts of others. A month passed swiftly, and under Elder Pibra's guidance, Omu and Ganas not only cultivated their mental strength, but also learned to integrate this power with their internal energy, achieving more formidable effects. Since leaving Earth 2 years ago, the 22nd martial arts tournament must have commenced by now. I am left unaware of Uncle Marlowe and the other circumstances. Soon, the moment of the Demon King Piccolo's appearance, ultimately defeated by Son Goku, will unfold. In 3 years, the 23rd martial arts tournament will begin, followed closely by the wedding of Son Goku and Chi-Chi. 5 years later, Raditz will descend upon Earth, marking the official commencement of the plot. Should my strength prove sufficient at that time, perhaps I could vanquish Frieza before Son Wukong transforms. Chapter 23. The Top 8 of the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament, Earth. On Papaya Island, the venue for the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament glimmered like a resplendent pearl nestled in the azure heart of the ocean. The sun, akin to a searing eye, cast its golden radiance over the soft, delicate sands, while gentle waves caressed the shore, producing a melodious sound reminiscent of celestial music, thus crafting an atmosphere of tranquility and harmony for this grand event. At the heart of the venue, a spacious arena stood majestically, surrounded by a sea of spectators, their fervent emotions nearly rivaling the blazing sun. Warriors from all directions bore expressions painted with anticipation and trepidation, their eyes shimmering with an insatiable yearning for triumph. The air was imbued with a unique blend of sea breeze and sweat, while the enticing aromas wafting from distant food stalls infused the entire venue with a rich essence of life. Occasionally, waves of applause and cheers coursed through this fervent atmosphere, injecting the martial arts tournament with a heightened sense of exhilarating passion. Krillin, Yamchu, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, along with Master Roshi and Master Crane, gathered before the entrance of the tournament. The two elderly masters, bound by past grievances, cast a subtle yet tense ambience over the surroundings. As proud representatives of the Turtle School, Krillin and Yamcha bore the weight of their legacy, while Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu represented the Crane School, their gazes intense with a palpable sense of rivalry. With a hint of disdain and confidence, Tien Shinhan remarked, "Humph, a bunch of inept fools, do not be overly confident. I have made thorough preparations this time." His words revealed a lingering bitterness influenced by the extreme educational methods of Master Crane during his formative years. Meanwhile, Krillin endeavored to alleviate the tense atmosphere, gently interjecting, "Ultimately, whether we belong to the Turtle School or the Crane School, our goal remains the transcendence of martial arts." He was reluctant to incite conflict, striving to conclude the impending quarrel on a harmonious note. Yamcha nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, we should learn from one another and enhance our abilities together." At that moment, Jiaozi, his face contorted with indignation, directed his ire at Tianjin Fan, declaring, "Tianjin Fan, we must demonstrate our true strength to them." Master Roshi, with a chuckle, interjected, "Ah, my dear disciples, while the competition is significant, The invaluable opportunity to learn and foster friendships is what truly matters. However, Crane Hermit retorted with a sneer, "Old turtle. Are you saying that because you fear your disciples will lose? Nonetheless, I anticipate that this competition will allow us to finally settle our past grievances." Master Roshi calmly responded, "Crane, let the past grievances dissipate like the wind. Now, we must focus on the growth of our disciples." Crane Hermit provocatively challenged, "Are you already frightened, old turtle?" In a moment of heated emotion, Master Roshi retorted, "You stubborn old man, you remain as irksome as ever." Under the watchful eyes of their disciples, Crane Hermit and his adversary refused to yield, their words fierce. Ultimately, Crane Hermit left with a resounding statement, leading Tianjin Fan and another disciple deeper into the venue. Soon after, Sun Wukong arrived at the scene, his presence bringing a wave of warm reassurance. After registering, they retreated to their dormitory, embarking on a brief period of rest and recuperation. As the following day dawned, the preliminary matches unfolded with fervor, numerous competitors displaying robust determination as they advanced to the quarterfinals. During the draw for the quarterfinals, the host's voice brimmed with anticipation, while Tianjin Fan covertly signaled Jiaozi to employ his super abilities to cheat, attempting to steer the course of the competition. Ultimately, the draw results were revealed. Yamcha would face Tianjin Fan, Shenlong would confront Male Wolf, Klin would duel with Jiaozi, and Sun Wukong would meet the newcomer, Shao Jia. Shao Jia, a rising star who had developed a passion for martial arts 3 years prior due to a fortuitous encounter, had, after 3 years of diligent training, barely succeeded in advancing through the preliminaries. When the names of the competitors were called, the referee's voice resonated throughout the venue, leading them to the center of the arena. Tianjin Fan and Yamcha began their warm-up, preparing for the imminent clash. First match of the quarterfinals, Tianjin Fan against Yamcha. With the host's enthusiastic call, the two competitors stepped onto the stage, heralding the commencement of this spectacular duel. On the stage, Tianjin Fan and Yamcha locked their gaze upon one another. The audience held its breath, the air thick with tension and excitement. With a booming command from the host, the two competitors surged toward each other like battling beasts. As the match commenced, they engaged with the ferocity of wolves. Tianjin Fan's movements were swift and precise, each punch and kick landing heavily against Yamcha's defenses, producing a series of resounding thuds that reverberated through the arena. Yamcha, refusing to concede, unleashed his Super Wukong fist, each strike accompanied by a howling wind that seemed poised to tear through the air. Tianjin Fan's eyes glinted with a cold intensity. His strikes were rapid and forceful, each infused with strength and speed. Despite Yamcha's relentless counterattacks, he gradually lost ground against Tianjin Fan's aggressive onslaught. The audience's breaths quickened, their eyes fixated on every movement of the two fighters, anxious not to miss any thrilling moment. As the battle progressed, Yamcha unleashed his ultimate technique, the Kamehameha. A dazzling blue sphere of energy coalesced in his palms, and with a fierce shout, the sphere surged toward Tianjin Fan like a shooting star. Observing this, Tianjin Fan swiftly dodged with remarkable speed, countering with a punch that struck Yamcha squarely in the chest, sending him staggering back several steps. Ultimately, after a fierce exchange, Yamcha was struck by a powerful blow from Tianjin Fan, causing him to lose balance and teeter on the brink of collapse. Tianjin Fan did not afford his opponent a moment to breathe, following up with a forceful kick aimed at Yamcha's leg. The impact was accompanied by a sickening crack, and Yamcha collapsed in agony, his leg shattered by Tianjin Fan's blow. A stunned silence enveloped the arena as the audience processed this abrupt turn of events. Tianjin Fan stood atop the stage, his breathing slightly accelerated, yet his expression remained impassive, as if he felt little excitement or satisfaction from his victory. Meanwhile, the defeated Yamcha lay curled on the ground in pain. At that moment, the arena was awash with the chilling aura of Tianjin Fan's ruthless combat style. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into fervent applause and cheers, exhilarated by the extraordinary duel, yet simultaneously awed by Tianjin Fan's formidable prowess. Chapter 24. Learning Special Skills. Yamcha. The faces of Bulma and the others were etched with concern as Sun Wukong darted toward the stage like a bolt of lightning, anxiously assessing Yamcha's injuries. Tears welled in Plu's eyes as he wept. "Yamcha, I'll take you to the hospital immediately." Transforming into a flying carpet, he soared to Yamcha's side and urged Sun Wukong, "Wukong, quickly, help him up." "Of course." Sun Wukong called out to Klin, and together they hoisted Yamcha onto the carpet. Plu then sped toward the hospital, followed closely by Bulma and Launch. Sun Wukong glared at Tianjin Fan, fury evident in his voice. You have gone too far. Yamcha has lost consciousness. You knew this, yet still chose to strike. With arms crossed and a smug expression, Tianjin Fan retorted, Umph. Not taking his life is already a stroke of fortune. I'm quite sympathetic, wouldn't you say? With that, he turned and left the stage. Despicable. Sun Wukong and Klin glared at Tianjin Fan's retreating figure, fists clenched in anger. Yamcha, I will settle this score in the competition. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with rage. Ha ha. Dream on. You won't even make it to the championship, Tianjin Fan scoffed, halting his steps to glance dismissively back at Sun Wukong. In the audience, Crane Hermit reveled in Tianjin Fan's victory, his laughter brimming with pride. Well done. Now they will truly recognize the strength of our Crane School. I can hardly wait to see Master Roshi's grim expression, and besides, Tianjin Fan's true power has yet to be fully revealed. Hee hee. The day's competition concluded successfully, and the second round of the quarterfinals would continue the following morning. In the lounge, as Tianjin Fan entered, he encountered Jiaozi, who greeted him with unrestrained joy. You won. That was inevitable. But the Turtle School's disciples are stronger than I anticipated. You should be cautious, Tianjin Fan advised Jiaozi earnestly. Indeed, from my perspective, that opponent named Yamcha was likely the most formidable disciple under Master Roshi. This means the championship is mine to claim, and you are destined for second place. Tianjin Fan declared confidently, stroking his chin and revealing a victorious smile to Jiaozi. The outcome was already clear. Upon encountering Master Roshi, Sun Wukong, aware that the morrow would herald his moment of battle, offered words of encouragement. Tomorrow, is it? Give it your all, dear elder. Master Roshi, filled with pride, replied, Indeed. However, your earlier restraint was commendable. You held back your impulses and refrained from disrupting the match. You have shown considerable maturity. Far away on the planet Adrath, Omu and Ganas completed their rigorous training. This celestial body, brimming with enigma and allure, boasted a sky of unique violet hues, while the stars twinkled in a manner wholly distinct from that of Earth, as if each star whispered ancient secrets. The ground was adorned with peculiar luminescent flora that cast a mystical glow at night, enveloping the planet in a veil of mystery. Their training locale was nestled within an ancient forest, where colossal trees reached towards the heavens, their trunks so wide that it would take several individuals to encircle one. The leaves emitted a gentle blue luminescence. In this forest, time seemed to slow, and the air was imbued with a fragrance that instilled tranquility in the soul. Omu had been focusing on cultivating his mental strength, sensing that this inner power might be the key to transcending the void and achieving an invulnerable state. Thus, he immersed himself in this pursuit until today, when his mental acuity harmonized with the energy within him. His mastery of the 8 extremes fist was near completion, and he had attained proficiency in Tai Chi, deciding to forsake further martial arts training, as these 2 disciplines sufficed for his enhancement. Ganas, having attained inner peace, also learned to control and comprehend energy. Omu and Ganas sat side by side on a glowing meadow, the stars above twinkling in a manner unlike that of Earth. The blue-tinged leaves swayed gently in the breeze, casting a serene glow. Taking a deep breath, Omu's eyes sparkled with insight. Ganas, during this period of training, I feel profoundly transformed. The power of the mind is far more potent than I had imagined. Ganas nodded calmly, his gaze profound. Indeed, I too have come to realize that true strength lies not solely in physical prowess, but in the serenity of the heart and the mastery of energy. After their training concluded, they journeyed to the abode of Elder Pibara. The elder resided within a magnificent crystal palace, perched atop a towering crystal mountain, resembling a colossal gem embedded in the planet. The interior of the palace dazzled with myriad colors of intertwined crystals, casting ethereal light and shadow. Standing before Elder Pibara, Omu and Ganas' eyes sparkled with curiosity and eagerness to learn new skills. Elder Pibara, we have completed our training. May we now learn the skills of your planet? Ganas' voice brimmed with anticipation, while Omu stood resolutely beside him. They expressed their request to Elder Pibara, whose voice echoed through the crystal palace. Reminiscent of another world, how swift you are to master your training. Very well, I shall teach you the art of telepathy, force separation, mental communication, and healing. Telepathy? Does that mean we can hear the thoughts of others? Omu inquired, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Many characters in the original tales possessed this ability, and Omu had long coveted it, never expecting to acquire it on a draft. Elder Pibara smiled gently. Not only will you hear their thoughts, but you will also sense their emotions and comprehend their true intentions. However, remember to wield this skill with caution, respecting the privacy of others. Ganas nodded, inquiring, and what about the force separation technique? It sounds formidable. Elder Pibara explained, this technique temporarily detaches a person's consciousness from their body, proving invaluable in combat. Yet, it carries risks. A misstep may harm one's own soul. It can also separate those in fusion. We shall exercise caution, Elder. Omu and Ganas replied in unison. Lastly, healing is a precious skill that can aid both yourselves and those around you. Elder Pibara's voice radiated warmth. The two exchanged smiles. Thank you, Elder Pibara. We will study diligently and not disappoint your expectations, Ganas expressed sincerely. Elder Pibara nodded. Very well, let us commence. Chapter 25, The Turtle School Kamehameha. The following day, the atmosphere at the World Martial Arts Tournament on Earth was once again electrifying. Despite Omu's mysterious absence, the fervor of the martial arts competition remained unabated. This was the stage for Tien's pivotal moment. The audience erupted in cheers as the host announced the commencement of the match, elevating the excitement to a crescendo. Male Wolf and Master Rashi, the two contenders, ascended to the arena, poised for their duel. With a signal, the competition officially began. The sound of drums reverberated, stirring anticipation. Male Wolf charged at Master Rashi, launching a fierce assault. Like a ferocious beast, he attacked with unrelenting vigor. Yet, Master Rashi stood calmly, evading left and right with effortless grace, as if relishing the thrill of the contest. Though Male Wolf's strikes were swift, Master Rashi danced around them like a wraith, skillfully dodging at critical moments. The audience watched in rapt attention, bursts of astonishment erupting below. Humph, it seems I must take this more seriously, Male Wolf thought, determination igniting within him. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged from him, his speed escalating dramatically. In that instant, even Master Rashi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Recognizing that Male Wolf was about to unleash his ultimate technique, Wolf Shadow shifts. Male Wolf shouted, transforming into countless phantoms that attacked from all directions. This technique was not only rapid but also unpredictable, rendering defense a daunting challenge. The battle on the stage intensified, with Male Wolf's onslaught resembling a tempest. In that moment, Master Rashi ceased holding back. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and then opened them abruptly. With rapid movements of his hands, he struck precisely at each of Male Wolf's illusions. With each blow, the phantoms began to vanish one by one. Eventually, only the true Male Wolf remained, now visibly fatigued. Master Rashi smiled gently, saying, "Young man, your speed is impressive, yet against a seasoned opponent, velocity alone is not the sole key to victory. I concede with respect. Today's battle has been immensely enlightening," Male Wolf replied earnestly. Master Rashi approached him with a smile and patted his shoulder. "Your strength is formidable. The road ahead is long. Keep striving." The audience erupted into applause once more, exhilarated by the thrilling match. Though Male Wolf had faced defeat, he remained undeterred, instead expressing his admiration for Master Rashi. He realized that he had learned a great deal from this match. This scene diverges from the narrative of the original work. In the original story, the Male Wolf was unable to transform into a human due to the moon being pushed away by Master Rashi, thus harboring a murderous intent towards him. However, in this rendition, devoid of hatred, the Male Wolf's demeanor appears far more natural. In the original, the Male Wolf's animosity stemmed largely from his desire to transform into a human to pursue romantic interests, mistakenly believing that the destruction of the moon would render him permanently incapable of such transformation, which fueled his resentment towards Master Rashi. Below, Tien Shinhan gazed intently at the Master Rashi disguised as Chun Long and spoke solemnly. "It turns out that my opponent in the semifinals will be this old man. His prowess is unfathomable. In my past battles, few have reached such a level." Dumpling, with a look of perplexity, questioned, "Can you truly deduce that from just this?" Such a question is understandable, especially in the absence of Ubu. Otherwise, one might wish to critique how the original Master Rashi exhibited no techniques at all, making it difficult for Tien Shinhan to discern anything. Indeed, merely by observing his movements and breathing patterns, it suffices. The fluidity of his motions is like the wind, And within his breaths lies a concealed power. Every aspect radiates the aura of a master. Ah, my fighting spirit has been thoroughly ignited, Tian Xinhan elucidated. All right. You are a martial arts master. Quite impressive. The early stages of strength truly rely on conjecture. At that moment, the announcer on the stage stepped forward, his voice resonant as he proclaimed, "In this fervent and exhilarating atmosphere, let us seize the momentum and proceed directly to the quarterfinals." Tian Xinhan turned to Dumpling, exclaiming, "Dumpling, it's your turn to take the stage." Soon, the third match was about to commence, with Dumpling and Krillin set to engage in an extraordinarily captivating duel. The announcer's voice echoed across the arena, heightening the pre-battle tension. The two contestants took their respective positions on the stage, their gazes piercing through the void, locking onto one another. This was not merely a contest, but an honorable clash between the Turtle School and the Crane School of Martial Arts. As the announcer's voice gradually faded, the atmosphere on the stage became increasingly taut. Dumpling and Krillin stood at opposite ends of the arena. Although they had yet to engage in combat, the intensity of their glances hinted at the ferocity of the impending match. The resounding gong signaled the start of the battle, and Krillin surged forward towards Dumpling in an astonishing burst of speed, his figure flickering across the stage. Dumpling, however, remained composed. His body seemed to defy the pull of gravity, gracefully maneuvering through the air and evading Krillin's strikes. Unwilling to remain on the defensive, Krillin unleashed a flurry of strikes, each blow imbued with tremendous force, creating thunderous echoes even in the empty air. Though Dumpling floated with agility, he was compelled to respond cautiously to Krillin's relentless onslaught, which seemed to encompass every corner of the stage. Just as Krillin prepared to launch another attack, Dumpling suddenly revealed his extraordinary ability. With a thrust of his hands, an invisible yet immensely powerful force instantaneously immobilized Krillin, rendering him motionless. Krillin's face registered surprise as he realized he was suspended in midair, helplessly watching Dumpling prepare for his next move. "What is this?" Krillin exclaimed in panic. The audience erupted in astonishment, having not anticipated that Dumpling possessed such a remarkable technique. Krillin struggled to break free, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape Dumpling's grasp of supernatural control. Wave. Dumpling seized the opportunity to counterattack, gathering a dazzling energy at his fingertips before unleashing a brilliant energy wave towards Krillin. Though immobilized, Krillin refused to concede easily, exerting all his strength to resist the oncoming energy. The energy wave ultimately struck Krillin, propelling him across the stage, yet he remained resilient. As Dumpling's supernatural power began to wane, Krillin regained his freedom. He unsteadily rose to his feet, a resolute expression etched upon his face. The two once more faced each other, the atmosphere thickening with palpable tension. The Dumpling silently regarded Klin in the air, while Klin, unwilling to remain a passive recipient of blows, resolved to unleash his yet-to-be perfected ultimate technique, the Turtle School's Kamehameha. He assumed a familiar stance, powerful energy beginning to coalesce between his palms, and then unhesitatingly unleashed it towards the Dumpling. Kamehameha. Chapter 26. What is right and wrong? The Azure Kamehameha surged forth towards the Dumpling, which, in a state of panic, retaliated with a Dodone ray. The two energies collided mid-air, erupting in a dazzling explosion of light. The confrontation between the waves was fiercely intense, yet ultimately resulted in a stalemate, perfectly balanced. Sun Wukong gazed at the battle unfolding in the sky, astonished, exclaiming, "Wow, Dumpling, how can you fly?" Master Roshi explained, "That is the Crane School's technique of aerial maneuvering. Naturally, that old bird's disciple would possess it as well." Hearing this, Tian Xinhan could not help but scoff. Responding to Master Roshi, "I never imagined you had such understanding of our Crane School." Sun Wukong's attention returned to Dumpling. As he observed the Dodone ray and suddenly recalled an old memory, this skill resembled one used by Tao Pai Pai, whom he had previously vanquished. Tian Xinhan, upon hearing this, appeared skeptical. "Impossible. How could you have defeated Tao Pai Pai?" Sun Wukong retorted, "Why couldn't I defeat Tao Pai Pai?" Tian Xinhan said no more, turning to leave. "Just wait until the tournament, you'll see." Master Roshi, overhearing their exchange, couldn't he help but reflect on Sun Wukong's growth, which had far surpassed his expectations. In the arena, Dumpling removed his hat, revealing a bald head adorned with a single hair, and charged at Krillin. "Ah!" Krillin yelped, "I can do that too." They collided, but Dumpling's head was as hard as diamond, After one clash, Krillin found himself unable to withstand the onslaught and began to evade. Despite his evasiveness, Krillin's mind raced with strategies. Although Dumpling's headbutts were formidable, each strike was followed by a brief moment of pause, an opportunity. Taking a deep breath, Krillin resolved to counterattack. As Dumpling prepared for his next strike, Krillin suddenly dashed forward, feigning a direct collision. Seeing this, Dumpling seized the moment, accelerating towards Krillin. Just as they were about to collide, Krillin swiftly pivoted, evading Dumpling's attack, and launched a powerful strike to Dumpling's back with all his might. Caught off guard, Dumpling stumbled forward but quickly regained his footing, turning to face Krillin. Their eyes locked in a fierce exchange, each sensing the other's extraordinary prowess. From the audience, Sun Wukong watched intently, unable to suppress his admiration. Krillin has made remarkable progress, able to swiftly identify his opponent's weaknesses during battle. Master Roshi nodded in agreement, his eyes gleaming with pride. Indeed, this child's potential is finally beginning to manifest. The battle intensified, with both Krillin and Dumpling showcasing their ultimate techniques, producing brilliant bursts of light that generated waves of energy. Their speed was astonishing, resembling two bolts of lightning darting across the arena. After an arduous exchange, both fighters were panting heavily, yet neither was willing to concede. At that moment, a glint of determination flickered in Krillin's eyes. He knew it was time to conclude this contest. Concentrating all his energy, he clenched his fists and began to gather power. Observing this, Dumpling refused to back down and prepared his own ultimate skill. The two launched their attacks almost simultaneously, and the tremendous energy waves clashed in midair, resulting in a colossal explosion that enveloped the entire arena in radiant light. Kamehameha, Dodonrai. As the brilliance gradually faded, everyone held their breath, eager for the outcome. On the stage, both Krillin and Dumpling lay exhausted, yet Krillin's arms slightly lifted, signaling he still possessed a sliver of strength. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, celebrating the spectacular performance of both contestants. Tien Shinhan and Sun Wukong ascended the stage to assist Krillin and Dumpling, with Sun Wukong cheerfully exclaiming, "What an incredible match, Krillin!" Tien Shinhan, casting a somber glance at Sun Wukong and Krillin, silently departed the stage. As the sun descended in the sky, golden rays bathed the arena, illuminating the faces of every spectator and etching this glorious moment into their memories. Such a remarkable martial arts tournament would be hard to find again. With the conclusion of the tournament, Sun Wukong and his companions visited the hospital to see Yamcha, who had been following the event through a live broadcast. Upon hearing of Krillin's victory, Yamcha felt joy, but as he glanced at his injured leg, a hint of regret washed over him. "Hey Yamcha, we've come to see you." Sun Wukong beamed as he burst into the hospital room, bringing news of victory. Soon, others joined him, gathering around Yamcha's bedside, their laughter and cheer filling the air. "Congratulations, Krillin," Yamcha said, extending his praise. "Oh, it's nothing significant." Krillin chuckled, rubbing his bald head with glee. Laughter echoed throughout the room, creating a warm atmosphere. In that moment of camaraderie, Sun Wukong suddenly shifted the topic. "It's strange. I wonder where Ubu's training grounds are. I've searched everywhere over the past 2 years and found nothing. It's a pity he didn't participate in the tournament. I would have loved to vie against him." Master Roshi, surprised, responded, "You've seen him recently?" "Indeed. He sought me out for a Dragon Ball wish to obtain a training location. He mentioned it. Oh, by the way, Grandpa, Ubu also asked me to send his regards to you," Sun Wukong said innocently. "Ah, I see. He truly is a dedicated martial artist. His future accomplishments are beyond my prediction. I'm pleasantly surprised he still remembers this old man," Master Roshi mused. "You all should be ready for independence after this tournament. It's time for you to venture out and hone your skills," Master Roshi advised. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged excited glances, promptly nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the joyous atmosphere surrounding Master Roshi, a heavy and tense mood enveloped the Crane School. Upon learning of his brother Tao Pai Pai's tragic demise at the hands of Master Roshi's disciple, Master Shin's face turned ashen, solemnly instructing Tien Shinhan, "Tien, if you encounter them in the arena, show no mercy." "Yes," Tien Shinhan replied resolutely, though a complex emotion flickered in his eyes. As a disciple of Master Shun, he was acutely aware of the weight of responsibility and his master's expectations. Yet, within him resided a persistent dedication to the pure pursuit of martial arts. His desire extended beyond mere victory. He yearned to explore the essence of martial arts through combat. However, under Master Shin's extreme tutelage, he felt a profound sense of conflict and inner turmoil. He, along with the dumplings, was taken in by the Crane Immortal and had secretly executed numerous undisclosed tasks for him, all stemming from a profound sense of gratitude towards the Crane Immortal. Chapter 27. Martial Arts. The following day, at the venue of the martial arts competition. At dawn, the stage of the martial arts tournament once again became the focal point of attention. On this day, the fierce battles of the quarterfinals continued, featuring an exhilarating contest between Sun Wukong and Xiaojia. Xiaojia, a rising star who had only stepped into the realm of martial arts 3 years prior, astounded everyone by securing a place among the top 8, thanks to his exceptional talent and unwavering dedication. Sun Wukong, the bronze medalist from the previous martial arts tournament, possessed undeniable strength. However, when faced with Xiaojia, he opted for a less than full-throttle approach. As the referee's signal marked the beginning of the match, Sun Wukong stood atop the ring with an air of ease, confronting the visibly more anxious Xiaojia. Despite his brief training in martial arts, Xiaojia's innate ability and diligence allowed him to ascend rapidly, which was precisely why he stood there. Sun Wukong wore a smile, sensing Xiaojia's tension and excitement. As the bell rang to commence the contest, Sun Wukong refrained from rushing into an attack, instead quietly observing Xiaojia, as if awaiting the opportune moment. Taking a deep breath, Xiaojia endeavored to quell his nerves and charged towards Sun Wukong to launch his assault. Though his movements were swift, they appeared to Sun Wukong as if they were in slow motion. With a gentle flash, Sun Wukong effortlessly evaded Little Jack's assault. As the match progressed, Little Jack began to experiment with more varied offensive strategies. Although each attempt failed to touch Sun Wukong, he could distinctly sense his own growth. Each strike and counterattack allowed him to glean new martial truths from Sun Wukong's actions, igniting a spark of hope within him. Ultimately, Sun Wukong concluded the match with a graceful counter, elegantly marking the end of the contest. Though defeated, Little Jack's eyes glimmered with a mix of determination and defiance. He understood that despite today's loss, the experiences and growth he had gained were invaluable treasures on his journey towards the future. Sun Wukong approached Little Jack with a smile, saying, "You are quite impressive, Little Jack. You have shown remarkable potential and continue to improve. You are far stronger than I was when I learned under my grandfather. Brother Wukong, do you know Brother Yuwood? I wish to learn martial arts from him," Little Jack said, gazing up at Sun Wukong with respect in his eyes. "Ah, Yuwood. I am not certain of his whereabouts now, but I shall convey your wishes to him," Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head. "Thank you, Brother Wukong." Little Jack bowed deeply in gratitude. "Ha. Little Jack is the child saved by Yuwood 3 years ago, and since then, he has attended numerous martial arts schools to learn, progressing rapidly, leaving no challengers among ordinary folk." Little Jack gazed at Sun Wukong, his eyes shimmering with resolute light. He recognized that this defeat was merely a minor setback on his martial path. True challenges and glories awaited him ahead. As the quarterfinals concluded, the drums of the semifinals resonated. With the intermission over, the arena of the martial arts competition once again became the focal point of attention. The impending clash between Tianjin Fan and Chunlong quickened the heartbeats of all spectators. Chunlong, competing under the alias of Master Rashi, was the runner-up of the previous tournament, and his participation undoubtedly added countless highlights to this martial arts event. With a commanding announcement from the host, the competition commenced. In the initial phase, both contenders showcased exceptional skills in martial arts, probing each other's limits. Tianjin Fan's movements were swift and incisive, each strike infused with astonishing power. Meanwhile, Chunlong, Master Rashi, countered with his profound martial foundation and rich combat experience, rendering the battle on the stage exhilarating and unpredictable. Suddenly, Tianjin Fan retreated several steps, gathering all his strength to unleash his signature technique, the Kamehameha. The audience's breaths seemed to halt at that moment, all eyes fixated upon him. With a fierce roar, Tianjin Fan unleashed a massive wave of energy from his hands, hurtling towards Master Rashi. Yet, Master Rashi remained unperturbed in the face of this formidable assault. He took a deep breath, extending his hands forward, unleashing his signature technique, the Kamehameha wave. Two formidable energies collided in midair, erupting in a dazzling brilliance. The fierce impact generated a tremendous shockwave, causing the entire arena to tremble. As the energy wave dissipated, both fighters resumed their fierce exchange of blows. Utilizing the advantage of his air dance technique, Tian Xinhan launched an aerial assault, while Chunlong adeptly countered on the ground, employing his agility and extensive combat experience. Master Rashi understood that, despite Tian's influence from Crane Hermit, his heart remained pure, and his passion for martial arts was genuinely profound. Following a close-range clash, Master Rashi seized the moment to softly advise Tian, "Young man, the essence of martial arts lies not solely in the struggle of strength, but in the communion and growth of the spirit. You possess remarkable potential that should not be shackled by hatred and prejudice." Upon hearing these words, Tian's heart stirred with profound emotion. He recognized that his opponent was no ordinary contender, sensing a profound concern and guidance in the words exchanged. As the match progressed, Tianjin Fan's offensive began to wane, prompting him to reflect on his understanding of martial arts and the path that lay ahead. From the sidelines, Master Kemisenen's voice rang out sharply, "Tianjin Fan, what are you doing?" The call snapped Tianjin Fan back to attention, and he resolved to ponder these thoughts after the competition concluded. Despite the diminishing intensity of his assault, he continued to display his exceptional martial prowess. Master Kemisenen, with his vast experience and unfathomable strength, maintained a delicate balance with Tianjin Fan, heightening the suspense of the bout. At that moment, Master Kemisenen unexpectedly slowed his offensive, a subtle smile gracing his face. He gracefully leaped back to the center of the arena and then announced to the referee, "I concede." A profound silence enveloped the crowd, swiftly followed by a cacophony of bewildered discussions. Many were perplexed as to why Master Rashi chose to surrender despite having the upper hand. Tianjin Fan stood on the platform, gazing at Master Rashi's broad back, reminiscent of the vast sea, and felt a surge of deep respect and reflection within his heart. His fist was clenched tightly, a flicker of complex emotions shimmering in his eyes. Indeed, he began to reassess his understanding of martial arts and contemplate his future path. Doubts arose regarding the teachings of Master Crane. What was the true purpose of pursuing martial arts? Although Tianjin Fan had yet to fully grasp these thoughts, he was acutely aware that the final challenge awaited him, against one of Master Rashi's disciples. The instructions from Master Crane echoed in his ears. Yet Master Rashi's words had begun to sow seeds of uncertainty in his heart. Below the stage, Master Crane furrowed his brow, perplexed by the surrender of a contestant named Chunlong, while simultaneously sensing Tianjin Fan's disquiet. Chapter 28, Champion. Tianjin Fan staggered towards Master Crane, his gaze filled with conflict and hesitation. Master Crane's brows knitted together, a palpable displeasure flashing in his eyes as he inquired, "What transpired on the arena just now? Why do you appear so unsettled?" Tianjin Fan lowered his head, his lips quivering, as if a myriad of words hung on the tip of his tongue, yet ultimately, he remained silent. He was undergoing a tumultuous internal struggle, profoundly moved by the actions and words of Master Rashi. He realized that his understanding of martial arts was gradually transforming, yet at that moment, he found himself unable to articulate the myriad thoughts swirling within him to his master. Just then, the voice of the host pierced through the silence. "Ladies and gentlemen, the semifinals are about to commence. This round will feature a contest between two distinguished disciples of the Turtle School, Krillin and Son Goku. Please welcome the contestants to the arena." Seeing Tianjin Han remain silent, Master Rashi refrained from pressing further, directing his gaze towards the stage. Tianjin Han lifted his head, internally acknowledging that this match might provide the answers to his confusion. At that moment, all eyes in the arena converged upon the stage once more. As disciples of the Turtle School, the duel between Krillin and Son Goku was undoubtedly captivating. The two stood firmly at the center of the arena, bound by a profound friendship yet enveloped in the spirit of competition. They exchanged smiles, embodying both brotherhood and camaraderie. With graceful leaps, they ascended the stage and exchanged a customary salute of warriors. The audience below was already ablaze with excitement, eagerly anticipating this extraordinary showdown. "Krillin, do not hold back," Son Goku said with a smile, his eyes gleaming with the fervor for battle. "I shall not," Krillin replied earnestly, his demeanor reflecting the significance he placed on this contest. With a signal from the referee, the two immediately launched into a fierce confrontation. Son Goku, utilizing his remarkable speed, seized the initiative, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Each strike a perfect amalgamation of power and velocity. Krillin, undeterred, adeptly employed his skills and agility, skillfully evading Son Goku's assaults while displaying his own cleverness in counterattacks. Krillin, with his agile maneuvers, constantly shifted his position in search of a flaw in Son Goku's defenses, while Son Goku responded to every assault with overwhelming strength and speed. Their battle was a blend of technique and intellect, captivating every spectator present. As the contest reached a fever pitch, the exchanges intensified, with both sides alternating between offense and defense, creating a spectacular scene. The audience was utterly enthralled by their performance, erupting in waves of applause and cheers. "Goku, let's try the Kamehameha," Krillin exclaimed, eager to test his recently acquired technique against Son Goku. "Sure," Son Goku replied with a grin. The two assumed their stances and shouted in unison, "Kamehameha!" Two brilliant blue energy waves clashed fiercely in midair, holding their ground for a moment before Son Goku's wave overpowered Krillin's. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin darted towards Son Goku. Aware that his Kamehameha would be no match for Son Goku, Krillin had prepared for the ensuing fierce battle. As the contest progressed, their techniques grew increasingly ferocious. Son Goku exhibited astonishing potential, each strike imbued with immense power and swift speed, compelling Krillin to expend even more effort in his defense. Ultimately, after a spectacular exchange, Son Goku executed a clever maneuver, successfully propelling Krillin out of the arena. "Goku, you truly are the stronger one now. You've become incredibly powerful," Krillin said with a smile. Son Goku chuckled, scratching his head. "Ha!" The arena erupted in jubilation as the audience celebrated the remarkable match. Though Krillin had faced defeat, he emerged with honor, having earned the respect and admiration of all present. Son Goku extended his hand to Krillin, assisting him in rising, and the two shared a smile, showcasing the profound bond of brotherhood between them. After the match concluded, Tien Shinhan's emotions remained complex. He observed the camaraderie between Son Wukong and Krillin, once again experiencing the essence of virtues beyond martial arts: friendship, respect, and courage. His heart brimmed with questions and contemplation, pondering his future and the true essence of martial arts, prompting him to delve deeper into his thoughts. Tianjin Fan's mind was awash with a myriad of intricate reflections. He comprehended that he needed time to reflect upon these experiences and to seek the profound truths buried deep within his soul. The impending finals, without a doubt, represented yet another significant milestone on his spiritual journey. At this moment, the expression on the Crane Hermit's face was as gloomy as a stormy sea. He had never anticipated that the disciples of the Turtle Hermit could display such astonishing prowess. He turned to Tianjin Fan and said, "Regardless of your inner calculations, in the upcoming finals against that Son Wukong, do not hold back in the slightest." "I understand," Tianjin Fan replied resolutely, aware that whether for the sake of not disappointing his master or for his own unwavering dedication to martial arts, he would give his all. As the bell for the finals rang, the atmosphere surrounding the arena surged to a fever pitch. Tianjin Fan and Son Wukong stood at the center of the stage, their gazes meeting, embodying profound respect for one another alongside the sparks of fierce competition. Master Roshi removed his disguise and returned to the audience. Bulma and Oolong, noticing his return, couldn't help but inquire about his whereabouts. However, Master Roshi merely smiled nonchalantly, offering no direct answer, his focus intently fixed on the two contestants on stage. Dumpling anxiously watched Tianjin Fan, cheering loudly for him. "Tianjin Fan, you must win." Meanwhile, Bulma and Krillin rallied for Son Wukong, creating an exceptionally vibrant atmosphere. "Wukong, go for it. You must claim the championship this time." "Tianjin Fan, let us engage in a fair contest," Son Wukong said with an innocent smile, his eyes sparkling with an insatiable thirst for battle. Tianjin Fan did not respond. His gaze was cold, yet within, he was undergoing a transformation. He understood that this battle was not merely about victory, but rather a profound pursuit and understanding of martial arts within his heart. As the match commenced, Son Wukong and Tien Shinhan immediately engaged in an intense duel. Tien Shinhan first employed the technique of flight, swiftly maneuvering to evade Son Wukong's assaults while simultaneously executing the Four Symbols Fist, conjuring three clones to besiege Son Wukong. Though surrounded, Son Wukong maintained his innocent and endearing smile, skillfully countering each attack. "Tien Shinhan, your strength is truly formidable," Son Wukong remarked with a grin, his demeanor remaining relaxed. Tien Shinhan felt a jolt within, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in his eyes, soon replaced by a chilling resolve. Son Wukong, you need not concern yourself with my thoughts. Now, receive my kikaho. Tien Shinhan pressed his palms together, gathering a formidable energy, which he then unleashed towards Sun Wukong. Unyielding, Sun Wukong swiftly retaliated with the Kamehameha, the two powerful energies clashing violently in midair, resulting in a thunderous explosion that left the audience breathless. As the battle progressed, both warriors showcased their limits. Tien Shinhan unleashed his kikaho, while Sun Wukong evaded with increasing speed. Their combat grew ever more fierce. Yet fatigue began to set in for both. Ultimately, following a breathtaking exchange, Tien Shinhan succeeded in repelling Sun Wukong with a precisely aimed kikaho, sending him teetering at the edge of the arena. The crowd erupted in fervor, cheering for this exhilarating contest. Although Tien Shinhan had narrowly triumphed, he felt little joy. His gaze was filled with contemplation and a relentless pursuit of martial arts. Chapter 29. The death of Krillin. Tien Shinhan slowly descended from the arena, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks, his heart awash with complex emotions. Beside him, Master Roshi's expression was as dark as the depths of the ocean. Clearly dissatisfied with Tien Shinhan's performance, he questioned in a frigid tone, Tien Shinhan, why did you not deliver a fatal blow to Sun Wukong? Tien Shinhan halted, turning to face Master Roshi, his eyes radiating unwavering conviction. Master, I believe the true essence of martial arts lies not in the struggle between life and death, but rather in the relentless pursuit of self-improvement and transcendence. Master Roshi was momentarily taken aback. Then, in a fit of rage, he turned and stormed off, leaving Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu standing in silence. Kaiatsu approached Tien Shinhan, softly reassuring him, Tien Shinhan, I stand by your perspective. At that moment, Master Roshi ambled over to Tien Shinhan, speaking in his gentle tone, Tien Shinhan, I watched your match with Wukong. It was truly spectacular. On your martial journey, do not let hatred and violence cloud your vision. A true warrior embodies not only physical prowess, but, more importantly, a resilient spirit. Tien Shinhan listened intently, Master Roshi's words warming him like a spring breeze, dispelling the fog in his heart. Master Roshi continued, the pinnacle of martial arts is to wield one's strength to protect others, not to inflict harm. I know you harbor an insatiable desire for power, but that strength should be dedicated to safeguarding all that you hold dear. A flicker of understanding crossed Tien Shinhan's eyes as he gazed deeply at Master Roshi, slowly nodding. In that moment, he grasped the true path of martial arts he wished to pursue. Taking a deep breath, a renewed light shone in his eyes as he expressed, Master, thank you for your guidance. I have gained insight. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Krillin had already ventured to a restaurant to celebrate their victory that day. Laughter filled the air as they gathered around, relishing in the delights of food and camaraderie. Wukong, your performance today was absolutely astonishing, Bulma exclaimed excitedly. Sun Wukong chuckled, scratching his head. Haha, Tien Shinhan is incredibly strong too. I almost lost him. Krillin interjected, Wukong, although you didn't win in the end, you always manage to display astonishing strength at crucial moments. Sun Wukong bit into a meat bun, grinning, hee, perhaps it's because I enjoy facing challenges. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu found a quiet corner to sit, Tien Shinhan contemplating Master Roshi's teachings, nurturing new aspirations within. Kaiatsu, I believe I now understand. True martial arts is not about defeating others, but about transcending oneself, Tien Shinhan stated earnestly. Kaiatsu nodded, Tien Shinhan, I believe you can forge your own unique path in martial arts. The jovial laughter of Sun Wukong and his friends gradually faded into the night sky as they prepared to depart after a hearty meal. Just then, Wukong suddenly slapped his forehead. I left something at the restaurant. He anxiously turned to retrieve it. Krillin quickly stopped him. Don't worry, Wukong, I'll go get it. With that, Krillin dashed back to the restaurant. Sun Wukong called after him, Krillin. Krillin turned back, and Wukong urged, hurry back. Krillin smiled, got it, Wukong, and quickened his pace toward the restaurant. He moved gracefully through the empty dining area, echoes softly reverberating in the stillness. He clearly remembered his seat and proceeded without hesitation. On the table, just as he had anticipated, lay Wukong's forgotten treasure, the unique 4-star ball. Just as Krillin reached for it, a piercing and harrowing scream suddenly shattered the night, followed by chaos and panic. Wukong and the others stood outside the restaurant, the night breeze carrying a chill, the stars twinkling brightly. They were discussing the day's match, sharing their feelings and future plans. However, an abrupt scream from within the restaurant disrupted the tranquility of the night. Wukong's heart tightened, a sense of foreboding flooding over him as he rushed inside. The sight within the restaurant left Sun Wukong dumbfounded. Several individuals lay on the floor, the ground stained with blood. Amidst the carnage, Krillin lay quietly, lifeless. The treasured 4-star ball was nowhere to be found. Sun Wukong knelt beside Krillin, his heart filled with sorrow and rage. He grasped Krillin's hand tightly, softly calling his name, but received no response. Wukong's heart swelled with grief and fury as tears glistened in his eyes. What on earth has transpired? Master Roshi and the others followed him in. With tears brimming, Sun Wukong lamented, Krillin has been murdered. At that moment, a trembling voice responded, a monster. A monster. It burst in and attacked everyone. We had no time to react. It took a strange starry orb and the list of martial arts tournament participants. How despicable. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, overwhelmed with helplessness and anger. He never imagined that a gathering after dinner would devolve into such a tragedy. Rising to his feet, determination flickered in his eyes. He knew this was not the time for sorrow. He must find the culprit, reclaim the 4-star ball, and avenge Krillin. Bulma, do you have the dragon radar? Sun Wukong called out. Bulma, puzzled, retrieved the dragon radar, which Wukong swiftly snatched from her hand as he dashed out of the restaurant. Master Roshi sensed something amiss and called out, wait. Wukong. Sun Wukong ignored him, and Master Roshi continued, I command you to wait. This is the master's order. I must find that person. Sun Wukong exclaimed angrily, shouting, Kintawan. A yellow cloud swiftly appeared beneath his feet. He leaped onto the nimbus, his heart awash with a tumult of emotions. Anger, sorrow, helplessness, yet predominantly, a resolute determination. He must uncover the truth, regardless of the cost. Wukong rides the somersault cloud, pursuing the unknown with unwavering determination. In his mind, memories surged forth, avenging Krillin and other innocents. As the flying nimbus soared through the night sky, Goku's thoughts spiraled in tandem. He reflected on the myriad moments shared with Krillin from their first encounter to their training sessions together, and the days spent fighting side by side. Each recollection pierced his heart like a sharp blade. Goku was engulfed in confusion. Why had all this transpired? Who harbored such deep-seated enmity? What were their intentions? Was everything directed solely at him? The nimbus raced across the night sky, mirroring the weight that settled upon Goku's heart. The events of this night would etch an everlasting pain within him. Yet, he also recognized that this was yet another trial on his path to martial mastery. He must grow stronger, not only for himself, but to safeguard all that he held dear. Such occurrences would never be allowed to repeat. A resolute expression graced Sun Wukong's face as he gazed ahead. Chapter 30. The Origin of the Murderer. Collective dismay. The eyes of the onlookers brimmed with worry and unease. Fixated on the receding figure of Sun Wukong, their hearts laden with the dread of the unknown. Tien Shinhan gently closed Krillin's eyes with a tender touch, attempting to offer his friend a modicum of solace in this sorrowful moment. The scene was particularly somber, as each individual wrestled with the anxiety of the impending challenges Goku would face. At that moment, Master Roshi's gaze fell upon a piece of paper lying on the ground. He approached it slowly and bent down to retrieve it. When he discerned the contents of the paper, he was left in shock, nearly losing his balance. What is this? He cried out in terror, his eyes filled with disbelief. The ominous character circled on the paper evoked haunting memories from many years past. The exclamation from Master Roshi captured the attention of everyone around, drawing them closer, including the usually reticent Tenshinhan and Chaozu. Bulma curiously leaned in to examine the sheet, her face marked by confusion. What is this? She inquired, echoing the unvoiced questions swirling in the minds of the crowd as they looked to Master Roshi for enlightenment. His hands began to tremble, and his voice quivered with trepidation. This is the emblem of King Piccolo. As he spoke, it seemed he was transported back to the terrifying epics of yore, his countenance turning pallid. King Piccolo? The group echoed in unison, many encountering the name for the first time. Yet, from Master Roshi's demeanor, they sensed an unprecedented gravity. Tenshinhan's voice bore a weighty tone. I have heard of it. A long time ago, the dark sorcerer said to have plunged the world into a chasm of terror. His words were imbued with a profound reverence for that historical period. The turtle hermit recounted the terrifying exploits of the demon King Piccolo with measured gravity. Indeed, he was a figure of considerable dread. 3 centuries prior, he and his minions launched an assault on martial artists, obliterating armies, rendering even tanks powerless against them. This account sent a chill through the hearts of all present, as they struggled to fathom the extent of such a malevolent force that once ravaged the world. It was only through the ultimate sacrifice of our master, Master Roshi, that he was sealed away. The turtle hermit's voice resonated with admiration and nostalgia for Master Roshi. Tien's expression grew complex. These revelations were unknown to us, as Master Crane had never shared such tales. His voice carried a hint of regret and confusion, questioning why their master chose to remain silent about such a significant chapter of history. The turtle hermit sighed, reluctant to revisit that dreadful past. It was also a contributing factor that led Ahi to stray onto the path of darkness. From that moment on, Ahi realized how powerless the concept of justice could be in the face of immense power. His words were imbued with profound helplessness and sorrow, encapsulating an eternal theme of justice versus evil, strength versus weakness. Wukong could not help but inquire, "And then what?" The turtle sage replied solemnly, "Subsequently, the medium, the rice cooker sealed by Master Tedu, was personally cast into the depths of the ocean by me. Logically, there should be no possibility of the demon King Piccolo's resurrection. It is utterly inconceivable." His tone was resolute, as if he were endeavoring to convince himself while simultaneously offering solace to the crowd. Dumpling suddenly conjectured in terror, could it be that Master Crane Hermit brought him back? This speculation struck like a bolt of lightning, stirring immense waves within the hearts of the onlookers. However, Master Turtle turned to Dumpling and firmly countered, "No, that is impossible. He is well aware of how fearsome King Piccolo is." His words were imbued with a profound understanding and trust in Master Crane. Despite the fact that Master Crane had once strayed onto a nefarious path, Master Turtle firmly believed that he would not resort to such reckless actions in this matter. His words seemed to provide some reassurance to the crowd. However, Yamucha, with a furrowed brow, expressed his concerns. "But if the one who killed Krillin is indeed one of the minions of the Demon King?" His words, though unfinished, instilled an indescribable sense of dread in everyone present. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, and Oolong, trembling, stammered, Then isn't Wukong in danger?" This question plunged everyone into a deep silence, their hearts heavy with concern for Wukong. Deep within Master Roshi's heart, a silent prayer arose. "You must not perish, Wukong." Plu's voice quivered with fear as his gaze swept over each individual present, as if seeking a flicker of understanding and support. The thought of allowing such a terrifying being to be resurrected. His words hung in the air, suffused with a foreboding sense of dread. Wulong promptly seized the opportunity to speak, his tone somewhat flippant, yet a flicker of seriousness glimmered in his eyes. "Well, things have taken a turn for the worse." This seemingly simple statement struck the hearts of all present like a heavy hammer. Each person understood the catastrophic implications should that individual truly return. Tianjin Fan clenched his fists tightly, his gaze resolute yet tinged with anxiety, acutely aware of the gravity of the current situation. At this juncture, all we could do was hope that Goku would not locate that individual. Lan Shi, however, wore a visage of unease and urgency. She vividly recalled Goku's indomitable spirit. "He will find him. Have you forgotten? Goku possesses the Dragon Ball radar." Her words revealed an inescapable truth. Goku's Dragon Ball radar provided him with an unparalleled advantage in the pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Master Roshi was particularly silent at this moment, his gaze profound, his concern stemming not only from the possibility of Goku discovering that individual, but also from deeper, unspoken reasons. "Furthermore, I am deeply troubled by the items they have taken, namely the Dragon Balls and the roster of the World Martial Arts Tournament." His voice conveyed a profound sense of unease. The theft of the Dragon Balls and the roster of the World Martial Arts Tournament undoubtedly hinted at a scheme far more intricate and terrifying than they had anticipated. Although the Dragon Balls and the list of the world's foremost martial artists appeared to be unrelated, their forcible removal by certain individuals suggested a deeper mystery at play. Master Roshi understood well that the power of the Dragon Balls was immense, and the roster contained the information of many formidable warriors. The consequences of these two artifacts falling into the wrong hands were unimaginable. At this moment, Tien was utterly bewildered and urgently inquired, What is going on? What are you saying about some beads and a radar?" His voice was imbued with confusion and urgency. He instinctively grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet he felt utterly bewildered by the unfamiliar concepts of Dragon Balls and Dragon Radar. Master Roshi let out a gentle sigh, gazing into the distant night sky, his eyes seemingly transcending the confines of time and space, glimpsing a more distant future. He murmured to himself, pondering, what on earth could that fellow be thinking? His voice was deep, imbued with an infinite sense of worry and unease. At this critical juncture, every heart was weighed down with doubt and fear. They were oblivious to what would transpire next, and unable to foresee the calamity that the resurrection of that individual might unleash. Chapter 31. King Piccolo in an Unnamed Expanse. A colossal airship floated in the sky. This vessel was unlike any other, adorned with enigmatic symbols that seemed to herald from another realm. Within its confines, a mysterious figure clad in a black robe sat upon a uniquely designed chair resembling a skull. His skin displayed an unusual green hue, and two slender antennae protruded from his head. Prominently embroidered on his chest was a large character for demon, revealing his extraordinary identity as King Piccolo. Beside him stood a diminutive creature resembling a crow. Despite its size, its sharp gaze exuded a shrewdness and vigilance that commanded respect. "Ah, I see," King Piccolo murmured softly, his tone resonating with awe and satisfaction over a significant revelation. "Gathering all 7 Dragon Balls. Is it true that any wish can be granted?" He spoke slowly, his voice tinged with curiosity. At this, Pilaf let out a nervous chuckle, attempting to alleviate the tension in the air. "Indeed, of course. Surely, great Lord Piccolo. Your desire is to conquer the entire world?" He ventured tentatively, rubbing his hands together while his eyes flickered uneasily. "Ha ha ha. To conquer the world. I need not rely on the power of the Dragon Balls," King Piccolo replied with a gentle shake of his head, a confident and enigmatic smile curling at the corners of his lips, as if he were the master of all existence. "What then do you desire?" Pilaf inquired, his eyes glinting with an inquisitive light. King Piccolo's gaze suddenly deepened, and he spoke with deliberation. "What I seek is the gift of eternal life, and everlasting youth, free from the ravages of time. If I can attain that, this world shall forever be under my dominion." Upon hearing this, Pilaf erupted into laughter. "Ah ha ha. Truly, the king possesses foresight." He chuckled awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment flitting across his face as he seemed eager to change the subject. "Moreover, there is another matter." Pilaf's demeanor shifted to one of unease, his voice betraying a note of tension. "What is it?" King Piccolo inquired impatiently, a flicker of displeasure crossing his countenance. I have gone to great lengths to retrieve your rice cooker and facilitate your revival, and I have also divulged the secret of the Dragon Balls," Pilaf said cautiously, while his 2 companions paled in fear, rendered speechless. "What precisely are you trying to convey?" King Piccolo's voice turned icy, sending a shiver down their spines. Not that it is of great significance," Pilaf hastily dismissed, his hands waving in denial alongside his companions, who were internally lamenting their precarious predicament. "It is merely that once you conquer the world, if you could," Pilaf stammered, his hands rubbing together nervously, his tone laced with barely concealed greed. "What is it?" King Piccolo's voice resonated deeply and powerfully, akin to a rumble from the abyss, instilling dread. "If you could grant me half of the world, that would be—" "Ah ha ha ha." Pilaf attempted to mask his ambitions with humor, yet as his words unfolded, his laughter grew increasingly awkward. He suddenly became aware of the piercing gaze of King Piccolo, sharp as a blade, fixated upon him, and an icy chill surged up his spine, prompting him to hastily add, "Moreover, regarding the World Martial Arts Tournament, it was I who informed the king. Grant me 1/3 of the world, and—" Before he could finish his sentence, beads of cold sweat formed on Pilaf's forehead. "What?" King Piccolo's voice grew even more frigid. No, a mere quarter would suffice." Pilaf quickly altered his words, his tone laced with desperation, as his legs involuntarily retreated, seemingly poised to flee this terrifying locale. King Piccolo fell into silence, his abyss-like eyes fixed intently on Pilaf, as if he aimed to pierce through to his very soul. Pilaf felt an unprecedented weight pressing down upon him, his heart brimming with dread and unease. Under such oppressive circumstances, he hastily rephrased his plea, his voice trembling. "It matters not if there is less, my king." As he spoke, he continuously retreated, and with each step he took backward, his fear intensified. He silently lamented why he had fallen to such a state. Confronted by the formidable King Piccolo, he felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. At that moment, King Piccolo finally spoke, his tone nonchalant. I will consider it. Yes, precisely like that. I entrust everything to you. Pilaf seemed to have grasped a lifeline. Eagerly nodding and bowing, his face a mask of obsequiousness. By the way, has Damblin not yet arrived? The topic shifted abruptly, shattering the oppressive atmosphere. He sat in the expansive command chair, his gaze traversing the control panel ahead, seemingly in search of something. Indeed, upon hearing this, Pilaf felt as though he had been pulled back from the precipice, swiftly turning to look at Xiao Wu. She immediately sensed Jareth's intent in his eyes and gracefully dashed towards the control panel. As Xiao Wu pressed a button, a display screen materialized within the airship, revealing a luminous dot in motion. With her deft fingers, she pressed another prominent button, and the interior illuminated with a display screen. On the screen, a bright point was steadily advancing towards their location, successfully approaching. Xiao Wu reported softly, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tension. It should be arriving soon. Pilaf seized the opportunity to speak, attempting to find solace amidst the subtle atmosphere. But why do you desire the roster of the world's foremost martial arts tournament? His words were delivered with utmost caution, as if he feared to touch upon a sensitive nerve. What did you say? The voice of King Piccolo suddenly resonated, his hand propping up his face, lazily lifting his gaze towards Jelif. Within that glance lay a barely perceptible sharpness, rendering it difficult for one to meet his eyes. Pilaf and the others were drenched in cold sweat, inwardly lamenting the overwhelming aura of the Demon King. Yet, King Piccolo seemed oblivious to their trepidation. His gaze shifted disdainfully to a nearby rice cooker, his tone brimming with contempt and fury. Martial artists, with their inexplicable and bizarre sorcery, have imprisoned me within this peculiar contraption. How detestable. His eyes suddenly flashed with a blinding light, and the rice cooker exploded instantaneously, as if the suppressed anger within him had finally found an outlet. I shall send every last martial artist to the depths of hell. King Piccolo's voice was frigid, imbued with an undeniable resolve, as though his hatred had reached its zenith, poised to erupt at any moment. Pilaf and the others exchanged glances, their hearts laden with confusion and fear regarding King Piccolo's plans, yet they could only feign composure, tremblingly responding, "Then, please give it your all." Chapter 32. Catching the murderer after a prolonged and tense search, Sun Wukong finally spotted the loathsome figure hovering over a desolate valley. Sunlight pierced through the sparse clouds, casting mottled shadows upon him. It was a creature radiating a green luminescence, with a pair of enormous wings unfurled behind it, firmly grasping the coveted Dragon Balls and a seemingly ordinary ledger. Indeed, this fiend was none other than King Piccolo's formidable aide, Tambourine. "I found you." Sun Wukong's voice echoed throughout the vast valley, brimming with uncontainable fury and determination. He soared on his cloud, approaching with the swiftness of a shooting star, his powerful gaze firmly fixed on Dambourine. "Do not flee. Halt." Sun Wukong called out, striding forward on his cloud with great determination. Dambourine seemed to sense something. Slowly turning around, his indifferent eyes colliding with Sun Wukong's intense stare, he hovered in the air, seemingly taken aback by the sudden appearance of Sun Wukong. "What do you want? Who do you think you are?" Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing, and suddenly noticed the 4-star ball in Damblin's hand. That was the most cherished memory in his heart, a relic of his grandfather, and an indelible bond between him and Krillin. In that moment, Sun Wukong's heart brimmed with sorrow and indignation, as if all his emotions had erupted in an instant. "My 4-star ball. It was indeed you," he nearly roared, each word steeped in boundless fury. "What are you talking about?" Damblin's voice carried a hint of confusion, but more so, impatience. "Return my Dragon Ball and Krillin's life." Sun Wukong shouted with all his might, his tail bristling, embodying a beast poised to strike, his rage and resentment potent enough to shake the heavens. "Krillin?" Damblin feigned confusion, a trace of mockery lacing his voice. "Stop playing coy, you killed him." Sun Wukong's voice brimmed with accusation and wrath, his body taut as if on the verge of an explosion. "Humph, you mean that insufferable little brat who defied me?" Damblin laughed, his mirth dripping with contempt and disdain, as if Krillin's life were as insignificant as that of an ant in his eyes. "I see, that little brat is dead. How fortunate." Damblin's words were laced with cruelty and coldness, his gaze flashing with arrogance. "What did you say?" Sun Wukong's fur bristled in fury upon hearing this. His fists clenched tightly, every ounce of his strength boiling within him, ready to unleash its fury. You are the murderer of Krillin. I demand that you return his life. Sun Wukong assumed a battle stance, his gaze resolute, emanating a formidable aura, prepared to engage Dambalin in a fierce confrontation. So, is that the reason you pursued me? How amusing. Dambalin licked his arm with a dismissive gesture, seemingly indifferent to the impending battle. If we are to fight, let it begin. His voice was laced with provocation. The two clashed in midair, exchanging blows at a velocity too swift for the naked eye to perceive. Dambalin caught Sun Wukong's fist. Did you think such sluggish punches could defeat me? His tone was mocking, and he then lifted Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful kick that sent him plummeting through the air, showcasing his immense strength and speed. Master Roshi crouched down, examining Krillin's lifeless body, a grave expression etched on his face. A single blow, Krillin's head received a devastating strike, resulting in his immediate demise. He slowly rose, his voice trembling ever so slightly. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, the scene falling into a heavy silence, the air seemingly frozen. Yamcha shook his head in disbelief, his fists clenched tightly, eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Given Krillin's prowess, how could he have been defeated in a single move? This is unimaginable. His voice was almost a whisper, yet each word resonated like a hammer striking the hearts of all present. A fearsome foe. Immediately, Bulma gazed into the distance, her eyes filled with trepidation and unease. Goku, she murmured softly, her hands clenched into fists, silently praying that this dreadful adversary would not bestow upon Goku a fate akin to that of others. Meanwhile, Kaiatsu stood quietly beside Krillin's lifeless form, his gaze unwavering and fixed. His expression remained impassive, yet the depths of his eyes sparkled with a complex brilliance, leaving no one privy to the thoughts that occupied his mind. Sun Wukong plummeted from the sky, uttering a cry of anguish, Nimbus cloud. Simultaneously, a frown creased his brow as he cursed inwardly, damn it. At that critical moment, the Nimbus cloud appeared beneath him just in time to catch his fall. Gasping for breath, Sun Wukong lamented, I have exhausted all my strength at the martial arts convention. Haraha. Dambalin laughed uncontrollably nearby, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. Little monkey, the phrase overestimating oneself seems tailor-made for you. His laughter was laced with mockery and disdain. Sun Wukong's expression darkened as he retorted with indignation. Enough of your prattle. The outcome has only just begun. With that, he clenched his fists tightly. Determination etched on his face as he charged towards Dambalin. He utilized the rapid movement of the Nimbus, swirling around Dambalin like a streak of light, searching for a flaw. Just as he was poised to strike, Dambalin inexplicably turned his head 180 degrees, revealing a sinister grin, and abruptly extended his tongue, several meters long, ensnaring Sun Wukong and then hurling him violently towards the ground. As Sun Wukong plummeted, the Nimbus reappeared just in time to catch him. At that moment, Dambalin looked down and remarked, Do you understand? With the strength of your kind, you cannot hope to defeat our demon clan. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, a sense of unwillingness swelling within him. Damn it, if I weren't so famished, I wouldn't lose to you. Dambalin sneered, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his gaze. Humph, stubborn little monkey, I will ensure that you never utter another word. With that, he unleashed a wave of crimson energy, hurtling directly toward the Nimbus. Sun Wukong watched helplessly as the Nimbus was shattered, stripping him of his support, and he fell unceremoniously. His heart was filled with shock and disbelief. The Nimbus cloud. The Nimbus cloud had actually been. At this critical moment, Dambalin swooped down and landed a powerful punch on Sun Wukong's head, causing his descent speed to increase dramatically. The ground was perilously close. Sun Wukong hastily drew out his staff from behind and shouted, Extend. Rui Bang. The Rui Bang swiftly elongated, but Dambalin seized one end of it, yanking it away and discarding it. Without the support of the Rui Bang, Sun Wukong continued to plummet helplessly. He crashed heavily onto the ground. As if even the earth trembled in response, he lay motionless, seemingly having lost consciousness. Immediately after, Dambalin also descended from the air, his knee crashing forcefully into Sun Wukong's back, a blow that undoubtedly added insult to injury. The sensation of taking a life was truly agonizing. A cruel smile lingered at the corners of Dambalin's mouth as if he were relishing this moment. Yet his heart was filled with another kind of lament. What a hassle! Why is this guy so difficult to handle? He believed that Sun Wukong had succumbed to the void of life, and thus he unfurled his wings, preparing to depart from this battlefield that had begun to weigh heavily upon him. Yet, at that very moment, Sun Wukong suddenly extended his hand and firmly grasped Dambelin's foot. He was engulfed in pain, yet his eyes burned with a steadfast flame. Struggling to raise his head, he addressed Damberin, proclaiming, "The grievance against Kekulin must be avenged." Damberin, consumed by rage, was taken aback by Sun Wukong's unexpected resistance. In a fit of fury, he seized Sun Wukong and unleashed a relentless barrage of blows upon him, each strike fueled by his overwhelming wrath. Subsequently, he hurled Sun Wukong into the air, soaring after him, fists clenched and raised high, before delivering a devastating smash upon his opponent. Sun Wukong crashed heavily to the ground once more, his arm lifted slightly, as if he yearned to make a move, yet ultimately fell limply back to the earth, motionless. Damberin descended, gazing down at the prostrate figure of Sun Wukong, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Humph, you have wasted a considerable amount of my time." With that, he unfurled his wings and departed from the scene. Chapter 33. The Demise of the Martial Artist. So this is the Dragon Ball? King Piccolo gazed at the four-star ball in his hand, a flicker of barely concealed excitement gleaming in his eyes. It was indeed the radiant Dragon Ball that Damberin had returned to him, shining like the brightest star in the night sky, exuding an aura of mysterious and formidable power. Yes, the Dragon Ball is indeed located precisely where these individuals have indicated, Damberin remarked, casting a confident glance at Pilaf. His tone was calm, yet it bore an undercurrent of satisfaction regarding the task's successful completion. As a reliable aide to King Piccolo, locating the Dragon Ball was no small triumph for him. Right. Just as I said, I was not mistaken. Pilaf chuckled with glee, his face brimming with self-satisfaction. Though he often appeared somewhat comical, his insights proved remarkably accurate at critical junctures. King Piccolo regarded the Dragon Ball and declared, "Once I gather all 7 of these orbs, I shall attain eternal youth and life." His voice was infused with aspirations for the future and a yearning for power. In contrast to King Piccolo, the Dragon Balls represented not merely a symbol of formidable strength, but also the hope of reclaiming youth and life itself. Of course, that's absolutely splendid," Pilaf awkwardly interjected. Although his understanding of the Dragon Ball's power did not reach the depths of that held by King Piccolo and Damberin, he could sense the immense significance of the matter, and thus endeavored to express his support and enthusiasm. "Soon, my body shall regain its former overwhelming power," declared King Piccolo. His gaze shimmered with reminiscences of the past and aspirations for the future. In his heart, the Dragon Balls represented not only a chance for rebirth, but also a means to reclaim his once unparalleled might. This was the roster of contestants for the World Martial Arts Tournament, a fortuitous occasion as the Dragon Balls were also present. Thus, this endeavor could be deemed a dual triumph. Damberin revealed the list, stating, his tone was imbued with a hint of calculated excitement. For them, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament was not merely a platform to familiarize themselves with the martial artists of this era, but rather an exceptional opportunity to seek the Dragon Balls. "Very well, post the roster on the wall," declared King Piccolo. His voice resonated with conviction, and his eyes sparkled with confidence in the plan and an ardent desire for victory. To him, this roster represented not merely information about his adversaries, but rather the key to the Dragon Balls and the fulfillment of his wishes. Subsequently, Damberin, alongside the Crow Man by the side of the Demon King Piccolo, affixed the roster. He inadvertently cast a glance at the list, then let out a cold chuckle. Is this guy truly formidable among them? The dismissive tone of Damberin was palpable. "Do you know him?" inquired King Piccolo. "No, there's no need to include him, for I have effortlessly dispatched him," Damberin replied nonchalantly, as if merely recounting a trivial occurrence. Meanwhile, Xiaowu held a list, her astonishment evident. "King Pilaf, look at this individual." Her voice brimmed with shock and incredulity. "So that's it. No wonder he is so powerful. He has participated in the martial arts tournament twice, securing 3rd and 2nd places," remarked Pilaf, observing the name of Sun Wukong on Xiaowu's list. "There's no need to include that guy either. He has already met his end at my hands." Damblin's tone remained unfeeling. "Dead?" The trio of King Pilaf was taken aback, disbelief etched on their faces. Sun Wukong had caused them considerable trouble, and they had never envisioned such an outcome. It cannot be mistaken. That little brat was pathetically weak, dispatched in mere moments. Damblin's words dripped with disdain, as if Sun Wukong's prowess was inconsequential in his eyes. Ah, so that little brat was the runner-up. My lord, the world is now devoid of any competent martial artists. Dambelin's conclusion filled the air with a sense of victorious triumph. Ha ha ha. This is splendid news. But for safety's sake, we must proceed with caution. I have no desire to be sealed again. Eliminate every martial artist on this list, and those who resist as well. Do you understand? King Piccolo proclaimed, his laughter echoing with an undeniable chill. Yes, Dambelin and the Crow people responded in unison, their voices laced with determination. Then we shall gather the Dragon Balls, and the world will be ours to conquer. Ha! King Piccolo's grandiose, yet mad scheme resonated throughout the space. King Pilaf, it seems we have unleashed someone we ought not to have. Are you beginning to regret it? Xiao Wu whispered to Pilaf and Aisho in a corner, their voices rife with concern and remorse. Will he truly divide half the world with us? Aisho's voice was filled with doubt and unease. Within the dojo of King Gappa, an air of silence prevailed. He furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing through the darkness ahead like lightning, and in a low voice he inquired, "Who are you?" However, there was no response, only a chilling, sinister laughter echoing through the shadows, sending shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, the figure emerging from the darkness launched an assault with a speed that was utterly unfathomable. Although King Gappa was highly skilled in martial arts, he found himself at a loss against this unexpected onslaught. He fought valiantly against the onslaught, but within mere moments, he was struck by an overwhelming force. His body soaring like a puppet with severed strings, crashing heavily onto the ground, devoid of life. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Witnessing this, the disciples of King Gappa surged forward, furious and resolute in their quest for vengeance on behalf of their master. Yet, their adversaries proved too formidable, each disciple crumbling like mere insects, falling one by one beneath the mysterious assailant's might, with none escaping the grim fate. The victor, Dambelin, stood amidst the carnage, his head held high as he let out a triumphant cackle. Hee, the next destination is here. He lowered his gaze to the blood-stained list in his hand, as if to confirm his next target. This list bore the names of martial artists marked for death, a task assigned to him by the formidable King Piccolo. Completing this list would signify the eradication of all martial artists from this world. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his lips as Dambelin tucked away the list and swiftly transformed into a shadow, soaring towards his next objective in the enveloping darkness of the night. Behind him lay a desolate expanse of silence and destruction. However, this was merely the tip of the iceberg concerning the impending events. All of this was orchestrated by the nefarious plans of the great demon King Piccolo. He commanded Dambelin to complete the roster, and then proceed to eliminate all martial artists in the world, thereby fulfilling his ambition of world domination. Dambelin, a name destined to become a nightmare in the realm of martial arts. Chapter 34, The Tenacious Sun Wukong. Little Jia exerted all his strength, delivering a kick to the neck of the green monster before him. His brow furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with disbelief, for his attack had proven utterly ineffective. He took a step back, his heart filled with overwhelming terror, and stammered, What kind of monster are you?" Despite his considerable talent in martial arts, Xiao Jia often lamented the absence of a worthy mentor throughout his journey, and the time he had devoted to his training was insufficient. For a long time, he had aspired to become a disciple of the ebony figure who had saved him 3 years prior. Before him stood the creature, Dambelin, whose lips curled into a sinister grin, emitting a chilling cackle that seemed to mock Xiao Jia's helplessness. With a mocking sneer, he remarked, "Little brat, your strength is utterly feeble." Following this, his sharp claws swept through the air with ferocious ease, effortlessly tearing apart Little Jack's chest, causing blood to splatter in all directions. Little Jack gasped in agony, his heart brimming with resentment and fear, yet overshadowed by an overwhelming terror of this unfathomable creature. He yearned to resist, yet realized that his strength appeared utterly insignificant in the presence of the terrifying creature. Dambelin seemed quite pleased with his masterpiece. He cast a glance around, murmuring to himself, "Just a dozen more." With that, his figure vanished swiftly into the night like a gust of wind. Young Jay lay on the ground, feeling the excruciating pain radiating from his chest, his heart brimming with endless confusion and dread. He could not fathom how such a monster could exist in this world. Before him, the world gradually blurred, and his consciousness began to fade into obscurity, yet within his heart, a fervent desire for survival intertwined with a profound fear of the unknown endured. Your melon-flavored soda has arrived. Lightly treading, Xiaowu approached, her delicate hands carefully cradling a large bowl of vibrant green liquid that exuded a refreshing aroma, presenting it before Lord Piccolo. A glimmer of reverence shone in her eyes. Seated imperiously, Lord Piccolo assumed an elevated demeanor, gesturing as if to draw the liquid towards him with an invisible force, causing the contents of the bowl to diminish slowly. Might I inquire, Lord Demon King, how shall we proceed with the gathering of the Dragon Balls? The Crow Man stood nearby, his tone respectful, yet tinged with caution. We shall enlist another warrior to undertake the collection, Lord Piccolo replied after a moment of contemplation, articulating his command with deliberate calmness. His voice was indifferent, as if he had already devised a plan for everything that was unfolding. Shall we add another? This news caused the faces of the Pilaf trio to pale dramatically. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with terror. Ashu stealthily leaned towards Pilaf's ear and whispered, "He is going to perform that again. I really don't want to see it. It will ruin my appetite." Pilaf furrowed his brow and muttered softly in disdain. "No, great Lord Demon King. If you were to spawn another egg at this moment, it would drain your energy and hasten your aging. In this way, before you conquer the entire world, you might perish." The Crowman hurriedly interjected, his voice tinged with concern for the Demon King's well-being. "Not at all. If we endure just a little longer, we shall acquire the Dragon Balls. Until we obtain them, using a bit more magical power will not be fatal." The Demon King Piccolo retorted dismissively, seemingly resolute, with unwavering confidence in his endurance and magical prowess. As he spoke, the Demon King Piccolo exerted himself, muttering incantations under his breath, and soon enough, an egg comparable in size to that of a dinosaur emerged from his mouth, glistening with saliva, a sight both miraculous and somewhat repugnant. This scene prompted every onlooker to silently scoff at the audacious actions of this Demon King, yet none dared to voice their thoughts, only able to lament in their hearts. "Awaken. Your name shall be Shinberu." Piccolo commanded the egg, his tone imbued with a hint of anticipation and authoritative power. The enormous egg trembled, then cracked open, revealing the head of a western dragon, which blinked and gradually stood upright. "Are you awake, Shinberu?" Piccolo inquired again, his eyes shimmering with satisfaction and expectation. "Yes, great Lord Demon King," Shinberu replied, his voice resonating with reverence and loyalty. "You understand, do you not?" Piccolo pressed, his tone laden with gravity. "Your command is to gather the remaining Dragon Balls," Shinberu articulated clearly, demonstrating his comprehension of the order and his resolve to execute it. "What is the location of the next Dragon Ball?" Piccolo turned his gaze towards Pilaf and the others, his stare as piercing as a searchlight, leaving no room for concealment. Upon hearing the Demon King's voice, Xiaowu hurriedly checked the radar, her movements swift and anxious, as if engaged in an urgent mission. Pilaf then relayed the location of the nearest Dragon Ball to Shinberu, who bid farewell to Piccolo and soared from the airship, his figure streaking across the sky like a meteor, vanishing into the distant horizon. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong lay on the ground, his eyes gradually opening. Through his blurred vision, he spotted a frog hopping about, creating multiple afterimages. He strained to support himself, his body trembling slightly as he rose. "Right, I was." Before he could finish his thought, a wave of dizziness overcame him, and his body uncontrollably sank back to the ground. He clutched his head, his brow furrowed in agony. How long had he been ensnared in slumber? Soon after, his stomach emitted a low growl, prompting Sun Wukong to survey his surroundings in search of something to satiate his hunger. His eyes suddenly sparkled as he discovered several tantalizing fruits hanging from a tree not far away. He immediately dashed over, effortlessly plucking a fruit and placing it in his mouth. Hunger rendered this simple delicacy extraordinarily delectable. Yet, merely consuming the fruit could scarcely satiate his appetite. He found himself only slightly less famished, with his stomach still echoing emptiness. Just then, an alluring aroma wafted through the air. Sun Wukong followed the enticing scent, discovering, not far away, a large fish being grilled over an open flame. A glimmer flickered in his eyes as he lunged forward, unhesitatingly sinking his teeth into the flesh. The exquisite taste of the fish compelled him to exclaim in genuine admiration, "Wow, delicious." In scarcely a moment, the once plump fish was reduced to mere bones. Sun Wukong reclined on the ground, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. This meal was an absolute delight. He spoke while contentedly patting his belly, as if expressing gratitude to his stomach. Then, after reclining for a while, he suddenly sprang up like a carp leaping from the water, stretching his body and sensing that he had sufficiently recovered. This time, I would never allow myself to be defeated by him again. He shouted with unwavering confidence, "Nimbus Cloud! Nimbus Cloud!" His voice reverberated through the vast valley, yet the elusive cloud of somersaults remained conspicuously absent. Suddenly, a realization struck him. How could he have forgotten? The cloud had been shattered by that monstrous creature. Sun Wukong's spirits plummeted from the heights of hope to the depths of despair. How infuriating! Even the cloud of somersaults had been vanquished by him, an act utterly unforgivable. Just as his fury reached its peak, a massive rock hurtled towards him. With remarkable agility, Sun Wukong leaped upward, landing deftly upon a small rocky hill. "You scoundrel! Who are you? Where are you?" he bellowed, his voice brimming with indignation and wrath. At that moment, a rotund figure ambled into view, wearing an expression of disdain. "Who are you calling a scoundrel? That title rightfully belongs to me," the newly appeared plump individual exclaimed, his tone laced with palpable anger. "You shamelessly devoured my fish, which is utterly despicable." "Your fish? That fish was already there," Sun Wukong retorted, raising an eyebrow. "Fool, do you think fish swim over to roast themselves? You villain." The plump man fumed, his fists clenched tightly, seemingly poised to engage in battle with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nimbly descended from the rocky hill, landing squarely before the rotund man. "That was my breakfast, nearly ready for roasting. I was just about to enjoy it when you stole it," the plump man protested. "You dare say such things?" Sun Wukong countered. "You threw a rock at me the moment you appeared." His gaze suddenly sharpened, noticing the gleaming Dragon Ball hanging around the plump man's neck. "Is that my Dragon Ball? I see now, you are in cahoots with those monsters, aren't you?" "Monsters? Silence. Don't try to deceive me. You are clearly the fish thief." The plump man shot back angrily, assuming a combative stance. "I shall teach you a lesson, you little brat. Don't come crying to me later." "What? You fatso?" Sun Wukong replied defiantly, his tone dripping with provocation. The term fatso instantly struck a nerve, causing the plump man's cheeks to flush crimson as he charged at Sun Wukong in a fit of rage. Their brief skirmish sparked with intensity, each clash seeming to ignite electricity in the air. Sun Wukong expertly dodged the plump man's attacks while launching counterattacks of his own, each strike delivered with pinpoint precision. Despite his size, the plump man moved with surprising agility, exerting all his strength in response to Sun Wukong's challenge. After several exchanges, both combatants retreated a few paces, standing in a tense standoff. This little brat may appear insignificant, but he is far from underestimable. Once again they clashed, their forms entwined as dust and sweat mingled in the air. The duel between Sun Wukong and the plump man escalated, each encounter seeming to test the other's limits. Before long, the plump man's head suddenly lunged towards Sun Wukong's own, a resounding pong, echoing as if stone had struck stone. "Ouch! That hurt. It's as hard as rock. I'm in pain." Sun Wukong groaned, cradling his head in agony as he crouched on the ground. "Now you understand my strength, don't you?" The plump man chuckled triumphantly. Yet, Sun Wukong was not one to concede easily. He endured the pain throbbing in his head, a glimmer of stubbornness flickering in his eyes. "Watch my counterattack." As soon as the words left his lips, he launched his head forcefully towards the hefty opponent. The sound of impact echoed. This time it was the stout man who staggered back, clutching his forehead. "Your head is the real stone," he groaned, disbelief etched across his face. The two stood their ground, the atmosphere suddenly thickening with tension. The hefty man scrutinized Sun Wukong, seriousness creeping into his gaze. "Who on earth are you? You can't be an ordinary thief." "I am no thief. My name is Sun Wukong," he replied earnestly. "TCH. What a peculiar name," the hefty man scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. "And what is your name?" Sun Wukong inquired. "I want to tell you," came the retort. "How despicable. How infuriating." Sun Wukong, unable to contain his frustration, charged forward once more, engaging in another scuffle with the stout man. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the Dragon Ball on the hefty man's chest, halting his movements. "Ah, that SA Star Ball, not the one that was stolen from me. Where did you get it? Tell me. I found this 3 years ago. Do you have a problem with that?" The hefty man responded coldly. "So that's it." Sun Wukong scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. "I'm truly sorry. It seems I misunderstood you. I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't think a smile will suffice. Return the fish to me." The hefty man's voice dripped with dissatisfaction. "Huh? What do you mean?" "Quickly spit out the fish." His voice grew increasingly loud. Just then, Sun Wukong pointed into the distance. No, that is, what is that? The hefty man turned to look, spotting a peculiar flying object hurtling towards them. It was Simbalu, the one searching for the Dragon Balls, descending swiftly like a bolt of green lightning. Simbalu shot them a cold glance. You little brats, answer me. You resemble that person, yet you are not him, Sun Wukong remarked, recalling the green figure that had bested him. What are you acting so arrogant? The hefty man retorted, irritated by Simbalu's tone. Simbalu's voice dripped with menace. Listen closely. If you don't speak the truth, I will see to it that you perish. Have you seen a glass ball with a star around here? The hefty man's face flushed with anger upon hearing this. Is that your way of asking for help? It's that one. Simbalu's gaze locked onto the Dragon Ball hanging from the hefty man's neck, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Sun Wukong sensed Simbalu's unusual demeanor, his heart racing as he connected the dots. Simbalu might indeed be an accomplice of that mysterious individual. Do you have a partner who looks like this? Sun Wukong smirked, deliberately elongating his voice and mimicking a strange pose as he spoke to Simbalu. With large wings and a terrible temper, tell me. Simbalu hesitated for a moment. Could it be you're referring to Dambalin? You are indeed with him. So what? Enough chit-chat, hefty man. Hand over the ball. Simbalu impatiently waved his hand, his tone icy. Hefty man, how outrageous. Why should I listen to you? You vile creature. The hefty man's face turned a deep shade of anger as he gripped his weapon tightly. Wait, leave this to me. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, Sun Wukong stepped forward, placing himself in front of the hefty man, his expression resolute. Stay out of this. The hefty man shot Sun Wukong a glance, muttering in discontent. Do you know my friend was killed by his accomplice? Sun Wukong remained unfazed, a flicker of vengeful determination in his eyes. That is not my concern. He is my prey, and I shall use him as a substitute for roasted fish for my breakfast. The hefty man snorted, clearly dismissive of Sun Wukong's words. No way. I will handle this. You are truly bothersome. Let us decide this with a game of rock, paper, scissors. Fine. Rock, paper, scissors. Simbalu watched in astonishment as the two ignored his presence, their focus solely on their game. He shouted in anger, How dare you look down upon me? I am a subordinate of the great Demon King. Unfazed by his words, the stout man continued to play rock, paper, scissors with Sun Wukong. In the end, the stout man emerged victorious, leaping with excitement. Wonderful. I have won. Leave it to me, he declared. He approached Zimbaru, disdain etched upon his face, and proclaimed, Come, let us fight. Although he appeared rather unappetizing, Zimbaru let out a cold laugh, a sinister smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Humph. You will regret not handing the ball over to me. I see the one who will regret is you. The hefty fellow bellowed as he charged toward Zimbaru. The ensuing clash was extraordinarily fierce. The hefty one aimed a kick at Zimbaru's chin, intent on delivering a lethal blow. However, Zimbaru deftly evaded, swinging his tail with great force, sending the hefty one hurtling through the air. How about that, you overweight fool? The hefty one rolled as he regained his footing, brushing off the dust from his clothes. He glanced at Sun Wukong, unable to suppress a sigh. Today is truly peculiar. I keep encountering formidable adversaries. He then turned to Zimbaru, determination gleaming in his eyes. I am not to be called the hefty one. I am. Akarobii. With that declaration, he unsheathed his blade and swiftly struck towards Zimbaru. Before Zimbaru could react, the blade aimed for his throat. Sun Wukong observed this scene, exclaiming in admiration. He truly is remarkable. Chapter 36. Every second counts on the Turtle Hermit's Island, under the radiant sun with gentle waves caressing the shore. A group of individuals sat in the turtle house, the atmosphere thick with tension and anticipation. You speak of the Dragon Balls? Tien Shinhan inquired, his brow furrowed in uncertainty. Yamcha, standing upright with hands on hips, affirmed, So, if we gather the 7 Dragon Balls, any wish can be granted? Indeed, but only one wish can be fulfilled. Bulma replied languidly, reclining on the sofa, her coffee cup swaying gently with her movements. What if we wished for Shenron to eliminate Demon King Piccolo? Yamcha grasped his teacup tightly, a flicker of hope and confusion in his eyes. As far as we know, Demon King Piccolo is beyond our means to confront. This is the best plan I could conceive. I have heard that after a wish is granted with the Dragon Balls, the world remains petrified for a year. Puar interjected cautiously, his voice low, as if afraid to shatter the tranquility of the moment. If that is the case, won't we have to wait a long time to resurrect Krillin? Oolong lamented, his voice tinged with urgency and despair. In that scenario, the body will decompose, Lanchi remarked, her brow knitted in concern. Rest assured on that matter. Bulma retorted confidently, her demeanor relaxed. What do you mean by that? Poir gazed at the turtle hermit in confusion, seeking clarification. What kind of battle plan is this? Yamcha's gaze was fixed on the turtle hermit, eagerly anticipating a clear answer. Sitting on the ground opposite Bulma, who was perched elegantly in a form-fitting skirt with her legs crossed, the turtle hermit suddenly said, "No. I meant Bulma's underwear." This statement abruptly rendered the previously serious discussion awkward. Bulma instantly reacted, her face aflame with anger as she slapped the turtle hermit across the face. "Where are your eyes wandering? What time is it? And yet you are sneaking glances at my underwear. You lecher. Wait. I merely aim to lighten the atmosphere." The turtle hermit stammered, awkwardly touching his face in an attempt to explain. "Who needs your attempts to soften the mood? How infuriating!" Bulma retorted angrily. The turtle hermit promptly abandoned his jesting demeanor, adopting a serious tone. "In any case, we must locate the 7 Dragon Balls. Though perilous, we can only do our utmost." At that moment, the television broadcast announced that numerous martial artists had been slain by the same individual, leaving behind a magical symbol at the scene. This revelation left everyone in a state of shock. I didn't expect it to happen so swiftly. They began to engage in discussions regarding various strategies, pondering how to contact the remaining survivors. However, the roster had been taken away, leaving them bereft of any contact information or addresses, which plunged them into a predicament. Master Roshi ultimately reached a decision. Staying here poses a danger. In short, we should relocate to another place. His voice resonated with determination. He then turned to Bulma and inquired, "Bulma, how long will it take to create a new radar?" After a moment of contemplation, she quickly calculated the necessary time and finally replied, "If I push myself to the limit, it will take at least half a day." "Half a day? Very well, please get started at once," Master Roshi instructed after a brief pause for thought. "Yes, once the radar is complete, we shall set forth." Subsequently, the group boarded their flying craft and departed the small island, aiming for the enigmatic isle. The vessel traced a brilliant arc across the sky before landing steadily upon the mysterious terrain. As everyone disembarked, they were met with an array of sights that felt both novel and unfamiliar. Master Roshi surveyed the surroundings and addressed the group. "This place is unlikely to be discovered easily, but you must remain vigilant." "Understood. By the way, I hope you can gather all the Dragon Balls swiftly, faster than the Demon King Piccolo," Bulma remarked. "Indeed. Pour caution, Chaozu. We must be careful along the way." His tone was laced with a hint of concern. "Very well," replied Dumpling resolutely. "If only my foot were not injured, I could join you," Yamcha lamented bitterly. "I hope you can rest well here. If we perish, you will be our only reliance," Master Roshi remarked. "Ah, teacher," Yamcha exclaimed anxiously. "Hey, you there." Launch approached Tien with an intimidating presence. "Tien, if you dare to die, I will not forgive you. Whether your head is shattered or your belly is pierced, you must return alive to find me. Otherwise, I shall end you." Tien, blushing with embarrassment, replied, "Yes." The others stared in astonishment at Launch and Tien, and Launch too felt her cheeks flush under their gaze. Subsequently, Tien piloted the flying device, transporting Master Roshi and Dumpling in search of the Dragon Balls. Their silhouettes gradually receded into the sky, leaving behind a collective anticipation of their success and boundless imaginings of the future. Wukong remarked, "I hope they succeed. It would be best if they could vanquish that formidable demon, Piccolo." He then declared, "Now, I shall prepare a refrigerated capsule to preserve Krillin's body." Bulma tossed a capsule, which transformed into a house. She stepped inside, followed by the others, awaiting news of what was to come. In that moment, although fraught with uncertainty and peril, their hearts brimmed with trust in their friends and hope for the future. The great demon King Piccolo reached out telepathically to Simbalu. "Simbalu, Simbalu, respond quickly." However, only an oppressive silence answered him, a stillness heavier than any words. He was indeed dead. Simbalu, the child born of his suffering, had perished within mere days, igniting a fierce rage and bitterness within Piccolo's heart. He swiftly shifted his focus, using his telepathy to search for Dambalin. "Dambalin, Dambalin." At that moment, Dambalin had already located Bulma's hiding place, his gaze icy, the energy in his hand nearly brushing against Yamcha's life force. "Yes, my lord. I am proceeding according to plan. Only a handful of martial artists remain." "Well done," But I bear unfortunate news. Cymbaloo, in his quest for the Dragon Balls, has been slain. A weightiness tinged the great demon king's voice. How is that possible? Damblin exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. You must immediately eliminate the one responsible for Cymbaloo's death. I will provide you with the location, WSC 2933. Piccolo instructed. Understood, I will deal with that individual at once. Damblin prepared to depart. He then severed the telepathic connection with the great demon king and coldly addressed Yamcha. Consider yourself fortunate. I shall allow you to live a while longer. His voice was laced with disdain and mockery, before transforming into a shadow that swiftly darted towards its intended destination. Chapter 37. The Personal Arrival. As Damblin soared towards the WSC's location 2933 with astonishing speed, Sun Wukong awaited in quiet anticipation. The surrounding air was thick with tension and a sense of impending crisis. Sun Wukong's gaze was resolute, and his aura blazed like a raging inferno, heralding the fierce battle that was about to unfold. At last, he has arrived. Sun Wukong murmured to himself, his eyes sharply fixed on the shadow that drew nearer in the distance. His fists were clenched tightly, muscles taut, poised to engage at any moment. Achilleo, this man shall not be surrendered to you. Achilleo chuckled softly in response. Very well, this individual I shall leave to your devices. But the matter of sustenance is decidedly mine. His tone was relaxed, seemingly dismissing the enemy before him. Damblin finally descended to the ground, a cruel glimmer flickering in his eyes. So it was you who killed Cymbaloo, a truly worthless bunch, defeated by a mere handful of youngsters. His voice dripped with disdain and scorn. How dare you call us youngsters? Piccolo retorted indignantly, evidently incensed by Damblin's assessment. Damblin turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong, mocking with a laugh. Do you still dare to challenge me? You are utterly feeble. It appears you truly wish for your demise. His thumb arrogantly pointed to himself, his eyes brimming with defiance. Sun Wukong's aura intensified, and he resolutely replied, this time, my belly is quite full, far stronger than before. His voice exuded an undeniable confidence. Oh, what difference does it make? Allow me to witness it. Damblin sneered, clearly dismissing Sun Wukong's words. Just watch. You have harmed my friend, and I shall not let you escape unscathed. Sun Wukong roared, the aura surrounding him intensifying. In his eyes burned the flames of vengeance, each cell brimming with anticipation for the impending battle. The gazes of the two adversaries clashed with the ferocity of lightning, and in an instant, Sun Wukong surged towards Damblin, his fist striking with the sound of a breaking void. Damblin, quick to react, unfurled his wings and deftly evaded Sun Wukong's assault, yet Sun Wukong swiftly countered, delivering a powerful palm strike to Damblin's chest. The impact sent Damblin stumbling back, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated such formidable strength from Sun Wukong. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of attacks, each blow imbued with immense power and velocity, leaving Damblin momentarily overwhelmed. Your strength exceeds my expectations, but it remains insufficient, Damblin bellowed, as a surge of potent energy erupted around him, forcefully repelling Sun Wukong. Steadying himself, Sun Wukong took a deep breath, the flames of determination burning even more fiercely in his eyes. He understood that this battle was intricately tied to Klin's vendetta, and failure was not an option. Behold, Sun Wukong bellowed, as he concentrated all his energy into his hands, manifesting a colossal sphere of light. He surged forward with great strides, directing the formidable energy towards Damblin. Damblin attempted to counter with his own energy, yet the power of the luminous sphere exceeded his expectations, the ferocious impact rendering him nearly defenseless. Amidst the thunderous explosion, Damblin was hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. From a distance, Akira witnessed this spectacle and murmured to himself, it would be wise to refrain from provoking Sun Wukong in the future. Struggling to rise from the ground, Damblin's body was battered and bruised. With a fierce roar, he unleashed a powerful energy cannon from his mouth, hurtling straight towards Sun Wukong. Unfazed by this assault, Sun Wukong crossed his arms before him and withstood the energy cannon with sheer determination. The energy of the cannon gradually dissipated against Sun Wukong's defense, providing him the opportunity to launch another charge toward Damblin. His fists echoed like the sound of breaking air, each strike inflicting immense pain upon Damblin. Ultimately, Damblin, unable to continue the fight, attempted to flee the battlefield. Sun Wukong, unwilling to let go of this opportunity for vengeance on behalf of Krillin, wielded his Rui Jingu Bang. which instantaneously elongated to pursue Dambalin. Gathering all his strength, Sun Wukong bellowed, Kamehameha. A powerful wave of blue energy surged forth from his palm, striking Dambalin directly. The overwhelming force utterly defeated Dambalin, whose body exploded in midair, disintegrating into countless fragments. Beneath the heavy shroud of ominous clouds, the airship of the Demon King Piccolo sliced through the low sky, the surrounding clouds resembling a ferocious black beast, greedily devouring the scant light. Inside the airship, the dim yellow lights flickered, casting shadows on the furious visage of the Demon King Piccolo, making him appear even more formidable. I have endured countless agonies to cultivate these two warriors, and yet they have been slain. The voice of the Demon King Piccolo echoed within the confined space, brimming with rage. His hands were clenched into fists, veins bulging on the back, and a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Whoever it may be, just wait and see. I, Piccolo, shall personally take action to demonstrate the true terror of the Dark Lord. As he spoke, the ferocity in his gaze intensified, his entire being trembling as if on the verge of unleashing a formidable power. Meanwhile, Pilaf meticulously maneuvered the airship, cautiously monitoring the radar display on the screen. He exclaimed in sudden astonishment, his voice tinged with unease and urgency. A few Dragon Balls have gathered here, Demon King. What shall we do if they find those Dragon Balls before us? The Demon King Piccolo turned, his gaze piercing like a chilling blade as it swept over Pilaf. His tone deep and commanding. There is no need for concern. They cannot possibly gather them all. After all, one is in my possession. He withdrew a shimmering 4-star Dragon Ball from his bosom, delicately toying with it, a glint of intrigue flickering in his eyes. Regardless of who it may be, it would be wise for them to gather the remaining Dragon Balls. That would indeed spare me considerable trouble, and I shall collect them all at once thereafter. As he spoke, the tone of King Piccolo suddenly grew more severe, setting aside all else. The paramount task at hand is to unearth the perpetrator responsible for the deaths of Sinbalu and Dambalin. We must hasten to locate them. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes, clearly indicating the gravity of the situation at hand, which could not afford any missteps. Yes, Great Lord Demon King. Pilaf responded without hesitation, his fingers deftly tapping on the console, adjusting the airship's trajectory to swiftly advance towards the Dragon Ball signal displayed on the radar. After defeating Dambalin, Sun Wukong had been waiting here, and at this moment, he too realized that Dambalin and Sinbaru were working for someone else. He languidly retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, incessantly refreshing the data. At that moment, Yachirobe lifted the Dragon Ball hanging around his neck and remarked, "If you win, be sure to let me know. I shall then gift you this Dragon Ball." Huh? Goku gazed at the radar with a look of bewilderment, prompting Yachirobe to stand and inquire with annoyance. "Are you even listening? Do you understand? The Dragon Ball is nearby, approaching this location." Goku focused intently on the radar. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of the Dragon Ball radar grew increasingly frequent. "It's coming." Goku scanned his surroundings, yet saw nothing. "Look up," Goku suddenly exclaimed, lifting his gaze to behold a flying ship hovering above him. He fixated intently on the airship, when suddenly, its hatch opened, and a figure leaped down unprotected, stirring up a cloud of dust upon landing. Chapter 38. The Despairing Demon King. It was evident that this Dragon Ball did not belong to King Piccolo. Master Roshi scrutinized the radar in his hand, muttering softly to himself. "Hurry and descend, Tien." Tien, piloting the craft, gazed sharply ahead. Yet his thoughts were entirely consumed by inner turmoil. What exactly is the demon sealing wave? Even Master Mateto harbors trepidation towards it. It can indeed seal King Piccolo's formidable abilities. I yearn to witness the demon sealing wave firsthand. Then, what is the matter, Tien? Master Roshi inquired. Noticing his unease with concern, Tien snapped back to reality. "Ah, it's nothing. I'll land now." No sooner had he spoken than he skillfully maneuvered the craft to a steady landing amidst the stone forest. As he touched down, the dust gradually settled, revealing King Piccolo's eyes, glinting with malice. "Tell me, did you kill Krillin? Did you lead the charge to seize my Dragon Balls?" Goku stepped forward, his voice imbued with undeniable gravity. King Piccolo, with his hands clasped behind his back, replied coolly, albeit with a hint of indifference, "So it's you. No wonder you still possess a Dragon Ball." This Dragon Ball had originally belonged to Yajirobe, sensing danger before King Piccolo's arrival. He entrusted it to Goku and hastily fled the scene. "So it's you. This time, I shall not let you escape," Goku declared resolutely. "You don't intend to forgive me?" "Ha ha," King Piccolo mocked with a derisive laugh. "Truly, you have no intention of forgiving me?" Goku frowned. "What are you laughing at?" It seems your skills are rather impressive. Even the 2 warriors I dispatched could not subdue you. King Piccolo smirked slyly. I shall defeat you both and reclaim the Dragon Ball you possess. Goku's gaze intensified, radiating vitality. King Piccolo raised an eyebrow. How amusing. It appears you remain unaware of the terror that is King Piccolo, especially since I have lain in wait for so long. I have no desire to comprehend someone like you, Goku roared. A resolute light flickered in Goku's eyes as he charged at King Piccolo, his fist striking like lightning. Yet, each blow seemed to merely stir an invisible wind against Piccolo, causing no tangible harm. A scornful smile graced King Piccolo's face, his body unwavering against Goku's onslaught. Suddenly, his counterattack was swift as thunder, landing a powerful punch on Goku's chest, sending him staggering backward. The surrounding air trembled from the force, dust and debris swirling. Despite Goku's utmost efforts, King Piccolo's strength evidently surpassed his expectations. After a fierce exchange, Goku found himself struck down to the ground by King Piccolo's fist. Standing tall, King Piccolo bore a mocking grin. I never imagined I would be brought low. You truly deserve the title of one who can slay my 2 subordinates. With that, he shed his cloak, revealing his robust physique. As the aura around him began to swell dramatically, powerful gusts of energy lifting the dust from the ground, forming a tempest of debris. Gritting his teeth, Goku pressed his hands to the earth, striving to withstand the oppressive force. King Piccolo's silhouette danced within the swirling dust, and in an instant, he reappeared before Goku, delivering a fierce blow to his chest. Goku felt a jolt of agony as he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. King Piccolo offered no respite, swiftly advancing to seize the fallen Goku, coldly remarking, "Remarkable, you're still breathing." Goku, facing his anguish, gritted his teeth and retorted, "Of course." But before he could finish, King Piccolo's fist struck his face with brutal force, sending him soaring like a puppet with severed strings, crashing down amidst a pool of blood. Despite the bloodied state of his body, the fire of indomitable fighting spirit burned fiercely in Goku's eyes. He struggled to rise, facing off against the formidable Piccolo once more. Their movements were so swift that only fleeting shadows could be discerned. Sun Wukong sought opportunities within the confines of his limits. His fists and feet unleashed a tempest of strikes, forcing Piccolo to retreat repeatedly, his face betraying a look of astonishment. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, clearly indicating that he still possessed hidden trump cards. The battle raged on, despite his grievous injuries. Sun Wukong endured the pain and stood tall after each fall, resolutely continuing the fight. Amidst the stone forest, the clash of these titans was extraordinarily intense, each assault imbued with the power to shatter the very heavens and earth. The surrounding stone columns fractured and collapsed under the reverberations of their conflict, creating a breathtaking spectacle. In the ensuing minutes, the 2 exchanged blows in a fierce contest. Though Sun Wukong was drenched in blood, the indomitable spark in his eyes remained undiminished. His movements grew increasingly swift, rendering his figure nearly indistinguishable. Suddenly, he concentrated all his strength and unleashed a formidable wave of energy towards the Demon King Piccolo. Taken by surprise by this abrupt onslaught, Piccolo was sent hurtling backwards like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against a massive boulder. The ground trembled violently from the intense impact, sending dust swirling into the air. Gasping for breath, Sun Wukong found himself at the limits of his endurance, each cell in his body aching in agony. Yet, he understood that surrender was not an option. He had to avenge Krillin and reclaim the stolen Dragon Balls. Slowly rising from the debris, the Demon King Piccolo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a newfound seriousness gleaming in his eyes. Sun Wukong, you have rekindled my appreciation for the thrill of battle. His voice was deep and resonant, and at that moment, his presence exuded an even more formidable aura. The gazes of the 2 men clashed once again, and the atmosphere was charged with a palpable tension and intensity. The surrounding scenery seemed to freeze in time, leaving only the sounds of their breaths and heartbeats echoing through the stone forest. Suddenly, the sky darkened, shrouded in thick clouds, and a fine drizzle fell like threads, infusing the air with the fragrance of damp earth. In this somber ambience, the figure of the great Demon King appeared particularly jarring. He stood upon the damp, muddy ground, his eyes gleaming with fervor and rage, roaring as he amassed his formidable energy. "You shall not evade this strike," he declared with a chilling scoff. "Ah!" Sun Wukong emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his eyes instantly glazing over, his form collapsing backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the sodden earth. Observing this, The Demon King Piccolo allowed a cruel smile to creep across his lips as he slowly approached the fallen Sun Wukong, plucking the glowing Dragon Ball from his chest. Utilizing his flight technique, he transformed into a shadow and soared toward the distant airship. At this moment, a Chirob, who had been lurking in the shadows, revealed himself. His brow furrowed, disbelief flooding his gaze. It was over. He had not anticipated such an easy defeat. He cursed his choice of adversary. A Chirob muttered as he approached Sun Wukong, preparing to dig a grave for him. It seemed he was not as easily vanquished as anticipated. Thud, thud, thud. Just as a Chirob bent down to commence his excavation, a sudden, powerful heartbeat resonated, growing louder and more thunderous, reverberating through the air. A Chirob, taken aback, leaned closer to Sun Wukong's chest to confirm the astonishing heartbeat. No way. This cannot be. He shook Sun Wukong, attempting to rouse him. Water. Sun Wukong managed to utter weakly. Without hesitation, a Chirob scooped him up and hurried to the nearby riverbank, carefully feeding him water. As the liquid flowed down, Sun Wukong's complexion gradually improved. I truly did not expect your vitality to be so resilient. You could revive from this, a Chirob remarked. Sun Wukong offered a wry smile. His voice faint yet resolute. How infuriating. I am utterly helpless against the Demon King Piccolo. It is not your fault. The Demon King Piccolo is, after all, a monster. A Chirob consoled. Sun Wukong gradually rose to his feet, his gaze resolute as he looked at a Chirob. Hey, take me to a place for healing. Where? And be sure to treat me to a hearty meal afterward, a Chirob replied. Sun Wukong smiled faintly. Do not worry, I shall ensure you are well fed. Chapter 39, Master Roshi faces the Demon King. Ah, I found it. Dumpling exclaimed excitedly, his voice echoing through the vast valley. He joyfully raised the shimmering seven-star Dragon Ball in his hand, the sunlight refracting dazzling rays upon its surface. At that moment, Master Roshi and Tien Shin'an heard the commotion and hurriedly approached from the opposite hillside. Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses as he walked, casting a satisfied glance at the Dragon Ball in the hands of Dumpling, nodding in approval, for this was the fifth one. His voice carried a hint of undeniable excitement. Tien, on the other hand, furrowed his brow, a flicker of concern crossing his gaze. This meant one of the remaining two was in the possession of the evil King Piccolo. His tone bore a trace of unease, making the atmosphere around them feel considerably heavier. Caution must be exercised from now on, Master Roshi stated solemnly as he picked up the Dragon radar and pressed the refresh button. The dots on the radar began to flicker, revealing the locations of the remaining two Dragon Balls. Oh, the last two are clustered together and heading towards us, he exclaimed, surprise and alertness evident in his voice. Tien clenched his fists, his heart brimming with the resolve to fight, silently urging, come on, great demon. Although he maintained a calm exterior, the tension and excitement within him were unmistakable. Master Roshi turned to Tien and Dumpling, his tone resolute and serious, stating that even a direct confrontation would not secure victory. They must seize the two Dragon Balls by surprise and, combined with their 5, summon Shinran to wish for the eradication of King Piccolo from the world. Each of his words bore significant weight. Understood, Tien nodded, his gaze firm, indicating comprehension and agreement. A palpable tension enveloped the three as they set up camp in a concealed position within the valley, awaiting the arrival of King Piccolo. The surrounding trees swayed gently in the breeze, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. The distant calls of birds echoed, seemingly sensing the impending tension. Across the vast plains, a hovering vehicle piloted by Yachirobe zipped through the grasslands like a silver lightning bolt. Inside, Goku lay in the passenger seat, his complexion pale, breaths faint, as if he were on the verge of succumbing. Outside, the wind howled, the soft rustling of grass blending with the roar of the engine, creating a symphony of the wild. Yachirobe glanced at Goku with a hint of sarcasm, remarking, honestly, I've never seen someone so foolish as to confront King Piccolo alone. His tone bore a subtle concern, though it was overshadowed by exasperation and reproach. Goku weakly coughed, a flicker of stubbornness and guilt in his eyes, murmuring, Yachirobe, I didn't expect you not to help me. Each word seemed to drain his strength. Yachirobe scoffed, redirecting his focus to the road ahead, though the twitch of his lips betrayed his inner conflict. Of course, I despise dying. I wouldn't want that. Despite his flippant words, the genuine worry reflected in his eyes was palpable. Which way should we go? Yachirobe suddenly inquired, breaking the heavy silence. Goku tilted his head slightly, mustering his strength to point ahead, a bit more to the left. Yachirobe promptly adjusted the vehicle's direction, carving an elegant arc across the grassland. But Yachirobe, your vehicle is quite impressive. Goku managed a weak smile, attempting to lighten the mood. Isn't it great? I stole it, ha ha ha. Yachirobe chuckled proudly. Pressing the accelerator, the car speeding forward like an arrow, stirring up dust and grass. However, I sincerely hope you refrain from challenging that guy in the future. He is far too formidable. Yachirobe's tone grew serious, a glimmer of concern in his gaze. Goku paused for a moment before slowly asking, "Have you heard of him?" Yachirobe nodded, his tone weighing heavy. "I've heard tales. In short, he is a nefarious demon intent on world domination, sealed away by a martial artist." His words were laced with reverence for the legend. Goku's eyes flickered with admiration and defiance. So powerful. What does it take to defeat him? Above the endless blue sky, clouds churned, and the sun glowed like blood. King Piccolo's airship hovered in the sky, resembling a dark fortress, foreboding and enigmatic. Standing at the control panel, Little Wu reported gravely, "Lord King Piccolo, we have reached the location of the Dragon Ball's energy." King Piccolo slowly rose, his silhouette casting a long shadow within the tense cabin. "Good, I shall commence my actions now." His voice resonated with a deep authority, and he subsequently grasped 2 shimmering Dragon Balls, swallowing them in one swift motion before striding resolutely towards the hatch. Meanwhile, on the ground, the discordant voices of Master Roshi and Tien Shinhan pierced the tranquil air. Tien's face bore a tense expression, his eyes glinting with an indomitable spirit as he implored, "Please allow me to duel with King Piccolo, Master Roshi." Roshi shook his head. A mixture of resignation and determination etched upon his features. "Fear not, I shall not perish. I have consumed the elixir of immortality." His tone was serene, yet his gaze betrayed a tinge of complex emotion. Tien, furrowing his brow, was about to voice his thoughts when he was abruptly interrupted by a cloud of mist expelled by Master Roshi. The mist carried a subtle fragrance, causing Tien to feel lightheaded. His body weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. With a soft sigh, Master Roshi bent down to lift Tien, carefully placing him in a concealed cave. He murmured softly, "I am sorry, please rest for a while. After all, we no longer wish to sacrifice innocent lives." His voice bore a trace of helplessness and gravity. The turtle sage stood upright, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the unconscious Tianjin fan, his tone somber. "There is no elixir of immortality. I deceived you. If I were to perish and Goku were absent, you would be the hope for vanquishing the great demon." This statement seemed to resonate as a silent vow, as well as a poignant confession of despair. Subsequently, he turned away, a serious expression adorning his face, embodying the demeanor of a master as he exited the cave. His strides were steady, each step resonating with an exceptional firmness. He approached another cavern, softly instructing the dumpling concealed within to abandon the previous battle plan, and no matter what transpired thereafter, to remain hidden. The dumpling's voice echoed from the depths of the cave, slightly trembling, yet resolute. "Yes, I understand." Subsequently, he walked with unwavering determination to a point directly beneath the airship of the demon King Piccolo, his silhouette appearing particularly solitary amidst the desolate valley. The turtle sage gazed upward at the airship, his voice resonant and powerful, as if it could pierce through the overcast skies and reach the heavens. "Descend, Piccolo. All the Dragon Balls are here." Upon hearing this, the demon King Piccolo raised an eyebrow, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. He stood at the edge of the airship, gazing down at the elder below, a flicker of astonishment stirring within him. How audacious of him to recognize me as his opponent and still dare to issue a challenge. Subsequently, King Piccolo invoked his flight technique, his form gradually ascending, descending to the ground with the grace of a drifting leaf. As King Piccolo's feet made contact with the earth, dust surged into the air. He locked eyes with Master Roshi, his voice cold and resonant, remarking, "Your courage is commendable." His tone was deep and powerful, echoing throughout the vast valley. Confronted by King Piccolo, Master Roshi's expression grew grave, his aura becoming increasingly composed. Master Roshi slowly assumed a battle stance, feet firmly planted apart, fists clenched, ready to embrace the impending conflict. Chapter 40. The Disappearance of the Wish Demon. King Piccolo contemptuously dismissed Master Roshi's defensive posture, a smirk deepening upon his lips. A flicker of disdain flashed in his eyes as he suddenly took a step forward, his speed so astonishing it was nearly imperceptible. The air around him whispered softly in response to his movement, as if time itself had momentarily paused. The turtle hermit could only perceive a blur before him, as the great demon King Piccolo materialized silently, like a phantom. He hastily raised his hand to block, and the impact of their fists and palms collided with a deafening roar. In that moment, it seemed as if the very fabric of space quivered in response. Thus, the battle erupted. Each strike from the formidable demon King Piccolo was imbued with a ferocious force, every punch and kick resonating with the might of thunder and wind. In contrast, Master Roshi countered with his profound skills and extensive combat experience. Although his movements lacked the swiftness of Piccolo's, each evasion and counterattack was executed with remarkable precision. Each encounter between them was accompanied by a tumultuous surge of air, raising clouds of dust that obscured the sky, while the rocks in the valley scattered in every direction. This battle was not merely a contest of strength, but a clash of wills. Amidst this fierce confrontation, Master Roshi could not help but harbor a faint smile tinged with bitterness. Confronted by such a formidable adversary, he was acutely aware of his precarious situation, yet he understood that retreat was not an option. With every collision against King Piccolo, he felt the flames of life burning within him, and each evasion and counterattack presented a formidable challenge to his own limits. As the battle raged on, even the elements seemed to sense the fervor between the two, becoming increasingly tempestuous. The fierce winds stirred up more dust, and dark clouds churned in the sky, as if intent on engulfing the entire world. In this tumultuous environment, the struggle between Master Roshi and King Piccolo reached an apex of intensity. After a particularly fierce exchange, Master Roshi stepped back a few paces to steady himself. A glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Even when faced with such a powerful foe, there was no trace of retreat in his gaze. "Hey, are you all right? You've perspired quite a lot," Yajirobe observed with concern, his voice tinged with worry as he looked at Goku. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Goku replied weakly, "Hurry and take me to Korin Tower." His voice was low, betraying his exhaustion. "It seems there's a very skilled doctor there," Yajirobe responded while driving. "Let us get you to Master Korin." Goku's tone was slightly urgent. "So that doctor is named Korin," Yajirobe mused, a hint of curiosity flickering across his expression. "It's a cat." Goku's voice was low, his gaze somewhat distant. Yajirobe cast a glance at Goku, then turned back to the road, realizing that he must be feverish. Mumbling incoherently, "You should be able to recall this upon seeing it." Master Roshi pressed a button on a universal capsule and tossed it to the ground, where it instantaneously transformed into an ordinary rice cooker. King Piccolo's voice was filled with dread. A rice cooker. A flash of disbelief crossed his eyes, and his hands trembled slightly. "No, this cannot be." King Piccolo's voice was almost a whisper, as an inexplicable fear surged within him. He recalled that it was long ago when Master Mateto sealed him using the same method. He never anticipated that the seemingly harmless elder before him possessed the same skill. The demon seal wave Master Wutian intended to unleash it. Indeed, Master Wutian could execute the demon seal wave. This meant he was prepared to face his demise. Tianjin Fan had regained consciousness while the Turtle Hermit and King Piccolo were engaged in battle. Though his body was utterly exhausted, he lay at the cave's entrance, his eyes fixated intently on the conflict outside. "It seems you still remember the time when Master Mateto sealed you away," the Turtle Hermit stated calmly. Yet with an undeniable resolve, he assumed a stance, his aura beginning to coalesce. King Piccolo, filled with dread, recoiled, his complexion paling and cold sweat pouring down his face, his eyes reflecting the panic akin to prey fleeing from a predator. At that moment, the clouds in the sky swirled rapidly, and the ground began to crack open around the Turtle Hermit, as if the entire world were responding to his power. Encased in a radiant white light, the Turtle Hermit then unleashed a beam of green light towards King Piccolo. The green demon seal wave engulfed King Piccolo tightly. He screamed in terror as he slowly ascended towards the rice cooker, with a downward sweep of his hands. The Turtle Hermit sent King Piccolo plummeting like a kite severed from its string, rapidly descending towards the rice pot. Dong! Released from the constraints of the demon seal wave, King Piccolo sat on the ground, gasping for breath as if reborn. His heart brimmed with terror and confusion. In that moment, he experienced an unprecedented fear. Alas! How unfortunate it is that an error has occurred. The voice of Master Roshi was feeble, his gaze reflecting a hint of regret. "However, if you believe that this will bring you solace, you are gravely mistaken. I am certain there will always be someone who can vanquish you." Upon uttering these words, Master Roshi closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground, devoid of breath. Teacher Wutian, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, witnessing this scene at the cave's entrance, were engulfed in sorrow and reluctance. Meanwhile, seated in the vehicle, son Wukong suddenly felt a pang in his heart, his complexion paling. "What is wrong? Does it still hurt?" Yajirobe looked at him, her expression filled with concern. "It seems there is something I am not fully aware of," son Wukong murmured, a foreboding sense gnawing at him. "You are indeed a peculiar fellow. Has the injury flared up again?" Yajirobe inquired, driving with an undertone of care and anxiety. Ha ha ha. The Demon King Piccolo gazed at the fallen Master Roshi and suddenly erupted into laughter, declaring that the fool had finally met his end. Even so, I shall perish as well. I never anticipated someone would employ the Mafuba, yet here we are. Ha ha ha. He then retrieved the remaining Dragon Balls and arranged them together. The 7 Dragon Balls radiated a dazzling light, casting the sky into darkness. Arise, Shenron. Meanwhile, the sky was shrouded in profound darkness, the stars dimming their glow. Bulma anxiously scanned the horizon, her eyes shimmering with unease. She tightly gripped the device in her hand, her mind swirling with questions and apprehensions, uncertain of who had successfully obtained the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong, too, sensed the turmoil. He stood atop a massive boulder, his gaze piercing into the distance, fully aware that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of the Demon King Piccolo. Clenching his fists, he wore a look of defiance. On this side, Tianjin Fan lay on the cold ground, utterly powerless, communicating with Jiaozi solely through telepathy. His voice was frail yet urgent. Jiaozi, listen to me. I am immobilized by Master Wu Tian's potent drug. Piccolo Daimao is on the verge of realizing his nefarious desires. You must make your wish before he does and erase him from this world. Upon hearing Tianjin Fan's words, Jiaozi, though gripped by fear, understood the gravity of his responsibility. He stammered in response, all right. I will do my best. At that critical moment, a brilliant light streaked across the sky, and a colossal divine dragon materialized before Piccolo Daimao. Its immense form shimmered with a mysterious luster. The dragon's eyes resembled 2 resplendent jewels, and its voice resonated with authority, echoing in every corner. Speak your wish. Whatever it may be, I shall grant it. Standing before the dragon, Piccolo Daimao's face blossomed with a euphoric smile as he spread his arms wide, envisioning the dawn of his victory. Then I shall declare. Please allow me to. Just as he was about to voice his wish, a figure suddenly darted forth like a bolt of lightning. Jiaozi cupped his hands into a trumpet shape and shouted with all his might towards the divine dragon. Dragon, I implore you, please make Piccolo Daimao vanish from this world. In an instant, terror washed over Piccolo Daimao's face. He had not anticipated that anyone would dare to thwart him at this pivotal moment. Chapter 41. The Dragon is dead. Overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of threat, Piccolo Daimao's eyes flickered with unease. In this dire situation, he hastily unleashed a powerful energy blast, hurtling directly towards Jiaozi. The wave of energy cut through the air, creating a dazzling arc of light that struck Jiaozi with astonishing speed. Jiaozi's body instantly lost its balance, crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, his voice faltering, yet ultimately exhaled his last breath, his eyes slowly closing as he sank into eternal slumber. Standing nearby, King Piccolo wore an expression of relief. How fortunate, he mused, that he had not anticipated the presence of accomplices. He silently admonished himself, remaining vigilant, wary of other potential threats. At that moment, the voice of the eternal dragon resonated, shattering the tense atmosphere. Speak swiftly. What is your wish? The dragon's tone embodied an undeniable authority. King Piccolo immediately composed himself and replied in a grave tone, Restore my youth. Return me to that vigorous era. Can you accomplish this? A glimmer of longing flickered in his eyes. A trivial matter, the dragon declared, its eyes suddenly flashing red, revealing its immense power. Subsequently, King Piccolo's form was enveloped in a radiant white light, gradually transforming before the illumination dissipated. As the brilliance faded, his muscles appeared significantly more robust, his visage rejuvenated. Ha ha. This is the essence of youth. I have been restored. King Piccolo exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The dragon stated matter-of-factly, preparing to vanish. However, an evil grin suddenly spread across King Piccolo's face. Oh, what a pity, he cackled. With that, he unleashed a powerful wave of energy directed at the dragon. The creature was struck, emitting a cry of anguish. Dust swirled around, debris flew about, and chaos ensued. When the dust settled, the dragon's remains lay scattered, ultimately vanishing, leaving behind 7 Dragon Balls turned to stone, now reduced to mere rocks. Ha 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 ha. The dragon is dead. Ha 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 ha. King Piccolo laughed triumphantly, the sound echoing with the arrogance of a victor. Now, nothing can threaten my existence. Meanwhile, from a distance, Tien Shin'an witnessed the event unfold, his face a mask of disbelief. How could this be? He murmured, his voice laced with shock and confusion. Yet, overwhelmed by both mental and physical strain, he ultimately collapsed, losing consciousness. King Piccolo, brimming with pride, levitated into the air, soaring towards a distant airship, leaving chaos and bewilderment in his wake. On an unnamed island, the Kame house sat in tranquil repose. The sunset bathed the rooftop in golden light, harmonizing with the gentle sound of waves lapping against the shore, creating an atmosphere both mysterious and serene. "It's vanished," Bulma said, furrowing her brow as she fixed her gaze upon the Dragon Ball radar, the once flickering lights now completely extinguished. Her voice trembled with disbelief and urgency. "Yamcha, launch." And the others exchanged glances, their faces etched with confusion and concern. Launch bit her lip, anxiously inquiring, "So, who has succeeded in this endeavor?" Yamcha inhaled deeply, conjecturing. If Master Roshi and the others summoned the dragon, then King Piccolo must have disappeared. A glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. Wukong interjected with conviction, "Indeed. It must be so. Generally, it is the forces of good that prevail in the end." He endeavored to console everyone in this manner. Yet his somewhat comical expression betrayed his own lack of complete conviction in his words. Bulma sighed, her voice heavy with concern as she murmured, "If only that were the case." A flicker of unease flashed in her eyes. For a moment, the room was enveloped in silence, with only the sound of the waves and the gentle breeze echoing in their ears. Suddenly, Plu shattered the stillness, his voice tinged with curiosity and apprehension. "But if it is indeed the Demon King Piccolo summoning the Eternal Dragon, what precisely would he wish for?" His question landed like a heavy bomb, deepening the somber mood among the group. Yamcha swiftly rose, resolutely declaring, "In summary, Bulma, inform me of the location where the Dragon Ball signal has vanished. I shall investigate." His tone exuded an undeniable conviction. Bulma hurriedly grasped Yamcha's arm, her eyes brimming with concern as she implored, "But if Master Roshi and the others have succeeded, they will contact us shortly. Let us wait a moment." Her gaze was filled with earnest pleading. Yamcha furrowed his brow, clearly displeased with the notion of passive waiting. Muttering under his breath, "Damn it." Yet, he reluctantly resumed his seat. Yachirobe piloted the hovering car, his gaze penetrating through the windshield towards the gradually brightening sky, involuntarily exclaiming, "Ah, the sky is brightening once more." Seated in the passenger seat, Goku clutched the Dragon Ball radar tightly. His brow furrowed as his attention remained fixated on the small screen. The once flickering signals on the radar abruptly vanished, inciting a wave of unease within him. All traces of the Dragon Balls had indeed disappeared. Clearly, that individual was making a wish. His fists clenched instinctively, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes. Yachirobe, catching this sentiment, shifted his gaze slightly and responded softly, "The Eternal Dragon, is it? I would indeed like to witness that." Goku's voice was low and contemplative. What kind of wish would such a formidable being make upon falling? His words revealed a profound curiosity and a subtle apprehension regarding this unknown wish. The atmosphere within the vehicle grew increasingly tense as their conversation unfolded. The scenery outside rapidly receded, the hovering car gliding steadily over the plains. Surrounded by sparse trees and the occasional hillock, the morning dew glistening on the tips of the leaves. At that moment, Yachirobe suddenly pointed ahead, his voice tinged with excitement. "Look, that must be Korin Tower, right?" Goku swiftly lifted his gaze towards the distant, elusive tower. Yachirobe promptly pressed the accelerator, and the hovering car surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, racing towards Korin Tower. The sounds of the wind and machinery intertwined, creating a tense and hurried symphony. Goku, gripping the radar tightly, felt an inner turmoil but remained resolutely steadfast. He understood that, regardless of how formidable the adversary might be, he must confront them. Chapter 42, Arrival at Calinta. After an arduous journey, the vehicle of Akalobe finally came to a gentle halt at the foot of Calinta. With a resounding click, the doors swung open, and Akalobe was the first to leap out. He surveyed his surroundings, a frown forming on his brow. He had arrived. This was indeed the place. He spoke uncertainly, soon infused with a hint of dissatisfaction and a touch of curiosity. "Is it truly hard to believe that there are exquisite delicacies to be savored here?" Sun Wukong then gracefully descended from the vehicle, taking a deep breath. Nostalgia flickering in his eyes, this place is truly reminiscent, unchanged in the slightest. His voice carried a subtle hint of joy and nostalgia. It was here, 2 years ago, that he triumphed over Tao Pai Pai and forged a bond with the father and son duo, Berta. Suddenly, a familiar voice shattered Goku's reverie. "Goku." Upa's voice brimmed with surprise and excitement. He sprinted from afar, his steps light and hurried, as if eager to approach Wukong at the swiftest pace. "It has been so long. I am overjoyed." Upa's eyes sparkled with delight. Wukong smiled and patted Upa's shoulder, inquiring, "How have you been? You have grown so much." Upa laughed heartily, clearly elated. "Indeed." He turned towards the depths of the forest and called out, "Father, it's Wukong. He has come to see us." At that moment, Jackalope leaned close to Wukong's ear and whispered, "Listen well, don't forget my delicacies." Wukong nodded, responding, "I am aware." Beulah emerged slowly from the woods, and upon seeing Wukong, joyfully exclaimed, "Oh, Wukong." His voice brimmed with surprise. "Beulah." Wukong called back, and they quickly began to reminisce. During their conversation, UPA learned that Wukong had been injured in battle and needed to seek Master Karen for treatment. UPA looked at Wukong with concern. "Such a severe injury. How will you manage to climb up?" His gaze was filled with worry. Wukong waved his hand dismissively, assuring him, "No need to fret. Jackalope will carry me up. Everything will be fine." Although Jackalope possessed sufficient strength, he clearly did not wish to partake in this troublesome endeavor. However, when Wukong mentioned the delicacies at Karen Tower, Jackalope's eyes lit up, and he promptly agreed. "I shall assist you." Beulah offered his help, his tone resolute and sincere. Subsequently, Jackalope hoisted Wukong onto his back, while Beulah lifted them with great effort, propelling them towards the summit of Karen Tower. The two ascended swiftly into the sky and, once their momentum waned, clung tightly to the tower's pillar, continuing their rapid ascent. Meanwhile, Pilaf rubbed his hands together, a smile gracing his lips as he respectfully addressed the seated King Piccolo. "Congratulations, great Demon King, on regaining your youth. This way, you may long govern this world. When the time comes, do not forget to share half with me." King Piccolo slowly turned his head, his abyss-like eyes scanning Pilaf, a sardonic smile curling his lips before he erupted into a loud, arrogant laugh that echoed through the room, sending chills down the spine. His laughter abruptly ceased, his expression turning cold as he glared menacingly at Pilaf and his companions, chillingly stating, "I do not wish to see you again." The Pilaf trio, taken aback by this sudden threat, huddled together, their bodies trembling involuntarily, voices quaking with fear. "We shall leave at once." Yet their steps faltered, paralyzed by trepidation. King Piccolo, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, his voice icier still. "I said, I do not wish to see you." He then rose and strode towards the airship's door, flinging it open. And a powerful gust of wind expelled Pilaf and his companions from the cabin. At that moment, a figure clad in a black cloak emerged from the shadows, holding a complex map. In a calm voice, he reported, "My lord, according to the current intelligence, the reigning king has divided the earth into 43 regions." He pointed to a location on the map, indicating the realm of King Kesru and a city. "Enough, no need to elaborate further." The Dark Lord Bick interrupted him, his voice tinged with annoyance. It was simply too tedious. The Crowman immediately bowed his head, responding with a single word, "Yes." The Dark Lord Bick's gaze sharpened once more, and his eyes suddenly emitted crimson beams, shattering the photograph of the royal palace in his hand. As the airship drew nearer, they reached the skies above the Kesser Palace. The Dark Lord Bick rose, invigorated, declaring, "Behold, the first step towards world domination, destined to become a moment of remembrance." He and the Crow Man approached the window, gazing down at the bustling scene below. The Crow Man suddenly remarked, "Today marks the 20th anniversary of the current king's reign. It seems these fireworks are celebrating your greatness." The Dark Lord Piccolo wore a sinister grin as he and the Crow Man employed their flight magic, gently descending. He coldly replied, "Let them celebrate." His tone dripped with sarcasm and disdain, for the celebratory fireworks would soon transform into the triumphant flames of conquest. Upon landing, the Dark Lord Piccolo's strides were heavy and resolute as he advanced toward the king's castle. The surrounding winds appeared to grow more frigid in his presence, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping the air. "This shall become my castle, not a bad prospect," he murmured, his voice deep and commanding, echoing like a resonant sound from the abyss, sending shivers down one's spine. The guards at the entrance took notice, and a young sentry clad in silver armor immediately stepped forward, his expression tense. "Halt. You cannot enter this place." The Dark Lord Piccolo showed no sign of pausing, seemingly oblivious to the sentry's warning, and continued onward. As he passed the guard, he suddenly struck the sentry's neck with a swift blow. Disbelief flickered in the guard's eyes before he collapsed, lifeless. Another guard, gripped by fear, hastily drew his pistol and fired. The bullet struck Piccolo as if against an impenetrable barrier, having no effect whatsoever. The guard's disbelief morphed into trembling terror as the sounds of missed shots echoed in his mind, heralding his impending doom. The Dark Lord Piccolo cast a scornful glance his way before sending him flying with a single strike. The guard traced a tragic arc through the air as his life faded away. With two anguished cries, the palace's alarm bells blared, and all guards rushed to assemble. A hasty throng converging. Standing in the castle's courtyard, the Dark Lord Piccolo's eyes suddenly glimmered with a terrifying red light, unleashing beams of laser like the scythe of death. sweeping through the guards who fell helplessly. Meanwhile, in the palace's rear courtyard, the Dog King stood upon a small stage, addressing the crowd. His voice brimmed with passion. His expression resolute. As long as I draw breath, I vow to dedicate my life to peace, love, and justice for eternity. A group of young maidens in festive attire prepared to present flowers. The sudden upheaval cast the scene into chaos. The Dark Lord Piccolo advanced step by step, his heavy footsteps resonating as if shaking the very earth. The military forces and tanks mobilized in an attempt to thwart this unwelcome intruder, yet he dismantled them effortlessly, as if these advanced weapons were mere fragile toys before him. Upon learning of the monster's intrusion, the king's countenance paled, and he urgently commanded the evacuation of the crowd. Retreating deep into the palace, his heart was enveloped in fear and unease, yet a glimmer of hope persisted, a hope that someone might intervene to avert this catastrophe. However, Lord Piccolo, akin to the harbinger of death, relentlessly pursued the sin of terror, ruthlessly obliterating all guardians who dared to stand in his path. The king stood with his back turned to a window, his body trembling slightly, his eyes brimming with dread and despair. His lips quivered as he attempted to utter words. Yet no sound escaped. A flicker of derision danced in Lord Piccolo's eyes as he approached the king, each footfall resonating ominously in the king's heart. His voice was low and chilling. This castle now belongs to me. Chapter 43, The Awakening of All Within the Valley, Shadows Danced. Shrouding the area in an atmosphere of grim foreboding. A gentle breeze caressed the treetops, producing a rustling sound, as if mourning a great loss. Tianjin Fan tenderly arranged the bodies of Master Rashi and Dumpling side by side, his movements gentle and deliberate, as if fearing to disturb their eternal slumber. He stood quietly to the side, his gaze profound, as if penetrating through the fabric of time and space, confronting the inner turmoil of pain and fear. His eyes flickered with a myriad of emotions, encompassing both the wrath directed at King Piccolo and a deep-seated trepidation towards him. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his tumultuous thoughts. Suddenly, the thunderous roar of an aircraft shattered the tranquility of the valley. Tian Shinhan abruptly turned his head, his eyes sharply fixed on the horizon. The airplane drew nearer, the vibrations growing increasingly pronounced. This was the very location where the Dragon Ball's response had ceased. There was a hint of urgency in Bulma's tone as she gripped the controls of the aircraft tightly, her eyes brimming with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. Launching into action, Launch firmly held her submachine gun, her gaze resolute as she replied, "All right, let us descend and investigate." Her voice was unwavering, exuding an undeniable courage. Yamcha, however, appeared more cautious. He maintained a steady hover in the air and stated solemnly, "No, let us assess the situation first. There might still be enemies lurking." His eyes were alert, carefully scanning the surroundings. Wukong grumbled from the side, "Isn't this going to end badly? I warned you all against coming here." Bulma disregarded Oolong's complaints, her focus unwavering on the view outside. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "That's Tian Shinhan," she exclaimed almost involuntarily. With Yamcha swiftly maneuvering the aircraft for landing, everyone rushed out, hurrying towards Tian Shinhan. Yamcha was the first to spot Master Rashi's lifeless body, his complexion drained of color. He crouched down, his voice choked with sorrow. "Master Mateto, how could this happen?" The group gathered around, tears welling in their eyes, faces etched with grief, the air thick with a stifling sadness. Launch and Tian Shinhan stood silently to the side, Tian's eyes betraying a profound sense of helplessness and determination. Wiping away his tears, Yamcha rose, his tone resolute yet anguished as he addressed Tian. "Tian, it's just the two of us now. We must unite our efforts." His eyes shimmered with unwavering resolve. Tian nodded solemnly, his voice low. "Yamcha, there is one task I must complete." His gaze was steadfast, radiating an undeniable determination. Yamcha watched Tian anxiously as he hesitated before finally speaking. I must learn the Mafuba technique. I must defeat King Piccolo, no matter what." Yamcha replied with urgency, "Then I shall train in the Mafuba as well." Tian shook his head gravely. "No, the Mafuba requires first-hand experience. You cannot learn it. It's not that simple." A profound disappointment crossed Yamcha's face as he opened his mouth, seemingly about to speak, but before he could articulate his thoughts, Tian resolutely turned away, striding towards the parked spacecraft. His movements were swift and resolute, as if all hesitation and pleas had been cast aside. The roar of the aircraft's engine shattered the silence, and soon he piloted the craft, transforming into a fleeting shadow that sped away. The onlookers stood silently, watching as Tianjin Fan's vehicle gradually vanished into the distant horizon. Yamcha's face was etched with frustration and worry, his hands instinctively clenching, fingertips paling slightly. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, stirring the dust around him, yet failing to dispel the heavy fog of confusion in his heart. Meanwhile, Bulma and the others busied themselves, carefully wrapping Master Roshi and Chao's lifeless bodies in cloth, each movement imbued with profound respect and sorrow. The expressions on their faces reflected disbelief. It was hard to accept that such a formidable being as Master Roshi could fall. Yamcha, in a sudden burst of emotion, dashed toward the now vacant aircraft, urgently contacting Tangent Fan. Tangent Fan, come back quickly. I want to practice the Mafuba technique and defeat King Piccolo. His voice was filled with determination and urgency. Tangent Fan answered on the other end but remained silent. At that moment, Bulma joined the conversation, saying, Tangent Fan, if we gather the Dragon Balls again, we can wish for Master Roshi, Chao, and Krillin to be revived. However, Tangent Fan's response felt like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing all hope. It's too late. The Eternal Dragon has been slain by King Piccolo. The news of the dragon's demise struck everyone present like a bolt from the blue, leaving them speechless as they exchanged incredulous glances. Yamcha quickly regained some composure and spoke again into the communicator. Then I must train even harder in the Mafuba technique. Tangent Fan, did you hear me? Tangent Fan remained silent for a moment before hastily hanging up, his thoughts turning inward. One death is enough for me. His heart was heavy with helplessness and guilt, yet it was also filled with the resolve of a solitary warrior. Bulma murmured sorrowfully, could it be that Goku is truly gone? A glimmer of tears shone in her eyes, her voice low and mournful. I have a feeling Goku is still alive, Por whispered nearby. I share the same sentiment, Yamcha replied. Bulma sighed heavily. For now, let us return and wait. Her tone was laced with resignation and fatigue. Then, they boarded the aircraft, carrying Master Roshi and Chao's bodies away from this land steeped in conflict and sorrow. As night fell, the silvery moonlight bathed the pillars of Korin Tower. Yajirobe, panting heavily, finally reached the summit of Korin Tower with Goku on his back. Master Korin, it's been so long, Goku exclaimed, jumping down and rubbing his sore shoulders as he greeted Korin with a smile. Yajirobe gazed curiously at Korin, this seemingly ordinary cat who was, in fact, a legendary sage. Is this guy really a sage? He blurted out. Goku began to explain, but Korin waved his hand, interrupting him. You need not elaborate. I am already aware of everything. What do you know? Goku inquired, leaning closer, his eyes wide with curiosity. You were thoroughly defeated in your battle against King Piccolo. Were you not? Korin approached Goku, his tone imbued with undeniable certainty. Goku's eyes widened in shock. How do you know so much? Korin smiled gently, out of sheer boredom. I often observe from here. He gestured toward the edge of the tower. Yajirobe, driven by curiosity, rushed to the tower's edge to look down, only to see a sea of clouds obscuring his view. Can you really see down from here? Of course not, Korin teased, then pointed to a jar on the other side. Over there. Here? Yajirobe dashed over and lifted the lid of the jar. The surface of the water revealed a scene below, where King Piccolo was confronting Dog King, mocking him as a puppet under his control, claiming that the future belonged to him. The beleaguered Dog King expressed his inability to comply, while King Piccolo laughed derisively. Goku clenched his fists and said to Korin, I must defeat King Piccolo. Please allow me to train once more. Hold on. First treat your injuries. Korin pondered for a moment, then retrieved a large jar of senza beans from the corner, tossing one to Goku. Here, eat this. Isn't this a senza bean? Goku asked, looking at the bean. Upon hearing this, Yajirobe felt deceived and exclaimed, This is the senza bean? The food of the sages? You tricked me. Goku smiled helplessly. Indeed. What kind of delicacy is this? Yajirobe fumed, snatching the jar from Korin's hands. I endured so much for this wretched thing. It's outrageous. In a fit of rage, he seized a handful of celestial beans and stuffed them into his mouth. Feeling unsatisfied, he added several more, grumbling discontentedly, these beans are utterly tasteless. Master Karen and son Wukong stared in astonishment at Yajirobe, who suddenly froze, his belly swelling painfully as he lay on the ground, crying out in agony. Just one of these celestial beans can sustain you for 10 days, son Wukong explained, consuming a bean himself, his injuries miraculously healing as he gazed incredulously at his hands. So, has your injury healed? Master Karen inquired. Indeed. Master Karen, could you teach me once more? Son Wukong asked eagerly. I'm afraid you have surpassed me. The gap between you and Demon King Piccolo is insurmountable. Not even martial arts masters survived, Master Karen said solemnly. Grandpa? How could this be? Son Wukong was utterly stunned, memories of Master Roshi's teachings flooding his mind. He clenched his fists in anger, yearning to charge forth and vanquish Demon King Piccolo. However, at that critical moment, Master Karen's voice cut through the fog of his thoughts like a gentle breeze. If you are prepared to face death, then drink the ultra-divine water. Master Karen's gaze was resolute and profound, as if perceiving the shifting tides of fate. Ultra-divine water? Are you referring to something akin to holy water? Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Master Karen smiled slightly, shaking his head. No. It's not like that childish trick. He then turned and led Sun Wukong to another jar, gently twisting the lid open, an ancient aura wafting forth, beckoning Sun Wukong to enter. After a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong ultimately decided to step inside the jar. His body was enveloped by a mysterious force, and in an instant, he found himself in the farthest reaches of the north. This was a frozen realm, where the ground lay beneath a blanket of snow, and the biting cold wind howled, compelling one to retreat. Sun Wukong surveyed his surroundings and was met with desolation. A wave of solitude and unease surged within him. Meanwhile, the immortal Karen was casting a spell in the distance, his staff swaying slightly as he chanted incantations. Soon, the belly of Piccolo began to gradually recede, returning to its normal state. A satisfied smile graced Karen's face as he and Piccolo sat quietly, awaiting the outcome from Sun Wukong. Chapter 44. The Conclusion of Training. Before the final battle, as night fell, the stars adorned the sky, casting a serene ambience over the forest, where only the crackling of a small fire broke the stillness. The flames danced gracefully in the gentle breeze, illuminating the face of Tianjin Fan, revealing his serious and focused expression. Sitting cross-legged upon the ground, his eyes closed and hands forming seals, he appeared utterly detached from the world, wholly absorbed in deep meditation. In his mind's eye, scenes of the turtle hermit wielding the Maphoba technique replayed incessantly. As his thoughts returned, Tianjin Fan slowly opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and rose to his feet. He adjusted his breathing, centered his focus, and began to emulate the movements of the turtle hermit. His arm slowly ascended, fingertips gathering an emerald glow, which intensified in accordance with his gestures. However, at the moment he unleashed the magical seal wave, the light abruptly deviated from its intended trajectory, ultimately carving a curvilinear path through the air, failing to strike any target. Curse be it! Tianjin Fan muttered through clenched teeth, his brow furrowed, a flicker of resentment and anxiety flashing in his eyes. He was acutely aware that each usage of the magic sealing wave would deplete his precious vitality. Yet the urgency within compelled him to swiftly master this skill. The threat of King Piccolo loomed over him like a sword poised above, preventing him from finding peace. He needed to rapidly grow stronger to safeguard himself and his friends from impending peril. He closed his eyes once more, endeavoring to recall every detail of the Kame Sennin's Maphoba technique. Was it his hand movements that lacked precision, or was it a miscalculation of power? He pondered repeatedly, striving to discern the reasons for his failure. Then, he attempted again. The light in his hands shone brighter this time, and his expression was resolute. The radiance surged forth once more, swifter and more accurate, though it still did not strike its target perfectly, yet marked a significant improvement. Not satisfactory enough. Tian Shinhan remained displeased with his performance. By the fire, his silhouette appeared even more solitary and determined in the flickering flames as he practiced relentlessly, pouring his heart into every attempt. The night grew deep, the stars twinkled above, and his resolve burned as brightly as the celestial bodies scattered across the sky, never to extinguish. On a remote, nameless island, the Kame house stood quietly. Sunlight streamed through the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon the path leading to the house. This place was once a tranquil paradise, yet at this moment, the atmosphere inside was palpably tense. The disappearance of Sun Wukong left everyone anxious and agitated. Tian Shinhan had ventured alone to an unknown location to practice the Maphoba, leaving only Yamcha with the capability to fight. Each individual within the house awaited anxiously, an unsettling tension permeating the air. Suddenly, the television blared to life with a news broadcast. On the screen, the visage of Dog King appeared, his expression fraught with anxiety as he spoke urgently into the camera. People of the world, I have an announcement to make. Please gather around your screens. I have been forcibly removed from my throne, and this world has fallen into the hands of the Demon King Piccolo. Once this fiend ascends to power, our world shall plunge into ruin. Come, we must eliminate this vile creature. As his words unfolded, Dog King's voice grew increasingly agitated, his eyes filled with panic and helplessness. In front of the television, Bulma and the others wore expressions of shock as they absorbed the sudden news. Bulma clutched the remote tightly, her brow furrowed, unable to fathom the gravity of the situation. I should have warned you, you must not speak out of turn. At that moment, a deep and authoritative voice interrupted Dog King's speech. The figure of Demon King Piccolo materialized on the screen, grasping Dog King's neck with one hand, lifting him effortlessly, his gaze cold and unyielding. You wouldn't wish to be killed just yet, would you? His voice was frigid, sending a chill down the spine. Demon King Piccolo then mercilessly hurled Dog King to the ground, turning his piercing gaze toward the camera. People of the world, heed my words. I am your new king. Demon King Piccolo. As for my power, simply look at the destruction I wrought upon Kakarot, and you shall understand. He subsequently proclaimed his ambitions. Now, let the aspirations of the new king be heard. First and foremost, I must confess that I harbor a profound disdain for justice and peace. I have no intention of restraining or sanctioning the desires of my subjects. I mean to say, you are free to indulge your passions as you see fit. The occupation of the police is hereby abolished. Acts of war, violence, and murder are liberated. Feel free to pursue them. Yamcha clenched his fists, a flicker of rage flashing in his eyes as he muttered curses at the tyrant in the television screen. How despicable! As the words of the evil King Piccolo drew to a close, it was as if a signal had been unleashed upon the world's criminals, prompting them to wreak havoc and plunder indiscriminately. The police found themselves utterly powerless against this sudden uprising. In the distance, Tien Shinhan, engaged in training, felt an unprecedented urgency upon hearing the broadcast. He understood that only by mastering the Mafuba technique could he hope to halt this catastrophe. Bulma, unable to bear the sight of the tragic events unfolding before her, switched off the television and sank to the ground in despair, her hands cradling her head. Her eyes filled with helplessness and fear. At that moment, Launch gently patted Bulma's shoulder in an attempt to console her, assuring her that there was no need for concern. They still had Tien, and once he learned the Mafuba, everything would be all right. However, Yamcha suddenly lifted his head, a glimmer of worry crossing his features. But do you all remember? Master Roshi once said that those who performed the Mafuba would perish. A heavy silence enveloped the room, each face etched with anxiety. Following several days of chaos, violent incidents escalated across the globe, and the righteous rose to confront this unbridled destruction. Amidst this storm of turmoil, King Piccolo announced a chilling plan. He would annihilate a city each day. His voice was cold and merciless, and with a casual wave of his hand, a powerful energy wave sliced through the heavens, hurtling towards the horizon. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted as a city was obliterated in an explosion, leaving behind only swirling smoke and ruins. King Piccolo hovered in the air, surveying the devastation below, laughing maniacally. This was today's sacrifice. In that desolate stone forest, Tien Shinhan appeared particularly solitary. After countless days and nights of arduous training, he finally discovered the opportunity for success amidst a series of failures. The pebble in his hand, under the gaze of his resolute eyes, was gradually enveloped by an invisible force, ultimately sealed within a crystalline vial. He exclaimed with fervor, "At last, we have triumphed." His voice resonated with an uncontrollable excitement and a profound sense of relief. He wiped away the beads of sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, his expression resolute and brimming with determination. He strode towards the parked spacecraft, his resolute footsteps reverberating across the expansive terrain. At the moment the spacecraft was activated, he inhaled deeply and silently declared, "I have arrived, King Piccolo." The roar of the engine resonated as it propelled him toward the palace of King Piccolo, a destination shrouded in uncertainty and peril. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was enduring a formidable challenge at Karen Tower, ultimately obtaining the elusive Super Divine Water. After downing the contents in one swift motion, Master Karen immediately cast a spell to assist him out of the vessel. Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, his muscles swelling, and an unprecedented light shimmering in his eyes. He was so exhilarated that he nearly dashed out of the tower to seek vengeance against the Demon King Piccolo. Wait! Master Karen timely intercepted him, summoning a vast expanse of flying nimbus. Sun Wukong gazed in delight at the nimbus before him, and Master Karen gestured for him to take his pick. Sun Wukong selected a small tuft, reminiscing as he rubbed it, then exclaimed with excitement, "All right. He is out there. This time, I feel I can defeat him." Standing atop the nimbus, he sensed the location of the Demon King Piccolo with his newly acquired strength. "You can sense that too?" Master Karen asked in astonishment, deeply impressed by Sun Wukong's transformation. Sun Wukong nodded firmly, declaring, "I'm off now, Master Karen." And Yajirobe. Master Karen nodded in agreement, saying, "I'll leave everything to you." Wukong. Yajirobe expressed concern. "You must be cautious." Sun Wukong stood upon the nimbus as it swiftly soared toward the direction of the Demon King Piccolo. In the sky, the nimbus left behind a long trail of yellow, akin to a beam of hope piercing the heavens. On this path to the decisive battle, Sun Wukong's heart brimmed with a fervent desire for confrontation and uncertainty about the future, yet his gaze remained resolute, devoid of any inclination to retreat. Chapter 45, The Demise of the Demon King. The following day, Tien Shinhan arrived at the palace of the Demon King Piccolo, his figure appearing insignificant before the grand edifice. The palace gate towered high above, Tien took a deep breath, adjusted his attire, and shouted, "Demon King Piccolo, come out and face me." The Demon King emerged from the shadows, his imposing figure and green skin appearing even more menacing under the sunlight. He regarded Tien with a glimmer of disdain and contempt. "I have no desire to fight today. Let Dorama deal with you." With that, the Demon King opened his mouth, and a colossal egg emerged, landing on the ground and promptly cracking open to reveal a towering figure, Dorama. This creature, born of the Demon King Piccolo, was muscular and fierce-eyed. Unmistakably a formidable opponent, his arrival seemed to still the very air around them. The battle erupted swiftly. Dorama's movements were rapid and brutal, each strike accompanied by a sharp whoosh. Although Tien possessed remarkable skill, he was evidently at a disadvantage in terms of raw power. He attempted to compensate with agile maneuvers, yet he remained overwhelmed by Dorama's onslaught. The continuous evasion and counterattacks left Tien feeling increasingly strained, muttering to himself, "Why is this guy so difficult to handle?" Ultimately, in a moment of carelessness, Tien was struck by a fierce punch from Dorama, crashing heavily to the ground, dust swirling around him. The Demon King Piccolo observed this scene with a cold smirk, turning to leave. Tien, struggling to rise from the ground, a flicker of defiance in his eyes, hastily retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket and tossed it to the ground. The capsule instantly transformed into a rice cooker. Gritting his teeth, Tien unleashed his newly mastered technique, Magic Sealing Wave. However, due to severe fatigue, his attempt faltered, resulting in a backlash that gravely injured him. He collapsed onto the ground, his heart laden with a profound sense of defeat. "I actually failed?" Lying amidst the swirling dust of the battlefield, Tien Shinhan lay immobile, his gaze fixed upon the approaching foe. Dolam, a towering figure, swung his fists, heavy as boulders, toward Tien Shinhan with tremendous force. At that critical moment, a brilliant flash of light sliced through the sky, sending Dolam hurtling backward, crashing violently against the palace wall with a resounding thud. "Goku." Tien Shinhan managed to lift his head with great effort, and there stood Sun Wukong, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Sun Wukong looked at Tien Shinhan, a reassuring smile gracing his lips. "It seems I arrived just in time." Sun Wukong stood like an immovable mountain, his gaze sharp and unwavering, fixed on the formidable Majin Buu. Dolam slowly regained his footing, a fiercer glint igniting in his eyes. Upon witnessing this, Tien Shinhan urgently called out to Goku, "Be careful, Goku." Yet Goku appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated Dolam's actions. Just as Dolam's fist was about to descend, Goku executed a powerful backward kick. The force of the kick sent Dolam flying, crashing into the palace wall, leaving a massive dent in its wake. Tien Shinhan stared in disbelief, internally grumbling, "When did this guy become so strong?" Majin Buu, witnessing the turn of events, scoffed derisively, his tone dripping with mockery. "I never expected you, Sun Wukong, to come seeking death once more." Without hesitation, Majin Buu charged at Goku, launching a fierce assault. Goku effortlessly parried each strike, the sound of their blows reverberating through the palace as air currents exploded around them. Amidst the chaos, Goku seized an opportunity, delivering a punch that sent Majin Buu flying. Yet the demon quickly rose, his face contorted with rage. Majin Buu unleashed his full power, engaging in a fierce duel with Goku. He relentlessly unleashed energy blasts, but Goku deftly countered each attack. The battle escalated, and Buu was once again sent flying, crashing into a nearby Raven Man, causing the latter to collapse. Majin Buu awkwardly rose from the ground, his expression furious, his aura surging with intensity. He bellowed, "Sun Wukong, I shall unleash my full strength." His voice echoed across the battlefield, brimming with unrestrained fury. The clash resumed, and this time, Sun Wukong clearly held the upper hand, every strike forcing Majin Buu to retreat. In a heated exchange, Sun Wukong skillfully dodged Buu's assault, retaliating with a punch to Buu's abdomen, propelling him backward. As Buu's energy surged, the pressure in the air intensified. His gaze turned razor-sharp, gathering an overwhelming energy blast in his palm, a blue radiance flickering ominously before he unleashed it towards Sun Wukong. The energy blast tore through the sky, stirring a tempest, engulfing the battlefield in chaos and dust, as if the very essence of the conflict had consumed the arena. As the dust settled, Sun Wukong's previous position was vacant. He had leaped into the air, gathering a golden, potent energy in his hands. Facing Buu, his brow furrowed, his eyes shimmered with determination. He then let out a resounding cry, launching his signature Kamehameha wave. The blue energy wave surged like a raging tide toward Buu, forcing him back several paces. Amidst the swirling dust, Buu's expression morphed into one of shock and disbelief, trembling as he asked, "Are you a monster?" The battle reignited, with Sun Wukong and Buu exchanging blows in a violent dance. Each collision resonated with explosive waves of energy, and despite his injuries, Sun Wukong's eyes burned with indomitable fighting spirit. In a furious clash, Byu unleashed two piercing energy beams, striking Sun Wukong's right knee. Sun Wukong cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, while Byu sneered, "You're left with but one leg." Yet Sun Wukong replied with optimism, "But I still have one leg, don't I?" With that, he drew his power pole from behind, using it to struggle back to his feet. At that moment, Byu radiated golden light, launching energy blasts from his fingertips. One struck the power pole, sending it flying, while another accurately hit Sun Wukong, knocking him down once more. Seizing the opportunity, Byu unleashed a devastating energy wave. Tian Shinan, witnessing the imminent danger, summoned all his strength to teleport and rescue Sun Wukong, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. In the aftermath, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted, leaving the area in desolation, a wasteland strewn with remnants of destruction, devoid of life for miles around, enveloped in a haunting silence. Having forcibly saved Sun Wukong, Tian Shinan lay exhausted on the dust-laden ground. Byu, his eyes ablaze with vengeance, roughly seized Tian Shinan by the head, using him as a hostage to threaten Sun Wukong. His voice was deep and hoarse, imbued with an undeniable resolve. "Wukong, should you take another step forward, his life shall be forfeit." Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. In the face of Piccolo's threat, his left hand was suddenly struck by a rapidly spinning stone, followed by his left leg, the pain forcing him to kneel. Observing this, Piccolo's lips curled into a cruel smile, believing that Sun Wukong was rendered powerless. He discarded Tianjin Fan and unleashed his flight technique, soaring into the sky like an arrow released from a bow, poised to deliver a lethal blow. In that moment, despite his grievous injuries, Sun Wukong's eyes still blazed with indomitable fighting spirit. He struggled to move his right hand, beginning to gather a blue radiance, which coalesced around him into a resplendent sphere of energy. He positioned the energy sphere beneath him and unleashed a powerful wave of energy, propelling himself skyward. In midair, Sun Wukong executed the fist that pierces heaven and earth, striking through Piccolo's chest. Piccolo's expression turned to one of disbelief as he sensed the rapid departure of his life. He understood that his time was drawing to a close. In the final moments of his existence, Piccolo summoned all his strength to expel an egg containing the essence of his vengeance and hope, casting it into the distance. This was the offspring of Piccolo, a continuation of his retribution and aspirations. Subsequently, Piccolo chose to self-destruct, the ensuing explosion reverberating across the battlefield, causing Sun Wukong to plummet rapidly. In this moment of dire peril, an unexpected rescue unfolded. Yachirobe sped forth in a hovering vehicle, leaping out just in time to catch the falling Sun Wukong. At that instant, Tian Shinan, weary yet determined, arrived, a look of relief gracing his face. He proposed a rematch in the upcoming martial arts tournament, a means to gauge their mutual growth. Observing this, Yachirobe smiled as he drove Sun Wukong away from the battlefield. With the demise of the Demon King Piccolo, this land, once shrouded in fear, would ultimately embrace a new dawn of hope and peace. Chapter 46. The Enlightenment of Omu and the Path Ahead. Time swiftly passed, and 2.5 years had elapsed since the resolution of the Demon King Piccolo incident. Sun Wukong, injured, was brought by Yachirobe to Korin Tower for treatment. Subsequently, upon the recommendation of Korin, Wukong learned of a temple hovering above the tower, the abode of the divine. Driven by curiosity, he ascended, only to encounter a deity resembling the Demon King Piccolo. Upon understanding the full context, Wukong commenced a prolonged period of training under the guidance of Mr. Popo. Meanwhile, Bulma hurriedly arrived to escort Tian Shinan away. Later, the deity restored the dragon, allowing Bulma and her companions to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Through their wishes, those who had fallen victim to the Demon King Piccolo were resurrected. The revived individuals began the arduous task of rebuilding their homes, while the deposed Canine King reclaimed his throne, ruling over his realm once more. On planet Yardrat, Omu and Ganas honed their skills for nearly 3 years, mastering all techniques available. Ganas, having sustained injuries from training, had reached a battle power of 3 million, akin to Omu. In contrast, Omu felt a sense of anxiety. As an ordinary practitioner without external enhancements, he could not elevate his strength as swiftly as the Saiyans. Even the Grand Elder of Namek would likely be unable to unlock further potential for him, and the gains from the spirit fruit were negligible. Thus, Omu resolved to explore how to transcend the Dan energy before venturing into the cosmos. Seated upon a smooth boulder, a glimmer of contemplation shone in his eyes as he mused. This Dan energy was merely a concept in my previous life's novels, distinct from the realms of Ming. And Hua energy, it represents an exceedingly profound martial arts technique. Yet, since I have traversed into the Dragon Ball universe, Perhaps the boundaries of these fictional realms may indeed manifest into reality. He closed his eyes, striving to perceive every breath flowing within him. The technique of Danjing, reputed to be a higher level of Huajing, involves the internal consolidation of the golden elixir, manifesting everywhere in perfect harmony. One must embrace the Dan and settle into a meditative stance, allowing the essence, spirit, and marrow of the entire body to converge into a singular point. Akin to the infinitesimal universe emerging at the dawn of creation. This practice may sound profoundly mystical, yet it fundamentally entails concentrating all bodily strength at the dantian and then unleashing it with a sudden force. The tighter the concentration, the more potent the explosion. Once the Dan is successfully embraced, one can attain the realm of controlling the flow of qi and blood through sheer will, transcending the limits of the human body. However, Wumu recognized that merely mastering these techniques was far from sufficient. His combat prowess had stagnated at this level for many years. Thus, he resolved to experiment with a more extreme approach, seeking to amalgamate qi, spirit, and consciousness in the formation of the golden elixir. With this intent, Wumu guided the internal flow of qi using his mental focus, gradually gathering it at the heart. Uncertain of the precise location of the dantian, he chose an alternative path, designating the heart as the focal point for energy accumulation. As time progressed, Wumu sensed the qi within him becoming increasingly dense, as though all his strength was converging at the heart, poised to erupt at that pivotal moment. A pained yet resolute expression graced his face, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, yet his gaze remained extraordinarily steadfast, as though he had already glimpsed the dawn of a breakthrough. In that moment, he completely forgot the world outside, wholly immersed in the realm of cultivation, with only himself and the immense energy surging within him. Silently awaiting the arrival of that pivotal moment in the tranquil cosmos, time appeared as a silent river, imperceptibly erasing the traces of the years. Throughout this prolonged period of discipline, Ganas steadfastly remained by his side, blissfully unaware of the subtle transformations occurring within Yuwood. A month slipped by unnoticed. During this interval, Yuwood underwent a profound metamorphosis, culminating in the successful completion of his cultivation. At this moment, he radiated a dazzling white light, yet astonishingly, no trace of energy escaped him. Yuwood slowly opened his eyes, which shimmered with a silvery brilliance, reminiscent of the profound and mysterious expanse of the night sky. Observing this, Ganas stepped forward, his eyes brimming with curiosity and confusion, inquiring, "Lord Yuwood, have you completed your cultivation? Why can I not sense your aura?" Yuwood gently retracted the light enveloping him, his gaze gradually returning to a deep black, and with a smile, he elucidated, "I am not entirely certain. I merely sense that my level of existence seems to have shifted, though it appears I still lack a final touch." His voice was deep, imbued with a hint of mystery and tranquility. "What about the levels of existence? How would you assess your current strength?" Ganas inquired, his eyes shimmering with curiosity. Ebony shook his head, a smile gracing his lips that hinted at a sense of transcendence. "Strength has become less significant. I have discovered a path that truly belongs to me." His words exuded a serene confidence. Ebony's gaze was directed towards the horizon, as if he could perceive the path to his future, a journey illuminated with brilliance and hope. In this moment of breakthrough, Ebony concentrated his essence and spiritual energy at the heart, cultivating it into a golden elixir. Now, his aura transcended mere energy, resembling the divine power of a destroyer. Although he was unaware of the methods employed by destroyers in their cultivation, he understood that, like him, ordinary individuals were incapable of perceiving their presence. His strength bears both resemblance to and divergence from the divine power of the god of destruction. The path to ascension that Omu has devised appears to be fundamentally distinct from theirs. The deities beneath the god of destruction manifest more as a confluence of essence and divine energy. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong employs instantaneous movement, sensing the life force of any being save for the god of destruction and Akayashin. According to Omu's estimation, his life force, though undetectable, is now comparable to that of the Earth's deity, Bik. However, Omu has now fused essence with spirit, fortifying his own heart. His heart pulsates with a vitality akin to primordial energy, consistently enhancing his combat prowess at a gradual yet relentless pace. In the future, Omu's ascension will predominantly hinge upon the absorption of primordial energy. Nonetheless, the technique capable of absorbing such energy is solely the Hunyuan wave, an inadvertent discovery of his that merges primordial energy with essence. Yet, this skill lacks purity, prompting Omu to seek out the Kaioshin to discuss the cultivation of the energy sphere, aspiring to devise a method for absorbing primordial energy. Having transcended the realm of Danjin, his power continues to double, although he remains uncertain of the exact level he has attained. He senses that even if his previous combat strength of 3 million were to multiply eightfold, it would not rival his current self. Even the instantaneous movement and cloning techniques he previously mastered feel strikingly different when executed with primordial energy. Turning to Ganis, Omu said, "Naz, we have nearly completed our training. It is time to bid farewell to Elder Pabala and return to Earth. I shall assist you in transforming into a Super Saiyan then." Upon hearing this, Ganis felt a surge of excitement, nodding eagerly as he followed Omu to Elder Pabala, his heart brimming with boundless anticipation for the future. Chapter 47, Homecoming. Omu stood in the expansive courtyard, sunlight filtering through the sparse clouds, casting a warm and gentle glow upon his face, his silhouette elongated, resembling a solitary shadow against the backdrop of the day, with unwavering determination in his gaze and a spark of resolve illuminating his eyes. He took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. "Elder Pabala, I am profoundly grateful for your guidance and care over the years. I have decided to leave this place and return to my homeland for a visit." Although Yuwood had now surpassed Pabala in strength, he continued to harbor a deep respect for the elder. Beside him, Ganis followed suit, bowing his head in a gesture of reverence. Elder Pabala smiled gently, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. He waved his hand lightly, his tone warm yet tinged with concern. "It is all right, Yuwood. I understand your decision. However, regarding the changes you have undergone, though I am not fully aware of the intricacies involved, I wish to offer you a piece of advice." He paused momentarily and continued. "In our universe, there exist numerous deities, each embodying both benevolence and malevolence, their moods ever-shifting. In my youth, I was fortunate enough to host a god of destruction named Beerus, whose temperament was notoriously capricious. Your actions might draw their attention. Regardless, when you venture out, exercise utmost caution." Ebony listened intently to the elder's words, astonished that Pibara had personally received the formidable Beerus and had emerged unscathed. He nodded gently, pondering within. If Yuwood's notion holds true, it is conceivable that through the cultivation of vital energy, one might ascend to the divine realm. At that juncture, without the full authority of the king of all, he would likely be regarded as a mere wild deity. He wondered if they would take notice. The god of the universe would be manageable, but he feared the interference of Beerus and Whis. Subsequently, Yuwood bid farewell to Ganis and utilized instant transmission to depart from the planet Yardrat. After several transitions, they finally arrived on Earth. Yuwood's current method of instant transmission, rooted in vital energy, did not rely on sensing others' auras but rather communicated with the planet's essence, ensuring he would not lose his way. Celestial bodies in the universe would respond to Yuwood and guide him. In the northern galaxy, on the azure planet Earth, Yuwood materialized amidst a lush forest. He inhaled deeply the crisp air, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his gaze. Although Yuwood was not a native of this world, upon his arrival, he resolved to regard it as his homeland. "Lord Yuwood, is this your homeland?" Ganis inquired curiously, surveying the surroundings with fascination at the stark contrast to the cosmos beyond. Yuwood smiled, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "Indeed, it shall become quite lively in the future." His laughter carried an air of mystery. Ganis scratched his head, puzzled by the notion of liveliness, and curiously asked, "Then where shall we go now?" Yuwood contemplated for a moment, his gaze deepening. "I intend to visit an elder who has shown me kindness. You may choose to accompany me or explore on your own, but remember, the use of any power is forbidden." "Then I shall explore Lord Yuwood's homeland," Ganis decided. Yuwood nodded and then closed his eyes, beginning to commune with the essence of Earth. His body trembled gently, as if engaging in a silent dialogue with the soul of the planet. Meanwhile, far away in the temple, the deity sensed the fluctuations of Earth's essence. He gazed down at the mortal realm, a slight furrow forming on his brow. Is that not the young martial artist from a few years ago? How greatly he is transformed." Though taken aback, the celestial being chose not to intervene excessively. He recalled the time when Wumu was training in Kalinta, and he felt a considerable sense of assurance regarding Wumu's character. He had once contemplated allowing Wumu to assume the divine position when the time was ripe, yet it seemed that such a necessity had dissipated. After establishing a connection with the spiritual essence of Earth, Wumu's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Ganis, observing Wumu's absence, shrugged his shoulders and then activated his aerial technique, soaring towards the distant city. The cityscape was a stark contrast to the mountains and forests, with towering skyscrapers and flickering neon lights. Ganis glided above the city, curiously surveying every nook and cranny. He occasionally let out exclamations, his heart brimming with curiosity and excitement for this extraordinary world. Despite being admonished against using his powers, his mind remained filled with boundless imagination about this technologically advanced realm. Peach Blossom Island, a small island embraced warmly by the morning sun, cradled Peach Blossom Village at its heart, surrounded by lush greenery and soft sandy shores. The morning air was infused with a delicate floral fragrance mingled with the salty tang carried by the sea breeze. "Alaga, come back for dinner." Marlowe called from the doorway of the wooden cottage, his voice imbued with paternal concern and urgency, directed at Alaga, who was practicing stances in the yard. "I know, Dad." Alaga responded promptly. Due to Marlowe's passion for martial arts and the influence of Yuwood, Alaga had developed a profound interest in the discipline as well. Thus, she began her training from a young age, practicing stances that Yuwood had taught Marlowe for physical conditioning, which Marlowe now passed on to Alaga. Alaga gently shook her body, stirring the dormant blood within, before gradually straightening herself. She understood that after a prolonged period of practice, one should not abruptly cease. Doing so could harm the body. Therefore, she first loosened up, slowly retracting her stance in a gesture of respect and care for her physical form. Suddenly, Yuwood's figure appeared in the yard, and Alaga instantly recognized the former neighbor. She blinked in disbelief to confirm her sight, then joyfully exclaimed, "Yuwood, big brother. Dad, Yuwood has returned." Hearing her call, Marlowe wiped the sweat from his brow with his hand and hurriedly jogged out. He beamed with a radiant smile upon seeing Yuwood. "Yuwood, you have finally returned. How have you fared these past years? There has been no word from you." Origia leaned in, her curiosity piqued. "Indeed, Yuwood, where have you been all this time? You didn't even participate in the last martial arts tournament, and so much has transpired since." Yuwood chuckled lightly, his tone casual. 5 years ago, I made a wish with the Dragon Balls to travel across the universe in search of a place to cultivate." His words left both Marlowe and Origia somewhat astonished. Subsequently, Marlowe took Yuwood's arm and led him into the house. Inside, a wooden table was laden with a sumptuous array of dishes, while Maria busied herself in the kitchen. Soon, Maria emerged, carrying steaming plates of food, smiling as she nodded at Yuwood. "As long as you are safe, that's what matters." Marlowe smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear. You returned unexpectedly, and I haven't prepared anything. I'll go borrow some pork from next door." As he began to step outside, Yuwood quickly grabbed his arm. "Uncle Marlowe, don't trouble yourself. Surely you know me well enough? When I was a child, I came here with nothing, and you supported me, for which I am eternally grateful. Besides, your cooking is already excellent." "Ha ha ha, all right then, let us eat." Marlowe joyfully urged Yuwood to sit. Origia settled beside Yuwood, while Maria took her place next to Marlowe. The dining table soon resonated with laughter and cheerful banter. Marlowe gazed at Yuwood, reflecting, "Yuwood, you have grown taller and matured greatly." Yuwood smiled, his heart brimming with emotion. This place had become his second home. The memories of his past life had faded into the wind, and in this lifetime, he resolved to cherish the people before him. Chapter 48. A Fearsome Foe? Ganis stepped onto the land of West City, his curiosity piqued by the towering skyscrapers and hovering vehicles surrounding him. On planet Vegeta, technology was primarily harnessed for warfare, far from such enchanting vistas. Moreover, having been trapped on a wild planet, he had never had the opportunity to witness the marvels of technologically advanced worlds. As he strolled, he marveled aloud. The planet where Lord Yuwood resides truly boasts an exquisite environment. Just as he immersed himself in this realm of technological wonder, a figure resembling Ultraman suddenly charged forth, brandishing a firearm and aiming it at Ganis, urgently shouting, "Ties, run. This individual is an evil Saiyan." Ganis felt a surge of irritation at the absurdity of being threatened with a weapon. Though firearms posed no danger to him, the sensation of being targeted was displeasing. With a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, he snatched the gun and effortlessly crushed it into powder. Watching this unfold, Ties trembled in fear. "Ganis, what should we do now?" she anxiously inquired. Ties had not anticipated that just days after returning to Earth to celebrate Bulma's birthday, and intending to rest for a few days, she would encounter such a predicament while merely wanting to show her cosmic friend, the galactic detective Gak, around West City. If the Saiyan truly intended to bring harm to Earth, there would be no one to stand in his way. Observing the trembling figures before him, Ganis remarked coolly, "I have done nothing, yet you suddenly point a gun at me." Gak replied, quaking, "Aren't you a Saiyan? What are you doing on Earth?" Ganis, unsure of how to explain and feeling a sense of ennui, decided to take his leave. He has departed." Gak and Ties sank to the ground, exchanging glances and resolving to return to inform Bulma that a formidable foe might have arrived on Earth. As Ganis soared through the sky, he had already left the confines of West City, gliding over the vast expanse of the ocean. He inwardly scoffed. Realizing that the individual he had just encountered was indeed a cosmic patrolman, he never anticipated crossing paths with them on Earth. However, He reassured himself that he was no longer the Saiyan who solely reveled in battle, and it would be prudent to avoid causing any trouble for Lord Ubu. After dinner, Ubu sat quietly by the window, enveloped by the whispers of the wind outside, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. The incident involving Piccolo had become a distant memory, and the caretaker of the Sun family had taken charge. The ensuing years heralded the arrival of the Saiyans. Yet, these developments posed no concern for Son Goku, leading Ubu to resolve to withdraw from further involvement. Nonetheless, he recognized that the matter concerning Frieza demanded his personal attention. It was a testament to his gratitude for the elder of Namek's assistance. Until he addressed this issue, a sense of unrest would forever linger in his heart. Suddenly, Alliga dashed over, her eyes shimmering with fervent desire as she grasped Ubu's arm. "Brother Ubu, will you teach me martial arts? I wish to participate in the martial arts tournament." Her voice brimmed with anticipation. Ubu gazed into Alliga's eager eyes and smiled gently, a wave of tenderness washing over him. "Of course, I possess a set of techniques well suited for you, known as the 8 trigrams floating palm," he replied softly, rising to his feet. Ubu began to demonstrate the martial arts under the faint glow of the moonlight, his movements fluid and dynamic, resembling a graceful dragon dancing through the air. He moved with a lightness that seemed to embody profound philosophy in every step. "Alliga, perceive my movements. Therein lies the essence of this technique." His voice floated through the night breeze, imbued with an ineffable enchantment. Alliga fixated on the graceful motions of Wumu, striving to capture every nuance. Wumu deliberately slowed his pace, allowing Alliga to observe the transitions of each action with greater clarity. After demonstrating 3 sets of the 8 trigrams floating palm, Wumu paused, his gaze piercing as he turned to Alliga. "Have you grasped it?" A hint of challenge lingered in his tone. "I have," Alliga replied, her voice tinged with a trace of uncertainty. Wumu nodded, continuing his guidance. "When practicing this footwork, incorporate breath control. Elevate your energy to the dantian while grounding your center. Once you are accustomed to it, you shall advance to stances." His words were laced with rigor and sincerity. Alliga, contemplating, nodded thoughtfully, beginning to mimic Wumu's movements. Her actions were somewhat awkward, yet her gaze was resolute, clearly brimming with passion for the martial art. Wumu observed attentively, occasionally correcting her missteps, each of his instructions precise and timely. As night deepened and the moonlight poured down like water upon the training ground, the 2 figures moved silently, weaving a dreamlike martial dance. With the dusk settling and the last vestiges of sunlight fading from the horizon, Wumu gazed at the darkening sky and softly remarked, "Well then, let us conclude for today." His voice drifted through the air with the gentle breeze, carrying a subtle hint of loneliness. Alliga paused in her actions, the sweat on her forehead gradually cooling in the night wind. She gently wiped her brow, her eyes filled with reluctance as she gazed at Ebony, softly inquiring, "Will you still be leaving, Brother Ebony?" A note of uncertainty tinged her voice. Ebony sighed lightly, his gaze distant as if lost in recollection, and slowly replied, "In a few days, I shall depart. I need to visit a mentor." Alliga's eyes dimmed slightly at this revelation, and she quietly asked, "Oh, is that so? Then will you return for the martial arts tournament in a few months?" Ebony smiled faintly, his gaze tenderly resting upon Alliga, as if he could see through her unspoken thoughts. "I shall return. Are you preparing to participate in the tournament? You are only 11. It would be wise to train for a few more years before entering." His words, though soft, carried an undeniable firmness. Had it not been for this martial arts tournament, a fated battle between Piccolo Jr. and Son Goku Umu would undoubtedly have allowed Alliga to participate. However, the child would surely sneak away regardless of being told not to. Nevertheless, with Umu present, Piccolo would struggle to cause any significant disruption. Alliga, clearly unconvinced, pouted and, with a hint of defiance and confidence, retorted, "Don't underestimate me. I am certain I can break into the top 8. After all, didn't he that Son Goku compete at just 12 years of age?" Her eyes sparkled with a resolute light, displaying her confidence in her abilities. Uma chuckled helplessly, gently ruffling Alliga's hair, his tone laced with affection. "Very well, I shall be watching you from the sidelines, cheering you on." His gaze was filled with affection and anticipation for the little girl. Only then did Alliga reveal a satisfied smile before turning to enter the house. At that moment, Marlo emerged from within, looking at Umu with gratitude, saying, "I truly appreciate your help, Umu. Alliga has always admired you." Umu smiled in response. "It's nothing, Uncle Marlo. You should return to rest." His voice was gentle, and his gaze revealed a profound respect for the elder. Marlo nodded thoughtfully and added, "Umu, you should return home for now. I will join you shortly." Umu bid farewell to Marlo and gradually made his way towards his wooden cabin in the mountains. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the immaculate cleanliness of his dwelling, which stirred a warm sensation within him. Over the years, Uncle Marlowe must have tirelessly come here to tidy up, and his heart brimmed with gratitude. Omu gently arranged a few items before lying down on his bed. Gazing at the ceiling, under the tranquil night sky, his heart seemed to find a moment of peace. Chapter 49. The sound of the sea breeze at sunset. Bulma furrowed her brow, casting a skeptical look at the figure before her. Jack. Confused, she inquired. You claim that aliens have come to Earth to conquer it? And upon seeing you, they simply let you go and fled? How could this be possible? Her voice was laden with disbelief. Jack nodded firmly, a glimmer of urgency in his eyes. Indeed. You must swiftly inform the powerful beings of your planet to gather together and resist. The Saiyans are the most savage race in the universe. They frequently invade other planets and subsequently sell them. His voice was deep and urgent, conveying a profound seriousness. Bulma remained skeptical, turning to her sister, Tais. Seeking confirmation with her gaze. Sister, is what Gak said true? Tais nodded, her tone slightly hesitant. It is true. But I feel that the Saiyan may not be as fearsome as the rumors suggest. Her brows furrowed, as if lost in thought. Nevertheless, Bulma resolved to take action. She stepped into the courtyard, retrieving a multifunctional capsule from her pocket, which she tossed lightly. The capsule instantly transformed into an aircraft. Turning to her sister and Gak, she declared, Follow me, we are going to consult with my friend regarding our strategy. The three swiftly boarded the plane, with Bulma occupying the pilot's seat. Igniting the aircraft and setting a course for Kame House. Gak, filled with curiosity, inquired, Bulma, is your friend truly formidable? Bulma did not glance back. Merely responding in a subdued tone, they are arguably the most powerful individuals on our planet. If they cannot resolve this, we shall have little choice but to resign ourselves to fate. With a sigh, she pondered, it has been just over 2 years since the King Piccolo incident. And now a new crisis looms. Our planet has truly been beset by calamities. I hope it is not as Gak fears. Throughout the journey, her mood was melancholic and fraught with concern. Master Roshi took a sip of tea, reflecting, I see. So Yubo has ventured into the cosmos these past years. His gaze revealed a hint of complex emotions. As he pondered, I never anticipated his rapid growth. When I first encountered him, I sensed that he would eventually surpass me. Yet I did not foresee that he would venture into the cosmos. Ganna sat opposite him, cradling a teacup, his eyes calm and focused. After leaving the West capital yesterday, he intended to find solace elsewhere but was unexpectedly drawn to a small island, where an elderly warrior resided. He descended to learn more about the homeland of Wumu. Upon discovering that Wumu had previously engaged with the elder before him and had benefited from his guidance, Ganna held the elder in high esteem, which led him to sit quietly and converse with the turtle sage. Where is Master Wumu now, and what brings him back this time? Inquired the turtle sage. Master Wumu mentioned he would visit an elder who once cared for him. Ganna replied, shaking his head. As for what Master Wumu intends to do, I am not entirely certain. Ganna nodded gently, his gaze drifting through the window to observe the gentle waves caressing the shore, seemingly in search of inner tranquility. Turtle sage, could you enlighten me further about Master Wumu? I have a lingering sense that he is driven by an urgent purpose. The sea breeze wafted in a refreshing chill, and the turtle sage smiled faintly. Wumu, I have only interacted with him once. At that time, I recognized his immense potential. His techniques were unprecedented, and his intellect was remarkable. He progressed rapidly with the slightest encouragement. I confronted him with my Kamehameha wave, and in that moment, he devised a technique that rivaled my own. It was then that I understood this child would inevitably surpass me. A glimmer of admiration shone in the turtle sage's eyes. However, as for the sense of urgency, I cannot say for certain. I once believed he pursued martial arts purely for its own sake. Ganna listened intently, his grip on the teacup tightening, causing the liquid to ripple. Could his urgency stem from a profound sense of responsibility? He inquired. Perhaps, the turtle sage sighed. A moment of silence enveloped them before Ganna suddenly stood and approached the window, gazing out at the vast ocean, seemingly deep in thought. He turned to the turtle sage and declared, I think I am beginning to comprehend Master Wumu's choices. He is not merely seeking power. He is also in search of his own path. The turtle sage nodded slightly, rising to pat Ganna on the shoulder. Young man, each individual's journey is unique. You too shall find your own path, much like Wumu. Ganna smiled in return, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Thank you, sir. They resumed their seats, continuing their conversation over tea. The wind outside gradually intensified, carrying distant echoes, as if responding to their dialogue and anticipating the future. As the afternoon sun pierced through the clouds, casting its rays upon the azure sky, a silver-gray aircraft cut through the air, gracefully descending onto a tranquil island. Bulma piloted the aircraft, deftly transforming it back into a capsule and pocketing it. Subsequently, the turtle sage emerged from the dwelling, a repugnant grin plastered on his face. As he briskly approached Bulma, Bulma, have you come to visit this lonely old man? Bulma frowned, suppressing her emotions, and suddenly delivered a sharp punch to the turtle sage's head, her voice piercing. You old lecher. This startled both Ganas and Jack, leaving them wide-eyed at the scene. Ganas thought to himself, this old gentleman, truly amusing. Jack, noticing Ganas, suddenly grew anxious and pointed at him, his voice trembling, Saiyan. Bulma turned to look. Seeing a towering figure standing at 2 meters tall, with a somewhat handsome face, and her gaze inevitably drifted downward to a tail. A tail? Bulma glanced again. A tail? Ganas gently lowered his head to observe his tail and explained, we Saiyans are inherently born with tails. Bulma and the turtle sage exchanged meaningful glances, contemplative. Then, Bulma directly addressed the matter. Have you come to Earth with intentions of conquest? Jack murmured softly beside her, such a direct question. How? His words had barely faded when Ganas began to explain. You have misunderstood. The Saiyans are nearly extinct, and we no longer engage in the trade of planets. His voice carried a hint of resignation, and his eyes revealed a subtle sadness. At that moment, Master Roshi interjected. He was brought back by Yuwood. Yuwood? Bulma echoed. The familiar name triggering memories from 5 years ago. So it was him. This is all a misunderstanding. It's nothing to worry about. Her tone relaxed, and a relieved smile graced her face. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, why don't we stay and chat for a while? I've grown somewhat unaccustomed to being a solitary elder. With that, he slowly stepped into the house. Bulma pondered for a moment before following suit. Taisi, Jack? And Ganas followed closely behind. As Jack entered, he deliberately maintained some distance from Ganas, quietly inching closer to Taisi. Inside, the wooden chairs made faint sounds as they scraped against the floor. Everyone found their places to sit, and Bulma scanned the room before asking, where are Krillin and the others? Her voice betrayed a mix of curiosity and disappointment. Master Roshi smiled gently, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. During the last martial arts tournament, I promised to let them venture out on their own. Tianjin stayed with me for a while before deciding to challenge Carinta. And Lunch went along with him. His tone was warm, revealing concern and anticipation for his students. Bulma nodded and then turned to Ganas, inquiring about their adventures, seeking tales that differed from those shared by her sister. Ganas recounted his experiences once more, and only then did Jack lower his guard, feeling less apprehensive. Chapter 50. A long-awaited reunion. The morning sunlight filtered through the sparse trees, casting dappled patterns upon the earth. The fresh air was imbued with the fragrances of soil and grass. Alaga stood resolutely before a sturdy oak tree, her figure exuding an air of determination beneath the sunlight. Ha! 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 With each strike, the force of her palm sliced through the air, creating ripples in its wake. This morning, Yuwood had instructed her to hold a static stance for an hour and a half. This was part of the 8 trigrams palm training, which encompassed the 8 stances: Tai Chi stance, 2-element stance, 3-talent stance, for symbol stance, 5-element stance, 6 harmony stance, 7-star stance, and 8 trigram stance. After the stances, she practiced footwork, repeating each movement until it was executed flawlessly. Now, she began to cultivate her palm strength, a deeper exploration of her morning exercises. Each strike required the concentration of her entire being, causing the tree to tremble slightly with each impact. Beneath her palms, the bark began to show signs of indentation, a testament to her formidable strength. Yuwood stood nearby, his gaze keen as he observed every motion and detail of Alaga's practice. His voice was low and resolute. Alaga, from now on, you shall adhere to this training regimen daily. With renewed vigor, Alaga struck the tree once more, not pausing in her efforts, merely responding with a fatigued but determined, all right. She understood that each session was a step toward becoming stronger. Seeing that Alaga had begun to master her power, Yuwood nodded, a satisfied smile breaking across his face. Then, without a sound, he vanished, leaving Alaga to continue her training alone. In another location, 4 warriors were engaged in an intense battle: Tianjin, Krillin, Yamcha, and Doubling. Sunlight streamed through the sparse clouds, casting a mosaic of light upon their sweat-soaked faces. Yamcha and Krillin had once traveled far and wide, exploring the profound mysteries of martial arts. They had heard tales of Wukong's training at Carinta and embarked on a journey to seek this elusive place. Upon finally discovering it, they found Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu had been honing their skills there for quite some time. Thus, the four of them decided to train together, continuously sparring and ultimately leading to the chaotic brawl that ensued. The sounds of battle echoed relentlessly. The four engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, the clash of techniques and strength producing a series of explosive reverberations. During the fray, Kaiatsu was the first to be repelled, his figure tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Shortly thereafter, Krillin was also thrust back due to a momentary lapse in concentration. Now, only Tien Shinhan and Yamcha remained, locked in a tense standoff. Tien's gaze was resolute, while Yamcha's eyes sparkled with the glint of challenge. Suddenly, Yamcha halted, inhaling deeply before solemnly addressing Tien Shinhan. Tien, prepare to face my new technique. His voice resonated with an undeniable determination. Yamcha's right hand gripped his left wrist tightly, as a blue energy sphere began to coalesce in the palm of his left hand, swirling and growing larger with each passing moment. His brows furrowed in concentration. He focused intently on the gathering of energy. Spirit bomb, he shouted, and the blue sphere shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards Tenshinhan. Sensing the imminent danger, Tenshinhan swiftly sidestepped, his movements both agile and precise. Yet, Yamcha was undeterred. He extended his right hand, his fingers slicing through the air like a sword, causing the energy ball to alter its trajectory mid-flight, relentlessly pursuing Tenshinhan. Upon glancing back, Tenshinhan's eyes widened in surprise, prompting him to pivot quickly, thrusting both hands forward with a powerful shout, unleashing a strong gust that dispersed the chasing energy sphere. The battle raged on, and within, Tenshinhan couldn't help but internally grumble. This guy always has new tricks up his sleeve. It's truly difficult to defend against. Nevertheless, a smile of admiration graced his face, clearly indicating his excitement and anticipation for the duel. Though the fight among the four was fierce, each participant understood that this was not merely a simple contest. It was a trial of friendship, respect, and self-transcendence. Wukong employed the technique of instant transmission, his form becoming a fleeting shadow as he traversed the space, appearing within the confines of Kame House. The sea breeze wafted in through the window, carrying the briny scent mingled with the aroma of tea. Apart from Ganis, everyone else was taken aback by Wukong's sudden arrival, their eyes wide as if they had witnessed something extraordinary. Wukong himself was slightly surprised. He had not anticipated such a gathering, especially with Ties and Gak present on Earth. He scratched his head, attempting to mask his embarrassment, then politely greeted Master Roshi. Mr. Mateto, it has been a while. Master Roshi, seated upon a low stool, cradled a steaming cup of tea in his hands. Upon hearing Wukong's voice, he gently set down the cup and, through the veil of his sunglasses, regarded Wukong with eyes that seemed to penetrate all FA8s. His voice was steady and authoritative. Wukong, what technique did you just employ? With a light chuckle, Wukong replied, that was instant transmission, a technique from another planet. Master Roshi narrowed his eyes slightly behind his sunglasses, sensing the changes that had transpired within Wukong. His voice carried a hint of astonishment. You have truly become unfathomable, akin to an abyss, imperceptible to anything. His words bore not only admiration. Wukong smiled modestly. Mr. Mateto, you flatter me. I had intended to visit you a few years ago, but my eagerness to cultivate prevented me from doing so sooner. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi raised an eyebrow and seized the opportunity to inquire, Wukong, why the urgency to grow stronger? Wukong fell into silence for a moment, his gaze sweeping across Ganis and Bulma before finally settling on Master Roshi. He spoke slowly. During my martial arts training, I sensed an intense spiritual warning, as if Earth were on the brink of an unprecedented crisis, one that could lead to its destruction. Uncertain of how to avert this catastrophe, I made a wish to Shinron, hoping to discover a solution. Bulma, upon hearing this, turned pale, her hands covering her face as her voice trembled. What? Earth will be destroyed? How can this be? I, a beautiful girl, have yet to fully enjoy a delightful romantic life. That guy Yamcha spends all his time training and is hardly ever around. Wukong felt a surge of exasperation. Currently, Yamcha was entrenched in his training, but soon enough, when he began to abandon martial arts in favor of courting women, Bulma would find herself even more disappointed, still without a taste of true romance. Yet, this was not Wukong's concern. After a moment of contemplation, Master Roshi inquired, I see. Do you have a plan to prevent it upon your return? Wukong shook his head. Not yet. My purpose in returning is to seek out the divine and request an audience with someone. He then called out to Ganis, who promptly rose to stand behind Wukong. Turning once more to Master Roshi, Wukong bowed deeply. Mr. Mateto, this visit is to express my gratitude for your guidance in the past. I bring forth these remarkable fruits, discovered during my cosmic travels, which can enhance one's strength, As he spoke, he presented two crystalline spiritual fruits. Master Rashi accepted the fruits, surprise evident in his eyes at the existence of such extraordinary items. Wukong then bid farewell to Master Rashi, and with Ganis, vanished in an instant. Chapter 51. The Tranquility of the Sky. The swiftness of lightning, the serenity of the mind resembles the boundless sky, vast and profound. The rapidity of movement is akin to lightning slicing through the heavens, ever-changing. Son Goku sat cross-legged within the time tunnel, eyes closed in deep contemplation, his heart pulsating silently with each breath. 2 years prior. After vanquishing the Demon King Piccolo in a fierce battle, he had arrived at this temple to embark on his journey of cultivation. The guardian of the temple, Mr. Bobo, imparted to him this mental technique, and since then, he had immersed himself in endless training. During these years of practice, Son Goku had traversed the past numerous times, engaging with historical martial arts masters, each encounter proving to be a formidable challenge that elevated his understanding of martial arts. He had also observed the fishing process of the old fisherman, witnessing the speed of lightning cleaving the sky. These experiences gradually unveiled to him the essence of tranquil skies and the swiftness of lightning. Now, Son Goku was no longer the naive youth of 2 years ago. He had grown to a height of 175 meters, his musculature more defined. His clothes, although specially reinforced, felt weightless in the face of his burgeoning strength. With each breath, he could feel the surging energy within him. Every movement radiated precision and power. Suddenly, a wave of hunger surged, interrupting Son Goku's meditation. He opened his eyes, a flicker of confusion and resignation crossing his face. Ah, how can I be hungry again? It seems it's time for a meal. Slowly rising, he stretched, each motion embodying unparalleled lightness and swiftness. He stepped out of the time passage, his steps light and resolute, each footfall echoing crisply on the temple's stone floor. Upon reaching the temple and finding Mr. Bobo, who had been waiting for him, he exclaimed, "Mr. Bobo, training truly makes one ravenous. Is there anything delicious to eat? I feel as though I could devour an entire dinosaur." As he spoke, he pinched his stomach, feigning an exaggerated hunger. Mr. Bobo, as usual, remained silent, turning towards the kitchen, leaving Son Goku chuckling merrily in his wake. At that moment, Wukong appeared alongside Ganis, causing Goku to tense, his gaze narrowing warily at the sudden emergence of their figures. As his focus sharpened, a look of astonishment graced his face, and he exclaimed with excitement, "Omu, where have you been all these years?" Omu, with a smile that conveyed a hint of nostalgia and warmth in his eyes, replied, "It has been a long time, Wukong." Subsequently, Son Wukong hastened to Omu's side, curiously prodding him with his finger. "Why is it that I cannot sense your aura?" His brow furrowed slightly, as if contemplating a profound mystery. Omu merely smiled gently, offering no response. Suddenly, Son Wukong's interest was piqued, and he assumed a fighting stance, eagerly declaring, "Regardless, Omu, let us engage in a contest." Excitement sparkled in his eyes. Son Wukong had long been intrigued by Omu, and now that they had finally reunited, he set aside any thoughts of tranquility and simply yearned for a challenge. Omu, observing Son Wukong's readiness, did not decline the invitation. He cast a knowing glance at Ganis, who nodded in understanding and silently stepped aside, though he did not comprehend why he was to accept what appeared to be an ordinary challenge. "Come at me, Wukong," said Omu, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Yet, Son Wukong remained motionless, his gaze fixed upon Yumo's seemingly unguarded stance, his heart brimming with uncertainty. Yumo stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of vulnerability, but Wukong dared not take this at face value. He mused to himself, "This won't do. I must test the waters first." With that thought, Wukong surged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Yumo. However, Yumo danced aside with the grace of a willow leaf in the breeze, effortlessly evading the strike. Observing this, Wukong quickly shifted to a sweeping kick, attempting to knock Yumo down. Yet, Yumo leaned back, again dodging with ease. In subsequent exchanges, Yumo skillfully evaded each of Wukong's attacks with astonishing agility. As Yumo regarded the unfolding scene, he was reminded of Son Wukong's initial challenge against Beerus in Dragon Ball Super. And a mischievous thought flickered within him. He felt an urge to lightly tap Wukong on the head. In an instant, Yumo vanished and reappeared behind Wukong, gently tapping the back of his head. Though the strike was light, it caught Wukong completely off guard, sending him flying and tumbling upon landing. In the shadows at the entrance of the temple, the deity and Bobo stood quietly, witnessing the entire spectacle. The deity recognized that Wukong had grown immensely powerful, surpassing him by a significant margin, and he was aware of Yumo's strength as well. Although he could not sense Yumo's energy, he was astonished by the ease with which he had bested Wukong in a single blow. Wukong rubbed the back of his head, grimacing in pain as he rose, Disbelief etched across his face as he looked at Yumo. Ouch. That hurt. Yumo, you have become remarkably strong. How have you trained? Yumo, silhouetted against the setting sun, stood relaxed with his hands behind his back, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He softly inquired, "Is there still a need for a contest?" Sun Wukong replied, "Of course. Let us put this to the test." No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly assumed a combat stance, his hands firmly placed upon his waist. As his energy gradually coalesced, a breathtaking blue light began to emanate from his palms, and a formidable aura erupted like a tempest. Kamehameha, Sun Wukong bellowed, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that surged toward the ebony figure like a ferocious beast. Yet, Yuwood gazed calmly at the approaching energy wave, his heart a portrait of tranquility. He pondered to himself, this energy is truly formidable, boasting a combat power of approximately 500, significantly surpassing the description in the original narrative. I wonder if Piccolo has also grown stronger. In any case, it is certain that Raditz will face a beating ahead. A glimmer of mockery flickered in his eyes, seemingly anticipating all that was about to transpire. Subsequently, the ebony figure donned a serious expression as he slowly raised his right hand, his movements deliberate and measured. When the wave of energy reached his palm, he gently curled his fingers, effortlessly crushing the intense, swirling force as if it were a fragile piece of paper. Sun Wukong and the observing deities stood in stunned disbelief, scarcely able to trust their own eyes. In his astonishment, Sun Wukong could not help but exclaim, "You are simply incredible, Omu. Not even a speck of dust can escape your presence." In response, Oma offered a faint smile and humbly replied, "It is merely good fortune. The individuals I have encountered in recent years have awakened my potential. You too shall catch up in due time." He regarded Sun Wukong with a hint of envy. Sun Wukong's gaze towards Omu was filled with confusion. At that moment, the deity and Bobo slowly approached. The deity's face bore a gentle smile as he greeted, "Omu, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time." His voice was calm and warm, imbued with wisdom and compassion. Beside him, Ganis, astonished by the deity's green complexion, exclaimed, "A Namekian? A Namekian? Me?" The deity paused, his expression one of bewilderment and perplexity, his brow furrowing as he attempted to comprehend this sudden revelation of identity. Unconsciously, he stroked his chin. Observing this, Oma chuckled and elucidated, "Deity, your skin tone and features bear a striking resemblance to those of the Namekians, a truly unique race within the cosmos." Oma mused to himself, surprised by Gana's reaction, which had prematurely unveiled the deity's heritage, rendering the future trajectory of events increasingly unpredictable. In the midst of his astonishment, the deity's eyes reflected a flicker of realization. "So I am an extraterrestrial. I had always believed myself to be merely an extraordinary human from Earth." His voice trembled slightly, his hands clenched tightly, emotion swirling within him. He gazed up at the starry sky, as if he could perceive the distant planet Namek. "Oh, how I long to return to Namek," he uttered, his voice brimming with yearning. The celestial being's gaze solidified with determination, yet was soon shadowed by a hint of resignation. "But as the guardian of Earth, I cannot leave so easily." His shoulders sagged slightly, bearing the weight of responsibility. A profound sense of duty emanated from his eyes, intertwined with an acknowledgement of his own fate. "Celestial One, I have a request." Yuwood's voice suddenly took on a grave tone. "I need a journey to the heavens to seek the King of Worlds. Could you accompany me?" A resolute glimmer sparkled in his eyes, betraying his earnestness. The celestial being inhaled deeply, contemplating for a moment, before finally nodding. "Yuwood, you wish to seek the King of Worlds?" Yuwood affirmed with certainty, "Indeed. I have pressing matters to discuss with him. If possible, I hope you will accompany me." The celestial being pondered for a moment before conceding, "Very well. I shall assist you." He then turned to his companion Bobo and remarked, "Bobo, I shall take them to the underworld to meet the King of Hell. I will return shortly." Bobo's expressionless face reflected a vacant demeanor as he mechanically nodded, as if frozen in time. At that moment, Sun Wukong excitedly patted Yuwood on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Yuwood, I shall grow stronger." Yuwood smiled faintly, a hint of mystery and anticipation gracing his expression as he nodded gently. Sun Wukong and Bobo bid farewell, while the celestial being, Yuwood, and Ganas were transported to the underworld. In the celestial realm, in the underworld, grand palaces stood in majestic rows, each exuding its unique sanctity and solemnity. Before the first palace, a winding pathway was lined with an endless queue. The souls within this procession, ethereal and translucent, resembled wisps of clouds. At the forefront, a blue-faced specter with pointed horns trumpeted through a massive horn, calling out, "Ladies and gentlemen of the souls, please maintain order and proceed forward in line." His voice echoed through the mysterious space, and despite their varied forms, All souls appeared remarkably compliant. At the end of the pathway loomed a larger palace. Inside, a figure of colossal stature, resembling a small mountain, sat at a grand table, wielding a red brush as he reviewed the life deeds of the souls. His presence was akin to an insurmountable mountain, instilling awe. Just then, a celestial being entered with the two special guests, Uwood and Ganas, through a mysterious teleportation spell, abruptly appearing in this solemn setting. Uwood and Ganas surveyed their surroundings with curiosity. Everything felt so foreign and overwhelming. Uwood could not help but exclaim, "This sensation is entirely absent when watching anime. The real experience is truly breathtaking. The King of Hell is enormous. I wonder what he typically consumes." The King of Hell, keenly sensing the presence of the living, thundered. "Living beings?" His voice was so powerful it startled the celestial being, who quickly bowed his head and replied, "Yes, they are brought by a minor deity." The King of Hell surveyed the room before fixing his gaze upon the celestial being at his feet, his deep voice resonating with undeniable authority. "Ah, it is you, the god of earth. What brings you here with two living beings?" The celestial being appeared somewhat awkward, stammering an explanation. This is Uwood and his friend. My intention was to guide them through the Serpent Road to meet the King of Worlds." The King of Hell pondered for a moment, then picked up a ledger from the table, glancing back at Uwood and Ganas. He spoke slowly. I can make an exception for the living, but I must warn you, do not fall. Below lies the realm of the damned." His words carried an undeniable gravity and caution. Uwood nodded slowly, then turned his profound gaze toward the celestial being, solemnly stating, "Thank you for bringing me here. Once I have completed my task, I can take you to visit Namek." A complex smile emerged on the celestial being's face, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes bearing the marks of time. He sighed gently, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. "Thank you for your kindness, Uwood. However, Earth still requires my presence for the time being." His gaze drifted into the distance, seemingly contemplating a matter of great significance. Uwood silently observed the celestial being, his eyes reflecting a deep understanding. He understood that the celestial beings were concerned about the matters pertaining to the second-generation Bic. At this moment, further elaboration would yield little clarity. Thus, he nodded once more and said with a hint of detachment, "I shall take my leave then." As soon as the words left his lips, Uwood stepped onto the winding serpentine path. Ganas followed closely behind, encountering numerous unprecedented wonders along their journey. His curiosity brimmed. Yet he recognized that this was not the time for idle chatter and chose to silently accompany Uwood, his heart filled with reverence. The deity observed Uwood gradually fading into the serpentine trail, his gaze laden with an ineffable complexity of emotions. He then turned to Yin Wang and softly remarked, "The young deity shall return now." His voice bore a tinge of fatigue, yet resonated with a certain resolve. Indeed, Yin Wang's profound eyes briefly scrutinized the deity before shifting away, emitting a low rumble from his throat as if pondering some profound enigma. In a swift motion, akin to an escape, the deity employed a teleportation spell, leaving behind a fleeting glimmer in the air before vanishing from sight. Once the deity departed, Yin Wang remained seated, his gaze once again directed towards the serpentine path, his brows slightly furrowing in contemplation. He pondered within himself, this Ebony is indeed a mysterious individual. There are no records of him in the ledger of life and death, his powers remain undetectable, and he has transcended the realm of ordinary mortals. Moreover, the Saiyan accompanying him is no ordinary figure either. The King of Hell shook his head, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. After all, such matters are not for a humble deity like me to concern myself with. Chapter 53. Guess what I know on the winding serpentine path. Ebony and Ganas had been walking for over 2 hours. Surrounding them was an ethereal space, dotted with twinkling lights in the distance, resembling the eyes of another world quietly observing their journey. Ganas' pace gradually slowed, his brow furrowed in evident confusion and curiosity. "Lord Ebony, I never imagined there truly exists an afterlife. Is this place meant for the governance of earthly beings or cosmic entities?" Ganas could not restrain himself from inquiring. Ebony turned his gaze, a gentle smile gracing his face, his eyes profound as if they could penetrate the very doubts harbored in Ganas' heart. This entire universe falls under the jurisdiction of that King of Hell, no matter how formidable one may have been in life and death. The king possesses the power to subdue them. The wicked descend into hell, while the virtuous ascend to paradise. Upon hearing this, Ganas felt a sudden jolt of fear, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. He had not anticipated such wonders in this world, considering the conduct of my Saiyan kin. It seems we would all be destined for hell. He contemplated silently, feeling a flicker of relief that he had never invaded any planets and had instead encountered Wumu, with whom he had embarked on a journey of spiritual cultivation. Just as Ganas was about to inquire further, an ethereal voice resonated through the air. Wumu, Wumu. The sound seemed to emanate from all directions, both intangible and palpable, leaving one perplexed. Wumu paused momentarily, a frown creasing his brow. Clearly bewildered by the sudden emergence of the voice, he surveyed his surroundings, noting that the scenery flanking the serpent path remained shrouded in mist, devoid of any trace of life. In this realm, I am acquainted with but a few, and none have departed. Thus, it is unlikely anyone would call my name in the underworld, especially along this path leading to the King of Worlds. As the thought swirled in his mind, Wumu remained vigilant, scanning the area in search of the source of the voice. Wumu and Ganas exchanged a glance, both perceiving a hint of unease reflected in each other's eyes. In silent accord, they pressed onward, their footsteps echoing through the desolate serpent path, seemingly resonating with the enigmatic call. Soon, Ganas abruptly halted, pointing ahead with astonishment, exclaiming, "Lord Wumu, look ahead." He pointed ahead, astonishment etched upon his visage. On the serpentine path lay a shadowy figure, slowly approaching and shrouded in a tapestry of light and shadow, mysterious and unpredictable. Wumu stood on the serpentine path, his gaze penetrating the dissipating light, revealing the silhouette of a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, clad in an orange martial arts uniform. Emblazoned with the character for bird on the left breast, he donned spectacles, a faint halo encircling his head, and bore a gentle smile directed at Wumu and Ganas. "Wumu," the enigmatic man softly called. Wumu scrutinized the individual before him, a sense of familiarity stirring within him. In disbelief, he inquired, "Are you Mr. Toriyama? How is it that you find yourself here?" Wumu was indeed taken aback. He had not expected the creator of the Dragon Ball universe to appear in this realm. Could it be true, as netizens jested, that he traversed the serpentine path even in death? Yet, he had passed away before Wumu's arrival, so he should not still be here. Mr. Toriyama chuckled, scratching the back of his head in an endearing manner. "Ah, Wumu, do not be surprised. I did not anticipate being here either, ahaha. But it is indeed somewhat magical." Wumu pressed on, "Are you here waiting for me for a specific reason?" His tone carried a hint of anticipation and curiosity. Mr. Toriyama, maintaining his smile, replied earnestly, "In truth, there is nothing particularly significant. I merely wish to convey that you are overthinking matters. That is your shortcoming. Since your arrival in this world, I have been observing you. There is no need for concern or anxiety. Consider this a miraculous journey." Wumu was taken aback, pondering. Truly, the Creator possesses privileges even in this world. He reflected on Mr. Toriyama's words, striving to decipher their deeper meaning. Just as Wumu was about to inquire further, Mr. Toriyama vanished, leaving only a resonant echo in the air. "Feel free to act according to your own thoughts. Do not worry about the consequences. We shall meet again." Wumu stood in silence, enveloped in contemplation. Beside him, Ganas dared not intrude. During this time, he had witnessed an array of astonishing events, gradually realizing that this world was far more intricate than it appeared. Above the 12th universe, there exists a mysterious realm known as the Omni King universe. Here, time and space seem to lose their conventional significance. The Omni King Palace, a grand edifice constructed of pure white crystal, majestically looms in the void, surrounded by a myriad of celestial bodies and nebulae radiating brilliant luminescence. Within the main hall of the Omni King Palace, a seemingly youthful Omni King sat upon a lofty throne, his form resembling that of an ordinary child, yet his profound gaze contained the power to penetrate all existence. Flanking the Omni King stood two tall, slender guards, their expressions grave and their eyes vigilant, poised to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Before the throne lay an enormous chessboard, adorned with various colorful spheres representing the planets and powers of the universe. The Omni King extended his small hand, casually grasping a red sphere and tossing it lightly. It collided with a blue sphere, producing a crisp sound, and simultaneously, both spheres shattered, transforming into a cascade of vibrant light. At that moment, a high priest, his complexion pale blue and hair silver, entered the hall with measured and solemn steps, a mysterious blue halo encircling his head. Upon reaching the Omni King, he respectfully bowed, his voice imbued with undeniable reverence. "Your Excellency, the mark on that otherworldly individual has vanished." The Omni King responded with a bright, ringing voice, revealing a hint of indifference. "Do not worry, High Priest, that individual has already been encountered. Let us not concern ourselves with him." His fingers gently tapped the edge of the chessboard, as if pondering some profound question. The High Priest slightly nodded, his brow furrowed in contemplation, seemingly deliberating the forthcoming strategy. He quietly inquired, "Since that individual has encountered him, should I provide some clarification regarding this?" The king waved his hand dismissively, redirecting his gaze to the celestial bodies on the board. No need to concern yourself. Let this continue to observe that being from another realm. It should not be long before he formally meets us. His voice carried a hint of amusement, as if he were brimming with anticipation for the events about to unfold. The high priest acknowledged with a respectful yes, Your Excellency. Before turning to gaze at the cosmos beyond the palace, a flicker of complex emotions reflected in his eyes. He inwardly lamented. Since the incident with Salama, the universe had remained peaceful for many years, but it seemed that excitement was on the brink of resurgence. Chapter 54. A cold joke. In the aftermath of that event, Omu and Ganas hastened their pace, bearing the weight of their mission as they sped towards the planet of the Kais. Soon, they arrived at the terminus of the Serpentine Path. There, a diminutive planet floated in the vast expanse of space, akin to a speck of dust in the void. The figures of Amu and Ganas descended upon this tiny orb like meteors, and at the moment of landing, they were met with a profound gravitational force that momentarily halted their movements. Ganas furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings in astonishment, and exclaimed, Lord Amu, is this truly the abode of the Kais? I never expected the gravity here to be akin to that of planet Vegeta, albeit this planet is remarkably small. Amu did not respond immediately, for his attention was captivated by a scene unfolding before him. A small red sports car was zipping across the surface of the planet, piloted by none other than the Kai. Beside the makeshift racetrack stood a colossal gorilla and a grasshopper, clearly Baburus and Gregor. Observing the arrival of Omu and Ganas, Gregor hastily reported to the Kai, We have visitors. The Kai halted his vehicle, leaping out and directing his gaze towards Omu and Ganas. His corpulent figure appeared even more cumbersome under the influence of gravity. Clad in a flowing black robe emblazoned with the characters for Kai across his chest, he sported sunglasses, while two antenna-like appendages quivered slightly atop his head. He approached the ebony figure, surveying it from head to toe before taking a deep breath. A living person? How could one have ventured into the realm of the dead? Ha ha, what a delightful jest. Ebony and Ganas exchanged a glance, both revealing a hint of awkward laughter. The king of the realm suddenly ceased his mirth and inquired with a serious demeanor, What brings you to me? Ebony cleared his throat and responded earnestly, Your Excellency, I have heard that you are a formidable martial artist. My companion, and I wish to learn the techniques of the energy sphere and the King's fist from you. Upon hearing Ebony's flattery, the king erupted into hearty laughter, his voice echoing across the small planet. While your words are flattering, I shall not impart my knowledge so easily. What conditions must we fulfill for you to consider teaching us? Ganas asked eagerly. The king's expression shifted to one of solemnity as he glanced at Ganas and declared in a deep voice, Unless you can make me laugh. Ganas' expression froze, and he whispered to Ebony, My lord, is this person trustworthy? Ebony, having anticipated this, cleared his throat and began recounting a joke. A toad had recently lost its appetite, even neglecting to catch mosquitoes for a meal. The other toads were eager to discover what ailed it. The eldest toad suggested, Catch a swan, and all will be well. For the toad longed for a taste of swan meat. As soon as he finished, Ebony himself shuddered, while Ganas regarded him with a peculiar look, wondering if this was truly amusing. However, the king suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter, proclaiming, Ha ha ha. Very well, you have passed. Ebony and Ganas exchanged relieved glances, surprised by how effortlessly they had elicited laughter from the king. I can teach you the King's fist. The King's voice was deep and resonant, his gaze shifting between the two before finally resting on Ganas. However, the energy sphere can only be learned by those with a righteous heart. His eyes were profound, as if they could see into one's soul. Ganas felt the weight of the King's scrutinizing gaze and his heart tightened, aware of the King's thoughts. Ebony understood as well that he did not possess such a pure sense of justice. He cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and sincerely asked, Might you enlighten me on the principles behind the energy sphere? His eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge. The king nodded, gesturing for them to follow him. He turned around, hands clasped behind his back, and strolled towards his humble abode. Omo and Ganas hurriedly followed, their steps betraying a hint of tension and anticipation. Beside the small dwelling stood a solitary, rudimentary table, appearing somewhat out of place. Once seated, the king gestured for them to do the same. Omo and Ganas exchanged glances before taking their seats opposite the king. The king's gaze softened as he began to elucidate. The energy sphere, or Yuanchi Dan, is fundamentally simple. Every living being harbors the essence of nature within them. This holds true for all things in the universe. The energy sphere is formed by harnessing these vital essences. Yuanchi, the natural energy, has existed since the dawn of the universe. Omu nodded, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Is there a method to absorb this essence into oneself? The king regarded Omu with a meaningful look, pausing for a moment before slowly replying. there is indeed a method. As I mentioned, Yuan-Chi has existed since the universe's inception. When I first discovered this energy, I contemplated enhancing my own strength by absorbing it. However, I soon realized my body could not withstand such power and ultimately chose to abandon that pursuit in favor of researching its application in the energy sphere. The king then retrieved 2 ancient tomes from behind him, turning the pages as if reminiscing about bygone days. With a profound gaze fixed upon Omu, he remarked, "This contains the methods I once employed to absorb Yuan-Chi, along with the training techniques for the king's fist." Omu accepted the texts, bowing slightly in gratitude towards the king. The king nodded and said, "I cannot teach you much. You have already taken that crucial step. You may study the methods contained within and learn from them." Omu understood that despite the king's often humorous demeanor, he was a genuine deity, possessing remarkable insight. At that moment, Omu's heart surged like an unrelenting engine, continuously supplying energy that enhanced his physical prowess daily. He knew that to grow stronger, he must persist in absorbing Yuan-Chi until his body reached a state of saturation, subsequently seeking opportunities to break through to the next stage. Relying solely on the energy provided by his heart was simply too slow. Omu proclaimed, "Then, king, we shall take our leave." As soon as the words left his lips, he turned and walked outside. Ganas cast a puzzled glance at the king before promptly following suit. He caught up with Ebony and inquired, "Lord Ebony, are we to proceed in this manner? Is there not to be a lesson?" Ebony halted his steps, turned around, and a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. The objective has been achieved. Learning was merely a pretext. Upon finishing his words, he and Ganas simultaneously employed their aerial technique, their figures soaring like arrows released from a bow, swiftly ascending the serpentine path. The king of the realm remained stationary, watching the retreating figures of the two. A spark of insight flashed behind his sunglasses, as if he were contemplating something profound. Chapter 55. Return. Ebony and Ganas soared side by side above the winding serpent path, the scenery around them receding with the swiftness of flowing water. Ganas' gaze was fixed upon Ebony, his eyes gleaming with curiosity and confusion. He turned his face slightly, hesitatingly inquiring, "Lord Ubu, what exactly are the techniques of the Kaioken and the spirit bomb?" Observing the conversation between Ubu and the Kao, Ganas was perplexed. Ubu smiled gently, a glimmer of profound insight flickering in his eyes, and he slowly elucidated. The Kaioken is a technique capable of significantly amplifying one's strength in a brief span of time, yet its aftermath inflicts severe pain upon the body. Conversely, the spirit bomb is an energy sphere forged from the natural life force, which can only be wielded by those who harbor righteousness in their hearts. For the malevolent, this pure power is insurmountable. Even if the spirit bomb inadvertently strikes a righteous individual, it shall inflict no harm. Upon hearing this, Ganas' eyes widened further, his expression brimming with astonishment and disbelief. He had once witnessed the use of energy on the planet Adralat, yet he had never anticipated encountering such marvelous techniques in the realm of the king. Reflecting on the straightforward and destructive combat style of the Saiyans, a sense of bitterness and helplessness welled up within him, prompting an internal monologue. It appears that we Saiyans are indeed rather crude. Omu, sensing Ganas' bewilderment, tilted his head slightly, his gaze imbued with a hint of gentleness. "So, Ganas, what do you believe is my purpose for coming here to cultivate these techniques?" Ganas was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected inquiry, then began to ponder earnestly. His brow furrowed as he struggled to uncover a reasonable answer. After a while, he cautiously inquired, "Then, Lord Omu, did you truly come here solely to refine these skills?" A flicker of complexity illuminated Omu's eyes, and just as he was about to respond, they found themselves at the conclusion of the serpentine path. Omu turned gracefully and landed first at the entrance of the Hall of Yama, with Ganas following closely behind, his curiosity piqued by Omu's unfinished words. Yet, he understood that some thoughts might remain unspoken in Omu's heart. Within the dimly lit and solemn Hall of Yama, the imposing figure of Yama sat regally upon a lofty throne, wielding a crimson brush as he meticulously revised the roster of souls. Each name bore the weight of a life lived, and every stroke of amendment determined the fate of a spirit. The air within the hall was thick with an atmosphere of reverence. Omu and Ganas slowly stepped into the grand and austere hall, approaching Yama's feet. Omu lifted his gaze, a trace of awe evident in his eyes. "Lord Yama, could you kindly notify the celestial deity? We request his presence." Omu's voice echoed through the expansive hall, reverberating softly. Despite Omu's mastery of instantaneous movement, the feeble energy of Earth and his yet-to-be fully realized strength constrained his capabilities. Furthermore, the realms of the underworld and the cosmos did not exist within the same dimension, rendering his instantaneous movement nearly ineffective here. "He plans to return to Earth this time," to thoroughly summarize all his skills and seek avenues for improvement. The King of Hell cast a glance at Wumu, his eyes as deep as black holes, seemingly capable of perceiving everything. "Oh, it is you. Have you found the King of Worlds?" His voice was deep and powerful, and he promptly summoned the celestial and earthly deities to come forth. Before long, a figure swiftly appeared in the grand hall. It was the celestial deity, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. "You're ready so soon? Have all matters been resolved?" The celestial deity's mouth fell agape, evidently astonished by Wumu's efficiency. Wumu nodded, offering a faint smile. "Might I trouble the celestial deity to take us back?" The celestial deity nodded and turned to the King of Hell, saying, "Your Majesty, since their affairs are settled, I shall escort them away." Wumu and Ganas also slightly bowed, expressing their gratitude to the King of Hell. The king merely responded with a grunt and continued to focus on the roster in his hands, as if their departure was merely an ordinary occurrence. Under the guidance of the celestial deity, Wumu and Ganas gradually vanished beyond the grand doors of the King of Hell's palace. The hall returned to its prior silence, the only sound reverberating through the vast space being the King of Hell's low, rhythmic writing. Earth, the temple. At the heart of this temple, the celestial deity, Wumu and Ganas slowly materialized. The celestial deity held his staff, his gaze tinged with hesitation and anticipation. He turned to Wumu, asking, "What are your plans next? Will you be departing from Earth again?" Wumu, slightly taken aback, raised an eyebrow and looked at the celestial deity with curiosity glimmering in his eyes. "Celestial deity, you seem to harbor some concerns. Feel free to speak openly." The celestial deity slowly maneuvered his staff, as if organizing his thoughts, before finally speaking. "Actually, I have decided that after the martial arts tournament concludes, I intend to find someone to take my place. Would you be able to escort me to Namek? I wish to see my homeland with my own eyes." Wumu nodded, responding with a smile. "Of course, I also plan to attend the martial arts tournament." Gratitude blossomed on the celestial deity's face. "Thank you, Wumu." Wumu waved his hand lightly, his tone untroubled. "No need for thanks. I also intend to visit the Grand Elder of Namek." Just as he finished speaking, Wumu suddenly glanced around, as if searching for something. He turned to the celestial deity, anticipation evident in his eyes. "Celestial deity, could you take me to the room of spirit and time? I wish to undergo training there." The celestial deity appeared somewhat taken aback. He did not comprehend how Wumu knew of the room of spirit and time, yet he refrained from inquiring further and simply nodded. "Very well, follow me." With that, the celestial deity turned and walked deeper into the temple, his steps steady and enigmatic. Wumu followed closely, his steps light, while Ganas quietly trailed behind, his eyes filled with curiosity. Together, the three entered the temple. As they walked, the interior of the temple gradually unfolded before them. Murals depicted ancient mythological tales, and intricate patterns were carved into the stone pillars. Each step felt as if they were traversing the river of time. An ancient and sacred aura permeated the air, compelling one to lower their voice and filling their hearts with reverence. They ultimately arrived at a seemingly ordinary room, concealing endless secrets within. The celestial being halted, gesturing towards a door adorned with mysterious symbols. "This is the room of spirit time, a sanctuary for your cultivation. Time flows differently here. I hope you will glean something of value." Yuwood nodded, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination, fully aware of the significance this training held for him. Before stepping into the room, he turned back, offering a grateful smile to the celestial being. Then, alongside Ganas, they stepped through the enigmatic door, disappearing into the radiance. Chapter 56. Cultivation. Within the room of spirit time. As Yuwood entered, he advanced forward while Ganas surveyed the surroundings, engulfed in a vast expanse. Despite the thin, stifling air and extreme temperature fluctuations ranging from 50 degrees to -40, with gravity tenfold that of the outside world, the room was well equipped with food, water, and shelter. Curiously, Ganas inquired, "Master Yuwood, what makes this room so special?" Yuwood turned to Ganas, explaining, "This is the miraculous room of spirit time on Earth. Here, a year equates to merely a day in the outside realm. Each individual may only remain for 2 days in their lifetime, allowing us to utilize this time to practice for 2 years. I intend to harness this period to help you transcend your limits and become a Super Saiyan." Ganas, elated by this revelation, exclaimed, "Master Yuwood, you are finally willing to impart the secrets of transforming into a Super Saiyan." The prospect of 2 years in this extraordinary room left Ganas in awe of the strength he would eventually possess. Yuwood nodded with a smile. Previously concerned that once Ganas transformed into a Super Saiyan and surpassed him, he might betray him. However, those concerns had dissipated. Yuwood's power had reached unimaginable heights, with the energy from his heart continuously growing. In this unique space, he merely needed to adjust his training direction. He should soon possess power akin to that of a Super Saiyan at level 2, given that his combat strength had already far exceeded 1,000,000,000. You would elaborated. There are two methods to transform into a Super Saiyan. Saiyans generate a special cell called the S cell in a tranquil environment. The first method involves triggering the growth of S cells through extreme anger to achieve transformation. The second method is to locate the S cells directly and concentrate them in the lumbar region. As he spoke, he gently placed his hand on Ganna's waist. These methods stem from the original text, and over the years, Ganna had been cultivating his spirit under Yuwood's guidance, maintaining inner peace. Yuwood gazed earnestly at Ganna, continuing, "You need not worry. You have met all the prerequisites. Your spiritual cultivation is commendable, but you must continue to uphold it." Ganna nodded, reflecting quietly that transforming into a Super Saiyan necessitated a calm mindset alongside extreme anger, which explained why no Saiyan had succeeded in the past. "I understand, Master Yuwood." Ganna replied respectfully. Yuwood nodded again, advising, "Seek out a place to try these two methods. If you struggle, return to me, and I shall assist you with the first method." Ganna nodded once more, and Yuwood added, "If you become hungry, return here, provisions are abundant." With that, Yuwood ventured deeper into the room. Upon reaching an open area, Yuwood began to contemplate the techniques he had mastered. In addition to his expertise in Bajiquan, he had also created 3 formidable energy wave techniques: the primordial wave, the divine wind wave, and the stellar shatter wave. Each technique possessed its own merits, with the primordial wave and divine wind wave exhibiting tremendous power, while the stellar shatter wave's penetrative capability was unparalleled. At that moment, Yuwood realized he lacked a technique with exceptional cutting power. The energy round slash from the original text was suitable, and he decided to attempt mastering this skill. Furthermore, through transactions with the Yadarat Star and Shenlong, he acquired unique abilities such as instantaneous movement, telepathy, healing techniques, and enforced separation. He also obtained the energy sphere and training methods for the King's Fist from King Kai. Musing to himself, Yuwood stroked his chin, contemplating, "If I could master a cutting skill and enhance the energy sphere and King's Fist, my strength would ascend to new heights." Presently, while his instantaneous movement relied on energy sensing, reaching the level of King Kai's instantaneous movement seemed to require something more. But he decided to set that concern aside for now. Subsequently, Yuwood raised his right hand, and a vortex of energy began to coalesce at the center of his palm, swirling and gradually solidifying. Observing the vortex, he furrowed his brow, noting its resemblance to a spiral sphere and realizing further energy compression was necessary. After several attempts, Yuwood finally formed a disc-shaped vortex in his palm. He lifted his hand above his head, expanding the vortex, and resolved to name it the spiral slash. He spoke as he thrust forward, the spiral slash swiftly flying out and then returning in a graceful arc. Wumu quickly gathered the primordial wave to strike at the returning spiral slash, and at the moment of their contact, the primordial wave was precisely severed. Wumu caught the returning spiral slash and, with a gentle squeeze, crushed it, nodding in satisfaction at its impressive power. He then retrieved the method for cultivating the energy sphere, intending to adopt this technique for absorbing energy in a manner reminiscent of the mystical worlds. The natural energy of this Dragon Ball universe, as the King of Worlds proclaimed, emerged alongside the cosmos, and absorbing it would overwhelm the body. Beings like the King of Worlds, though their life essence transcends that of ordinary mortals, could only be considered demigods, as they had yet to reach the level of a god of destruction and thus could not absorb such high-level energy. In contrast, the gods of destruction could accomplish this with ease. The reason energy can elevate one's life essence is that it constitutes a confluence of high energy levels and vital spirit, thereby enhancing the body in all aspects and enabling one to transcend the limits of mortality. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong inadvertently absorbed the energy sphere, subsequently achieving the realm of ultimate mastery, suggesting an intrinsic connection. However, Wumu had no intention of merely replicating this process. In the fantastical novels of his previous life, practitioners often enhanced themselves through the circulation of energy across their meridians, and now Wumu intended to utilize his heart's golden core to continuously inhale and exhale energy, filling his entire being with it. Although this method was less efficient, as the heart primarily governed blood circulation, allowing energy to flow through this route was insufficient. Wumu resolved to attempt unblocking his meridians to establish a complete circulatory cycle. Sitting cross-legged, he meticulously studied the energy absorption process detailed in the King of Worlds texts. Finding the method rather straightforward, simply sensing the abundant energy in nature, attracting it towards himself, and then inhaling and exhaling it. Regarding the meridians, Wumu had acquired some knowledge during his martial arts training in his previous life, and in this mental time chamber, energy was present, or rather, energy existed in every corner of the universe. Wumu closed his eyes and began to absorb energy, a process reminiscent of the technique he employed during instantaneous movement. Quickly mastering the essentials, energy continuously gathered towards him, the white energy flowing through his nasal passages and into his body. Wumu held his breath, controlling the energy as it coursed through him. His body began to perspire, and after a quarter of an hour of effort, he exhaled and continued to repeat these operations. Chapter 57. Ganesh transforms. Arrogance and pride. Ganesh found an open space and began to attempt triggering the transformation into a Super Saiyan. He endeavored to invoke transformation through the pinnacle of rage, as instructed by Lord Ebony. The Lord had emphasized the necessity of profound fury, albeit with a hint of hesitation in his tone. Garnaz assumed a horse stance, his hands clenched into fists, every muscle in his body taut with tension. He closed his eyes, and images of past grievances that ignited his fury surged within his mind. His body involuntarily erupted with energy, stirring the air around him into tempestuous vortices, while his hair danced upward in the currents. Ganesh continued to roar, and as his cries intensified, so too did the potency of the energy within him. Were it not for the desolate emptiness of the mental time chamber, offering no points of reference, an outsider could almost palpably sense the formidable energy Ganesh was unleashing. At last, as his prolonged roar came to an end, Ganesh gradually subsided, his hair settling back down and the surroundings returning to tranquility. Was it still insufficient? Perhaps the trials he had endured were not yet ample. Within him resided an inadequate amount of rage. Towards Lord Ebony, he felt nothing but gratitude. Were it not for his assistance, he might still be struggling for survival on some desolate planet, far from the strength he possessed now. Ganesh gazed at his palm, murmuring to himself, "It appears I must attempt another method." Unwilling to accept defeat, he closed his eyes once more, resuming his previous posture and concentrating his thoughts on his lumbar region. Soon, the energy within him began to surge forth once again, breaking free with fervor. His hair began to billow, transitioning from black to golden, then reverting back to black once more. Ganesh let out a thunderous roar, his eyes wide open, revealing nothing but the whites of his eyes. His expression contorted in a fearsome grimace. The garments that adorned his body quaked with the intensity of the energy surging around him, as the power gradually coalesced into a radiant golden hue. Ultimately, his hair settled into a striking golden color, standing upright. The roar ceased, and Ganesh straightened his posture, gazing intently at his hands. Is this the might of a Super Saiyan? This overwhelming strength makes me feel invincible. Ganesh laughed heartily, his mirth tinged with a hint of arrogant malevolence. Subsequently, his body ascended gently, soaring into the distance in search of the elusive Umu. Lord Umu, I am coming. Ganesh smiled with a sinister charm. Meanwhile, Umu remained in meditation, absorbing and refining the primordial energy as a meridian slowly began to open. At the current pace, it would take 6 months to fully open a single meridian, and the completion of all 12 primary channels would require 6 years. By then, the small heavenly cycle would be established. Spending 2 years in this mental time chamber, equivalent to 4 years in the outside world, aligns perfectly with the arrival of Raditz on Earth, Umu mused to himself. He suddenly sensed a formidable presence emanating from afar and smiled faintly. It appeared that Ganesh had succeeded, transforming at a pace even swifter than anticipated. At this stage, the duo of he and Ganesh could be deemed the mightiest in the universe, with neither Cell nor the androids having made their appearance currently. The most powerful beings in existence were indeed the father-son duo of Frisia. Wumu rose to his feet, his gaze intently fixed on the approaching figure of Ganesh, believing him to be coming to relay good news. However, upon Ganesh's arrival, he swiftly raised his hand and unleashed several golden energy blasts, hurtling directly towards Wumu. Wumu furrowed his brow, and with a flick of his wrist, a spiraling slash materialized, colliding fiercely with the energy waves. A resounding explosion ensued, engulfing the space between them in smoke, as the spiraling slash cut through the haze, aiming for Ganesh. Ganesh narrowly evaded the attack, though a few strands of his hair were severed in the process. A cry of disbelief echoed in his mind. Impossible. How could this be? I have become so powerful. In a state of shock, he plunged downward with great force, while Umu soared towards Ganesh, observing Ganesh's current form. Umu understood with clarity that his opponent had transformed into a Super Saiyan, causing his own arrogance to swell. Ganesh, a pure-blooded Saiyan, had cultivated his spirit over the years, leading to a more serene disposition. However, the newfound power he wielded was still insufficient to quell his inner hubris. Umu thought to himself that this presented a perfect opportunity for clarity. For Umu, an adversary with a combat power exceeding 100 million was easily vanquishable. His vitality had surged remarkably, and the potent energy provided by his heart continued to enhance his strength. In mere moments, their fists collided. The energy released from the impact radiating outward, tousling their hair in the process. "How could you be so strong?" Ganas exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Then clenched his teeth in frustration. "It's impossible. A Super Saiyan should be invincible." As his words hung in the air, he resumed his relentless assault. And Umu effortlessly deflected the punches thrown by Ganas, calmly stating, "Are you satisfied with merely being a Super Saiyan? There is still a second phase ahead." Ganas halted his fist mid-air, lost in contemplation. Uemi continued, "Transforming into a Super Saiyan may double your energy, but it dissipates just as swiftly. Your heart may swell with arrogance, yet you must learn to maintain inner tranquility in such a state. Only then can you attain the full power of a Super Saiyan. I can guide you into the next phase." Gradually emerging from his shock, Ganas, though reluctant, fixed a serious gaze upon Uemi, declaring, "I wish to test your strength." A smirk of amusement flickered within Uemi, realizing that gentle persuasion was futile. In an instant, Uemi vanished, leaving Ganas wide-eyed and searching frantically for him. Unable to sense Uemi's aura, Ganas attempted to spot him with the naked eye. However, Uemi had silently appeared behind him, delivering a sweeping kick that sent him crashing to the ground, causing the earth to tremble and the space around them to quiver. Immediately after, Uemi followed with a foot planted firmly on Ganas' chest, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. Ganas' body contorted in agony, curling like a shrimp dumpling. He opened his mouth, spewing forth a mixture of bile and blood. Soon after, his hair color reverted from golden to its ordinary black. As he lay gasping for breath upon the ground, Uemi stood nearby, his expression indifferent, casually tossing a senza bean that landed quietly beside Ganas. He struggled to move his left hand, trembling as he grasped the mystic beans and swallowed them. In an instant, his injuries began to heal. Ganas exerted himself to stand upright, gazing at Lord Ebony, who bowed his head. Chapter 58, The Formal Acceptance of Ganas. Lord Ebony. Ganas attempted to defend himself. However, Lord Ebony raised a hand gently, interrupting Ganas' words, his tone calm and impassive. "There is no need for excessive words. It seems that deep within, you still harbor resistance. The state of a Super Saiyan merely amplifies the voice within your heart. If you cannot confront your inner self, I would not hesitate to eliminate you. To me, the presence of followers is inconsequential. Even cultivating new ones is but a trivial task. Do you understand my meaning?" Lord Ebony's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixating intently on Ganas. Ganas lifted his head, opened his mouth, and ultimately allowed his shoulders to sag in resignation. "I understand." Lord Ebony. Lord Ebony cast a glance at Ganas, shaking his head gently as he tossed him 2 spiritual fruits. "If you can follow me diligently, I shall ensure you are well rewarded. The strong you see now may be forgotten in a few years. If you do not wish to be eliminated, you must demonstrate your determination and awareness." At that moment, Ganas' resolve solidified within him, contemplating, "Yes, without Lord Ebony, I might still be struggling at a power level of 12,000. Hence, Ganas nodded earnestly, "I understand, Lord Ebony. I now know what I must do." A slight smile graced Lord Ebony's features. "Since you comprehend, I would like you to practice transformation in the same location as before, attempting to live in the state post-transformation, allowing your heart to find peace. There is no need to disturb me unnecessarily. As for meals, you shall fend for yourself," Lord Ebony continued. "Very well, Lord Ebony. I shall return now," Ganas replied. Lord Ebony waved his hand, and Ganas rose, transforming into a flicker of light as he flew back to his previous practice area. Lord Ebony watched Ganas' departing figure, a complex glimmer flashing in his eyes. "I hope you truly understand. Without wisdom, you lose your worth." After a moment of contemplation, Lord Ebony decided to temporarily set aside the practice of energy breathing and instead refine his use of the King's Fist technique. The King's Fist can unleash one's potential in a short span, generating immense combat power, yet it leaves the body aching, akin to the effects of adrenal hormones. However, such a method cannot be relied upon long-term. As my life level continues to evolve, I must maintain my physical perfection and reform this damaging technique, Lord Ebony mused. The 8 Gates technique from my past life in the realm of Naruto is also formidable. It seems capable of unlocking sealed vitality in exchange for temporary strength. Yet, relying solely on energy breathing is sufficient to confront all forthcoming adversaries. Lost in thought, Lord Ebony finally shook his head. "What concerns me is the potential confrontation with Beerus in over 20 years. By then, I may reach a life level akin to his, attaining a divine status. Nevertheless, even so, there remains a gap between divine powers, as Beerus, being the most formidable god of destruction, has trained for countless millions of years. If I cannot significantly enhance my strength in a short time, it will be challenging to catch up. Yet, will the King Isphys truly be useful by then? Lord Ebony found himself uncertain. At that moment, a fleeting spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. He suddenly realized that during each instance of energy breathing, a portion of the vital energy would dissipate. If he could harness and store this released energy, only to unleash it when necessary, it could yield even greater benefits. With this thought in mind, he cast aside his hesitation and promptly set about putting his idea into practice. He sat cross-legged, beginning to cultivate his vital energy. As the energy flowed, it coursed through his meridians, with a portion escaping through his pores. The ebony would swiftly guide this energy to his spine, allowing it to accumulate there. Over time, one of his vertebrae began to transition from white to a mysterious blue-white hue. In this manner, the ebony would not only maximize every trace of vital energy, but also continuously opened his meridians and fortified his spine. As his cultivation deepened, he felt his physique gradually strengthening, filling him with joy and excitement, which inspired him to devote himself even more fervently to his practice. The vital energy surged around him like a tidal wave, forming a blue, spherical halo that enveloped him entirely. Sitting at the center of this luminous sphere, as it slowly ascended, it resembled a twinkling orb of energy from a distance. Within the confines of this time chamber for spiritual practice, each second ticked by with immense value, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Oma slowly opened his eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He had finally unblocked a meridian, and of the 26 vertebrae, 7 had been enriched, significantly enhancing his strength. According to the calculations of combat power, my strength should now exceed 270 million, Oma mused, pride evident in his voice. Just this one meridian has contributed over 50 million to my combat power. Such an increase is indeed gratifying. He then glanced at the vital energy sphere surrounding him, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. However, he quickly understood the reason behind it and chose to disregard it, closing his eyes once more to continue his cultivation. In this time chamber, every moment was exceedingly precious, and none could be squandered. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ganas maintained his Super Saiyan form, seated at the dining table, indulging in his meal with fervor. Piles of empty bowls stacked beside him. I wonder how Lord Umu's cultivation is progressing, he pondered. I am significantly stronger than before. My strength has slightly increased since my injuries healed 6 months ago. I have gradually adapted to this transformation state. I wonder how far I am from reaching full power. As Ganas ate, he reflected on his progress. Over the past 6 months, he had taken time to familiarize himself with this transformed state and had maintained it ever since. Initially, he often exerted too much force when handling objects, but gradually, he learned to handle matters with care and could now perform daily activities with ease. Besides eating and sleeping, he also practiced combat skills and honed his mental powers while in this state. Once he finished his last bowl of rice, he slowly stood and walked to a nearby open space, sitting cross-legged to immerse himself in the cultivation of his mental powers. After his meal, he planned to complete his mental training before once again engaging in combat practice. Thus, within this time chamber, Omu and Ganas cherished every second, transcending their limits through relentless cultivation. Chapter 59, the conclusion of cultivation and a surge in strength within the enclosed space of the time chamber. Omu and Ganas were absorbed in their training, as if the passage of time outside held no relevance to this realm. Finally, as this period drew to a close, Omu slowly opened his eyes. He sat cross-legged in midair, the surrounding aura having vanished without a trace, replaced by the silvery flames emanating from his being. This ethereal blaze reverberated within the vastness of space, illuminating his silver eyes and hair, which had similarly transformed to a gleaming white. The contrast between his flowing silver locks and the black martial attire he donned created a striking visual impact. Over the past 2 years, his hair had cascaded down to his shoulders, and a light stubble graced his cheeks, bestowing upon him an air of maturity and composure. Excluding the time spent in the spirit time room, he had reached the age of 23 in the real world, 5 years senior to son Wukong. A sense of accomplishment swelled within him as he introspectively assessed his progress in cultivation. His 4 meridians had been unblocked, and the 26 vertebrae of his spine were now reservoirs of energy. Each liberated vertebra doubled his combat prowess, culminating in a potential enhancement of 26 times when fully released. Yet, he pondered whether this could synergize with the Kaioken technique, for if so, it would necessitate further refinement. Presently, his combat strength had reached an astounding 500 million, with 200 million derived from the meridian enhancements, while the remainder stemmed from the energy supplied by his heart during this period. Rising slowly, he hovered in the air, his long hair billowing in the wind. He cast a glance at his flowing mane before binding it with energy, leaving two wispy strands to cascade over his forehead. This gesture was not only practical for combat, but also hinted at a spirit of defiance. His gaze shifted towards the horizon as he contemplated. It is time to see how Ganas is faring. I must depart from this place. He gently placed a finger on his forehead, briefly attuning himself. Then executed a technique of instant teleportation, vanishing from his previous location in an instant. This act was partly a homage to Sun Wukong, as such a technique was typically unnecessary for him. In Ganas' training ground, he materialized gradually, greeted by an intense aura filling the space. The ground trembling slightly from the energy's vibrations. Ganas, maintaining his Super Saiyan form, exhibited well-defined muscles under the brilliant light, his eyes shut tight. Utterly absorbed in harnessing the energy within him, as if he had become one with the surrounding air. Standing nearby, a faint smile graced Yuwood's lips as he quietly remarked, "It seems he has fully mastered the full power of Super Saiyan. How goes your training, Ganas?" Yuwood's voice interrupted Ganas' concentration. Upon hearing the sound, Ganas slowly opened his eyes, and a powerful aura radiated forth from him. He turned around, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Lord Ebony, I have managed to maintain this form until now. Is it full power?" His voice carried a blend of anticipation and uncertainty. Lord Ebony nodded, his gaze reflecting approval. "Indeed. This is the full power of a Super Saiyan. It seems you have achieved perfect control over your energy, and your mind is genuinely at peace." His words were laced with admiration. Ganas, with a simple smile, scratched his head and replied, "Yes, Lord Ebony, I have certainly endured quite a bit." His smile bore a hint of pride, as if the hardships he endured had transformed into glorious medals of honor. Ebony shook his head and chuckled, saying, "You truly are a master of benefiting from others while feigning innocence. If you find it too arduous, I shan't reveal to you the details of the second phase." His tone revealed a hint of mockery, seemingly teasing Ganas. "Oh, no, no, no. I was merely jesting, Lord Ebony." Ganas hastily waved his hands, appearing anxious and somewhat flustered. Observing Ganas' demeanor, Ebony could not help but chuckle. "Well, we ought to leave this place. Otherwise, we may find ourselves trapped." Ganas nodded in agreement, then suddenly recalled something. His curiosity piqued. "By the way, Lord Ebony, it seems you haven't consumed anything in the past 2 years, have you?" His eyes were filled with concern and inquisitiveness. Ebony shook his head, smiling as he explained, "At this juncture, I no longer require sustenance to replenish my energy. However, I still yearn for delectable cuisine. Though the fare within this temporal chamber is best avoided. Let us depart." Noticing Ganas was about to inquire further, he preemptively spoke, turning toward the exit. Ganas, sensing Ebony's desire to change the subject, scratched the back of his head and followed suit, filled with awe for Ebony's enigmatic strength, while simultaneously brimming with anticipation and curiosity for the forthcoming second phase. Upon exiting the ethereal time chamber, they found the celestial being awaiting them. A look of surprise crossing their face as they beheld Ebony. Ebony and Ganas approached the celestial being leisurely, and Ebony inquired with a smile, "Have you been waiting here for us all along?" The celestial being shook their head, their expression grave as they replied, "I calculated the time, and it seemed about right for your emergence, so I decided to come. By the way, what's this?" The celestial being gestured toward Ebony's silvery hair. His tone bore a hint of perplexity, as if he were saying, "Just moments ago, my hair was dark, and now it has turned white. If others were unaware, they might assume you had spent decades in a time warp." Ebony smiled slightly, waving his hand and chuckling, "I am uncertain myself. It must be due to my cultivation. However, I feel remarkably well at this moment." The deity nodded in understanding, choosing not to inquire further, and suggested, "Let us proceed. It is the perfect time for a meal. Come, let us find something to eat." With that, he turned and led the way towards the plaza outside the temple. Ebony and Ganas followed closely behind, walking towards the temple square. In the distance, Sun Wukong was voraciously devouring meat, surrounded by towering piles of empty bowls that stood out conspicuously. Beside him stood Mr. Bobo, clad in traditional Arab attire, his complexion dark and striking. Ganas fixed his gaze intently on the food being consumed by Sun Wukong, then furtively cast a glance at the celestial being, as if hesitating to voice something. At that moment, the celestial being gestured to Mr. Bobo, saying, "Bobo, please prepare some food for these two as well." In the distance, Mr. Bobo turned his head, nodded in acknowledgement, and promptly set about preparing the food. Upon hearing the commotion, Sun Wukong raised his head and saw the ebony figure of Umu, his right hand, smeared with grease, waving. "Hey, Umu," he called out. Umu responded with a smile. The celestial being then addressed Omu and Ganas, saying, "Omu, please wait a moment. Bobo is already preparing the food." Omu nodded and walked towards Sun Wukong. Ganas whispered, "Lord Omu, is that the Saiyan you mentioned before?" Omu smiled and nodded. Realizing the connection, Ganas chuckled softly, noting, he doesn't even have a tail, and his power is so low that he hardly attracts attention. Suddenly, a sense of urgency welled up within Ganas. He pondered, there is indeed a Saiyan on this earth, and it appears that Lord Omu has a good rapport with him. I inadvertently offended Lord Omu in the hyperbolic time chamber. I must strive to make a better impression in the future, or else. He lifted his gaze towards Sun Wukong, a flicker of resolute determination shining in his eyes, as if he had made a profound decision. Wumo tilted his head to observe Ganas, a subtle smile gracing his features, pondering, it appears he is not beyond redemption. Perhaps he should earnestly pursue his studies on Earth. Even Vegeta from the original tale managed to reform, so your bitterness should not be insurmountable. Chapter 60. Wumo and Ganas gradually approached Sun Wukong, taking a seat beside him on a stone bench. Sun Wukong was preoccupied with devouring his food, his cheeks puffed out in a rather comical manner. With his mouth stuffed to the brim, he mumbled indistinctly to Wumo, inquiring about the arrival of the Numba. Wumo chuckled softly, shaking his head as he gently reminded, "Speak less while eating, Wukong." He paused for a moment before continuing, 2 days ago, we arrived here to cultivate." Sun Wukong swiftly swallowed the food in his mouth, a look of contentment spreading across his face. Stretching lazily, he exclaimed, "Ah, how delightful. However, Omu, you are quite peculiar. Wasn't your original hair unappealing? Why has it suddenly turned white?" He curiously blinked, his gaze fixated on the strands of ebony hair. A sense of helplessness swept through Omu's mind as he muttered, "Do not rush. Changing hair colors is not as frequent as your Saiyan transformations." As the topic shifted, Omu could not refrain from coughing twice. Attempting to divert the conversation, "Ahem, let us set aside this discussion. Goku, what are your plans following the martial arts tournament?" Suddenly, Sun Wukong's expression turned grave, and he replied earnestly, "During this martial arts tournament, the Supreme Kai mentioned that King Piccolo's son would also participate. I intend to resolve this lingering conflict, and afterward, I will continue my training." Omu pondered for a moment, a glimmer of contemplation illuminating his eyes. "I see, Goku. I have an idea. I wish to establish a martial arts school, allowing ordinary people to learn self-defense techniques. Although I have not personally experienced the events involving King Piccolo, I am aware of them. If everyday individuals can master some self-defense skills, it would certainly enhance their safety. I would like to invite you to be the instructor at my school." Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head, a flicker of excitement crossing his eyes. "Oh, can I come to train with you often?" Omu nodded, responding with a smile, "Of course." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's face lit up with a radiant smile. "Then I accept." Omu returned the smile, and the two sat together, watching Sun Wukong continue to relish his meal. This decision was not a mere whim. During their time in the hyperbolic time chamber, Omu had already contemplated this matter. He comprehended that upon traversing into the realm of Dragon Ball, the narrative had evolved beyond the mere confines of the original storyline, rendering it unnecessary to meticulously adhere to its progression. Presently, Ubu no longer harbored concerns regarding Frisia's menace, for Ganas was now capable of confronting Frisia single-handedly. What weighed more heavily on Ubu's mind were the perspectives of the higher-ranking deities, such as Whis. He could hardly believe that his arrival in this world would go unnoticed by its overseers. Moreover, Weiss frequently observed the dynamics of the universe. Thus, with Frisia's pressure alleviated, Omu resolved to embrace life in this world with a lighter heart. As for the divine, surpassing them in the near future seemed improbable. Therefore, he decided to relish life without reservation. After all, since his arrival in this realm, he had been perpetually on edge, diligently honing his skills. And it was time to unwind. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its afterglow painted the sky, casting a golden-red hue upon the faces of Omu and Ganas. Mr. Popo approached, carrying platters laden with exquisite and aromatic dishes, placing them before the two, and then politely stepping back. Omu gracefully picked up his utensils, savoring each delectable morsel with deliberate slowness, his movements unhurried, as if he were indulging in a solo performance dedicated solely to the palate. For him, this meal transcended mere sustenance. It was an appreciation of culinary artistry. In stark contrast, Ganas exhibited a wholly different demeanor, consuming his food with the fervor akin to that of Sun Wukong, devouring it with an insatiable urgency. The dishes swiftly diminished under his assault, as if these delicacies were merely instruments for replenishing his energy. The juxtaposition of the two is akin to the stillness and motion within a tempest, each manifesting their culinary attitudes in distinctly different manners. After the meal, Ganis, much like Sun Wukong, reclined upon the ground, their bellies protruding prominently, resembling small hills. Sun Wukong patted his belly with a hand, releasing a contented sigh. "Ah, you possess an impressive appetite. You are the second most voracious eater I have ever encountered." The mention of a second voracious eater sent a jolt through Ganis' mind. Could there possibly be another Saiyan? He propped himself up, curiosity piqued as he inquired. "Who is he?" "Aha." Sun Wukong rose to his feet, a glimmer of reminiscence sparking in his eyes. He was quite a formidable individual, known as a Kairobe, and indeed, a very good friend. With a playful grin, he continued, "By the way, I am Sun Wukong. I still do not know your name." Sun Wukong asked, his curiosity unabated. Ganis fell silent for a moment, casting a glance at Sun Wukong before bowing his head in contemplation. He pondered to himself, this individual is named Sun Wukong. It does not resemble a Saiyan name, nor does the name a Kairobe. However, Lord Omu has stated that Sun Wukong is indeed a Saiyan, suggesting that he may have relinquished his Saiyan identity for some reason or perhaps forgotten it altogether. Ganis turned his gaze towards Omu, who was watching them with a hint of amusement. Ganis then faced forward again, rising to dust himself off, muttering to himself, "Well, this does not significantly concern me. I am now a follower of Lord Omu, and my sole focus should be on accompanying him." He then addressed Sun Wukong. "My name is Ganis." At that moment, Omu approached Sun Wukong and said, "Very well, Wukong, focus on your training. I shall attend the martial arts tournament when the time comes. We have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave." Upon hearing the name of Kairobe, Omu felt a stirring in his heart, recalling the destroyer of those mystical beings. He had previously devoted himself to the pursuit of strength, paying little heed to the original storyline. Now, he needed to swiftly ascertain the quantity of divine beings remaining. Although Omu had acquired healing abilities, they could not compare to the rapid efficacy of the divine beings. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, and Omu addressed Mr. Bobo, saying, "Mr. Bobo, we shall take our leave now. Please convey to the celestial being that we shall set forth as soon as the martial arts tournament concludes." Mr. Bobo responded with a stoic expression. In an instant, Omu transported himself and Ganis to the serene haven beneath the temple, leaving behind a tranquil aura of contemplation. At Corinta, the sage Corinta stood nearby, contentedly savoring dried fish while observing every detail with his diminutive eyes. Not far from him, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Krillin were diligently engrossed in their training. Their movements were fluid and powerful, each punch accompanied by the whistling of the wind, and every step resonating with a subtle tremor beneath their feet. Yachirobe appeared somewhat bored, languidly cradling a container of senza beans, occasionally tossing one into the air and deftly catching it. At that moment, a sudden distortion rippled through the air, and the figures of Ganis and Ubu materialized before the crowd. This unexpected turn of events caused Tien and the others, who were deep in their trainings, to snap their heads around, their expressions filled with both wariness and curiosity. Yamcha and Krillin were particularly astonished, rubbing their eyes as they scrutinized the unfamiliar visage of Ubu. Krillin hesitantly spoke up, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "You, Ubu?" Chapter 61. The senza beans acquired. Ubu responded, his voice deep and laced with a hint of nostalgia. "It is I, long time no see, Krillin, Yamcha." His gaze shifted towards Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu, and he gave a slight nod. This is the charm of the Dragon Ball world. As long as one has made an impression in the past and the relationship is not too strained, old acquaintances can easily reconnect. Krillin and Yamcha, upon hearing a familiar voice, were overtaken by joy, their excitement evident as they approached, their eyes brimming with enthusiasm. Master Roshi, too, diverted his attention from the dried fish in his hands and slowly made his way over to join the reunion. Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a hint of confusion. They were unaware of Yubo's identity and could only stand by, quietly observing the unfolding situation. Yajirobe was indifferent to these matters, caring solely for delectable food. Yamcha looked at Yubo, his brow furrowed in perplexity, and inquired, "What is going on with you? Why can't I sense your energy?" Krillin, equally anxious, nodded and asked with concern, "Indeed, Yubo, how much stronger have you become? Are you planning to participate in the martial arts tournament this time?" His voice carried a blend of anticipation and worry. Meanwhile, Master Roshi quietly sensed the inscrutable energy emanating from Yubo, his gaze profound, seemingly deep in thought. Yubo shook his head, his expression serene, and then reiterated the words he had previously shared with Son Goku. After listening, Yamcha and Krillin breathed a sigh of relief, then introduced Yubo to Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu, clarifying his identity. Yubo also recounted the origins of Ganis. The group was visibly astonished. They had not anticipated the existence of extraterrestrial beings. Ganna's unfathomable presence left everyone present in awe. They marveled at the formidable power of Ganna's, and their curiosity regarding the strength of Ebony grew even more. Turning, Ebony looked towards the immortal Karen, his tone tinged with urgency. Immortal Karen, how many divine beings do you have left? At that moment, in the corner, Akalob keenly caught the mention of divine beings and hurriedly concealed the jar behind him. Eager to avoid detection, Immortal Karen replied, there is still one jar, but the yield has been rather insufficient in recent years. He turned to Akalob and said, Akalob, quickly bring it out. However, Akalob clung tightly to the jar, resolutely resisting, I don't want to. This is all mine. The irate Karen rushed forward to wrestle the jar from Akalob, who cried out in despair. Ultimately, Karen managed to seize the jar, leaving Akalob squatting on the ground, his face filled with dejection. Karen approached Wumu, cradling the jar, and said helplessly, this is all there is. Wumu looked down at the jar and decisively stated, Karen, I will take 2/3. Karen nodded, and Wumu waved his hand, enveloping 2/3 of the celestial beings in a silvery aura, which gradually formed a sphere that shrank and was then absorbed into Wumu's body. The assembled crowd was astonished by the miraculous display of Wumu's powers, their curiosity piqued by the sudden emergence of such abilities. Although Gannis was surprised, he quickly regained his composure, as if accustomed to such occurrences. The fruits of Wumu's training in the hyperbolic time chamber were unmistakable. His desire to store energy within his spine granted him the capacity to perform numerous extraordinary feats. Wumu then turned to Krillin and the others, inquiring, what are your plans after the martial arts tournament? Yamcha shook his head, looking somewhat bewildered, and softly replied, I haven't thought about it yet. Krillin, appearing more resolute, crossed his arms and declared with determination, I might stay with Master Mateto and accompany him. Meanwhile, Dumpling gazed up at Tangent Han, who wore an expression of confusion and hesitation. He slowly began to speak, I originally intended to establish my own sect, but now. Before he could finish, a faint blush crept across his face. For more than 2 years, Lan Chi had been by Tangent Fan's side, a stark contrast to the events depicted in the original narrative. In this lifetime, Lan Chi persistently pursued Tangent Fan, ultimately winning his heart. While Tangent Fan diligently practiced in the Carinta, Lan Chi meticulously prepared meals below the tower, and their lives were filled with a warmth amidst the simplicity of everyday existence. Day after day, Tangent Fan was profoundly moved by Lan Chi's gentle and unwavering devotion. Naturally, Lan Chi's dual personalities also introduced considerable complexities into their relationship, at times leaving Tangent Fan feeling helpless. He plans to seek the Dragon Balls in the future, wishing to separate them in hopes of resolving this predicament. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged glances at Tien's bashful expression, unable to suppress a mischievous grin. Oh. They have cultivated here for many years and naturally are aware of Lan Chi's companionship with Tangent Fan. Upon witnessing this scene, Wumu felt a twinge of confusion and inquired with Krillin about the situation. Krillin elaborated on the relationship between Tangent Fan and Lan Chi, causing Wumu to reveal a faint, amused smile. To his surprise, many individuals from his past life, who were once proud, found themselves in a different circumstance after his transmigration. Observing this, Tangent Fan shyly lowered his head, his ears flushed with embarrassment. The others, witnessing this, burst into hearty laughter, filling the atmosphere with joy. Subsequently, Wumu took a deep breath and slowly stated his intention to establish a martial arts school, expressing hope that they would join as instructors. Goku had already given his consent. Yamcha and Krillin exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Yamcha gently patted Krillin's shoulder and nodded earnestly, affirming that they had no objections. Since Goku agreed, they would join as well. Krillin followed suit, nodding with glimmers of anticipation for the future. Wumu, satisfied, turned his gaze toward Tangent Fan, who stood quietly, his expression as calm as water. Yet his eyes sparkled with seriousness. Upon hearing Wumu's words, he thoughtfully stroked his chin and after a moment of contemplation, replied, I have no objections either. Wumu declared, then it is settled. Do your best. I will attend the martial arts tournament. Following this, Wumu turned to Master Karen, bowing deeply in gratitude as he expressed, Goodbye, Master Karen. I sincerely thank you for your previous guidance. His voice resonated with sincerity and appreciation. Master Karen smiled and shook his head, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. I did not assist much. Your knowledge and strength should now surpass mine. Wumu shook his head, his gaze resolute and sincere. Your assistance has been invaluable, laying the foundational stones of my strength. His words were imbued with profound respect and gratitude towards Master Karen. Chapter 62. Secrets of the Universe, Treasure Hunting. Where shall we go now? Gannes inquired, soaring through the azure sky, turning his head to ask Wumu. His voice floated ethereally in the wind, while the occasional chirping of birds echoed from the forest below. After bidding farewell to the immortal Karen, Wumu and Ganis departed from Kalinta. Wumu's gaze was resolute, fixed upon the distant mountains, as if he had already envisioned their destination. They were to seek treasure and then proceed to the king, with the intention of establishing a martial arts academy. Ganis furrowed his brow, perplexed, and inquired, "My lord Wumu, I hesitate to ask, but what is the true purpose behind the establishment of this academy? Do you not find it to be an excessive exertion?" A flicker of doubt passed through his gaze. Ebony smiled subtly, a smile imbued with a hint of mischief and profound significance. He did not directly respond to Ganis' question. Instead, he countered with a query. "Ganis, having accompanied me for so long, you must have encountered numerous individuals and deities. Am I correct? How do you perceive your own strength now?" After a moment of contemplation, Ganis slowly replied, "If we adhere to your assertion that Frisia's combat power is merely 120 million, then I have indeed surpassed him. As for the deities, while they possess an enigmatic nature, they do not appear particularly formidable in my estimation." His voice revealed a hint of uncertainty, as if he were perplexed by the matter concerning the ebony. Upon hearing this, Ebony's gaze deepened, as though he were transported back to a distant past. Frisia was indeed formidable, but not in his current state. In ancient times, there existed a demon, controlled by a malevolent sorcerer. During that era, no one in the entire universe could thwart him. He continued to narrate. Subsequently, the supreme deity of this universe, the King of Worlds, emerged. Led by the great King of Worlds, for other kings of worlds stood in defiance against the malevolent sorcerer and the demon, ultimately at a harrowing cost. They managed to seal the demon and slay the sorcerer, leaving only one King of Worlds remaining. Every word from Imu resonated with power, as if he had personally witnessed that epic battle. Ganis furrowed his brow, gazing deeply at Yumo, pondering the true extent of the demon's strength. He inquired, his voice tinged with a hint of unease and curiosity. Ebony shook his head and admitted, "To be honest, I cannot ascertain with certainty. However, I estimate that his combat power exceeds at least 26 billion. When he unleashes his full might, it is enough to reverberate throughout half the universe." Upon hearing this, Ganis could not help but gape, momentarily at a loss for words, his astonishment palpable. 26 billion? He echoed, a tempest of emotion surging within him. Where exactly is that demon view sealed? Ganis swallowed hard, attempting to steady his tumultuous feelings. Even the mightiest deity has sacrificed themselves? Ebony shook his head again, his expression grave. As for the precise location of the seal, I am equally in the dark. He paused, casting a sharp gaze at Ganis' face. However, your previous assertion is somewhat inaccurate. Though the Kaioshin is a high deity, he is not the strongest. Ganis appeared perplexed, his brow furrowed. Not the strongest deity? But did you not just say? Ebony flashed a slight smile, interrupting Ganis. What I meant is that the Kaioshin holds a significant position in this universe. Yet his primary role is creation, not combat. Ganis expressed confusion. Is there a distinction? Ebony continued, in this universe, alongside the god of creation, there also exists the god of destruction. It is the god of destruction who truly embodies the essence of a warrior. If he were to confront the demon view, the situation would be resolved effortlessly. Yet, the god of destruction is notoriously temperamental and prefers prolonged slumber. Thus, he has not appeared in critical moments. Ganis' eyes brightened, his curiosity once again piqued. Then, how formidable is this god of destruction? He eagerly pressed. Ebony's demeanor grew more solemn, his voice resonating with authority. His strength transcends conventional metrics of combat power. We do not even exist on the same dimensional plane. Even if the demon's power were to multiply 100-fold, it would be incomparable to that enigmatic god of destruction. He can be regarded as the mightiest entity in this universe. Ganis nodded, a glimmer of disbelief illuminating his gaze. Struggling to fathom the myriad secrets hidden within the vast cosmos, he gazed thoughtfully into the distance, the stars twinkling as if each celestial body was narrating its own tale. By the way, Lord Ebony, you have consistently referred to this universe. Could there truly be other universes? Ebony smiled mysteriously and shook his head, his eyes profound as the starry sea. Such matters, you shall come to know in due time. Now, let us return to your earlier inquiry. He paused momentarily before continuing, stating that originally, under the pressure exerted by Frisia, he rapidly enhanced his strength. In the process, he inadvertently forged a path to divinity that was uniquely his own. Now, both he and his companion had far surpassed Frisia, rendering any concerns about him obsolete. Omu took a moment to gather his thoughts before speaking slowly, explaining that the gods of destruction were indeed distant from them, and it would be impossible to reach such realms in the near future. During this period, he had been diligently training. Now that he could relax a bit, he sought to seize the opportunity to impart knowledge to others, which simultaneously served as a review and elevation of his own understanding. As the saying goes, revisiting the old allows one to learn the new. Gannis, perplexed and furrowing his brow, asked with a tone filled with reverence and curiosity, "Lord Imu, have you now become a deity?" Oma chuckled softly, shaking his head, indicating that it was not quite so. Although his level of existence was akin to that of a divine being, he lacked any official title. His voice was light, suggesting that he was indifferent to this identity. "Very well, we have arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, Omu's gaze fell upon the vast expanse of the ocean before them. The sea breeze caressed them, carrying a briny scent, while the waves gently lapped against the rocky shore, creating a soothing symphony. Omu inhaled deeply, then unleashed a formidable aura, propelling himself like an arrow into the tumultuous waters. Prior to this moment, Omu had engaged in profound communication with the earth through his essence. The spirit of the earth responded, revealing the locations of treasures hidden deep beneath the ground or the sea. Now, Omu possessed an intimate knowledge of many treasures on earth. Observing Imu's daring plunge, Gannis was unwilling to lag behind and swiftly followed him into the ocean. The underwater realm was a kaleidoscope of wonders. Corals and seaweeds resembled a fantastical forest, vibrant and teeming with life. The creatures of the ocean swam and lingered, curiously observing the two unexpected visitors. Omu and Gannis embarked on a treasure-hunting adventure beneath the waves, their figures flickering in and out of sight like two agile fish, freely navigating this uncharted sea. Chapter 63. Indeed, how could it not be a win-win? In the profound azure depths, Omu and Gannis enveloped themselves in energy, resembling two pearls drifting freely in the deep sea. They wandered through the uncharted waters, each movement of their limbs stirring a cascade of bubbles. Gannis' gaze suddenly froze. He pointed towards a distant, indistinct shadow, his eyes shimmering with the illumination of discovering a new world. He turned to the ebony figure, his voice tinged with excitement and anticipation. "Lord Ebony, there lies a derelict ship. Could it be the location of the treasure we seek?" Ebony's gaze sharpened immediately, and he responded in a deep tone, "Let us go and investigate." No sooner had he spoken than he sliced through the waves, heading toward the shadowy outline, with Ghana following closely behind. Upon reaching the dilapidated vessel, Ebony's eyes scanned the damaged planks and the remnants of a flag. It was a tattered Jolly Roger, seemingly recounting tales of former glory and present desolation. A faint smile graced Ebony's lips as he murmured to himself, "It appears we have indeed come to the right place. This should be the resting ground of the pirates' treasure." They ventured deeper into the cabin, the underwater illumination dim and murky. Ebony and Gannis relied solely on the radiance emitted by the energy orbs in their hands as they navigated the narrow passageways. At last, they arrived at the captain's quarters. The interior was sparsely furnished, with a wooden table at its center, behind which sat a skeleton, its garments long since decayed, leaving only tattered strips clinging to the bones. It was evident that this was the captain's remains, his final honor being the guardianship of these treasures. Beside him, 3 large wooden chests stood ajar, their rotting condition revealing jewels and gold spilling from the seams, glimmering with an enticing luster. Ganna's breath quickened as he cautiously approached Ebony, whispering, "My Lord Ebony, how shall we transport these riches?" The chests collapsed at the slightest touch. Ebony remained silent for a moment, then slowly raised his right hand, a silvery light emanating from his palm, akin to the brilliance of starlight. With a gentle wave of his hand, 3 wooden chests were instantly enveloped in a silvery glow, gracefully rising and then halting before Omo. "Let us depart. The treasures are now in our possession." Yumo turned, exuding an unmistakable calmness, and glided outward. Gannas remained astounded by Yumo's prowess, scratching his head and blinking in disbelief. Is that truly possible? He then followed suit, swimming alongside Yumo towards the ocean's surface. The two surged forth like arrows released from their bows, momentarily suspended in the air. Droplets of water sparkled in the sunlight, as if the very atmosphere around them had come to life. Yumo, tall and statuesque, his gaze piercing, soared towards a distant isle. His silhouette edged across the sky, leaving behind an almost imperceptible trace. Upon reaching the heart of the island, he halted, suspended in midair, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. "Gannis, descend and see if there is anything suitable for storing these treasures." Yumo's voice resonated with unwavering resolve, gesturing towards the 3 floating wooden chests. Gannis nodded lightly, his form descending gracefully like a feather to the island below. His landing was silent and stealthy, akin to that of a nimble cat, not even disturbing a single fallen leaf. The island was enveloped by dense trees, vibrant with greenery. In this tranquil realm, the sound of Ganna's footsteps resonated with an unusual sharpness. His eyes swept the surroundings with the sharpness of a hawk, seeking any potential clues or resources in this unfamiliar land. However, his initial exploration did not yield the results he had hoped for. A slight furrow appeared on his brow, a whisper of frustration settling in. Yet, he did not relent. Instead, he pressed deeper into the island with resolute steps. As he ventured further, a pair of crimson eyes glimmered in the underbrush, fixated intently on Ganna's retreating figure. These eyes belonged to a colossal wild creature of the island. Silently observing the unwelcome guest, poised to act when the moment called for it, Ganna sensed an unusual aura permeating the air, prompting him to subtly slow his pace, feigning nonchalance while his inner self remained alert. Suddenly, a gust of wind rustled through the treetops, carrying with it an almost imperceptible low growl. In an instant, Ganna pivoted, only to behold a massive lion hurtling towards him like an arrow. He swiftly seized the lion's forepaw, and with a powerful sweep, the colossal body arced through the air before crashing down, shattering several trees in its wake. The lion rose to its feet, shook its head, and relentlessly charged towards him. Gazing upon the lion, Ganna was engulfed by a tumult of emotions. He was reluctant to unleash excessive force, fearing that a mere misstep could reduce this magnificent creature to ashes. A glimmer of resolve flickered in his gaze as he beheld the lion, his mind already contemplating the potential of harnessing the creature's pelt. He instantaneously appeared above the lion, forcefully pinning it to the ground, eliciting a reluctant roar of defiance from the creature. In a swift motion, Ganna severed the lion's head with a precise strike of his hand, silencing its cries abruptly. Subsequently, he commenced the task of tending to the lion's carcass. With meticulous care, he peeled away the lion's hide, then employed a unique energy to incinerate the fur, ensuring no trace remained. The evening glow on the horizon blazed like blood, and in the waning light of the setting sun, Ganna discovered several resilient vines. His hands danced with the dexterity of flickering flames, skillfully intertwining vines into a sturdy rope, then meticulously stringing together the lion's fur to create a bag that was both rugged and utilitarian. The coarse texture of the bag exuded a primal beauty, as if it still resonated with the majesty and strength of the lion in its living days. Ganna caressed the freshly crafted bag, a glimmer of satisfaction and concern flickering in his eyes. He murmured to himself, "This should suffice, right?" Then he raised his gaze to the heavens and called out loudly, "Lord Ebony, I have crafted a leather pouch." Soon, a gust of wind arose, and the figure of Ebony descended from the clouds, gently alighting upon the ground. His gaze first fell upon the enormous leather pouch, then shifted to the lifeless body of the skinless lion. "Well done," Ebony's voice resonated, ethereal yet detached, yet imbued with affirmation. As his words faded, he lightly waved his arm, and the 3 wooden chests beside him appeared to be struck by an invisible force, shattering instantly. Gold, silver, and jewels cascaded like a waterfall, each treasure shimmering brilliantly in the sunset, akin to stars scattered across the earth. With another wave of his hand, a silvery energy surged forth, flowing from his fingertips like a living vine, deftly collecting the treasures strewn upon the ground and gently depositing them into the pouch beside him. Ganna stood to the side, his eyes fixated on every movement, until the final treasure nestled securely within the leather pouch. He meticulously secured the mouth of the bag with coarse vines, then hoisted the heavy leather pouch onto his shoulder, feeling the weight of the treasures contained within. "Let us depart. It is time to meet the king and discuss the establishment of the martial arts dojo." Omu's voice was as calm as still water. Ganna merely nodded, harboring a sense of confusion, uncertain whether the establishment of a dojo on Earth required the king's approval. Yet, he understood that following Omu was the right course of action. The silhouettes of the two gradually ascended into the sky, heading towards the majestic Kaiser royal palace. Meanwhile, Omu's thoughts wandered elsewhere during their flight. He hoped that the king would assist in promoting the martial arts school, not with the intention of establishing any form of power, but rather to earn some money through his own capabilities as a means to repay Uncle Marlowe, who had always supported him. In this era dominated by the technological giants of the Bulma family, the inventions of ordinary people are often overlooked. Thus, Wumu finds that by opening a martial arts school and leveraging his expertise in martial arts, he can seek a livelihood. Furthermore, he does not intend to provide excessive personal instruction. With Wukong and other friends present, their impartation of martial skills and combat experience is more than sufficient. A glimmer of wit and foresight flashed in Wumu's eyes as he understood that, in the original narrative, Wukong and his companions were not earning money either. Having them work at the martial arts school could not only improve their lives but also bring fame and clientele to his establishment. Indeed, this is a win-win situation. Wumu mused, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Chapter 64. Audience with the king. The expansive and desolate expanse of the flatlands, strewn with scattered stones, resembled a barren battlefield. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, scorching the earth, and the air was thick with a dry scent, as if even breathing invited the friction of sand particles. In this tranquil wasteland, a 16-year-old boy silently practiced his punches, sweat cascading down his cheeks, dripping onto the parched ground, vanishing without a trace. This was the grown-up little Jie. Over a year ago, Bulma and her companions had wished upon the Dragon Balls to resurrect those who perished during the battle with Demon King Piccolo, and thus, little Jie was reborn. Since then, he had embarked on a quest to discover ways to grow stronger. Hey ha! Hey ha! Little Jie shouted as he swung his fists, as if to invigorate himself with his own voice. Each punch sliced through the air, each kick leaving deep imprints in the ground. His movements were swift and powerful, as though he sought to shatter the very air around him. Abruptly halting his punches, he gazed into the distance, his brow furrowed. He understood that he was not yet powerful enough, still far from being able to contend with the monster from 3 years prior. Despite being aware of the existence of masters like Master Rashi, Sun Wukong, Tien Shin'an, and Wu Mu, he could not locate them. Not enough. I'm still not stronger than that monster from 3 years ago. Little Jie gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. His heart was filled with resentment and fury, a sense of helplessness that still lingers in his mind, haunting him to this day. He reminisced about that brutal battle, feeling utterly powerless before the might of the Demon King Piccolo. The sense of helplessness still sent shivers down his spine. Each time he recalled that scene, it felt as though an invisible hand were tightly gripping his heart, making it difficult to breathe. Little Jet continued to throw punches, his clothes soaked in sweat. Yet he showed no inclination to cease his relentless efforts. Each of his punches was imbued with power, and every kick carried a resolute conviction. Shao Jie's movements quickened, as if he sought to unleash all the pent-up frustration and anger within him. I must become stronger, Shao Jie silently vowed, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Time passed gradually, the sun slipping towards the horizon, casting a golden hue across the sky. Yet, Shao Jie's relentless motion showed no signs of abating. His heart was anchored by a singular belief: to grow stronger, to become even mightier. Not enough. I need to be even stronger, Shao Jie shouted, as if striving to liberate all his discontent. His gaze was filled with tenacity and resolve, reminiscent of an indomitable beast. At that moment, a fierce gust of wind suddenly swept in, as though attempting to lift the entire prairie into the heavens. The grass bowed low, paying homage to the forceful breeze. The stones in the stony forest, too, resisted not, rolling about with a resounding thud. Shao Jie shielded his eyes with his arms, striving to withstand the wind's might. And through the gaps in his arms, he glimpsed 2 figures racing through the sky in the distance. His eyes widened like bronze bells, his mouth slightly agape, as he murmured in astonishment, "What kind of power is this?" He was aware that there were individuals capable of flight in this world, and others who could wield the power of airwaves, although he himself did not possess such abilities. He had never contemplated that the pressure generated by someone soaring through the sky could actually reach the ground. It was indeed Umu and Ganis who were flying above, hastening their pace like 2 meteors streaking across the heavens. While they had the option of instant teleportation, Umu felt no sense of urgency. Instead, he opted to savor the exhilarating experience of flight. The scenery below rushed past them in a blur, and before long, Umu and Ganis found themselves hovering over the palace of Kaislu. They descended slowly before the palace gates, where 6 guards, upon noticing their arrival, immediately raised their firearms in their direction. In the aftermath of the Dark Lord incident, the number of guards had increased, and their vigilance had heightened. Although the guards were aware that such weapons had little effect on superhumans, they remained dutifully at their posts. One guard, filled with tension, shouted, "Who goes there? No unauthorized personnel may approach." Ganis cast a glance at Wumu, who looked back at Ganis with intrigue. Then, with a smile, he addressed the guard. "We are martial artists from Earth, here to seek an audience with the king regarding the protection of our planet." Upon hearing this, the guard used his chest-mounted intercom to call for assistance, stating that 2 martial artists had arrived at the palace gates, requesting to meet the king to discuss the safeguarding of Earth. A voice crackled through the intercom, instructing, "Continue to guard the entrance. I will inform the king." The guard then told Wumu and Ganis, "You must wait here and refrain from any rash movements." Wumu nodded and cast a sidelong glance at Ganis, inquiring curiously, "Ganis, what is with your expression?" Clearing his throat, Ganis coughed lightly, his gaze filled with a melancholic intensity as he remarked, "My lord Wumu, sometimes I wonder if you might be a bit too accommodating. When I first met you, you did not strike me as particularly amicable. Am I not amicable?" Wumu furrowed his brow, fixing a stern gaze upon Ganis, who trembled in response. With his hands clasped behind his back, Wumu finally remarked, "You do not understand. I reserve my words for my enemies. Ganas gazed at Wumu with wide eyes, filled with hopeful anticipation as he softly pleaded. Well, my lord Wumu, could you perhaps be a tad more cordial with me in the future? Upon hearing this, Wumu could not suppress a shiver and waved dismissively. Go away. The two engaged in playful banter before the palace gates, momentarily lightening the atmosphere. Just then, the guard's intercom buzzed to life. And he picked it up to hear the directive, let them through. The king has consented to their entry. Upon receiving the order, all guards promptly lowered their weapons, swiftly aligning themselves on either side of the grand entrance before opening the gates. One guard respectfully addressed Wumu and Ganas, saying, Gentlemen, you may enter. As Wumu and Ganas stepped into the palace, they were greeted by the opulence surrounding them. The interior of the palace was resplendent, adorned with intricate carvings and gilded decor, each detail reflecting the grandeur of the kingdom of Kaislu. They traversed the lengthy corridor, their footsteps echoing in the vast expanse of the palace. At last, they arrived at a spacious hall. In the center of the hall, King Kesra sat regally upon his throne, flanked by several ministers. Stepping forward, Omu addressed the king. Your Majesty, I am Omu, and this is Ganas. King Kesra smiled gently, nodding to indicate they should take their seats. Please, be seated, gentlemen. His gaze lingered on Wumu for a moment, as if lost in recollection. Wumu? The champion of the 21st Martial Arts Tournament? Wumu nodded affirmatively, replying, It is I. Your Majesty. King Kaislu furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of confusion in his tone as he inquired, Why did you suddenly vanish? You did not participate in the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament, nor did you appear during the Dark Lord incident. What brings you here this time? Wumu then recounted his adventures in the cosmos from 5 years prior, demonstrating his formidable prowess. Your Majesty, he asserted with conviction. The Dark Lord Bick is but a minor character. In the universe, there exist numerous malevolent cosmic marauders who specialize in plundering and trafficking exquisite planets, possessing the power to effortlessly annihilate an entire world. Ganas looked at Wumu with a helpless expression. The king, taken aback, asked in alarm, How do you intend to protect Earth? I plan to establish a martial arts dojo following this current tournament and invite powerful martial artists like Sun Wukong to join. At that time, I will require your Majesty's assistance in promoting it, as well as some financial support. Sun Wukong and these martial artists focus solely on their training and do not earn a livelihood, Wumu explained. A glimmer of recollection flickered in King Kaislu's eyes as he recalled the young man who had vanquished the Dark Lord 3 years ago, a smile gracing his lips. Ah, Sun Wukong. I remember him well. He nodded, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. Was establishing a martial arts school truly sufficient to safeguard the Earth? With unwavering resolve, you would elucidate it. While it may not guarantee complete protection, it will significantly enhance the martial prowess of our planet. Sun Wukong and his companions possess immense potential. Together, we can elevate our strengths. Ultimately, they are the guardians of the Earth, with ordinary individuals benefiting from an added layer of security. King Kessler paid little heed to the emphasis on their role as protectors of the Earth, nodding in agreement. After the martial arts tournament concludes, I shall convene a symposium to publicly announce this matter. Subsequently, Yuwood and the king deliberated on various details, with the king expressing keen interest in martial artists, continually posing questions, to which Yuwood patiently responded. When all arrangements were finalized, Yuwood and Ganas rose to take their leave. King Kessler smiled and nodded, bidding them farewell. Chapter 65, Tai Chi. Is this the abode of Lord Yuwood? Ganas stood before the quaint wooden cabin, his eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and curiosity. His gaze swept across the modest little cottage, and he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Such a humble abode was indeed the residence of Lord Ebony. They had just bid farewell to the king when Yuwood instantaneously transported Ganas back to his abode. The quaint cabin nestled deep within the forest, surrounded by towering trees, exuded an air of tranquility and solitude. Yuwood pushed open the door and entered first, with Ganas following closely behind. The interior was exceedingly simple, furnished with only a wooden bed, a wooden table, and a modest bathroom. Nonetheless, the neat environment imparted a sense of comfort and warmth, as if it were tended to by a dedicated caretaker each day. Ganas mused quietly to himself. After days of wandering, how is it that this place remains so pristine? Yuwood turned his gaze towards Ganas and remarked, It's just one bed. How do you propose we sleep? Ganas scratched his head and offered a sheepish smile. I am quite adaptable, my lord Yuwood. This bed seems spacious enough. We could manage to squeeze in together. Yuwood raised an eyebrow, casting a peculiar glance at him. I am not accustomed to sharing a bed with a man. He gestured towards a corner of the room, indicating that there was still space available. Go outside and chop down a tree to make a bed and place it there. The small ebony cabin, aside from the bathroom, offered approximately 20 to 30 square meters of space, Adding a bed would not render it cramped. Ganis followed the direction pointed out by the ebony and indeed discovered that the corner could accommodate a bed. He turned away from the house with a hint of regret on his face. Oh, well. Yuwood sat on the edge of the bed, observing Ganis' despondent demeanor. Unable to suppress a bittersweet smile, how curious that he felt a twinge of regret as well. Fortunately, Yuwood's modest abode was nestled within the mountains, surrounded by towering, lush trees, making material gathering quite convenient. Ganis approached a sturdy tree, his fingers gently tapping its trunk, and in an instant, a circle of white light enveloped the tree, causing it to fall with a resounding thud. Steadying himself, Ganis caught the tree and carefully laid it down, mindful that it was the dead of night and that the villagers below might still be resting. Reflecting on his time spent with Yuwood, Ganis couldn't help but marvel at how much he had changed. In the past, he would have hardly paid attention to such details. Placing his palm against the tree trunk, a flash of white light occurred, causing the bark to peel away, while the branches at the top snapped with a subtle rustling sound. He meticulously cleared the fallen leaves and branches before beginning to sculpt the trunk into the shape of a bed using the energy he had gathered in his hands. The night was deep, with moonlight filtering through the leaves like scattered silver, casting dappled shadows on the ground, which seemed particularly serene amidst the darkness. At long last, after enduring a lengthy wait and considerable toil, a simple yet sturdy wooden bed took form. Ganis gently lifted the bed, striving to make no sound as he carefully returned to the cottage. He placed the wooden bed in one corner of the room, brushing off the wood shavings from his hands, filled with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Yuwood rose, approached the bed for a closer inspection, and nodded. Let us retire for the night. After 2 years of relentless training in the time chamber, it was time to unwind. With that, he returned to his bedside, reclined gently, and closed his eyes, as if instantly slipping into slumber. Seeing that Yuwood had already fallen asleep, Ganis scratched his head and began to remove his oversized martial arts uniform, his tail swishing behind him. He turned off the light, lay down on the bed, and felt the firmness and coolness of the wooden surface. The room was tranquil, only interrupted by the occasional chirping of insects outside. As the sun's rays streamed through the window the next morning, they enveloped the room in a warm, gentle glow, as if draping a golden veil over everything. Yuwood slowly opened his eyes, relishing the unprecedented comfort of a good night's sleep. Turning his head, he noticed that Ganis was already up, engaging in some morning exercises outside. Yuwood rose, stepped outside, inhaling the fresh air and feeling an unparalleled lightness wash over him. He stretched, feeling every cell in his body celebrating with joy. Good morning, Lord Yuwood. Ganis greeted him enthusiastically upon seeing him awake. Good morning, Ganis. Yuwood replied with a smile. Last night had been the most restful sleep he had experienced in years, leaving him feeling rejuvenated. Yuwood surveyed his surroundings. The morning breeze caressed his skin, birds chirped merrily among the treetops, and the distant mountains were shrouded in morning mist, exuding an air of mystery and tranquility. He turned to Ganis and said, There are numerous creatures in the mountains. If you find yourself hungry, feel free to catch a few without concerning yourself about me. He then maintained his Super Saiyan form and attempted to fish. Upon hearing this, Ganis nodded, a flicker of excitement illuminating his face. He erupted with rage, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan, a golden aura flickering around him. His gaze sharpened, and he appeared to be imbued with boundless strength. Subsequently, he soared into the air, vanishing amidst the mountains and forests. Standing before the door, Omu took a deep breath, savoring the refreshing coolness of the morning breeze brushing against his cheek. He stood with his feet slightly apart, as steadfast as a mountain, and slowly raised his hands, as if cradling an invisible cloud. He began to practice Tai Chi, his movements flowing like a gentle stream, unbroken and continuous. The first posture, the commencement. His ebony hands traced a graceful arc before his chest, his body sinking slightly, reminiscent of a tree trunk deeply rooted in the earth. His breath harmonized flawlessly with his movements, a natural expression of unity. Each gesture and posture contained profound inner strength, as though he could channel the forces of nature. The second posture, the wild horse parts its mane. His right hand extended slowly while his left hand retracted, his body rotating gracefully, akin to a gallant steed galloping across the prairie. His movements were both light and powerful, imbued with the rhythm of nature. In this moment, he seemed to merge with his surroundings, his mind undistracted, focused on every subtle change. The third posture, the white crane spreads its wings, his hands unfurled like wings, his body leaning slightly forward, as if a white crane was about to soar into the sky. At that instant, he experienced an unprecedented tranquility and strength, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. The fourth posture, embracing the knee and twisting step. His right foot advanced, the left hand pressing downward, while the right hand swept from the side, as though embracing a colossal tree trunk. His movements flowed seamlessly, each detail resonating with power and grace. The fifth posture. The hand waves the pipa. His left hand traced an arc in front of his chest, the right hand gently waved at the side, as if playing a melodious tune on the pipa. In this moment, his state of mind reached new heights, as if conversing with the universe, experiencing an ineffable harmony and serenity. Gradually, his movements slowed, coming to a halt in a concluding posture. His body leaned slightly forward, his hands frozen in midair like a powerful sculpture, embodying strength and stillness. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then exhaled. At this moment, his mind was as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of any ripples. He felt the flow of energy within him, a sensation of fullness that brought him profound satisfaction and serenity. Slowly opening his eyes, his gaze became deep and placid, shimmering with a hint of silver light. The Eight Extremes fist had already reached its zenith. Now he awaited the mastery of Tai Chi at that moment. He sensed that new discoveries awaited him. Chapter 66, Alaga learns Chi in the world of Dragon Ball. Martial arts techniques gradually lost their significance in later battles. The true determinants of victory lay in the esoteric principles and the strength of energy. As a transmigrator, he arrived in this Dragon Ball realm, enriched by the profound heritage of martial arts from his past life. By harmonizing with the local vital energy, he devised a method that could elevate the level of life, transcending the initial three realms. His choice to specialize in Tai Chi and Eight Extremes fists stemmed from their illustrious history and rich cultural foundation on Earth, but more importantly, they encapsulated boundless profundities. He firmly believes that once he thoroughly comprehends these profound principles, he may one day attain the realm of divine mastery and ultimate ease. Subsequently, Wumu continued his practice, slowly raising both hands to begin the execution of Tai Chi. His movements were as gentle as flowing water, as if each gesture engaged in a dialogue with the energy permeating the air. With the Tai Chi mantra resonating in his mind, he felt the energy coursing through his body. His breath gradually synchronized with his movements as he entered a state of complete immersion. Tai Chi generates the duality. Duality births the four phenomena, and the four phenomena give rise to the 8 trigrams. Wu Mu recited these concepts internally, absorbing the essence of Tai Chi. His motions became increasingly fluid, as if he were merging with the cosmos. There was no discernible fluctuation of energy, yet the air around him swirled in harmony with his movements, forming a miniature whirlwind. However, as he completed several sets of movements, the dust settled, and Wu Mu furrowed his brow, feeling utterly perplexed. Having diligently trained in the explosive power of Baji Quan, he had achieved a significant breakthrough in the subtlety of its techniques, yet with Tai Chi, despite mastering both its gentleness and its strength, he found himself at a standstill, unable to make further progress. He pondered deeply, contemplating the underlying opportunity within this scenario. Could it be that the Tai Chi I have been practicing is somehow incomplete? Or perhaps there exists an alternative philosophy? Unlike other martial arts, Tai Chi boasts a multitude of distinct styles, of which Wu Mu is only acquainted with one. Yet, this should not be the case. Wu Mu refuted this notion, asserting that regardless of the style, the form he is currently practicing cannot be erroneous. The attainment of mastery is merely a matter of proficiency and understanding of the martial art. Just as Wu Mu immersed himself in thought, a sudden whoosh echoed through the sky. To his astonishment, Ganna soared back, effortlessly cradling a colossal dinosaur in his hands. With a thud, the dinosaur was dropped heavily to the ground, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. Gannas proceeded to gather wood for a fire, while Wu Mu gazed at the enormous creature, internally musing on the peculiar connection between Saiyans and dinosaurs. Despite his extended stay, he had yet to encounter one, yet Gannas managed to capture one in a mere moment. The original tale of Sun Wukong and Gohan further echoed this sentiment, as dinosaurs had seemingly become a delicacy exclusive to Saiyans. After indulging in a sumptuous feast of dinosaur meat, Gannas maintained his Super Saiyan form and turned his attention to fishing. Wu Mu stood atop the mountain, surveying the tranquil and picturesque scene below. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. He thought it was time to descend and check on Alaga, while also observing her progress in Bagwazang and imparting some knowledge on the utilization of Qi and the Shen combo technique. The landscape below was serene and beautiful, with Alaga practicing her Bagwazang in an open space. Her movements were nimble and graceful, each technique imbued with strength and rhythm. As Wu Mu approached, he noted her focused demeanor with quiet admiration. "Alaga, how do you feel today?" Wu Mu inquired with a smile. Halting her movements, Alaga wiped the sweat from her brow, her face lighting up with a joyful expression. "Brother Wu Mu, you're back. I feel increasingly adept, and my strength has grown significantly. Wumu shook his head with a chuckle. Since you feel more proficient, I shall begin teaching you how to harness Qi today. Qi? Alaga's face was a picture of confusion, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. It refers to energy, Wumu elucidated. You witnessed the martial arts tournament, where Sun Wukong and others utilized the Kamehameha technique. That is a manifestation of Qi. Do I possess Qi as well? Alaga asked, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, everyone possesses Qi, Wumu affirmed, gesturing for her to sit down. Position yourself on the ground. Place your hands before you, and feel the energy coalescing there. Following his guidance, Alaga seated herself cross-legged, placing her hands before her chest and closing her eyes, striving to envision the sensation of Qi gathering between her palms. Her brow furrowed slightly, and her cheeks grew warm, clearly engrossed in her efforts. Ugh! Alaga blushed as she felt no movement between her hands. Opening her eyes, a glimmer of frustration crossed her face. Wumu approached her gently, offering soothing words. There is no need to be tense. Simply relax and gradually guide the energy within you. His voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, laced with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Alaga endeavored to relax. She closed her eyes again, feeling the gentle caress of the breeze against her face, accompanied by the soft rustling of leaves. Her breathing gradually steadied, and she silently recited Wumu's instructions, concentrating on sensing the faint energy within her. Time seemed to stand still in that moment, with only the whisper of the wind through the leaves breaking the silence. Wumu stood by, quietly observing. His gaze was both focused and gentle, as if he could perceive the subtle changes within Alaga's being. He could sense the energy within Alaga gradually coalescing. Though faint, it had already begun to take shape. Suddenly, a flicker of dim light appeared between Alaga's hands, symbolizing the presence of energy. Her heartbeat quickened, and her hands began to tremble slightly. She strained to control that force, attempting to gather it into a cohesive form within her palms. However, the energy seemed to possess a will of its own, pulsating restlessly. Stay calm, Alaga. Focus, whispered Omo, his gaze fixed intently on her hands. Alaga took a moment to steady herself, striving to quell her mounting anxiety. At last, a small, round orb of energy formed between her palms. A flicker of joy crossed her face as she silently celebrated her success. Yet, in the instant she exhaled in relief, the orb suddenly expanded violently, nearly escaping her grasp. In a panic, Alaga's hands shook as if on the brink of explosion. Observing the impending chaos, Omu swiftly stepped forward and sent the orb soaring into the air. Boom! The energy erupted explosively, illuminating the sky with a brilliant burst of sparks that left one breathless. Alaga stared in awe at the spectacle, a hint of fear creeping into her heart. Omu turned to her, wearing a gentle smile. Do not worry, this is perfectly normal. It is common for one's energy to behave erratically during initial attempts. Alaga took a deep breath, striving to calm her nerves. Omu, was that really energy? Indeed, he nodded. This is merely the beginning. What you need now is practice to master it. For the following month, under Omu's guidance, Alaga practiced diligently each day. Her progress was evident. From her initial instability, she had begun to grasp the fundamentals of energy manipulation. Once she had gained proficiency in harnessing her energy, Omu commenced her training in the art of void dance and divine wind wave. Alaga, the essence of void dance lies in the precise control of energy. You must concentrate the energy beneath your feet and use its reactive force to levitate into the air, Omu patiently explained, demonstrating the technique. Alaga observed Imu's movements intently, mentally noting every detail. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to replicate his actions. She focused her energy beneath her feet, and her body began to hover slightly. However, just as pride swelled within her, her energy became chaotic, causing her to lurch forward, nearly toppling over. Omu stepped forward to catch her. Do not rush, take your time. Mastering energy requires patience and time. Days passed, and Alaga's improvement became increasingly remarkable. She could adeptly employ void dance, even executing simple maneuvers in midair. With only 2 days until the martial arts tournament, Omu addressed Alaga. Training requires a balance of exertion and rest. Today, refrain from practice. Take the time to rejuvenate at home. Chapter 67. The eve of the tournament. Kalinta. Solar Fist. Yamcha shouted, channeling energy through his hands before his forehead. A blinding light erupted instantaneously, engulfing the surroundings in a blizzard of white, as if the entire world had been consumed by this luminosity. Caught off guard, Krillin found himself unable to open his eyes against the searing brilliance. Instinctively, he shielded his eyes with his hands, but it was already too late. With a resounding thud, Yamcha's fist connected with him, sending him crashing to the ground, groaning in pain. A flicker of regret flashed through his heart as he silently scolded himself for not anticipating this tactic. "Ah, Yamcha, you're resorting to underhanded tricks again." Krillin's voice was laced with evident anger and helplessness. As the radiance gradually faded, Yamcha stood aside, a mischievous grin adorning his face, his eyes glinting with cunning. He chuckled. "This solar flare developed by Tien is remarkably effective." Tien and Kaiatsu soared in from a distance, landing beside them. Tien patted Krillin on the shoulder, his tone imbued with genuine concern. "All right, the martial arts tournament is set to commence tomorrow. We have all made significant progress. It's time to head back." Krillin rose from the ground, brushing off the dust, his face lighting up with anticipation. "I wonder how Goku is faring. When he sees my current strength, he might be utterly astonished." "Haraha." Yamcha, with a mischievous grin, crossed his arms and teased, "What astonishment! You can't even defeat me." Upon hearing this, Krillin's expression darkened, and he retorted angrily, "That's not true. You're the one cheating." Tien chose to ignore their playful bickering, turning his gaze towards the sky beyond Karen Tower, his mind swirling with thoughts. "Goku, how much stronger have you become since then? Have I managed to catch up to you?" At that moment, the clouds in the sky drifted leisurely, sunlight filtering through the layers, bestowing a serene beauty upon the entire Karen Tower. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a refreshing air, as if making final preparations for the impending martial arts tournament. Krillin stretched his limbs, the expression of pain on his face gradually fading away. He approached Yamcha, extending his hand. "All right, Yamcha, this time you win. However, at tomorrow's martial arts tournament, I shall demonstrate my true strength." Yamcha smiled as he grasped Krillin's hand. "Very well, I look forward to it. But do not let me down then." Tenshinhan stood nearby, arms crossed, his gaze resolute. "Let us return and prepare. Tomorrow is the day of the competition." Suddenly, an idea struck Krillin, and he suggested, "How about we race using the instant transmission technique to see who reaches Master Mutant Rashi first?" Yamcha's eyes sparkled with excitement as he responded, "Hee, that sounds great." Tenshinhan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "You two go ahead. I have some matters to attend to." "What matters?" "You just want to enjoy a private moment with Launch," Yamcha joked, draping his arm over Tenshinhan's shoulder. "Come on, let's go. We won't disturb him." Tenshinhan's face flushed instantly, rendering him silent. Launch glanced at Tenshinhan and hesitated. "Well, if that's the case, I won't join you." A hint of melancholy and reluctance lingered in his voice. Tianjin Fan nodded and said, "You may go first." Subsequently, after bidding farewell to Master Karen, Tianjin Fan descended from the tower to find Lan Chi. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others began to stretch their bodies, preparing for the contest. Suddenly, Yamcha unleashed a burst of energy and soared out of Karen Tower in an instant. Krillin's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "How infuriating! You dare to take off ahead of us." He and the dumplings hurriedly gave chase. Laughter echoed from afar, the sound of Yamucha's triumphant mirth. Karen, leaning on her cane, wore a benevolent smile as she watched the departing figures. Suddenly, she turned and spotted Yachirobe preparing to pilfer some magical beans, and in a fit of exasperation exclaimed, "You rascal, off you go." She rushed over and kicked Yachirobe out of the tower. Landing on the ground, Yachirobe brushed off the dirt and pouted, "What a miser, it's just a few beans." Then, noticing the gazes of Lanchi and Tianjin Fan fixed upon him, he blinked innocently, scratched his head, and awkwardly chuckled, "Ha ha ha, you haven't left yet? We're about to go." "What about you?" Tianjin Fan inquired, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. "I've been cooped up and just wanted to step outside for a breath of fresh air," Yachirobe replied, attempting to mask his unease. Tianjin Fan remained silent for a moment, offering no further comment, merely nodding, "All right then, we shall take our leave." He retrieved a versatile capsule from his pocket, tossed it gently, and it burst upon hitting the ground, instantly transforming into a small aircraft. Lan Chi stood nearby, offering a faint smile as she boarded the plane alongside Tianjin Fan. The roar of the engine gradually intensified, and the aircraft descended slowly, soaring towards the direction of Kame House. Meanwhile, a fierce chase unfolded in the skies above. Krillin and Jiaozi pursued Yamcha with all their might, their figures leaving fleeting shadows in the air. Krillin inwardly scoffed at Yamcha's cunning nature. Glancing back, Yamcha noticed Krillin and Jiaozi desperately tailing him, a smirk of triumph gracing his lips. He suddenly accelerated, his body akin to an arrow released from its bow, swiftly widening the gap between them. Observing this, Krillin and Jiaozi unleashed their full power, their speed surging to nearly match Yamucha's. As dusk settled, the sun's dying rays bathed the earth in a golden hue. Kame House stood serenely by the seaside, emanating an air of tranquility. The turtle sage sat leisurely in a chair outside, cradling a cup of hot tea while gazing into the distance. Suddenly, he spotted three figures hurtling towards him in the sky, a contented smile creeping onto his face. "You have returned," he murmured softly. Krillin, Yamucha, and Jiaozi landed gracefully, standing in formation before their master, Mutant Rashi. "Master Rashi," Krillin said respectfully, his voice tinged with excitement. The turtle sage set down his teacup, his gaze sweeping over the trio as he spoke slowly. "It appears you have all made significant progress. In tomorrow's tournament, give it your all, hold nothing back, and let me witness the fruits of your years of training." They nodded in unison, their hearts brimming with anticipation and anxiety for the impending contest. "By the way, where is Tianjin Fan?" The turtle sage inquired, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "He's flying the plane with Lan Chi," Yamucha replied with a chuckle, a teasing tone evident in his voice. Upon hearing this, the turtle sage's expression froze, a look of utter despair crossing his face. Noticing the turtle sage's reaction, Krillin couldn't help but softly ask, "Master Rashi, are you all right?" He let out a resigned sigh, rose to his feet, and silently made his way into the Kame House. Upon turning on the television, he reclined on the floor to watch an educational film. Chapter 68. No suspense at the registration area for the World Martial Arts Tournament. The sky was adorned with a gentle drizzle, each drop like silken threads, evoking a sense of freshness and tranquility. Master Rashi and his disciples patiently awaited their turn. Tenshinhan and Krillin had already completed their registration and were engaged in casual conversation nearby. Not far off, a taxi came to a gradual halt, its doors swinging open as Puar and Bulma descended from the vehicle. Bulma, clad in a form-fitting purple dress and perched on high heels, held a delicate umbrella in her hand. Her vibrant red lipstick accentuated her features, radiating an aura of sophistication and allure. The moment she appeared, she captivated the attention of everyone present. Master Rashi's gaze remained fixated on Bulma, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, his heart racing with exhilaration. Wow, Bulma has truly become more beautiful. He could not help but emit a slight cough, attempting to mask his momentary lapse. Bulma approached Master Rashi, offering a faint smile, before turning her gaze toward Tien and the golden-haired Launch. She observed their close proximity, their faces adorned with playful grins, and teasingly remarked, "Launch, it appears you have captured his heart." Her tone carried a hint of mockery. Tien's face flushed instantly, and he averted his eyes elsewhere, while Launch erupted into laughter, declaring, "The man I have set my sights on, I shall pursue without fail." Bulma stifled a giggle, her gaze shifting to Krillin, her eyes widening in surprise. "Krillin, it seems you have grown taller." Krillin scratched his head, a proud smile spreading across his face as he exclaimed, "Uh-huh." His vanity was greatly satisfied. Bulma subsequently inquired, "Has Goku not yet arrived?" Master Rashi glanced at the distant sky and replied nonchalantly, "He should be on his way." At that moment, Yamcha approached Bulma with a smile, saying, "It's been a while, Bulma." Bulma scoffed, her brows furrowed, and her eyes brimming with displeasure. "Oh, so you still remember how to speak to me? I wonder what I saw in you back then. You left me behind to train, and I haven't seen you for years, not even a phone call." Her tone was laden with resentment and reproach. Yamcha awkwardly scratched his head, offering a sheepish grin. "Don't worry, it won't happen again." He endeavored to ease the atmosphere, mentioning that they had encountered Yumo. He had undergone significant changes and was even preparing to establish a martial arts school, inviting me to serve as an instructor. Bulma's furrowed brow slightly relaxed, yet her tone retained a hint of coldness. "So, you two have met," she remarked, her gaze drifting into the distance as if lost in reminiscence. Yumu was accompanied by an individual who was an alien, complete with a tail. Tien Shinhan maintained his silence, while Krillin and Yamcha appeared to have an epiphany. "Ah, that makes sense. I was wondering how Earthlings could transform into monsters," Yamcha mused, stroking his chin as if contemplating a profound mystery. At that moment, a brilliant flash illuminated the air, and Yumu, along with Ganas and the Alaga family, materialized before the group via instantaneous movement. Yumu's arrival was like a bolt of lightning, instantly captivating everyone's attention. "Mr. Wutian," he greeted Master Rashi politely, then nodded to the others. His movements were graceful and natural, as if every detail had been meticulously choreographed. Both Master Roshi and Bulma were drawn to Yumu, whose silvery long hair shimmered brilliantly. Unable to contain herself, Bulma exclaimed, "The last time we met, you had short black hair. How did you change so much in just over a month?" Yumu smiled subtly, a hint of mystery in his eyes. "Perhaps it's just a boy growing up." Bulma rolled her eyes in exasperation. What nonsense about growing up? Clearly, she was unwilling to dwell on that topic for long and shifted her gaze to Aliga, Yumu's companion, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "What a beautiful little sister." Aliga returned the compliment with a sweet smile, saying, "Thank you, sister." Her voice was as melodious as a silver bell, like a gentle spring breeze that endeared her to all. Yumu affectionately patted Aliga's head, his touch gentle and full of tenderness. "Go sign up now." Aliga joyfully dashed off to register. Marlo approached Yumu, stating, "Yumu, we are off to book a hotel." Yumu nodded, watching Marlo depart before turning back to the group, still wearing that faint smile. "She's participating in the competition?" Bulma asked incredulously, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Indeed, do not underestimate her. She is comparable to the Goku who first entered the tournament," Yumu replied with a smile. "What?" Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. "That girl?" Yumu nodded, about to elaborate when his expression suddenly changed, his gaze shifting to the distance. "Here they come." Everyone followed his line of sight, spotting a figure approaching under an umbrella, walking with steady and powerful strides. The individual raised the umbrella slightly, revealing a familiar face. "Grandpa, you're back. I'm so happy. How is everyone? Could it be Goku?" The crowd gasped in disbelief, their expressions filled with astonishment. Yumu had already sensed Goku's presence, a gentle smile gracing his features. Krillin rushed up to Goku, measuring their heights in surprise. "Wow, you've grown so tall." Goku looked down at Krillin, laughing. "Krillin, it's good to see you again. You've changed so much." Oolong marveled from the side, his eyes wide with wonder. Bulma gazed at Goku dreamily, murmuring, "Could this really be the little son?" In the distance, Yamcha observed Goku, noting his apparent significant increase in power. Tien Shinhan, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "This is going to be an exhilarating showdown." Master Roshi approached, clapping his hands, and said, "All right, Goku, hurry and register. I've already booked the hotel. Everyone can catch up and rest then." Goku nodded, beaming widely, then hurried toward the registration desk. Yumu and Ganas followed the others to the hotel, while Aliga had already been taken away by Uncle Marlo after signing up. Along the way, Yumu frequently sensed the combat power of all the competitors, mentally calculating. Goku, 726. Tien Shinhan, 281. Krillin, 248. Yamcha, 255. Chaozu, 190. Aliga, 88. Kiki, 92. Suddenly, Yumu sensed an individual with a power level exceeding 100, causing him to frown slightly in confusion. He concentrated his senses in that direction and discovered the face appeared somewhat familiar. Yet he could not immediately recall who it belonged to. Nearby, a green figure caught the attention of Yuwood, prompting him to focus his senses once more. Bic, 408. A subtle smile graced Yuwood's lips as he mused to himself that it seemed there was no doubt about son Wukong's impending victory. Chapter 69. The Peculiar Girl. The following day, after an enthusiastic exchange of reminiscences, the group finally arrived at the long-anticipated martial arts tournament. Yuwood and Uncle Marlo's family opted to watch the competition from the stands, while Ariga made her way to the preliminary contest venue, ready to embrace the challenges ahead. Son Wukong and his companions donned their brand-new martial arts uniforms, bidding farewell to Master Roshi before stepping into the grand hall of the tournament. The atmosphere within was bustling with activity and excitement. As Son Wukong and his party navigated through the throng, Tien Shinhan's gaze was suddenly captivated by a green figure at the center of the arena. His heart sank suddenly, and he exclaimed inwardly, "How could it be him?" Son Wukong also noticed that figure, his gaze becoming resolute and stern, silently acknowledging, "Indeed, it is Piccolo, the Demon King." Piccolo seemed to sense Wukong's stare. He turned his head, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a flicker of disdain glinting in his eyes, before he casually turned away. Tien Shinhan approached Son Wukong and whispered, "Wukong, could that person be?" "Yes, indeed, he is my housekeeper," Wukong replied, humorously. He nodded, his eyes still fixed on Piccolo's retreating form. "Indeed, that is the son of the Demon King Piccolo." However, he lowered his voice to continue. "This matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, it will cause quite a stir." At that moment, Krillin walked over, his face filled with confusion. Wukong, do you know that person? Yamcha couldn't help but interject. He doesn't seem like an ordinary individual. Sun Wukong turned around, feigning indifference, and said, no, we just think he is quite formidable, right, Tien? Tien Shinhan broke into a light sweat on his forehead, offering an awkward smile, and dared not say more. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged puzzled glances, their minds brimming with questions. Just then, a gentle tap on the shoulder interrupted their conversation. Sun Wukong turned to find a charming girl standing before him. She smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Sun Wukong. He was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow in confusion. Who are you? Upon hearing this, the girl's expression soured, her body trembling slightly. Before she angrily shouted at Wukong, you fool. In a huff, she turned and walked away, leaving Wukong bewildered. What just happened with that girl? Krillin gazed enviously at the girl's departing figure. Wukong, you were truly lucky. Sun Wukong scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Tien Shinhan and Yamcha couldn't help but chuckle, lightening the atmosphere considerably. However, the bell for the preliminary round rang, shattering the momentary tranquility. Wukong and his companions swiftly approached the host to draw lots. Tien Shinhan communicated telepathically with Kaiatsu. Let us be placed in different groups. Kaiatsu nodded, closing his eyes. And his abilities quietly activated, resulting in everyone drawing lots for different groups. The preliminary round officially commenced. Tien Shinhan stepped onto the stage, facing a chubby masked opponent. As the match began, the two charged at each other fiercely, their fists and feet colliding, the air thick with tension. Tien Shinhan was secretly astonished. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent, yet there was something oddly familiar about him. He launched another assault, with his opponent struggling to respond. Muttering discontentedly about the damned martial arts tournament that prohibited weapons. However, Tien Shinhan seized the opportunity and defeated his adversary with a single strike. He stepped forward with a smile and said, Jackalope, so your idea of breathing fresh air was coming to this competition. Jackalope's face flushed, and he glanced aside, murmuring, this is really uninteresting. He rose and descended from the platform. Sun Wukong also encountered the girl from before. As the match commenced, she charged at him fiercely, raining punches and kicks upon him. Sun Wukong merely dodged slightly, his eyes filled with confusion. Why are you so angry? Upon hearing this, the girl's face reddened further, her fury intensifying. Have you forgotten our promise? What promise do we have? Sun Wukong asked, bewildered. Let me remind you, the girl said through gritted teeth. You said that when I grew up, you would marry me. Sun Wukong scratched his head, even more puzzled. What is a bride? The girl stomped her foot in frustration, tears shimmering in her eyes. Who on earth are you? Tell me. Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. Humph. I'll tell you once you defeat me, she huffed, assuming a combat stance. Very well, then I shall commence my attack, Sun Wukong declared, positioning himself and throwing a punch forward. The force of his strike whistled through the air, sending the girl off the platform, where she fainted upon landing. Meanwhile, other competitors were eliminating their respective opponents, leaving only Dumpling engaged in a fierce struggle. Tianjin Fan approached the edge of the platform, his fists clenched tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the stage. He gazed at his opponent, a wave of unease and panic surging within him. Master Tao Bai, he murmured, his voice tinged with a slight tremor. On the arena, the figure of Tao Bai appeared particularly ruthless and unfeeling. More than half of his body transformed into a cold machine, glimmering with metallic luster. He cast a frigid glare at the Dumpling, his voice icy as he uttered, You traitors, how dare you betray the Crane Hermit School? Upon hearing these words, the Dumpling felt a pang of guilt surge within, his gaze dimming with sorrow. At that moment, Tao Bai launched a sudden attack, catching the Dumpling off guard and sending him crashing to the ground. Dumpling, do not take it to heart. Tianjin Fan shouted from the sidelines, his voice resonating with unwavering determination and encouragement. We have not betrayed the Crane Hermit School. We merely disagree with Master Crane's teaching methods. Nor have we aligned ourselves with the Turtle Hermit School. Tao Bai's gaze then shifted towards Tianjin Fan, his eyes flashing with a mixture of anger and disdain. And you little brat. He let out a cold laugh, stating that after he dealt with the Dumpling, he would attend to me. The Dumpling struggled to rise from the ground, wiping away the blood from the corner of its mouth, a glimmer of determination flashing in its eyes. The battle between the two resumed, with the Dumpling exerting every ounce of strength, each punch and kick imbued with immense power and resolve. Although Peach White was formidable, the Dumpling's relentless assault forced him to retreat step by step. How could he be so strong? Peach White seethed with rage, unwilling to be subdued by a junior. Suddenly, he raised his mechanical arm, the metal gleaming with a chilling light, revealing an opening. Ding wave. He bellowed, unleashing a golden energy wave that surged toward the dumpling. Unyielding, the dumpling extended a finger, eyes resolute, and shouted, Ding wave. The two energy waves clashed in midair, the sound of their fierce collision resonating throughout the arena. The forces hung in the balance, each unwilling to concede an inch. The dumpling roared, an explosive surge of energy erupting from within, shattering the equilibrium of the energy waves, swiftly overpowering Peach White's attack and driving towards him. With a thunderous boom, Peach White was propelled by the mighty wave of energy, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. On the stage, the dumpling panted heavily, sweat trickling down his cheeks. He gazed at the fallen Peach White, a complex emotion swirling within him. In this intense and thrilling elimination round, after several rounds of fierce competition, the top 8 had finally been determined. Little Jet versus Ariga, Clin versus Bic, Tianjin Fan versus Yamcha, Dumpling versus Sun Wukong. Chapter 70. Ariga versus Little Jet. As the quarterfinals commenced, Ariga and Little Jet ascended the stage side by side. In the audience, Uncle Marlowe and others waved their arms, cheering for Ariga with voices that thundered like a storm. In a corner of the stands, Yawud sat, his gaze fixated on Little Jet. His brow slightly furrowed as he pondered silently. This person seems familiar, as if I have seen him somewhere before. Fleeting and indistinct images flitted through his mind. Yet he found himself unable to ascertain their meaning in that moment. On the stage, Aliga and Xiao Jie exchanged respectful bows, their politeness tinged with an undercurrent of rivalry. The host's voice resonated powerfully, announcing the commencement of the competition, its sound reverberating throughout the venue. The two competitors swiftly assumed their stances, their gazes sharp and predatory, akin to that of a falcon fixated on its prey. Aliga broke the deadlock first. An inner turmoil akin to a volcanic eruption surged within her, demanding release. With a sudden burst of energy, she lunged forward, her steps light and swift, reminiscent of a cheetah in pursuit. Her palm wind sliced through the air, aimed directly at Xiaojie's face. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiaojie's eyes, yet he quickly regained his composure, deftly sidestepping the oncoming strike with barely a moment to spare. He swiftly adjusted his stance, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Aliga's abdomen. Quick-witted and agile, Aliga raised her right hand, deftly neutralizing Xiao Jie's attack. The two exchanged blows, their movements fluid and seamless, intensifying the atmosphere in the arena. The audience held their breath, their eyes fixed on every action unfolding in the ring. Uncle Marlowe clenched his fists, secretly anxious for Aliga's well-being. Aliga felt a surge of urgency within. She knew she must exploit Xiao Jie's vulnerabilities, lest she fall into a defensive position. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly altered her rhythm of attack, feigning with her left hand while launching a fierce kick with her right leg. Caught off guard, Xiao Jie was swept by the force of Aliga's kick, stumbling backward for several steps. A golden opportunity. Aliga's heart leapt with joy as she seized the moment to pursue. Her palms rained down like a tempest, relentlessly assaulting Xiao Jie. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Jie rapidly recalibrated his breathing, alternating his defense with both hands to barely withstand Aliga's onslaught. The woman's prowess was indeed formidable, he thought, filled with admiration. Yet he knew he could no longer afford to remain on the defensive. With a sudden burst of energy, he thrust his hands forward, forcefully pushing Ariga's palms aside. His body surged ahead, and his right fist struck directly at Ariga's chest. The air seemed to resonate with a low rumble, as if heralding an impending storm, while his fist, accompanied by a whoosh, hurtled towards its target. Caught off guard, Ariga was struck by the blow, her body soaring off the stage like a kite severed from its string. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes, yet she quickly regained her composure. Before Xiao Jie could catch his breath, his gaze was captivated by the figures soaring through the air. Remarkably, Ariga had stabilized herself mid-flight, employing a technique of aerial suspension. Her long hair danced in the wind, and her striking gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, looked down upon Xiao Jie on the stage. She too possessed the ability to fly. A sense of reluctance surged within Xiao Jie. He realized that Ariga had undoubtedly received formal training, unlike himself, who had pieced together knowledge from various martial arts schools and self-study. Ariga gracefully descended onto the stage, her feet touching the ground as lightly as a feather landing on water. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, beckoning him forward. A fierce determination ignited within Xiao Jia. He inhaled deeply, bent slightly at the knees, and assumed a defensive stance. Ariga's figure darted towards him like a bolt of lightning, her movement swift as the wind. She unleashed the great rock, spreading its wings from the 8 trigrams palm, her arms extending like the wings of a great bird, exuding an unstoppable force. Xiao Jia hastily sidestepped to evade, but the onslaught of Ariga's attacks came crashing down like a torrential storm. Each of her moves was precise and fierce, as if honed through countless trials. The audience surrounding the stage held their breath, their eyes fixed on this intense confrontation. Sunlight filtered through the leaves above, casting dappled shadows upon the combatants. Sweat trickled down Xiao Jia's forehead, his breath quickening, yet his gaze remained resolute. Ariga's assault showed no signs of abating. Her eyes glimmered with calm confidence. Each of her actions was imbued with both power and grace, resembling a meticulously choreographed dance. An overwhelming sense of helplessness suddenly washed over Xiao Jia. He recognized the chasm between himself and Ariga, yet he was unwilling to concede defeat. Xiao Jia, you must remain composed. He silently urged himself, striving to regulate his breathing and seek an opportunity for counterattack. Just as Ariga launched another strike, he seized the moment, exerting force as he grasped her wrist, using her momentum to deflect her attack. A flicker of surprise crossed Ariga's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by calmness. She quickly adjusted her stance and struck towards Xiao Jia's shoulder with a backhanded palm. He felt a sharp pain shoot through his shoulder, causing him to stagger back a few steps, yet he gritted his teeth, resolutely steadying his form. Gasping for breath, Xiao Jia stood at the center of the stage, sweat cascading down his forehead. His legs trembled slightly, but he forced himself to maintain his stance, his eyes unwavering as they locked onto Ariga across from him. He pondered within himself, she possesses the ability to fly, undoubtedly adept in the technique of wave energy manipulation. However, thus far, she has refrained from employing it. At this moment, I can only endure with great difficulty. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his palms, as waves of anxiety and unease surged within him. If this maneuver proves futile, I shall be defeated. He gritted his teeth, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jia recalled the majestic mountains and vast seas he had once encountered, drawing inspiration for the technique he was about to unleash. He murmured to himself, "Powerful fist." Then, with a fierce roar, he summoned all his strength and launched a punch at Aliga. Witnessing the overwhelming force akin to a mountain tsunami emanating from Xiao Jia, Aliga felt a twinge of panic within her. She furrowed her brows in anxiety, quickly adjusting her stance in an attempt to counter this formidable power. However, her movements appeared somewhat hasty. From the audience, Ebony observed the scene and shook his head slightly, muttering to himself, "It seems her mental fortitude still needs improvement." Xiao Jia's fist, charged with a force that cleaved through the air, hurtled towards Aliga's face. Aliga hurriedly tried to defend herself, but her efforts seemed inadequate. Moments later, Xiao Jia's punch struck her, sending her flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the ground. The atmosphere in the arena seemed to freeze instantly, with the audience holding their breath, anxiously watching the unfolding spectacle. Aliga attempted to struggle to her feet, but her body lacked the strength to support her, leaving her helplessly sprawled on the ground. The host raised the microphone high, announcing in a booming voice, "The victor is Xiao Jia." Upon hearing this result, Xiao Jia exhaled in relief, dragging his weary body down from the arena. Below the stage, the audience rose to their feet, applauding enthusiastically and cheering for Xiao Jia's triumph. Ebony, seated among the spectators, followed Xiao Jia's retreating figure with his gaze, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. "It appears you have embarked on your own path," he murmured softly, his voice low and gentle, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if recollecting who Xiao Jia truly was. Chapter 71, Surprise Attack. The old comrade amidst the clamor of the martial arts tournament. The audience's cheers surged like waves. The host announced loudly, "Next up, we have the Piccolo contestant against the Krillin contestant." Krillin and Piccolo ascended the stage in unison, the air thick with tension. Krillin assumed a serious stance, his gaze fixed intently on Piccolo, feeling immense pressure within. In contrast, Piccolo remained composed, arms crossed over his chest, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "Aren't you going to make a move?" Piccolo asked dismissively, his voice laced with provocation. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Krillin's cheek. He understood that his opponent was deliberately trying to provoke him. Gritting his teeth, he pushed off the ground, darting towards Piccolo like an arrow released from its bow. A gentle breeze stirred in the air, as if heralding the fierce confrontation about to unfold. Piccolo stood his ground, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. He slightly tilted his body, effortlessly evading Krillin's initial strike. Krillin's fist grazed past Piccolo's cheek, stirring the air with a whoosh. Piccolo's smile deepened, his eyes brimming with contempt. He swiftly adjusted his stance and launched another assault on Piccolo. This time, his movements were even more rapid, the wind from his fists howling as if he intended to completely vanquish Piccolo. Yet, Piccolo remained unperturbed, his figure gracefully darting across the arena, effortlessly evading Krillin's strikes with each attempt. Krillin's fists repeatedly met with empty air, and his anxiety and unease intensified. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his breath grew increasingly labored. Damn it, where did this guy come from? Krillin cursed inwardly. He leaped backward, grounding himself to regain composure, and assumed a stance with his hands gathered, pushing forward as two waves of orange energy surged towards Piccolo. Piccolo disdainfully snorted, dismissing it as mere trifles. He leaped gracefully into the air, yet the energy wave swiftly followed in the opposite direction. Piccolo, somewhat taken aback, furrowed his brow and gestured towards the energy wave. Boom. The wave detonated in the distance, unleashing a powerful shockwave that stirred a cloud of dust. Piccolo's expression shifted slightly, intrigued by the spectacle. He murmured softly to himself. At that moment, Krillin had already soared behind Piccolo and delivered a sudden kick to his back. Taken by surprise, Piccolo was sent tumbling toward the arena. Just as he was about to hit the ground, he utilized his flight technique to hover, stabilizing himself mid-air. Krillin descended as well, his face etched with seriousness, his eyes glimmering with unwavering determination. Piccolo regarded Krillin with a frigid stare, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems I must unleash my true power now, Bald One. I advise you to concede, lest you risk your life. Unfazed, Krillin retorted coolly. Stop the nonsense and show me your true strength. At Krillin's words, Piccolo paused momentarily before breaking into a low chuckle. It seems that reason cannot persuade a fool. His eyes suddenly glimmered with a crimson light, and his muscles swelled instantaneously, rendering him even more formidable. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through the arena. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and thunder rumbled ominously, as if heralding the impending might of Piccolo. His aura surged dramatically, akin to a great mountain bearing down upon Krillin. In an instant, Piccolo's arm elongated, swiftly grasping Krillin's leg, only to retract violently, pulling Krillin toward him. Before Krillin could react, Piccolo seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch that sent Krillin hurtling through the air. As Krillin soared, Piccolo followed closely, launching another kick at him. Krillin, suspended in midair, gazed at the advancing Piccolo, quickly gathering his energy. With his hands clasped at his waist, he bellowed, Kamehameha. A brilliant azure energy wave surged forth, striking Piccolo with blinding brilliance, obscuring the surroundings. Yamcha and the others exclaimed in astonishment, he hit him. However, Goku's expression grew grave as he looked skyward, anxiously warning. Watch out behind you, Krillin. As the brilliance faded, Piccolo's form vanished from sight. Suddenly, he materialized behind Krillin, his fist pressed together, channeling energy for a devastating blow aimed at Krillin's back. Krillin lost control and plummeted downward with a resounding thud, headfirst into the arena, causing the platform to tremble and dust a billow. Goku and the others watched with concern as anxiety and unease filled their hearts. Piccolo descended slowly, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he coldly mused, the time is not yet ripe, but you two are an obstacle to my dominion over the world. I shall deal with you first. Krillin struggled to rise, but his body succumbed to weakness, collapsing onto the ground. His vision blurred, and he could hear Piccolo's chilling laughter echoing in his ears. A bitter pain gripped Krillin's heart. Despite having given his all, he still found himself unable to overcome Piccolo. He collapsed helplessly to the ground, his hands pressed against the earth, gasping for breath as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Krillin lifted his gaze towards Pic, hoarsely exclaiming, I concede. His heart brimmed with resignation and self-mockery, thinking to himself how unfortunate he always seemed to be. Observing this, the host raised the microphone high, proclaiming in a booming voice, congratulations to contestant Pic for his victory. This match was truly exhilarating. His voice resonated throughout the martial arts arena, eliciting a fervent cheer and applause from the audience. The host continued to announce with enthusiasm, next, we have the contestant Tianjin Fan against Yamcha. Upon hearing his name, a faint smile graced Yamcha's face, and he felt a surge of excitement within. At last, it is our turn. He ascended the arena, moving his body with grace, limbs stretching with agility, reminiscent of a wolf poised to hunt. Tianjin Fan wore an expression of eager anticipation, his eyes sparkling with the fervor of battle. As the signal for the match to commence echoed, Tianjin Fan immediately launched his assault. His speed was astonishing, akin to a gust of wind. As he materialized before Yamucha in an instant, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Yamucha's abdomen, Yamucha swiftly retreated, skillfully evading the blow, and countered with a high kick directed at Tianjin Fan's head. Their clash was akin to a flash of lightning, fists and feet colliding with a resonant thud. The audience held their breath, anxiously observing every movement on the stage. Tianjin Fan's attacks were fierce and rapid. Each punch and kick carried immense force, as if he sought to overwhelm his opponent. Meanwhile, Yamucha displayed remarkable agility, darting about like a nimble swallow, evading Tianjin Fan's strikes while searching for an opportunity to retaliate. Suddenly, a mischievous glint appeared in Yamucha's eyes as he unleashed a ki blast concealed in the palm of his hand. Realizing the impending attack, Tianjin Fan hastily sidestepped. Inwardly cursing, this guy is truly cunning. A ki blast. The energy wave promptly altered its course, closely pursuing Tianjin Fan. Recognizing he could not evade it, he recalled their training sessions together, where they had all become well acquainted with this technique. He had not anticipated Yamucha's cleverness in hiding the concentrated ki wave. Catching him off guard, he turned around, his hands enveloped in a lightning-like energy, and with a thunderous roar, propelled the energy blast forward. A tremendous explosion ensued, smoke swirling around as if the entire arena were being torn apart by a colossal force. Yamucha realized this maneuver would prove ineffective, and subsequently unleashed a Kamehameha wave into the haze. A voice resonated from within the mist, DD wave. The clash of powerful energies erupted, lifting the very floor of the arena, debris scattering like confetti, reminiscent of a minor earthquake. Both combatants let out simultaneous cries as the energy columns thickened, resembling two colossal dragons intertwining in the air, fiercely biting at one another. Ultimately, the two forces canceled each other out, resulting in a massive shockwave that sent both fighters hurtling to opposite ends of the ring. The spectators gazed in astonishment at the match, wide-eyed and speechless, seemingly awestruck by the intensity of the battle. Chapter 72. The ruthless Piccolo Tianjin struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze resolutely fixed on Yamucha across from him. He silently marveled at how swiftly this opponent had grown over the years, concealing a hidden prowess during training. Yamucha also gradually stood up, a faint smile gracing his lips. Despite the arduous exchange, he remained brimming with fighting spirit. He took a deep breath, adjusting his respiration while secretly contemplating. If he could endure just a little longer, victory would surely be his. The two adversaries faced each other once more, the air thick with tension. The audience's gaze was fixated on the arena, anxious not to miss a single detail. It seemed as though everyone's heartbeat synchronized with the rhythm of the combat, their breaths becoming tentative. The host, captivated by the fierce clash, proclaimed with a hint of excitement, "This match is truly spectacular. Both competitors have displayed exceptional prowess. Let us await the outcome to see who will ultimately prevail." Tianjin Fan and Yamucha were running low on stamina, and the ensuing battle would rely solely on their martial skills. Yamucha fixed his gaze on Tianjin Fan, determination radiating from his eyes. "This time, I must triumph over you." A flicker of exhilaration passed through Tianjin Fan's eyes as he smiled slightly, then let it come. "Let us settle this once and for all." With a sudden roar, Tianjin Fan unleashed a powerful technique, splitting into three identical clones that raced towards Yamucha. The crowd erupted in astonishment, stunned by this unforeseen turn of events. Is this an illusion? The competitor Tianjin Fan has suddenly multiplied to 4. The host exclaimed in disbelief. The spectators widened their eyes, struggling to comprehend the sight before them. Yamucha, acutely aware of his precarious situation, knew he must fight back with all his might, dodging and countering the attacks from the 4 Tianjin Fans. However, despite his efforts, he found himself overwhelmed. Although he managed to knock one clone away, he could not evade the strike from another, which landed a heavy blow, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Subsequently, the remaining 2 clones swiftly followed up with another assault, and finally, the one who had been sent flying regained his footing and delivered a powerful kick that sent Yamucha tumbling off the stage. Yamucha crashed heavily onto the ground, his body racked with pain. He staggered to his feet and cast a helpless smile at Tianjin Fan, saying, "Once again, you have triumphed. I had hoped to engage in a match with Wukong." Moments later, the 3 clones of Tianjin Fan vanished, leaving him panting heavily in place, a faint smile gracing his weary visage. "Well, it appears that the contestant Tianjin Fan has emerged victorious," the host announced with palpable excitement. "Next, we have our old friend, Contestant Sun Wukong, facing off against contestant Dumpling. Sun Wukong has undergone a remarkable transformation. The first time I laid eyes on him, he was but a small child. Tianjin Fan descended from the arena, leaning on Yamcha as they made their way to the resting area. Dumpling floated gracefully through the air, landing lightly on the stage. Ready to confront Sun Wukong. The audience's gaze once more fixed upon the arena as the host proclaimed loudly, "Now, the competition officially commences." Sun Wukong smiled and nodded at Dumpling, his tone laced with a hint of regret. "Dumpling, I apologize, but I have something of great importance to attend to this time." With a slight push of his feet, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging directly towards the Dumpling. Upon seeing this, the Dumpling's expression shifted dramatically, and it swiftly ascended into the air, extending its index finger. A stream of piercing energy rapidly coalesced, slicing through the air as it hurtled towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong gazed up at the radiant brilliance, his eyes betraying not a hint of panic. With a gentle strike of his palm, he sent the rippling wave soaring, and the light wave erupted in a thunderous explosion across the distant wilderness, giving rise to a colossal mushroom cloud that left one awestruck. Fear was etched upon Dumpling's face, and beads of cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Before he could react, Sun Wukong appeared before him like a phantom. Jiaozi, in a state of panic, swung a punch, only to have it effortlessly caught by Sun Wukong. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong drew Jiaozi into his embrace, murmuring, "I am sorry, Jiaozi." In the next moment, a precise strike with the edge of his hand landed on the back of Jiaozi's neck, causing him to lose consciousness and slump softly in Sun Wukong's arms. Gently, Sun Wukong descended onto the arena, cradling Jiaozi as if placing down a precious porcelain artifact. Everything in the arena seemed to be frozen in time, enveloped in an indescribable tranquility. In the audience, Tianjin Han, Yamcha, and Krillin stared wide-eyed, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. Krillin muttered to himself, "Has Wukong truly become this powerful?" Their hearts were tumultuous, restless, and unable to find tranquility. It is worth noting that the prowess of the Dumpling was not vastly different from theirs, yet Sun Wukong effortlessly vanquished him. In the corner, Piccolo leaned against the wall. His brow furrowed, and a hint of gravity lingered in his gaze. He gently clenched his teeth and murmured, "Son Goku." At that moment, the host, having regained composure from the shock, hastily raised the microphone and exclaimed with fervor, "Son Goku has emerged victorious." It is truly astonishing how swiftly Son Goku concluded the match. Son Goku delicately placed the Dumpling on the ground, turned to the host with a nod, and maintained a faint smile on his face. His gaze swept across the audience, resting on Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Krillin, revealing a hint of both apology and resolve in his eyes. Tien Shinhan took a deep breath, striving to quell the astonishment within him. He understood that Son Goku's strength had far surpassed their imagination, yet he remained unwilling to concede so easily. He clenched his fists, silently vowing, "I shall surely catch up to you, Sun Wukong." Yamcha furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with a complex array of emotions. He had always regarded Sun Wukong as his rival, yet at this moment, he had to concede that Sun Wukong's prowess had surpassed him by an insurmountable margin. He sighed, contemplating silently, "Perhaps I ought to reevaluate my aspirations." Krillin fixed his steadfast gaze upon Sun Wukong, determination radiating from his eyes. He resolved inwardly, "I too must grow stronger. I can no longer be a hindrance." The semifinals were about to commence, and little Goku approached the arena with a heavy heart, observing Piccolo ascend to the stage. Goku knew he could not possibly match such an opponent. They were not even from the same realm. Yet, stepping onto the stage, he was determined to give his all, refusing to abandon the martial path he pursued. Once the heart surrenders, progress becomes an impossibility. Thus, he gritted his teeth, leaned forward, and charged at Piccolo. His fist, slicing through the air, aimed squarely at Piccolo's visage. Each step was imbued with strength and resolve, this punch encapsulating all his convictions. "Powerful fist," Piccolo scoffed, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. He slowly raised his palm, effortlessly intercepting Goku's strike. In that instant, Goku felt as if his fist had collided with steel, utterly ineffective. A cry of anguish escaped Goku's lips, his tormented voice echoing throughout the arena. Piccolo seized his arm, mercilessly twisting it. The 720-degree rotation shattered Goku's bone, blood gushing forth. The excruciating pain rendered Goku nearly unconscious, his complexion paling as cold sweat streamed down his brow. Piccolo regarded Goku with a cold gaze, devoid of any semblance of pity. With a swift kick, he sent Little Gia flying, crashing heavily outside the ring. Little Gia's body traced an arc through the air before landing with a dull thud on the ground. "Humph," Piccolo scoffed disdainfully. turning to swirl his cloak behind him as he descended from the stage, utterly indifferent. His silhouette appeared particularly stern and aloof in the sunlight, resembling an insurmountable mountain. Chapter 73. The finals commence. In the audience, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. His gaze pierced Piccolo like a sword, filled with indignation and resentment. He could not tolerate Piccolo's cruel actions. He knew he must rise to defeat him. The other spectators were equally shocked by Piccolo's ruthlessness, their faces reflecting anger and discontent as the venue erupted in chaos. Some roared in fury, others nervously bit their nails. And a few had even begun to pray for little Jie. The host hurried to little Jie's side, observing him writhing in agony on the ground, and promptly called for medical assistance. The medical team arrived swiftly, lifting little Jie onto a stretcher and urgently transporting him to the infirmary. As he lay on the stretcher, little Jie's consciousness began to fade. His arm throbbed with excruciating pain, yet he felt no regret in his heart. He knew he had given his all. Despite the defeat, he refused to abandon his beliefs and aspirations. In the audience, Master Rashi's eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, flickered with a glint of insight as he scrutinized Piccolo, pondering inwardly that something about this man seemed amiss. His intuition whispered to him that something significant was about to unfold at this martial arts competition. Amidst Ganna's puzzled gaze, Ebony rose from the audience, his movements capturing the attention of those around him, yet he remained unfazed, as if a matter of greater urgency awaited his attention. The host on stage endeavored to calm the agitated crowd, assuring them that the medical staff of our martial arts tournament would attend to the injured contestant, Xiao Jie. Following that, the duel between contestant Sun Wukong and contestant Tianjin Fan would commence, so let us await the outcome with bated breath. In the lounge, Tianjin Fan regarded Sun Wukong with a grave expression. Wukong, are you confident you can defeat him? Sun Wukong understood the weight of the question and, with unwavering resolve in his eyes, replied, it remains uncertain, but regardless, I must conquer him. Tianjin Fan nodded, then stood and patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder. Very well. Then I entrust everything to you. His tone carried a hint of reluctance, yet it was predominantly infused with trust in Sun Wukong. Tianjin Fan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. But with the emergence of King Piccolo, he realized he was powerless to defeat him. All his hopes now rested solely on Sun Wukong. With unwavering determination, Sun Wukong declared, I shall resolve all of this. Tianjin Fan exited the lounge and addressed the host. I forfeit. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, and the host appeared taken aback. Since competitor Tianjin Fan has conceded, we shall take a 10-minute break before commencing the final match. Subsequently, Tianjin Fan turned and returned to the lounge, where Krillin and Yamcha approached, their faces etched with confusion. What on earth has transpired? Are you concealing something from us? Tianjin Fan remained silent, directing his gaze towards Sun Wukong as if awaiting an explanation. Sun Wukong nodded, stepping forward to impart the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing his words, Krillin and Yamcha were struck with terror. What? He is King Piccolo. Tianjin Fan reassured them, do not worry. Wukong is here precisely to resolve this matter. Krillin turned to Wukong and asked, Wukong, can you defeat him? His voice quivered slightly, as if beseeching a reassuring answer. Sun Wukong nodded seriously, then broke into a wide grin, proclaiming, indeed, I can prevail. Within the confines of the medical room, the air was thick with the scent of antiseptic, and the white lights illuminated every busy figure. Wumu slowly entered this charged atmosphere, his gaze fixated upon a hospital bed. There, Xiao Jie lay, his body marred by numerous wounds, while medical personnel worked diligently to administer aid. Who are you? Please do not interrupt our efforts. A staff member abruptly blocked Wumu's path, his tone laced with evident discontent and wariness. Wumu offered a faint smile, a fleeting glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. In an instant, the staff member appeared to be ensnared by an unseen force, turning back to resume his duties. As though the earlier confrontation had never transpired, he continued towards Xiao Jie's hospital bed, a silvery aura beginning to emanate from his form. All the medical staff stood frozen in place, their gazes lost in a haze, as if time itself had come to a standstill in that moment. He approached Xiao Jie, his eyes gently resting upon the battered body before him. With a tender touch, he placed his palm lightly against Xiao Jie's chest. In a flash of white light, the injuries on Xiao Jie's body began to mend at an astonishing pace. Xiao Jie's eyelids fluttered slightly before slowly opening. Upon seeing Wumu, the one who was healing him, his expression shifted from confusion to an overwhelming joy that he could scarcely contain. He recognized Ebony. And despite the change in the color of his hair, the familiar visage was impossible to forget. Brother Ebony, little Jie exclaimed excitedly, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy. Ebony smiled faintly and withdrew his hand. Little Jie quickly scrambled off the bed, astonished to behold his body restored to its former state, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Brother Ebony, how marvelous you are!" Little Jie exclaimed, tears glistening in his eyes. "I have been searching for you all these years. Since the day I first saw you. I became deeply intrigued by martial arts and wished to learn from you. Yet, I could never find you, and to think you have saved me once more." Ebony patted Little Jie's shoulder, smiling as he said, "I am already aware, and it is all right. After the martial arts tournament concludes, I shall establish a dojo. And you may follow me then." Little Jie nodded vigorously, tears streaming down his cheeks, yet his expression radiated determination and joy. While treating Little Jie, Ebony had utilized his unique abilities to glean the young man's inner thoughts and experiences. He understood that Little Jie had been navigating the path of martial arts on his own for years, even coming perilously close to death during the incident involving the great demon Bic 3 years prior. Ebony secretly admired Little Jie's resolve and decided to mentor him. As for how far Little Jie could advance, that depended on his own efforts. Though earthlings have their limits, if Little Jie possessed such a steadfast heart, Ebony would not hesitate to assist him in transcending those limits. Ebony gently patted Little Jie's shoulder, smiling as he said, "Let us go outside." Little Jie nodded and followed Ebony out of the medical room. The silvery aura that had enveloped them gradually dissipated, as if a dream was fading away. All the medical staff slowly emerged from their daze, exchanging bewildered glances filled with confusion. When they turned to look at the hospital bed, they were astonished to discover that Little Jie had vanished. Upon returning to the audience, Ganas immediately spotted Little Jie beside Ebony and realized that Ebony had gone to treat him. Nearby, Alaga also caught sight of Little Jie, her eyes widening in surprise. "Is it you?" she exclaimed. Little Jie momentarily froze, then quickly understood. Alaga must be Ebony's disciple, which explained her ability to fly. A surge of excitement coursed through him, but he soon calmed, thinking, "One day, I too shall learn such skills. All right, sit down and watch the match." Ebony gently urged as he pressed down on Alaga's shoulder, signaling her to compose herself. At that moment, the arena was prepared, and after 10 minutes of anticipation, the finals were about to commence, the audience's excitement escalating. Sun Wukong and Bic ascended the stage, and the air was thick with tension. Chapter 74. The Kamehameha Wave approaches. The atmosphere on stage seemed to freeze, all eyes riveted to the center. Bic slowly approached Sun Wukong, then halted, coldly declaring, "Prepare yourself for your demise." As soon as he finished speaking, he ripped off the hat atop his head and the cloak draped on his shoulders, tossing them aside. The heavy garment struck the stage with such force that a deep crater formed, stones scattering in all directions. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience, taken aback by the unexpected weight of what seemed like ordinary attire. Sun Wukong stood opposite him, eyebrows slightly raised, contemplating that this was indeed how he too trained. He calmly removed his shoes and wrist guards, casually tossing them onto the ground. The shoes and guards landed with a heavy thud, causing the arena to tremble slightly. Seeing this, Piccolo's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure, a cold smirk playing on his lips. He thought, "Just like you. But this does not alter the fact that you shall be defeated." Before Piccolo could finish his words, he lunged towards Sun Wukong, his fist cutting through the air with a howling wind aimed directly at his face. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed, and with a graceful sidestep, he evaded the blow, Piccolo's fist grazing past his cheek. In an instant, Sun Wukong retaliated, landing a powerful punch to Piccolo's abdomen. Piccolo felt his stomach churn violently, while rising in his throat, and he could not help but vomit. Sun Wukong then leaped into the air, executing a sweeping kick that sent Piccolo hurtling backwards, crashing heavily into the wall with a thunderous roar. The audience, including Krillin, watched in stunned silence, astonished by the spectacle. "Incredible!" Krillin exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, gazed intently at the arena, pondering silently, this time Sun Wukong should not win by such a narrow margin, after all. His combat power surpassed Piccolo's by over 300. Piccolo pushed away the debris from his body and struggled to rise, wiping the bile from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with disbelief. "Impossible!" He let out a low growl, his arms suddenly elongating like a lithe serpent reaching for Sun Wukong. Unfazed, Sun Wukong swiftly seized Piccolo's arm, yanking him forcefully towards himself, and then delivering a powerful kick to his chest. Piccolo felt a searing pain in his torso, darkness enveloping his vision as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Sun Wukong afforded him no respite. His fist rained down relentlessly, landing heavy blows upon Piccolo's form. Ah! Piccolo cried out in agony, his body being pushed back with each strike, until he finally crashed to the ground, dust billowing up from the arena. Sun Wukong advanced, his expression still devoid of emotion. However, Just as he was about to close the distance, Piccolo suddenly lifted his head, unleashing an energy blast towards Sun Wukong. The latter bore the brunt of the attack, enveloped in a cloud of smoke and dust. Piccolo rose, emitting a strange, sinister laughter. He ascended slowly, emanating an overwhelming aura that seemed to make the very air tremble beneath his oppressive presence. The mighty Piccolo gazed down at the ground, his eyes brimming with an arrogant confidence that was nothing short of imperious. Prepare to meet your demise, Son Goku. I, Piccolo the Great Demon King, am destined to rule the world. His voice resonated like thunder across the arena, instilling fear in the hearts of all who heard it. The audience, upon hearing his declaration, was engulfed in terror, hastily fleeing the scene while shouting, Piccolo the Great Demon King. Chaos erupted, leaving only Krillin and a dedicated host remaining on the stage. Marlow nervously watched Uwood, his voice trembling. Uwood, should we not leave? This is Piccolo the Great Demon King. You have never seen him. You cannot fathom his terror. Indeed, Uwood, we should hurry. Shao Jie added, his face a mask of concern and fear. He understood that it was Piccolo who had defeated him, and he felt fortunate merely to be alive. Uwood, however, offered a slight smile, gently patting Marlow's shoulder. His tone calm. It is all right, Uncle Marlow. Let us leave it to Son Goku. Meanwhile, chaos reigned among Master Roshi's group. Bulma and Oolong paced anxiously behind Master Roshi. Clutching their heads, with Bulma on the verge of tears, what do we do? What do we do? Wasn't Piccolo already defeated? How can he have returned? Master Roshi disregarded their panic, his gaze fixed on the smoke rising from the arena as he murmured, Goku, you must prevail. We are counting on you. In the air, Piccolo gathered energy, then thrust his hands forward, unleashing a powerful wave of energy towards the arena. A deafening explosion echoed, a mushroom cloud rising as the force of the blast sent the host flying, and Krillin and the others were hurled away by the shockwave. Uwood swiftly waved his hand, enveloping those around him in a silvery aura. The scene was one of swirling dust and debris, with structures vanishing in an instant. When the dust settled, the arena had transformed into an unfathomable abyss. In the stands, Bulma and the others remained unharmed, and Master Roshi was astonished to discover he too had escaped injury. He glanced down at the shimmering silver membrane surrounding him, then turned to Uwood, his eyes filled with confusion and surprise. Uwood smiled and nodded reassuringly, signaling them to remain calm. Though Master Roshi's doubts were somewhat alleviated, he could not fully dispel his unease. Ha 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 ha. Piccolo laughed heartily, his mirth echoing in the air. However, when he caught sight of Uwood's silver-white pupils, his laughter abruptly ceased. Those eyes radiated an unfathomable power, stirring an inexplicable fear deep within Piccolo's heart. He silently questioned within himself, who could that possibly be? Meanwhile, deep within the cavern, Sun Wukong gradually ascended into the air. His martial attire lay in tatters from the recent explosion, yet his body remained unscathed. He confronted Piccolo in the air, gazing at him with an expressionless demeanor. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you be unscathed? Sun Wukong calmly replied, Piccolo, it is time for our affair to come to an end. He assumed a combat stance, placing his hands on his waist to gather energy, exclaiming, Turtle. School. Energy. Technique. Here it comes. Sun Wukong thrust his hands forward with great force, sending a wave of energy, trailing a long tail, swiftly towards Piccolo. As the energy wave surged forth, the air seemed to be torn asunder, producing a piercing howl. Piccolo gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. Vowing to put an end to this once and for all. Veins bulged prominently on his forehead, and his eyes seemed ready to leap from their sockets, his entire being radiating a translucent white aura. Magical flash. Piccolo placed his hands upon his forehead, concentrating to summon an orange energy wave that violently collided with Goku's Kamehameha in midair. The two formidable forces intertwined, stirring up a tempestuous wind, as surrounding dust and debris spiraled upwards, forming a colossal vortex. Master Roshi and Bulma anxiously observed from the stands, their hearts racing, nearly forgetting to breathe. Ub maintained his smile, yet his eyes shimmered with a glimmer of trust. Chapter 75 reaches a resounding conclusion. The confrontation between Goku and Piccolo intensified. Goku could distinctly sense Piccolo's power escalating, prompting a quiet vigilance within him. His brow furrowed slightly, and a flicker of determination flashed in his gaze. At this moment, he understood that he could no longer afford to delay. He took a deep breath, once again gathering strength in his hands, and murmured softly, Kamehameha, maximum output. As soon as the words left his lips, a brilliant blue energy wave swiftly converged in his palms, radiating an intense luminosity. Piccolo, unwilling to be outdone, felt the power of Son Goku intensifying, intertwining fear and fury within him. Clenching his teeth, he forcefully thrust his hands forward, amplifying the orange energy wave in response. A fierce grimace contorted Piccolo's face, veins bulging on his forehead as sweat trickled down his cheeks. The two formidable energies clashed in the air, producing a thunderous explosion. A searing heat enveloped the atmosphere, as if a cataclysmic eruption were imminent. The onlookers on the ground held their breath, fixated on the aerial battle, each heart racing with anticipation for the final outcome. Sensing Piccolo's escalating power, Goku summoned greater strength. The Kamehameha wave erupted with even more force, surging directly towards Piccolo. The blue energy wave surged like a furious dragon, roaring towards its target. As Piccolo felt the overwhelming force, a flicker of terror crossed his eyes. He exerted every ounce of strength to resist, yet found himself powerless to turn the tide. The orange energy wave was gradually consumed by the Kamehameha wave, ultimately dissipating in a deafening blast. Piccolo was hurled backward by the tremendous impact, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. He struggled to rise, but realized he was too weak to continue the fight. Goku descended slowly to the earth, his gaze filled with resolve and determination. Approaching Piccolo, he calmly stated, "Piccolo, you have lost." From afar, the crowd hurried to Goku's side, including Krillin, who had returned. With a worried expression, Krillin exclaimed, "Goku, what should we do? Let us kill him." Goku shook his head firmly, responding, "No. He is one with the deity. If he dies, the deity will perish as well." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Disbelief etched across their faces. "Ha ha ha. Son Goku, come kill me. That old fool will die anyway." Piccolo laughed maniacally from the ground. Yamcha, visibly frustrated, retorted, "How infuriating. We defeat the Demon King Piccolo, only to find we cannot kill him." At that moment, Up stepped forward with a gentle smile, saying, "Leave this to me. This matter ends here. I will suppress Piccolo if he appears again." Goku's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Krillin, still apprehensive, turned to Up. "Is that really okay? He is a powerful Demon King." Goku patted Krillin's shoulder, reassuring him, "Trust Up. For I could not even touch him with all my might." "Huh?" The crowd turned to Up, who wore a cheerful expression. "Then it is settled." Up approached Piccolo, placing a senzu-bean in his mouth. Instantly, Piccolo's injuries healed, and he stood up, his expression grave as he regarded Up. He had overheard the earlier conversation and was taken aback by Up's strength. His eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions, defiance, anger, and a hint of reverence. Subsequently, Piccolo turned to Goku, issuing a stern warning, "Son Goku, you will regret today's decision." With that, he turned and soared away, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with silence. Up quietly mused, "Indeed, regret that you became Gohan's father." After the battle concluded, the sky returned to tranquility, the scorching heat dissipating gradually. Up stood at the center of the battlefield, surveying his surroundings with a smile. "Goku, in a few days, once this turmoil has settled, I plan to establish a martial arts school. I will invite you all to visit." Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien nodded, their faces brimming with anticipation. Goku scratched his head and replied, "Yes, I will definitely be there." After bidding farewell to each of them, Ub departed with the Morrow family using instant transmission. Krillin gazed in the direction Ub had vanished, still incredulous at his newfound prowess. "Indeed, back then, he was only slightly stronger than me," Yamcha reflected, reminiscing about the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, marveling at how swiftly time passes. Just as they were lost in their memories, a hurried call shattered the tranquility. "Goku." Son Goku turned to see a girl suddenly leap into his arms. Bulma furrowed her brow, a hint of unease in her eyes. Goku, somewhat bewildered, gently pushed the girl away, asking, "You still haven't told me who you are?" The girl looked up, her eyes shimmering with determination. "I am Chi-Chi. You promised to marry me." "Eh? Marry?" The crowd gasped in surprise, while Bulma's eyes filled with sorrow as she silently regarded Goku, sensing the growing distance between them. "Chi-Chi." Goku examined the girl before him, astonished. "Wow, you've changed so much." He turned to others and inquired, "What is marriage?" After receiving their responses, he scratched his head and chuckled innocently, "Since I have promised you, let us live together. It is not a big deal." Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi was overjoyed and immediately embraced Sun Wukong, her eyes shimmering with tears of happiness. Sun Wukong stood stunned for a moment, then broke into a broad smile. "Grandfather, everyone, we shall take our leave first. Kintown," he called out loudly as a yellow cloud with a long tail swiftly descended from the distant sky towards him. Taking Chi-Chi's hand, Sun Wukong stepped onto the Kintown, waving goodbye to the crowd as they soared into the horizon. Watching Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi recede into the distance, Krillin shook his head and sighed. "I never expected Wukong would get married." Yamcha, with a mischievous grin, leaned closer to Krillin and teased, "Hee hee. You are the only one single here, even Tinshin has launched. Krillin's face instantly flushed with embarrassment as he chased after Yamcha, the two engaging in a lively pursuit that filled the air with exuberance. Yet, Bulma remained rooted in place, gazing blankly in the direction where Sun Wukong had departed. Her eyes reflecting a tenderness akin to flowing water, her heart a tumult of emotions. Little Sunday, she murmured softly, as if calling upon a time long past. At that moment, the setting sun cast its warm glow upon the earth, rendering the battlefield's remnants unusually tranquil. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying away the smoke of battle and a trace of their reluctant hearts. Each person silently wished for a future filled with peace and beauty. Chapter 76, Marriage Meiwa Island. This land falls under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Capital, with Meiwa Town renowned for its profound martial arts culture. After discussions with the king, Wumu decided to establish a martial arts school here, a location most fitting. Today marks the completion of the martial arts school. A week having passed since the martial arts tournament. The school is named Jidaolu, also known as Ji Lu. Wumu stood before the entrance, gazing contentedly at the three large characters on the plaque. With this matter resolved, he next planned to take the gods to Namek, after which he could await Radit's arrival on Earth with peace of mind. Wumu mused quietly to himself. He established the martial arts school for three primary reasons. Firstly, to impart the teachings of Tai Chi and Bejiquan, seeking inspiration from his disciples for further advancement. Secondly, to earn some money to repay Uncle Marlowe's family. And lastly, to fulfill the void left by his childhood idol in his past life. Regarding the affairs of the Saiyans, particularly Raditz, Wumu had no intention of intervening, nor did he plan to make an appearance. With Gannis present, he would leave matters to Gannis and Sun Wukong when the time came. However, he intended to visit the battlefield on Namek. Shao Jia, Alaga, you two shall be the founding elder brother and elder sister of the martial arts school. When the time comes to recruit apprentices, you will be the ones to impart the martial arts, Wumu said with a warm smile directed at Shao Jia and Alaga. Shao Jia respectfully replied, yes, master. During that week, Shao Jia, under Wumu's guidance, had already mastered Qi. His innate strength was considerable, but he had previously lacked direction. With just a bit of prompting from Wumu, he grasped it instantly. Wumu also taught him Bejiquan, which resembled his vigorous fighting style, as well as the Shinkage wave, a signature technique designated by Wumu as the hallmark of the Jidao school. Wumu then turned to Gannis and said, Gannis, you shall remain here to oversee the martial arts school, allowing your heart to settle gradually. When the opportunity arises, I will present you with two choices for further strengthening. Gannis looked at Wumu with a hint of confusion, pondering silently. Isn't it Super Saiyan too? Are there other methods? Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Simply nodding in acknowledgement, understood, Master Wumu. Wumu smiled slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes, and continued, tomorrow marks the official opening. I will not be present. The king will preside over the event and invite Sun Wukong and the others to attend. As for the salary arrangements, the king will handle everything. This martial arts school can be considered a state-owned enterprise. He was solely responsible for financing the establishment of the martial arts school and imparting the martial arts, while all matters concerning salary and management were left for the king to handle. This arrangement allowed him to maintain his independence without investing excessive energy in these affairs. As Yuwood glanced at the time and noted that it was nearing noon, he remarked, all right, time is running short. It's almost midday. Let us proceed to Sun Wukong's wedding banquet. No sooner had he spoken than he transported the three of them to the banquet venue. The scene at the wedding was extraordinarily lively. Colorful banners fluttered in the breeze, guests congregated in droves, and the air was filled with jovial laughter. Chi-Chi was busy attending to the guests while holding Sun Wukong's hand, her face aglow with happiness. Master Rashi and the Ox King occupied the seats of honor, with Tanjin Fan and Lanchi seated nearby, followed by Jiaozi, Krillin, Yulong, Pulu, Yamucha, and Bulma. Even Yakalob had arrived. All of Sun Wukong's acquaintances were present, seated around the various tables. Upon arriving at the wedding venue through the teleportation array, Yuwood immediately spotted Sun Wukong. Dressed in a sharply tailored suit, Wukong appeared somewhat uncomfortable, frequently tugging at his tie and furrowing his brow, exuding an air of helplessness. Yuwood could not help but chuckle, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he approached. Wukong, congratulations on your nuptials. Yuwood exclaimed with a teasing tone, this is a gift for you. With that, he produced 2 spiritual fruits from his pocket and handed them to Sun Wukong. Wukong accepted the fruits, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes as he scratched his head and remarked with a hint of exasperation, thank you, Yuwood. I never imagined that getting married could be so troublesome. Observing Wukong's demeanor, Yuwood shook his head and smiled helplessly, aware that while Wukong was fearless in battle, He was but a novice at weddings. At that moment, Chi-Chi approached with a warm smile, gently inviting Yuwood and the others to take their seats, arranging them at Master Rashi's table. Once seated, Yuwood surveyed the surroundings, noticing the animated conversations in the harmonious atmosphere. Tianjin Fan, when do you plan to marry Lanchi? Yamucha inquired with a mischievous grin, his tone laced with playful mockery. Instantly, Tianjin Fan's face flushed crimson, and he lowered his gaze in embarrassment. Observing this, Lanchi furrowed her brow, stood up, drew a submachine gun from her waist, and stood on her chair, aiming it directly at Yamucha. Yamucha, if you dare to bully my man again, I'll turn you into a sieve. The onlookers, including Krillin, turned pale with fear, instinctively leaning back. Yamucha let out a nervous chuckle, his voice betraying a hint of unease. All right, I understand. Lanchi, please, put the gun down. Let us talk it out. With a huff, Lanchi holstered her weapon and resumed her seat. Yamucha sighed in relief, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead, thinking to himself how intimidating a woman she was. It seemed Tianjin Fan would have a challenging time ahead. Seated beside the Ox King, Yuwood first greeted Master Rashi and the Ox King before addressing Tianjin Fan and the others. Tianjin Fan, tomorrow marks the opening of the martial arts school. Are you all prepared? Tianjin Fan nodded firmly, determination flashing in his eyes. I am ready, since I intend to teach at your school. I also plan to settle there with Lanchi. I have been a bother to Master Wutian these past few days. Upon hearing this, Lanchi's face lit up with a bashful smile, gazing at Tianjin Fan with adoration, making him somewhat uneasy. Lanchi, when you look at me like that, I feel embarrassed. Tianjin Fan murmured, scratching his head. Noticing this, Krillin chimed in, speaking of which, I too should find my own place. Living with Master Wutian has indeed been an inconvenience. He turned to look at Wumu and inquired, by the way, Wumu, where is your martial arts school located? Wumu replied, it is situated on Meiwa Island in the eastern capital. Wumu frowned slightly, that seems a bit far. Yamu, chuckling, patted his chest, no worries. We all practice the sky dance technique. We can fly quite swiftly. Bulma rolled her eyes, choosing to ignore the foolish remark. Yamu, puzzled, scratched his head, appearing somewhat innocent. Then it is settled. Tomorrow will be arranged by King Kaislu. Should you have any requests, feel free to communicate them to him, Wumu stated. The group nodded in agreement. And the wedding commenced officially. Chi-Chi donned a pristine white wedding gown, resembling a celestial being descending to earth. The Ox King stepped forward, taking Chi-Chi's hand and presenting her to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong accepted Chi-Chi's hand, and together they walked down the red carpet. Surrounded by the beaming faces of family and friends, Bulma sat quietly, a gentle smile gracing her lips, her heart filled with myriad emotions. She gazed at Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi as if witnessing her own past encounter with Sun Wukong. With a soft sigh, she silently bestowed her blessings upon the newlyweds. Shao Sun, I wish you both happiness. The atmosphere of the wedding gradually intensified, with guests raising their glasses in celebration, laughter, and joy resonating throughout the venue. Chapter 77. Returning the heavenly deity to his homeland Meiwa Island, the backyard of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. The morning sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a gentle glow upon the courtyard, where a subtle fragrance of blossoms lingered in the air. Wumu opened the door, inhaling deeply the fresh air. Feeling a tranquil force envelop him, he stepped out of the room and beheld Shao Jie and Yali practicing martial arts earnestly in the courtyard. Their sweat glistened in the sunlight, and the sound of their fists slicing through the air resonated with an air of intense focus. Wumu nodded in satisfaction and approached them, softly inquiring, where is Ganis? Upon hearing Wumu's voice, Shao Jie and Yali immediately halted their movements. Shao Jie wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, turned, and respectfully replied, Master, Brother Ganis has gone to fetch the king. Wumu pondered quietly, surprised to realize that Ganis had already grown accustomed to this way of life. Thus, there was no need for concern. He smiled faintly, patting Shao Jie on the shoulder, and said, I will leave this to you. I must step out for a while, and it may take some time. Shao Jie stood tall, his gaze resolute as he replied, You can trust me, teacher. I will protect the dojo. Arya, however, tugged gently at Yuwood's sleeve, tilting her head as she asked, Where are you going again, Yuwood brother? Yuwood smiled, ruffling Arya's hair gently, and replied, I have promised to fulfill certain obligations, and now I must attend to them. Arya pouted slightly, showing some reluctance, but eventually nodded. All right then. As Yuwood looked at them, warmth welled up in his heart, and then, with a flash, he vanished from sight. This courtyard, situated behind the dojo, was vast and surrounded by towering walls, within which a variety of flora flourished, creating an ambience of tranquility. The courtyard was established for Uncle Marlow's family, while the other courtyards were designated for Krillin and the apprentices. They could choose to reside here or return home. However, apart from son Wukong, Tien Shinhan, and the others did not have their own houses and would certainly opt to stay here. Uncle Marlow, unable to part with his farm, chose to return, visiting Yuwood and Arya occasionally. In the temple, Yuwood's figure quietly materialized in the serene plaza. The celestial being, accompanied by Bobo, emerged slowly. And upon seeing Yuwood, a warm smile graced his face. "Yuwood, you have arrived." Yuwood nodded, his expression steady and composed. "If there are no other matters, I shall take you to planet Namek now." The celestial being hesitated for a moment, a slight frown crossing his brow as he murmured, "There is nothing else. It's just that leaving like this. Bick will be fine, Ganas is present, and Bick will not pose much of a threat. Moreover, Wukong's strength is sufficient to keep Bick in check." Hearing this, the celestial being's concerns eased slightly, and he nodded, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. "In that case, please take me to see my homeland on planet Namek." Yuwood approached the celestial being, gently resting a hand on his shoulder, and in a flash of light, their figures disappeared, leaving Bobo standing expressionless, like a statue. On planet Namek, beneath the verdant sky, peculiar plants emitted a faint glow, and the air was filled with a refreshing essence. The celestial being and Yuwood arrived on this land that felt both foreign and familiar. "Is this planet Namek?" The celestial being surveyed his surroundings, astonished. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, feeling the unique breeze, and a wave of inexplicable familiarity surged within him. Yuwood chuckled softly, patting the celestial being's shoulder. "Come, I will take you to meet the elder." With that, he soared into the sky, heading towards the distant mountains. The celestial being hesitated for a moment before quickly following, his heart brimming with anticipation and anxiety. The elder's residence lay in a tranquil plain, surrounded by towering trees that allowed dappled sunlight to filter through. Inside, the elder sat in an ancient chair, his pale complexion revealing his frailty. He softly instructed, "Neru, go out to greet our friends." Neru nodded and stepped outside. He stood at the door, his gaze fixed on the two approaching figures, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "Long time no see, Neru." Yuwood landed gracefully, smiling at Neru. Neru scrutinized Yuwood closely, astonished by his transformation. "Yuwood? Is it really you? Is there anything you need help with this time?" Yuwood smiled gently, gesturing to the celestial being beside him. "This time, I have brought the celestial being of Earth back to his homeland." Neru turned to the celestial being, surprise flickering in his eyes. Although the celestial being appeared somewhat aged, Neru could still perceive a resemblance. The celestial being was equally astonished as he regarded Neru, silently reflecting, "Is this my kin?" Neru opened the door, gesturing invitingly. "Please, come inside. The elder is waiting for you." Yuwood was somewhat taken aback. The elder could sense his arrival despite the subtlety of his current aura. Upon entering, Neru bowed deeply to the elder. "Elder." Yuwood also greeted politely. The elder smiled gently, his gaze warm as he looked at the celestial being, beckoning him closer. "So, you are the child of Katats. Come, let me see you." The celestial being stepped forward hesitantly, gazing up at the elder's imposing figure, feeling a pang of sorrow. He sensed the elder's frailty yet also a comforting strength. The elder extended his hand, gently stroking the celestial being's head, closing his eyes as if to absorb the experiences of the years past. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his expression filled with compassion. "Your name is Bick, is it not? You have suffered greatly over the years. When our homeland faced calamity, all Namekians were in flight, and your father, Katats, took you to Earth while you were still young." The celestial being nodded thoughtfully, realizing, "So my father is named Katats." The elder's gaze was filled with remorse and pity as he resolved to assist the celestial being. "Child, let me awaken the potential within you." As he spoke, a gentle light emanated from his palm, and the celestial being felt a warm current surge through him, instantly filling him with strength. He sensed his energy escalating rapidly, as if every cell within him was awakening. 260, 500, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, finally halting at 6,500. Cough, cough. The elder cleared his throat, his voice hoarse and faint. The celestial being stepped forward, concern etched on his face. "Elder." The elder raised a hand slightly, signaling him not to worry. "Do not be alarmed, my child. It is merely that my lifespan is nearing its end." He took a deep breath and continued, "Your lifespan has also reached its limit. Otherwise, your potential would be even greater. You are the most promising Namekian of our dragon clan." The celestial being's brow furrowed, complex emotions swirling within him. He understood the elder's words to be true, yet the inner turmoil made acceptance difficult. The elder noticed the celestial being's hesitation and spoke gently yet firmly. You must reunite with the Bic that was separated from you. Only then will your lifespan be that of a normal Namekian. Pain flickered in the celestial being's eyes. But that is my evil side. The elder shook his head slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. What evil side is there? That is merely your combative nature. Without him, you will never be whole. Only together will you embody the true essence of our dragon clan. Promise me, return and embrace him. The celestial being lowered his head, silence enveloping him for a moment, the struggle within him akin to tumultuous waves. He recognized the elder's words might hold truth. Yet fear and resistance clouded his judgment. Finally, he inhaled deeply, raising his head with determination glimmering in his eyes. I understand, elder. The elder nodded with satisfaction. A hint of relief in his gaze. Nero, please take him out. I have matters to discuss with you, Wood. Nero respectfully acknowledged and approached the deity, gently patting his shoulder. Let us depart, Piccolo. The deity nodded silently and followed Nero out of the room. Uwood stood quietly to the side, observing the unfolding events with a heart full of bewilderment, unsure of what further words the Grand Elder had for him. The Grand Elder's gaze deepened, as if penetrating the very essence of Uwood, and he spoke slowly. I am uncertain of the occurrences within you. The future I previously foresaw has vanished, leaving only a shroud of mystery. I believe you are now capable of resolving the crisis on our planet, Namek. Uwood furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before responding. Indeed, I can effortlessly address that crisis now. However, I must apologize, Grand Elder, as the time is not yet ripe. I do not wish to alter too much, for that is a pivotal moment. I must at least keep it within manageable bounds. A flicker of inscrutable emotion passed through the Grand Elder's eyes, and he gazed at Uwood with a smile, saying, Since you can assist me in resolving that incident, I am profoundly grateful. However, my lifespan is limited, and I kindly ask that you look after my children in the future, as well as the boy Piccolo, who harbors many uncertainties within. I hope you can guide him. In return, I shall provide you with a clue that may assist you in your current endeavors. Uwood stroked his chin thoughtfully, musing internally, what current clue could it be? Perhaps the path to divinity? What is the Grand Elder's situation? How does he know so much? This is entirely different from the previous world of anime. He cast a glance at the Grand Elder and then said, I understand. Grand Elder. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder replied, The rapid growth you seek in your model is merely a matter of time. The assistance I can offer you is limited to clues in this regard, and those clues lie at the far reaches of the Eastern Galaxy. Upon hearing this, Wumu could ascertain with certainty that the Grand Elder was indeed aware of his circumstances. He nodded slightly and said earnestly, Thank you, Elder. I will go and take a look. The Elder slowly closed his eyes, seemingly lost in contemplation or weariness. Observing this, Wumu also turned and departed. He stepped out of the dwelling, and the celestial being approached him. Is it over? Asked Uwood. Yes, he replied with a light-hearted smile. If you have no further matters to attend to, we may return now. The celestial being gazed at the distant sky, inhaling deeply as if to draw in the last remnants of the Namekian atmosphere. There is nothing more to be done. Earth still requires my presence. So I shall hasten back. Uwood nodded and turned towards Nairu. Nairu, we shall take our leave now. Nairu smiled and nodded in agreement. Do visit often. Certainly, Uwood replied, patting Nairu's shoulder in a friendly farewell. Subsequently, Uwood led the celestial being through the temporal barrier, instantly returning to the earthly sanctuary. In a flash of light, they manifested in a familiar setting. The architecture of the earthly sanctuary appeared particularly solemn and serene under the sunlight, resembling a tranquil ancient castle that emanated an aura of mystery and authority. Bobo, the celestial being greeted as Bobo approached with respect. I trust that during my absence, nothing untoward has occurred on Earth? All is well, my lord, Bobo responded, then turned to Uwood, adding, Uwood's martial arts school has commenced operations and has attracted numerous disciples, with Goku and the others providing instruction. Upon hearing this, the celestial being closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as he quietly attuned himself to the entirety of Earth. His essence radiated like an invisible net, swiftly enveloping every corner, allowing him to sense the existence of every life and the subtle fluctuations of energy. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his expression relaxing. It appeared that indeed, nothing significant had transpired. Piccolo was also living his own life. He turned to look at Uwood, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. Uwood, I now understand that in the cosmos, strength is the measure of worth. I never expected that my combat power was only 260 before. I heard from Nero that 5 years ago, you possessed over 20,000. No wonder you were unconcerned about Bic. Yu would smile gently. Heavenly being, your strength has now reached 6,500, enabling you to better safeguard Earth. Once you and Bic merge, you will become even more formidable. The heavenly being shook his head, a complex expression crossing his face. I have no intention of merging with Bic anymore. He has his own life now, and I have come to realize that although he is the offspring of the original Bic, he is also my child. As long as he refrains from causing chaos, let him live his life in peace. He gazed benevolently into the distance, as if he could penetrate the very fabric of space to behold the figure of Bic. It was a manifestation of a father's tolerance and hope towards his child, imbued with warmth and understanding. Ebony observed the deity, a quiet astonishment stirring within him. He had never anticipated that the Sun family's caretaker had managed to survive. He had been pondering how to persuade the deity, but it seemed that there was no longer a need for his concern. He smiled faintly and addressed the celestial being. In that case, I shall take my leave. The deity nodded, and the figure of the dark would vanish instantaneously. Subsequently, the divine being turned to Bobo, saying, I must enter the room of spirit and time. I leave matters outside in your capable hands. Bobo solemnly nodded. Understood, deity. I shall handle everything. The deity then turned and stepped into the temple, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. As he sensed the earth moments ago, he inadvertently gauged Bobo's combat prowess, discovering that it stood at an impressive 1030. This revelation astonished the deity, yet he also recognized the necessity of swiftly acclimatizing to the surging power. Upon entering the room of spirit and time, he was enveloped by a peculiar atmosphere, as if time itself were stretched infinitely. He closed his eyes, beginning to familiarize himself with his newfound strength. Every thread of energy coursed within him, as if an inexhaustible force awaited its moment to erupt. This power was truly extraordinary. He mused inwardly, feeling the surge of his prowess escalate to 6,500. Thereafter, time in the room of spirit and time flowed gently, while the deity continuously refined his abilities. Chapter 79. 5 years later, the Darkwood sat cross-legged above the molten lava of a volcano, his entire being enveloped in a silvery aura, resembling a divine entity. Despite the sanctity of his appearance, the sorrow etched upon his visage was unmistakable. He let out a soft sigh, his heart brimming with helplessness. Alas, it seems I am indeed stuck here. A year ago, he had successfully opened all 12 meridians, yet the 8 extraordinary vessels remained obstinately closed. His battle power had already surpassed 900 million, and now his body was completely saturated, unable to accommodate any more vital energy. The sole glimmer of hope lay in the heart, which continued to intake and expel vital energy, but at this rate, Wukong and the others would soon catch up. 5 years prior, Wumu had returned to Earth, and since then, he had traversed the entire planet on foot, attuning himself to the Earth's energy pathways while simultaneously breaking through his meridians. However, he now found himself ensnared in a bottleneck, unable to progress further. During these 5 years, Sun Wukong and his companions had been imparting martial arts at the dojo. Primarily, Tianjin Fan and Krillin dedicated themselves to diligently instructing the students. Yamcha, having parted ways with Bulma, had succumbed to the adoration of female students, becoming enamored with women and neglecting his martial practice. Upon Bulma discovering this, she was furious and ended their relationship. Wumu shook his head, pondering, it seems I cannot escape this inevitable fate. Sun Wukong, due to the birth of his son, was required by Chi-Chi to remain home more often, thus rarely visiting the dojo. Nevertheless, the king continued to grant him a stipend. In truth, even if Wukong attended the dojo, he would not engage in teaching. He merely sought out Ganas for sparring. Despite this, the king, recognizing him as a savior, permitted him to pursue his own path, as long as he grew stronger. After all, he did not rely on the academy to save the earth. Yet, even so, Chi-Chi still wished for Sun Wufan to pursue academics, reasoning that with 2 individuals training in martial arts at home, it was crucial to produce a scholar. The spirit fruits were consumed, one by Sun Wukong and one by Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi's battle power merely doubled, while due to his Saiyan heritage, Sun Wukong's multiplied 5-fold. Coupled with years of training, his battle power had now exceeded 4,000. Krillin and the others had also made some progress. Krillin at 680, Tianjin Fan at 820. Jiaozi at 540, Yamcha at 593, Alaga at 310, and Little Jet had the most significant growth, reaching 774. Meanwhile, Ganas had seen little change. As he had focused on honing his mental strength over the years, his battle power naturally increasing. Yet he had yet to surpass 300 million in his Super Saiyan transformation. Wumu's thoughts were scattered by a gust of wind. He inhaled deeply, feeling the scorching heat of the volcanic lava. He knew he could not continue in this manner. Rising to his feet, A silver-white aura swirled around him, blazing with the intensity of a raging fire. He resolved to swiftly conclude matters concerning Earth, intending to eliminate Frisia before investigating the location spoken of by the Elder. The sky above Bowsy Mountain was a brilliant azure, with fluffy white clouds drifting lazily. Chi-Chi stood at the foot of the mountain, watching as the distant nimbus cloud receded. Sun Wukong, cradling Son Gohan, soared swiftly towards the horizon atop the cloud. She cupped her hands around her mouth and called out loudly, "Remember to return early." Sun Wukong, seated cross-legged on the nimbus, waved his hand, his face adorned with his signature grin. In his arms, Son Gohan's eyes widened, filled with curiosity about his surroundings. It was his first journey away from home, and his gaze sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Today was a rest day for the martial arts school, and Sun Wukong and his old friends had arranged a gathering. Chi-Chi felt it would not be suitable for her to join, allowing Sun Wukong to go alone. However, upon hearing Son Gohan's eager pleas, she softened and ultimately consented, only reminding Sun Wukong to ensure that Son Gohan completes his homework upon their return. The nimbus traced a graceful arc through the blue sky, finally descending in the serene courtyard of the Plum Blossom Island Martial Arts School. The atmosphere remained tranquil, fragrant with flowers, and lush with greenery. "Oh, hello everyone," exclaimed Sun Wukong as he leapt from the nimbus, waving to the crowd and revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Son Gohan clung tightly to Sun Wukong's garment, his small frame nestled in his father's embrace, his eyes filled with a mixture of caution and curiosity towards the unfamiliar environment. The group gathered around, with Bulma being the first to approach Sun Wukong, her eyes fixated on Son Gohan, brimming with curiosity. She extended her hand to gently pinch Son Gohan's cheek. Smiling as she inquired, "Wukong, is this your child?" Son Wukong set Son Gohan down, ruffling his hair as he replied with a smile, "Indeed, this is my son." Son Gohan. Son Gohan looked around, sensing the friendly gazes of those present, gradually relaxing and revealing a shy smile. "By the way, where are Yamcha and Ub?" Son Wukong scanned the crowd, noticing the absence of a few familiar faces. Bulma's expression darkened abruptly, her brow furrowing with evident displeasure as she replied, "Don't mention Yamcha. I don't wish to see him." Her words cast a shadow over the atmosphere, prompting the friends around to exchange awkward glances and forced smiles. Krillin gently patted Son Wukong's shoulder, attempting to ease the tension. "As for Ub, I haven't seen him in 5 years. And I can't get in touch with him either." Son Wukong scratched his head, a frown creasing his brow in confusion. "How peculiar. Ub is always disappearing." He then glanced towards the corner where Ganas was standing, a flicker of hope in his eyes. "Hey, Ganas, can you reach Ub?" Ganas shook his head. Yet his gaze lingered on Son Gohan, contemplating privately, this little fellow possesses remarkable potential. Is it due to his mixed heritage of Earthling and Saiyan? It seems I should also seek a woman from Earth. At that moment, Master Roshi approached, his interest piqued. "What is this child's name?" Son Wukong smiled nostalgically, a glimmer of remembrance in his eyes. "Indeed, it is the name of my late grandfather." He finished speaking, his gaze tenderly directed towards the sky, as if peering through the azure expanse and fluffy clouds to behold his departed loved ones. In the distance, Bulma was leading Gohan towards Alaga and Lanchi. Lanchi cradled a small boy, approximately 2 years old, in her arms. 3 years prior, Tien and Lanchi had celebrated their wedding, during which they were asked if they wished to use the Dragon Balls to separate their two personalities. Both had declined, ultimately deciding to wish for a merging of their consciousness. This child, named Tianla, was their offspring, possessing 3 eyes and a head of black hair. To their surprise, it appeared the child also had a tail. Bulma remarked to Lanchi, a hint of astonishment in her tone. Alaga, upon hearing this, curiously inquired, "Sister Bulma, is there a problem with the tail?" "Brother Ganas has one as well." Bulma and Lanchi exchanged a glance before lowering their gaze to Gohan's bewildered expression, shaking their heads without further elaboration. Tianla stretched out his tiny hand towards Gohan, who reciprocated, grasping the child's hand. The two youngsters beamed with joy, prompting Bulma and the others to share in their delight. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm and radiant glow upon the earth. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying a refreshing essence. In the distance, the melodious chirping of birds seemed to enhance the harmony of this tranquil moment. Chapter 80. Raditz arrives on Earth high above the Earth. A metallic sphere gleamed as it plummeted towards the surface at an astonishing velocity. It tore through the atmosphere, trailing a fiery tail akin to a shooting star. Boom. The tranquility of the farm was shattered by a resounding explosion. The ground trembled, and dust billowed into the air. A massive crater materialized in the center of the field, soil and debris scattering in all directions. The sphere gradually opened, revealing a man with spiky hair resembling a hedgehog emerging from within. He was tall and imposing, with piercing eyes, the very embodiment of dominance in the Dragon Ball universe, Raditz. The farmer, startled by the cacophony, approached cautiously with an old shotgun in hand, trembling with trepidation. A look of confusion mingled with fear graced his face as he anxiously regarded the uninvited guest in the pit. Raditz cast a cold glance at him, lightly touching the device at his ear, which emitted a mechanical voice. Beep, beep, beep. Power level 5. Humph. Only a meager power level of 5. A worthless wretch. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Raditz's mouth as he crossed his arms over his chest, his tone laced with contempt. Gradually ascending into the air, Raditz surveyed the unfamiliar terrain below. Furrowing his brow, he pondered silently. I did not expect this planet to be inhabited. Kakarot, what on earth are you doing? The farmer, overwhelmed by Raditz's formidable presence, felt his legs weaken, the shotgun slipping from his grasp as he collapsed onto the ground. His complexion pale and beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He had never witnessed such a scene, his heart brimming with fear and helplessness. He activated the detector once more, embarking on an exploration of the energy responses emanating from Earth. What is happening? A flicker of confusion passed through Raditz's gaze as he fixated on the readings displayed on the detector screen, his brow furrowing in concern. Several power levels exceeding 100? A wave of unease washed over him, his confidence beginning to waver. This was inconceivable. How could this planet harbor such formidable beings? As he beheld the readings indicating 2 power levels surpassing 1,000, his doubts deepened further. The higher reading must belong to Kakarot, positioned to the east. Raditz's expression grew even more austere as he resolved to verify the situation personally. He soared towards the east with remarkable speed, his silhouette transforming into a streak of light against the sky. As he flew, Raditz's mind was inundated with various speculations and queries. Kakarot, what are you truly up to? Why are there so many formidable beings? What secrets does this planet conceal? During his flight, Raditz gazed down upon the earth, witnessing an ever-shifting panorama below. Fields, mountains, rivers, the breathtaking beauty of the world flashed by his eyes. In a tranquil forest, a gentle breeze whispered through the dense canopies, while birds chirped joyfully upon the branches. Piccolo sat cross-legged atop a colossal rock, surrounded by the sacred ground of his years of training. In the serene morning of the mountains, a delicate mist permeated the air, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows that seemed to narrate the passage of time. With closed eyes, Piccolo cultivated his energy, feeling the flow of power circulate within him like a gentle river. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, a testament to the intensity of his training. Over the years, his strength had far surpassed the self he had been during that fateful match with Son Goku at the martial arts tournament. Reminiscing about that fierce confrontation, a subtle smile graced Piccolo's lips, and a resolute glimmer shone in his eyes. Son Goku, this time, I will undoubtedly prevail. Yet, just as he immersed himself in his training, an overwhelming presence suddenly emanated from afar, shattering the tranquility of the forest. Piccolo's eyes flew open, his brow furrowed, filled with uncertainty and vigilance. Whose energy is this? How can it be so potent? He rose to his feet, his gaze directed towards the source of the unsettling aura that permeated the air. This presence was unmasked, as if boldly proclaiming its existence to the world. Piccolo inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumult within. Could it be a new ally of Son Wukong and his companions? With a surge of determination, Piccolo soared into the sky, racing towards the origin of the energy. The mountains and forest receded swiftly beneath him, the wind howling in his ears, as anticipation and tension filled his heart. Meanwhile, Son Wukong, having exchanged pleasantries, was approached by Krillin, who expressed a desire to spar. Upon hearing this suggestion, a flicker of excitement danced in Son Wukong's eyes, and a smile graced his lips as he heartily agreed. Goten stood beside Bulma, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Completely captivated by the sight of his father taking on 4 opponents, Krillin made the first move, leaping into the air and launching a kick aimed directly at Son Wukong's face. Son Wukong's expression sharpened as he swiftly countered Krillin's attack. At that moment, Tien Shinhan seized the opportunity to strike from the side with a powerful punch. Son Wukong extended his other hand, firmly grasping Tien's fist. Just then, Little Jet, with a cunning thought, lunged forward with an elbow strike aimed at Son Wukong's abdomen. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Son Wukong hastily propelled both Krillin and Tien away while retreating swiftly. However, before he could catch his breath, Kaiatsu launched an attack from behind, spinning and striking with his iron head. Sensing the intense energy approaching from behind, Son Wukong ascended rapidly, evading Kaiatsu's assault. Little Jet and Kaiatsu halted their pursuit, and all four combatants took to the sky, engaging Sun Wukong in a fierce exchange of blows. The sound of fists slicing through the air filled the atmosphere with palpable tension. Despite the formidable combined efforts of his four adversaries, Sun Wukong remained unfazed. His resolve was unwavering, and his movements were swift. Each punch he delivered was imbued with unmatched strength and precision. Krillin launched another assault, his fist cutting through the air with fierce momentum, aimed at Sun Wukong's face. Sun Wukong simply smiled, sidestepping the strike with ease. In a swift motion, he retaliated, sending Krillin tumbling through the air. Witnessing their friends falter, Tien Shinhan shouted in frustration, unleashing a powerful punch. Unruffled, Sun Wukong raised his arm to block the blow and followed with a swift kick, sending Tien flying backward. Little Jet and Kaiatsu, seeing their comrades struggling, exchanged anxious glances and resolved to attempt a coordinated attack once more. They swiftly repositioned themselves, encircling Sun Wukong from two directions. Sensing the approach of two formidable presences, Sun Wukong pondered to himself, this time, it may prove quite challenging. He swiftly regulated his breathing, honing his focus, and with a flourish of his hands, he deftly intercepted the assaults from both Xiao Jie and Jiaozi. The impact of their fists against his arms resonated with a dull thud. Seizing the momentum, Sun Wukong unleashed his strength, forcefully repelling both adversaries simultaneously. A sense of quiet elation surged within him. It appeared that everyone had made significant progress, yet he remained resolute, unwilling to concede easily. He took a deep breath, his figure resembling a flash of lightning as he instantaneously appeared before Xiao Jie and Jiaozi, unleashing a powerful strike that sent both of them flying. Witnessing this, Krillin and Tien Shinhan swiftly readjusted their stances, bracing themselves to launch a new wave of assault. Goku's gaze sharpened, and he silently resolved, they must not be afforded another opportunity. He swiftly soared into the air, his fist raining down like a relentless storm, forcing Krillin and Tien to retreat step by step. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and Gohan felt a surge of excitement as he clenched his fists tightly, silently cheering for his father. At that moment, Krillin unexpectedly unleashed a spectacular technique. His entire body radiated a dazzling light, and a formidable wave of energy surged from his palms, striking directly at Goku. Goku sensed this overwhelming force, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Yet he quickly regained his composure. He swiftly adjusted his stance, crossing his arms to block the blow. Chapter 81. Raditz seeks kin. Such formidable strength. Son Goku silently admired it, yet his expression remained composed. He suddenly exerted his strength, pushing Krillin back, and then swiftly appeared before Tien Shinhan. Seeing this, Tien did not hesitate to unleash his own Kikaho, bringing his hands together to emit a formidable wave of energy. Goku's gaze sharpened as he swiftly struck out with both hands, dispersing the energy wave. In an instant, he countered with a powerful blow, sending Tien flying. Little Jet and Dumpling, witnessing this, joined forces for another assault, but Goku had already anticipated their intentions. He deftly adjusted his posture, blocking their attacks with precision, and then unleashed a tremendous force that sent both of them reeling backward. The battle escalated into a fervent climax, with Goku's movements growing increasingly rapid and his strength intensifying. Each of his punches carried extraordinary power and accuracy, rendering the four opponents utterly unable to retaliate. The air was thick with tension, each heart racing as if the next moment would bring about a decisive turning point. Goku's fist struck like thunder, each blow tracing a dazzling arc through the air. His expression was resolute, brow furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Opposite him, Tien, Krillin, Little Jet, and Dumpling wore expressions of helplessness and anxiety. Their movements grew sluggish, both stamina and spirit rapidly depleting. At that moment, Goku unleashed a sudden surge of power, sending all four adversaries flying simultaneously, effectively concluding the battle. They soared like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. As Goku gradually descended to the earth, Goten rushed forward, gazing at his father with admiration, his eyes sparkling. "Dad, you're amazing." Goku smiled faintly, ruffling Goten's hair. "Goten, you must also strive hard. In the future, you will surpass me." Tien, clutching his arm and wincing in pain, approached with a hint of confusion in his tone. "Goku, just how powerful are you now?" Krillin followed suit, his face reflecting the same bewilderment. "Yes, Goku, the four of us are about as strong as you were 5 years ago, yet now, even together, we are no match for you." Goku scratched the back of his head, laughing heartily. "Haha, 5 years ago, Ub gave me 2 strange fruits after consuming one. My power surged tremendously. What kind of fruit is so extraordinary?" Krillin furrowed his brow, questioning with evident curiosity. In a corner, Ganis sat on the steps, arms crossed against the pillar, eyes closed, his voice low and calm. That is the spirit tree fruit, which enhances one's strength according to individual potential. In the distance, Master Roshi observed the unfolding events thoughtfully, secretly contemplating. Years ago, Ub had also given him 2 fruits, which he had never consumed. Now, realizing their value, he resolved to eat one, for his strength had remained stagnant for years, while his disciples had all surpassed him. Ah, so that's how it is. Goku, you are indeed fortunate. I wish to have one too. Krillin sighed regretfully, envy evident in his gaze. Ganas opened one eye, glancing at Krillin. His tone laced with caution. I advise against harboring such thoughts. Not only is the fruit's effect uncertain, but you also wouldn't dare to consume it once you understand how it grows. The crowd exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of Ganas' meaning. He then rose, his gaze penetrating as he looked into the distance before turning to Goku. According to Lord Ub's instructions from 5 years ago, it seems today is the day. Goku, everything is entrusted to you. I will not intervene in any matter. Goku tilted his head, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind, filled with uncertainty. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged from afar, akin to an invisible storm, sweeping through the sky in an instant. Raditz approached, emanating overwhelming energy, moving with the speed of lightning and a menacing presence. Who goes there? Goku and the others sensed the impending threat, turning their attention towards Raditz. They beheld a dark figure hurtling through the sky with alarming speed, exuding an air of irresistible pressure. Their hearts raced, and they immediately readied themselves, the atmosphere thickening with tension. As Raditz's form became clearer, his cold smile and the arrogance in his eyes sent chills down their spines. He descended slowly, his feet crashing onto the ground with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust as if heralding his arrival. Raditz's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, scanned each person in the yard before finally resting on Goku's face, which bore a striking resemblance to their father, Bardock, causing a momentary pause in his heart. At last, we meet, Kakarot. Raditz's voice was low and frigid, imbued with an undeniable authority. Though you've grown, I recognized you immediately. Goku furrowed his brow. Confusion etched across his face. Kakarot? In the corner, Ganas realized, understanding dawning upon him. It seemed this was the surviving Saiyan Lord Ub had mentioned, come to seek out Goku. However, this is destined to fail. With a mere power level of around 1500, he cannot stir any trouble. Raditz let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with disdain. Indeed, Kakarot, you bear a striking resemblance to our father. He suddenly pointed at Sun Wukong and shouted, what is the meaning of this planet? Wasn't your mission to annihilate all of humanity on Earth? What game are you playing? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow even tighter, utterly bewildered by the situation. Krillin, equally perplexed, inquired, who is this person, Wukong? Bulma seemed to have an epiphany, exchanging a glance with Master Roshi before turning her gaze to Ganas. Observing the inquiring expressions of Bulma and Master Roshi, Ganas silently nodded and then closed his eyes, wrapping his arms around himself and retreating to a corner, signaling his desire to disengage from the matter. Raditz, seeing Sun Wukong's confusion, felt his anger intensifying. His brow furrowed and fiery rage flickered in his eyes, as if he intended to incinerate everything before him. With a sudden, forceful gesture, he unleashed a powerful wave of energy directed at Sun Wukong. The air around them seemingly rent asunder. Sun Wukong instantly sensed the ferocity of the power, his gaze sharpening as he slightly tilted his head. The energy wave grazed his shoulder, whipping up a tempest that surged toward the distant mountains behind him. A resounding explosion echoed as the wave struck the mountains, causing them to collapse in an instant, the deafening roar of the blast reverberating through the ground, which shook violently in response. Krillin and Tien Shinhan stood by, wide-eyed, utterly astonished by the spectacle unfolding before them. Their hearts raced uncontrollably, and Klin swallowed hard before whispering, such formidable power. Sun Wukong, with a stern expression, fixated his gaze upon Raditz, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination and fury. His voice was deep and resonant. What are you doing? Who are you really? Raditz was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a cold smirk, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. He slowly closed his eyes, as if reminiscing about something, then opened them again, a hint of mockery in his tone. It seems you have become quite familiar with these earthlings, forgetting your true mission. Allow me to enlighten you. I am your biological brother, and we belong to the most noble warrior race in the universe, the Saiyans. As a lower-class fighter, you were sent by our father to this relatively weak planet, Earth, to annihilate its inhabitants and subsequently sell this celestial body. That is your mission. Chapter 82, Capturing Gohan. The wrath of Goku hearing Raditz refer to himself as a noble Saiyan, Ganas couldn't help but chuckle, a glimmer of resignation passing through his eyes. He gently shook his head, a surge of complex emotions welling up within him. Once upon a time, he held a similar belief until he encountered Lord Ebony, which made him realize how utterly absurd it was. Everything he possessed now was bestowed upon him by Lord Ebony. Even transforming into a Super Saiyan could barely withstand a few blows. Moreover, the wonders he had witnessed while by Lord Ebony's side were extraordinary, as if he had foreseen the events of the day long before they unfolded. Krillin and the others gazed at Sun Wukong with wide eyes, incredulous at the revelation, while Master Roshi and Bulma were already aware of the situation, yet still harbored concerns. "Stop spouting nonsense. I am a Terran, not some cockroach. My name is Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong shouted angrily at Raditz. His face flushed crimson, his fist clenched tightly, and his eyes brimmed with fury and defiance. Raditz, taken aback by Sun Wukong's audacity to oppose him, furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his gaze. "I never anticipated things would escalate to this point. It seems you've lost your mind. Had I known, I wouldn't have sought you out. My 2 companions and I would suffice." He let out a cold laugh, his eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment and mockery. He never anticipated that his younger brother would indeed forsake the pride of their Saiyan heritage. Had it not been for Prince Vegeta's mention of needing assistance, he would not have exerted such effort to bring his brother along. Thinking that a familiar face could be of aid, he had foreseen the possibility that Kakarot, having grown accustomed to the comforts of ruling Earth, might be reluctant to engage in battles alongside them. Thus, he contemplated forcibly bringing him back. However, reality proved to be far more intricate than he had imagined. As Raditz surveyed his surroundings, he noted the resolute expressions of the Earth warriors surrounding Son Goku. While their combat power may not match that of the Saiyans, their indomitable spirit instilled a sense of pressure within him. Kakarot's fighting prowess hovered just above 1,000, slightly lower than his own, which should have been a favorable circumstance. Yet his refusal to join him, coupled with the presence of several warriors with combat powers in the hundreds, rendered his task insurmountable. With this realization, Raditz let out a cold snort. If that is the case, then let him enjoy his life, as if he, the older brother, had never existed after all. Kakarot had forgotten the bonds of kinship. Nevertheless, in the end, he still wished to embrace him, acknowledging that his absence throughout Kakarot's life had caused him suffering. He spoke, extending his arms wide, feigning an emotional approach towards Sun Wukong, while internally he was retching. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with suspicion and wariness. He could not believe that this suddenly appeared brother would so easily spare him. Raditz opened his arms, slowly advancing towards Sun Wukong, a facade of false smiles adorning his face, resembling a hunter gradually closing in on its prey. "Wukong, be careful," Krillin shouted, his body instinctively lunging forward to protect his friend. However, Raditz's speed far exceeded that of ordinary beings. With a swift movement, he positioned himself before Sun Wukong, tightening his embrace with a sudden force. "Kakarot, you have truly disappointed me," Raditz whispered, his voice laced with a chilling coldness. Sun Wukong felt an agonizing pain as a headbutt struck him hard, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Before he could react, Raditz hurled him into the air, immediately following with an energy blast in pursuit. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed in the sky, resembling fireworks bursting forth, forming a vast cloud of smoke. "Wukong!" Both Master Roshi and Bulma cried out simultaneously, their eyes brimming with fear and fury. Krillin and the other warriors surged forward, seeking vengeance for Sun Wukong. Yet, Raditz had no intention of engaging them. He condensed a small energy blast directed at the ground, raising a cloud of dust that obscured everyone's vision. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz swiftly soared towards Gohan, seizing him in one hand. He had previously noticed this child with a tail and suspected him to be Kakarot's offspring. Since he too was a Saiyan, taking him back would make for an easier report. After all, nurturing him from a young age would be far more convenient. Raditz, holding Gohan tightly, unleashed his full power and rapidly flew towards his spacecraft. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving onlookers utterly unprepared. After all, Raditz had meticulously plotted this, and his actions were swift. As Krillin and the others dispersed the dust, they gazed at the departing Raditz, furiously shouting, "Gohan!" In the sky, Sun Wukong, struck by the energy blast, gradually regained his senses. He resolutely addressed those on the ground. "I will defeat him." With that declaration, he erupted with energy, a white flame burning fiercely around him as he sped off in pursuit of Raditz. At that moment, Piccolo, who had been lurking nearby, also took to the air. Having comprehended the entire situation, "Piccolo," Krillin exclaimed in surprise, "what are you doing here?" "Humph. I merely wish to see who this suddenly emerged individual is," Piccolo replied, arms crossed, floating in the air with a cold demeanor. "However, Sun Wukong can only be defeated by me. He turned and followed suit, leaving Bulma and the others exchanging glances. What shall we do next? Krillin asked, frowning. Shall we also go take a look? Tien Shinhan suggested, and everyone nodded in agreement. At that moment, Bulma turned angrily towards Gannis, shouting at him. Why didn't you stop him? Gannis merely cast her a cold glance, responding, I told you. I won't intervene in this matter, and besides, that child will be fine. Bulma's face flushed with anger, for Gohan was Sun Wukong's child, whom she cherished deeply. The thought of the child being snatched away right before her eyes left her unable to face Chi-Chi. Just because you say he will be fine. Does that mean he will be? That scoundrel, you saw how menacing he is. Bulma retorted furiously. Given the dwindling number of Saiyans, he must have recognized the child's identity. Since he cannot take Sun Wukong, he will surely capture that child to raise him, Gannis replied coolly. Images of Gohan being trained. Growing up to wreak havoc across planets and indiscriminately kill, involuntarily flickered in everyone's minds, sending shivers down their spines. But, Gannis, you are also a Saiyan. Why doesn't he recognize you? Yalaga stepped forward to inquire. I was not with him. I was dispatched to another planet in my youth. Moreover, a planet is vast. And there is no guarantee that everyone knows each other, Gannis explained. In the sky, Sun Wukong relentlessly pursued Raditz, his heart ablaze with fury and determination. He understood that only by vanquishing Raditz could he rescue his son and safeguard the peace of the earth. His gaze was resolute, a fierce fire igniting within him as if he aimed to reduce all obstacles to ashes. Raditz, you cannot escape, Son Goku vowed within, his speed escalating as he closed the distance to Raditz. Chapter 83. The cornered Raditz glanced back, noticing that Son Goku had caught up. A trace of disdain curling upon his lips as if mocking the other's tenacity and folly. Kakarot, you are truly relentless, he murmured to himself, hastening his pace in an attempt to shake off Son Goku. However, Son Goku remained undeterred, his thoughts singularly focused on rescuing Gohan. His speed surged once more, nearly matching Raditz stride for stride. The air was thick with tension, as if even the wind held its breath for this pursuit. Raditz, release Gohan, Son Goku shouted, his voice brimming with fury and resolve. Raditz let out a derisive laugh, halting in midair to face Son Goku. Do you really think you can defeat me? Kakarot. You are exceedingly naive. As soon as his words fell, he abruptly turned and launched a punch towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong swiftly evaded, countering with a strike aimed at Raditz. The two fists collided in midair, producing a resounding boom, and shockwaves radiated outward, causing the surrounding atmosphere to quiver. The dust upon the ground was stirred into a whirlwind, as if cheering for the impending clash. In but a moment, Raditz was sent flying, retreating a considerable distance. He tumbled through the air several times before managing to stabilize his form. He hovered in disbelief, then gazed at his weeping nephew in his hands, gradually descending to the ground to place Gohan down. The sound of little Gohan's cries echoed through the silent valley, strikingly jarring. Raditz looked up at Goku, muttering to himself in confusion. Was he not supposed to possess a battle power exceeding 1,000? He tapped the detector lightly. Beep, beep, beep. 1,200. No problem at all. Could it be that the detector is malfunctioning? His brow furrowed, filled with perplexity and unease. He once again tapped on the detector, and in the distance, the location where he had previously landed began to stir. The spacecraft was moving autonomously towards him. At that moment, Beak also arrived. His silhouette appeared on the distant mountaintop, coldly observing the unfolding battle. Raditz glanced over, his combat power registering at 999. Although Piccolo's energy was not as formidable as his, it was sufficiently potent to evoke a sense of threat. Goku also turned his gaze towards Piccolo, earnestly advising him, do not interfere. This matter is between him and me. Humph. It would be better if he were to kill you, for then no one would hinder my ambition to conquer the world, Piccolo retorted haughtily, arms crossed, his eyes glinting with a mixture of coldness and disdain. Goku, with a resigned smile, then shifted his attention back to Raditz. Raditz, it would be wise for you to leave Earth at once. Otherwise, I will not easily let you escape. Raditz fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Goku's words. Then, a derisive laugh escaped him, his deep voice laced with contempt. Ha! Kakarot, do not become overly arrogant. You are merely a low-class warrior. Let me inform you. My other two companions possess strength several times greater than mine. When they arrive on Earth, it will spell your doom. Piccolo's brow furrowed slightly as he sensed the formidable aura emanating from Raditz, even stronger than his own. If what Raditz claimed about his partner's strength being several times greater was true, the implications were indeed unfathomable. His heart was laden with anxiety and unease. Yet he maintained an exterior of composure and tranquility. Regardless of who you are among the lower-ranking warriors, should any of you dare to commit malevolence on Earth, I shall not let you escape. Sun Wukong declared resolutely, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. He let out a thunderous roar, unleashing all his energy. His white aura flaring more fiercely, as if a brilliant light had pierced the heavens. Raditz gazed up at Son Goku, his eyes darting to the scouter in disbelief. Impossible! How could this be? The scouter's screen displayed Son Goku's current battle power, 4120. Beside him, Piccolo was also pushed back several meters by the force of Goku's energy. Staring at him in astonishment, is this truly the extent of Son Goku's strength? How can he be so powerful? Piccolo murmured, a glimmer of incredulity flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, seated on the ground, Son Gohan ceased his weeping, wide-eyed as he looked up at his father. Raditz's forehead beaded with cold sweat, an unprecedented fear surging within him. Damn it! If this continues, I shall perish here. He slowly retreated, turning to flee. Piccolo swiftly sensed his intent and darted down to block his path. Get out of the way. Raditz unleashed an energy blast towards Piccolo. Without even a glance, Piccolo effortlessly deflected the blast and retaliated with a powerful punch to Raditz's face. Staggered by the blow, Raditz, filled with rage, retaliated with a punch of his own, followed by an uppercut, sending Piccolo flying. Cursed insect! If it weren't for your interference, I would have already escaped. Raditz glared viciously at Piccolo before turning to see Son Goku, who had ceased his energy display, hovering behind him. Piccolo rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and retorted with a disdainful smirk. Humph! Such audacity! He removed his cloak and hat, taking a deep breath, revealing a formidable combat power of 1300. How could this be? Could it be that this planet conceals such strength? Raditz pondered in bewilderment. Are you all right, Piccolo? Goku asked, his concern evident as he gazed at Piccolo. Piccolo remained silent, positioning himself alongside Goku, effectively sandwiching Raditz between them. Raditz's gaze flickered between the two, inwardly lamenting his predicament. He understood that with these two collaborating, his chances of victory were nearly non-existent. Son Wukong, your presence here is unnecessary. I intend to eliminate this individual. Only I shall reign over Earth, and I will eradicate all these intruders. Piccolo glared at Raditz with a murderous intent, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Raditz's heart raced as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if he would be torn to shreds in the next moment. If he did not act swiftly, he would find himself in a dire predicament. He abruptly swung his hand, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts in an attempt to repel Son Wukong and Piccolo. The two swiftly dodged, the energy blasts detonating around them, stirring a cloud of dust and smoke. The explosions reverberated, drowning the air in chaos and obscuring their vision. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz soared into the air, desperate to escape the battlefield. His movements were as swift as the wind, fueled by an intense desire for survival. However, just as he began to flee, Piccolo appeared before him, blocking his path. Piccolo's speed was astonishing, acting in perfect synchrony with Raditz. Do not even think about escaping, Piccolo coldly declared, crossing his arms and forcefully thrusting forward, sending a powerful wave of energy directly at Raditz. The energy wave bore destructive force, as if intent on obliterating all obstacles in its path. Struck by the wave, Raditz was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, which yielded beneath him, creating a deep crater as dust billowed around. Pain surged through his body, as if his bones were on the verge of shattering. Piccolo flew to Raditz's side, his expression filled with lethal intent, gathering an energy blast in his palm aimed directly at him. Intruder, do not attempt any tricks before me. Surrender to your demise. Chapter 84. The shocking revelation. Raditz gritted his teeth, a flicker of madness flashing in his eyes. He understood that he had no retreat left, and could only fight with all his might. You Earthlings have no conception of the true power of the Saiyans. He struck the ground with a powerful fist, causing the earth to fracture instantaneously as a formidable aura erupted from within him. Son Wukong and Piccolo were momentarily staggered by this overwhelming force. Yet they swiftly regained their composure and advanced once more towards Raditz. Desperation and madness increasingly clouded Raditz's gaze. He realized that retreat was no longer an option, and he was left with no choice but to fight with all his might. Come on, Kakarot, Raditz bellowed, his body surging with an even more potent energy as he charged at Son Wukong. Son Wukong met him head-on, their fists colliding in the air with a sound akin to thunderous explosions. With each clash, the atmosphere resonated with powerful waves of energy, as if the very fabric of the universe trembled in response. Meanwhile, Piccolo sought for an opportunity, understanding that he must identify Raditz's vulnerabilities to deliver a decisive blow. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk, meticulously observing Raditz's every movement. The intensity of the battle escalated, yet Sun Wukong's defenses grew increasingly formidable. The two exchanged blows relentlessly, the aftermath of their combat reverberating throughout the environment. The ground quaked, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air. While the surrounding trees swayed violently in the wake of their fierce confrontation, Raditz felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. He understood that he must exert every ounce of his strength to survive. Each punch and kick he unleashed bore cataclysmic force, as though he sought to utterly vanquish Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong's prowess was remarkable. Even without fully engaging, he effortlessly neutralized each of Raditz's attacks. As the battle reached a fever pitch, Raditz sensed his stamina waning. His breaths grew increasingly labored, and sweat soaked through his battle attire. His heart was filled with anxiety and resentment. He was unwilling to accept defeat, especially not at this moment. "Raditz, you have no retreat left, surrender," Sun Wukong exclaimed. His tone laced with a hint of counsel. He did not wish to witness his soul-kin descend into ruin. A flicker of anguish crossed Sun Wukong's eyes. He was reluctant to harm Raditz, yet he understood that if the battle was not resolved swiftly, the consequences would be dire. "Shut up. I will never concede," Raditz bellowed, a glint of madness flashing in his gaze. He suddenly launched a punch towards Sun Wukong's face, his speed rendering a reaction impossible. However, Sun Wukong was prepared. He swiftly sidestepped and delivered a powerful blow to Raditz's abdomen. Raditz felt a sharp pain, his body instinctively recoiling. A pained expression etched across his face. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, and his eyes narrowed slightly in response to the agonizing torment. Seizing the opportunity amidst the fierce battle between Raditz and Son Goku, Piccolo pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, swiftly concentrating his energy, poised to unleash a devastating strike. He understood that with Sun Wukong's indecisive nature, he would undoubtedly falter at a critical moment, even though his strength far surpassed that of Raditz. "Sun Wukong, step aside. Leave this to me," Piccolo shouted, swiftly extending his 2 fingers forward, unleashing a powerful beam of light that struck Raditz's back. "Special beam cannon." Piccolo's voice resonated through the air, imbued with immense power and momentum. Caught off guard, Raditz was struck by the beam, which pierced through his chest, causing his body to lurch forward as he plummeted from the sky. A flicker of terror and unwillingness flashed across his eyes, as he could scarcely believe that he would fall here. Raditz collapsed heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, revealing a gaping wound the size of a bowl in his chest. He struggled to rise but swayed unsteadily before ultimately lying back down. Sun Wukong gently descended to the ground, his gaze fixed upon the prostrate Raditz, a glimmer of compassion flickering in his eyes. "It is over, Raditz." He understood that Raditz was ultimately his own brother, and he could not bring himself to take action against him. Today, Raditz had suddenly appeared before him, delivering a torrent of information, and although he later took Gohan away, he did not inflict any harm. Piccolo approached, his gaze as frigid as ice, infusing the surrounding air with a chill. He stood before Raditz, looking down upon the once mighty Saiyan. Raditz coughed painfully, blood pouring from his mouth and staining the ground crimson. He lifted his gaze, a hint of sarcasm and reluctance shimmering in his eyes. "You must be a Namekian then. To think you would be the one to bring about my demise. I had heard tales of the Namekians crafting wish orbs, yet I never anticipated your formidable prowess." Subsequently, Raditz turned his attention to Son Goku, his expression gradually becoming hazy and distant, as if he were retrieving warm fragments from the depths of his memory. "Kakarot, you bear a striking resemblance to our father, and your demeanor carries echoes of our mother." His voice was faint yet laden with emotion, however. His defeat did not signify the end. The 2 companions I previously mentioned, the mightiest among them being Prince Vegeta, possess a battle power exceeding 10,000. You, at present, barely reach around 4,000, rendering you far from a match. Upon hearing this revelation, Sun Wukong and Piccolo felt as though they had been struck by a heavy blow, their astonishment palpable. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the same concern and resolve found in the other's eyes. "Thank you for revealing my identity," Piccolo stated coldly, shattering the brief silence. "How long will it take for your 2 companions to arrive on Earth?" Raditz coughed a few times, his voice growing increasingly faint. "Perhaps a year," he replied, and with that, his eyes slowly closed, the essence of life dissipating alongside it. Sun Wukong gazed upon Raditz's lifeless body, his heart awash with a tumult of emotions. He understood that the forthcoming year would be their sole opportunity to prepare for the impending battle. "What shall we do now, Piccolo?" he pondered. With a scoff, Piccolo turned and strode towards the cloak he had previously discarded. "Humph. Strengthen your abilities without delay. Do not allow yourself to perish at the hands of those individuals." As he passed by Gohan, Piccolo came to an abrupt halt, suddenly struck by the whimsical idea of taking the boy with him. He turned to look at Sun Wukong, a wicked smile playing on his lips. I shall take your child. Every ounce of vitality must be harnessed. With your gentle disposition, you are unlikely to guide your offspring. However, the notion of nurturing the child of an adversary is indeed intriguing. Daddy! Daddy! Wah! Sun Gohan cried out in terror, struggling desperately as tears blurred his vision. Sun Wukong extended his hand, yearning to intervene against Piccolo, yet the words faltered on his tongue, unable to escape his lips. He understood that although Piccolo was merciless, it was perhaps this very rigorous training that would enable Gohan to survive in future battles. He sighed helplessly as he watched Piccolo take Gohan away. Surely, everything would be fine? Piccolo seemed to have improved. Goku scratched his head, attempting to reassure himself. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead, recalling Chi-Chi's admonition. Oh no. He had promised Chi-Chi that he would bring Gohan home. His face bore an expression of distress as he silently prayed that Chi-Chi would not be too angry. Chapter 85. Time is of the essence in the tranquil sky. An aircraft sliced through the clouds, gradually descending to the ground. The doors of the plane opened, and Master Roshi, Krillin, Bulma, and others disembarked in succession. Their gazes collectively fell upon the lifeless body of Raditz and Son Goku. Krillin was the first to shatter the silence, his face etched with surprise and confusion. Goku, did you defeat him? Son Goku nodded, a hint of a sorrowful smile gracing his face. He took a deep breath and recounted the details of the battle. What? Such a formidable foe? Krillin exclaimed, unable to contain his shock and unease. Son Goku spread his hands, his tone resolute. Yes, we must hasten our training from now on. I intend to take you to seek the guidance of the Supreme Kai. There are those who can instruct you. Tian Shin unfurrowed his brow, expressing concern. But we only have a year. No matter how hard we train, it seems unlikely we can make significant progress. Bulma sighed, lamenting, honestly. It's quite troublesome that Ub is not here, and that Ganas has no intention of intervening in this matter. Master Roshi, with a serious demeanor and unwavering tone, reassured them. Do not worry. I still possess 2 spirit fruits that Ub previously gave me. I had intended to consume them today. However, it appears you are in greater need. He withdrew 2 fruits from behind him, laying them in the palm of his hand, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of determination and resolve. Sun Wukong's eyes brightened in surprise as he exclaimed, Grandfather, you have these too. However, Krillin expressed his concern, asking, But Master Wu Tian, how do we divide just 2? Tian suggested, I propose we let Goku consume them both. Having eaten one before, perhaps with these 2 additional fruits, he might catch up to the mightiest Saiyan. Sun Wukong shook his head firmly, declaring, I shall not partake. You all should eat. That sudden surge of power is somewhat disconcerting for me. The group exchanged glances. And Krillin finally remarked, Tien, aside from Goku, you and Little Jet possess the greatest strength among us. Perhaps it is best for you 2 to consume them. Tien hesitated, his brow furrowed as if preparing to voice further thoughts. However, before he could speak, Master Roshi swiftly placed 1 fruit in each of their hands, interrupting his contemplation. Enough with the chatter, it shall be as I say, Master Roshi asserted with unwavering conviction, his expression resolute. His movements were brisk and decisive, clearly indicating his unwillingness to squander even a moment. He turned to the others and said, Let us hasten back to prepare. Time is of the essence. Everyone nodded in agreement, the flying ones soaring towards the martial arts hall, while those unable to fly hurried towards the aircraft. A palpable tension permeated the air, with each person's expression reflecting a grave seriousness. Bulma's attention was drawn to the device attached to Raditz's eye. Intrigued, she approached cautiously and gingerly removed it, examining the unfamiliar apparatus with great curiosity. This must be the machine that can detect power levels, she murmured, excitement shimmering in her eyes. Donning the device, she observed a series of unintelligible characters on the screen, furrowing her brow in confusion. I don't recognize any of these symbols. She stowed the device away, a confident smile gracing her face as she boarded the aircraft. But this is no challenge for a genius like me. I shall simply adjust it upon our return. The plane ascended slowly, urgency and determination swelling in the hearts of all aboard. Master Roshi gazed out the window, silently praying that their upcoming training would empower Goku and his companions to confront the formidable foes that loomed ahead. As everyone departed, the setting sun cast a warm glow over the plain, painting the sky a deep crimson. The air was thick with the scent of blood and lingering gunpowder, as if recounting the fierce battle just endured. On the ground, Raditz's lifeless body lay still, the surroundings enveloped in an eerie silence, as if time itself had paused to honor this moment of tranquility. The fading light of the sun illuminated his face, evoking a profound sorrow. Yet, at that moment, a subtle tremor emanated from the earth, as if an unknown force stirred restlessly. Raditz' corpse began to quiver slightly, and then, astonishingly, it vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a chilling pool of blood. In the North Galaxy, on the planet Phenomena, a bald giant hovered in the sky, cackling, ha ha ha. A bunch of overconfident fools, perish. He unleashed a barrage of energy blasts upon the city below, wreaking havoc and destruction. Ah, run for your lives. The terrified citizens screamed, ducking for cover and fleeing in all directions. The explosions rained down mercilessly, buildings collapsing amid the fiery chaos. Those escaping faced grim fates, either being obliterated by the blasts, crushed under collapsing structures, or trampled in the ensuing disorder. Enough of this tedious game, Nappa. We've received word from Raditz. A small figure with spiky hair floating beside him remarked coldly. Understood, Prince Vegeta, Nappa replied, his laughter fading as he ceased the bombardment. He gathered his energy, releasing a powerful wave that extended far into the distance. The entire planet fell into an eerie silence, all life extinguished, leaving only shattered ruins. The two descended into a desolate area, kindling a fire to roast their meal. The flames cast an ominous glow upon their faces, enhancing the sinister ambience. Prince Vegeta. Has Raditz succeeded? Nappa inquired while tending to the grill. That worthless fool is dead, accomplishing nothing and revealing our plans to those Earthlings, Vegeta spat disdainfully. What? He is dead? There are beings on Earth capable of killing him? Should we seek vengeance? Nappa asked, astonished. Vegeta scoffed, a hint of contempt glimmering in his eyes. Let that worthless creature remain dead. He is not worth the trouble. However, he did bring forth good news. The elusive Namekians we have sought throughout the universe are, in fact, on Earth. Nappa felt a chill at Vegeta's cold words. Both he and Raditz served under Vegeta, and with Raditz's demise, Vegeta showed no concern. This realization filled Nappa with unease about his own future. He shook his head, striving to maintain his composure, reassuring himself, no, Raditz was merely a low-level warrior. My power far exceeds his. Surely, Prince Vegeta will value me more. After all, we are among the few Saiyans left alive. Prince Vegeta, do the Dragon Balls truly exist? If we find them, what wish would you make? Nappa ventured cautiously. Of course they exist. When the time comes, I will wish for immortality. Allowing me to grow stronger and ultimately defeat Frieza, Vegeta declared, his eyes shining with resolve as he clenched his fists. Now, Nappa, finish your meal. We shall sell this planet and proceed to Earth, Vegeta commanded. The two quickly consumed their food, sold the planet, and boarded their spacecraft, setting it to automatic navigation. Prepared to arrive on Earth in 1 year's time. They closed their eyes, slipping into a deep slumber as the spherical vessel streaked through the sky like meteors, heading towards the distant Earth. Chapter 86, Resurrection in a dimly lit cave. Only a few beams of weak sunlight filtered through the entrance, casting scattered spots on the ground. A damp atmosphere pervaded the air, occasionally interrupted by the crisp sound of water droplets splashing on the rocks. Ganis stood at the center of the cave. The near-lifeless Raditz sprawled on the ground, his body stained with blood. A complex expression flickered across Ganis's face as he pondered something deeply. He took a deep breath. Placing his hands upon Raditz, from which a gentle green luminescence gradually emanated, healing the wounds upon Raditz's body. Time passed inexorably, and as Ganis withdrew his hands, the horrifying gaping wound in Raditz's chest had vanished without a trace. Raditz slowly opened his eyes, filled with confusion and bewilderment. Am I not dead? He croaked, his voice hoarse and tinged with weakness. Ganis regarded him with a cold stare, his tone laced with disdain. You were indeed dead, however. I thought it a pity for the few surviving Saiyans to perish so easily. Upon hearing these words, Raditz abruptly sat up, his gaze fixed on Ganis with keen vigilance. He swiftly rose to his feet, raising his hand towards Ganis, conjuring an orb of energy, and inquired, Who are you? Ganis responded with a cold smile, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. I advise you to temper your demeanor. Not only is your strength insufficient to inflict any harm upon me, but considering that I have saved your life, your attitude is quite unbecoming. Upon hearing this, Rithis displayed a look of disdain, scoffing, such arrogance. Allow me to witness your combat prowess. He reached out to grasp the detector, only to find it absent, realizing that the device had vanished from beside his ear. Return it, you Earthling. That belongs to me. Raditz shouted furiously, and with a flick of his palm, he unleashed a sphere of energy. Unfazed, Ganis extended a hand and, with a gentle squeeze, dissipated the energy sphere into thin air. His movements were so effortless, as if he had merely crushed a small pebble. Raditz's eyes widened like brass bells, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. What? He gazed incredulously at the scene before him, a tempest of emotion surging within his heart. After my recovery, my fighting power has increased, yet my energy blast was so easily neutralized. Are there truly so many formidable warriors on this earth? Raditz' thoughts spiraled into chaos, his fist clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. Ganas let out a cold smirk and slowly remarked, "Well, there's no need to exhaust yourself. Allow me to inform you, I too am a Saiyan. My name is Ganas." He slowly unfastened the long robe around his waist, revealing his tail, which gently swayed in the air as if proclaiming its own identity. Raditz's gaze fixated on the tail, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. He raised an eyebrow and then shifted his gaze back to Ganas' face. "What do you mean, my lord? With such power? Why do you not seek out Prince Vegeta and join us in our conquests?" His voice carried a hint of skepticism and confusion. Ganas slightly shook his head, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. "I initially entertained such thoughts, but later found them ludicrous. To follow that great one is the prudent course. The Saiyans' original manner of conduct is nothing short of self-destruction." Raditz's expression darkened instantly, and he stepped forward with fervor, glaring at Ganas in fury. "What nonsense are you spouting? We surviving Saiyans number but a handful. We need only to follow Prince Vegeta and leverage his formidable strength to restore our homeland." Ganas merely scoffed, a glint of mockery in his eyes. "It seems you are utterly ignorant." Raditz's heart tightened, his brow furrowing as he spoke in a hushed, tense tone. "Ignorant of what?" Ganas' gaze grew serious, and he inhaled deeply before slowly articulating, "Planet Vegeta was annihilated by Frieza. He feared that we Saiyans would manifest a Super Saiyan. Yet, his power, which appears to be 530,000, is in truth 120 million. He paused momentarily, seemingly allowing Raditz to absorb this astonishing revelation. Raditz's heart raced, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Frieza's power level was 120 million? His voice trembled slightly, as if he were questioning whether he had misheard. Ganas nodded and continued. "The Super Saiyan is a transformation that occurs when one's base power reaches 3 million. Under certain conditions, one can transform, augmenting their power by 50-fold. As he spoke, he suddenly unleashed an overwhelming aura, golden flames enveloping his entire being, his hair soaring upwards, radiating an unparalleled strength. This is the essence of the Super Saiyan. And beyond it lie even higher tiers, all imparted by that esteemed individual." His tone resonated with authority and confidence. Raditz gazed at Ganas in a daze, his heart brimming with shock and reverence. He swallowed hard, his voice slightly hoarse. "Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? What is your current strength? Have you surpassed Frieza? And what of the esteemed individual you mentioned? What is his power? Is he also a Saiyan?" Ganas reined in his arrogance, a hint of profundity gleaming in his eyes. 5 years ago, my strength already far exceeded that of Frieza. Presently, my battle power hovers around 250 million. As for the esteemed individual, his might transcends our wildest imaginations. He is a human from Earth and can now be regarded as a deity. Before him, I would stand no chance against even a single finger." As he spoke, a flicker of awe and reverence crossed his eyes. Raditz's eyes widened in disbelief, the shock on his face unmistakable. How could this be possible? Could Earthlings possess such strength? Even deities could defeat you with a mere finger. That seemed utterly exaggerated. Ganas stood before him, his expression calm, as if he had already anticipated Raditz's skepticism. His gaze was profound, as if he could see beyond Raditz into the farthest reaches. "Well, when the time comes to meet that esteemed individual, you shall understand." He gently patted Raditz on the shoulder, his tone imbued with an undeniable conviction. "You must make a good impression before him. Find a way to catch his eye, or else I cannot assist you." Raditz took a deep breath, attempting to calm the tumult within. "I understand now. What is the purpose of cultivating the mind?" Ganas' lips curled into a slight smile, finally revealing a hint of warmth. "This is the key to transforming into a Super Saiyan, a serene heart." Raditz nodded, as a flicker of enlightenment dawned upon him. "Very well, I have another question. Since you have surpassed Frieza, why do you not seek revenge?" Ganas' expression turned grave, his voice low and resolute. "It is not yet time. That esteemed individual has his own plans. I cannot disrupt his arrangements." Raditz's gaze remained fixed on Ganas, his heart brimming with confusion and uncertainty. "Then where shall we go now?" "To planet Yadrit," Ganas exclaimed, gripping Raditz's shoulder, his fingers resting on his forehead as he maintained his Super Saiyan form. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the presence of Elder Pibra from the planet Yadarat. Under normal circumstances, such distant sensations eluded him, only accessible through the enhancement of a Super Saiyan or when the targeted aura was exceptionally powerful. "Found it." Ganas suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of light flickering within. With that, he employed instant transmission, vanishing from his original location alongside Raditz. Chapter 87, The Shadow of Ebony on the planet Yadarat, within the serene palace of Elder Pibra. Tranquility reigned supreme. He was engrossed in an artistic tome, lost in the enchanting world it unfolded, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. His eyes sparkled with a brilliance, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary, occasionally erupting into fits of childish laughter. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated the room, and Ganis, accompanied by the silhouette of Lotties, appeared within the palace in an instant. Pebra, startled, trembled violently, nearly dropping the book in his hands, hastily concealing it behind him, a flicker of panic crossing his face. "Hee, I see you, Elder Pebra," Ganis teased, his gaze fixated on Pebra's slightly flustered demeanor. "By the way, your kind on this planet has no females, right? You indulge in such literature too?" Pebra's cheeks flushed, his voice faltering in nonsense. "I am merely seeking to understand the cultural nuances of other planetary civilizations. But what brings you here so unexpectedly today?" Ganis smiled softly, then adopted a serious tone. "Oh, I have come today to request the use of the Spirit Heart Lake to assist this individual in the cultivation of his spirit." He gestured towards Raditz standing beside him. Pebra scrutinized Raditz, a frown forming on his brow as a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. "This individual harbors an intense malice, far surpassing your former self by 100-fold. Ganis nodded affirmatively, his tone resolute. "Indeed, that is why we require the assistance of the Spirit Lake." Pebra sighed, waving his hand dismissively. "Very well, take him there. After all, you know the way. Just refrain from disturbing me otherwise." With that, he turned away, continuing to covertly peruse the tome of art. Ganis, shaking his head in resignation, turned and led Raditz towards the Spirit Lake. Upon reaching its shores, Ganis halted, gesturing towards the lake's surface, and spoke earnestly to Raditz. "During this period, you shall focus solely on cultivating your mind here. Aside from meals and rest, dedicate an hour each day to spar with me." "Huh?" Ganis raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Huh? What? Do you have any objections?" Raditz quickly waved his hands, inwardly grumbling. "Isn't this a one-sided torment?" Yet he mustered the courage to respond. "No, not at all. I merely meant that with your formidable strength, the training might not yield significant results, right?" Ganis let out a cold chuckle, imbued with an air of authority. "You needn't worry about that. Should you sustain injuries, I shall heal you, provided you don't perish immediately. With our Saiyan bloodline, each brush with death enhances our strength considerably. Reach 3 million in power, and I shall teach you how to transform, then take you to meet Lord Ubu." "Very well." Raditz sighed in resignation, contemplating. "There's no escaping this beating. However," he thought, "but I can transform into a Super Saiyan, and then I shall hold my head high before Nappa. Yet, who exactly is this Lord Ubu? Will he be difficult to deal with?" He shook his head, casting aside the distracting thoughts, and settled cross-legged by the lake, beginning to cultivate tranquility within. The surface of the lake shimmered with glistening reflections, while a gentle breeze caressed the air, bringing a touch of coolness. Ganis stood nearby, quietly observing Rithes with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. On Earth, at the temple, the group had originally intended to return to the martial arts school to inquire with Ganis about matters concerning the Saiyans, only to discover that he had mysteriously vanished. With time pressing upon them, they resolved to head directly to the temple to seek assistance from the deity. "Divine One, can you reach out to Brother Wumu?" Aliga asked anxiously, her eyes sparkling with hope. The deity nodded slightly. "I can, but he is currently engaged in cultivation, and it would be inappropriate to disturb him. For now, you should practice with Bobo, and I will summon Wumu as soon as I can." Though slightly disappointed, Aliga acquiesced and followed Bobo to train alongside Krillin and the others. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong remained in place, his gaze fixed intently upon the deity. "Divine Being, you seem different now," Sun Wukong remarked, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. The deity smiled gently. "Indeed, my strength has seen some advancement." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes brightened with eagerness. "Ah, please tell me how to achieve that." The deity shook his head, a hint of exasperation crossing his features. "I cannot assist you directly, but Wumu has left you a projection within the Temple of Time and Space. You may seek him there." "Wumu? He already knew?" Sun Wukong furrowed his brow in confusion. The deity sighed, his gaze becoming profound. "I cannot say for certain. Ever since Wumu returned from the universe 5 years ago, he has become inscrutable to me. 3 years ago, he descended to Karen Tower, approached me unexpectedly, and spoke of a crisis concerning Earth that would arise this year. He left a projection, instructing me to direct you to the Temple of Time and Space when you sought him." Sun Wukong, now filled with more questions yet sensing an urgency, contemplated the Temple of Time and Space, previously a place where he traversed dimensions to spar with Master Wu Tai. He was puzzled as to why Wumu would leave a projection there. "I shall go see Wumu. He must have something important to convey," Sun Wukong declared resolutely. The deity nodded, watching Sun Wukong enter the temple, his heart still heavy with doubt and concern. He turned and lowered his gaze, peering through the clouds beneath the temple towards the mortal realm. The essence of the ebony would resided deep within the ocean, seemingly engaged in a profound physical cultivation. What are your intentions, Ebony? The celestial being's eyes flickered as he silently pondered. The impending arrival of the Saiyans in a year filled him with unease. With a mere combat power of 6,500 and not being a fighter by nature, he felt utterly powerless to thwart the approaching Saiyans, whose strength exceeded 10,000. He wondered what means Sun Wukong and the others might devise within this year to swiftly augment their power. The celestial being let out a deep sigh, his heart heavy with helplessness and concern. Alas! Sun Wukong entered the time and space hall, the surroundings evoking a sense of familiarity within him. The space inside the hall was warped, with countless shadows of clocks flickering in the void, as if whispering the mysteries of time. Each clock's face shimmered with a faint glow, seemingly anticipating a specific moment. He cast his gaze around, searching for the lingering shadow of the ebony figure. Suddenly, a radiant light flashed, and the silhouette of the ebony appeared before him. Sun Wukong. If you are able to witness this visage, it signifies that you have arrived here. The voice of the ebony was deep and resonant, as if it transcended the confines of time and space. This projection bore no consciousness. It was merely programmed to utter these words upon encountering Sun Wukong. What is it that you wish to convey to me? Sun Wukong inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity, his brow furrowed with a mix of apprehension and anticipation. The ebony's projection offered a faint smile, a glimmer of mystery dancing in its eyes. The future Earth shall confront a monumental crisis, the arrival of the Saiyans being but one facet of it. You must enhance your strength within this year. Only then can you safeguard the planet. A weight settled in Sun Wukong's heart, and his clenched fist trembled slightly. I understand. Why do you not join us in vanquishing them? Chapter 88, Kakarot. I know you will undoubtedly question me as to why I do not fight alongside you. The ebony's projection seemed to anticipate the inquiry, its gaze deepening, simultaneously gazing at him and peering into a distant future. He continued slowly, I can change many things, but this particular matter remains unalterable. Moreover, it is your battle, a destiny entwined with that individual. Have faith in your ability to vanquish those adversaries. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Although the words of Wu Mu were somewhat obscure, he grasped the essence of the final encouragement. Clenching his fists, determination ignited in his gaze as he proclaimed, I will undoubtedly protect the Earth. The projection of Wu Mu continued. Within the Hall of Time and Space, there exists a method for you to grow stronger. You must endure the trials I have left behind to attain that power. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, his eyes resolutely fixed upon Wu Mu's projection. I understand. I shall give my all. As Wu Mu's projection gradually dissipated, it transformed into wisps of silvery light, ultimately coalescing in the air into a clock radiating an enigmatic glow. Sun Wukong approached, scrutinizing this clock intently. The clock's face was inscribed with intricate runes, seemingly concealing boundless secrets. He extended his hand and gently touched the clock, instantly feeling a powerful force surging into his body. It was as if a torrent flooded through him, rapidly filling every part of his being. The radiance of the clock grew increasingly luminous, ultimately enveloping him entirely. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, embracing the pulsating energy within him, feeling both anxious and exhilarated. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself standing in an unfamiliar place. The sky above was overcast, and the air was thick with a stifling atmosphere. Sun Wukong glanced around, recognizing the scenery as vaguely familiar yet strikingly alien. He was taken aback, murmuring to himself, this is the base of the Red Satin Legion. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy surged forth, as if an invisible blade had sliced through the tranquil sky. He abruptly turned, his gaze piercing, and beheld a towering figure materializing before him. Clad in ebony armor, the warrior's eyes shimmered with a frigid light. A faint, sardonic smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Are you Sun Wukong? The warrior's voice was deep and chilling, laced with disdain and provocations, as if assessing a trivial insect. Sun Wukong's heart quickened with caution, yet he maintained an air of unruffled composure. Indeed, I am Sun Wukong. The warrior scoffed, then lunged at Sun Wukong with an astonishing speed that rendered him nearly imperceptible. It was as though a streak of black lightning sliced through the air, closing in an instant. Sun Wukong reacted swiftly, crossing his arms to shield against the onslaught. The collision of their fists resonated with a thunderous sound, unleashing a formidable shockwave that shattered the ground beneath them, sending debris flying and dust swirling. Feeling the might of his opponent, Sun Wukong was taken aback, thinking, what incredible strength. Is this the trial left by the ebony wood? He pondered silently, swiftly adjusting his stance to launch a counterattack. The silhouettes of the two combatants intertwined in the air, each collision unleashing a surge of potent energy. The warrior's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, akin to an unrelenting tempest. Yet Sun Wukong remained undaunted, his eyes shimmering with resolute light, reminiscent of an everlasting flame. He relentlessly sought the opponent's vulnerabilities, and finally, in a fierce clash, Sun Wukong seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful blow to the warrior's chest. That punch was akin to a thunderous force, imbued with boundless strength. Reminiscent of a dragon soaring across the skies, the warrior was pushed back several steps, a flicker of astonishment and rage flashing in his eyes. He did not anticipate that Sun Wukong could uncover his weaknesses in such a brief span of time. The warrior's breath quickened, and a conspicuous crack appeared on his armor. Sun Wukong afforded his opponent no respite, swiftly closing the distance and unleashing a relentless series of assaults. His fists descended like a tempest, each strike imbued with the force of thunder. The warrior was relentlessly forced back, his body swaying precariously. Ultimately, he was vanquished by Sun Wukong, collapsing to the ground with a pained groan. His body convulsed upon the ground, the cracks in his armor widening as if it were on the verge of shattering. "You have triumphed," the warrior's voice emerged, deep and feeble. Upon uttering these words, his form gradually faded, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing into the ether. Sun Wukong gazed at the spot where the warrior had disappeared, his heart brimming with perplexity. What shall be the next course of action? He stepped into the base, and the sight before him sent a shiver through his heart. The ground was strewn with corpses, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of blood. Sun Wukong felt a weight of gravity. Although he understood that this grim tableau might have been orchestrated by Wu Mu, he was still struck by a sense of foreboding. Each lifeless body seemed to narrate a tragic tale, and every drop of blood appeared to accuse the infinite evils that had transpired. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure, and continued onward. The structures of the base lay in a state of disrepair, their walls riddled with bullet holes and charred marks. As Sun Wukong ventured deeper, the scene before him gradually came into focus. In the center of the hall stood a colossal machine pod, emanating a cold metallic sheen. Approaching it, the pod's door creaked open, revealing a man with closed eyes, his body entangled with various wires. Sun Wukong was taken aback. The figure before him bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. A surge of intense shock and bewilderment welled up within him, prompting him to whisper, "Is this truly me?" Suddenly, the man opened his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a blade, fixed firmly on Sun Wukong. A tightness gripped Sun Wukong's heart, and he instinctively retreated a few steps, adopting a defensive stance, his expression wary. The man disconnected the wires from his body, a sinister smile playing upon his lips. His voice low and laced with provocation, "Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong's brow furrowed deeply, his tone icy. "Who are you?" "I am Kakarot. In other words, I am you." Kakarot replied with a mocking grin, his tail unfurling from behind him and swaying gently, stirring a soft breeze. As Sun Wukong beheld that tail, a flicker of nostalgia surged within him, but he quickly focused his gaze intently on Kakarot, striving to sense his energy. However, the aura he detected was not particularly potent, deepening his confusion. Suddenly, Kakarot bellowed, "Fivefold King Kai Fist." In an instant, he was enveloped by a crimson aura, his power surging dramatically, transforming him into a blazing inferno as he charged towards Sun Wukong. Before Sun Wukong could comprehend the situation, Kakarot's hand had already seized his head, propelling him backward with wild fervor. Their figures darted through the hall like lightning, shattering walls, with debris flying and dust swirling around them. What kind of technique is this? How could it amplify so suddenly? Sun Wukong pondered with bewilderment, struggling desperately yet unable to free himself from Kakarot's grasp. With a resounding crash, Kakarot forcefully thrust Sun Wukong into a small mountain, which collapsed instantaneously under the immense impact, causing the ground to tremble. Sun Wukong was buried beneath the rubble. Kakarot, arms crossed, stood to the side murmuring, "You need to learn quickly. There are 2 more challenges ahead." Sun Wukong emerged from the pile of stones, hovering in the air, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Kakarot. He sensed that the aura of that individual was rather peculiar, akin to a fleeting burst of power, potent yet ephemeral. However, should I master this technique, the impending crisis a year hence would be averted. Sun Wukong silently resolved within himself, his gaze growing ever more resolute. Chapter 89. Enlightenment of the next realm. Deep beneath the sea, the murky waters resembled an endless night, punctuated only by the occasional flicker of bioluminescent creatures. Ebony would sat quietly upon the ocean floor, surrounded by water that felt like an invisible giant hand, exerting a formidable pressure. He took no protective measures, as if the pressure of the deep sea was nothing more than a gentle breeze upon his face. The ebony would breathe slowly, the seawater ebbing and flowing in tandem with his breath, as if they had become one. This manner of respiration harmonized him with his surroundings, as though he were an intrinsic part of the ocean itself. Suddenly, the ebony would opened its eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickering within. The corners of his mouth curled upward slightly, revealing a smile imbued with profound significance. The image faded away, indicating that Sun Wukong had commenced his endeavor. He murmured to himself, his voice resonating through the water, laced with a hint of wicked amusement, "Do savor the gift I have left for you." The playful smile of the ebony figure gradually waned, replaced by an expression of solemnity. He began to ponder the distinction between dance strength and gang strength. Memories from his past life novels surfacing in his mind, the progression beyond dance strength, as delineated in those tales, leads to gang strength. Dance strength is cultivated upon the foundation of Hua strength, wherein the essence of the entire being, vital energy, spirit, and blood, is condensed within the Dan Tian. In contrast, gang strength represents an intense concentration of power, capable of penetrating the body and striking outward, albeit at a mere inch's distance. He gently shook his head, a slight furrow forming on his brow as he continued to ponder. In this world, even the essence can leave the body. And I have condensed my vital energy into a golden core located at my heart, thus elevating my existence beyond that of a mere mortal. What, then, is the principle behind this enhancement of life? Wumu fell into deep contemplation, his brow tightly knit, as if grappling with a perplexing conundrum. Suddenly, a moment of enlightenment illuminated his mind, and he grasped the profound truth. The heart's function is to circulate blood. The golden core resides within the heart, infusing the blood with vital energy, thereby replacing his former essence. Now, the blood coursing through his veins was entirely liberated from the realm of mortals. Within the framework of fantastical narratives, there exists a form of martial cultivation that involves the transmutation of blood and bones to attain greater strength. Thus, the next step would be the transformation of bones. However, the marrow's vital energy cannot achieve circulation, and the vertebrae merely serve as a reservoir. His thoughts raced. Intertwining with knowledge from the medical field, the kidneys govern the bones, for the kidneys harbor essence, which generates marrow, and the marrow in turn nourishes the bones. It appears that he has discerned the path ahead. Having already cultivated 2 of the 5 organs, he is poised to cultivate the remainder, perfectly aligning with the principles of the 5 elements. A faint smile graced his lips. He closed his eyes once more, continuing to breathe deeply. The vital energy from the sea seemed to respond to a silent call, swiftly converging towards him. Ebony guided this energy into his kidneys, attuning himself to the transformations within. Above his head, the seawater formed a swirling vortex, with the vital energy continuously surging into his being. The body of Ebony gradually began to radiate light, resembling a luminous pearl shimmering in the depths of the dark ocean. His heart pulsated with greater vigor, each beat propelling vitality through the meridians and vessels within his body. In the temple, the clock of time and space manifested. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong rise once more, Kakarot's smile deepened, and a glimmer of provocation sparkled in his eyes. He disdainfully remarked, "What? Are you still unconvinced?" Sun Wukong remained silent, his gaze piercing, and the fervor of battle ignited within him. Taking a deep breath, he began to regulate his energy, preparing for the imminent confrontation. Observing this, Kakarot's lips curled into a slight smirk as he suddenly launched another attack. The crimson aura surged forth like a tempest, causing the very space around them to tremble. Sun Wukong swiftly dodged, their figures intertwining in midair, engaging in an intense clash. Fists and feet collided, energy radiating outward, as the entire atmosphere seemed to quiver with each impact. Each encounter stirred a fierce wind, as if the surrounding air were being torn asunder. While countering Kakarot's strikes, Sun Wukong meticulously analyzed his opponent's techniques, discerning the flow of energy through their physical contact. Again, Kakarot roared, swinging a powerful punch towards Sun Wukong. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Sun Wukong swiftly sidestepped, retaliating with a punch aimed at Kakarot's abdomen. The blow forced Kakarot to stagger back a few steps, yet his smile remained undiminished. Assuming a stance midair, Kakarot placed his hands on his waist to gather energy. Upon witnessing this movement, Sun Wukong instantly understood his opponent's intent and quickly mirrored the posture. Their hands simultaneously shimmered with a dazzling blue radiance, and an electric tension surged between them. "Kamehameha!" They shouted in unison as torrents of blue energy erupted from their palms, hurtling towards one another. The 2 waves of energy collided fiercely in the air, unleashing a blinding brilliance and a thunderous roar. In that moment, the very fabric of time and space seemed to tear apart, revealing an abyss of endless darkness that sent chills down the spine. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. exerting every ounce of his strength to propel the energy wave towards Kakarot. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his gaze reflected an unwavering determination. He clenched his teeth, exerting every ounce of his energy into the Kamehameha wave. Do you truly believe this will defeat me? Sixfold Kaioken. Kakarot scoffed, suddenly unleashing an even greater aura, instantly overpowering Goku's attack. Goku felt an immense force barreling toward him, his body involuntarily sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Kakarot gazed at the fallen Goku, shaking his head, relieved that there were no limits to using Kaioken in this realm. Goku. Time is of the essence. The flow of time in this space differs vastly from that of the outside world. Lying on the ground, Goku gasped for breath. His clothing tattered, yet a faint smile graced his face. I understand now. He slowly rose to his feet, fixating his gaze upon Kakarot, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It is time to defeat you, Kaioken. With that, a tremendous force erupted, sending dust and debris swirling around. Goku was enveloped in a crimson aura, which billowed his garments and tousled his hair. Triple Kaioken, Goku proclaimed with fervor. However, his body suddenly convulsed violently, his complexion paling. What is happening? Is something amiss? Kakarot hovered above, casting a glance down at Goku, a flicker of resignation glimmering in his eyes. Truly, you are remarkable. You grasp the principles so swiftly. Yet, your body is not yet capable of withstanding the strain of Triple Kaioken. He suddenly charged forward, gathering all his strength to strike at Sun Wukong. He was aware that Sun Wukong had already mastered the Kaioken technique, rendering further combat futile. Sun Wukong gazed calmly at the oncoming Kakarot, his heart enveloped in tranquility. He adopted a wide stance, drawing his fists to his waist before launching them forward with great force. A crimson gust of energy fanned out, enveloping Kakarot, and as their fists collided, a powerful shockwave erupted. Kakarot's form gradually faded amidst the red tempest, akin to a flame consuming itself, until he was rendered into nothingness. Congratulations. You have passed the second stage. Then, Kakarot transformed into a wisp of red energy, swiftly penetrating Son Goku's mind, as if a lightning bolt had sliced through his consciousness. Son Goku felt an intense impact, and an overwhelming flood of information and images surged through his thoughts. His brow furrowed, and a flicker of astonishment and confusion crossed his gaze. It turned out that this Kaioken technique inflicted damage upon the body. He had already comprehended all the principles of the Kaioken and was aware that this realm consisted of 4 stages, with the passage of time differing from the outside world. He needed to act swiftly. Suddenly, the space was torn into countless fragments, and the surrounding scenery transformed ceaselessly like a kaleidoscope. With each passing second, the world before him was reorganized, rendering him utterly dazzled. Chapter 90. The Arrival of the Saiyans. Alas, why can I see nothing? He exclaimed, as the space before him plunged into complete darkness, obscuring even his own hands. What on earth is that fellow up to? Goku pondered, his brow furrowed in confusion. At that moment, a formidable force surged toward him. Instinctively, Goku swung his fist in retaliation, only to find his punch landing in empty space. He tightly shut his eyes, endeavoring to discern the whereabouts of his adversaries through the sensations surrounding him, yet to no avail. The darkness enveloped him like an enormous shroud, consuming all vitality, leaving not even a whisper of footsteps to be heard. Suddenly, an assault struck once more, as if it were emanating from all directions simultaneously. In this shadowy abyss, Sun Wukong found himself unable to evade the onslaught, forced to endure relentless blows. His body was subjected to relentless blows, each punch inflicting excruciating pain. Yet he clenched his teeth, striving to remain conscious. On planet Odrat, a thunderous crash resounded as Raditz was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Clutching his chest in agony. When would this torment end? A sense of helplessness filled Raditz's eyes. Ganas approached his side, gently placing his palm over Raditz's wound, employing a healing technique to mend his injuries. A flickering green light emanated from his hand, gradually restoring Raditz's condition. Do not lament, be content. For my ascent in power was not as swift as yours, Ganas consoled while administering treatment, a hint of jest in his tone. Raditz snorted in response. He recognized the truth in Ganas' words, yet it did little to alleviate his inner turmoil. In truth, Ganas secretly chuckled. Back then, Lord Omu had bestowed upon him mystical fruits to enhance his power, allowing for rapid recovery from injuries sustained during training, unlike the slow healing process he now faced, enduring prolonged pain. Over time, Raditz's aggression had diminished significantly, and his combat prowess had soared to over 100,000. Once Ganas had healed him, he patted Raditz on the shoulder, smiling. All right, let us continue. Raditz rose, determination igniting in his eyes, his energy surging forth like a tempest towards Ganas. Their figures intertwined in the air, fists and feet clashing, resonating with thunderous impact. Time slipped away quietly amidst the fervent training while on Earth. Popo effortlessly countered the attacks from Krillin and the others. Each move was deftly neutralized, as if he were toying with a group of children. Thus, everyone raced against time to enhance their abilities, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. They should be arriving soon. Let us find a place to await their arrival. Tien glanced around, speaking in a low tone. Krillin furrowed his brows, anxiously inquiring, "Where is Goku?" The group turned to the Supreme Kai, who, with a frown, replied slowly, "Goku is still in training. At this juncture, still not finished?" Krillin raked his hands through his hair in distress, overwhelmed with unease. How could a mere few of us contend with those Saiyans? Little Goten stepped forward, his gaze resolute as he looked at Tien. "Tien, can we eat the fruit now? It should be maximized by this point." Tien nodded, a glimmer of determination crossing his eyes. "Yes, let us eat." Without hesitation, they consumed the fruit under the eager eyes of their companions. Boom. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from them, bending the surrounding trees low, forcing everyone to squint against the overwhelming energy. "We should have a fighting chance now," Tien remarked, retracting his power and taking a deep breath. With unwavering resolve, he stated, "Let us proceed. We will delay them for as long as possible." He turned to the celestial being and solemnly said, "Divine One, I kindly ask you to wait here for Wukong to emerge." The celestial nodded, watching as Tianjin Fan soared away from the divine temple. "Let us proceed." Tianjin Fan's voice echoed in the air, prompting everyone else to follow suit. Yamcha, who had been recruited by Krillin for training a year prior, was also among the group. At this moment, the collective combat power of the group had significantly surged. Tianjin Fan at 8,200, Little Jet at 7,600, Krillin at 2,370, Ariga at 1830, Jiaozi at 1220, and Yamcha at 1480. In the northern city of Block District, two thunderous booms shattered the tranquility, causing the ground to tremble violently as if the entire world was quaking. A thick cloud of dust rapidly enveloped the area, obscuring the sun. As a gust of wind swept through, the dust gradually dispersed, revealing two enormous craters on the ground. In the center of each crater lay a spherical spacecraft, its silvery gray metallic shell glinting with a cold light under the sun. The hatch slowly opened, and Vegeta and Nappa emerged one after the other. Vegeta scanned the surroundings, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems this Earth could fetch a handsome price. He had invaded countless life-bearing planets, yet the quality of this blue planet was evidently of superior rank. Nappa appeared somewhat impatient, his gaze sweeping over the astonished Earthlings, a flicker of disdain and contempt flashing in his eyes. "A swarm of insects," he growled, extending his hand as several explosive energy waves shot forth, hurtling towards the crowd. The waves carved dazzling arcs through the air, followed by a series of explosions that ignited the sky. People screamed and fled in all directions, plunging the entire neighborhood into chaos. Vegeta observed the scene with an icy demeanor, arms crossed before his chest, calmly stating, "It is time to locate those who killed Raditz. Extract the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, and then eliminate them." "Understood, Prince Vegeta." Nappa, still yearning for more destruction, ceased his assault and slowly pressed the device at his ear. "Prince Vegeta, in that direction, not far from us, there are two formidable individuals, along with several others gathering nearby." Vegeta slightly lifted his chin, coldly replying, "Very well, let us investigate." He soared towards the direction indicated by Nappa, his figure tracing an arrow-like trajectory through the air. Nappa followed closely behind, laughter echoing in the atmosphere. "Ha ha ha, the gravity on this planet is so light. It feels delightful to move about." Meanwhile, the wilderness was strewn with jagged rocks, a chilling aura permeating the surroundings. Piccolo stood atop a towering boulder, gradually removing his cloak and hat, revealing a stern visage. "They are coming." Upon hearing these words, Gohan felt a surge of anxiety, his eyes widened slightly, and cold sweat trickled from his palms. Throughout the year, although he had trained diligently like in the original tale, his power level had risen to 2,600. Yet the impending threat still instilled fear in him. Piccolo, on the other hand, had made significant strides, his power level astonishingly reaching 4,800. He stood resolutely in place, his gaze piercing as he stared into the distance. At that moment, Tien and the others arrived. Piccolo's eyes flickered in surprise at the substantial increase in their strength. Nevertheless, he let out a cold snort, asserting that they should not interfere. The adversaries were to be confronted by him and the young boy. Gohan, standing beside Piccolo, glanced at Tien and the others, a glimmer of joy in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Uncle Krillin, Sister Aral." Upon hearing this, Krillin rushed forward a few steps. Anxiety etched on his face as he inquired, "Gohan, are you all right?" Gohan shook his head, mustering a faint smile. "I'm fine, Uncle Krillin." Relieved, Krillin turned to Piccolo. His tone taking on a serious note, "Piccolo, this is not the time for recklessness. Our priority is to hold them off until Goku arrives to resolve the situation." Chapter 91. Son Goku emerges. Piccolo furrowed his brow and scoffed. Where is that fool Goku? Is he afraid?" Tien stood steadfastly nearby, his resolve unwavering as he looked into the distance. His voice was deep and commanding. "He is currently at a crucial juncture and will arrive shortly. We must hold them off for now." At that instant, a powerful gust of wind swept through the air, heralding the descent of Vegeta and Nappa, exuding an overwhelming aura. It was unexpected that all those detected by the scouter had converged in one place. Nappa surveyed the surroundings with a sneer, his eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze lingering momentarily on each individual's face before finally resting upon Piccolo, a faint smile gracing his lips. "What is this? Have you chosen a fine resting place for yourselves?" Piccolo, disinclined to engage in idle chatter, coldly retorted, "If you wish to come to Earth, then you may as well remain here." No sooner had he spoken than he propelled himself towards Nappa, his movement swift as the wind, slicing through the air like a streak of green lightning. Observing Piccolo's advance, Nappa scoffed, "With a mere battle power of 2,000, dare you confront the mighty Nappa?" He did not engage with earnestness, and as a consequence, was sent flying by a single punch from Bick, crashing against a distant rock with a resounding thud. Witnessing this, Vegeta exclaimed in fury, "Fool! They possess the ability to conceal their true power. Do not trust those numerical readings. The scouter has become obsolete." He removed the detector and crushed it in his hand, the fragments glistening in the sunlight. Subsequently, Vegeta turned to face Piccolo, his gaze filled with scrutiny and coldness. "Namekian, you should be capable of creating the Dragon Balls, correct?" Piccolo scoffed lightly, assuming a combat stance, unyielding in his response. "Regrettably, the Dragon Balls are not of my making. My preference lies solely in battle." Krillin, Tien, and the others also assumed their fighting stances, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. Their hearts raced, sweat trickling down their foreheads. Yet none of them faltered. "Ha!" Vegeta sneered, glancing back and calling out loudly, "Nappa, how much longer do you intend to sleep?" In the distance, Nappa pushed aside the boulders pinning him down, rose to his feet, brushed off the dust from his clothing, his face unmarred by injury. He gazed at the crowd, who appeared to be on high alert, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he suggested, "Prince Vegeta, their strength is commendable. Do we not still possess a few cultivation pods? Let us bring them forth to engage in a little amusement, as their numbers align perfectly." Vegeta, arms crossed, ascended to a nearby rock, casting a cold glance at Nappa. "Nappa, be mindful of your limits. Do not let it spiral out of control." "Fear not," Nappa cheerfully replied, producing a test tube, uncorking it, and promptly spilling out 8 seeds. He punctured several small holes in the ground, carefully embedding the seeds within, before pouring a nutrient solution atop them. The others, including Piccolo, were utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend what Nappa was undertaking. Before long, vibrant green shoots began to emerge from the earth, progressively transforming into 8 grotesque creatures with brains protruding from their bodies, clutching their shoulders. Upon witnessing these abominations, Krillin couldn't help but frown, exclaiming, "How revolting." His complexion slightly tinged with a pallor, a wave of loathing surged within him. Nappa gazed upon the growth of his creations, nodding in satisfaction. He gestured with a wave of his hand, signaling the monstrous beings to attack. The creations emitted low, guttural roars as they charged towards Bick and his companions. A fitting match, 8 against 8. Nappa stood there, as if watching a theatrical performance, his eyes brimming with mockery and cruelty. In the temple, within the realm of time, Sun Wukong stood in the shadows of the dark sanctuary, sensing the lurking enemies around him. Suddenly, he lunged forward, his fist striking like thunder, sending the adversaries in the darkness crashing to the ground. Without pausing, Sun Wukong pressed onward, ultimately arriving at the 4th stage. Before him lay an expansive grassland, verdant and lush, as a gentle breeze swept through, bringing with it a refreshing essence. Sun Wukong inhaled deeply, feeling as though he had melded into the vastness of this world. At that moment, the ebony figure reappeared, a smile gracing his face, his tone serene as he spoke. "Wukong, use your energy to commune with nature. Nature possesses consciousness. The strength you seek will be lent to you." Sun Wukong nodded, closing his eyes to begin attuning himself to the surroundings. He took a deep breath, feeling the pulse of nature, as if every blade of grass and every leaf was imparting strength to him. Time seemed to lose its meaning as the floor of the prairie began to emit a blue radiance, which gradually flowed into Sun Wukong's being. So, this technique is known as the Spirit Bomb? Sun Wukong opened his eyes, excitement shimmering within them. He rose to his feet, and suddenly, the entire space before him began to fracture, gradually returning to the original temporal hall. The silvery clock before him penetrated his body, and Sun Wukong felt a wave of relief, as if his body would no longer succumb to illness, and his combat prowess had significantly amplified. Excellent. Now, with the addition of the Kaioken times 2, I should be able to vanquish those villains. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with determination and confidence. It was time to venture out and ascertain how much time had elapsed. He stepped out of the temporal hall, and the sunlight outside was blinding. He squinted slightly, catching sight of the deity who had been waiting for quite some time. The deity scrutinized Sun Wukong with an anxious expression, saying, "Wukong, the Saiyans have arrived. The others are stalling for you. You must hurry." "Understood. I will go at once." Sun Wukong felt a surge of urgency upon hearing that Krillin and the others were already confronting those nefarious foes. He swiftly erupted in fury, the air around him swirling to create a formidable aura. He soared into the sky, propelled by an urgent sense of foreboding as he sensed the presence of Klin along the way. His heart was heavy with worry and anxiety. Klin and the others must be in grave danger. I must hasten to their aid. The celestial deity stood atop the towering temple, surveying the battlefield below, an unsettling tide of unease swelling within him. Just moments ago, Sun Wukong had unleashed a formidable aura that reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Yet, there was no trace of joy on the deity's face. Instead, a profound concern marred his features. He furrowed his brow, his gaze gravely fixed upon the distant clash. Indeed, Wukong had grown stronger over the past year. The deity murmured to himself, his tone laced with helplessness and trepidation, but the chasm between him and the leader remains vast. Omu, what are your true intentions? With both Ganas and Omu, the only ones capable of resolving this crisis, absent, can Wukong and his companions truly prevail? Why does Omu possess such unwavering confidence? He turned around and gazed at his companion Bobo, his eyes brimming with determination. Bobo, the supreme deity, intoned solemnly, a hint of resolve in his voice. Prepare yourself. Gather all the Dragon Balls. We must brace for the worst. If Piccolo perishes, the Dragon Balls will become futile. He continued, his tone weighted with gravity. We must summon the Eternal Dragon first, and if the moment is not right, we must immediately wish to transport you to Namek. Supreme Deity. Bobo's eyes were filled with anguish and reluctance. The Supreme Deity inhaled deeply, fixing his unwavering gaze upon Bobo. Do not fret, Namek is my homeland, and it too possesses Dragon Balls. When the time comes, you shall resurrect me. This is our contingency plan. Go now, Bobo. A glimmer of tears flickered in Bobo's eyes as he bowed deeply and turned to mount his small flying carpet, soaring into the distance. The Supreme Deity watched Bobo depart, his heart a tumult of emotions. He lifted his gaze towards the heavens, where a few white clouds leisurely drifted across the deep blue canvas, seemingly mocking his helplessness. Chapter 92. The Struggle Against Vegeta. 8 cultivators engaged in a fierce battle with Krillin and his companions, while Sun Wukong stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear and uncertainty. His heart raced like a war drum, the tension rendering his breath shallow and rapid. Suddenly, a cultivator lunged at him with ferocity, knocking him to the ground. Witnessing this, Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly rushed to intercept the assailant. Gohan, do not falter. Piccolo's voice was cold and resolute, piercing through Gohan's heart with the sharpness of a blade, dispelling the fear that had gripped him. Yes, Gohan clenched his teeth, summoning all his strength to rise from the ground, his gaze gradually regaining a semblance of determination. He clenched his fists tightly, warily staring at the cultivator before him. Piccolo observed Son Gohan gradually regaining his fighting spirit, and a sense of relief washed over him as he turned to confront his own opponent. On the battlefield, Tien and Yamcha had already dispatched 2 cultivators with swift and decisive movements, executing their actions with remarkable precision. These 2 individuals exhibited an unsettling level of strength. Nappa gazed at the scene with a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. It appeared that these might indeed be Earth's mightiest warriors. They far surpassed you, Nappa. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Nappa, his tone laced with a hint of derision. Nappa swallowed hard, feeling a chill from Vegeta's piercing gaze. No, it couldn't be. How could these Earthlings be stronger than me? After all, I am a Saiyan. At that moment, Piccolo had also eliminated one cultivator, followed closely by Krillin and Aral, each overcoming their respective foes. Only Kaiatsu, Yamcha, and Son Gohan remained, struggling against their adversaries. Yamcha focused intently and unleashed a spirit ball that struck the cultivator, erupting into a cloud of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, the cultivator vanished from sight. Yamcha erupted into laughter, realizing that his skills had not diminished. "Be careful," Krillin shouted, preparing to rush forward. "Huh," Yamcha said, puzzled. Suddenly feeling an icy chill behind him, he abruptly turned around, only to discover that the cultivator was clinging to his back. He struggled mightily, but it was too late. The cultivator's body began to expand rapidly. Boom! With a deafening roar, the cultivator self-destructed. Yamcha was caught in the blast at close range, sustaining a devastating damage of 1,200 battle power from the explosion. A large crater was left in the ground, and Yamcha lay curled up within it, utterly motionless. "Yamcha!" Krillin cried out in anguish, his eyes brimming with tears. "Hurry and deal with these vile creatures." Tien, witnessing Yamcha's dire state, felt a pang of concern for Kaiatsu's safety and rushed forward in haste. With a swift motion, he decapitated the cultivator, while the dumplings emitted a series of rippling waves, obliterating the cultivator entirely. Given the cultivator's formidable regenerative abilities, it was imperative to annihilate them completely. Piccolo remained motionless, standing to the side, coldly observing Gohan. "Gohan, focus. That individual is not your adversary." Upon hearing this, Gohan swallowed hard, timidly nodding in agreement, as a surge of unwillingness welled up within him. He clenched his fists, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes, then charged towards the cultivator. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows and kicks, the intensity of the battle palpable. Each strike from Son Gohan was imbued with profound resolve, and every defensive move was executed with utmost caution. Suddenly, seizing an opportunity, he delivered a swift kick that sent the cultivator flying. He then placed both hands on his forehead, summoning all his strength. Masenko, a powerful wave of light surged towards the cultivator, resulting in a tremendous explosion that obliterated him completely. As the dazzling light dissipated like fireworks, Son Gohan landed beside Piccolo, panting heavily. "Uncle Piccolo," Son Gohan's voice bore a hint of fatigue, but more prominently, an eagerness for Piccolo's praise shone through. "Humph. To have prolonged the fight against someone weaker than you. All your training this year has been in vain," Piccolo retorted coldly, his tone laced with reproach. Hearing this, Son Gohan's face fell, and he lowered his head. Observing Gohan's demeanor, Piccolo's heart softened slightly. However, that last move was quite decisive. Upon receiving Piccolo's commendation, Son Gohan's spirit lifted, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "Yes, Uncle Piccolo." The atmosphere of the battle hung taut like a string ready to snap. Yamcha lay on the ground, the breath of life having faded from him. Krillin and Tien stared intently at Vegeta, their eyes brimming with vigilance and fury. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "Humph. Nappa, this tiresome game should come to an end." Nappa nodded, a flicker of fervor igniting in his gaze. "Understood." "Vegeta." He strode forward, exuding an imposing aura as he addressed Krillin and Tien. "Your abilities in dealing with the cultivation of individuals are commendable. However," before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly unleashed a ferocious energy, his eyes ablaze with fury. He recalled what Vegeta had just said about the three-eyed warrior being superior to him, and a surge of defiance welled up within him. "You speak of Nappa. He is no mere weakling like those pathetic beings, Poir and Raditz." With a thunderous roar, Nappa charged towards Tien, resembling a bolt of lightning, while Krillin instinctively positioned himself in front. However, Nappa's speed was astonishing, leaving Krillin with little time to react, and with a single blow, he sent him flying. Tien clenched his fists, bracing himself to confront Nappa's onslaught. As their fists collided, an immense force radiated from their point of contact, sending dust swirling chaotically around them. "Damn it," Nappa exclaimed, his fury intensifying upon realizing that his full-force strike had been countered. He retracted his fist and continued to launch a fierce assault on Tianjin. The two engaging in a relentless struggle that transitioned from the ground to the air, each blow resonating with bone-crushing intensity. The atmosphere charged with the sounds of their violent clash. After being struck, Krillin managed to sit up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide with shock as he beheld the aerial battle. Others also looked up, their gazes riveted on the fierce confrontation unfolding above. Little Goku averted his eyes and turned to Vegeta, his tone frigid. "Your comrades are already preoccupied. It's just you left." Vegeta, hearing this, cast a disdainful glance, his eyes brimming with contempt. So what? Piccolo furrowed his brow and cautioned the others. Be careful. Do not underestimate him. This opponent is formidable. Krillin and the others nodded, their faces etched with concern. Suddenly, Krillin exclaimed, "Watch out." He vanished. It turned out that during their conversation, Vegeta had already disappeared from sight, reappearing instantaneously before Gohan. "Let us begin with you." Vegeta sneered, delivering a punch to Gohan's face, sending him hurtling backward, a mist of blood erupting from his mouth. Vegeta then vanished again, reappearing before Raul and Din, striking them down as well. Little Goku finally reacted, quickly positioning himself in front of Krillin, barely managing to block Vegeta's assault. However, Vegeta scoffed. Oh, not bad at all. With a swift change of tactics, he unleashed a sweeping kick, sending little Goku crashing to the ground. Krillin, rising from the earth, his eyes filled with dread, clenched his teeth, pressed his hands to his forehead, and shouted, "Solar flare!" His bald head radiated a blinding light, compelling Vegeta to involuntarily shut his eyes. In the sky, Tien also became aware of the situation below, anxiously calling out, "Dumpling! Everyone!" Chapter 93, Struggling to Defeat Nappa. The moment Tien's attention wavered, Nappa seized the opportunity, roaring as he swung a fist towards his face, the force of his blow howling through the air. "Dare to be distracted while fighting me." Nappa's voice was filled with fury. Tien's gaze instantly turned icy, and he shouted in defiance, "Get away." He had lost the desire to continue entangling himself with Nappa, and a surge of energy erupted from within him, akin to a volcanic explosion. With a sudden sweep of his mighty hand, an overwhelming force sent Nappa hurtling through the air, where he tumbled several times before crashing heavily to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Tianjin-Han's gaze swiftly shifted to Vegeta, and upon noticing that he had not yet fully regained his sight, a wave of excitement surged within him. Without hesitation, he charged towards Vegeta with the swiftness of lightning. Vegeta had just begun to regain some semblance of vision. The scene before him remained a haze. Yet Tien's figure was swiftly approaching. Tien unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Vegeta's face. Vegeta barely managed to raise his arms to block the blow, but the immense force propelled him backward several steps, causing the ground beneath him to crack and tremble. Meanwhile, Krillin seized the opportunity to rush to Gohan's side, helping him to his feet. Gohan, weak and trembling, opened his eyes, filled with pain and fear, softly calling out, "Uncle Krillin." Krillin did not meet his gaze. He merely nodded, his face etched with grave concern, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead and sliding down his cheek. His gaze was fixed intently on Vegeta, a sense of unease enveloping him. "This is troubling." He silently implored, "Goku, hurry, please." At that moment, Goku, who was hastening to arrive, seemed to sense the urgency, a flicker of electricity coursing through his mind. He abruptly accelerated, his heart brimming with anxiety and trepidation. "Klin," he called out with concern, before continuing his full-speed flight towards the battlefield. "Wait for me, everyone." Sun Wukong's voice resonated through the wind, his speed increasing as if he were on the verge of transcending time and space. Vegeta finally regained his vision, his gaze infused with fury and a thirst for vengeance. He cast a frigid glance at Krillin and Tien, the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel smile. "Do you truly believe this will suffice to defeat me?" How naive. Little Goku and the others managed to rise, gathering closely together, their unwavering gaze fixed upon Vegeta. Nappa soon joined them, standing beside Vegeta, his visage twisted in a grotesque expression, his eyes ablaze with fury. The two factions remained locked in a tense stalemate, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. As a gentle breeze swept through, carrying a hint of chill, Vegeta shot a disdainful glance at Nappa, his eyes brimming with contempt. "Incompetent fool. You are tasked with dealing with that bald-headed fool, that woman, and those two diminutive ones. Do not disappoint me again." His voice was as cold as ice, piercing into Nappa's heart. Nappa gritted his teeth, lowering his head, his tone laced with resentment. "Yes, Your Highness Vegeta." Vegeta turned, his gaze sweeping over little J, Tien, and Piccolo, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. "You three, come at me together." The trio exchanged glances, each understanding that they had no other choice. Among those present, they were the only ones with sufficient strength to confront him. Little J turned to Alaga, concern flickering in his eyes. "Sister, please be careful." Alaga nodded, her gaze resolute. "I understand, and you must too." Her voice carried a hint of tenderness, yet was predominantly filled with determination. Little J, Tien, and Piccolo shared a nod, then without hesitation, charged towards Vegeta. The four engaged in a rapid exchange mid-air, fists and feet colliding, the atmosphere thick with tension. With each passing second, they unleashed hundreds of strikes, their speed rendering them nearly indistinguishable. On the ground, Nappa's gaze was fixed on Krillin and the others like a venomous serpent. "You shall face your demise," he roared, surging towards Alliga. In response, Kairatsu quickly extended his hands, his brow furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He concentrated his mind, employing his extraordinary abilities in an attempt to manipulate Nappa's movements. For a brief moment, Nappa's form hesitated in the air, only to unleash a furious roar as he forcefully broke free from the control. The backlash struck Goku, causing him to spew blood from his mouth and fall backward uncontrollably. "Goku!" Krillin shouted, his eyes filled with anxiety and fury. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Aaliyah and Gohan, saying, "Aaliyah, Gohan, please hold him off for a moment. I have a technique that can defeat him." Aaliyah furrowed her brow, concern etched across her features. "Are you certain?" Krillin nodded, though his tone carried a hint of uncertainty. It was predominantly resolute. "It's worth a try?" Aaliyah inhaled deeply, her gaze instantly transforming into one of determination. "All right, Gohan and I will engage him." She dashed toward Nappa, her movements as swift as the wind. Gohan followed closely, a flicker of fear coursing through him, yet he gritted his teeth and matched Aaliyah's pace. Having just freed himself from control, Nappa exhaled, and his eyes gleamed with disdain. He cast a glance at the rebuffed dumpling and sneered, "You foolish little brat." Alliga swiftly approached Nappa, her body moving with the grace of a serpent. Employing the 8 trigrams palm, she bowed her head and bent her waist, skillfully evading Nappa's punch. She quickly closed the distance to Nappa's chest and delivered a powerful strike. Nappa involuntarily staggered back a few steps, a hint of astonishment etched on his face. "Gohan!" Alliga shouted emphatically. Although Gohan still felt a twinge of fear, he took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and courageously charged towards Nappa's back. He exerted all his strength, delivering a powerful blow to the back of Nappa's bald head. Nappa felt a surge of stars before his eyes, his mind engulfed in chaos. However, he swiftly regained his composure, letting out a furious roar as he pivoted and struck Gohan with a devastating elbow, sending him flying. Gohan crashed heavily to the ground. Groaning in agony, enraged, Nappa charged towards Alliga, seizing her by the throat and lifting her off the ground. He furiously pounded his fists against Alliga's face, causing blood to splatter in all directions as her delicate features began to swell. In the corner, Klin watched the scene with palpable tension. Raising his right hand toward the heavens, conjuring an object resembling a disc, sweat beads trickled down his forehead as he fervently prayed for the success of his maneuver. At last, he sensed that the disc had seized the moment and with a powerful throw unleashed the Gale Slice. The disc whirled through the air, hurtling toward Nappa with a resonant buzz. Upon hearing the sound, Nappa turned to look, a disdainful smile gracing his face. He casually cast Alliga to the ground, preparing to catch the incoming strike. A flash of golden light illuminated the air as the disc sliced through, with a swift whoosh, precisely severing from Nappa's shoulder to his ribcage, leaving his arm to tumble to the ground. Nappa momentarily stood in shock before unleashing a piercing scream. "Ah!" He clutched his wound, writhing in agony on the ground as blood stained the earth beneath him. Klin gasped for breath, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. His anxious gaze darting towards Alliga, his voice trembling. "Are you all right, Alliga?" Alliga grasped her throat, coughing laboriously twice, and shook her head, signaling that she was not gravely injured. Son Wukong supported his neck, which had been struck by Nappa's elbow, and staggered over to Alliga's side, carefully helping her to her feet. He cast his gaze upon the grim sight of Nappa sprawled on the ground, a wave of dread washing over him, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. Krillin gently patted Gohan's shoulder, attempting to offer solace. "Do not be afraid, Gohan. He is a villain." Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. Yet the turmoil of fear within him remained unassuaged. Chapter 94. The Demise of Alicia. Goku arrives. Suddenly, 3 resounding booms shattered the brief tranquility, and 3 large craters appeared on the ground, where little Goten and his companions lay motionless. Vegeta descended like a war god, his cold gaze fixed disdainfully upon Nappa. His gaze was as cold as steel, and his voice dripped with endless disdain. "Fool, to be so careless against these few." Nappa extended a trembling hand, crying out in agony, "Vegeta, please, save me." Vegeta offered no response, merely gazing at him with icy indifference. Then, he raised his hand and mercilessly unleashed a blast of energy that obliterated Nappa completely. The explosion's brilliance illuminated Vegeta's frigid visage, causing Krillin and the others to shudder involuntarily. Krillin muttered to himself, disbelief lacing his voice. How could he kill his own comrade? Vegeta let out a cold laugh. His fists clenched tightly. He was no comrade. Krillin took a step back, anxiously inquiring of Arlia, what should we do? Drawing a deep breath. Arlia's eyes flashed with determination. I will hold him off. You take Gohan and go. Krillin hesitated, worry etching his features. Are you sure you can manage? Arlia retorted sharply. Stop wasting time, or we won't escape. With a swift motion, she conjured an energy blast and hurled it towards Vegeta before launching herself after it. As she soared through the air, she gathered her energy for another strike. Vegeta coldly regarded the incoming energy blast, contemptuously swatting it aside. It detonated in the distance. At that moment, Arlia had closed the gap to Vegeta, thrusting her hands forward to unleash a green energy wave. Divine Wind Wave, she cried, the emerald glow illuminating Vegeta's face. He responded with a slight smirk, effortlessly grasping the divine wind wave with his left hand, while his right swiftly pierced Arlia's abdomen. Coughing violently, Arlia spat blood, disbelief clouding her eyes. Her strength began to wane, and her pupils lost focus. Father, Mother, Brother Ubu, and Little Jet. Brother. Her voice grew increasingly faint, and her body slumped weakly. Vegeta let out a disdainful grunt, retracting his bloodied arm as Arlia's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. He stood at the center of the battlefield, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. His heart enveloped in an icy chill. Klin and son Wukong had vanished from sight, while others lay either lifeless or unconscious, leaving the field in utter disarray. His gaze ultimately settled upon the pit where Bick resided, his brow furrowing slightly as he silently mused. The whereabouts of the Dragon Balls remain unascertained. He strode forward, approaching the pit where Bick lay, and bent down to grasp Bick's collar, lifting him up with a firm grip before shaking him vigorously several times. Bick gradually opened his eyelids, his vision blurred as he gazed at Vegeta, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. He struggled to lift his head, scanning the surroundings, only to find that Son Gohan's figure had vanished, which finally allowed him to exhale in relief. Hey, Namekian, tell me, where are the Dragon Balls? Vegeta's voice was icy and brooked no argument. Piccolo glanced at him, the corners of his mouth curling slightly in disdain. Humph, I have no idea. He turned his head away, no longer gazing at Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta's expression darkened, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Humph, if that is the case, then perish. He raised his hand, powerful energy coalescing in his palm, poised to deliver a deadly blow. Just then, a deafening roar erupted, and Vegeta was sent hurtling away by an overwhelming force, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling several times before coming to a stop. Are you all right, Piccolo? Goku's voice was gentle yet resolute as he extended a hand to help Piccolo up, his gaze filled with concern. On their way, they encountered Krillin and Gohan, whose anxious and weary expressions silently conveyed the dire situation at hand. Upon realizing the gravity of the circumstances, Goku felt a tightening in his chest, instinctively accelerating his flight. Time was of the essence. They had to reach the scene swiftly. Piccolo stared at Goku in astonishment, rendered speechless by his aura. Goku, he murmured softly. Disbelief etched in his eyes. It is I? Goku replied with a confident smile, revealing his pearly whites. Leave the rest to me. His words brimmed with unwavering resolve. Yet his expression darkened as his gaze shifted toward Vegeta. Vegeta rose from the ground, his face ashen and seething with rage. Damn it! Who is it? He clenched his teeth and inquired, his eyes fixed fiercely on Goku. Upon recognizing Goku's visage, a tremor coursed through him, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his features. Kakarot, I am Goku. Goku promptly corrected him upon hearing Vegeta's address. And who might you be? Vegeta scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Huh, I care not whether you are Kakarot, since you have come seeking death. He paused momentarily, raising his thumb to indicate himself, his tone imbued with confidence and arrogance. Oh wow, it's Vegeta. Goku remained silent, fixated on Vegeta, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. He understood that the individual before him was a formidable adversary, and he could not afford to be complacent. Piccolo furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently upon the battlefield ahead, his heart brimming with concern and unease. Can you defeat him, Son Goku? He murmured, a trace of anxiety evident in his voice. Son Goku turned his head, revealing a confident smile, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Rest assured, I have mastered a new technique over the past year. However, standing opposite him, Vegeta scoffed derisively, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. He charged towards Sun Wukong with an astonishing speed, reminiscent of a lightning bolt cleaving through the vast sky. An atmosphere of tension enveloped the air, as if time itself had come to a standstill at that very moment. Sun Wukong swiftly adjusted his stance, his feet firmly planted on the ground, his gaze sharp as a blade, ready to confront Vegeta's onslaught. Their eyes met in the air, engaging in a silent contest of wills. Come on. Sun Wukong silently urged himself, aware that this battle would determine many fates. The collision of their fists resonated through the air with a deafening roar, akin to thunder erupting beside them. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to tremble as dust was kicked up from the ground. Vegeta's fists rained down like a tempest, each strike infused with boundless fury and strength. Sun Wukong, in turn, evaded with agility, each punch he delivered filled with power and precision. Their battle resembled an intense dance, with every movement imbued with strength and grace, as if they were engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Vegeta sneered, his eyes glinting with arrogance and self-assurance. He suddenly accelerated, his fist propelled by an overwhelming force aimed directly at Sun Wukong's face, as if intent on delivering a fatal blow. Sun Wukong swiftly raised his arm to block Vegeta's attack, feeling the immense power behind the opponent's punch. In response, he launched a counterattack, his fist striking Vegeta's abdomen with boundless strength and determination. Vegeta let out a muffled grunt, retreating a few steps, yet quickly regained his composure, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Chapter 95, The Battle of the Empty Void. Vegeta roared, his voice resonating like thunder, just a mere low-class warrior. His words were laden with disdain and fury. Before his voice had fully faded, his fist struck out like a bolt of lightning towards Sun Wukong. The air was thick with tension, as if even the wind trembled in anticipation of the impending battle. Sun Wukong swiftly dodged, yet Vegeta's assault was astonishingly rapid, and his shoulder was nonetheless struck with a heavy blow. The searing pain caused him to gasp, his brow furrowing as beads of sweat began to bead upon his forehead. He rapidly adjusted his breathing, his gaze resolute, refusing to exhibit even a hint of laxity. Observing this, Vegeta's lips curled into a cold smirk, seizing the opportunity to intensify his assault. His fists rained down upon Goku with the ferocity of a tempest, each blow imbued with overwhelming force. Goku gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, his eyes alight with an indomitable spirit. In silence, he calculated Vegeta's rhythm of attack, searching for an opportunity to counter. At last, Goku seized upon a momentary lapse in Vegeta's defense, delivering a powerful punch that struck Vegeta squarely on the chin. The unexpected impact sent Vegeta hurtling through the air, where he spun several times before crashing heavily to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to rise. His eyes ignited with the flames of fury. How dare you injure me? Vegeta snarled through gritted teeth, his voice brimming with rage and resentment. The aura surrounding him grew increasingly tempestuous, as if the very air trembled in response to his wrath. Suddenly, Vegeta unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, causing the atmosphere around him to vibrate. His speed became a blur, and he charged toward Goku in an instant. Before Goku could react, Vegeta's fist struck him, sending him flying, his body tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. On the sidelines, Piccolo observed the scene with a pallid expression. Is it truly impossible to overcome this? His heart was laden with worry and unease. As he beheld Vegeta's overwhelming aura of power, a flicker of despair surged within him. King Kai Fist. Goku, sent hurtling through the air, let out a thunderous roar as the crimson flames of the King Kai Fist enveloped him, instantly doubling his combat prowess. In his eyes sparkled a resolute light, as he unhesitatingly threw a punch towards Vegeta. Vegeta let out a cold laugh, a hint of disdain flickering in his gaze. As he advanced to meet him head-on, their fists collided in midair, producing a deafening roar, while the surrounding sand and stones were swept up, as if a tempest had engulfed the entire battlefield. The breaths of the two combatants grew increasingly ferocious, transforming the arena into an immense energy field. Each exchange was imbued with formidable strength and momentum, altering the very terrain around them. On the ground, the lifeless bodies of Alaga and Dumpling were hurled away by the tremendous shockwaves, landing in the distance. The stone forest shattered into countless pebbles, while Piccolo shielded his eyes with his arms, struggling to observe the battle as he was pushed backward, leaving deep trails in the earth. Piccolo stood in stunned silence, his heart filled with astonishment. This was utterly unbelievable. The power of these two was truly terrifying. Vegeta, Goku suddenly cried out, his voice tinged with urgency. He observed his companions on the ground, ravaged by the aftermath of their clash, and realized it was time to change the battlefield. Vegeta halted his assault, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he inquired, "What's the matter? Are you contemplating surrender?" Goku took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he replied, "This place is no longer suitable for battle. Follow me." With that, he turned and soared into the sky. Vegeta furrowed his brow, his heart brimming with confusion and disdain. "Humph. Let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve." He swiftly pursued Goku into the air. Piccolo exhaled, a glimmer of relief evident in his eyes. He turned to face the other two, Shao Jie and Tianjin Fan, who were in the adjacent pits, and approached them to rouse them from their slumber. Shao Jie slowly opened his eyes, his blurred vision gradually sharpening, revealing the stern countenance of Piccolo. His heart tightened momentarily, only to release a long sigh of relief. "Did we defeat him?" he inquired anxiously. Piccolo shook his head, his voice resonating with gravity. "Son Wukong has arrived. He has drawn that fiend away." Upon hearing this news, both Tianjin Fan and Shao Jie felt a flicker of hope within their hearts. Yet it was swiftly supplanted by a sense of unease. They cast their eyes around, their expressions filled with confusion and anxiety. When their gaze fell upon the distant, motionless bodies, a jolt of shock coursed through them, prompting a swift rush forward. Tianjin Fan knelt down, gently cradling the lifeless form of Jiaozi, his voice choked with emotion. "Jiaozi." Meanwhile, Shao Jie stumbled unsteadily towards the direction of Euligia, each step feeling as though he were treading upon razor blades. He fell to his knees, his hands trembling, lips quivering slightly, and the muscles on his face involuntarily twitching. Memories of the past 6 years spent training alongside Alaga and managing the martial arts school flooded his mind. "Senior sister, blame me for not being strong enough, for failing to protect you." Shao Jie's voice was low and filled with anguish, as if each word was squeezed out from the deepest recesses of his heart. His heart seemed to cease its rhythmic beat, the suffocating sensation of losing a dear friend rendering him nearly breathless. Having endured a solitary existence since childhood, it was only at the age of 10 that he encountered Ebony, which introduced him to the realm of martial arts and the sacred land of Kalinta. Driven by curiosity, he embarked on the path of martial mastery, navigating through numerous challenges, and at the age of 16, he faced Alaga for the first time in a martial arts tournament, narrowly emerging victorious. Subsequently, he met Ebony once more, becoming a disciple and honing his skills alongside Alaga. The time spent with Alaga surpassed even that with Ebony. He held a profound respect for Ebony, while his feelings for Alaga were shrouded in an indescribable haze. Her mere presence brought a sense of tranquility to his soul. He continually grew stronger solely to protect her, yet this time, he faltered. Little Jie's obsidian eyes lost their luster, and he seemed to plunge into an abyss of despair. Tianjin Fan inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure, striving to appear composed. He approached Little Jie and gently patted his shoulder, offering solace. "Do not worry, Little Jie. We still have the Dragon Balls. They possess the power to resurrect the fallen." Instantly, Little Jie's eyes sparkled with hope. "Right. I have died before and was brought back to life. The Dragon Balls, if they could only locate them, resurrection was within reach." However, a shadow of sorrow crossed Tianjin Fan's face. Jiaozi had already perished once and would never have the chance for revival again. Upon hearing this, the joy on Little Jie's face vanished in an instant, replaced by profound shock and anguish. "How could this be? Tianjin Fan, then you?" Tianjin Fan forced a smile, albeit one that appeared somewhat strained. "Do not fret over me. I shall recover. Our immediate priority is to defeat that Vegeta." Meanwhile, Son Goku soared through the skies, the wind howling in his ears. His gaze was fixed ahead, a myriad of thoughts swirling within his mind. At last, he arrived above the small island, gradually halting his movement, suspended in midair, surveying the scene below. The mountains on the island stood barren, resembling a desolate wasteland, with only a few solitary trees swaying in the wind, appearing particularly forlorn. At that moment, Vegeta's presence rapidly approached, his figure slicing through the sky like a bolt of lightning, instantly arriving before Son Wukong. He cast a cold glance at the island below, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Is this the resting place you have chosen? Chapter 96. The Transformation into a Giant Ape. Sun Wukong's gaze solidified, fixing on Vegeta with a steady and powerful voice. Vegeta, depart from Earth now, and do not return. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's fury ignited. Veins bulged on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and retorted, Who do you think you are? A lowly warrior. I am of the elite, Vegeta. Before he could finish his words, Vegeta swiftly maneuvered his hands, unleashing a barrage of small yellow energy blasts that soared towards Sun Wukong. Adada. Seeing this, Sun Wukong immediately dove from the sky, landing swiftly on the ground. Vegeta adjusted his aim, and the energy blast relentlessly pursued Sun Wukong like a torrential downpour. Upon landing, Sun Wukong looked up at the incoming blasts. He executed several backflips, deftly evading the onslaught as the blasts crashed down where he had just stood, raising clouds of dust. However, just when Sun Wukong thought he had narrowly escaped, the remaining blast struck him from behind. A deafening explosion erupted, scattering dust and enveloping Sun Wukong's form in a shroud of smoke. Vegeta halted his attack, hovering in midair, breathing heavily, his expression a mix of triumph and disdain. He gazed down at the swirling smoke, a cold smirk creeping upon his lips. Is this truly your strength, Kakarot? Hardly impressive. Just as Vegeta reveled in his own arrogance, a figure suddenly burst forth from the haze, none other than Son Goku. Not a single scratch marred his body. Vegeta's pupils constricted in shock before he could react. Goku's fist collided with his cheek. Whoosh! The force of the blow sent Vegeta flying, tracing an arc through the air. Goku, refusing to grant him a moment's respite, swiftly closed the distance, poised to strike again. Vegeta, summoning his will, abruptly halted his momentum, crossing his arms defiantly before his chest to absorb Goku's next assault. In an instant, they were engulfed in a fierce melee, exchanging blows with a ferocity that unleashed waves of energy. Each punch and kick bore immense power, seemingly intent on utterly vanquishing the other. Goku's fists flew with remarkable speed, accompanied by a sharp gust of wind, while Vegeta's reactions were equally swift. The two locked in a relentless exchange, neither yielding an inch. The very island trembled beneath their tumultuous clash, rocks shattered, trees toppled, and dust enveloped the air. Their silhouettes danced amidst the chaos, each impact sending ripples of energy that resonated through the very fabric of the world. Goku felt a growing urgency within. Indeed, Vegeta's strength was formidable, yet retreat was not an option. He gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength, and delivered a fierce punch to Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta let out a muffled grunt, his form swaying slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and retaliated with a swift palm strike aimed at Goku's shoulder. Goku winced in pain, staggering backward a few steps, yet he swiftly steadied himself and charged once more at Vegeta. After a brief moment, they separated, and Vegeta gathered his hands, unleashing a furious roar. Final flash. An overwhelming battle power of 18,000 surged forth, and a torrent of purple energy surged toward Goku. In response, Goku assumed his stance, pushing forward with his own technique, Kamehameha. The blue energy wave met Vegeta's final flash, and the two formidable forces collided violently in the air, producing a deafening roar. In an instant, the final flash began to push the Kamehameha slowly back toward Goku. With a mighty shout, Goku declared, Kaioken ×3. The crimson aura surrounding him intensified, while the energy of the azure wave surged instantaneously, gradually overpowering Vegeta's energy blast. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed Goku's aura steadily escalating. An involuntary surge of fear welled up within him. Impossible. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. I cannot be defeated by you. He gritted his teeth and persevered, yet the violet energy wave was consumed at an ever-accelerating rate by the azure wave. Ultimately, the blue energy wave completely engulfed the purple one, striking Vegeta directly. Vegeta let out a wretched cry as his battle suit was torn apart by the overwhelming force. Fragments scattering everywhere. His body was hurled by the tremendous impact, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Goku gasped for breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Vegeta, covered in wounds, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Unable to fathom the reality before him, how could I possibly be defeated by a lower-class warrior? His voice was imbued with rage and resentment as he conjured a radiant white sphere in his hand and hurled it violently into the sky. Sun Wukong, perplexed, gazed upward with a furrowed brow, questioning, What is this? Do you believe that by obliterating the moon, you can thwart my transformation into a mighty ape? With this artificial moon, I shall unveil the formidable power of royalty. The artificial moon shimmered in the sky, casting azure waves of light. And Vegeta's body began to undergo a profound transformation. His muscles swelled rapidly, his body rising majestically like a mountain, transforming into a colossal ape. Roar! His roar reverberated through the heavens, as if the very earth trembled beneath its might. Ha ha! Foolish Kakarot, you have forsaken your Saiyan tail. Do you not realize that your power would multiply tenfold in the great ape transformation? Vegeta's voice thundered through the skies, his gaze brimming with arrogance and disdain. I still possess a battle power of at least 120,000. What do you have to contest with me? After the prior battles and injuries, Vegeta's stamina had diminished considerably. Goku gazed at the colossal figure before him with a grave expression, murmuring, "This is indeed a formidable challenge. But perhaps enduring the backlash of the Kaioken could lead to victory." Vegeta scoffed, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "How audacious! You Earthlings have persistently resisted. Forcing me into such a precarious position, I shall annihilate you along with your planet. Perishing shall be your fate." No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed a powerful energy blast aimed directly at the grounded Goku. In the face of the impending energy projectile, Goku summoned all his strength and shouted, "Kaioken times 4. His veins bulged, and his muscles tensed, as if they were on the verge of bursting at any moment. He continued to shout, "Fivefold King Kai Fist. Sixfold. Sevenfold. Eightfold." Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed as the blood vessels in Son Goku's arm ruptured, and blood gushed forth. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and inwardly roared, "Is this my limit?" At that moment, his power barely reached half of Vegeta's. Yet, he refused to concede. He brought his hands together in a lotus formation and shouted, "Super Kamehameha." A massive energy beam, several meters in diameter, shattered the incoming energy blasts. But it too was quickly depleted. Vegeta, with a contemptuous smile, looked at the bloodied Goku, his eyes brimming with derision. "Humph. It seems your peculiar technique inflicts harm upon yourself. I wonder if you can withstand any more." Although Goku had repelled Vegeta's attack, it was merely a probing strike, and he was on the brink of collapse. With a swift motion, Vegeta reached out with his colossal hand toward Goku. Goku attempted to defend with a punch, but an overwhelming force sent him hurtling away, crashing heavily to the ground, utterly drained of strength. Chapter 97, Vegeta's Defeat and Yumo's Breakthrough. Ha ha ha. Vegeta laughed heartily, his eyes glinting with the thrill of victory. "It appears you are out of energy." With that, he prepared to stomp down. Energy disc. A spinning disc of energy soared toward him. Upon hearing the sound, Vegeta leapt upward with remarkable agility, his mountainous form moving with surprising grace. He landed with a cold smirk, turning his head to find that it was Krillin and Tien Shinhan who had arrived. Huh. Did they think I was some fool like Nappa? After fleeing the battlefield, Krillin and Gohan were engulfed in anxiety and a sense of helplessness. They understood that they could no longer evade the situation. Decisive action was imperative. Thus, they resolved to head to Korin Tower to procure a few Senzu beans to enhance their combat abilities. Upon their return to the battlefield, Krillin swiftly administered 3 Senzu beans to Tien Shinhan and Piccolo, revitalizing them instantly, and together they advanced to the heart of the fray. The sight before them tightened their chests. Goku was being relentlessly overpowered by Vegeta, on the verge of being crushed. Without hesitation, Krillin unleashed a Kienzan. Yet Vegeta deftly evaded the attack. "Gohan, hurry and feed Goku a Senzu bean," Krillin urged anxiously. Vegeta coldly observed the unfolding events, his eyes glinting with menace, declaring to Krillin and the others, "You've come at just the right moment. I shall capture you all." With a fierce swing of his fist, Vegeta sent Krillin and his companions scattering, leaving a deep imprint on the ground. At last, Gohan reached Goku's side, shoving a Senzu bean into his mouth. Goku instinctively chewed, his injuries healing instantaneously, and he sprang to his feet, invigorated and radiant. "All right." Goku clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. "Gohan, step back. Leave this to me." He gently patted Gohan's head, then shifted his gaze towards the artificial moon in the sky, obliterating it with a single energy blast. Vegeta was engaged in combat with Krillin and the others when he suddenly felt his body beginning to diminish. He furiously turned to glare at Goku, exclaiming, "Damn it. How could you get up?" As Vegeta reverted to his original form, he held his shoulder and fixed a fierce stare on Gohan, demanding, "What did you just do, you brat?" Gohan, trembling with fear, took a step back as Goku stepped in front of him to shield him from Vegeta's gaze. "Vegeta, you have lost." "Damn it. Damn it." Vegeta roared in fury, surrounded by Tien and the others, their eyes ablaze with hatred. A cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's forehead as he thought to himself, how can I die here? No, I must survive. He swiftly summoned the spacecraft, which approached rapidly from the distance. At that moment, Shaojias shouted, you scoundrel, perish at once. He launched a powerful punch, sending Vegeta flying. Goku swiftly intervened, blocking the intent of Little J to continue his assault. Enough, let him go. Little J stared at Goku in disbelief, his eyes brimming with confusion and incomprehension. Tien, Piccolo. And Little J fell into silence, evidently perplexed by Goku's decision. Krillin exclaimed urgently, Goku, we can't let him off so easily. Goku resolutely shook his head. It's all right. Trust me, he won't return to Earth. However, Krillin still wished to voice his concerns, but Goku interrupted, if he dares to come back, I will defeat him again. With a thunderous sound, the spaceship landed beside Vegeta, who lay on the ground, too weak to rise, and could only slowly crawl towards the vessel. Krillin and the others watched in frustration, their hearts filled with a tumult of emotions. Struggling, Vegeta managed to open the hatch, leaning against the frame as he unsteadily stood. Glancing back at Goku, he declared, you will regret this. He then swiftly entered the ship, departing from Earth. Goku, look, Krillin, still uneasy, attempted to say more. Goku gazed after the spaceship as it vanished into the distance, his expression contemplative. He recognized that this was a formidable adversary. On the battlefield, the winds and sands gradually settled, leaving behind a tense tranquility in the air. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta's pallid visage glistened with cold sweat. He gripped the armrests of his seat tightly, veins bulging, his heart consumed with rage and resentment. Damn Earthlings. And Kakarot, once I recover, I will settle the score with you, he muttered through clenched teeth, his voice low yet brimming with hatred. The spaceship sped through the cosmos, its destination set for Friesia's 79th Army Base. Outside, the starry sky loomed dark, with only a few distant stars twinkling, seemingly mocking Vegeta's plight. In his mind, the images of his battles with Kakarot replayed incessantly. Although he was clearly outmatched, the tenacity of his opponent infuriated him, and it bewildered him further that these Earthlings, seemingly weak, had managed to best him. His self-esteem endured a profound blow, and in that moment, his pride was utterly shattered. The spacecraft finally descended upon the emergency landing platform of the Frisia Force Base 79. The hatch slowly creaked open, and Vegeta staggered out. As he stepped out of the hatch, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground. The surrounding soldiers swiftly gathered, their faces etched with astonishment and concern. Quick! Vegeta is injured. Take him to the medical chamber at once. They exclaimed. Who could have done this to him, leaving only him to return alive? I do not know. Vegeta was placed into the treatment pod, where a transparent liquid swiftly encased him, and his body began to gradually mend. Meanwhile, deep within the ocean of Earth, an abyss of darkness prevailed, as if an endless void consumed all. Yet, amidst this interminable gloom, there lay a place radiating a silvery luminescence, resembling a brilliant pearl, quietly illuminating the surrounding waters. Within this glow, a figure sat cross-legged, with a massive vortex swirling above him. The whirlpool gradually diminished in size until it vanished completely. Ebony slowly opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with delight and contentment. The corners of his mouth curled upward slightly, revealing a faint smile. At last, I have succeeded, he whispered, feeling the essence within him becoming denser and of a superior quality. He felt the surging power within his body, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. This realm, he mused, must be known as the Gangjin. His subsequent targets were the other 3 organs, along with the 8 extraordinary tendons. Previously, the vitality of the flora had been concentrated in the heart, but now it was the essence of the sea. According to the principles of the 5 elements, the heart should correspond to the element of fire, and eventually, he would replace the heart with the golden elixir of fire. He clenched his fist, savoring the strength of his physical form and the tumultuous vitality coursing through his being. His physical form has now become more formidable. In this world, the bodies of ordinary individuals, lacking the protection of Qi, are nearly defenseless. However, the corporeal body of Wumu can effortlessly withstand bullets, even without the safeguard of Qi. His vitality, once merely a misty presence within him, began to coalesce into a liquid form, suffusing his entire being with boundless strength. It is time to depart. He murmured softly, the likes of Sun Wukong should have resolved the Saiyan incident by now. I must conclude my affairs and venture forth to investigate the leads provided by the Grand Elder. Rising to his feet, he focused his intent, and his form vanished into the depths of the sea. When he reappeared, he found himself within the temple, where he regarded the deity with a beaming smile. Chapter 98. The Riddler, Omu the deity observed Omu with a complex expression. I deeply apologize, Divine One, Omu said with a smile. I have my reasons for my actions. And I require your assistance with one more matter. Please refrain from using the Dragon Balls to resurrect the deceased. I shall handle that. Simply inform Sun Wukong and his companions that they must journey to Namek, for there is another matter that demands their attention. During his arrival, he had sensed the entirety of the northern galaxy, aware of the unfolding events, including Frisia's journey to Namek as narrated in the original tale. His combat prowess had reached unfathomable depths. He felt no pressure in confronting Fatbu. He did not intend to overly interfere with the original storyline, but merely sought to guide it back on course and bolster their strength. After all, they could persevere without him. He had merely traversed into this world to witness his childhood idol. Yet, he too had his own objectives to pursue. Throughout his training, he pondered greatly. His aspiration was to ascend to divinity, a path distinct from that of Sun Wukong, rendering it impossible for him to train in the same manner. He could easily vanquish adversaries like Cell and Bu, yet he did not wish to play the role of a caretaker. Such trials were essential for Sun Wukong and his companions. Without them, relying solely on oneself, there would be no Sun Wukong to emerge. And the seventh universe would face annihilation. Now, Omu contemplated the path to divinity, what he intended to accomplish post-ascension, and how he would confront the god of destruction, Beerus, and the Omni King. Namek? What has transpired on Namek? The deity's voice betrayed a palpable tension. Omu stood by, a mysterious smile gracing his visage, and gently shook his head, his tone calm yet resolute. There is no need for concern. All is well there. However, Sun Wukong and his companions must be present. Piccolo has yet to meet the Grand Elder. Let him return to see. Without further elaboration, he vanished as his words fell from his lips. The deity extended his hand, seemingly wishing to retain him. Hey, Omu. Yet, Omu's figure had already dissolved into the ether, leaving the deity standing alone, hands suspended in midair. A visage of helplessness. At that moment, distant shouts echoed. Divine One. Sun Wukong and his companions hurried forth, adorned with victorious smiles. The deity quickly composed himself, turning to greet them with a smile. Congratulations on your victory. Sun Wukong, brimming with urgency, exclaimed, Divine One. We require the Dragon Balls to resurrect those slain by the Saiyans. Piccolo stood silently behind them, arms crossed, his expression grim. Little Gohan glanced back and forth between the deity and Piccolo, silently pondering. These two seemed quite alike. The deity inhaled deeply, contemplating how best to respond. Omu's instructions left him momentarily speechless as he internally lamented. Why must this be entrusted to me? Dreaded Riddler. He felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. As it seemed, Omu was privy to much more information, while the Grand Elder appeared aware of the situation as well. Exasperated, Sun Wukong broke the silence. Divine One. Is something amiss? The deity chuckled awkwardly, attempting to ease the tension. Well, Wukong, the Dragon Balls are temporarily unavailable. Omu has borrowed them and has yet to return them. A wave of astonishment swept through the group. Then how shall we resurrect them? Krillin asked anxiously. The deity raised his hand to calm them. Do not fret. There exists another source for Dragon Balls, and they are even more potent than mine. You may travel there. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's eyes widened in shock as he fixed his gaze on the deity. The deity turned toward Piccolo, his tone softened with warmth. Piccolo. You now understand we belong to Namek, do you not? I learned of this years ago, and I have met the Grand Elder. Take this opportunity to return and see. The group exchanged glances, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Tien frowned and inquired, but how shall we get there? The deity appeared troubled, for Omu had not provided him with the answer. He scratched his head in frustration. Worry not about the spacecraft. I had one when I arrived on Earth. And those Saiyans left behind several as well. We shall use those. As for the destination, only Omu knows, but he is not here on Earth. You may seek him at his residence. Nodding in agreement, the group decided to head to Omu's dwelling. After bidding farewell to the deity, they hastened to Omu's home. Upon entering, they discovered a letter and a universal capsule on the table. Sun Wukong picked up the letter and opened it, revealing the coordinates to Namek and instructions for using the capsule. It turned out that the capsule contained a spacecraft that Omu had utilized years prior and had sealed away upon retrieving it from Yardrat 3 years ago. Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. How did Omu know we would come? Tien patted his shoulder, urging, let us not dwell on such matters. We must hurry to Namek and resurrect Chaozu and the others. Though curiosity lingered in their minds, this was not the time for inquiries. Sun Wukong nodded and led the group to seek Bulma's assistance, as none of them were adept at piloting a spacecraft. In the realm of heaven and hell, Umu concluded his dealings on Earth and instantly materialized in the Hall of Judgment. King Yin was engrossed in reviewing documents in the thick book of life and death when he noticed Umu standing at his desk. "Ah, it is you. What brings you here this time?" King Yin set down his pen, his eyes reflecting a hint of impatience. Umu gazed up at King Yin, feeling somewhat awkward but nonetheless spoke. "King Yin, please refrain from arranging the souls of those who perished on Earth in recent days. They will be resurrected using the Dragon Ball shortly." King Yin's brow furrowed, a flicker of anger crossing his gaze. "Honestly, your Earth is quite troublesome. Do you not realize this disrupts the order of the underworld?" Umu inhaled deeply, recognizing he was indeed causing inconvenience, yet he had no other option. "I beg you, please. I can assist you with a matter in the future, free of charge." At that moment, a cunning smile crept across King Yan's face, revealing intentions yet unspoken. He gazed at the ebony wood, contemplating deeply. The life force of the ebony had reached a level comparable to his own. Its combat prowess formidable enough to rank among the top 5 in this universe. A promise to resolve troubles without compensation appeared to him as a surefire investment. Although, in the heavenly realm, he benefited from the support of the underworld palace, where the king of hell could suppress many souls. A lurking danger still resided in the deepest abyss, one that he himself could not resolve. In time, as the ebony's strength further ascended, it could demand his assistance to eradicate that menace completely. With this thought, the king of hell nodded. "It is settled. I shall designate an area for those earthlings." Chapter 99. Returning to the right path, the ebony observed the king of hell's expression and understood that the earlier anger had been feigned, which was entirely within reason. "Thank you. Additionally, I need to bring Ariga, Jiaozi, and Yamcha to the Realm King." The king of hell paused for a moment, then opened the book of life and death, searching for the names of the 3 individuals. "Very well, take them yourself. They are located in the 7th section of the front soul queue." Upon hearing this, the ebony nodded in acknowledgement, bid farewell to the king of hell, and soared above the lengthy procession of souls. The soul queue meandered like an endless river, and as the ebony scanned the throng, it finally spotted Ariga and the others in the 7th section. He descended slowly, landing before the 3. Aliga gazed at Ebony with wide-eyed astonishment. Brother Ebony, what brings you here? Could it be that you—" A hint of unease laced her words. Ebony smiled gently, offering no elaborate explanation, merely patting her shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. He then transported the trio to Planet King. The king reclined comfortably in a cozy chair, engrossed in a book of cold jokes, laughing heartily to the point of losing his composure. He wore a pair of sunglasses, and 2 antennae on his head quivered slightly with his laughter. As Wumu and the others appeared, Aliga and her companions immediately felt the unique gravitational pressure of King Kai's planet, prompting them to pause and involuntarily survey their surroundings. "Where is this?" Aliga inquired with curiosity, her eyes brimming with confusion. "This is King Kai's planet," Wumu elucidated, his tone imbued with a hint of reverence. "King Kai is a most esteemed deity. You will be studying here for a while, and once son Wukong retrieves the Dragon Balls, you shall be resurrected." Upon finishing his explanation, Wumu strode directly to King Kai's side and offered a slight bow. "King Kai, I must trouble you once more. I entrust these friends of mine to your care." King Kai closed the book, adjusted his sunglasses, and the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a grave expression. "It seems you have succeeded. Leave them to me." Hearing that King Kai had no further demands, Wumu exhaled in relief. "Thank you very much, my lord King Kai." King Kai waved his hand dismissively, his tone relaxing. "No need for formalities, we are essentially of the same dimension now. Moreover, your strength far surpasses mine." Wumu nodded and turned to beckon Aliga and the others over. They approached, and Wumu briefly explained the situation before bidding farewell to King Kai and turning to depart. As they watched Wumu's figure gradually fade into the teleportation array, Aliga, Jiaozi, and Yamcha found themselves in a state of bewilderment. Aliga's admiration for Wumu deepened. She had always believed him to be omnipotent. Jiaozi, though somewhat taken aback by Wumu's presence, remained unfamiliar with him and simply observed the surrounding environment with curiosity. Yet Yamcha grappled with complex emotions, a profound sense of astonishment surging from within him. He could hardly fathom that the ebony, once his equal, had ascended to the point of conversing with deities. Meanwhile, he himself had succumbed to carelessness, leading to his demise at the hands of those he once nurtured, causing his martial path to languish. Contemplating this, Yamcha resolved to reclaim his martial prowess and emerge even stronger. On the planet Adrat, sunlight cascaded upon this tranquil land, enveloping the air with an aura of serenity and enigma. Ebony stood atop a lofty perch, gazing down upon the sphere, his mind weaving intricate plans for the future. Everything has returned to its rightful course. All is in readiness, save for the favor of the winds, he mused, a resolute glimmer igniting in his eyes. He positioned Alaga and the others to grow stronger at the edge of the king's realm, while the Namekian side would also extend the necessary support to Goku and his companions. However, a troubling question lingered in his mind. Should Krillin perish? If Krillin were to survive, it would diminish the transformative moment for Son Goku to ascend to Super Saiyan. Yet, if Frieza were not the one to deliver the fatal blow, Ubu's heart would remain unsettled. This dilemma gnawed him, leaving him without a clear resolution. Ultimately, he decided to set aside his inner turmoil and resolved to proceed to the Spirit Lake. Upon arriving at the shores of Spirit Lake, Ubu found the water crystal clear, sparkling under the sun, surrounded by dense woods where birds joyfully sang amongst the branches. Raditz was engaged in his training by the lake. The hostility within him significantly diminished, as if he had attained a newfound tranquility. Ganis, in his Super Saiyan form, sat nearby with his chin resting on his hand, intently observing Raditz. Ahem. Ubu cleared his throat, breaking the serene atmosphere. Upon hearing the sound, Ganis turned abruptly, rising to his feet with a respectful countenance upon seeing Ubu. Lord Ubu, he exclaimed with reverence. Raditz, too, opened his eyes at the commotion, his gaze landing on Ubu, whose silver hair shimmered in the sunlight, and whose silver pupils radiated with a sense of sanctity and mystery. He wore a robe of black and white, hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile gracing his features. Leitais felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he stood up, awkwardly approaching the ebony figure. The figure regarded him with a gentle smile. Ganis, noticing the hesitation, turned back and nudged Leitais, urging him to act swiftly. That esteemed Lord Yuwood, Ganis began, but was interrupted by Yuwood's voice. No need to elaborate. I am already aware. I wish to hear his own words. Yuwood smiled and extended his hand to silence further explanation. In response, Ganis scratched his head awkwardly before swiftly delivering a light smack to the back of Leitais' head. Whatever happened to the fierce demeanor you had when you were killing? Hurry, introduce yourself to Lord Yuwood. This gesture alleviated much of Leitais' tension. Over the past year, their shared heritage as Saiyans had fostered a strong camaraderie between him and Ganis. Taking a deep breath to summon his courage, Leitais stepped forward and respectfully addressed Yuwood. Greetings. Lord Yuwood, I am Leitais. Previously on Earth, I was defeated by Kakarot and was revived by Ganis. He introduced me to you. And upon learning of your formidable strength and great wisdom, I wish to follow you. Yuwood smiled slightly and inquired, what reason do you believe I have to require you? I shall offer my loyalty, and my potential will surely be evident to you. Yuwood shook his head slightly, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Not sufficient. He replied coldly. Ganis should have informed you of Frieza's strength. My current battle power exceeds 100 billion. In this universe, what purpose could you possibly serve me? Yuwood's words fell upon Leitais and Ganis like a bucket of cold water, leaving them both startled. What did a battle power of over 100 billion signify? In the original story, Cell possessed merely over 80 billion, causing tremors throughout the solar system, while Majin Buu had 300 billion, his presence felt across half the universe. Yet here stood Yuwood, boasting a battle power of over 150 billion, capable of overwhelming the entire northern galaxy with ease, confronting Frieza as if it were but a gentle breeze. Ganis, too, was taken aback by Yuwood's astonishing growth and power over the years. He cast a worried glance at Raditz, his heart brimming with doubt and unease. Raditz remained silent for a moment, his mind a tumultuous sea of emotions. He truly could not fathom what could possibly captivate the attention of the Ebony Wood. For even with his current prowess of 3 million in battle strength and the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, it would still be deemed insignificant in the presence of the Ebony Wood. His heart was profoundly shattered. The Super Saiyan, a source of pride for the Saiyans, seemed utterly insignificant in the presence of Lord Umu. Chapter 100, Strikes and Teachings. After more than a month, we have finally reached the 100th chapter. As I endeavor to write my own book, I also compare it with the works of others. I am acutely aware of numerous shortcomings, and presently, I can do little to amend them. Thus, I shall continue writing while observing. One reader expressed a desire for more content. I initially intended to conclude at 600,000 words, yet he suggested the inclusion of myriad realms. I am contemplating whether to establish a chat group and would greatly appreciate any suggestions from all of you. Furthermore, I kindly request that readers click on the free gifts and provide evaluations of the book, though the number of stars is not of utmost importance. The current ratings for this book have yet to emerge. I never anticipated that the Super Saiyan, which we Saiyans hold dear, would be rendered inconsequential before you, Lord Umu. Raditz's voice quivered, his inner arrogance thoroughly dismantled. Though Ganis had previously informed him of Amu's formidable strength, it had never truly registered until this encounter, making him realize he was indeed a frog at the bottom of a well. I apologize, Lord Amu. I possess nothing of value to offer. Raditz turned away, his figure exuding an extraordinary sense of desolation. Raditz! Ganis called out, but Raditz remained unresponsive, as if all hope and fighting spirit had been extinguished. Ganis turned, his eyes filled with pleading and determination. Lord Amu, I earnestly beseech you to accept Raditz. We shall charge into battle for you, clearing all obstacles and maintaining our unwavering loyalty. He spoke as he knelt without hesitation, prostrating himself completely. Upon hearing the voice of Ganis, Rithis turned back to him in disbelief, his pupils quivering slightly. He had never witnessed Ganis in such a state of submission, and his heart was filled with a tumult of emotions. Eben glanced at the kneeling Ganis, his brow slightly furrowed. Is Ganis truly worth such a sacrifice? His voice was grave and indifferent. It is worth it. Ganis roared, his voice thunderous. We Saiyans are but a handful now. After spending this year together, Raditz has indeed connected with me on a profound level. Moreover, it feels somewhat incomplete to have only myself following you, my lord. I humbly request that you grant me a brother. Ubu turned his head slightly, his gaze piercing as it fell upon Raditz. Raditz, he said. Seeing Ganis go to such lengths, I consent to you remaining by my side. Upon hearing this, Raditz was filled with overwhelming joy, as if he had been engulfed by a wave of bliss. He hurriedly knelt, his voice trembling as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Uwood. Subsequently, he turned to Ganis, his eyes brimming with appreciation. Thank you, Brother Ganis. Uwood smiled faintly, gesturing for them to rise. In truth, Uwood had already resolved to accept Raditz. His actions were merely a means to admonish Ganis for his presumptuousness. Uwood's intentions were twofold. On one hand, to make Ganis understand that such presumptions carry consequences. On the other, should Ganis insist on Raditz's inclusion and bear the cost, it would foster gratitude in Raditz, who would come to cherish this hard-won opportunity even more. The two slowly stood, their faces still reflecting a mix of excitement and anticipation. Uwood's gaze shifted between them, his voice deep and resonant. Ganis, do you remember when I previously mentioned that after refining one's spirit, I would present you with two choices? Ganis nodded, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. I do. Uwood nodded in satisfaction and continued. Very well, I shall reveal it to you today, and Raditz may listen as well. Both nodded, their eyes fixated on Uwood, anxious not to miss a single word. Uwood inhaled deeply, then spoke slowly. Beyond the transformation into a Super Saiyan, the subsequent transformations are not vastly different. I can share more about what you wish to know in due time. For now, let me explain the two paths of growth available to Saiyans. The first is the Super Saiyan form, which includes a transformation that deviates from your current state, following a genetic ancestral evolution route. The second is the path to ascension as a Saiyan, known as the Super Saiyan God. Which path do you wish to choose? Ganis and Raditz fell into contemplation, their brows furrowed, clearly weighing the merits and drawbacks of both options. Honestly, they were uncertain about which path held greater strength. I choose the path of divinity, Ganis declared resolutely, a note of determination in his voice. Had it been in the past, he might have opted for the genetic ancestral evolution route. But after years of following Uwood, his perspective had evolved. He now aspired to achieve godhood. Upon hearing Ganis' choice, Raditz also found clarity in his own decision. Although he was not entirely clear about the specific distinctions between the two paths, he believed that since Lord Ubu had presented them side by side, there should be no significant disparity in strength. As Ganis chose the path to divinity, he resolved to embark on the alternate route, aiming to restore the glory of the Saiyans from a different direction. I choose the first option, Lord Ubu, Raditz declared firmly, determination shimmering in his eyes. Subsequently, Ubu elucidated the two transformation methods, the Super Saiyan God, which, according to the original tale, was achieved by 5 righteous warriors channeling their spiritual energy into Goku. In later analyses, it was determined that spiritual energy was the crux of the transformation. Thus, over the years, Ubu had been guiding Ganis in the cultivation of his spirit. The second transformation was the Super Saiyan 4, a comparatively straightforward process that bypassed the stages of Super Saiyan 2 and 3. It merely required regaining consciousness after undergoing the Great Ape transformation to revert to humanoid form. Ubu extended his hand, a silvery thread of energy glimmering from his fingertip. Feel my energy, he softly instructed, and then channel this energy into your spirit. With that, the silvery energy gradually flowed into Ganis' body. In the original narrative, Goku had transformed once, and the divine power of Super Saiyan God still resided within him, allowing him to transform again through his own strength. As for Vegeta, Although the specifics of his transformation were unclear, it was speculated that Whis might have bestowed the divine power upon him. Ganas closed his eyes, slowly attuning himself to absorb this newfound power while simultaneously guiding his own spiritual energy. Suddenly, a crimson light erupted from within him, soaring skyward, accompanied by a dramatic shift in the celestial atmosphere. The entire planet of Adrat was left in awe of this unexpected phenomenon. Pabala gazed up at the sky, his brow furrowed, filled with confusion. He discerned the absence of danger through his keen sense of awareness and continued to immerse himself in his studies. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, the deity of destruction, Vis, was diligently sweeping the temple floor. Suddenly, as if sensing something amiss, he halted his actions, furrowing his brow slightly, a flicker of perplexity crossing his eyes. With a gentle wave of his hand, the staff of divinity, standing silently in the distance, soared gracefully into his grasp. The orb-shaped emerald at the top of the staff radiated a dazzling aura. This otherworldly being truly knows how to stir things up. The god of Super Saiyan from our timeline has surprisingly manifested much earlier than anticipated. Whis shook his head in resignation, yet a hint of a smile graced his lips. At that moment, the energy emanating from Ganas was undergoing constant transformation, unleashing a power that was both gentle and formidable. The air around him seemed to tremble. Yet soon everything gradually calmed, and the sky returned to its former state. After the crimson beam of light vanished, the figure of Ganas materialized. His hair transformed into a vivid shade of crimson. His physique grew more robust, yet he appeared diminutive. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him. His heart filled with astonishment. "Is this the power of a Super Saiyan god?" he murmured, his voice tinged with incredulous awe. The amplification is 2,000 times his base combat strength. Now, his power has surpassed 10 billion. He lifted his gaze towards Ebony, finally able to distinctly perceive the aura emanating from him. So, this is the essence of Lord Ebony, Ganas mused inwardly. It was markedly different from the divine aura he was accustomed to, while his own energy was gentle yet imbued with elements of combat. Ebony's presence conveyed an indescribable sensation, gentle and mysterious, as if shrouded in a delicate mist. Chapter 101. Vic inquires about Ebony. Ebony nodded, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. "Very well, maintain this state henceforth. Let it become your new norm." He had no intention of allowing Super Saiyan God to become a mere transformation, nor did he aspire to pursue any form of Ultra Blue. It was your turn now. Ubu turned his gaze towards Raditz. Raditz remained enveloped in the awe of Super Saiyan God. Although he could not sense the aura, the overwhelming presence he had just witnessed was undeniably real. He heard the words of Omu and slightly regained his focus, taking a deep breath before conjuring an artificial moon and casting it into the heavens. As the moon ascended, Raditz's form began to transform, gradually evolving into that of a colossal ape, and then further morphing into a golden-hued giant. Ultimately, he reverted to his humanoid shape. His body adorned with a mane of crimson fur, his eyes accentuated with bold eyeliner, radiating a fierce and untamed spirit. Raditz clenched his fists, his heart brimming with an exhilarating thrill that was hard to contain. "I never imagined I could become this powerful," he murmured, his voice quivering with emotion. Having just mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan, now he had achieved this form, his battle power soaring to an astonishing 60 billion. "We are immensely grateful, Lord Emil." Ganas and Raditz simultaneously expressed their respect, their faces reflecting profound gratitude and reverence. Oma nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction in his gaze. "Now, what you must do is to make this state your new norm." He spoke in a calm tone, then turned to gaze into the distance, as if pondering something profound. "After a while, we shall journey to Namek to resolve matters with Frisia. I need to visit the edge of the eastern galaxy. Will you remain on Earth or accompany me?" Ubu inquired softly. Ganas and Raditz exchanged glances, then nodded. "We shall stay by your side, and when the time comes, we can assist you in assessing the situation," they replied in unison. On Namek, within the Elder's cave, a palpable tension filled the air. The Elder sat upon a stone chair, his face etched with deep wrinkles, and a hint of concern flickered in his gaze. His voice was deep and resolute. "Neru, summon everyone, and then disperse the Dragon Balls for safekeeping." "Yes, Grand Elder." He swiftly turned and dashed towards the mouth of the cave, his steps quickening. The Grand Elder slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, he found himself once again capable of prophecy, as visions of the future began to materialize in his mind. The hazy images deepening his unease. He was uncertain about how Ebony would resolve the matter. Meanwhile, on Earth, the sun shone brilliantly, and a gentle breeze caressed the landscape. A group of individuals stood before a shimmering spacecraft, yet the atmosphere felt somewhat tense. "Bulma, your outfit is rather unappealing," Goku remarked with a smile, his tone laced with playful teasing. His gaze fell upon Bulma, who was clad in a heavy space suit, her long hair now cut to shoulder length, giving her an unfamiliar appearance. With a cold expression, Bulma clutched her helmet under her arm and retorted sharply, "Stop rambling. Get on the spaceship, honestly." She was the first aboard the vessel, her movements brisk and decisive. Goku scratched his head, murmuring in confusion, "What's up with her? Why is she suddenly angry?" He stepped aboard the spacecraft, his face etched with confusion. Krillin and Son Gohan exchanged a glance, shaking their heads with expressions of resignation, before following closely behind. They set course for Namek, engaging the autopilot. Bulma occupied the pilot's seat, her fingers deftly maneuvering across the control panel. Shao, Jia, and Tianjin Fan followed with solemn expressions. While Piccolo remained stoic, his emotions a tangled web. His gaze drifted towards the horizon, seemingly lost in contemplation, perhaps grappling with a sense of nostalgia for home. As the others boarded the spacecraft, Bulma wasted no time. She immediately took control and initiated the launch. The vessel ascended swiftly, piercing through the atmosphere and entering the vast expanse of the cosmos. Bulma rose, stretching her limbs with a hint of weariness gracing her features. "All right. I shall indulge in a rejuvenating slumber," she declared, turning to retreat into the chambers of the ship, estimating it would take approximately half a month to reach their destination. This left the others exchanging glances, as silence enveloped the spacecraft. "So are we to wait like this?" Krillin broke the stillness, his tone laced with uncertainty. Goku chuckled lightly, a glimmer of combativeness flickering in his eyes. "Let us focus on training. Who knows if there are any formidable warriors on Namek?" He turned to Krillin and inquired, "Krillin, how many do you have left?" Krillin retrieved a small pouch and counted. "There are 5 remaining." Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully, contemplating. 1, 2, 3, 6. With 6 individuals, we must conserve our resources. At that moment, Piccolo stepped forward, his expression stern, and asked, "Sun Wukong, who exactly is this one you speak of?" He had only met him once and was uncertain of the man's abilities. "Ah, you mentioned Ebony, but I too am not very clear about him." Sun Wukong scratched his head and then slowly recalled, 12 years ago, he won the championship at the martial arts tournament and departed. Upon our next encounter, he made a wish using the Dragon Balls to leave Earth. 6 years ago, when he returned, I attempted to spar with him, and he effortlessly defeated me with just a single finger. My recent surge in strength is attributed to the lingering impressions he left in the temple, which enabled me to learn these extraordinary techniques. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's expression grew grave. He did not inquire why Wukong did not personally address this matter, but instead fell into deep contemplation. Wukong, as a figure, is shrouded in mystery, seemingly orchestrating every move within his grand design. Piccolo meticulously pondered the past recounted by Wukong, sensing that the intentions of this individual were exceedingly clear from the outset, even if now he and his companions appeared to be mere puppets under Wukong's influence. Everything unfolded with such intricate precision. The Dragon Balls had been borrowed, held by one who had returned from the cosmos and could effortlessly vanquish Wukong. He simply could not fathom the purpose of the Dragon Balls, and curiously, it was at this moment that they were nowhere to be found. Moreover, that old fellow's expression was rather peculiar. He might possess knowledge of something significant. The answers to all these enigmas should lie on Namek, and coincidentally, I wish to revisit my homeland. As Piccolo pondered, a glimmer of wisdom shone in his eyes. Noticing Piccolo lost in thought, Son Goku could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "What is the matter, Piccolo? Why are you asking all these questions?" Piccolo scoffed lightly, turned aside, and settled down to meditate on the ground. "Humph. It's nothing," he replied coolly, closing his eyes in an effort to calm the tumult within. "Goku, there's a training room here," shouted Little Jet. He pointed towards a concealed metallic door not far away, beckoning a few individuals to approach. Wukong turned at the sound, following Shao Jie's indication. The door was shrouded in the shadows of the wall. Had it not been for Shao Jie's keen observation, it would have likely gone unnoticed. He nodded slightly, signaling the others to follow. Shao Jie pressed a button nearby, and the metallic door slowly opened with a faint mechanical hum. The sight beyond the door invigorated everyone present. The training chamber was suffused with an aura of futuristic technology. The silver-gray walls were adorned with a myriad of intricate instruments and display screens, while the floor was covered with soft training mats, encircled by a ring of high-tech apparatus. The air was tinged with a subtle metallic scent and an air of enigmatic mystery. "Shao Jie, this place is truly remarkable," Wukong exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration, a spark of excitement gleaming in his eyes. He stepped into the training chamber, his fingers gently caressing the buttons on the wall, savoring the chill of the metallic surface. This space not only allowed for the summoning of virtual sparring partners, but also enabled the adjustment of gravity. In the days that followed, several individuals spent each day immersed in the sanctuary of training. They continuously challenged virtual training partners, adjusting the gravity environment, honing their combat skills and physical prowess. Chapter 102. Chioe Mr. Sabo. How long until we reach Namek? Frisia reclined elegantly in the opulent chair, his voice smooth as silk yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Sabo stood respectfully by, slightly bowing as he replied, Lord Frisia, our ship is the latest model. At our current speed, we shall arrive at Namek in 10 days. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Frisia's eyes as he gently waved his hand, signaling Sabo to proceed. Then let us advance at full speed. Sabo straightened his posture, responding resolutely, yes, Lord Frisia. Frisia nodded slightly, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, his gaze turning icy and profound. Humph. The Dragon Balls. The essence of eternal life. Those Saiyans, a truly remarkable discovery. Indeed, Lord Frisia. I have heard that Vegeta has sustained severe injuries and is recuperating at base 79. By the way, Chioe is also there. Ha ha ha. Our proud Prince Vegeta has met his match on Earth. Mr. Sabo, inform Chioe to keep a close watch on Vegeta. Do not allow him to interfere with our plans. Additionally, notify Jinyu and the others to abandon this mission and redirect their course to Namek. Yes, Lord Frisia, Sabo replied promptly, swiftly turning to head to the cockpit to implement the orders. Ha ha ha. Frisia's laughter grew more sinister, his gaze fixed ahead like a venomous serpent, as if he could already envision the enigmatic Namek. This time, he was determined to obtain the Dragon Balls. No one could thwart his plans. His heart brimmed with an insatiable yearning for the Dragon Balls, a desire that threatened to consume him entirely. The spaceship traversed the cosmos, the starry sky outside resembling a tranquil painting, dotted with twinkling starlight, exuding an air of serene stillness. Yet, within the vessel, the atmosphere was starkly different. Every crew member busied themselves with anxious diligence, fearful of any misstep. Frisia's mood was evidently buoyant, his fingers lightly drumming on the armrest, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He could hardly contain his eagerness to behold the legendary Dragon Ball, yearning to wield it in the pursuit of his ambitions. The allure of eternal life was simply too great to resist. Time slipped away in the tense atmosphere as the spaceship hurtled toward planet Namek at an astonishing speed. Sabo occasionally glanced at Frisia, noticing that his gaze remained fixated on the horizon, as if peering through the ship's viewport toward that distant objective. What? That scoundrel has gone to planet Namek. Vegeta's voice thundered through the infirmary, causing the surrounding instruments to tremble slightly. Freshly healed from severe injuries, Vegeta emerged from the medical pod upon hearing the news. In his agitation, he seized the nearby reptilian scientist, his eyes ablaze with fury, fingers poised to crush the man's throat. Damn it. It seems that bastard has installed a listening device in the scanner. Vegeta roared internally, his gaze as frigid as winter's chill. Vegeta, do you wish to rebel? How dare you utter Lord Frisia's name so freely? The lizard-like scientist, his face flushed and breath labored, struggled to defend Frisia, as if he were his own progenitor. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, releasing his grip, causing the scientist to collapse to the floor, gasping for air. Despite the stern expression etched upon Vegeta's face, his mind was calculating. Now was not the time. Once he obtained the Dragon Ball and secured immortality, he would no longer be concerned with Frisia. He cast a disdainful glance at the lizard man, his eyes revealing a trace of contempt. Considering the number of planets I have conquered on his behalf, I believe King Frisia would not mind. With that, he turned and exited the infirmary, while the lizard man clutched his neck, glaring fiercely at Vegeta's retreating figure, his eyes filled with resentment. Once outside the infirmary, Vegeta was about to ponder how to seize the Dragon Balls, when he heard a familiar voice call from behind. Where are you going, Vegeta? Leaning against the wall of the base corridor, Chioe wore a sinister grin as he regarded him. Vegeta turned at the sound, furrowing his brow. Chioe, what are you doing here? I came to see how the invincible Prince Vegeta managed to return alone. Chioe replied, his tone dripping with mockery. What is this? Where are your two useless lackeys? Oh, they've all perished, I see. Haraha. Chioe had always disdained Vegeta's arrogance, especially given that the Saiyans were nearly extinct, with only a few ineffectual remnants remaining. Yet Vegeta still boasted of being their prince. Despite his lackluster abilities, he carried himself with an air of superiority, dismissing Chioe entirely. However, after recovering from severe injuries and being pulled back from the brink of death, Vegeta's power had now surpassed his own. Furthermore, through his battles on Earth with Son Goku and his companions, Vegeta had begun to master the control of his energy. Unbeknownst to Chuyi, Vegeta had undergone a transformation, and he still believed their strengths were evenly matched. Chuyi, if you wish to meet your demise, I would be more than willing to assist you. Vegeta's eyes glinted coldly, his voice sharp as ice. Haha, you crack me up? Anyone can boast. Let me tell you, during your time on Earth, I have grown significantly stronger. You shall not be my match. Best to stay put in the base. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately sensed Chuyi's energy, and a smirk crept across his face. Chuyi's energy had indeed increased, but it was trivial compared to his own. Although Chuyi had grown stronger by a few hundred, it would have posed a challenge to his former self. However, Vegeta now possessed a battle power of 23,000. In that case, I shall effortlessly dispose of you. Before the words had fully left his lips, Vegeta appeared before Chuyi in an instant, his speed rendering Chuyi unable to react. Chuyi's eyes widened in shock, attempting to utter a word, but Vegeta provided him no opportunity, delivering a swift chop to his neck. The motion was clean and decisive, and Chuyi's body crumpled to the ground, life extinguished. Humph! A fool dares to prance before me, Vegeta, he said coldly, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. He cast a glance at the lifeless body of Chio-E before turning away and making his way towards the spacecraft. Upon opening the hatch, Vegeta settled into the vessel, ignited the engines, and departed from the base. The spaceship darted swiftly through the cosmos, yet Vegeta's mind was consumed with contemplation. Chio-E was undoubtedly sent by Frieza to thwart his endeavors, clearly indicating Frieza's lack of trust in him. A faint smirk crept across Vegeta's face within the confines of the ship. Frieza, just wait. Once I acquire the Dragon Balls and attain the power of immortality, it will be your doom. Thus, for ships traverse different directions across the universe, all with the same destination, Planet Namek. Chapter 103, The Ginyu Force Planet Namek. The sky was pierced by a circular spacecraft, descending like a meteor, exuding an undeniable aura of pressure. The hatch opened slowly, and a group of aliens clad in tight-fitting battlesuits streamed out. Their appearances varied, yet each radiated a formidable presence. These extraterrestrials quickly formed two orderly lines, standing in perfect formation before the ship. Frieza, seated in a hovering infant carriage, gently floated out of the hatch. Behind him followed two capable aides, the rotund Doria and the emerald-haired beauty, Sabo. Frieza's gaze swept over the assembled ranks, his eyes glimmering with a chilling intensity. How much longer until Ginyu and his team arrive? Frieza tilted his head, revealing a cultured smile as he inquired. Sabo respectfully replied, Lord Frieza, Captain Ginyu has just contacted us, stating they will arrive in a few minutes. Frieza nodded, satisfied, and remarked, I did not expect them to be so prompt. Let us await their arrival. Indeed, Lord Frieza, I believe Captain Ginyu will be deeply moved and will surely perform a dance for you upon his arrival. A slight blush crept across Frieza's face as he chuckled awkwardly, envisioning Jinyu's exaggerated dance moves, which always filled him with a sense of embarrassment. Nevertheless, he could not dampen Jinyu's enthusiasm, enduring the spectacle each time. As Frieza pondered, 5 spaceships descended from the sky, landing not far away. 5 figures materialized before Frieza like phantoms, their movements swift as lightning. Hey, the Ginyu Force exclaimed in unison, launching into a perplexing dance. Ultimately striking a peculiar pose as they announced loudly, the Ginyu Force reports for duty to Lord Frieza. Sabo and Doria exchanged glances, the air thick with silence. A slight twitch at the corner of Frieza's mouth betrayed his discomfort, and he cleared his throat to shatter the stillness. Ahem, well done, Captain Ginyu. I require your elite team to eliminate all obstacles in my path. In unison, the 5 members of the Ginyu Force responded. The Ginyu Force vows to complete the mission at all costs. They once again formed a line, arms outstretched, feet stamping rhythmically on the ground. Then half-squatting with arms extended forward, they yelled. Frieza pressed his dark purple lips together, casting sidelong glances as if uttering words of insincerity. Very well, Captain Ginyu. Your dance remains as splendid as ever, Ginyu exclaimed with excitement lighting up his face. Thank you for your acknowledgement, Your Majesty. We shall continue to strive, creating more dances to your satisfaction. Frieza waved his hand dismissively, saying, Know your limits, know your limits. He then turned to Dodoria. Mr. Dodoria, take your men and retrieve the Dragon Balls for me. Eliminate anyone who dares to resist. Understood, Dodoria replied, leading 2 squads of soldiers swiftly towards the village of the Namekians. The landscape of Namek was serene and beautiful, lush green fields and clear rivers shimmering under the sunlight. However, this tranquility was about to be shattered. A cruel glint flickered in Dodoria's eyes as he gestured for his soldiers to commence their actions. The soldiers quickly surrounded the village, their energy guns aimed at the interior. Dodoria swaggered in, followed by several soldiers, but the village was deserted. In the center stood a large Dragon Ball. This must be the Dragon Ball. It seems these people are quite astute, having not hidden it away. Otherwise, it would have resulted in a massacre. Dodoria sneered. Lord Dodoria, should we inform Lord Frisia? One soldier cautiously inquired. You may report to him and ascertain his plans. Meanwhile, we shall proceed to collect the other Dragon Balls. Yes. The soldier stood tall, saluted, and then turned to leave. Meanwhile, on the other side of Namek, Goku and his companion spaceship finally landed. The hatch slowly opened, and Goku was the first to leap out, followed closely by Krillin and Piccolo. Bulma, clad in cumbersome flight attire, appeared somewhat clumsy. As she walked behind, she grumbled, "This blasted outfit is such a nuisance." Piccolo surveyed the surroundings, a wave of familiarity washing over him as he beheld the starkly different scenery from Earth. "Is this my homeland?" he murmured, filled with complex emotions. The air, the soil, the sky here felt immensely comforting to him. "Hey, Bulma, hurry and take off that hideous outfit," Goku exclaimed, savoring the fresh air of Namek, noticing Bulma's awkwardness. Blushing, Bulma retorted angrily, "Shut up." She quickly shed the flight suit, donning a casual outfit before descending from the spaceship. Who would have thought this planet would be so similar to Earth, she mused, pulling out the dragon radar from her bag. Beep, beep, beep. The radar emitted urgent sounds. "Ah," Bulma suddenly screamed. "What's wrong, Bulma?" Goku and the others quickly gathered around. "Look, there are 3 Dragon Balls clustered together, and they're moving towards the direction of the other Dragon Balls. Someone is collecting them before us." Bulma pointed at the glowing dots on the radar display. Her tone tense. Krillin chuckled dismissively. Could it be that the inhabitants of this planet know we're coming and are collecting them for us? However, Goku paid no heed to his words, his expression growing grave as he fixed his gaze on the distance. Observing Goku's reaction, Tien and Kaiatsu exchanged glances, closed their eyes, and expanded their senses. Suddenly, they opened their eyes wide, filled with terror. "What is this?" Tien whispered. What did you sense?" Krillin asked, puzzled, as his energy was the weakest among them, feeling nothing unusual. "Goku, it seems that the heavenly god sending us here is not as simple as it appears," Tien remarked to Goku. Goku nodded. "Bulma, Gohan, Krillin, you stay here. We shall handle the matter of the Dragon Balls." He took the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma's hands and swiftly soared towards the direction of the other Dragon Balls. Although Piccolo could not sense the specifics, he felt that something was amiss and hurriedly followed. After all, this was his homeland. No matter what transpired, he had to intervene. Little Goku and Tien also prepared to take flight, but Krillin held them back, anxiously inquiring, "What exactly is happening? Why are you so tense?" "We sensed a powerful and malevolent energy from afar, one that is even more sinister and potent than Vegetas," Tien explained. "What?" Krillin staggered back a few steps, releasing his grip on Tien, his face turning pale. "You two hide here. If anything goes awry, run over there, where a gentle aura can be felt. It must be the planet's inhabitants." After Tien finished speaking, he and little Goku flew away together. Son Goku and Piccolo soared through the air at incredible speed, the wind howling past their ears. "I don't know who you are, but I will never allow you to obtain the Dragon Balls." Chapter 104, Vegeta arrives. Scheming for the Dragon Balls, the sky of Namek was a brilliant blue, with a few white clouds lazily drifting by, as sunlight bathed the tranquil land. However, the atmosphere surrounding the Grand Elder's residence was in stark contrast to this serene scene. Numerous Namekians had gathered, hastily arriving upon receiving the Grand Elder's summons. They gathered outside the dwelling of the Venerable Elder, their faces etched with confusion and unease. Within the crowd, hushed whispers floated through the air as individuals sought to unravel the mystery of the unfolding events. What is happening? Why have we been summoned here so suddenly? Furthermore, the Dragon Balls remain in the village. Nali, do you have any insight into this? Among the assembly of Namekians, an elder villager turned to Nali, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. Nali shook his head, his brow furrowed in thought. "I'm not entirely certain either. Let us inquire with Nera when he emerges." With that, the two of them fixed their gaze intently upon the tightly shut door of the elder's abode. Inside, the elder sat slumped in his seat, a hint of fatigue and worry etched upon his countenance. He lowered his gaze to Nairu standing before him, his voice resonating with a deep and measured tone. Nairu, our friends from Earth have arrived. They have already ventured to Frisia's domain. At present, their strength is insufficient. Please go and bring them here. Upon hearing these words, Nairu comprehended the elder's intentions. A flicker of shock and concern passed across his face as he clenched his fists tightly, his voice quivering slightly. Elder, you. The elder raised a hand, signaling Nairu to refrain from continuing. Do not worry about me. The elder gently waved his hand, indicating that Nairu should not elaborate further. I still possess some strength. Bring them forth, and allow me to offer my final contribution. Nairu fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of sadness crossing his eyes. Yet it was swiftly replaced by resolve. He took a deep breath and nodded. I understand, great elder. With that, he turned and departed. The great elder gazed at Nairu's retreating figure, his eyes filled with a blend of hope and resignation. He let out a gentle sigh. His gaze directed forward as if peering through the veil of time to glimpse the visions of the future. Outside the dwelling, Nori and the other Namekians remained anxiously awaiting. Their gazes occasionally darted towards the tightly shut door. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Nairu emerged with measured steps. Upon seeing this, Nali and the others swiftly gathered around him. Nairu, has the Grand Elder summoned us for a specific purpose? Nairu, upon hearing this, surveyed the room, observing the inquisitive expressions of his compatriots. He pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly. The Dragon Balls of our planet have come under the scrutiny of Frisia. The Grand Elder summoned you all here to prevent any casualties. What? Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd turned ashen, and they began to murmur in panic. How did that tyrant Frisia discover the location of our planet? A Namekian inquired with a trembling voice, his eyes reflecting sheer terror. Enough. Nairu raised his hand to signal for silence. Our friends from Earth have arrived. I shall bring them forth. Defeating Frisia will depend on their strength. Nairu was uncertain how Frisia had learned of their whereabouts, yet it seemed the Grand Elder had anticipated this situation long ago. However, he understood that now was not the time for inquiries. Perhaps, just perhaps, this time they might emerge unscathed. Nairu silently prayed. Though he was the strongest Namekian on this planet, he was still no match for Frisia, a fact he acknowledged with clarity. With this thought in mind, Nairu briefed the others and swiftly took to the skies in search of Krillin and the others. His speed was astonishing, akin to a green lightning bolt streaking across the heavens. At that moment, the outer layer of the planet suddenly illuminated with a dazzling brilliance as a spherical spacecraft descended rapidly like a meteor. It pierced through the atmosphere, trailing a long tail, leaving behind a magnificent arc in the sky. With a thunderous roar, the spherical vessel crashed heavily into a desolate area. The ground trembled violently, dust swirling into the air, instantly forming a colossal crater. Smoke billowed, obscuring the sun. The hatch of the spacecraft gradually opened, and a hand emerged from the haze, firmly grasping the doorframe. Soon after, a figure peeked out. It was Vegeta, his gaze imbued with an icy intensity. Vegeta stepped out of the spacecraft, arms crossed over his chest, and slowly ascended into the air. He gazed down upon the desolate scene before him, where the barren earth was strewn with rocks and sand, and in the distance, a few solitary hills emerged faintly. The winds howled, carrying with them an arid atmosphere. Is this indeed planet Namek? As the thought crossed his mind, he gradually descended to the ground, his toes barely brushing the surface, landing soundlessly. That scoundrel Frisia, I wonder if he has located the Dragon Balls. Vegeta furrowed his brow, closed his eyes, and extended his energy outward. His expression gradually turned grave, his brows furrowed tightly. After a while, he opened his eyes with a somewhat distressed look. Damn it, that rascal Jinyu is still around, lingering with Frisia and the others, completely unaware of Chiu Yi's demise. His voice was imbued with a palpable sense of anger and unease. It appeared that the forthcoming actions would be fraught with complications. However, that fellow Doria had strayed from the group, wandering about, seemingly assigned the task of seeking the Dragon Balls, while Kakarot and those Earthlings had also arrived here. Vegeta pondered for a moment, his gaze gradually solidifying with determination. In light of this, I shall conceal myself, allowing them to vie for the Dragon Balls. At the opportune moment, I shall stealthily hide one, thereby thwarting Frisia's efforts to gather them all. I may yet have the chance to obtain the Dragon Balls. He lowered his spirit as much as possible and soared towards the distant horizon. A sense of secret delight filled his heart as he murmured to himself. By then, he gazed into the distance, the fierce wind assaulting his face, his eyes ablaze with determination. Frisia and Kakarot shall be vanquished by my hand. Vegeta soared above the desolate terrain, surrounded by a barren landscape, the howling of the wind echoing in his ears. With a keen eye, he surveyed the ground. Seeking an appropriate refuge, he descended into a secluded valley, surrounded by towering cliffs and dense foliage, where visibility was utterly obscured. Vegeta swiftly discovered a concealed cave, entering it to completely mask his presence. He seated himself cross-legged, commencing his meditation. Frieza, your demise is nigh, Vegeta thought to himself, a cold glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. Let us see who shall have the last laugh. On the other side, Dodoria, accompanied by his soldiers, was on a mission to swiftly gather the Dragon Balls, intending to report back to Frieza. This is the fourth one. My progress has been remarkably smooth, as every village along the way has been utterly deserted. He stood in the center of the desolate village, joyfully gazing at the Dragon Ball before him, utterly astonished by the simplicity of the task assigned by King Frieza. Subsequently, he turned and waved his hand to his subordinates behind him, signaling them to proceed. Let us go. Onward to the next location, he proclaimed, his voice echoing harshly in the emptiness of the village. His subordinates immediately sprang into action, their footsteps resonating distinctly on the barren ground. One soldier swiftly picked up the Dragon Ball from the ground and returned to the formation, standing shoulder to shoulder with 3 other soldiers who similarly clutched Dragon Balls. Dodoria stood at the forefront of the group, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings. His heart brimmed with ease and confidence, the corners of his mouth subtly lifting. This mission felt like a mere trifle to him, akin to a simple collection task. However, this sense of tranquility was fleeting. Just as they were about to depart, a piercing sound sliced through the air from the distant sky. The noise was sharp and urgent, as if it were tearing through the atmosphere. Doria furrowed his brow, an alarm ringing in his mind. He swiftly raised his gaze towards the source of the sound, his eyes filled with vigilance. Stop, he commanded in a hushed tone, laced with caution. His subordinates halted in their tracks, anxiously looking up at the sky. Doria's demeanor shifted instantaneously from relaxed to alert, his fists clenched tightly. What is that sound? He muttered to himself, his brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on the dark speck in the sky. The speck drew nearer, expanding in size, ultimately revealing the silhouette of a figure. Upon witnessing this, Doria and his men immediately shifted into a combat-ready stance. He then turned to the 4 soldiers clutching the Dragon Balls and instructed, "You must safeguard the Dragon Balls. If the situation turns dire, take them and flee to Lord Frieza to report." The soldiers, serious in demeanor, nodded in agreement, their eyes intently focused on the approaching figure. A Saiyan? No, it doesn't appear so. There is no tail. It must be a race akin to the Saiyans. As the figure approached, it became clear, revealing none other than Son Goku, who landed before them. "Who are you?" Son Goku inquired, his expression stern and icy. His gaze swept over Dodoria and his subordinates, as if assessing their strength. At that moment, Dodoria utilized a detector to gauge Goku's combat power. Although Goku had just unleashed his full energy to fly over, he instinctively concealed a portion of his power upon landing. The detector emitted a series of beeping sounds, ultimately displaying a value of 18,000. Upon witnessing the meager combat power of merely 18,000, Dodoria let out a cold laugh, his heart brimming with disdain. He recalled that he possessed a formidable battle power of 23,000, accompanied by a legion of soldiers at his side. With a straightened posture, he fixed his gaze upon Sun Wukong, a hint of derisive amusement playing upon his lips. "Who we are is of little consequence. What truly matters is your audacity to stand in our way. Are you perhaps overestimating your capabilities?" Before his words could fully resonate, his figure abruptly vanished from sight, only to reappear before Sun Wukong in the next instant. Sun Wukong, witnessing the oncoming fist, swiftly raised his arm to block the strike, effortlessly mitigating the blow. The sound of Dodoria's fist crashing against Sun Wukong's arm reverberated with a dull thud. Throughout his journey, Sun Wukong had been honing his skills aboard the spaceship, his battle power now soaring to an impressive 110,000, an increase of 20,000 from the original tale. Deflecting Dodoria's assault was a trivial task. "Impossible," Dodoria exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. His face was etched with shock and fury, as if he could not fathom the reality before him. Sun Wukong paid no heed to his astonishment. Instead, he executed a swift spinning kick that struck the plump, pink visage of Doria. In an instant, Doria's cheek contorted, and he was forcefully propelled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Bang! Sun Wukong stood his ground, coldly gazing at Doria. Doria struggled to rise from the earth, his face a mask of rage and discontent. His subordinates hastily gathered around, their expressions tense and vigilant. "What are you waiting for? Charge!" Doria bellowed, a hint of madness lacing his voice. Upon hearing the command, his subordinates immediately surged towards Sun Wukong, attempting to overwhelm him with a tactic of sheer numbers. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow slightly and tilted his body just enough to evade the onslaught of the first soldier charging at him. "My apologies." He swiftly delivered a punch, striking the opponent's abdomen, causing the soldier to collapse in agony. Subsequently, Sun Wukong executed a side kick, sending another soldier flying. As he witnessed his subordinates falling one after another, Dodoria's fury reached its zenith, completely oblivious to the disparity in strength. He charged once more at Sun Wukong, his fist imbued with formidable strength, aimed directly at Sun Wukong's visage. Sun Wukong, unfazed, calmly observed Dodoria's assault, slightly tilting his body to evade the incoming blow. He swiftly struck, landing a punch squarely on Dodoria's abdomen, causing Dodoria to double over in agony, his complexion instantly paling. "You are far too weak," Goku remarked coldly, his voice imbued with a hint of calmness. Dodoria gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in his stomach, and abruptly lifted his head, his eyes glinting with a frenzied light. With all his might, he charged once more towards Sun Wukong, attempting to vanquish his opponent with the last remnants of his strength. However, Sun Wukong merely shifted his body slightly, effortlessly evading Dodoria's onslaught once again. He swiftly struck, landing a punch on Dodoria's chin, sending him hurtling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. Lying there, Dodoria's lips oozed blood, his eyes filled with a sense of unwillingness. His subordinates also ceased their assault, gazing at Sun Wukong in terror, too fearful to act rashly. Sun Wukong cast a cold glance at the prostrate Doria, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. He understood that the battle was far from over, for he still had formidable adversaries to confront. Yet at this moment, he was resolutely prepared. No matter the challenges that lay ahead, he would exert every ounce of his strength, refusing to retreat. "Leave the Dragon Balls behind, and you may depart," Son Goku declared earnestly. Upon hearing this, Dodoria's complexion shifted between shades of pale and ashen, his body trembling slightly, clearly astonished by Son Goku's words. Unable to fathom that he would allow him to leave, while simultaneously seething with anger at the demand to relinquish the Dragon Balls, his gaze swept across the surroundings, discovering his subordinates sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. "You wretched scoundrel!" Doria bellowed through clenched teeth. He struggled to rise from the ground, his face contorted and twisted, resembling a wounded beast. Sun Wukong remained silent, merely observing him with a gaze that exuded tranquility. Doria took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. He understood that he had already lost. Continuing to fight would only bring him further humiliation. However, returning without the Dragon Balls would incite the wrath of King Frieza, a fate he was most unwilling to confront. Yet, the mere prospect of surviving this ordeal was a stroke of fortune. He cast a fierce glare at Son Goku, as if to etch his likeness deeply into his memory. Chapter 106, King Frieza. Upon my return, I shall recount the events that transpired here with utmost honesty, and at that juncture, the decision regarding this individual shall rest with the king. With this thought in mind, Dodoria waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to place the Dragon Balls down. Though their faces were etched with reluctance, they complied with Dodoria's command and obediently set the Dragon Balls upon the ground. This Dragon Ball was several times larger than those of Earth, radiating a soft glow, with several red pentagrams displayed within, resembling stars twinkling in the night sky. "Let us depart." Dodoria spoke coldly, then turned to lead his subordinates away from the village. His silhouette appeared somewhat disheveled. Sun Wukong stood motionless, watching them depart until their figures vanished into the distant woods. "Is this the Dragon Ball of Namek? How grand it is!" Sun Wukong mused to himself, scratching the back of his head. He stepped forward, scrutinizing the Dragon Ball on the ground, his heart brimming with curiosity. The surrounding village had returned to tranquility, with only a gentle breeze whispering through, bringing a hint of coolness. At that moment, a sudden whoosh echoed from the distant sky. Sun Wukong looked up to see several familiar figures swiftly approaching. It was Piccolo and Tien Shinhan, who had fallen behind. As soon as they landed, Piccolo and Tien Shinhan scanned their surroundings with keen vigilance. The soldiers of Frieza's army lay sprawled haphazardly on the ground, a testament to the ferocity of the recent battle. Tien Shinhan's brow furrowed slightly as his gaze lingered on Sun Wukong for a moment. "Wukong, are you all right?" Sun Wukong smiled and patted Tian Shinhan on the shoulder. I'm fine, really? Tian Shinhan nodded, then his attention was drawn to the Dragon Ball on the ground, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Is this the Dragon Ball from Namek? It's astonishingly large. Indeed, I was equally surprised by its size, Sun Wukong acknowledged. However, we now possess 4 Dragon Balls. Our next task is to locate the remaining 3. Standing to the side, Piccolo crossed his arms, calmly observing the environment around them. His eyes sparkled with wisdom, as if he were deep in thought. Earlier on their journey, Tian Shinhan had briefed him on the situation. He understood that trouble had befallen his homeland. His arrival here had indeed allowed him to sense a multitude of formidable and malevolent energies. Recalling the words of the Earth's deity and the enigmatic figure known as Ubu, Piccolo grasped that they had been deliberately summoned here. Though he could not fathom the purpose, nor could he discern Ubu's intentions. A slight furrow appeared on Piccolo's brow, his mind awash with uncertainty. Brother Wukong. Little Jie suddenly interjected. Sun Wukong turned to him, puzzled. What is it, Little Jie? There isn't a single inhabitant of this planet in the village. Where have they gone? Moreover, the Dragon Balls have not been taken, Little Jie remarked. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong fell into contemplation. Indeed, since his arrival, he had not encountered any Namekians. He had previously sensed vitality in only 3 locations on this planet. One was here, where those seeking the Dragon Balls exuded an aura of malevolence. Another was a place resonating with an even greater energy, suggesting a larger group. And the last emanated a peaceful essence, likely belonging to the original inhabitants. With this in mind, Sun Wukong closed his eyes, concentrating intently in that direction. In his mind's eye, thousands of white energy orbs materialized, alongside a larger mass that flickered like a candle in the wind, seemingly weak and on the verge of extinguishing. He then opened his eyes to gaze at Piccolo. Noticing the glimmer of doubt in Piccolo's eyes, a hint of concern brewed within him. Tian Shinhan and Little Jie, observing Sun Wukong's reaction, hurriedly inquired, "What's wrong?" Sun Wukong withdrew his gaze and addressed them. The inhabitants of this planet should be safe. They likely sensed the villains long ago and left the Dragon Balls here to find a secure place to hide. Upon hearing this, Piccolo instinctively exhaled a sigh of relief, his brow easing. Tian Shinhan pondered for a moment, his eyes alight with contemplation, then said, Wukong, since we have already acquired 4 Dragon Balls, let us return and regroup with Bulma and the others. He paused momentarily, his gaze resolute, before setting out to find the inhabitants of this planet. The remaining Dragon Balls, even if acquired by others, would be rendered ineffective. Sun Wukong nodded, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in his eyes. Although he often appeared carefree, he exhibited remarkable intelligence at pivotal moments. Tianjin Fan continued, moreover, I believe that Wumu summoned us for reasons beyond mere Dragon Ball retrieval. The answers may lie with them. Wumu? Our teacher? Sun Wukong and Shao Jie exchanged puzzled glances at Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan nodded, his gaze unwavering. In summary, the celestial being did not simply send us here to search for the Dragon Balls. Wumu's borrowing of the Dragon Balls surely serves to draw us here. However, the reasons behind this will become clear only upon meeting the people here. His mind was a tumult of thoughts, and a note left by the family of Ebony flashed through his memory, as if he had known all along that they were coming. Furthermore, the expression of the deity was peculiar, suggesting that something was concealed beneath the surface. Their objective appears to be for a select few to arrive here. It is truly remarkable. Piccolo cast a glance at Tien, pondering silently. I never anticipated that this fellow would have the same thought. His insight into Tianjin Fan took him by surprise. He had not anticipated that among Sun Wukong and his companions, there were indeed perceptive individuals. Is that so? Sun Wukong mused, scratching his head, a glimmer of realization flickering in his eyes. He then declared with solemnity, in that case, let us return. With that, he swiftly employed his air dancing technique, leading the way back along their previous path. The 3 from Tianjin Fan followed closely behind, their figures racing through the expanse of the azure sky and white clouds. Meanwhile, on Frisia's side, a chilling remark pierced the air. Mr. Dodoria, you have left me somewhat disappointed. Frisia's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a cold smirk, his gaze exuding an unfathomable chill. Upon hearing this, Dodoria's corpulent form trembled involuntarily, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, as if an invisible hand were gripping his heart tightly. He took a deep breath, striving to lift his drooping head, his gaze infused with an infinite plea and dread. Lord Frisia, please grant me another chance. I assure you, I shall not disappoint you again. Dodoria's voice trembled slightly, his hands fidgeting anxiously, as if such movements could alleviate the terror within. Frisia's expression remained inscrutable, his eyes cold and unyielding, rendering his thoughts unfathomable. Suddenly, he erupted into a sinister laughter, a sound akin to the whispers of demons, sending chills down one's spine. Dodoria's heart raced uncontrollably. A wave of icy dread surged up his back, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He bravely suppressed the fear within, striving to maintain an upright posture. Yet his plump legs trembled involuntarily. "Mr. Dodoria, you two have endured much. Please remain here to rest," Frisia's voice echoed once more, laced with a hint of mockery and cruelty. "As for the task, I have other plans." This statement struck Dodoria's heart like a heavy hammer. His complexion instantly turned pale, and the last flicker of hope within him shattered in an instant. He opened his mouth, intending to utter something, yet his throat felt constricted, rendering him voiceless. "Frisia, Chapter 107, Tabor. Frisia slightly arched an eyebrow, a flicker of impatience passing through his gaze. His fingers gently tapped against the armrest, producing a crisp sound as if striking the very heart of Doria. An intangible weight enveloped Doria, prompting him to inhale deeply. Striving to regain his composure. "I understand." The voice quivered with a hint of tremor. He retreated to the side, his head bowed and his gaze flickering uncertainly. Frisia's eyes shifted towards the Ginyu Force, his cold stare sending shivers down their spines. The Ginyu Force promptly sprang into action, stepping forward with utmost respect and bowing, proclaiming, "Lord Frisia, we shall take charge of the Dragon Balls. Rest assured, we will fulfill the task." The others echoed in unison. A faint smile graced Frisia's lips, revealing a glimmer of satisfaction. "Captain Ginyu, you remain as reassuring as ever. In that case, I ask you to retrieve the Dragon Balls for me, and eliminate those who have taken them." "Yes." The five responded in unison, swiftly vanishing from sight with precise agility. Once they had departed, Frisia's gaze turned once more to Dodoria and Zarbin, his eyes as frigid as a blade. "Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Zarbin, at your service," they exclaimed, hastening to stand before Frisia, saluting with a hint of tension in their voices. "Zarbin, you and Dodoria will lead the team to capture all Namekians. I trust this time you will not disappoint me." Frisia's voice was deep and commanding, his eyes glinting with a chilling ferocity. Upon hearing the first part, Dodoria felt a surge of excitement, not expecting the Lord to assign him a task. However, the latter part doused that enthusiasm like cold water, sending a shiver from his feet to the crown of his head, leaving Zarbin equally chilled. "Yes, we will not fail your expectations, my lord," they replied in unison, their voices tinged with trembling resolve. Receiving their affirmation, Frisia reclined on his hoverpod, resting his right elbow on the armrest, his hand cradling his cheek as he waved dismissively, signaling them to depart swiftly. They wasted no time, quickly leading their team away, leaving the area desolate except for a small squad of 10 soldiers. "You, come here," Frisia called icily. A soldier promptly approached, bowing respectfully. "Lord Frisia." "You may release him now," Frisia stated nonchalantly, his eyes betraying a hint of anticipation. "Yes." The soldier turned and entered the spaceship. Moments later, a figure emerged from the ship's exit. The individual was enormous, towering at approximately 3 meters, clad in the standard battle attire of Frisia's army. Resembling a human but with blue skin, he approached Frisia with a respectful bow and said, "Lord Frisia." Frisia raised his head in satisfaction, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. "Tabor, it appears you have grown stronger once again." Tabor had once been merely an ordinary squad leader within Frisia's army, until the day his brother, a cosmic pirate, met his untimely demise. He searched far and wide for his enemies, and after finding no leads, he took the perilous risk of seeking out Frisia, imploring him for assistance in uncovering clues, while pledging his eternal loyalty and diligently training to become Frisia's formidable weapon. "It is also thanks to the king's promotion that I have now attained a battle power of 400,000. Tabor remarked with a hint of pride and gratitude in his voice. Upon hearing this, Frisia's eyes widened slightly in surprise but quickly returned to their usual demeanor. "Then I entrust my safety to you on this journey," he declared. Tabor immediately stood at attention, his voice resolute. "I shall not allow anyone to offend you before I fall. Ha 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 ha." Meanwhile, on the side of the ebony wood, at the planet Adrat, in the lake of Spirit Heart, bang, bang, bang. In the azure sky, Raditz and Ganas were engaged in an intense confrontation. Their figures flickered in the air, moving with a velocity that dazzled the eye. Both warriors maintained the forms of Super Saiyan God and the fourth transformation, their golden auras intertwining with crimson radiance, creating a breathtaking tableau. Raditz's gaze was as sharp as a blade. He suddenly unleashed a punch, aimed directly at Ganas' chest. The sound of his fist cutting through the air seemed poised to tear it apart, the sheer force of the strike not to be underestimated. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Gannis's eyes as he slightly tilted his body, effortlessly evading the blow. "You are not fast enough, Raditz," Gannis taunted, a hint of mirth lacing his voice. He swiftly counterattacked, delivering a powerful kick to Raditz's abdomen. Raditz hurriedly raised his arm to block. Yet he was still jolted backward several steps by the sheer force of the impact. He steadied himself, inwardly cursing, "Damn that Gannis, what tremendous force." Nevertheless, I shall not concede easily. Over the past few days, the two had become accustomed to their powers, maintaining their transformations as a constant state. However, Raditz's combat strength still lagged by over 4 billion. During their routine sparring sessions, both had kept their powers in check, maintaining a balanced level. As they clashed once more, fists and feet collided, producing thunderous echoes. Each impact conjured tempests, causing the surrounding trees to sway precariously and rippling the surface of the lake. Every punch and kick from Raditz was imbued with boundless strength, while Gannis countered with agile movements and precise strikes, creating a stalemate between them. Suddenly, Raditz spun around, turning his back to Gannis, and swiftly gathered energy with both hands. With a low shout he unleashed, sky-piercing cannon. A wave of blue energy surged forth from his palms, hurtling towards Gannis. Observing this, Gannis crossed his arms before his chest, hastily condensing energy to form a crimson energy barrier, resolutely intercepting Raditz's assault. Boom! The energy wave collided with the barrier, unleashing a deafening explosion. As if the air itself had solidified in that moment. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Raditz's eyes, yet he quickly rekindled his fighting spirit. He understood that such an assault would not easily vanquish Gannis. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Gannis' eyes, and a subtle smile played at the corners of his lips, revealing a barely perceptible amusement. It seemed that this time, you were once again devoid of opportunity. Upon his utterance, his body convulsed violently, and the aura surrounding him intensified, akin to a blazing inferno. In an instant, his figure vanished like a flash of lightning. Raditz barely had time to register the movement before Gannis materialized directly in front of him. Gannis' actions were as swift as a bolt of lightning. He executed a sweeping kick with remarkable ferocity. Raditz, quick to respond, swiftly raised his elbow to block the strike. However, Gannis did not relent. His body whirled like a tempest, delivering a powerful rear kick that sent Raditz crashing to the ground. Raditz felt an overwhelming force propel him uncontrollably through the air. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled, and trees within the forest toppled, sending clouds of dust swirling. Chapter 108. Organizing Realms, Creating Natural Visualization Concepts. Raditz landed heavily on the ground, racked by intense pain coursing through his entire being. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and struggled to rise to his feet. With his hands pressed against the ground, he managed to steady himself, feeling a searing ache radiate through his cheek. He rubbed his cheeks with his hands, his eyes brimming with anger and displeasure as he glared fiercely at the sky where Gannis hovered. How infuriating. That attack of yours was utterly uncalled for. Gannis descended slowly from the heavens, his steps light and assured, each movement exuding a sense of calm composure. A hint of mockery danced in his gaze, as if he were savoring a splendid performance. With his arms crossed over his chest and a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, he appeared utterly indifferent to Raditz's fury. "Raditz, you are still too inexperienced." Upon hearing these words, Raditz's anger intensified. His fists were clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. As he struggled to steady his breath, silently reminding himself that he must never show weakness before Gannis. Although he was merely a few years younger than himself and had followed Lord Ebony for a shorter time, it was evident that his strength was not inferior. In his heart, Leitais engaged in a silent rivalry, believing that his only misfortune lay in bad luck. "TCH, scoundrel," Leitais muttered under his breath. His body suddenly trembled, evidently shaken by the considerable damage inflicted by the recent attack. Gannis approached Raditz, extending his hand to pat him on the shoulder. Although his gesture appeared gentle, the pressure exerted caused Raditz to wince in pain. "All right, we must go see Lord Ubu. When shall we set off for Namek?" Gannis withdrew his hand and casually tossed a senza bean to Raditz. Receiving the bean, Raditz nodded and, without hesitation, swallowed it. The miraculous effects of the senza bean manifested instantaneously, and Raditz's injuries were swiftly healed. He stretched his limbs, feeling strength return to his body, and soared into the distance alongside Gannis. In the sky, Raditz and Gannis flew side by side, the wind howling past their ears. Their figures darted through the azure sky and fluffy clouds, moving at a speed that rendered them almost indistinguishable. As Rithis pondered ways to enhance his strength, he recalled the intricate details of the recent battle. Gannis cast a sidelong glance at him, a subtle smile gracing his lips, hinting at an unspoken understanding. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the dwelling arranged for Yumo by Elder Pibera. This place unfolded into an expansive grassland, encircled by towering trees, exuding tranquility and serenity. Yumo's residence stood at the heart of the prairie, an edifice both ancient and majestic. Rithis and Ganas alighted upon the grassy expanse, making their way towards Yumo's abode. The interior was modestly adorned, yet every item radiated an air of refinement and taste. Yumo was seated cross-legged upon a time-worn wooden bed, his silver eyes opening to gaze deeply at them. "How has your training progressed?" Ganas stepped forward, his demeanor cheerful as he replied, "Lord Yumo, we have completed our training. We are now fully prepared to journey to Namek." Yumo nodded, his gaze shifting to Rithis. "And you, Rithis, how fared your performance?" The scrutiny in his eyes instilled a sense of apprehension within Rithis. He endeavored to calm himself and replied, "My Lord Ebony, there remains much for me to learn. Yet I shall strive to enhance my abilities and not disappoint your expectations." Ebony smiled slightly, his gaze reflecting a hint of satisfaction. "Excellent, Raditz. Remember, strength cannot be cultivated overnight. It demands relentless effort and refinement." Raditz nodded, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination, his heart brimming with hope for the future. He understood that following Lord Ebony would lead him down a path of limitless potential. The fervent desire for power and the hopeful visions of the future caused his blood to surge with excitement. "Very well, you may set forth. Remember, do not jeopardize my plans," Lord Ebony cautioned. "Yes, Lord Ebony," Leitais and Ganas replied in unison before turning away from Ebony's abode. Ebony watched their figures recede into the distance, and he had already resolved that the debt owed to the Grand Elder would be repaid through Ganas and his companions. This endeavor would also allow them to achieve their vengeance. Moreover, the presence of Sun Wukong and his allies would not hinder his schemes. Rather, it would empower everyone involved. He still had other arrangements to make, as he embarked on a quest for fortune, uncertain of when he would return. Additionally, over the past month, his strength had significantly increased. His lungs absorbed the essence of the wind, condensing golden energy, transforming his lungs into a lustrous platinum hue, and enhancing the speed of his energy absorption. He could now even survive in a vacuum. With the fortification of his lungs, the absorption rate of energy accelerated. And his spleen also drew in the earth's essence, forming a brown elixir. Contemplating this, a subtle smile graced Lord Ebony's lips, revealing a glimmer of satisfaction. During this time, he reflects on his years of cultivation and realizes that his initial path was somewhat chaotic, with success arising rather serendipitously. Now, he comprehends that vital energy is the key to the elevation of life, intertwining with the 5 internal organs, meridians, acupoints, and blood essence in the practice of martial arts. In his previous life, the first 3 energies indeed existed, while the subsequent ones were entirely fictional. However, having now traversed into this world, he has embarked upon a genuine path of cultivation. After clarifying his understanding of the realms, he has formulated a definitive plan for his practice. He resolved to cultivate little Jie in the future, aiding him in transcending the limits of humanity. The first step involves mastering techniques and honing one's essence. Mingjin, Anjin, Huajin. The second step requires the practice of traversing the earth for 5 years, during which one must cultivate a vision of nature based on the principles of Hunyuan Wave and Yuanqi Dan, thereby condensing the vital energy into the 5 organs. Danjin. The third step entails harnessing the divine power emanating from the heart's vital energy to open the 12 meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels, enhancing the divine force within the body to become more substantial and refined. Gadjin. The fourth step involves using this pure divine power to activate 356 acupoints. Only upon reaching this stage can one attain the pinnacle of life dimensions and truly become a divine being. Paksu. As for encountering the divine, Wumu remains at a loss. For adhering to these steps, the 5 organs will transform the body's blood, marrow, and meridians, thereby strengthening the output and absorption of divine power. Furthermore, with the acupoints activated, the body will be free from any leakage, becoming perfected and whole. Each breakthrough enhances one's realm, with strength multiplying exponentially from the previous stage. Currently, Wumu has opened all 12 meridians, and apart from the heart, the spleen, lungs, and kidneys have absorbed their corresponding elements. The kidneys have drawn in the natural energy of seawater, the lungs have absorbed the energy of the wind, and the spleen has taken in the energy of the earth. Once the final fire element replaces the wood element of the heart, his 5 organs will be perfected, and upon opening the extraordinary vessels, he can then advance to the next stage of Gangjin. Wumu rose and approached the window. The view outside was as breathtaking as ever, with sunlight cascading upon the earth, seemingly gilding everything with a luminous golden hue. He took a deep breath, savoring the vitality in the air, his heart brimming with strength and hope. One day, He would stand atop the pinnacle, surveying all of existence. Now, it was time for him to stretch his limbs. Chapter 109. The fireworks begin in the Western Galaxy. On the planet Bosca, Frisia reigned over a small dominion that encompassed the northern and southern galaxies, while the majority of the Western Galaxy lay under the rule of his brother, Cooler. Within the territory governed by Frisia in the Western Galaxy, a portion was allocated to their father, King Cold, as his sanctuary for retirement. Now, on Cooler S domain, the planet Bosca, the Shaviza mech troops were stationed here. The ground was littered with ruins and corpses, enveloped in an eerie silence. Bang! A lifeless body crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and shattering the stillness of the planet. Shaviza cast a cold glance at the corpse, raising his head with an expression devoid of emotion, his eyes revealing a hint of weariness. His heart was filled with boredom and apathy. This galaxy offered nothing that could evoke a sense of novelty within him. It truly lacked interest. This galaxy had grown stale. Nez stood nearby, a cunning smile playing on his lips. As he spoke, he raised his thumb towards the distance, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Shall we venture to the northern galaxy for some amusement, Shaviza? Nez. Dre suddenly turned, his brow furrowed and tone stern. Are you attempting to provoke trouble for Lord Gula? Dre's expression was grave, as if he were warning Nez against any reckless actions. Who was unaware that it was Frisia's territory? Lord Gula had no intentions of clashing with Frisia for the time being, especially since they were brothers. We must not overstep our bounds. Nez shrugged dismissively, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, as though Dre's warning were but a whisper in the wind. Come on, I'm just making conversation, Dre. Why so agitated? Nez waved his hand, as if to dispel Dre's tension, finding amusement in his reaction. Shaviza's gaze flickered between the two, ultimately resting on Nez. That won't do. Let us conquer the Eastern Galaxy ruled by Shrag instead. This way. Lord Gula's domain will not be confined to just the Western Galaxy. Nez's suggestion elicited a slight nod from Shaviza, a glimmer of anticipation dancing in his eyes. In his heart, he had begun to sketch the blueprint for conquering the Eastern Galaxy. Very well, let us proceed as Nez suggested. The voice of Shaviza regained its composure, and his gaze became resolute. This planet has outlived its purpose. Let us destroy it and hasten our journey to the Eastern Galaxy. For the Western Galaxy lies too far from there. Excellent. Dre and Nez responded in unison, their faces betraying a hint of excitement. Shaviza raised his hand, a brilliant sphere of energy coalescing within his palm. His gaze was frigid and merciless, as if he were passing judgment on the fate of this planet. The energy orb spun within his palm, gradually becoming incandescent and brilliant. Dre and Nez stood nearby, their faces adorned with a fervent smile, seemingly eager to witness the annihilation of this world. Let us commence. Saviza's voice resonated, deep and powerful, as he abruptly thrust his hand forward, sending the energy orb hurtling toward the ground with cataclysmic force. Boom! The orb struck the earth, unleashing a tremendous roar. The ground began to tremble violently, fissures rapidly spreading as if the very planet quaked in fear. Saviza, Dre, and Nez loomed above, coldly observing the chaos, their eyes devoid of any compassion. Let us proceed to the Eastern Galaxy, Saviza declared, turning away with an air of chilling resolve. Dre and Nez followed closely behind, their silhouettes gradually fading into the distance, leaving behind a world on the brink of destruction and endless desolation. Aboard the spacecraft, Saviza sat in the command chair, her arms crossed over her chest, her gaze profound and contemplative. In his mind, the impending battle loomed, igniting a flicker of excitement and anticipation within him. The Eastern Galaxy, Shrag. Shaviza murmured softly to himself, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his lips, revealing a hint of cold amusement. We have arrived. The spacecraft hurtled through the cosmos with remarkable speed, its sights set firmly on the Eastern Galaxy. At that moment, amidst the vastness of the universe, the silhouette of Ebony materialized abruptly in the void. He stood amidst the abyss of space, gazing down upon the shattered planet below. The fractured surface, with its surging magma, resembled a scene straight from the depths of hell. It appeared that this group of Gula had little regard for the planet's marketability, contrasting sharply with the style of Frisia. He intends to eliminate some formidable adversaries for Shao Jie and the others, for Gula remains an imposing force, possessing a staggering battle power of 470 million. Moreover, his subordinate, the Shavija Mech Battalion, should not be underestimated. Shavija boasts a battle power of 170,000, while the Lei possesses 185,000, and NEIZ stands at 163,000. The duration of this quest for opportunity remains uncertain, and keeping Gula around poses a considerable risk. He then closed his eyes to sense his surroundings and discovered that Shavija was soaring eastward. Consequently, He pivoted and vanished from his location using instantaneous movement. The planet behind him, finally unable to bear the strain, erupted like a firework. With a resounding blast, the remnants of the explosion radiated outward in a circular wave, obliterating the surrounding floating meteors. Subsequently, a tremendous gravitational force drew all matter into the epicenter of the explosion, and a blinding light briefly illuminated the cosmos before fading into nothingness. The Shavija spacecraft continued its journey, as his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the star map ahead. Each star, each flight path, vividly materialized in his mind. He understood that this battle was not merely for amusement, but rather to fortify the territory of Gula. Suddenly, a figure emerged before the spaceship. The voice of Dre resonated through the communicator. A figure? How could this be possible? Shaviza sprang to his feet, his heart brimming with disbelief. Aside from the royal lineage of Gula, he could scarcely conceive of anyone else capable of surviving in the vastness of space. He hastened to the observation room, anxiously fixating on the display screen. On the screen, a figure of ebony, devoid of any protective attire, emerged prominently. The ebony figure's gaze was calm and composed, its silvery eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the spacecraft's hull to gaze directly into the soul of Shaviza. It was he, Shaviza, suddenly appearing before them. Dre, with a serious expression, pointed at the screen. Shaviza fell into contemplation, a slight furrow forming on his brow. How did this individual resemble a Saiyan under Frisia's command? Look, Shaviza, Dre, what is this person up to? The two turned their attention back to the screen at Nez's voice. Outside the spacecraft, the ebony figure slowly raised his palm, aimed squarely at the vessel. His palm was enveloped in a silvery luminescence, and his face bore no trace of emotion. This is bad. Quickly, maneuver the spacecraft to evade. Shaviza felt an overwhelming sense of unease and shouted urgently. Yet, it was already too late. The palm of the ebony figure emitted a formidable energy, projecting it in a conical shape towards the vessel. The spacecraft disintegrated like mere dust, gradually vanishing into the vastness of space, bereft of the protective shell of the ship. The silhouettes of Shaviza and his companions were laid bare in the cosmos. His azure skin, suffocated by a lack of oxygen, flushed a deep crimson. Brimming with resentment and fury, he fixed his gaze upon the ebony figure, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" Yet, the answer would forever elude him. A formidable energy enveloped the three of them, reducing them to ashes in an instant, vanishing into the vast expanse of the starry sea. The ebony figure stood motionless, coldly observing the void before him. His face remained devoid of any expression, as if all of this were completely unrelated to him. He slowly retracted his palm, the silvery glow gradually fading away. Turning to depart, his figure slowly vanished into the vast expanse of the starry sea. Chapter 110, Truly Incomprehensible. After resolving the matters with Shaviza and the others, Omu arrived at the planet Yataba, where Gula resided. Unlike Frisia, Gula, although ruling over the Western Galaxy, had not stationed troops on other planets, concentrating all his military forces solely on this one. As soon as Imu manifested at the periphery of Gula's base, he was spotted by the soldiers stationed there. "Who goes there?" one soldier exclaimed, raising his laser gun and aiming it at Omu. His voice resonated throughout the military camp, capturing the attention of fellow soldiers. Tens of thousands of soldiers, armed and vigilant, surged forth from various corners of the encampment, encircling the ebony figure. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was amidst a sprawling military base. He stood there quietly, voiceless, yet his heart brimmed with astonishment. He had not anticipated the formidable combat prowess of the soldiers under Gula's command, their average strength reaching an astonishing 10,000. This was significantly superior to Frisia's army, which, despite its vast numbers, boasted only a scant few with such strength. Even the newly arrived Radits possessed merely a power level of 1,500. Underscoring the overall mediocrity of Frisia's forces, the soldiers anxiously fixed their gaze on Uwood, one stepping forward to inquire with the soldier who had first spotted him. "What is happening?" "I am uncertain. This individual appeared suddenly," came the reply. "Suddenly appeared?" The soldier seemed perplexed, as if a thought had struck him, and hurriedly activated his scouter to assess Uwood's combat power. However, the display shockingly revealed a reading of 0. "What? How can this be?" he exclaimed in disbelief. "What is it?" another soldier queried. "This individual's power level is 0. That is impossible. Any living being would register a power level. It cannot be 0. Another soldier retorted skeptically. "If the scouter is not malfunctioning, then there is something amiss with this person," the first soldier mused, furrowing his brow. "Regardless of whether there is an issue, do we fear one individual?" he declared, and with that, he unleashed a beam of laser fire, followed by a volley of lasers from the other soldiers. Tens of thousands of beams converged upon Yuwood, enveloping the entire encampment in a blinding radiance. Boom. A cloud of dust erupted, obscuring the vision of all present. He should be dead, right? Someone murmured, each pair of eyes fixated on the swirling smoke. A glimmer of anticipation flickering within. However, the sound of steady footsteps resonated through the haze. Yuwood emerged, hands clasped behind his back, entirely unscathed. His black and white robe and silvery hair strikingly prominent against the dust. Impossible. The lead soldier gasped, eyes wide with disbelief, just as they prepared to launch another assault. Yuwood raised a hand in a gesture of restraint, then pressed downwards, his lips parting. Annihilate. Aya. The air was filled with horrific screams as an invisible force pinned the soldiers to the ground. Silence fell abruptly, leaving behind a gruesome scene. The ground stained with blood and flesh. Yuwood surveyed the carnage, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. This marked the first time in 6 years he had unleashed his powers. Now, he found these foes posed little challenge, requiring minimal effort to subdue. He had ascended to a level akin to that of a true deity, having refined all techniques learned on planet Adred into unique abilities of his own. Presently, his strength surpassed that of Sun Wukong by several tiers, rendering any sparring futile. Meanwhile, Beerus, the god of destruction, loomed even higher above him, placing Yuwood in an awkward position of mediocrity. The only contender of comparable strength was Majin Buu, but releasing him would be an exercise in futility. Thus, Yuwood resolved to strengthen himself further to reach Beerus's level while awaiting the arrival of Sun Wukong and his companions. With a sigh, he soared toward the depths of Gula's base. The internal structure of Gula's stronghold was intricate, yet Yuwood encountered numerous patrolling soldiers along his path. However, these soldiers proved to be utterly ineffectual before him, dispatched with ease. At last, he effortlessly breached line after line of defense and arrived before a massive metallic door. He extended his hand and pushed it open. Beyond the door lay a spacious hall, where Gula sat regally upon a central throne. Several elite soldiers stood beside him, each possessing combat prowess around 100,000. As Ebony entered the hall, all eyes instantly converged upon him. These gazes were laden with vigilance and hostility. They clearly did not anticipate anyone daring to intrude upon this place. Gula's voice was deep and frigid, his eyes glinting with a perilous light. Who are you? He truly could not comprehend what entities in this universe were audacious enough to provoke their frozen clan. It is worth noting that 70% of the cosmos was under the dominion of his brother Frisia and himself, while the remaining 30% consisted solely of that ancient being Slug and the Galactic Patrol. However, even they would not dare to challenge him. After all, merely his surface strength of 100 million was sufficient to instill fear in them. Moreover, he possessed an ultimate form, a transformation unknown even to his father King Cold and Frisia. Ubu gazed at Cooler, who bore a resemblance to Frisia's ultimate form, and smiled softly. Cooler, transform quickly. Your frozen clan is destined to vanish from this world. Upon hearing these words, Cooler let out a cold laugh and rose to his feet. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, and his voice carried a hint of derision. I do not comprehend your words. Although I am unaware of how you discern my lineage, I assure you that this is my final form. Ebony let out a derisive laugh and shook his head. Huh. If that is the case, I hope you do not regret not unleashing your full power. Gula's expression darkened in an instant, and flames of fury ignited in his eyes. What audacity! Let us see just how much strength you truly possess. No sooner had he spoken than Gula's figure flickered, appearing before Ebony in an instant. His fist struck with the ferocity of thunder towards the ebony figure, imbued with an overwhelming force. Yet, the ebony figure merely extended a single finger, effortlessly thwarting Gula's assault. The moment their energies collided, a deafening roar erupted, causing the command room's floor to fracture instantaneously and the walls to tremble. Gula, witnessing the ebony figure's nonchalant defense with just a finger, was momentarily engulfed by a flicker of incredulous rage. What? Impossible! Ah! He furiously swung his fists, each strike imbued with tremendous power. Yet all were effortlessly intercepted by a single finger of the ebony figure. Subsequently, the ebony figure retracted his finger, gesturing as if to flick the forehead, and propelled it towards the incoming fist of Gula. Bang! Gula was instantly sent flying, crashing into the wall and becoming buried beneath the rubble. Lord Gula! Several elite soldiers shouted in alarm. They then charged at the ebony figure, driven by a desire for vengeance on behalf of Gula. Observing this, the ebony figure's gaze turned icy. He spread his palm, revealing several small spirals of cutting energy. Without warning, the spirals shot forth, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Whoosh! As the elite soldiers continued their charge, their heads vanished in an instant. HM? Quite perplexing indeed. With a resounding thud, All the soldiers fell lifeless to the ground. Gula struggled out from the debris, first surveying the bodies of his fallen comrades. He then raised his gaze towards the ebony figure and, with a hint of fear, stammered, Who exactly are you? Chapter 111. The beautiful fireworks. I am a passing deity. Remember this. Just jesting. Noticing the ebony figure's silence, Gula's expression swiftly contorted into a snarl. His roar reverberating like thunder in the air. Roar. His body suddenly swelled, muscles bulging, and his figure became more imposing and fierce, while his mouth appeared as if masked. Reminiscent of a ferocious beast awakening. This is my ultimate form. Are you prepared to embrace death? Gula remarked with a chilling smile. In that moment, he exuded arrogance and confidence once more. Ebony chuckled, his laughter filled with delight. He suppressed his strength to the level it was 6 years ago. With a battle power of 500 million, perfectly matching Gula's current battle power of 470 million. Come on, Omo exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement and anticipation. At last, he could revel in a battle of equals, although this was achieved through the deliberate suppression of his own power. It still stirred his emotions profoundly. Omu's figure flickered like a specter, instantly materializing before Gula. His fist sliced through the air, aimed at Gula, accompanied by a deep, resonant rumble. Gula's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly crossed his arms in defense. The tremendous force propelled his body backward involuntarily, carving 2 deep furrows into the ground beneath his feet. Wumu did not continue the pursuit. Instead, he remained stationary, coldly observing Gula. As Gula regained his composure, he lifted his head, a smug smile spreading across his face. Ha ha ha, so your strength has reached this level. No wonder my previous attacks failed to inflict any damage. However, you should not have allowed me to transform successfully. He suddenly propelled himself off the ground, his form soaring towards Omu like a bolt from a crossbow, simultaneously shouting, My current battle power has reached an astonishing 470 million. The two engaged once more, this time with an intensity and ferocity that was unparalleled. Omu exerted himself to the fullest, while Gula was equally unyielding. Each clash generated a tempest, the air thick with the palpable essence of combat. The walls of the command room crumbled under the force of their skirmish, the ground quaking beneath the sheer magnitude of their might. Bang, bang, bang. Each resounding impact echoed deafeningly. Ultimately, the base succumbed to the aftershocks of their assault. Dust swirling and debris scattering. The two ascended into the air, continuing their fierce exchange, their silhouettes intertwining like twin bolts of lightning. Omu's fist, imbued with tremendous strength, struck fiercely towards Gula. Gula swiftly evaded and retaliated with a counterpunch, the force of which resonated through the air, producing a deep, thunderous roar. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Omu's eyes as he astutely detected Gula's vulnerability. Channeling all his strength, he unleashed a powerful blow to Gula's chest. In an instant, Gula was sent hurtling backwards, crashing through mountains and landing heavily upon the ground. His body convulsed violently, blood pouring from his mouth. The ground was cratered, dust swirling in the air, which was thick with the scent of blood. Gula's voice trembled, laced with a hint of frailty and defiance. It was inconceivable. He murmured almost to himself, his eyes shimmering with a desperate light, as if he could not come to terms with the reality before him. Ebony floated slowly into view, hovering in the air, casting a cold gaze down upon Gula. His gaze was frigid and unfeeling, as if he regarded Gula as nothing more than an inconsequential entity. Gula felt a surge of humiliation, and a flame of anger ignited within his heart. He gritted his teeth, striving to muster his strength, rising unsteadily to his feet, his entire body taut with exertion. His eyes were fixed intently on the ebony wood, as the fury and resentment within him coalesced into a formidable force. He then concentrated all his energy between his hands, manifesting a colossal sphere of violet energy. I shall not concede so easily, Gula roared, his voice resonating with defiance and rage. He hurled the energy sphere towards the ebony wood with great force, the colossal orb slicing through the air, emitting a piercing shriek as it hurtled towards its target. Enough of this play. It is time to bring it to an end. The ebony wood narrowed its eyes slightly, delivering its decree. He gazed at the energy sphere approaching him and gently exhaled. To his astonishment, the sphere paused mid-air, as if propelled by an invisible force, and abruptly reversed its course, hurtling back towards Gula. Gula's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his attack had been so effortlessly neutralized. A cry of despair escaped his lips as the colossal energy sphere crashed into him. The ensuing explosion resonated through the heavens, creating a bottomless crater in the ground, while the shockwave sent debris scattering in all directions. Omu gradually descended to the earth, approaching the edge of the pit and peering into the unfathomable darkness below. Murmuring to himself, Gula is dead. I might as well take care of Cooled as well, a permanent solution. This time, Frieza should truly meet his end. A family united in demise is quite satisfactory. With that, he executed a swift teleportation, his figure vanishing like a wisp of smoke, only to reappear in the skies above the planet Yutaba. The cosmos enveloped him in an expanse of endless darkness, punctuated by distant stars. This planet ought to be obliterated. After all, it harbors only Gula's legion. He mused quietly, a hint of curiosity and excitement lacing his tone. His right hand slowly ascended, a pure white aura emanating from his body, enveloping him in a delicate halo. Subsequently, he brought his fingers together, pointing towards the Yutaba star, his gaze sharpening with fierce intensity. Star-shattering wave. He uttered a low growl, his voice reverberating through the vastness of space. A beam of pure white energy, akin to a laser, shot forth from his fingertips, carving an elongated trajectory. Where the energy wave passed, it seemed as if countless stars twinkled, radiating brilliance and exuding an extraordinary beauty. Boom. The wave instantaneously penetrated the planet Yutaba, leaving behind a colossal fissure on its surface, as though cleaved by an invisible sword. Subsequently, the planet began to fracture, resembling a massive cookie being shattered. A formidable energy field emerged from the core, drawing in the remnants of the planet along with nearby asteroids. Once all debris was consumed by the core, it erupted with a powerful luminosity, illuminating the face of Wumu. How beautiful it is, like fireworks, Wumu murmured, a hint of awe lacing his voice. His gaze lingered for an extended period upon that dazzling brilliance, as if he were savoring a splendid fireworks display. Within the depths of Yuwood's heart surged an inexplicable thought. He suddenly comprehended why, in his past life, many villains in Dragon Ball reveled in the destruction of planets. It dawned upon him that they were all in pursuit of this moment's exquisite fireworks. Perhaps, this is the very essence of the aesthetics of annihilation. Chapter 112. Had I known such entanglements would ensue, I would have preferred we had never crossed paths. Namek. How frustrating. Had I known, I should never have come here with you. Bulma exclaimed indignantly as she kicked a stone beneath her foot, sending it arcing through the air before it silently settled onto the ground. Her face was a canvas of disappointment and dissatisfaction. Krillin and Gohan exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a blend of helplessness and awkwardness. They understood that Bulma's anxiety and dissatisfaction were not without reason. At this moment, planet Namek was enveloped in a suffocating silence, as if time itself cruelly elongated, pressing down on them and making it difficult to breathe. Ah, how boring, Bulma sighed, her voice tinged with unease. She earnestly wished to explore other places, uncertain whether Goku had triumphed over those malevolent foes. Her brow furrowed. The waiting felt like an unbearable torment. Previously, during the absence of Tien and the others, Bulma had learned from Krillin that another group seeking the Dragon Balls consisted of wicked villains. Initially, a wave of panic washed over her, but she soon found solace in the presence of Goku, which somewhat eased her unease. Moreover, with Piccolo, the once great Demon King, at her side, she felt a flicker of security. Yet, the tedium of waiting continued to vex her, and she refrained from wandering too far, fearful of encountering those nefarious individuals. After all, Krillin could not adequately protect her, and as for Gohan, he was still just a child. These thoughts only deepened Bulma's agitation. She casually found a stone to sit upon, resting her chin on her hands, her mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Her gaze wandered aimlessly through the air, silently praying for Goku's return, yearning for that familiar figure to vanquish the evil adversaries. Time slipped away unnoticed until Krillin finally shattered the silence, his voice low and grave. Gohan, do you sense it? Yes. Gohan nodded slightly, his expression instantly turning serious. His body leaned slightly forward, his eyes widened, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Uncle Krillin, an unfamiliar presence is approaching us, he remarked. The two immediately sprang to their feet, adopting a cautious stance. Bulma, quickly retreat to the spaceship and hide. This admonition rang out like a clarion call, shattering Bulma's reverie. What? Bulma gasped, her heart tightening as she hurriedly inquired, what is happening? Despite her verbal questioning, her movements were devoid of hesitation as she dashed towards the spaceship, as if pursued by some unseen force. She clung to the doorframe, peering out to discern the commotion outside. Krillin turned his gaze back, a serious expression crossing his face as he warned Gohan, Gohan, be careful, that presence is profoundly enigmatic. He pondered quietly to himself, wondering if they would be able to withstand an encounter with their adversaries. Son Wukong nodded, feeling a twinge of anxiety within his heart. His hand clenched into a fist, his body trembling slightly, poised to confront the impending adversary. After a period of rigorous training aboard the spacecraft, Krillin's combat prowess had ascended to 4,100, while Gohan, engaged in simultaneous study and training, had elevated his strength to 4,200. Piccolo initially intended to impose strict training on Gohan to awaken his latent potential, yet Goku deemed it unnecessary. Given that his biological father had expressed such a sentiment, Piccolo, as a mentor, felt it inappropriate to voice any further objections. At that moment, from the distant horizon, Naira raced towards them, his form slicing through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Before long, he landed steadily before Krillin and the others, his expression imbued with a hint of seriousness. "Uncle Piccolo?" Gohan exclaimed in surprise, his eyes brimming with swirling confusion upon seeing Naira's face. Krillin, too, was taken aback, but after a brief assessment of the energy, he discerned that the figure before them was not Piccolo. He furrowed his brow, his tone calm yet laced with vigilance. "Who are you?" "I'm not Piccolo. My name is Naru, the protector of the Elder," Naru replied with a slight smile, his voice imbued with a hint of resolve. "You are friends from Earth, are you not? The Elder wishes to see you." "The Elder? Do you know we were coming?" Krillin's brow furrowed in confusion as he gazed intently at Naru. "Perhaps it is best if I explain once your companions have arrived," Naru suggested. "Please, do notify them to come quickly. It is not yet the time to encounter those individuals." There was an unmistakable urgency in Naru's tone. He was deeply afraid that these friends from Earth would encounter Frieza. Krillin shook his head with regret, a hint of despondency flickering in his eyes. "I am truly sorry. I am unable to reach Goku and the others." Just as Naru was about to continue speaking, he suddenly paused, a smile breaking across his face. "No need, your friends have returned." His gaze was cast towards the horizon. Indeed, in the distance, four figures streaked across the sky like meteors, drawing near with remarkable swiftness. Their breath was akin to a long-awaited breeze, invigorating and uplifting. A few of them, cradling the shimmering Dragon Balls, landed gracefully on the ground, stirring up dust as if the earth itself rejoiced at their return. "Yo, Krillin!" Goku's voice radiated like sunlight, instantly dispelling the shadows that lingered in Krillin's heart. "Goku, you have finally returned." A brilliant smile blossomed on Krillin's face, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if he had reclaimed a long-lost hope. Upon seeing Goku, Bulma on the spaceship felt a warm surge in her heart and hurriedly approached with a radiant smile, her expression as vibrant as a flower. However, in stark contrast to their joyful greetings, Piccolo stood aloof, arms crossed, his gaze sharp and piercing as he fixed it upon Naru. "Namekian?" Naru glanced at Piccolo, offering a subtle smile that conveyed a sense of indifference. "It seems you are another Piccolo." At that moment, their exchange interrupted the elation of the others, casting a sudden pall over the atmosphere. The corners of Piccolo's mouth curled slightly, tinged with disdain. "Humph. I am who I am. And that old man is simply that old man. I expected something different from this planet, yet it seems even a few foes remain unresolved, despite Piccolo's evident intellect." It was perplexing how he lost composure whenever the Supreme Kai was mentioned, his words twisting at the edge of his tongue. Krillin couldn't help but frown, thinking to himself, "Here we go again. This is just impossible." All right, Piccolo, no need to say it like that," Goku said with a simple, hearty smile, attempting to mediate the situation. "It's all fine." Naru, unperturbed, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, fully aware that beneath Piccolo's cold exterior lay a heart of warmth. He shifted the topic, his tone turning serious. "This is not the place for discussion. Follow me to the Elder." Only the Elder and Yuwood are aware of the entire sequence of events. "Yuwood?" A chorus of astonished exclamations arose among the group, their eyes reflecting surprise and confusion. "Not Yuwood again. All right, let us talk on the way." As he spoke, Naira soared into the air, surveying them with piercing eyes that seemed to beckon them. The others exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing, and then nodded in affirmation. Just as they were preparing to take flight, Son Gohan's voice broke through. "What about Aunt Bulma? I almost forgot she can't fly." Without hesitation, Son Goku promptly scooped Bulma into a princess carry, his movements swift and resolute. "Apologies, Bulma." He then turned to Krillin. "Krillin, stow the spaceship." Krillin nodded, approached the spacecraft, and pressed a button. With a soft sound, the ship instantly transformed back into a capsule, which he effortlessly picked up, his actions smooth and practiced. Subsequently, the group followed Naru as they flew towards the Elder, their silhouettes streaking across the sky like shooting stars, leaving dazzling trails in their wake. In Son Goku's arms, Bulma gazed at him, her expression revealing a complex mix of emotions. Sensing her gaze, Son Goku looked down and asked, "What's wrong, Bulma? Is there something on my face?" No, she shook her head, a smile blossoming upon her lips. "Son, you are just as you always were. Still so dependable." Her heart brimmed with warmth and reliance, as if time had frozen in that moment, and all worries had vanished with the breeze. Chapter 113. Everyone grows stronger. Ah. How peculiar. Bulma. Stop rambling. Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly, a blend of shyness and irritation evident. She buried her head deep into Son Goku's embrace, savoring his warm breath. Feeling a flutter of confusion within her heart, Son Goku held her close as they soared alongside Nairu and the others, the scenery whizzing past them like lightning. So, Nairu. Do you know Yuwood? Yes, I met him about 11 years ago. Nairu's gaze flickered, seemingly lost in the memories of that time when he was just a warrior seeking to enhance his strength. When they met again 6 years later, Yuwood had transformed into an enigmatic figure, seemingly aware of everything that transpired today. The Elder informed me that our Namekian planet is in peril and requires your assistance. However, first, the Elder must enhance your capabilities. The group exchanged glances. Yuwood had long been traversing the cosmos and apart from Piccolo and Son Gohan. The others were vaguely aware of him. Nonetheless, they could not fathom why they had been summoned here. What exactly is the crisis on your planet? Can't you resolve it yourselves? Krillin inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Given Nairu's formidable power level of 40,000, why would they need their help if everyone on their planet was of similar strength? The others looked at Nairu with questioning eyes. Nairu shook his head slightly, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. Honestly, I too am perplexed as to how you could defeat those foes, despite the formidable presence of that friend beside you. He turned his head to glance at Sun Wukong, then spoke each word with deliberate clarity, yet he remains no match for that group. Nara's words struck the crowd like a bolt from the blue, sending waves of shock through their hearts. What? They exclaimed in unison, their disbelief palpable. Even Sun Wukong is not a match? Piccolo's voice was icy, his eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment. With a battle power of 111,000. Sun Wukong had become the mightiest being they had ever encountered. In the past, Vegeta, with merely 18,000, had rendered them utterly powerless. Who would have thought there were so many formidable beings in the universe? Indeed, Sun Wukong is surely capable of miracles. He has always been a savior, rescuing the world. And this time shall be no exception. In this moment, the fog within their hearts dissipates. So, who are those people? Piccolo inquired coldly, a dangerous glimmer flashing in his eyes. That is the most formidable demon of this universe, Frieza. Frieza? Just how powerful is he? According to your universe's calculations. Well, approximately 530,000 in battle power. This news is rather grim, Krillin thought, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. After they modified the battle power tester for Raditz, they gained an understanding of the cosmic power system. However, his strength was but one aspect. What truly mattered was that he served under the tyrant Frieza, who commanded numerous formidable beings, including the Saiyans. Saiyans? Goku's eyes sparkled with intensity, a flicker of anger igniting within him. Are you implying that the Saiyans are working for this Frieza? Indeed, it is true. Frieza has been exploiting these Saiyans to trade planets across the cosmos. At that moment, everyone finally comprehended the identity of their adversary, though their strength was formidable. Those who invade the sanctuaries of others are utterly unforgivable. A blaze of fury ignited within Goku's heart as he resolved to aid the Namekians in driving away these villains. With this declaration resonating in his soul, they shot through the sky like meteors, racing towards the horizon. Is that Kakarot and that group of Earthlings? Vegeta furrowed his brow slightly, lifting his gaze to the azure expanse above. Goku and his companions streaked past him like shooting stars, their forms glimmering in the sunlight. Vegeta's gaze followed closely, landing on the orange sphere they held. Is that the Dragon Ball? He felt a jolt in his heart, his fist clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale. Uncertain of the exact number of Dragon Balls that existed, he realized he could no longer afford to wait. He must secure at least one. He pondered inwardly, a fervent longing igniting within him. Time waits for no one. Opportunities slip away in the blink of an eye. Whoosh. A sound of rushing wind echoed as Nehru descended like an arrow, his tone resolute. Let us proceed. The Grand Elder awaits us inside. He did not linger and walked straight into the room. The others followed suit, curiosity piqued as they surveyed their surroundings upon entering. Piccolo silently absorbed the familiar atmosphere, lost in contemplation, until he was abruptly interrupted by a remark from Sun Wukong. I didn't expect there to be so many that looked just like Piccolo. At that moment, Piccolo's expression darkened, a surge of fury igniting within him, and his lips quivered slightly as he retorted, Hey, they are completely different. Not at all. All right. Ha 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 ha. Sun Wukong chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. As they stepped into the interior, the imposing figure of the Grand Elder left everyone in awe. The Grand Elder sat upon a lofty throne, his murky eyes gradually opening, casting a sweeping gaze over each individual present like a powerful current. Ultimately, His gaze settled on Sun Wukong, his voice resonating with gravity. So it is you. Me? You know me? Sun Wukong stammered, pointing at himself. Bewilderment etched across his face. The Grand Elder shook his head, offering no explanation, seemingly engaged in his own thoughts. You all come forward. He raised his massive palm, signaling them to approach. The crowd exchanged doubtful glances, hesitating momentarily before stepping forward. Sun Wukong was the first to take a stride. The Grand Elder gently placed his hand upon Sun Wukong's head. And in an instant, a powerful aura surged into Sun Wukong's body, rising like a tide, escalating from 110,000 to 160,000. Cough. Cough. I cannot awaken all the potential within you, but I can only develop it to this extent. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he instinctively clenched his fists, feeling the transformation of his strength, his heart brimming with gratitude. My power has indeed increased. Thank you, Grand Elder. He offered a slight bow, his heart brimming with respect for the Elder, and then stepped aside. Subsequently, Sun Wukong, Little Jet, Tien Shinon, and Krillin approached in turn, their respective power levels being 50,000, 32,000, 32,000, and 17,000. You need not employ that power. I can grow stronger without relying on it, Piccolo remarked, casting a cold gaze at the Grand Elder. His tone bore a hint of stubbornness, yet deep within. There was an undercurrent of concern for the Elder. He was aware that continuously stimulating their potential had already drained a considerable amount of energy from the Elder. However, the Elder merely smiled kindly, as if he could see through Big's thoughts. Higi, my child, come here. There are a few words I wish to share with you. Whatever you have to say, just express it here. I can hear you. He remained unmoved, regarding the Grand Elder with skepticism. The Grand Elder shook his head gently, his tone soothing. I have witnessed another side of you and have revealed your lineage to him. He paused, his gaze becoming profound. Come over here, and I shall impart to you the vision from that day. Upon hearing this, Piccolo hesitated. He yearned to unravel the mysteries of his lineage. Ultimately, he stepped forward. As Piccolo approached, the Grand Elder's hand enveloped his head, and in an instant, a formidable energy intertwined with the memories of that day, swiftly transmitting to him. Perhaps due to their shared origin, Piccolo's power surged from 8,000 to an astonishing 80,000. The Grand Elder withdrew his hand. After absorbing the memories, a torrent of complex emotions surged within Piccolo's heart. He understood that the celestial beings had relinquished their desire to absorb him, and could not help but snort disdainfully. Such a meddlesome fellow. Then, he turned to gaze anxiously at the Grand Elder, feeling a deep gratitude within, yet uncertain of how to articulate it. Thank you. The Grand Elder shook his head, the benevolent smile still gracing his visage. Go on, my child. His words flowed like a warm current, soothing Big's heart and dispelling the bravado that had lingered within him. P.S. The updates will be consistent from now on, and the pace will quicken. I have resolved to join the chat group, so let this book unfold as it shall. Chapter 114, Seibo's Transformation. After expressing their gratitude, the group followed Nero out of the house. The Elder watched their retreating figures in silence. Alas, it seems you intend to forcefully return to the original path. He sighed, his voice low, as if engaged in a soliloquy, uncertain whether this time could mirror that envisioned future. The image of the future became increasingly indistinct in his mind, and the once palpable premonition now seemed elusive. Outside, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, while the air was thick with a palpable tension. Doria and Seibo led a cadre of soldiers, stealthily approaching the small village. The surroundings were eerily tranquil, interrupted only by the whisper of the breeze rustling through the treetops, as if heralding an impending storm. Suddenly, the sound of the combat power detector pierced the stillness. What is happening? Doria furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the flickering numbers on the display, a sense of unease swelling within him. This group of Namekians? He murmured softly to himself, a sense of foreboding subtly creeping into his heart. Could it be impossible? He turned his head to glance at Seibo beside him, a hint of inquiry evident in his gaze, as if asking what to do next. Seibo pondered for a moment, his eyes sweeping over the small house behind the group of Namekians, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. That must be the place. We should swiftly abduct these individuals before anyone inside has a chance to emerge. Agreed. Dodoria nodded, contemplating that this group of Namekians posed no real threat to them. A quick strike should pose no danger. With that, they moved swiftly, their forms flickering like phantoms among the crowd. The surrounding Namekians were caught completely off guard, unable to react to the sudden onslaught. Dodoria and Seibo moved with the speed of leopards, swiftly incapacitating the ordinary Namekians one by one. The combat prowess of these Namekians was merely in the range of 7 or 8,000, rendering them utterly incapable of opposing us. A cold smile crept across Dodoria's lips. His subordinates, fierce as wolves, swiftly bound the defenseless Namekians one by one, as if engaged in a hunt devoid of challenge. Let us depart. Wait. At that moment, a clear voice shattered their plans. A young Namekian emerged from the shadows. Under the sunlight, his figure appeared particularly diminutive. Yet the unwavering light in his eyes radiated indomitable courage. You cannot do this. His voice trembled slightly, yet he remained undaunted, locking eyes with the adversary before him. Dandy, who summoned you forth? Go and seek the Grand Elder and Neru. Silence. Dodoria bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder. To his surprise, a pesky little insect had yet to be discovered. He let out a cold laugh, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Dandy. Quick, let them go. Dandy stammered, struggling to suppress the fear gnawing at his insides. Doria paused for a moment, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, before a mocking smile curled at the corners of his lips, as if he were witnessing a farcical performance. Oh, do you truly believe you can thwart us? How utterly laughable. His subordinates erupted into a mocking laughter, as if Dandy's bravery were mere fodder for their amusement. At that moment, Sabo slowly approached Dandy, a sinister gleam flickering in his eyes, while a gentle yet chilling smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Boy, do you wish to save them? He feigned concern, though his tone dripped with malice. Do you require my assistance? Dandy was momentarily taken aback, a surge of alarm coursing through him as he realized they were in cahoots. Spare me the pretense. Deloria and Sabo exchanged a glance, a flicker of surprise crossing their faces before it was quickly replaced by contempt. Very well. I shall grant your wish. Sabo's lips curled into a cold smile as he stepped forward, preparing to launch an attack. Just then, a creaking door shattered the tense atmosphere. Everyone instinctively turned their heads to see Neru emerging with Sun Wukong and the others. Neru's gaze swiftly swept over the unfolding scene, instantly grasping the situation outside. His heart ablaze with fury, especially upon witnessing Sabo poised to strike at Dandy. With a sudden flash, he appeared between the two. In a moment of distraction, he sent Sabo flying. Dandy, are you all right? Neru inquired with concern, a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Yes, brother Neru. I'm fine. Please save everyone. Dandy replied gratefully, his heart swelling with trust and reliance on Neru. All right. Neru nodded, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixing upon Dodoria and the others, a chill emanating from his countenance. Release them at once. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Piccolo also arrived at Neru's side. Piccolo's face was etched with fury, astonished that his compatriots had fallen into the clutches of these villains. You. Dodoria stammered, fear evident as he pointed at Sun Wukong. It's you. I never expected you to continue your wicked ways. Sun Wukong looked at him seriously, his eyes resolute. This time, I will not let you escape. Dodoria instinctively took a step back, colliding with the returning Sabo. What's wrong? Sabo queried, bewildered, as he glanced up at Sun Wukong. He perceived that the adversary before him appeared rather unremarkable and devoid of terror. Indeed, the earlier attack had been quite forceful. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it, for he possessed a transformation of his own. That individual was the one I mentioned to you. Is it he? A jolt of realization surged through Sabo as he grasped the gravity of the situation. He had heard Doria recount the reasons for the failure of that mission. Now, understanding that this individual was present, he began to devise a plan for escaping this perilous locale. As for the mission, it hardly mattered. Survival was the priority. Having partnered with Sabo for an extended period, Doria was already attuned to his intentions. Their unspoken understanding enabled them to react swiftly, raising their hands toward the bound Namekian, gathering their energy and unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Upon witnessing this, Goku and his companions rushed to the rescue. Meanwhile, Sabo and Doria seized the opportunity to slip away from the battlefield. When Neru and Goku managed to deflect those energy blasts and save the hostage, they looked up only to see Sabo's retreating figure. Curse be it. Neru muttered a fierce curse under his breath. Sabo and Doria, however, felt a flicker of relief. Suddenly, they detected the presence of another individual before them. They halted immediately, the energy orb in their palms shimmering with a menacing glow, ready to be launched. Piccolo uttered no words, merely observing them silently, before swiftly striking out his hand, causing the energy blast to be deflected and transformed into a dazzling display of light. As the two individuals unleashed their energy blasts, he discerned their intentions with remarkable clarity. Aware that Sun Wukong and his companions would venture forth to rescue, he resolutely opted to intervene. You wish to escape? It shall not be so simple. With the swiftness of lightning, Piccolo vanished, only to reappear instantaneously before Dodoria. Dodoria's pupils constricted in shock as he gazed at this formidable adversary, a wave of panic surging within him. He had no time to react before a powerful gust of wind struck him, followed by a swift hand chop that severed the pink head from its body. Blood splattering in a gruesome display. Damn it! Sabo roared, quickly adjusting his combat stance and invoking the prince's fighting technique, preparing to counterattack. Whoosh! Energy orbs formed in his hands, resembling a meteor shower as they hurtled toward Piccolo. With an expressionless face, Piccolo deftly dodged the assault. His gaze icy as he gradually closed in on Sabo. Do you think this will defeat me? Piccolo sneered coldly, suddenly spinning to deliver a powerful kick, unleashing a fierce torrent of energy. Sabo hastily raised his arms to shield his chest, inwardly cursing, this guy's speed is utterly outrageous. Yet, he remained overwhelmed by the sheer force, his body spiraling out of control toward the ground. Boom. The earth shattered upon impact, debris flying and dust rising as if a small explosion had occurred. Piccolo was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Sabo to withstand his attack. Amidst the smoke, Sabo erupted with fury, hovering in midair, his expression contorted as he glared at Piccolo, seething with rage. You annoying pest. You forced me to resort to that hideous transformation. Sabo bellowed, his body beginning to swell, his features distorting grotesquely like that of a frog. His handsome visage vanishing in an instant, replaced by an aura of dread. Chapter 115, The Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a faint glow upon Sabo's face. His battle power remains at 42,000. However, at this moment, a fervent and obstinate light flickers in his eyes, as if he longs to rend Piccolo into shreds. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Sabo's voice reverberates through the air like thunder, his furious roar echoing endlessly. Having witnessed my demeanor, you shall pay dearly, he roared, his body propelled like an arrow released from its bow, instantly charging towards Piccolo. However, just as he believed he could deliver a fatal blow, Piccolo vanished like a specter, leaving behind a blurred afterimage, effortlessly evading his attack. A sinking feeling enveloped Sabo's heart as he gazed incredulously at the empty space before him. Too slow. A cold smile curled at the corner of Piccolo's mouth as he moved like a shadow, suddenly appearing at Sabo's side. His fist swung forth, striking Saber's cheek with tremendous force. In that fleeting moment, Saber was engulfed by a wave of excruciating pain, his body akin to a kite severed from its string, soaring through the air before crashing onto the unforgiving ground, dust swirling into the atmosphere. Damn it! Saber cursed inwardly, gritting his teeth against the agony, his cheek ablaze with torment. He swiftly adjusted his stance, preparing to counterattack once more, a burning resentment igniting within him. Yet, before his body could fully stabilize, Piccolo was already in hot pursuit, closing the distance with remarkable speed. Piccolo's hand clamped down on his skull like a vice, the overwhelming strength rendering Sabo nearly helpless against it. Foolish rage, Piccolo remarked coldly, a glint of disdain flickering in his eyes, as if gazing upon a feeble insect. Sabo felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, and he struggled desperately, attempting to break free from Piccolo's grasp. Let me go. He suddenly exerted a tremendous force, as if he intended to shatter the shackles that bound him completely. In that fleeting moment, Sabo unleashed all his energy, causing the surrounding air to tremble with his fury. Piccolo paused momentarily, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his indifference, contemplating that it was nearly time to send him on his way. Magic flash. After Sabo had released all his aura, he remained in place, panting. As he beheld the incoming magic flash, his mind went blank, forgetting to evade. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air as Sabo was struck, instantly disintegrating into ash, his unyielding rage and struggle dissipating into the atmosphere. Damn you, Frieza. Goku felt a surge of anger. What could this fiend possibly want by attempting to capture the Namekians? Regardless of his intentions, we must first defeat him. Jean Fan calmly assessed the situation, his brow furrowed, his gaze sharp as he looked toward Goku. With their newfound strength, Goku now possessed a battle power of 160,000. And combined with the Kaioken, they should be able to vanquish Frieza. Let us go. Piccolo should have dealt with those two by now. Yes. The others nodded in agreement, and together they soared toward Piccolo's direction. Just as they prepared to depart, Nara suddenly blocked their path, his expression grave. I wish to accompany you. And I too. Dandy followed closely behind, his voice faint yet imbued with resolve. As a member of the Dragon Clan among the Namekians, though lacking in combat prowess, his supportive abilities could prove invaluable. Goku hesitated briefly but ultimately nodded. Very well, let us all go together. The group swiftly flew toward Piccolo, leaving behind a battlefield strewn with the corpses of Frieza's army and the liberated Namekians, who bowed their heads in prayer. Hey, Piccolo, we owe you one. Goku exclaimed as he flew to Piccolo's side, a sincere smile adorning his face. Humph. Piccolo turned his head away, his lips twitching slightly, faced with Goku's infuriating grin. He found it hard to accept, silently pondering that this fool was truly beyond redemption, still blissfully unaware. Let us go, Piccolo. We decided to confront Frieza now. Goku patted Piccolo on the shoulder. Piccolo shook his shoulder dismissively, a look of disdain on his face. What else with that kid? Piccolo turned to Naru. A hint of confusion in his eyes. Dandy possesses healing abilities. He can provide significant assistance in critical moments. I will ensure his safety, Naru explained. Through the Elder's memory transmission, Piccolo gradually understood the various types of Namekians, all birthed by the Elder. Among them, the Dragon Clan now consisted solely of Dandy, along with the complete form of the fusion between Din and Piccolo. The combat representative was Naru, while the support representative was Mulan, the future second-generation Elder. Do as you wish. Piccolo refrained from saying more, yet he secretly remained cautious. He understood that if Dandy were truly in peril, he would never stand idly by. Naru shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips. He reflected, contemplating the stark contrast between his interactions with Piccolo and those with the deities. Piccolo's haughty demeanor and aloofness left him feeling helpless, yet he recognized that such traits were integral to Piccolo's character. With that understood, the matter was settled. Everyone, fueled by their fervor, followed Sun Wukong towards Frieza. Among them, he alone possessed the ability to sense such great distances. Lord Frieza, we have fulfilled our mission. The Jinyu force has returned with 3 Dragon Balls, Jinyu declared, a proud smile gracing his face. He gently placed the 3 Dragon Balls before Frieza, sunlight cascading upon them, reflecting a dazzling brilliance as if proclaiming their preciousness to Frieza. Seated upon his stroller, Frieza regarded the Dragon Balls with curiosity. An exhilarated glimmer flickered in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth subtly curved upwards, revealing a trace of joyful delight. Indeed, the legendary Captain Jinyu is to be commended. Thank you for your praise, Lord Frieza, but this is a collective achievement of our Jinyu force. Jinyu replied with a slight bow, his eyes shimmering with reverence for Frieza. Very well. Speak. What reward do you desire? Frieza's voice carried a hint of excitement, as if eagerly anticipating Jinyu's response. We have no particular needs. We merely hope to provide more performances to amuse you in the future. Jinyu's words were laced with humility, yet internally he schemed about what dance to present next. Frieza's lips twitched involuntarily, a look of exasperation crossing his face. Though somewhat at a loss for words in response to Jinyu's answer, he managed to say, perhaps. By the way, Lord Frieza, while searching for the Dragon Balls, we captured that monkey, Vegeta. He foolishly attempted to lay his hands on the Dragon Balls, ha 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 ha. Jinyu remarked with a hint of derision, his tone somewhat contemptuous. Oh? Frieza paused, a flicker of interest crossing his eyes. And where is he? With a resounding thud, a loud crash echoed as Rikuum, gripping Vegeta by one hand, brought him forth before Frieza, carelessly tossing him to the ground. Vegeta, I hear you intend to betray me? Frieza jeered mockingly at the fallen warrior, his tone dripping with scorn and disdain. Vegeta struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury and defiance. He clenched his teeth, fixating his gaze fiercely upon Frieza, silently vowing to transform into a Super Saiyan and make this despicable fiend pay dearly. Yet, at that moment, his strength paled in comparison to Frieza's, leaving him with no choice but to endure for the time being. I do not, Vegeta muttered, his head bowed in reluctant submission. Frieza regarded Vegeta, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. With a crooked grin, he remarked, your fate is uncertain. While others may be mere city rulers, I, Frieza, am the authentic sovereign of the cosmic realm. He was aware of the inner fury residing within Vegeta. Yet that was precisely the outcome he desired. He revels in witnessing others succumb beneath his oppressive presence, a sensation that fills him with indescribable delight. Chapter 116, The Eve of Battle. At this moment, Taboo approached with measured steps, whispering into Frieza's ear, Lord Frieza, I have just received word that Sabo and Doria have been exterminated. Upon hearing this news, Frieza's expression shifted dramatically. Dark clouds gathering as a chilling glint flashed in his eyes. Incompetent fools, he muttered under his breath, then lifted his gaze to survey Captain Jinyu and his team. It seems they possess a means to uncover the location of the Dragon Balls, Captain Jinyu. Jinyu responded promptly, puffing out his chest, though inwardly he trembled with trepidation. He was acutely aware that Frieza's wrath had nowhere to be unleashed, and the success or failure of his current mission would directly determine his fate. We shall await those individuals here, obediently delivering the Dragon Balls to us. Captain Jinyu, do not let me down. Frieza's lips curled into a sinister smile, his laughter laced with a hint of malevolence. Yes, I assure you the mission will be accomplished. Jinyu felt a tightening in his chest, forcing himself to remain composed. At that moment, Frisia's gaze shifted toward Vegeta, a glimmer of treachery flickering in his eyes. Vegeta, absorbed in the implications of Frisia's words, pondered silently. How dare those Earthlings venture here? Do they truly believe they can defeat Frisia? He let out a cold laugh. Having already resolved to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to escape this place and fulfill his aspiration of becoming a Super Saiyan before Frisia did. The notion of immortality was momentarily cast aside. His immediate priority was to enhance his own strength. Vegeta should not entertain thoughts of fleeing. Frisia's voice loomed like a dark cloud, and the sudden threat caused Vegeta to tremble involuntarily. Once this matter is resolved, you will obediently serve under my command. No. I won't, Frisia-sama. Vegeta was taken aback, his complexion instantly paling as a tide of fear surged within him. He felt as though Frisia could see right through him. Pondering inwardly, how could this fellow possess such keen intuition? It would be best if it were so. Ho ho ho. Tabo, take Vegeta to receive treatment. Frisia nonchalantly waved his hand, as if addressing a trivial matter. Tabo nodded slightly, stepping forward with a glimmer of sympathy in his gaze. Although he was reluctant to forge a deep bond with Vegeta, he could not bear to watch him act foolishly. He had once been rescued by Vegeta during a mission, and thus felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him. However, he would not dare to offend Frisia for Vegeta's sake. He led Vegeta onto the spacecraft. Are you all right? Vegeta? Tabor inquired with concern, despite knowing that Vegeta's pride would not allow him to show any sign of weakness. I am fine, Vegeta replied coldly. He had no desire to engage in further conversation with Tabor, aware that he was a trusted confidant nurtured in the shadows by Frisia. The hatch of the spacecraft slowly closed. Inside, Tabor commenced treatment for Vegeta, the hum of the machinery resonating throughout the confined space. Meanwhile, Frisia and his associates awaited the arrival of Goku and his companions. In the tranquil sky of Namek, the vastness of the universe seemed to freeze at that moment. Garnaz and Raditz, two Saiyans, floated in the air with their arms crossed, each displaying their unique expressions. The surrounding starlight shimmered faintly, adding an air of mystery to their conversation. It's almost time for the situation Lord Ubuz mentioned. When the moment comes, will you take the lead or shall I? Garnaz tilted his head, a smile playing on his lips, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Raditz frowned slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Either is fine. But could we possibly delay it a little longer? He raised his hand, his fingertips gently gliding through the air, as if pondering something profound. Ganna's smile instantly froze, gazing at him in confusion. What do you mean? Do you intend to disrupt Lord Omu's plans? Raditz shook his head, a hint of urgency in his expression. I do not. Refrain from such nonsense. My only desire is for Kakarot to seize this opportunity to grow stronger. TCH. Dare you claim you are not seeking revenge against him? Ganna suddenly understood, his lips curling into a slight smirk, laced with a hint of mockery. Raditz, upon hearing this, became somewhat agitated, his previously swaying tail now standing upright like a rigid staff. How could that be? I've long ceased to care. After all, he is my own brother. Very well, with Prince Vegeta present as well, it seems we are now just a few pure-blooded Saiyans. I hope they can expedite their path to strength. Ganna's tone gradually turned serious, his gaze drifting towards the horizon, seemingly contemplating the future. According to Lord Imu, many powerful beings lie ahead, and we Saiyans must secure our place. Raditz nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, I did not anticipate that Frisia would indeed be quite formidable. And to think he conceals yet another powerful ally by his side, Raditz remarked nonchalantly. He turned his gaze towards the distance, his eyes fixated on the approaching figures of Son Wukong and his companions. I wonder if my foolish brother will survive. Ha! Ganna suddenly let out a disdainful sneer, shattering the atmosphere. What's the matter? Raditz was taken aback, a hint of confusion in his expression. I never expected you to change so much. Ganna's remarked with a shake of his head. People inevitably change, don't they? A trace of helplessness seeped into Raditz's tone as his gaze softened. Recalling their father Bardock and mother Jine, my perspective has shifted. Now, with only one brother left, I must protect him in place of our father. Below, Son Wukong and his companions had already reached the location of Frisia. They descended to the ground one after another, their expressions grave as they fixed their gaze upon Frisia. With unwavering determination, Son Wukong declared, I implore you to vacate this planet at once. Your presence is unwelcome. Upon hearing these words, Frisia momentarily faltered, blinking in disbelief. Soon after, he erupted into a cacophony of laughter. Ha ha ha, it is unfortunate that I cannot acquiesce to your request. Son Wukong's eyes gleamed with intensity as he replied with a steely demeanor, in that case, allow me to vanquish you. Frisia, seated upon a stroller, began to drift slowly towards the assembled crowd. He regarded Sun Wukong with a curious gaze, inquiring, "You bear a striking resemblance to a Saiyan. Would you be interested in becoming my subordinate?" Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong replied, "I decline. I shall never assist a villain such as yourself." In response to Sun Wukong's refusal, Frisia showed no sign of anger, merely retreating silently. He spoke softly, "It's up to you." Sensing something amiss, Sun Wukong and the others immediately entered a state of vigilance. At that moment, 5 figures swiftly emerged from all directions, converging in the center of the area, striking various peculiar poses and postures. While the others displayed expressions of disdain, Sun Gohan gazed at them with wide eyes, filled with admiration. Sun Wukong, however, remained relatively calm, showing no overt reaction. "Jinyu, Guldo, Rikum, Jis, Berta, we are the Jinyu force." Their voices thundered, as if they were destined to pierce the heavens, causing the very air around them to tremble. So cool," Piccolo coughed, his face flushed. Chapter 117. Piccolo against the odds. Piccolo strode forward, raising his hand as if to block the others like a mountain. "Leave these foes to me. I have never felt this strong before. The previous 2 from the Red Ribbon Army had hardly given me a chance to unleash my full potential." "Uncle Piccolo." Sun Gohan looked at him with concern. "Don't be reckless. That purple one is very powerful." Sun Wukong, observing Piccolo's determination to take on all the enemies alone, became anxious and frowned, earnestly advising him. He is concerned that Bic might fall into danger due to overconfidence. Without further ado, Bic swiftly removed his hat and cloak, revealing his robust physique and solid muscles. Like an arrow released from its bow, he propelled himself off the ground with remarkable speed, instantly charging towards Jinyu and his companions. His silhouette traced an arc through the air, exuding an unparalleled momentum. Sun Wukong opened his mouth, attempting to halt Piccolo, but it was already too late. Piccolo had engaged in fierce combat with the Jinyu force. Aside from Jinyu and Guldo, the battle power of the other 3 hovered around 40,000. This posed no challenge for Piccolo, as he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to triumph over them. His fists descended like a torrential downpour, each strike imbued with immense power, forcing the adversary to retreat step by step. Gudu, unable to withstand the onslaught, withdrew to the side, ceasing his efforts. Meanwhile, Lycum, Bart, and Jis coordinated seamlessly with Jinyu, engaging in an intense battle against Piccolo. They swiftly engaged in combat, their movements as rapid as lightning, leaving onlookers in awe. The exchange between both parties oscillated between ground and sky, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. The spectators gazed upward at Piccolo and his allies, utterly astonished. Initially, they believed that Frisia's minions were as formidable as Vegeta, yet they were taken aback by their true power. Although the group had grown stronger, facing such formidable adversaries would not guarantee an easy victory. A sense of frustration welled within them, and they silently resolved that if they were to survive this encounter, they would double their efforts to enhance their strength. Something seemed amiss with that individual. Goku fixated on Godku, suddenly furrowing his brow and voicing his concern. The others, upon hearing him, turned their attention to Godku. Despite Godku's inferior strength and absence from the fray, his face betrayed an eager anticipation. The group immediately grew wary, fearing he might strike from the shadows. In the sky, Piccolo deftly extricated himself from the encirclement, placing his hands upon his forehead as he began to concentrate his energy. Demon Flash. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a brilliant wave of yellow energy from his palm, surging forth with astonishing might. Witnessing this, Jinyu hurriedly positioned himself in front of Rikum, raising both hands and forcefully sweeping them aside. Lo and behold, the yellow energy wave curved unexpectedly, altering its trajectory and soaring upwards. In the next moment, a deafening explosion erupted in the sky as the wave detonated violently. Seizing this opportunity, Piccolo instantaneously teleported behind Berta. He clenched his fists, summoning every ounce of strength before delivering a powerful chop. Bart had no time to react as the blow struck him, slicing through his shoulder and causing blood to spurt forth. His face remained frozen in a daze, as if he could hardly believe he had been so effortlessly vanquished. "You seek death," Jinyu roared, turning to deliver a punch. However, Piccolo swiftly teleported away, evading the attack with ease, before vanishing once more. "Damn it. This guy's fighting style is truly nauseating," Jinyu cursed, casting a glance at Bart's fallen body, silently lamenting the need to recruit new team members. He turned to face Geese and Rikum, and after a shared glance, they all nodded in unison. They then dispersed in different directions. At that moment, Rikum suddenly found Piccolo's figure appearing beside him. Yet, he seemed well prepared, swiftly turning to retaliate with a powerful elbow strike. "Just waiting for you," Piccolo sneered, catching Raikam's elbow strike and forcefully pushing him away. So what? Gudo, Raikam bellowed. Upon hearing that name, Piccolo instinctively scanned his surroundings, filled with trepidation. Meanwhile, on the ground, Gudo finally seized his opportunity, launching a formidable beam of temporal energy. What is that? Son Goku queried, gazing at the green beam emitted by Gudo. His expression one of confusion. He sensed that the light bore no formidable power, thus he resolved to observe the situation first. However, at that moment, Piccolo was unfortunately struck by the beam, causing his body to become unusually sluggish. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Raikam launched a fierce attack, delivering a heavy gravitational blow to Piccolo's abdomen with astonishing speed. Piccolo was unable to evade the strike, hurtling downwards toward the ground. Humph, do not underestimate me. My beam can slow your movements, Gudo proclaimed with palpable arrogance. Simultaneously, Jinyu, arms crossed, descended alongside Raikam to Gudo's side. Well done, Gudo. Gaining entry into my special forces requires more than just a battle power of 10,000, Jinyu remarked appreciatively. He then turned to face Son Goku, provocatively inquiring. Who's next? Is it not my turn yet? Son Goku's lips curled into a slight smirk. Jinyu felt a flicker of confusion at Son Goku's response. Special beam cannon. With a fierce shout, a powerful wave of energy erupted from Piccolo's hand, surging toward his adversaries with unparalleled might. This is bad. Jinyu, sensing the lethal threat, swiftly evaded the attack with his keen reflexes and agility. However, the others were not so fortunate. Raikam, guys. And Gudo barely had time to react before being struck by the energy wave, their bodies pierced as if by skewered candied hawthorns. In the distance, at the bottom of the pit, Piccolo stood tattered and trembling. He hunched over, breathing heavily, his face a portrait of exhaustion. The recent strike had drained him of all his energy. Observing this, Son Gohan hurriedly flew to his side to support him. Uncle Piccolo, are you all right? Piccolo remained silent, gazing at Son Goku, his eyes seemingly conveying, it is your turn now. He was well aware that Jinyu was stronger than him. Apart from Frieza and his entourage, everyone present could sense energy levels. He indeed harbored intentions of swiftly dealing with all these adversaries, thereby allowing Son Wukong to conserve his strength for confronting Frieza. After all, he was the only one capable of such a feat evading the attack. Jinyu cast a sullen glance at Piccolo, his teeth clenched in frustration. Subsequently, he cautiously stole a glance at Frieza's expressionless visage, a shiver coursing through his body. These wretches were utterly unforgivable. They had caused him to lose face before Lord Frieza. Jinyu felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Having been ambushed by an obscure individual, how could he possibly come to terms with that? Moreover, it had occurred in the presence of Lord Frieza. If he could not reclaim his dignity, what face would he have left to continue existing in the universe? With all his might, Jinyu propelled himself towards Piccolo like a cannonball. Bang! Son Wukong appeared in the middle of the trajectory, effortlessly intercepting the punch and deflecting Jinyu's fist away. His gaze was frosty, akin to an iceberg. Now it was my turn. Then, to the incredulity of Jinyu, Son Wukong hurled him into the air with a spinning kick. Following that, he propelled himself off the ground, landing a powerful blow to Jinyu's cheek. Jinyu crashed to the ground and bounced back up, but Son Wukong unleashed a flurry of attacks, striking Jinyu relentlessly like a tempest, leaving him utterly defenseless. Chapter 118, Super Saiyan Vegeta. Son Wukong clasped his fist above his head, descending with the force of a meteor. Bang! Debris erupted from the ground, forming a crater. Jinyu lay motionless within, crushed into the earth by Son Wukong's might. Unlike the original narrative, Son Wukong possessed only 90,000 battle power. Now, with 160,000 against Jinyu's 120,000, Son Wukong was completely earnest. The outcome was undeniably clear. Son Wukong descended like a deity of war. Turning to face Frieza. Now, only you remain. The others, including Piccolo, who had been healed by Dandy, stood ready, with a power level of 530,000. They were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the extent of his strength. Sitting in his hover chair, Frieza smiled with elegance. Taboo. A figure flashed onto the scene, bowing respectfully. King Frieza. Taboo's formidable aura intimidated Son Wukong and his companions. The atmosphere was tense. Where's Vegeta? Frieza casually glanced at Taboo. To him, Son Wukong and his companions posed no real threat. The defeat of his subordinates was merely a slight blemish on his pride, but ultimately inconsequential. After all, he was Frieza, the Emperor of the universe. He was still recovering and would not be able to act for some time. It seems the injuries were indeed severe. In that case, I shall disregard him. Taboo acknowledged and then cast a sweeping glance at Son Wukong and the others. Whoosh. he vanished from his original position. Although his figure had disappeared, the overwhelming aura of 400,000 radiated like a brilliant beacon. Turning back, Sun Wukong raised his arm. Bang! The immense force propelled him backward involuntarily. In midair, he exerted control over his body, rolling as he descended to the ground. Observing his trembling arm, Sun Wukong wore a grave expression. So formidable! King Kai's fist. With a fierce roar, Sun Wukong summoned a torrential surge of crimson energy that blazed like a roaring flame. Soaring towards the heavens, his combat power surged instantaneously to 320,000 points, a formidable aura radiating from his being. Sun Wukong clenched his fist, feeling the surging energy within him, and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, such strength should suffice. With that, he forcefully propelled himself off the ground, creating a deep crater beneath his feet. Subsequently, he charged towards Tabor like an arrow released from its bow, delivering a powerful kick. Tabor remained calm, effortlessly sidestepping the strike, and seized Sun Wukong's ankle, flinging him into the sky as if wielding a great windmill. Following this, he unleashed a potent energy sphere, hurtling it towards the airborne Sun Wukong. Swiftly, he followed suit, launching a relentless barrage of attacks, straight punches, sweeping kicks, elbow strikes, and knee thrusts, all executed with precision. Sun Wukong suffered severe blows in midair, spitting out a bitter liquid, his eyes wide with shock, and a visage contorted in agony. He gritted his teeth against the pain, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and swiftly launched a counterattack. However, his strikes were effortlessly evaded by Tabor. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their moves an endless display of skill, neither willing to yield. With a resounding crash, their fists collided violently, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the air. A powerful wave of energy radiated outward from their epicenter, sweeping across the battlefield like ripples on water. Everything in the arena seemed to be torn asunder by this formidable force, the very heavens shifting in hue. The clouds above were scattered, while debris from the ground was flung aside. Piccolo and the others were compelled to raise their arms to shield themselves from the oncoming shockwave, lest they suffer injury. Their expressions were grave, and they secretly lamented, "How infuriating it is that the disparity between us is so vast." Sun Wukong and Tabor clasped their hands tightly together, engaging in a fierce contest of strength. Their gazes were laden with hostility, and none were willing to yield. Their strengths appeared evenly matched, making it difficult to discern a victor. However, at that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly unleashed a fierce maneuver, forcefully striking Tabor with his head. Tabor felt a sharp pain, his neck arching back as he shook his head, gritting his teeth and roaring, "Come on, let us see who is stronger." In response, he retaliated with a headbutt aimed at Sun Wukong, seizing the instant when Sun Wukong's body stiffened. Tabor swiftly pulled him closer and delivered a precise knee strike to Wukong's chest. Gasped. Sun Wukong could not suppress the torrent of blood that erupted from his mouth, his body contorting like a dumpling as he collapsed onto Tabor's knee. Immediately after, Tabor struck again, driving his elbow forcefully into Wukong's back. Sun Wukong lost his balance and plummeted toward the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Concurrently, Tabor executed his signature Prince technique, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that rained down upon Sun Wukong. As the smoke cleared, Sun Wukong reverted to his normal state, his martial arts attire tattered and his body covered in wounds, lying in a pit. Wukong. Krillin rushed to the edge of the pit, leaping down to assist Sun Wukong and feeding him a senza bean. Sun Wukong abruptly opened his eyes, quickly rising to his feet, and turned to Krillin, inquiring, "Krillin, how many senza beans do we have left?" Krillin paused momentarily before responding, "Let me check." He reached into his bosom and retrieved a pouch, from which he emptied its contents, revealing only 2 mystical beans rolling into his palm. "This is all there is," Krillin lamented, having already consumed 3 of these beans during his training aboard the spaceship. "That's sufficient." Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, his gaze brimming with confidence. "I am now assured of my ability to defeat them." Recently revived from the brink of death, his combat power had now soared to 55 points, stronger than ever before. "Ah, you've grown stronger again?" Krillin exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment, feeling somewhat bewildered. "Really? My friend, your growth is almost laughable. This makes me feel like a mere bystander." Just then, a thunderous shout erupted. "Prepare to perish, Frieza." Vegeta radiated an intense aura, charging fiercely towards Frieza, who sat in a stroller. Emerging from the healing pod, Vegeta was exhilarated to discover that his power level had surged remarkably to 600,000. This sudden transformation filled him with ecstasy. He believed he had successfully ascended to Super Saiyan, finally capable of vanquishing Frieza. After all, in his understanding, only a Super Saiyan could achieve such a substantial increase in power within such a brief span. With a resounding crash, Frieza was sent hurtling away, crashing heavily into a small hill. Ha 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 ha. Vegeta laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming with confidence and pride. I am now Super Vegeta. He struck that iconic pose, his thumb directed towards himself, showcasing his formidable power to all. Was that indeed Vegeta? Krillin blinked in disbelief, glancing from Vegeta to Goku, silently lamenting. They are all monsters. Meanwhile, Tabor, witnessing Frieza being ambushed by Vegeta, was instantly consumed by rage, unleashing a furious roar. Roar. He concentrated all his energy into his fist, propelling himself off the ground with great force, surging towards Vegeta like an arrow released from a bow. Vegeta, perceiving the imminent attack, prepared to counter. However, at that moment, Goku's form flickered and he instantaneously appeared between them, forcibly intercepting their fists. He turned his head, gazing earnestly at Vegeta, and declared, "This is my opponent." Upon hearing this, Vegeta's face broke into a disdainful smile as he scoffed. Kakarot, after I defeat Frieza, I shall show you what it truly means to be a Super Saiyan. Who do you intend to vanquish? A Super Saiyan? Chapter 119. K.A. At most, a comparison to Piccolo, MVP. Everyone turned their gaze as they beheld Frieza pushing aside the rubble that had pinned him down, rising from the ruins with a sullen expression, his crimson eyes brimming with murderous intent. He walked slowly, step by step, each footfall resonating with a heavy thud, as if treading upon the very hearts of those around him. His formidable aura and intense killing intent resembled an invisible storm, sweeping through the hearts of all present. The clouds in the sky seemed to sense this tense atmosphere, gradually converging to obscure the once resplendent sunlight, plunging the entire battlefield into darkness. At this moment, Frieza had lost the composure he once held, with only one thought occupying his mind, to immediately transform into his ultimate form and eliminate all those who had witnessed his previous disgrace. He has grown weary of playing in such a staged manner. With a thunderous roar, Frieza unleashed an astonishing surge of energy, his might erupting like a volcano. With each step he took, the ground beneath him formed a vast semicircular indentation, as if the earth itself could not withstand the sheer terror of his power. His body began to undergo dramatic transformations, muscles swelled, bones contorted, and skin became hard and lustrous. In but a brief moment, his entire form turned a pristine white, with his crown smooth as that of an exquisite porcelain doll. He finally completed his transformation, achieving his ultimate form. As Frieza's metamorphosis concluded, a formidable aura rapidly emanated from him, centered on his being. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others were the first to be struck, sent hurtling away by the overwhelming force. They tumbled through the air, struggling to regain their composure. How could this be? Prince Vegeta, sprawled on the ground, widened his eyes in disbelief, murmuring in astonishment at the sight before him. He struggled to rise from the ground, his legs trembling slightly beneath him. He had to rely on his hands, gripping his knees tightly to steady himself. But I am a Super Saiyan. Prince Vegeta gritted his teeth, uttering the words with a sense of defiance. A Super Saiyan? Even if such a thing existed, it certainly would not be you. Frieza scoffed, his tone laced with mockery and disdain. He was undoubtedly aware of the existence of Super Saiyans, characterized by their golden hair and an aura of invincibility, traits that Vegeta did not exhibit. What should we do now? Goku. Krillin, clutching his chest with a trace of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth, inquired gravely of Son Goku. The residual force from the previous encounter had already become unbearable for him, and if the battle continued to escalate, they would likely be unable to participate any further. Goku furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping across his comrades. He discovered that everyone had been affected to varying degrees by the recent aftermath. He took a deep breath and addressed Krillin and Bick, saying, Krillin, Bick, you should return first. Then, turning his gaze towards Frieza, with unwavering determination in his eyes, he declared, I will find a way to hold Frieza off. In the meantime, seize the 3 Dragon Balls and hasten back to Bulma. He pointed at the Dragon Balls displayed on Frieza's spaceship and said, Do not underestimate me. Piccolo coldly huffed, crossing his arms tightly while staring intently at Goku, as if to assert, I will remain. Damn it. Tien Shinhan lamented, feeling a deep sense of frustration at his own shortcomings. In his first battle against Piccolo Daimao, he accepted his failure and endeavored to grow stronger. In the second encounter with Piccolo Jr., he resigned himself to fate, placing his hopes on Goku. During the Saiyan saga, although he faced defeat, he still managed to contribute. Was he to merely retreat in disgrace this time? Tien clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, his head bowed, his face quivering as he fought back tears. Suddenly, a hand, as heavy as a lead weight, landed firmly on his shoulder. Tien looked up to see Goku's sunny smile. Tien, Din is still waiting for you to save him. Goku said gently. Tien froze, then broke down in tears, his sorrow flooding forth like a dam bursting. I am not willing. Not willing. I know. You did your best. Goku continued to comfort him, unusually wise in his demeanor. There is no more time. All right. Tien wiped his tears and nodded firmly. He glanced over at Krillin and Yamcha, realizing they seemed to have come to terms with the situation. Once Tien had composed himself, Goku turned his serious gaze toward Frieza. Assuming a battle stance and roaring Kaioken ×5. Oh? Frieza replied, somewhat astonished that someone would willingly seek their demise. He turned to see a fiery red aura erupting from Goku, blazing like a comet with a long tail. Frieza raised his arm to block, leaping back to absorb the recoil. Then he unleashed his own aura, a purple lightning radiating immense power. The two, trailing long tails like meteors, darted about, colliding and separating before spiraling upward. Let's move quickly. Yes. Tien and the others hurried to collect the Dragon Balls. Piccolo remained vigilant against Vegeta and Tabor, while Nail stayed back to assist him. Krillin handed over the remaining Senzu beans to Piccolo, believing they were needed more at this moment. Tabor and Vegeta gazed upward, their eyes filled with shock and fury. Damn it! How can Kakarot be this strong? I can barely see his movements. Vegeta seethed inwardly. At that moment, Krillin and the others had secured the Dragon Balls and took off without delay. Like a wraith, Piccolo materialized next to Vegeta, catching him off guard. Solar flare. Tabor turned at the sound. A blinding light erupted as if a star had exploded, forcing both to instinctively shut their eyes. Once the brilliance faded, Vegeta finally had the chance to glance sideways. You thieves! Tabor roared, his voice like thunder. Boom! Boom! Two resounding crashes echoed as Piccolo and Nail were sent flying by Tabor's sudden strike. This furious blow left them both severely injured. Just as Tabor prepared to continue his assault, Vegeta intercepted him like a flash of lightning. Although he was also angry, he realized that it was better for the Dragon Balls to be taken by them than to fall into Frieza's hands. Get lost. I have no time to settle scores with you. Tabor shouted, his voice filled with rage. Humph. Frieza's lackey. Vegeta sneered, gripping Tabor's fist, as if mocking his weakness. Then, he leaped into the air, delivering a swift kick to Tabor's ribs, followed by a knee strike to his chin. The relentless onslaught resembled a tempest, rendering Tabor utterly defenseless. The sight of a 155-meter-tall figure sending a 3-meter giant soaring was striking, reminiscent of an ant conquering an elephant. After they left the scene, Piccolo trembled as he retrieved a Senzu bean. He consumed the mystical bean, and in an instant, his wounds healed as though life itself had been reinvigorated within him. With a sudden surge, he rose like a carp, approaching Naru, prepared to offer him the precious bean. Naru seized his hand, halting him, his gaze betraying a resolute determination. Do not squander such a treasure. Assimilate me instead. Let my demise hold some significance. Piccolo's pupils flickered with disbelief. Having received the memories, he understood well what assimilation entailed. It was the transformation of oneself into pure energy, a transfer of power to a kindred spirit. Do not refuse me. I need you to harness my strength to vanquish Frieza. And please convey my regards to Ubu. Naru's voice resonated with a hint of finality. He was acutely aware that his life was nearing its end, yet he yearned for his power to be wielded by Piccolo to defeat Frieza and safeguard their planet. Very well. Piccolo was not one to hesitate, nodding with alacrity as if accepting Naru's solemn charge. Naru smiled with quiet satisfaction, releasing a radiant green light that infused itself into Piccolo's being. Boom. A tremendous surge of energy ascended, astonishing the four combatants engaged in battle. That Namekian. How has he become so powerful? Piccolo? Excellent. As the beam of light dissipated, a rejuvenated Piccolo emerged, transformed and revitalized. Though his gaze remained aloof, it had softened somewhat compared to before. His body exuded a formidable aura, akin to that of a newly forged warrior. Is assimilation truly this potent? Piccolo felt the surge of his own power, now boasting a combat strength of 1,700,000. While he still fell short of Frieza's might, he recognized that he possessed the capability to engage in battle. With this thought in mind, he soared towards Taboo. Along the way, he passed the crater left by Jinyu and sensed a lingering presence. Piccolo's eyes emitted 2 crimson beams, reducing Jinyu to ashes. He effortlessly completed the task and had already approached Tabor. With a swift punch, Big sent Tabor flying. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. His assault was as swift as lightning, leaving Tabor utterly defenseless. Big cast a glance at Vegeta and let out a cold snort. He propelled himself towards Tabor, akin to a ferocious beast. How infuriating. What kind of gaze does that fellow possess? Vegeta felt a surge of humiliation. The emotions following his near-death experience felt as though he were plummeting from paradise to hell, as if his heart might shatter into 1,000 pieces. With a swift motion, he struck with his hand, but Tabor raised his arms in defense. Yet, with a severing blow, he lost his hands and emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Piccolo did not grant him a moment's respite from his agony, following up with a powerful kick. Tabor soared into the air, resembling a cannonball launched into the sky. Demon Flash Cannon. After a brief moment of charging, the attack was unleashed. Tabor was pierced through, akin to a balloon punctured and bursting in midair. Chapter 120. I can hear your unwillingness, Vegeta. How could this be? I have yet to find the one who murdered my brother. How can I perish here? In his final moments, Tabor's thoughts were consumed with vengeance for his brother, yet he lamented his own inadequacy, ultimately unable to escape his fate. Meanwhile, the battlefield was a whirlwind of chaos. With formidable warriors emerging in rapid succession, the pace of evolution far too swift for the older generation of fighters to keep up. Piccolo glanced upwards, straining to discern the state of the battle. He saw that Son Goku was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position, being overwhelmed by his adversaries. In an instant, he erupted with fury, soaring into the sky to join the fierce battle. Frieza firmly grasped Goku's fist, simultaneously sensing an incoming assault from below, and casually hurled Goku aside. Bang! Piccolo's strike failed to hit its mark, landing instead in the empty space. He swiftly pivoted in midair, executing a whip kick aimed at Frieza's neck. However, upon making contact, he was met with an overwhelming force that rebounded back, as if his foot had struck an impenetrable steel plate. Frieza, unfazed, absorbed the impact with his neck and then seized Piccolo's ankle, squeezing with immense strength. Piccolo cried out in agony. At that moment, Goku arrived just in time, launching an energy blast that compelled Frieza to release his grip, allowing Piccolo to escape and soar backward. How could he be so formidable? Piccolo's face was a mask of disbelief. He had previously sensed Frieza's battle power to be around 3 million. He initially believed that his power of 7 million, combined with Son Wukong's 75 million, would suffice to confront Frieza. However, reality left him utterly astonished. I possess a strength of 120 million since birth. Yet to facilitate better control in combat, I have had to restrain it, Frieza proclaimed with a triumphant smile, unleashing his formidable power. Moments ago, I merely released my seal, which limited my strength to around 3 million. But now, my battle power has surged back to 60 million. Upon hearing this, despair washed over the crowd, especially Vegeta, whose eyes widened as he furiously shouted within, is there truly no way to defeat him? I refuse to believe it. His heart was filled with resentment, after all. He was the prince of the Saiyans, Super Vegeta. With astonishing speed, he charged toward Frieza. Whoosh! He departed with utmost swiftness, only to return with equal velocity. A thunderous crash echoed as Vegeta's body was sent hurtling, crashing heavily into the ground. What has become of him? Frieza inquired with a perplexed gaze at the buried Vegeta. Piccolo, Goku. Frieza descended slowly, arms crossed, his expression inscrutable as he cast a fleeting glance at the lifeless body of Taboo. Before shifting his gaze to the now-vanished Dragon Balls aboard the spaceship, he stood quietly in place, as if contemplating something, yet the emotions within him remained elusive. High above, Piccolo and Goku gazed at him with solemnity, instinctively swallowing hard, secretly relieved that Frieza had not pursued the Dragon Balls, but had instead approached Vegeta directly. Indeed, a wild monkey, daring to betray me. Frieza's voice was deep and filled with fury as he ruthlessly stamped on Vegeta's face. Vegeta grimaced in agony, unable to utter a sound, his eyes brimming with anger and humiliation. Frieza, you are actually afraid, aren't you? Afraid of the legend of a Saiyans, the Super Saiyan. Vegeta's laughter was intermingled with coughs, the pain nearly suffocating him. Thus, you annihilated Planet Vegeta, He laughed, causing his wound to stretch painfully. The fury ignited by Frieza transformed into a wrathful humiliation as the pressure beneath his feet intensified, forcefully pinning Vegeta's head to the ground, a visage contorted in agony. Silence! Silence! Frieza bellowed, mercilessly increasing the weight of his foot. In that moment, Goku could no longer restrain himself. He charged forward, roaring, Frieza. Goku, do not act impulsively. Piccolo's voice echoed from above, attempting to dissuade him, yet Goku was entirely consumed by his rage, hurtling towards Frieza with unwavering determination. He unleashed a powerful punch. Yet Frieza merely waved his hand, effortlessly sending him flying. Goku tumbled through the air and landed gracefully. Vegeta had already been defeated. Why must you humiliate him? Frieza retracted his foot and turned to face Goku, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Mr. Goku, do you wish to save this wild monkey? With a swift kick, he sent Vegeta flying, who helplessly rolled to rest at Goku's feet. Goku furrowed his brow, observing Vegeta's woeful state, his heart filled with compassion. Trembling, Vegeta reached out, grasping the hem of Goku's trousers, his voice barely a whisper, "Kakarot, do not speak." Goku knelt down, responding softly. He turned his gaze towards the heavens and called out to Piccolo, "Piccolo, grant me the last sins of being." A hint of concern resonated in Piccolo's voice. "Hurry, Piccolo," Goku urged, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. "Very well, do as you wish, but bear the consequences yourself." Reluctantly, Piccolo produced the sins of being and tossed it to Goku. Goku caught the bean, preparing to administer it to Vegeta. "Kakarot, do you not possess the pride of a Saiyan?" Vegeta turned his head away. A look of indignation etched upon his face. "I am not a Saiyan," Goku retorted, leaving Vegeta momentarily speechless, as if choked by the weight of the words. "You are a Saiyan. The destruction of our home planet is the work of Frieza." Vegeta's voice trembled with sorrow, tears glistening in his eyes. "Your father Bardock and my father King Vegeta met the same fate. How I long to defeat that fiend with my own hands. If you comprehend my feelings, then use your Saiyan strength to vanquish Frieza. I implore you, help me to slay him." "Vegeta?" Goku gazed at him, a wave of emotion surging within. "I understand now." He clenched the Senzu bean tightly, rising to his feet, his gaze resolutely fixed upon Frieza. "I will vanquish him." Finally, Vegeta released his grip. Tears streaming down his face, his voice faint yet resolute. "I beg of you, Kakarot." "Understood." Goku was equally astonished to witness tears from someone as proud as Vegeta. He must be filled with a sense of unwillingness within. "Piccolo," Goku suddenly exclaimed. You take Vegeta aside," Goku instructed, and without hesitation. He tossed a Senzu bean into his mouth and charged toward Frieza. A sinister smile curled upon Frieza's lips as he welcomed Goku's assault. "I never expected Mr. Goku to be yet another Saiyan wild monkey. I swear, I will defeat you." Kaioken times 10. Goku roared, his aura erupting like a volcano. The power of the Kaioken surging through him, his veins feeling as though they would burst, blood gushing forth. This strike was not merely an attack on Frieza. It symbolized the dignity of Vegeta as well. He collided forcefully with Frieza's fist. An irresistible force struck him, sending him flying backward. Frieza appeared above him, spinning a few times before delivering a fierce kick to Goku's abdomen. With a resounding thud, dust and debris flew as Goku was sent crashing into a pit. Writhing in agony, Frieza leaned down, wrapping his tail around Goku's neck and lifting him high, a cold smirk gracing his face. "Ho ho ho. Do not waste your energy struggling." Goku, in pain, fought against the constriction, a glimmer of a smile flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, with a mighty crunch, he bit down on the Senzu bean, his injuries instantly mending, and his combat power skyrocketing to 3 million. Kaioken times 10. A crimson aura surged forth. And with a vigorous effort, he broke free from Frieza's grasp, soaring into the sky. Chapter 121. The arrival to claim victory was simply splendid. Frieza furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Goku, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. He did not anticipate that Son Wukong could recover from his injuries in such a short span of time. However, it was of little consequence, in his view. It merely meant expending a bit more time. He harbored a profound disbelief that anyone in this universe could surpass him. As for the legends of the Super Saiyan and Majin Buu, he dismissed them with a scoff, considering them utterly inconsequential. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, as if an invisible force was constricting it, rendering it breathless. Frieza couldn't help but furrow his brow, a flicker of uncertainty rising within him. What could this possibly mean? Goku tilted his head toward the distance, his gaze piercing through the thick layers of clouds, seemingly in pursuit of something elusive. He murmured softly to himself, "Surely, Bulma and the others have successfully summoned the dragon." What? Frieza's fury erupted in an instant, as if a raging flame ignited within his heart. "It is all your fault. Had it not been for you, I would have obtained the Dragon Balls long ago." He was consumed by rage, swiftly soaring towards the direction of the divine dragon. At that moment, Sun Wukong appeared before him like a bolt of lightning, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "I shall never allow you, a villain who indiscriminately slaughters the innocent, to acquire the Dragon Balls." "What indiscriminate slaughter?" A sinister smile crept across Frieza's face, the corners of his mouth curling upward, as if mocking Sun Wukong's ignorance. "Cease your accusatory tone. You Saiyans have slaughtered countless individuals in the past. Is that not wrong? And thus, you were annihilated." Sun Wukong responded in a calm, magnetic voice. Frieza was momentarily taken aback, his mind consumed by a single thought. "What? Regardless, you shall move aside." Frieza bellowed in fury. Enraged, he charged at Sun Wukong. his eyes glinting with murderous intent, as though he intended to rend his opponent to pieces. Just then, a powerful hand suddenly grasped Frisia's head, causing his body to lose control and crash violently to the ground, producing a deafening sound, with dust swirling around, as if the entire planet trembled in response. His body carved a deep groove into the ground, as if the earth itself had been plowed, leaving a scene of utter disarray. The silhouette of the figure gripping Frisia's head and pressing it into the dirt seemed somewhat familiar. As Sun Wukong scrutinized further, he discerned a tall figure clad in a black martial arts uniform, nearly 2 meters in height, with a robust physique complemented by a mane of striking red hair, exuding an unparalleled aura of intimidation. The individual gradually rose and turned around, revealing a hint of a recognizable smile. "Ganis!" Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Although Ganis' hair had changed color and his physique had become more refined and slender, the familiar visage allowed Sun Wukong to recognize him instantly. Ganis smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "TCH, you've tricked me again," Raditz grumbled, crossing his arms as he slowly descended beside him, a look of disdain etched upon his face. He cast a fleeting glance at Frisia, who lay on the ground, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Did you perhaps strike a bit too hard? I haven't even had my turn yet." "Ha ha ha, having grown accustomed to training with you, I may have exerted a tad more force than intended," Ganis replied, his laughter light and his eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. His tone bore no trace of apology, rather, it exuded a sense of pride. At that moment, Piccolo flew in, cradling Vegeta, and gently set him down. His gaze flitted back and forth between Son Goku and Raditz, as if deep in contemplation. Son Goku approached Raditz, scrutinizing him intently. With a slight furrow in his brow, he mused, "You seem somewhat familiar, don't you?" Raditz, transformed into Super Saiyan 4, appeared to be an entirely different individual, devoid of any recognizable features. "Kakarot, you don't even recognize your own brother?" Son Goku exclaimed in astonishment. A wave of shock coursing through him. Piccolo and Vegeta mirrored his expression of disbelief, as if the entire situation had transcended their comprehension. After all, was not Son Goku's elder brother named Raditz? Is he not dead? How can he still be alive and transformed in this manner? Well, let us discuss this later. Ganis interrupted their conversation, pulling a magical bean from his bosom and gently feeding it to Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta was rejuvenated and swiftly rose from the ground. He gazed incredulously at his palm, his eyes shimmering with wonder. "Is this truly what you often consume? It is simply astonishing." At that moment, Vegeta's battle power had soared to 3 million, exuding an intense aura as if he were on the verge of unleashing extraordinary strength. Ganis stood resolutely beside him, his voice low yet firm, urging, "You should leave this place. I and Raditz will handle things here." "Indeed. Speaking of which, it is quite remarkable," Goku mused, his eyes sparkling with disbelief. "You've transformed into something akin to ebony, your energy entirely imperceptible, even your hair has changed color." A ripple of emotion surged within Ganis as he recalled a few years prior when Lord Omu first emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. Goku had expressed similar sentiments then. At this moment, he comprehended Lord Imu's thoughts during that time. Saiyans do indeed change hair color swiftly. "Once we return to Earth, I'll teach you how to achieve this transformation." "Huh? I don't want to." Goku immediately waved his hands, a mischievous glint gracing his face. "Yet, this could enhance your strength." "Could it be? Is this the Super Saiyan?" Vegeta's eyes instantly lit up. Taking a step forward, his interest piqued. "Close enough. Now, I shall confront Frisia." Ganis turned, his gaze fixed on the unconscious Frisia. Goku nodded slightly, swiftly departing the battlefield with Piccolo and Vegeta. His voice carried through the wind. "Garnaz, Raditz, be cautious." After their departure, Garnaz turned, poised to utter something to Raditz, only to find him frozen in place, a peculiar blush gracing his cheeks, seemingly struck by an overwhelming emotion. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Raditz, startled by the sudden inquiry, hurriedly glanced around, attempting to mask his embarrassment. "Isn't it time to awaken Frisia?" Raditz feigned composure, clearing his throat in a bid to conceal his fluster. Garnaz did not respond immediately. Instead, he regarded Raditz with a strange gaze, approaching him and gently draping an arm around his shoulder. "Hey, are you unwell?" "Enough with the chatter." Raditz impatiently shrugged off Garnaz's embrace, moving towards the pit to begin feeding the Senza beans to Frisia. He would not speak, for Kakarot's concern was somewhat overwhelming. At the very moment he administered the Senza bean, Frisia's eyes flew open, as if struck by lightning, and he swiftly retreated, warily fixating on the two before him, his expression rife with suspicion. "Who are you?" Frisia inquired. "Frisia, you do not recognize me? I am Raditz." Raditz folded his arms, a slight smirk gracing his lips. "Raditz? Did you not perish? Frisia asked, his brow furrowing slightly, his tone icy. Is this not a return from the underworld for vengeance? Raditz replied nonchalantly. Enough with the idle chatter, Frisia. Today, we shall settle the score between you and the Saiyans. Ganas stepped forward suddenly, exuding an aura of ferocity, akin to a beast poised to strike. Frisia's complexion turned ashen in an instant, a chill coursing through him. He recalled the brief encounter with Ghana, realizing with dismay that he had been utterly defenseless, and a tide of fear surged within him. He trembled slightly, pointing towards Raditz, and weakly inquired, May I fight him? Raditz let out a derisive laugh, his lips curling into a mocking smile. How delightful. He even dares to choose his opponent. Chapter 122. The Conclusion of Namek. Are you afraid, perhaps? Frisia continued to recklessly test the limits of his fate. After all, in his memory, Raditz was merely a worthless fighter with a power level of only 1500. Humph. Ganas scoffed disdainfully, shaking his head as he leaped aside, seemingly too disdainful to engage with Frisia. Raditz, finish this quickly. The disparity in strength between the two was akin to a cannon facing a mosquito, rendering cooperation utterly unnecessary. With over 6 billion in combat power against a mere 120 million, the outcome was already predetermined. A sinister smile crept across Raditz's face as he nodded, his figure vanishing in an instant. In the fleeting moment of Frisia's bewilderment, Raditz reappeared before him, condensing a small energy sphere in his hand and driving it forcefully into Frisia's chest. The explosive force sent Frisia hurtling away, akin to a small asteroid colliding with the ground, a deafening roar resonating throughout. Ah! Frisia cried out in agony, yet Raditz offered him no respite, swiftly grasping his head and yanking it back violently. Subsequently, Raditz delivered a powerful punch to Frisia's face, blood erupting like a fountain, splattering through the air. You have provoked me. Frisia roared in pain, his muscles suddenly swelling, his power surging to 120 million in an instant. You have driven me to this extent. In response, Raditz merely smiled coldly, his gaze fixated on Frisia as if he were a fool, the amusement on his lips becoming increasingly pronounced. He remained silent, merely intensifying his grip, his palm firmly clutching Frisia's head, seemingly relishing the thrill of dominance. Ah! Frisia let out a pained scream, disbelief coursing through him. Despite unleashing all his power, he was still unable to escape the vice-like hold. It had only been a year since their last encounter, and yet this scoundrel had transformed into such a formidable force, it was utterly inconceivable. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt his body soaring through the air. Almost immediately, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his face. It turned out that Raditz, finding this insufficient for his release of fury, hurled him into the sky, raining down slaps upon him like a torrential downpour. Slap, slap, slap. He had lost count of how many blows he had endured, until a swift knife-hand strike landed atop Frisia's head, causing a grotesque dent to form. His eyes widened in agony, the sight was almost comical. How curious. This fellow seemed somewhat resilient in the face of punishment. He still has fight left in him. Ganas remarked disdainfully from the sidelines. Bam, bam, bam. Raditz's fists fell upon Frisia's face like a relentless storm, the ground beneath them buckling under the weight of their clash, just swirling chaotically. Ultimately, Raditz clasped his fists together, raised them high, and brought them crashing down. With a thunderous boom, Frisia's gaze turned vacant as he lay, battered and bruised, in a deep crater. Raditz rose, wiped away non-existent sweat, and a faint smile crept across his lips as he murmured, Phew, that exhausted me. Finally, he's done for. He turned to Ganas and said, Let us go and see Kakarot and the others. Ganas flew over, raising his hand towards Frisia in the pit, his tone laced with caution. For safety's sake, let us ensure their complete annihilation. A sphere of crimson energy, reminiscent of flames, coalesced in his hand, enveloping Frisia entirely. In an instant, Frisia was reduced to ashes, along with his pride and arrogance, dissipating into nothingness. Let us depart. This is sufficient, Ganas remarked, taking the lead and soaring away from the battlefield. Raditz shook his head and followed suit. Your caution is commendable. Ganas had spent considerable time with Ubu, who had once mentioned the existence of numerous miraculous beings in the universe capable of resurrection. Although he was uncertain whether Frisia belonged to such a category, he was unwilling to take the risk. Bulma and the others gazed skyward, where a dragon, distinct from Earth's, coiled and spiraled through the starry expanse, radiating a breathtaking luminescence. Its colossal form resembled a flowing river of stars, invoking a sense of awe. Dragon, grant life back to the Earthlings slain by the Saiyans. Bulma shouted excitedly, her voice echoing through the air. However, Purunga remained unresponsive, calmly suspended in the firmament. Krillin and the others exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting confusion. Purunga could only grant wishes in the Namekian language and could revive but a single individual. Dandy stepped forward, his tone tinged with resignation. It requires encryption as well? Krillin furrowed his brow and inquired. What shall we do? In that moment, Tien calmly proposed, let us first bring back Arika. Little Jet gazed at Tien in astonishment. His heart stirred with emotion. He did not anticipate that Tianjin Fan would choose Alika, although the three wishes were perfectly suited to resurrect three individuals. Should they not first revive Dumpling? His heart was filled with doubt and confusion. Tianjin Fan smiled faintly, his gaze resolutely fixed on Xiaojie. During this period, I have noticed that you have been in low spirits due to the death of Alika. They have worked together in the martial arts arena for many years, and their bond has grown profoundly. It seems inconsequential who is revived first. Thank you, Xiaojie murmured, tears of gratitude shimmering in his eyes. Just as Dandy was about to make a wish to the dragon using the Namekian language, 5 figures suddenly appeared on the scene. After defeating Frisia, Ganas and Rithis utilized instant transmission to locate Sun Wukong and his companions, bringing them along. Well, we VE delivered you here. We VE shared the transformation methods. So we shall take our leave. Before anyone could inquire further, Ganas vanished with Rithis, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Prior to their arrival, Ganas had explained the situation to Sun Wukong and the others and revealed the transformation methods. Vegeta recognized who Ganas was, although he had never met him. He was aware of his lineage. He was somewhat astonished to learn that among Earthlings there existed such formidable individuals as the one he referred to as the Darkwood. Wukong, what was that just now? Krillin and the others asked, having not clearly seen Ganas and Rithis. Sun Wukong nodded and patiently recounted the battle that had just transpired, along with the various experiences Vegeta had undergone. Brother Nello. Dandy's eyes flickered with sorrow as he struggled to contain his emotions. He never imagined that Brother Nello would be gone so abruptly. Sensing his distress, Piccolo stepped forward, gently placing his hand on Dandy's head in a gesture of comfort. Dandy gazed up, lost in thought as he studied Piccolo's face, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Are you still Brother Nello? You can consider me as him. Piccolo stated calmly, yet a surge of inexplicable feelings welled up within him. Dandy shook his head, a slight smile gracing his lips. I think I'll just call you Brother Piccolo. As you wish, Piccolo shrugged, indifferent to the name. Since there are no other wishes, shall we proceed to revive your companions? Dandy inquired. At that moment, Vegeta interjected, Kid, can you grant me a wish? To attain immortality. Dandy hesitated slightly. Sun Wukong stepped forward to look at Vegeta, who stared back with determination, as if to convey his resolve. Yes, let us grant him this wish. Dandy nodded, acknowledging Sun Wukong's words, and thus made the wish to Purunga in the Namekian tongue. I regret to inform you that this wish cannot be fulfilled. Purunga's voice was devoid of emotion, as if declaring an immutable truth. What? How can that be? Purunga then explained, the power of the dragon depends on its creator. And since my creator is limited by lifespan, I cannot fulfill the wish for immortality. Only the Super Dragon Balls, created by the Dragon God Zalama, the supreme deity of equal status to the Omni King, could grant such a wish. Of course, he omitted the latter part. In that case, the wishes are yours to keep. Vegeta crossed his arms and stepped aside. At that moment, he no longer particularly desired immortality. After all, he had learned how to transform into a Super Saiyan and merely wished to test the power of the dragon. Ultimately, everyone successfully revived Alika and the others, and Sun Wukong's group prepared to return to Earth. He also encouraged Vegeta to join them. Since Ganas had shared much earlier, Vegeta agreed to accompany them. Chapter 123, The Demigod Darkwood, A Double Blessing. Sunstar. In the vast cosmos, the Sunstar gleamed like a radiant pearl, exuding boundless brilliance. Darkwood sat cross-legged at its center, resembling a serene sculpture, surrounded by a faint silvery aura. This aura flowed gently around him, forming a protective spherical shield that seemed to isolate him from the outside world. It served both as protection and an energy absorber, quietly devouring the surrounding flame energy. After dealing with Gula, Darkwood effortlessly destroyed King Kolda and his planet. Subsequently, he utilized instant transmission to return to Earth. He sought out the celestial deity and informed him that he could use the Dragon Balls to wish for the resurrection of the innocently departed common folk. Furthermore, after establishing numerous contingencies on Earth, he arrived here to transfer the herbal elixir to the liver, absorbing the solar flames to condense the fire essence. At last, the 5 vital elements were complete. Although the order was somewhat reversed, it could still be regarded as the pinnacle of external vigor. The ebony figure slowly opened his eyes and murmured to himself. He felt a profound transformation within his body, every muscle and sinew brimmed with formidable strength. Next, He aimed to open the 8 extraordinary meridians and step into the realm of inner vitality. A surge of excitement welled up within him, his thoughts flowing like a tidal wave. Only by transcending this realm could he elevate the dimensionality of his existence to the level of a king. At present, his combat prowess had reached a saturated state of 20 billion. He murmured softly to himself, reminiscing about the last occurrence of such a state, which had been prior to his mastery of the Danjing. At that time, his combat power had merely reached 3 million. Through years of diligent cultivation, Wumu had gradually come to understand that transcending one's realm meant elevating one's own limitations, thereby triggering both quantitative and qualitative transformations in combat prowess. By merging with the vital energy, the life dimension would be enhanced, and his physique would become increasingly resilient. Vivid images of his training flooded Wumu's mind as he envisioned himself in the realm of Neigang, where his corporeal form would be regarded as semi-divine, completely severing ties with the realm of mortals. In that state, he would no longer require sustenance or sleep, freely inhaling the essence of the universe and the ocean. Should he break through to the semi-divine level, he anticipated even greater wonders. With renewed determination, he resolved to open the first meridian in one vigorous effort. Without hesitation, Wumu closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and swiftly cleared the meridian, harnessing the natural vital energy emanating from the sun. At this moment, his body felt as if it were a fish in water, effortlessly at ease. After all, within this vast universe, apart from the divine realm, only the sun's vital essence was so abundant. 2.5 hours later, Yumo finally opened the first meridian, his entire being quaking as if he had entered an entirely new domain. At that moment, his combat power had surged to 640 billion. The force of inner vigor flowing like a tidal wave, in the state of semi-divinity allowed him to experience unparalleled strength. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of other life planets within the solar system gazed anxiously at the sky, sensing a twinge of unease. Why did the sun seem less radiant? Could something be amiss? Do you think it's possible that a celestial dog has devoured it? Yumo, observing the sun beside him, wore a somewhat sheepish expression. Perhaps he had absorbed too much. He ought to be content with refining the heart fire elixir and opening just one meridian. At that moment, the sun indeed exhibited some issues. The significant loss of vital essence rendered it somewhat listless, with the erupted corona reaching only 10 kilometers high, a stark contrast to its former brilliance. Nevertheless, having already transcended to a new realm, Yumo felt a stirring within and a slight smile graced his lips. He resolved to return some of the vital essence. With a gentle wave of his palm, divine power converged above the sun like a trickling stream. It was nearly sufficient. A portion of strength must be preserved. Although exhausting all his vital energy would not lead to a decline in his realm, after all. The meridians he had opened would not regress. He understood that time was of the essence, and Sun Wukong's battle must soon be concluding. Thus, he swiftly retracted his energy, preparing to depart in search of Ganas and the others. Closing his eyes, he silently intoned within his heart, and the force of instantaneous movement surged forth naturally. His body quivered slightly in the air before vanishing from sight, only to reappear in an instant on the planet Adrat, beneath the vast expanse of the starry sky. The surface of Adrat emanated a mysterious radiance. The silhouette of the ebony figure materialized in the void, a flicker of astonishment gracing his features. How could this be? He sensed that transcending the realm of demigods, the enhancement of his power seemed to be of lesser significance. Just moments ago, when he employed instantaneous movement, he found that it was unnecessary to communicate with the planet's essence. He merely needed to envision the name of the planet in his mind to arrive effortlessly. To his astonishment, he had inadvertently acquired the ability for instantaneous movement akin to that of a Kaioshin, which was truly a delightful surprise. He closed his eyes, quietly reflecting upon the changes within himself, and discovered that the application of divine power was becoming increasingly effortless, as if he could now conjure various spells. Just as the celestial beings once transformed garments for mortals, he realized he could do the same. Demigod, demigod, he murmured to himself. A hint of a smile gracing his lips, his eyes sparkling with vitality. Indeed, having touched the divine, his status was unparalleled, drawing him ever closer to his aspirations. Recalling his initial journey, when all he yearned for was to surpass Sun Wukong and master the martial arts, he remembered the teachings of the Cat Immortal and the Grand Elder, who had once cautioned that the pursuit of power is deemed an aberration, emphasizing the significance of inner strength. Now, his goals had crystallized with greater clarity, and he silently vowed to attain divinity through national martial arts, to cultivate his heart's essence, and to comprehend the profound mysteries of boxing. With such thoughts, he felt a surge of profound impulse, his body instinctively rising above the void. Hands gradually lifting as he commenced the practice of Tai Chi, each movement flowed like water, gentle yet imbued with boundless power, seemingly stirring the very air around him, creating an invisible vortex. He was immersed in the realm of martial arts, his spirit harmonizing with the pulsations of the universe, feeling an extraordinary connection. Each technique and movement of the boxing seemed to engage in a dialogue with the heavens and the earth, conveying his innermost desires and aspirations. In the depths of his heart, he savored the profound meanings of every action, his strikes like a comet, soaring towards the firmament. At that moment, a gentle breeze caressed him, as if the forces of the cosmos were responding to his essence. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and the surrounding scenery became strikingly vivid. The resplendent starry sky intertwined with mysterious celestial bodies, unfolding before him like a magnificent tapestry, causing a jolt in his mind and an outpouring of emotions within. The essence of Tai Chi, stemming from martial arts, was not only about the balance of hardness and softness but also encompassed the intricate relationship between space and time as elucidated in the Taoist scriptures. He murmured to himself, a faint look of abstraction crossing his face, as if contemplating some profound truth. Thus, the mastery of Tai Chi signifies merely touching the threshold of the Tao, while Bajiquan undoubtedly harbors even deeper mysteries. A flicker of inspiration flashed through Wumu's mind, sensing a mysterious connection between Tai Chi and Bajiquan. Yet he felt the absence of a particular martial arts essence. This could very well be the key to a future breakthrough in perceiving the divine. However, he had merely grazed the threshold. He would wait for the moment to transcend the void, for he had only just attained the status of a demigod. As he concluded his practice, he took a deep breath, preparing to seek out Ganis and the others. Today was indeed a day of double joy. Not only having mastered Tai Chi, but also having glimpsed the dawn of possibility before him, just before reaching the demigod realm. Chapter 124. Farewell. On a small hilltop, warm sunlight bathed the rocks, where Raditz and Ganis lay languidly, savoring this moment of tranquility. The events on Namek had concluded, and they had returned early, only to find Wumu absent, leaving them to await his return in silence. Where do you think Lord Wumu has gone? Raditz inquired, chewing on a plant resembling dogtail grass, casting a curious glance at Ganis. How would I know? Ganis replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Really? You've been with him for so long. Surely you must have some inkling? Raditz propped his arms behind his head, leaning slightly towards Ganis, disbelief evident in his tone. Enough chatter. Just follow along when the time comes, Ganis retorted casually, spitting as if to rid his mouth of sand, unconsciously wiping the corner of his lips. Speaking of which, why aren't you catching up with Goku? Ganis redirected, his gaze settling on Raditz. Alas, though I have changed significantly, I still wonder if Kakarot will accept me. Raditz sighed, a hint of worry in his eyes. Ha ha ha, you're overthinking it. I've known Goku for years. He likely won T-Mind. Just have a good talk with him when you return, Ganis chuckled, a light-hearted smile gracing his face, as if comforting Raditz while also teasing him. Really? Indeed. Then that's a relief. I've come to realize that in pursuing the glory of the Saiyans, I must also cherish familial bonds. My parents must think the same. Raditz turned onto his back on the rock, one hand cradling his head, the other stretching towards the azure sky. Through his fingers, he gazed at the clouds drifting above, envisioning a scene where his mother playfully chided a bashful Bardock, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. Since childhood, Raditz had always trailed behind Vegeta, subjected to elite training. Yet his emotional needs were overlooked. Later, following Frieza, his inner solitude and repression only deepened. The original narrative reflected this. Not all Saiyans are brutal. Their upbringing plays a significant role. After experiencing death once, and with Ganis kneeling to plead for him before Wumu, he felt profoundly moved within. Do you know, Raditz? Sometimes, the most important thing is to bravely confront your own emotions. Ganis' voice interrupted Raditz's reverie. He turned slightly, looking at Ganis with a serious expression. Thank you, Ganis. A faint smile appeared on Raditz's face, as the shadows within him seemed to dissipate gradually. At that moment, a sudden wave of energy rippled through the air. Wumu's figure materialized, a gentle smile gracing his face, akin to a breath of spring, warm and inviting. You seem quite relaxed. Have you been waiting long? Ganis and Raditz sprang into action at the sound of his voice, hastily rising from the rocks, their faces betraying an anxious expression, akin to children caught in a mischief. They scratched their heads, a hint of an awkward smile playing at the corners of their mouths. Hee, just a brief respite, Lord Ebony. Are we to depart now? However, we must wait a moment. Let us first seek out Elder Pabala. Oh, all right. In the Elder's palace, Elder Pabala was seated in a tranquil side pavilion. A cup of red tea before him. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a gentle golden glow upon him. He cradled the cup in his hands and took a delicate sip, his face radiating pure bliss, as if the troubles of the world were entirely foreign to him. Ah, what a delightful moment. He closed his eyes, leaning slightly against the stone chair, a look of contentment illuminating his face. However, the sudden arrival of Ebony, accompanied by Ghana's and Lady Eyes, shattered this tranquil ambience. Elder Pibera abruptly opened his eyes, nearly dropping the teacup in his hand, as the tea traced a graceful arc through the air, almost spilling onto the ground. Once again, it is you, boy. How do you manage to appear without a sound? He glared at Ebony with frustration, his face etched with discontent. Ebony smiled faintly, comfortably taking a seat opposite him, while Ganas and Raytai stood behind him like vigilant bodyguards. He then reached for an empty cup, gracefully pouring red tea into it, his movements poised and unhurried. He gently blew on it and took a sip, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. No. I suppose you didn't come here merely to sample my red tea, did you? What? Is that not permissible? Yumo raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. Speak swiftly. Time waits for no one. You must have something to say. Are you not comfortable in your lodgings? Would you like me to arrange a grander residence for you? Elder Pabala, flustered, puffed his cheeks in exasperation, bewildered by Yumo's seemingly erratic behavior. Yumo shook his head slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips as his gaze drifted through the lush greenery outside, lost in contemplation. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm halo upon his face, as if softening his thoughts. Elder Pabala, I have come to bid you farewell. Yumo's voice rang clear and resolute, laced with gratitude. I am immensely thankful for your unwavering support. I have gleaned a wealth of invaluable knowledge during my time here. Indeed, it seems this is more than a mere farewell. Pabala finally spoke, his tone tinged with a hint of amusement. You rascal, though I cannot fathom the changes within you. I sense you are nearing the destructive deity I once hosted. He pondered, shaking his head. No, there remains a significant disparity in strength. Have you ascended to divinity? Pabala scrutinized Yumo, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Well, almost. I am but a demigod at present, yet I am close. Reaching true divinity is merely a matter of time. A look of satisfaction spread across Pabala's face, his lips curling upward as he stroked his graying beard. It appears you have indeed grasped the essence of spiritual power. However, remember, the pursuit of power alone may lead one astray. In my youth, I not only welcomed destructive deities but also encountered many gods, albeit weaker ones, who wielded peculiar powers. For instance, the planet god, who attained divinity through the cultivation of spiritual strength recognized by their planet. I once held the title of planet god myself, but relinquished it out of boredom. A planet god possesses near omniscience and omnipotence within their domain. What boredom? I suspect you were ousted due to your penchant for peculiar literature, Ganas interjected, rolling his eyes. I heard that. Pabala barked in irritation, then cleared his throat, striving to regain composure. Thus, strength is but one facet. Do not neglect the power of the spirit. Indeed, I understand now and have come to realize my own path. Yumo nodded slightly, inwardly reflecting on the profound journey ahead. He is acutely aware that he does not possess the warrior prowess of figures such as Sun Wukong or Vegeta. Although in the future, they too will follow wish to acquire knowledge in this domain, he must consistently maintain a clear objective. However, I feel that my understanding of this world is rather limited. Might I request to replicate some of the books from your library? Chapter 125, Mel's. Is fortune found in the Forsaken Lands? No need. I can transmit them to you directly. Pibera paused momentarily, then a meaningful smile graced his lips. Speaking of which, the tomes on this planet are all authored by me. Yumo gazed at Pibera in astonishment, struggling to comprehend. Is it true? The history of your planet begins with you? Pibera, observing Yumo's shocked expression, felt a surge of pride within, and an involuntary smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He has always perceived the expression of Ebony as excessively indifferent, as if nothing could ever stir his emotions. Now, witnessing such a look of astonishment on his face, he cannot help but feel a flicker of satisfaction within. Indeed, did I not mention it? Pabala remarked with a slight shrug, his gaze laced with a hint of jest. In truth, all the other inhabitants of my planet are but my own offshoots. He took a sip of the red tea and spoke with an impassive expression, as if discussing the most mundane matter. For a moment, Yuwood was at a loss for words, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Such a scenario seemed utterly preposterous. However, he recalled that the original work appeared to feature two versions of the Yadralat aliens, one with a face full of wrinkles, and the other resembling the catfish before him. Then please proceed with the transmission. Not a bother at all, Pabala replied with a beaming smile. It turned out he had sought him for this matter. Had he mentioned it sooner, it could have been resolved swiftly. With that, Pabala closed his eyes, his hands gently pressed together, and began to gather his aura. A phantom gradually materialized before him, the outline of the library becoming increasingly distinct, before abruptly plunging into Yuwood's mind. All right, if there's nothing else. Do not linger here to vex me. Pabala opened his eyes, a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth, and casually curled his lip, though there was a barely perceptible tenderness in his gaze. After receiving the library's transmission, Yuwood felt not a shred of emotion within him. He understood that this knowledge might require his own exploration and assimilation. Thus, he drained the red tea in one gulp. The warm liquid glided down his throat. Standing up, he fixed a determined gaze upon Pabala and, with a serious tone, said, "Farewell. If you encounter any Earthlings in the future, I would appreciate your assistance in looking after them." Pabala smiled faintly and waved his hand, indicating that he was already aware. His gaze revealed a hint of reluctance, yet he refrained from expressing it openly. After all, the departure of Wumu signified his return to a solitary existence. Noticing this, Wumu turned, accompanied by Ganas and Lotties, and in an instant, they were transported to the Eastern Galaxy. In the boundless expanse of the starry sky, the Eastern Galaxy resembled a resplendent ribbon, intertwining countless star systems. At this moment, Wumu was enveloped in a silvery aura, akin to a luminous celestial body, flanked by Ganas and Lotties. The trio floated in the void, surrounded by stars that twinkled softly, as if silently observing their every movement. Where does the Eastern Galaxy ultimately lead? Wumu furrowed his brow and murmured. There was utterly no sense of direction. Lord Wumu, do you think it is possible to journey towards the absolute East? Ganas suddenly lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Indeed, it is a possibility, thanks to you, Ganas, Wumu acknowledged, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Just as Wumu was about to initiate another instant teleportation, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure in the distance. It was a silver-haired youth, his watermelon-shaped hairstyle strikingly conspicuous. He donned the uniform of the Cosmic Guard, a blue circular emblem adorning his neck, exuding an air of handsomeness and vitality. This was Mel's, the brother of Viz from the angelic lineage. What troubles you, Lord Ebony? Ganas inquired with concern, his brow slightly furrowed, having sensed something amiss in Ebony's demeanor. It's nothing, let us proceed, Ebony replied, understanding that the Eastern Galaxy was the territory of the Galactic Guard, and Mel's was in charge of this region. Now is not the time for engagement. They would first observe the opportunities mentioned by the Great Elder. As Ebony initiated his maneuver, their figures swiftly vanished into the starry expanse, as though they had never existed. Mel's turned back, his gaze drifting through the vast cosmos, his mind brimming with uncertainty. Just moments ago, he felt the presence of an unfamiliar divine essence watching over him. Mel's furrowed his brow slightly, pondering this unsettling aura. Yet, he recognized that as a member of the Cosmic Guard, his current mission was to apprehend cosmic marauders. Never mind, let us focus on capturing this band of cosmic thieves. Mel's resolved firmly, a smile gracing his lips, driven by an unwavering sense of justice. He thought, let his brother worry about the other matters. In a hidden corner of a planet within the Eastern Galaxy, a group of cosmic marauders huddled together, whispering furtively about their next scheme. The starry sky served as a backdrop, with brilliant stars twinkling above, illuminating their cunning faces. The shadows of the robbers intertwined in the faint starlight, their murmurs echoing like ghosts as they deliberated on how to seize the precious resources of the nearby star systems. Hey, I've heard this planet is rich in minerals. We could make a fortune in just one night, one of the marauders said, his eyes gleaming with avarice and a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. Don't forget, the guards are hot on our heels like hyenas, another robber coldly reminded. What does it matter? If we act swiftly, we might just escape, came the confident reply. At that moment, Mel streaked through the night sky like a meteor, suddenly appearing before them. You cosmic thieves, halt. The marauders exchanged glances, then erupted into malicious laughter. They had never encountered such a youthful guard, silently harboring contempt in their hearts. The leader of the bandits disdainfully gestured with a wave of his hand, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Boy, do not court disaster. Be gone. A fire of indignation ignited within Melis, for he understood that the essence of justice must not be belittled. You disregard the presence of justice. Allow me to impart a lesson. No sooner had he spoken than the battle erupted instantaneously. The bandits lunged at Melis like ferocious beasts, their fists raining down upon him like a torrential downpour, energy waves slicing through the air in graceful arcs. Melis evaded swiftly, his body flowing with the elegance of a leaf caught in the wind. He darted beneath the starry sky, occasionally sidestepping and retreating, effortlessly evading the onslaught. This lad possesses remarkable agility, the leader of the bandits mused, unaware that Mel's counterattack had long been poised to strike. In his hand, the energy beam swiftly coalesced. Resembling a shooting star, as it hurtled towards the bandits. Simultaneously, the energy beam formed instantaneously and launched towards all the robbers. The bandits emitted a wretched cry. Their initial astonishment swiftly supplanted by fear. With nowhere to escape, their bodies were violently thrust to the ground by the overwhelming force of the energy, producing a dull thud before they succumbed into unconsciousness. Mel stepped forward, shackled them, and confined them within the cosmic cube before departing. Meanwhile, at the far end of the eastern galaxy, Yuwood stood before the rift in the void, his expression reflecting a sense of bewilderment. His gaze pierced through the darkness. In his mind was a tempest of thoughts. Is this the opportunity that could elevate me to divinity? My lord Wumu, will you not reconsider? Ganas urged from the side. A flicker of trepidation evident in his eyes, his voice tinged with unease as his gaze involuntarily darted towards the fissure. It is of no consequence. Wumu replied with a calm and resolute tone. Though a hint of anxiety lingered within him, he understood that in order to hasten his ascent into that realm, he must embrace the peril. A flicker of determination flashed in his gaze, a resolute decision firmly established. He took a step forward, approaching the rift in the void. That place was the land of the Forsaken. Chapter 126, GT Spacetime. Entering there would not be an easy endeavor. In the emptiness, a magnetic and ethereal voice gently reverberated, accompanied by a dazzling beam of white light. Vis, wielding a divine staff, floated serenely in the void, a faint smile adorning his face. His piercing gaze fixed intently upon Yuwood and the others. Vis. A tremor coursed through Yuwood, astonishment evident in his expression, while Ganas and Leitais beside him wore serious faces, warily scrutinizing this enigmatic being. Indeed, these deities possessed the ability to sense the shifts within the universe. Yuwood mused internally, striving to compose himself. Judging by Vis's demeanor, there seemed to be no malice. Do you know me? Vis's tone carried an intriguing undertone, a subtle smile playing upon his lips, as if relishing the dramatic moment unfolding with Yuwood. However, it seemed he was somewhat familiar, nonetheless. He shifted the subject, his eyes gleaming with wisdom, leaving Wumu even more perplexed. Regardless, what did you mean just now? Wumu furrowed his brow, attempting to clarify his thoughts, and gestured for Ganas and the others to lower their guard. His voice was resolute and direct, clearly unwilling to allow himself to become ensnared in the fog of uncertainty. That realm was an abandoned expanse of time and space. Once one ventured inside, returning became a formidable challenge. Vis's voice resonated with a somber timbre, as if recounting an ancient legend. His fingers gently traced the air, as if sketching the enigmatic fabric of time and space, a hint of melancholy glimmering in his gaze. All right, I understand. Thank you for sharing this with me. Ebony nodded, secretly grateful for such a reminder. It seems you must depart. Vis smiled faintly, producing a ring that shimmered with a soft radiance in his palm, tossing it lightly to Ebony, his tone laced with playful mockery. There are still those in this universe who require your prowess, so do remember to return. Vis, with a serene smile, handed a ring to Ebony, his words laden with significance. As Ebony accepted the ring, his eyes swept over it, pondering to himself, is this the ring of the Kaishin? His confusion deepened as he gazed intently at Whis, yearning to inquire further, yet sensing the moment was not right. Ultimately, he chose to silently bid him farewell. Observing that Ub had no further words to share, Whis smiled and vanished from sight. Mr. Ub, my lord, what was that just now? After Whis's departure, Ganas could not restrain his curiosity, his face awash with bewilderment. Ub offered a slight smile, a glimmer of mystery dancing in his eyes. That was the servant and teacher of the god of destruction I mentioned earlier, Whis. Ganas was momentarily taken aback, but he soon relaxed, only to be struck with astonishment as he remarked, My lord Ub, please don't breathe so heavily while you speak. The god of destruction has a teacher? Indeed, these are matters you will come to understand in due time. For now, let us proceed inside, Ub replied, his steps resolute as he entered the gaping void before them. Ganas and Raditz quickly followed suit, their hearts brimming with anticipation and trepidation. In a whirl of chaos, the trio suddenly found themselves atop a mountain, the surrounding scenery leaving them utterly astonished. Did we just glimpse Trunks' time machine? Could that void tunnel be a temporal passage? Ub mused, stroking his chin, brows furrowed in contemplation. Is this Earth? My lord Ub, have we returned to Earth? Ganas inhaled deeply, extending his senses to inquire of Ub. Interrupted from his thoughts, Ub surveyed his surroundings and indeed recognized the familiar essence of Earth. Closing his eyes, he channeled his divine energy, striving to perceive the state of the entire planet. As his divine aura expanded, he felt a jolt within him, realizing it was the time of the 28th World Martial Arts Tournament, where Son Goku was engaged in a fierce battle against Ub. "Let us go. I believe I know where we are," Ub declared, leading Ganis and Raditz as they instantaneously transported above the arena. "Kakarot. Son Goku." Both Ganis and Raditz exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with shock. Indeed, this is an alternate timeline of Goku's, as was stated. "This realm has been forgotten by our deities," Ub explained, a complex emotion reflected in his gaze. He understood that they were now in the GT timeline. Why was it forgotten? Ganis pondered, perplexed. "I never imagined Kakarot would be this formidable now." Raditz marveled, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "As for the reason for the forgetfulness, I am uncertain. However, in this timeline, the strong abound. Possessing a battle power of 100 billion is scarcely sufficient," Ub said with a subtle smile. A flicker of exhilaration in his eyes. "What? 100 billion is not enough?" Ganis asked in disbelief, secretly calculating his own power and feeling an overwhelming pressure. "I don't even reach 100 billion. Raditz crossed his arms, pouting slightly. "Indeed, that is why I emphasize the abundance of strong warriors here. With Goku being the mightiest on this earth." Ub's gaze was piercing as he watched Son Goku below, a smile gracing his lips. "Son Goku," Ganis murmured. Following Ub's gaze, Raditz exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Indeed, Kakarot is the strongest." Below, on the arena stage, Ub, a dark-skinned boy, tightly gripped Son Goku's legs, preparing to hurl him skyward. The atmosphere was charged with tension, the audience holding their breath in anticipation of the impending clash. With a resounding thud, Ub propelled himself off the ground, soaring above Son Goku, hands clasped, ready to strike. Goku plummeted through the air like a meteor, exuding unparalleled momentum. Boom! The arena was struck, creating a deep crater, bricks scattering, dust billowing, and the crowd erupting in gasps as the excitement reached a fever pitch. Ub landed and leaned forward to peer into the pit. Yet at that moment, a powerful aura erupted from the center of the arena. And Son Goku gradually emerged from the crater, his blue martial arts uniform tattered, yet a mature essence radiated from his countenance. With his hands on his hips, he casually rotated his neck and addressed Ub. "Hey, that was quite impressive. It has reignited my long-lost fervor." After uttering these words, both combatants resumed their battle stances. In the next moment, two figures darted across the arena like lightning, the shockwaves from their collisions reverberating throughout the surroundings. Drawing upon years of combat experience, Son Wukong maneuvered with ease, seemingly dancing on the edge of the ultimate limit in this confrontation. Meanwhile, Ub found himself gradually succumbing to the pressure, his mind replaying the promise he had made to his family to secure the prize of the martial arts tournament. In that instant, a surge of intense emotion erupted within him, awakening the latent power that lay dormant in his being. "Ah!" Ub bellowed, as a dazzling aura ignited around him. An immense force surging forth like a tidal wave, instantly forcing Son Wukong back. Debris from the arena scattered wildly, and the scene teetered on the brink of chaos. He charged fiercely towards Son Wukong, yet Wukong nimbly evaded, causing Ub to nearly plunge over the edge of the arena. In a moment of dire peril, he managed to steady himself, clinging to the precipice of the stage. Son Wukong, employing his instantaneous movement, ascended into the air, poised to unleash his Kamehameha. His gaze traversed the ebony figures suspended in the air, a slight furrow forming upon his brow as he silently pondered their identities. At that moment, cracks began to manifest on the arena, gradually succumbing to collapse. Upon witnessing Ub in peril, Son Wukong rushed forth without hesitation, rescuing him from the chasm. He soon discovered that Ub did not possess the ability to manipulate the air, and a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to take Ub as his disciple. Subsequently, he approached Son Gohan and briefly recounted the entire situation before bringing Ub before the figure of Ub. "Who are you?" Chapter 127. A sparring session, long overdue. "Who are you?" Son Goku furrowed his brows, gazing intently and solemnly at the three individuals before him. A subtle sense of unease stirred within him. Among the three individuals, two appeared devoid of any discernible aura. If they were not artificial beings, then they must be deities akin to Xian. "There is no need to be anxious," Son Wukong spoke his hands clasped behind his back, silver hair billowing gracefully in the breeze, adorned in a robe of black and white, his visage graced with a gentle smile. Ganas and Ruthies stood silently flanking him, reminiscent of the moment when Beerus first encountered Son Wukong, radiating an air of profound mystery and authority. "As for my identity and the possibility of finding a suitable place for a spar, I shall reveal that to you once our battle has concluded." This thought suddenly crossed his mind, In this timeline, Sun Wukong possessed formidable strength, though the original narrative of GT did not specify its extent. It was likely sufficient for him to unleash his full potential. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong cast a brief glance at Umu and his companions, sensing no malice in their presence, and nodded in acquiescence. "Follow me." He turned, cradling Oob, and soared into the distance. The trio of Umu followed closely behind, while Raditz cast a sidelong glance at Ganas, his eyes glimmering with uncertainty. "Can you sense Kakarot's energy now?" Ganas shook his head, his expression grave. His gaze fixated on the silhouette of Sun Wukong ahead. "Not entirely clear, but I can ascertain that he is significantly stronger than I am." "Impossible. Kakarot is still in his base form, yet you are a Super Saiyan god." "But the truth remains, Lord Umu. Just how powerful is Wukong in this timeline?" Umu turned back, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if teasing the revelation. "You will soon find out. It will undoubtedly astonish you." With that, his gaze shifted forward, lost in contemplation. Recalling the original GT portrayal of Wukong, his base combat power exceeded that of a Super Saiyan 3 during his puppet phase, amounting to 300 billion. Furthermore, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan 1, his power would surge to an astonishing 15 trillion. The thought filled Umu with both tension and excitement. The journey thus far had encountered no rivals, and this Sun Wukong surpassed him in both strength and combat experience. This signified that he still had the opportunity to grow stronger, truly a fortuitous situation indeed. Whoosh! Sun Wukong gracefully descended onto a vast open plain, where a gentle breeze caressed the landscape, causing the flora to sway. He gently placed Oob on the ground and, with a gentle tone, advised, "Please wait over there for a moment. Those individuals are not malevolent. They merely seek to test my strength. I wonder if, like Xian, there is something that requires my involvement?" "Yes, master," Oob obediently replied, then scampered behind a large rock, fixated on the impending battle. At that moment, Umu also arrived. Gracefully descending, Ganas and his companion, displaying keen awareness, stepped aside to grant them ample space. Upon their arrival, Sun Wukong felt a stir in his heart, and without further hesitation, assumed the initial stance of the Turtle Sage's technique. He felt the absence of the Ebony's aura and decided to test the waters as per his usual approach. Meanwhile, the Ebony, after a long absence, assumed the initial stance of the Eight Extremes Fist. An unfamiliar martial art. Without further contemplation, Sun Wukong swiftly vanished from his position, reappearing above Raditz and launching an energy blast towards the Ebony's back. He then instantaneously utilized his teleportation, disappearing without a trace. Indeed, unlike the Sun Wukong of the primary timeline, the GT version, having endured numerous battles, possessed significantly greater combat experience, cleverly employing teleportation in such a cunning manner. The Ebony reacted with remarkable speed, turning to deflect the energy blast with a palm strike, then quickly pivoting to grasp at his waist. It turned out that Sun Wukong had leveraged the energy of the OOB to teleport and had approached closely while the Ebony was occupied with deflecting the blast. However, he never anticipated that the Ebony would respond so swiftly, almost as if foreseeing his actions. Realizing his attack had failed, Sun Wukong immediately executed 2 backflips in an attempt to create distance. "This wouldn't he do? He was so close to capturing you. How could he allow you to escape?" With a slight push against the ground, the Ebony's legs coiled like a bow ready to release an arrow, surging forward with the 2 instruments' peak. Just as Sun Wukong had yet to touch down, the Ebony's strike, swift as lightning, struck his chest. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and the forceful impact hurled Sun Wukong away violently. The air was filled with a deafening roar, dust and debris swirling, enveloping the surroundings in a thick haze, plunging the scene into utter silence. Remarkably swift, Raditz stood transfixed, his heart filled with astonishment. His gaze was firmly fixed on the heart of the battle. Is this the true might of Lord Ebony? It was his first encounter with Ebony's prowess. Although everything transpired with remarkable swiftness, he could distinctly perceive the overwhelming pressure. In the brief span of a single second of probing, he gained a profound understanding of Ebony's formidable strength. Meanwhile, beside the stone, Oob clung tightly to the rock, his heart brimming with unease. His gaze pierced through the haze, anxiously searching for his master's silhouette. At that moment, a sudden surge of azure light flickered beside the stone, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, forming a wave of energy that shot toward the ebony wood, akin to a meteor streaking across the heavens. When did this happen? Ganas stared in astonishment, hardly able to believe his eyes. The ebony wood's gaze swiftly shifted to the wave of energy, its silver eyes shimmering faintly. This must be the residual energy left behind during the recent teleportation. With this thought, his excitement intensified, the corners of his mouth curving upward. Truly, Sun Wukong is formidable, even with a mere 300 billion in strength. He poses a challenge. It's daunting to contemplate the fierce battle I would face upon his transformation. As the wave of energy approached, a spark of inspiration ignited within the ebony wood. He extended both hands, adopting a cloud hand posture. With his left hand, he gently intercepted the wave, using his body as an axis to draw a circle. Then, with his right hand, he cast the wave into the mist. Boom! The same spot erupted with a thunderous roar, leaving a deep crater in its wake, yet the figure of Sun Wukong had vanished. This series of tentative exchanges has nearly run its course. It is time to unveil true strength, Sun Wukong. Such trivial skirmishes reveal little of one's true power. In accordance with the combat style of the Dragon Ball universe, a final confrontation is inevitable. Whoosh! With a soft sound, Sun Wukong's figure materialized before the ebony wood. His expression grave, brows slightly knitted, as if deep in thought. That previous move of yours was quite remarkable. The technique resembling the principle of yielding force with finesse is a first in this realm. A mere trick, the ebony wood mused, feeling a twinge of pride within. He had not anticipated that Tai Chi would begin to display its prowess, and it might indeed become the divine art in the future. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Yumo, a denizen of Earth from another dimension. Yumo? An Earthling? Sun Wukong was somewhat taken aback, yet he soon relaxed. He is precisely that kind of person. Someone who places unwavering trust in the words of others, as if a unique discernment resides within his soul. At this moment, he revealed a smile that was distinctly his own, with a spark of combat igniting in his eyes. If that is the case, then there is no need for further testing. In an instant, golden light enveloped him, a dazzling brilliance flickering and fading as his hair transformed into a brilliant gold. Soaring upward. Super Saiyan. After a long absence. Chapter 128, The First Unleashing. After a long absence, Goku gently clenched his fists. Feeling the long-lost power of transformation surge within him, and a wave of nostalgia washed over his heart, he turned to Yuwood. A hint of affirmative inquiry in his tone. Well, although I cannot sense your energy, you must possess untapped power, right? Observing the transformation of the Super Saiyan devoid of an explosive aura, Ganis and Raditz exchanged glances, astonishment evident in their eyes. This individual, so adept at harnessing full power, was simply incredible. Ub blinked curiously, gazing at the transformed visage of Goku. Well, that seems about right. Yuwood was not surprised that Goku had detected his concealed strength. Regardless of the timeline, Goku's battle instinct was terrifyingly acute. Release. Yuwood called softly. Suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through his spine, and a silvery flame erupted from him. Resembling a soaring white dragon, his battle power skyrocketed from 640 billion to 1,280 billion. While he was still not a match for Goku, any further release would render the contest somewhat unfair. It was through pressure that Yuwood would achieve greater progress in the future. Witnessing Yuwood's transformation, Goku felt a surge of fighting spirit. As if he had found a worthy opponent. Ever since the puppet incident concluded, Vegeta's strength had begun to lag behind him. Meanwhile, the energy fluctuations here astonished the other Earth warriors. At the martial arts tournament venue, this is Goku's energy, Krillin exclaimed suddenly. What is happening to Dad? Just as Gohan and the others pondered this, Vegeta erupted into the sky in a fit of rage. Hey, Vegeta, Bulma called out anxiously from the side, concern flashing in her eyes. Do not worry, Bulma. Whatever the enemy may be, Goku and Vegeta are more than capable of handling it, Krillin reassured. After some deliberation, the group decided to collect their tournament winnings before investigating the situation further. In the Kaioshin realm, Jebbet, drenched in sweat, nervously gazed at the old Kaioshin and inquired, Elder, what is happening? That divine aura is rather extraordinary. How could there be an unfamiliar deity? The old Kaioshin sat quietly on the grass, cradling a cup of red tea, his gaze flickering as if lost in thought. Elder, shouldn't we be the only deities? Seeing the old Kaioshin remain silent, Jebbet grew increasingly anxious. Sighing, the old Kaioshin slowly replied, in truth, there exists another deity of equal standing among the Kaioshins. He is immensely powerful and notoriously capricious. He sipped his red tea, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. It was unclear when so many deities had vanished from this universe, leaving behind an aura of unfamiliarity. Could it be that this was the deity in question? The god Jebbet anxiously inquired, his heart tightening. Who knows? The Elder Kai did not provide a definitive answer. Instead, he placed the red tea on the ground and lazily reclined, extracting a book from his possession. Hee. Thankfully, I have these books gifted by Goku. Ancestor, the god Jebet. Witnessing the elder Kai's nonchalance, felt an increasing urgency, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "What are you making such a racket for? How many times must I say it? You do not embody the essence of a supreme deity. This matter is not for you to fret over. Just stay put. If it truly bothers you, then go to Earth yourself." Upon hearing this, God Jebet, feeling despondent, crossed his arms and sat on the ground, murmuring softly, "Then so be it. Earth." The nameless vast plain. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting mottled shadows, and a palpable tension filled the air. Sun Wukong and Umu locked eyes, each searching for the other's weaknesses. Suddenly, a brisk breeze swept through, and the two vanished from their original positions, only for a cacophony of powerful impacts to resonate in the atmosphere. Bang, bang, bang. Each collision echoed like thunder, the ground trembling slightly. Dust swirling as the surrounding trees were violently uprooted by the forceful currents. Sun Wukong's fist struck like cannonballs towards Umu, who deftly evaded by sidestepping, then retaliated with a counterstrike so potent that it sent shockwaves through the air. The two moved with the swiftness of lightning, each blow landing with visceral force, and the air roiled as if the very fabric of space were contorting due to their combat. Umu unleashed a punch aimed directly at Sun Wukong, reacting with remarkable speed. Sun Wukong bent backward, narrowly avoiding the blow. Before he could turn back, Umu's sweeping kick surged toward him like a flash of lightning. With no other option, Sun Wukong crouched down, propping himself on the ground, and propelled his legs towards Umu. Taken aback by Sun Wukong's unexpected counterattack, Umu was caught off guard and sent flying. And there's more. Sun Wukong sprang to his feet, hands resting confidently on his hips, his gaze fierce and resolute. Super Turtle Impact Wave. Before his words could fully resonate, his hands had already gathered a formidable energy, the surrounding air seemingly compressed into a dazzling azure brilliance. "Go!" Sun Wukong bellowed, thrusting his hands forward with great force. The wave of light surging forth like a torrential flood towards Wumu. The blue radiance illuminated Wumu's visage. He had no time to be taken aback. Forcefully halting his backward trajectory, he extended his hands before him to shield against the oncoming shockwave, then swiftly propelled it upwards. "I've been waiting for you," Wumu declared, as he caught Sun Wukong's fist with his left hand, his body pivoting slightly. His right hand lashed out like a whip, striking Sun Wukong squarely in the chest. "Ugh!" Sun Wukong grunted, a bitter fluid escaping his lips. He swiftly adjusted his stance, delivering a flying knee strike that sent a jolt of excruciating pain through Yuban. Both combatants, gritting their teeth against the agony, unleashed a powerful punch simultaneously. A resounding roar echoed as their fists collided in mid-air, producing a thunderous boom. The air surged violently, causing the grass on the plain to bow in submission. "Raditz, hurry!" Ganas called out to Raditz, who was struggling against the fierce gusts. Responding to the call, Raditz turned to see Ganas erecting a crimson energy shield before Yuban. He set off swiftly, enveloping the three of them with a robust energy shield, reinforcing it with his own power. In the heights above, after exchanging blows with Umu, Sun Wukong commenced a dazzling flurry of punches and kicks, his movements akin to a tempest, overwhelming to behold. Meanwhile, in the distant sky, Vegeta was hastening towards them with great urgency. He sensed the formidable energy fluctuations ahead, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it! Who could Kakarot possibly be battling to possess such strength? At that moment, the disparity in power between Vegeta and Goku was still significant. "Umu, it's about time to wrap things up. My friend is on his way," Goku remarked with a slight smile, sensing Vegeta's aura. "Well, I've enjoyed today quite a bit. Let me show you my final move." With that, Umu gathered energy in both hands, preparing for his ultimate strike. Chaos Wave. Turtle Destruction Wave. Chapter 129. One thing at a time, yet not quite. You just defeated Frieza? Goku's voice was laden with disbelief, his gaze fixed intently on Umu, who was leisurely savoring his tea. Vegeta and Piccolo, leaning against a corner, widened their eyes in astonishment at the revelation. "So, Umu's circumstances differ from ours?" Gohan leaned forward slightly, the small figure of Xiao Fang nestled in his arms, seemingly affected by his expression, gazing up at Umu with curiosity. Inside Master Roshi's hut, after the final clash, Goku led Umu and the others inside. The occupants, Master Roshi, Bulma, Videl, Gohan, Tien, Vegeta, and Piccolo, all listened intently as Umu recounted tales from his own timeline. "I almost forgot to mention. I was the champion of the 21st Martial Arts Tournament. Oma smiled gently, his eyes sweeping over each person present before resting respectfully on Master Rashi seated on the sofa. Under the guidance of Master Mateto, I quickly grasped the essence of martial arts. Although from different timelines, Master Mateto held a unique significance for him. In his previous life, while watching anime, he had always admired this old man, despite his seemingly carefree demeanor. His composure as a martial arts master shone through in critical moments. What a reliable old grandpa. As for the famed aphorism he had imparted, Omo had kept it close to his heart, inscribing it on every social media platform in his previous life. Engage in physical activity, study diligently, play joyfully, eat heartily, rest well, and live each day with happiness. This is also a facet of cultivation. Although many enthusiasts lamented the perceived decline in power levels in Dragon Ball Super, that was not the case for Omo. In truth, their excessive focus on power levels was misplaced. The manifestation of the martial arts god was not merely in raw strength, but in the indomitable spirit of a martial artist. Power levels had never truly deteriorated. He had exerted all his efforts, mastering the martial arts he had learned throughout his life, and could only barely hold his ground. Ultimately, he left behind the brilliance of the Turtle School at the Tournament of Power, embodying the essence of martial arts, before gracefully exiting the stage. I never expected this old man could mentor someone so formidable. Oolong sidled up to Master Rashi, a teasing grin on his face. Ahem. Master Rashi feigned seriousness, but the corners of his mouth betrayed his true feelings. Once he regained his composure, he peered over the sunglasses at Umu, his expression grave. So, Umu, you're a human from Earth, right? How did you become so powerful? Surely you haven't resorted to any dubious methods? Upon hearing this, the others turned their attention. Curiosity piqued, especially Krillin and Tien. After all, aside from them, the assembly comprised Saiyans, Namekians, and androids. Thus, they were particularly eager to learn how a human could grow strong. Omu smiled softly and began to explain. Initially, my martial arts prowess was on par with Goku's. In the semifinals, you triumphed over Goku, and during our bout, you guided my progress, ultimately conceding as your objective had been achieved. Your mentorship was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. Later, under the tutelage of Karen and with assistance from the Grand Elder of Namek and the Elder of Yardrat, I unexpectedly grasped the path to divinity while deepening my martial arts foundation, which is why my progress has been rapid. Though there were some differences, the essence remained truthful. Divinity? Krillin exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. I knew it. No wonder I couldn't sense your energy. It turns out you're a deity now. Goku, seated cross-legged on the ground, nodded thoughtfully. That sounds about right. I have consistently adhered to everyone's teachings, pursuing the strength of the spirit. The rest of my development should not differ significantly from this timeline. After defeating Frisia, I arrived at the eastern end of the galaxy, accidentally crossing into this timeline. Umu, you were truly impressive. You were already this strong back then. Goku couldn't help but express his genuine admiration. After all, during that distant era, most were struggling around power levels of tens of thousands. Yet who could have imagined that Omu possessed a staggering power level in the billions? At that moment, Vegeta's gaze shifted to the two silent figures behind Omu, Ganas and Raditz. Speaking of which, these two are extraordinary as well. Vegeta then asked with certainty. You two must be Saiyans, correct? Upon hearing the question, Ganas slowly raised his head, his fiery red eyes scanning the assembly with an icy demeanor. Ganas, Saiyan. He responded in a flat, emotionless tone. Despite being familiar with these individuals from another timeline, it did not compel him to display excessive warmth or initiate greetings. He remained as cold and distant as an iceberg. Meanwhile, Raditz took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, ignoring the others as his gaze fixated on Goku. Kakarot. At the sound of his name, both Goku and Vegeta's expressions turned gravely serious. They gazed intently at Raditz, and despite the profound changes in his appearance, they could still discern his features from the faintly recognizable contours of his face. Raditz, they exclaimed almost in unison, their voices laden with disbelief and astonishment. Confronted by this seemingly long-lost acquaintance, who should have perished long ago, they were filled with perplexity. Indeed, it is I, Raditz, who narrowly escaped death, however, in this timeline. I should have perished long ago. He understood that the two temporal realms were remarkably similar, with the sole distinction being the presence of Yuwood and Ganas. Sun Wukong could not contain his curiosity and inquired, what on earth is going on? However, before he could finish his question, Yuwood raised a hand to halt him, signaling him to refrain from further probing, and swiftly redirected the conversation. Let us set aside that discussion for now. Sun Wukong, Would you be able to escort us to the King of Worlds realm? We intend to establish our base there for the time being. Certainly. I am surprised that you are aware of the King of Worlds realm, Sun Wukong replied, astonished as he regarded Yuwood. Haha. I merely had some unique experiences in the past that led me to inadvertently learn about this place. Upon hearing Yuwood's rather evasive response, Sun Wukong chose not to press further, nodding in understanding. He then rose to his feet, inviting Yuwood and the other two to clasp his shoulders. With 2 fingers gently pressed against his forehead, he prepared to execute his instant transmission to whisk them away. After exchanging brief farewells with his companions, Sun Wukong and the 4 of them vanished instantaneously from the Kame house. Watching their departure, Krillin couldn't help but express his astonishment. I never imagined that Raditz could become so powerful after feigning death. If it were me, I would willingly endure death multiple times if it meant gaining such immense strength. As he spoke, a mixture of envy and regret flickered across his face. Nearby, Yamcha couldn't resist teasing Krillin. If it came down to actually facing death, I bet you'd be the first to flee. Krillin, upon hearing this, jumped in exasperation to defend himself. Oh, come on, that's entirely different. One thing has nothing to do with another. The two engaged in a spirited exchange, eliciting laughter from those around them, filling the Kame house with a jovial atmosphere. However, at that moment, Vegeta, who had remained silent until now, suddenly snorted disdainfully, crossed his arms over his chest, turned away, and left the Kame house. A profound sense of urgency began to stir within him, as if a dormant fighting spirit was slowly awakening, and the blood within him was starting to boil. Simultaneously, Piccolo quietly turned and exited the Kame house. Chapter 130. How did he arrive? In the 7th universe, on Earth, a tranquil hillside was suddenly illuminated by a strange glow. Accompanied by a faint humming sound, a uniquely designed, futuristic machine materialized quietly upon the terrain. Shortly thereafter, a figure descended like lightning, landing firmly on the ground. This individual was tall, clad in a sleek black bodysuit topped with a blue denim jacket, perfectly accentuating his muscular physique. His visage was austere, his gaze profound and piercing. At this moment, he furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, Why have they not yet arrived? A hint of perplexity and confusion laced his voice. After a brief pause, as if recollecting something, he muttered, Mother mentioned it should be around this time. Could it be that I am mistaken? Or has some unforeseen circumstance arisen? With that, he began to survey his surroundings, attentively observing the movements around him, as though anticipating the arrival of a significant figure or event. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, rustling the leaves. A diminutive lizard cautiously ascended a moss-covered rock, its agile head swaying as it curiously surveyed its surroundings. Suddenly, sensing an impending danger, the lizard darted away, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the sky remained a pristine blue, devoid of clouds, with radiant sunlight cascading over the tranquil hillside. Apart from the occasional melodious chirping of birds, the area was utterly deserted, exuding an air of serene solitude. The enigmatic youth stood silently in place, approaching the machine. He delicately pressed a button, and the device instantly emitted a dazzling light, swiftly contracting and transforming into a small, exquisite capsule. The boy carefully tucked it into his embrace. It was time to uncover what had transpired, as it differed from what his mother had conveyed. As his thoughts trailed off, he inhaled deeply, emanating a powerful aura. In an instant, he soared into the sky like a shooting star, a long tail of light trailing behind him as he raced toward the horizon. In West City, at the Universal Capsule Corporation, within a spacious and brightly lit room, a voice exclaimed, Hey, could you refrain from making such a racket every night? Bulma, hands on her hips, her brows furrowed in anger, directed her ire at the man before her. The one she chastised was Vegeta, who stood with his arms crossed, disdain evident on his face as he scoffed. What a lowly woman. Her voice is astonishingly loud. With that, he turned his back, dismissing Bulma entirely. Since arriving on Earth, Vegeta had wandered aimlessly, without a permanent residence. Originally, Goku had kindly invited him to serve as an instructor at the martial arts school, which would not only resolve his housing issues, but also provide a steady income. However, Vegeta had unhesitatingly declined this proposal, finding it difficult to coexist with former adversaries. Although the persistent persuasion of Goku and Raditz had somewhat softened his stance, his long-established pride compelled him to remain solitary. Strangely enough, he found himself inexplicably drawn to Bulma's presence. Everything seemed to unfold in accordance with the original narrative. Vegeta, you train so late every night. What on earth are you trying to achieve? Bulma initially prepared to express her frustration, but suddenly, a question arose in her mind. Yet, Vegeta remained silent, offering no reply. He silently clenched his fists, secretly vowing to surpass Sun Wukong and achieve the status of Super Saiyan first. At present, both of their combat powers had reached an astonishing 3 million, and they were well aware of the transformation method into a Super Saiyan. As a proud Saiyan prince, Vegeta would never allow himself to be surpassed by that cockroach fellow. As for Raditz and Goku, he had already deemed them as fortunate, with no thoughts of surpassing him. It was at this moment that Vegeta suddenly became alert, as if sensing some unusual occurrence. He slightly furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing like a beacon as he fixed his eyes on the distant sky. Without a trace of hesitation, he suddenly unleashed an overwhelming aura, his figure flickering and soaring into the heavens like an arrow released from its bow. I shall never allow such a tragic fate to unfold again, he vowed silently in his heart, glancing at the intact city below, while also thinking of his brother, Gohan. His once piercing gaze gradually softened, for this tranquil and harmonious city represented the future he yearned for deep within his soul. After calming his emotions slightly, the enigmatic youth took a deep breath and then soared forward with the swiftness of lightning. His silhouette gracefully arced through the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye beyond the horizon. Shortly thereafter, a beautiful island, Meiwa Island, came into view. The mysterious youth descended upon the island, pausing briefly before instinctively traversing the bustling Meiwa town, guided by his innate sense of energy. As he moved, he cast only fleeting glances at the novel sights surrounding him, paying little heed to their allure. Eventually, he halted at the foot of a mountain, where a rather impressive martial arts school appeared before him. Above the grand entrance, a conspicuous sign bore the flamboyant inscription, Jidao Lu. The enigmatic boy gazed at the sign, a hint of confusion etched upon his features. Jidao Lu? Why have I never heard my mother mention this school? At that moment, those within the dojo had already sensed his presence. Xiao Jia, Yali, and Tianjin fans swiftly emerged from the establishment. You inquire about Sun Wukong? Haven't I mentioned that he never visits the dojo? He is always at Baozi Mountain with the children, and now Piccolo has joined him. And you are? Xiao Jia scrutinized the unfamiliar youth before him, his expression one of skepticism. The boy's striking purple hair and somewhat tattered denim jacket were notable. But what truly caught the eye was the prominent logo of the Universal Capsule Company emblazoned on his attire. Additionally, he bore a razor-sharp longsword slung across his back. Had it not been for Xiao Jia's instinctive judgment that the boy bore no ill intent, the crowd would have likely surged forward to confront him. The youth opened his mouth to speak, hesitating as he struggled to articulate why he had suddenly appeared in this place. Should he confess that he felt an exceptionally powerful and overwhelming energy and mistakenly assumed Mr. Sun Wukong was training here? Little did he know that the potent aura emanated from the Earth's formidable warriors, all of whom were honing their skills in this very location, thus leading him to perceive the energy fluctuations. Do you know Mr. Wukong? I need to find him. Fortunately, upon spotting Krillin and Tianjin Fan, he recognized them as friends of Sun Wukong and posed his question directly. I wonder why this realm differs from what my mother described. Regardless, he felt it imperative to deliver the miraculous medicine to Mr. Wukong. Brother Wukong? Xiao Jia initially appeared perplexed, but, recalling that this might be a friend of Sun Wukong, he dismissed his doubts. He is at Baozi Mountain. Please wait inside. He will come here shortly. The mysterious youth nodded and closely followed Krillin and Tianjin Fan as they entered the dojo. At that moment, an ominously powerful and unsettling energy approached. Is that him? Chapter 131, A New Foe. Father? The mysterious youth gazed upward in astonishment at the swiftly descending figure. Vegeta landed before the dojo with the swiftness of lightning, exuding an air of superiority. Vegeta? What brings you here? Krillin inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Seeing the sincerity in Krillin's question, Vegeta graciously replied, Humph. I have come to ascertain whether any formidable enemies have beset you. If so, it may require my personal intervention to resolve the matter. Not quite, my friend. You really do have a flair for theatrics, Krillin remarked, shaking his head in exasperation. Ignoring Vegeta, he turned to the mysterious youth with a smile. This is Vegeta. Pay him no mind. Let us proceed inside and wait for Wukong. The mysterious youth slightly bowed in understanding, casting a cautious sideways glance at Vegeta. Is this truly my father? He seems so cold and unapproachable. As the group entered the dojo, Vegeta sought out a quiet corner. Leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, entering a meditative state, he remained indifferent to the unfolding events, including the presence of the enigmatic youth. To him, only Sun Wukong posed a genuine challenge. All others were inconsequential. Time swiftly passed. At last, Sun Wukong arrived with Piccolo and Gohan in tow. As they descended to the ground, Sun Wukong immediately reached for the back of his head, a pained expression crossing his face as he muttered, "Ouch. Chi-Chi has quite a heavy hand. I nearly couldn't get Gohan out." Piccolo, standing nearby, silently rolled his eyes at this revelation. During this time, he had resided at Bowsy Mountain, witnessing the astonishing sight of Sun Wukong being so obedient to that woman. After a brief adjustment, Sun Wukong quickly composed himself, his iconic radiant smile returning. "Hey everyone." He raised one hand high, greeting everyone with exuberance. At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly turned his head as if he had discovered something extraordinary, his gaze landing on Vegeta in the corner. "Oh, Vegeta? You are here?" The sight of Vegeta appearing in this place was utterly unexpected. The typically proud Vegeta rarely set foot in this dojo, and his presence today filled Sun Wukong with astonishment. "Humph." Vegeta scoffed, having no intention of acknowledging him. Just then, the mysterious youth approached Sun Wukong. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. "Mr. Wukong, may I have a moment of your time?" In the dojo's backyard, Sun Wukong fixed his keen gaze upon the enigmatic youth and asked, "Now that we are alone, is there something you wish to convey to me?"